In the Land of Fire, within the hidden village of Konoha, the establishment was originally forged by the first Hokage, Hashirama, and Madara, whose formidable powers once made the village thrive. However, as time progressed, other villages began to rise in strength, gradually creating a delicate balance of power. Though the surface appeared tranquil, a current of unrest simmered beneath. The demise of the third Hokage at the hands of Orochimaru, the ascension of the fifth Hokage, and Sasuke's defection, all transpired in a brief span, leaving the comrades of that era, particularly Naruto, in a state of melancholy. Shikamaru, aware of the profound impact this event had on Naruto, decided to visit him in the hospital. Upon entering the room, he was taken aback to find it empty. Gazing at the vacant space, he murmured, Naruto's injuries should still be healing. Where could he have gone? At that moment, the sound of the door opening caught his attention. He turned, hopeful that Naruto had returned, but it was Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, accompanied by Sakura, both wearing expressions of confusion. Shikamaru, you've come to visit? Where's Naruto? They inquired. I just arrived, and he wasn't here when I came in, Shikamaru replied. Sakura, with a hint of urgency, asked, he hasn't gone looking for Sasuke again, has he? Impossible, Tsunade interjected. His body isn't fit for any further battles right now. Shikamaru then reasoned, that's unlikely. After his defeat in the battle against Sasuke, he should refrain from seeking him out. Let's search the hospital first. Meanwhile, atop the hospital roof, Naruto, wrapped in bandages, was exuberantly celebrating the successful formation of a Rasengan. Suddenly, the energy of the Rasengan began to dissipate, and an overwhelming pain engulfed him, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that instant, the door to the rooftop swung open, revealing Tsunade. Upon witnessing the scene, she rushed forward and caught Naruto just before he fell. Is this the Tsunade from the original story? She's more impressive than I imagined. As Naruto lost consciousness, the truth emerged. He was not Naruto, but Chen Fan. Indeed, he had traversed into the world of Naruto, assuming the role of the protagonist. He had merely wished to test the true nature of the Rasengan, unaware that Naruto's body had not fully recovered. The strain of performing such a technique proved too great, resulting in his fainting. Tsunade carried him back to the hospital room, where Shikamaru and Sakura, witnessing the scene, anxiously inquired, what happened to Naruto? With an exasperated tone, Tsunade responded, this fool just forced himself to use the Rasengan on the roof. He'll be fine after some rest. With that, she turned and exited the room. Relieved, Sakura and Shikamaru decided to leave the hospital to check on their other companions as the sun began to set, casting a warm hue across the sky. A loud crash startled the slumbering Chen Fan awake. Rising to gaze through the window, he was astonished to see a gigantic frog land in the clearing below, with a figure perched atop its head. Jiraiya, he exclaimed. Hearing his name, Jiraiya frowned and leaped to the window ledge, stating, Jiraiya, have you injured your mind, young man? Why the sudden display of courtesy? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by this, before awkwardly chuckling and replying, not at all, that I was merely awakened from slumber by your ruckus, leaving me somewhat disoriented. Ignoring Naruto, Jiraiya continued, I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance. Chen Fan pondered the timeline of Naruto. He recalled that after Sasuke's departure, Naruto was to accompany Jiraiya on a training journey. Indeed, as Chen Fan reminisced about the storyline, Jiraiya declared, I intend to spend 3 years cultivating you into a uniquely formidable ninja. After stating this, Jiraiya observed Naruto, who was deep in thought, and assumed his concern lay with Sasuke. He reassured him, do not worry. Orochimaru's immortality technique will take 3 years to transfer to another host, so Sasuke will remain unharmed for the time being. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan looked up at Jiraiya and proclaimed, I promise to dedicate the next 3 years to enhancing my abilities. Though Chen Fan spoke with utmost seriousness, his heart raced with excitement. As an anime enthusiast, he had long dreamed of becoming a ninja, wielding awe-inspiring jutsu. Surprised by Naruto's declaration, Jiraiya initially intended to say more, but deemed it unnecessary. He then leaped atop a toad's head, uttering, until we meet again, before vanishing from sight. As Chen Fan watched Jiraiya's retreating figure, a torrent of thoughts filled his mind. Although elated to find himself in the world of Naruto, he was acutely aware of its inherent dangers. Without sufficient strength, he would be utterly powerless. Days passed, and Naruto's injuries had nearly healed, signaling the impending day of his discharge. During this time, Chen Fan discreetly ventured to secluded areas to familiarize himself with chakra and the sensations of jutsu. Before long, after a thorough examination, it was confirmed that Naruto could be discharged that very day. Chen Fan excitedly gathered his belongings in preparation for his return home. At that moment, Sakura entered the hospital room to visit. Chen Fan found this amusing. Despite his aversion to Sakura's character, he did not wish to reveal his true feelings, so he mimicked Naruto's demeanor to greet her. "Hey, Sakura, I'm being discharged today." Sakura responded with an odd expression. "That's fine. Seeing you in such good spirits alleviates my concerns." She then exited the room. Chen Fan paid little mind to this and continued organizing his belongings for his return. Suddenly, it dawned on him that in the story, Sakura intended to seek out Sasuke upon Naruto's discharge. However, upon reflection, he decided that since he did not particularly care for Sakura, she could do as she pleased. Turning back to his belongings, he relied on his memory to navigate back to Naruto's home. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a plethora of instant noodles scattered about. It was one thing to indulge in instant noodles as a shut-in, but why, in this world, as the protagonist, must I still resort to them? As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Fan recalled that Naruto often frequented Ichiraku Ramen in the series, sparking his desire to try it for himself. After a brief tidying up, he leaped out of the window and sprinted towards the ramen shop. Ninjas truly embody exhilaration, soaring through the air with such flair. Chen Fan reveled in the thrill of traversing the city's rooftops, when his gaze fell upon a stall emblazoned with the words Ichiraku Ramen. "Welcome. Oh, it's Naruto. It has been quite a while since your last visit." Chen Fan, equally delighted, exclaimed, "Uncle, it's been ages. It's been too long. Have you been preoccupied with training?" "I've been hospitalized for some time, but I was just discharged today." "Oh, the life of a ninja is indeed fraught with peril. Allow this bowl of ramen to serve as a celebration of your recovery on the house." With that, Uncle Ichiraku turned to prepare the noodles. Chapter 2. The Ninetales. Listening to the heartfelt words, Chen Fan comprehended why Naruto held such affection for Uncle Ichiraku and promptly took a seat in front of him. Just as Chen Fan was enjoying his noodles, Jiraiya had arrived at the Hokage's office. He had long noticed Sakura's unusual behavior and intended to undertake the investigation mission concerning the Sound Ninja Village, planning to form a trio with Naruto and Sakura in hopes of enlightening her. "Your ramen is ready. Please enjoy," Uncle Ichiraku said, placing a steaming bowl of noodles before Chen Fan. "Oh, thank you, Uncle. I shall dig in." Just as Chen Fan was about to savor his meal, a familiar voice interrupted him. Your beloved is preparing to seek her romantic interest, and you are here blissfully enjoying your noodles?" Startled by the sudden voice, Chen Fan turned to see Jiraiya, who had mysteriously taken a seat beside him. "Pervy Sage, what brings you here?" Since their last encounter in the hospital, Chen Fan had altered his address for Jiraiya. "I've come to share 2 pieces of news," Jiraiya replied with a smile. Well versed in the storyline, Chen Fan had nearly deduced the content. One was likely Sakura's intention to leave Konoha in search of Sasuke, and the other pertained to the investigation mission. To conceal his knowledge from Jiraiya, Chen Fan feigned confusion and inquired, "What news?" With eager anticipation, Jiraiya replied, "Sakura intends to seek out Sasuke and leave Konoha." Upon saying this, Jiraiya looked at Chen Fan expectantly, curious about his reaction to the revelation. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan calmly responded, "Oh, what is the other matter?" Before continuing to relish his noodles, Jiraiya stared at him, astonished. "Aren't you surprised? Where's your expression? Your reaction?" Casting a glance at Jiraiya, Chen Fan remarked, "I am aware that Sakura has always harbored feelings for Sasuke, yet I am still taken aback by this news. I did not anticipate she would go to such lengths for him. It appears her affections run deeper than I imagined." Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Chen Fan's words. However, as a member of Team 7 and a companion, he could not stand by while his friend fell into despair. "We must intervene. By the way, what was the second piece of news?" Chen Fan hastily finished his ramen and inquired. "The second matter is that there is a new mission. The 3 of us will form a team to investigate the Sound Ninja Village." With that, Jiraiya continued to gaze at Naruto, still astonished. At that moment, Jiraiya perceived Naruto as both familiar and foreign. He seemed to have matured significantly. Hearing this, Chen Fan could not help but smile subtly, pondering that indeed the storyline was unfolding as he remembered. "All right, we must swiftly find Sakura. If we delay any longer, she may very well leave Konoha." With that, Jiraiya seized Naruto by the collar and swiftly vanished from the spot. At that juncture, Sakura had already arrived at the gates of Konoha. She cast a glance back at the Hokage rock, seemingly resolute in her decision. Just as she turned, two figures appeared before her. As Sakura stood astonished by the identities of the newcomers, a familiar voice chimed in. "Oh, it seems the team is complete." As the smoke finally dissipated, Sakura discerned that the visitor was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, accompanied by Naruto. "Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here?" she inquired. Jiraiya chuckled, saying, "The Hokage has assigned us a mission to investigate the Sound Ninja village located in the land of rice fields, and it is a team task for 3. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Naruto behind her. Chen Fan smiled faintly, saying nothing more, merely standing coldly behind Jiraiya. Sakura felt slightly disoriented. Naruto seemed different now. In the past, he would greet her with enthusiasm, but why was he so distant now? Jiraiya cleared his throat and asked, "Is there anything else?" Receiving no response, he declared it was time to depart. Sakura chose not to speak further and followed Jiraiya on their journey. After a night of travel, just as dawn broke, the trio finally reached the outskirts of the land of rice fields. Observing the village ahead, Sakura was the first to voice her thoughts. "Lord Jiraiya, how shall we conduct our investigation?" Subsequently, Jiraiya cast a lewd glance at the two of them. Chen Fan immediately grasped the implication. Realizing Jiraiya intended to seek information in a brothel, reflexively, he clutched his wallet tightly. Ultimately, however, Jiraiya managed to relieve him of all his money before departing, leaving Chen Fan and Sakura waiting in place. Sakura turned to Naruto and could not suppress her curiosity. "Naruto, you seem to have changed significantly. Is it because Sasuke left?" Chen Fan did not respond directly, continuing to face away from her. "What do you mean?" he retorted. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. She had never heard Naruto speak to her so coldly before. Nevertheless, she pressed on, "You used to talk a lot when we were together. Why are you so indifferent now? Are you trying to imitate Sasuke?" Hearing this, Chen Fan let out a bitter laugh inwardly. "I recall you often said not to cling to you. You adore Sasuke so much that you would leave Konoha for him. I've come to understand that I should let go as well." Sakura looked at Naruto, who remained turned away, her expression one of surprise. She felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The two fell into silence, awaiting Jiraiya's return. Chen Fan glanced at Sakura, choosing not to say anything further at that moment. He was searching for the Nine Tails within his consciousness. Since his arrival in this world, he had longed to encounter the Nine Tails, considering the possibility of merging with it sooner rather than later. This was partly for power, and partly because he had developed an admiration for the Nine Tails after watching Naruto's story unfold. "Kid, why do you seek me again? Do you desire strength?" The Nine Tails sneered at the form of Naruto, eager to consume him. Chen Fan understood the beast's thoughts, but he felt a chill running down his spine in the presence of such a formidable entity. "Listen, Kurama, I know you harbor animosity towards humanity. After all, for so many years, we have shown you little kindness." Chen Fan addressed the fearsome beast before him. The Nine Tails was taken aback by his words, and its expression grew even more menacing. "Kid, how do you know that name? It has been ages since anyone called me that. Surprised, are you?" "Nine-tailed fox," Chen Fan remarked with a smile. "I believe you are not inherently malevolent. Rather, you have been shrouded in hatred for all these years." The Nine Tails, upon hearing Chen Fan's words, chuckled in response. "Ha ha ha, little brat. I am indeed known as the embodiment of hatred among your kind. Is that so? Do you truly care about the opinions of others? I would quite like to befriend you," Chen Fan declared before turning to depart. The Nine Tails was taken aback by this statement, for no one had ever expressed a desire to befriend him. In the next moment, he furiously struck the sealed door, roaring, "You insolent child, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Chapter 3, The System. Chen Fan, amused by the Nine Tails' reaction, thought to himself, "I speak the truth. If you doubt me, sense my intentions, and you will realize I harbor no malice." With that, he vanished from the realm of consciousness. Just as Chen Fan reveled in the prospect of encountering the true Nine Tails, an electronic female voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the intimacy level between the Nine Tails and the host has reached 10. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Master Ninja system. Loading system panel. In a brief moment, a translucent virtual screen materialized before him. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Rasengan 10, Shadow Clone 23, Summoning Technique 13. Mouth Ninjutsu 19, taijutsu, basic taijutsu, jinjutsu. None, bloodline limit. None, chakra attribute. None, chakra amount. 12, what a casual name. He mused, yet it is indeed a golden opportunity. Amidst his musings, Chen Fan grew curious about the system's capabilities. What do the percentages after each ninjutsu signify? The system, seemingly attuned to Chen Fan's thoughts, promptly provided an explanation. The percentage represents the host's proficiency in each ninjutsu. The level of proficiency determines the speed and power of the ninjutsu's execution. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Chen Fan understood that he had yet to truly master these techniques. At that moment, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Task issued. Use Rasengan 10 times. System reward. Talent enhancement. Chen Fan's eyes brightened at this prospect. He rose and made his way toward the woods, employing the shadow clone technique to commence his training. Rasengan, Rasengan. The echoes of the technique reverberated through the forest, accompanied by the sounds of trees crashing down. Outside the woods, Sakura, exasperated, rushed in to admonish Chen Fan. Fool, do you realize we are on a mission? With such a commotion, you are practically announcing to the enemy that ninjas are present. In accordance with her usual habits, Sakura prepared to teach Chen Fan a lesson. However, to her surprise, she was met with his cold, indifferent gaze, causing her raised fist to halt in midair. Chen Fan coolly replied, "Apologies, the lecherous sage has gone to gather intelligence. I was merely bored and wished to practice." With that, he dispelled his shadow clones and exited the woods. As he walked, he opened his attribute panel, and indeed, changes had occurred within it. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Spiraling Sphere 12 Shadow Clone 23 Summoning Technique 13 Mouth Ninjutsu 19 Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu Jinjutsu. None, Bloodline Limit. None, Chakra Nature. None, Chakra Amount. 12, perhaps it was due to the system just being activated. Or perhaps my current strength was simply insufficient. In the days that followed, the tasks primarily involved practicing the few ninjutsu I had acquired, with rewards consisting solely of talent enhancement. During this time, I followed Jiraiya, completing the current mission while simultaneously fulfilling the daily tasks assigned by the system. I understood that the mission to the Sound Village was designed to make us aware of our inadequacies, compelling us to strive for improvement. Upon completing the mission, the trio returned to Konoha to commence their training. Sakura sought out Tsunade to begin her training as a medical ninja. Jiraiya was temporarily away on a mission, leaving Naruto's 3-year training on hold. Over these days, I accomplished several system tasks, yielding considerable rewards. After days of arduous training, I discovered a notable enhancement in my stamina, chakra, and my understanding of this body. Upon completing my 10th task, I opened my attribute panel. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Spiraling Sphere 16 Shadow Clone 28 Summoning Technique 16 Mouth Ninjutsu 19 Taijutsu, Basic Taijutsu, Jinjutsu. None, Bloodline Limit. None, Chakra Nature. None, Chakra Amount. 13, training truly is a grueling endeavor. Just as I lamented this fact, a notification from the system echoed in my mind. Ding. Task released. Challenge Rock Lee and achieve victory. System reward. 8 gates release. 8 gates release? This is an immensely powerful taijutsu. I never anticipated a new task would arrive so swiftly. Having just completed my training for the day, I was drenched in sweat. Yet the allure of the 8 gates compelled me to hasten to where Lee and the others were training. Isn't that Naruto? Engaged in training, I see, Guy remarked. Noticing the panting Naruto, my eyebrows teacher, I realized my taijutsu needs improvement during training, so I came to seek guidance from Rock Lee. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Lee's spirit ignited with enthusiasm. Oh, Naruto, I shall certainly guide you well. Come at me. He struck a battle stance. Guy, witnessing this scene, accepted the situation and stepped forward to act as the referee. With Guy's authoritative call of begin, the two dashed toward each other, engaging in a fierce struggle. After several exchanges, I found myself at a disadvantage. Continuing this way would surely lead to my defeat. I took a step back and unleashed my shadow clone technique, accompanied by a cloud of smoke as 10 Narutos surged toward Rock Lee. Observing this, Lee executed the Leaf Whirlwind, dispatching several clones. After several rounds, all my clones were obliterated, and I quickly succumbed. Though filled with reluctance, I recognized that defeating Lee with mere taijutsu was still a distant goal for me. I concede, and I hope to seek your guidance again tomorrow. Of course, such is the essence of youth. Keep striving, Naruto. After speaking, Chen Fan dragged his weary body home. After a night of recuperation, he arrived at the clearing where he usually practiced, reflecting on his battle with Xiao Li from the previous day. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could replicate the leaf whirlwind technique. Could it be the result of his previous task enhancing his innate abilities? Contemplating this, Chen Fan began to imitate Xiao Li's movements from yesterday. Indeed, in less than an hour, he had perfectly mastered the techniques that Xiao Li had demonstrated. With this newfound skill, along with a strategy he devised the previous night, victory seemed within reach. Once again, Chen Fan stood before Rock Lee, ready for their duel. At the sound of Guy's signal, the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Chen Fan executed the leaf whirlwind, catching Lee off guard. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized the shadow clone technique. Noticing this, Lee prepared to counter with his own leaf whirlwind, but Chen Fan swiftly unleashed the harem jutsu. Instantly, 4 or 5 alluring women appeared before Rock Lee, who, overwhelmed by the unexpected sight of Naruto's harem jutsu, blushed furiously and froze in place. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan pressed a kunai to Lee's neck. "All right, stop," Guy called out decisively. Lee, finally snapping back to reality upon hearing Guy's shout, exclaimed, "Naruto, you actually..." Chapter 4, The 12 Strong of Konoha. Guy interjected, "Silence. A loss is a loss. Continue to train hard, Lee." Without further comment, Lee turned and resumed his training. Chen Fan was aware that his victory was somewhat underhanded, yet he felt compelled to do so for the sake of the mission. "I'm sorry, Teacher Guy. I resorted to this method." "It's all right. Lee should have maintained better focus," Guy replied. After Chen Fan departed, Guy contemplated Naruto's figure. Reflecting on the significance of the leaf whirlwind, a technique not easily mastered, with few capable of executing it, as it was his unique creation. As Chen Fan stepped through the threshold of his home, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. System reward. 8 gates has been granted. Instantly, knowledge of the 8 gates flooded into Chen Fan's consciousness. Understanding how to utilize the 8 gates, he promptly began his attempts. First gate, open. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, forcing him to halt. Indeed, without extensive training, one could not endure the physical toll imposed by the 8 gates. The proficiency of the 8 gates increases by 10 with each successful opening, and the host can currently only unlock the first gate, open. This meant that reaching 80 would allow him to access the death gate. What would happen if he reached 100? At 90, the physical burden of opening the 8 gates is reduced to 1/3. Opening the death gate will ultimately result in death. At 100, the physical burden of the 8 gates is diminished to 1/10. Even opening the death gate would not lead to death. Wow, this is incredible. If I trained to 100, I could face any enemy without hesitation. A single night Guy would settle everything. As the most potent technique in taijutsu, the 8 gates was undeniably the most practical and formidable in combat. Filled with determination, Chen Fan resumed his training anew. Time has swiftly passed, and 3 days have gone by. Chen Fan gazed at the attribute panel before him. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere 20, Shadow Clone 31, Summoning Technique 16. Mouth Ninjutsu 19, Technique, 8 Gates 15, Jinjutsu, None, Kekkei Genkai, None, Chakra Attributes, None, Chakra Amount, 14. He felt immense satisfaction with the progress he had made over the past few days. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Challenge Nara Shikamaru and emerge victorious. System reward. Increase proficiency in all ninjutsu by 5. The task presented by the system was notably more challenging, given Shikamaru's family secret techniques and his exceptional intellect. After a night of contemplation, Chen Fan devised several strategies, yet he still lacked absolute confidence. The following day, he arrived at the usual training grounds of Team 10, where Shikamaru, noticing Naruto's presence, inquired with curiosity, "Naruto, aren't you training today? What brings you here?" Chen Fan chuckled and replied, "The perverted sage has been quite busy lately. Training alone feels somewhat lacking, so I thought I'd join you all." Shikamaru, ever astute, quickly grasped his intention. "You want to spar with us, don't you?" Chen Fan smiled, acknowledging, "You hit the nail on the head, Shikamaru." After receiving a nod of approval from Asuma, Shikamaru retrieved his kunai, preparing for battle. As the skirmish commenced, Chen Fan dashed towards Shikamaru with remarkable speed, astonishing the members of Team 10. Shikamaru, regaining his composure, countered with his kunai. The two engaged in a brief exchange of taijutsu. after which Shikamaru executed the shadow imitation technique targeting Naruto's feet. In response, Chen Fan summoned his shadow clones. For Naruto's materialized around Shikamaru, each employing the leaf whirlwind technique against him. After days of training, Chen Fan had significantly enhanced his taijutsu and speed. As Shikamaru processed the situation, he adeptly divided his shadow imitation into 4 strands, ensnaring each clone. With a grin, he remarked, "It's over, Naruto. I didn't expect your taijutsu to progress so swiftly. And you've even mastered the leaf whirlwind." However, just as Shikamaru relaxed his guard, a shadow beneath his feet began to grow ominously. Realizing the danger, he looked up to find another Naruto above him, executing a spiral sphere that shattered the ground before Shikamaru. "Indeed, it is over." Shikamaru finally comprehended, releasing the shadow imitation technique as he exclaimed, "So it was your shadow clone that arrived first, while your true self lay in wait nearby, anticipating this moment. What a clever maneuver." This scene also astonished Asuma, who watched in disbelief as Chen Fan outwitted Shikamaru strategically, while his display of taijutsu was equally impressive. Following the conclusion of the battle, the system's voice resonated in Chen Fan's mind. "Ding. Task completed. System reward. Proficiency in all ninjutsu increased by 5 has been granted." Asuma approached and remarked, "Naruto, your recent progress is remarkable." Chen Fan replied, "With the absence of the lecherous immortal, I wish to begin my enhancement in areas where I am less adept." Indeed, it should be so. Shikamaru's defeat stemmed from his carelessness. Should the opportunity arise, I welcome you to engage in further sparring. With that, Chen Fan returned to the grove where he usually practiced, opening his data panel for inspection. Just as he prepared to resume his training, the system alert chimed once more. "Ding. Task issued. Challenge Inuzuka Kiba and emerge victorious. System reward. Increase proficiency in all ninjutsu by 5. First it was Lee, then Shikamaru, and now Kiba. It seemed that the second phase of tasks was to challenge all 12 of the Konoha rookies. Since his defeat to Naruto in the last Chunin exam, Kiba had harbored a grudge, so Chen Fan's visit aligned with Kiba's sentiments. Kiba, impulsive and self-assured, would not pose a significant challenge to Chen Fan's current strength. Chen Fan swiftly completed the task, earning the reward, which elevated his Rasengan proficiency to 30, allowing him to execute it single-handedly, without the need for shadow clones. Just as he prepared to celebrate, the next task arrived promptly. Ding. Task issued. Challenge Hyuga Neji and emerge victorious. System reward. Increase proficiency in all taijutsu by 5. Indeed, the challenges continued with the Konoha 12. Though he had bested Neji in the previous Chunin exam, as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, this encounter would undoubtedly be a formidable contest. The following day, Chen Fan visited the Hyuga residence to spar with Neji. Neji, upon seeing Naruto's arrival, displayed little surprise. He was already aware of Chen Fan's recent bouts with Lee and the others, having anticipated that Naruto would eventually seek him out. Neji readily stated, "No need for further words. I know you have come to spar. Let us begin." Chen Fan, recognizing the cue, prepared for the match without further ado. Chapter 5. Taijutsu training. The two engaged without excessive probing, launching immediately into a fierce exchange of physical techniques. After several rounds of combat, Neji seized an opportunity to unleash the 8 trigrams 64 palms. In response, Chen Fan executed a shadow clone technique, assuming a stance to perform the Rasengan. Seeing this, Neji sought to strike first, charging forward. Chen Fan, anticipating Neji's move, directed his shadow clone to hurl shuriken at him. Startled, Neji pivoted to evade the shuriken, only to find Chen Fan charging at him with a Rasengan in hand. With no other recourse, Neji activated his Kaiten for defense. The clash between the Rasengan and Kaiten resulted in a violent reaction, sending debris swirling around them. Neji underestimated the Rasengan's potency. His Kaiten proved insufficient to withstand its force. He was propelled backward by the attack, yet Chen Fan had intentionally diminished its strength, ensuring that Neji sustained only minor injuries. As the dust settled, Neji rose, supporting his arm, and remarked, "I have lost again. Your efforts are for Sasuke, are they not?" "No," Chen Fan replied. "I simply wish to strive earnestly for once." In his previous life, Chen Fan, true to his name, was an exceedingly ordinary individual, a lackluster office worker with no significant achievements. He often settled for mediocrity, harboring a perfect aspiration within, yet never exerting the effort to realize it. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, he was determined not to continue leading an ordinary existence. Nor did he wish to repeat the narrative of his previous life. Instead, he yearned to exert genuine effort this time, to realize the dreams he harbored before. And to alter the conclusion of this tale, Chen Fan spoke no more and departed from the Hyuga residence. This decisive action garnered the attention of many. Unperturbed, Chen Fan soon received a series of challenges from the system, targeting Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi CHG. He swiftly accomplished these tasks, earning his rewards. However, after completing CHG's mission, he faced a 3-day lull devoid of any further assignments. During these 3 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Chen Fan devoted himself entirely to training. Although the process was tedious and monotonous, he bore no complaints. Throughout this period, as his physical stamina and chakra underwent cycles of depletion and recovery, Chen Fan sensed a significant enhancement in his bodily strength and chakra reserves. He surmised quietly that among his peers, he had likely become the strongest genin. After concluding his training for the day, he reclined on the ground to review his attributes panel. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Rasengan 42, Shadow Clone Technique 52, Summoning Technique 36. Mouth Jutsu 39, Taijutsu, 8 Gates 21, Jinjutsu, None, Bloodline Limit, None, Chakra Attribute, None, Chakra Amount, 16. Despite feeling thoroughly exhausted, the visible increase in his attributes caused a smile to unconsciously grace Chen Fan's lips. After resting for a moment, he prepared to rise and head home when a familiar voice called from behind. "Are you heading back already?" Turning around, he discovered his mentor Ichiraku approaching. "Ichiraku-sensei, what brings you here?" With a warm smile, Ichiraku walked closer. "I heard about your recent challenges against Neji and the others. I was a bit worried and wanted to check on you. Just don't overtrain." "Ichiraku-sensei, rest assured, I'm fine. I merely wish to adopt a different training approach." "Ha ha ha, that is good to hear. I can't offer you much help right now, so how about I treat you to some ramen?" With that, Ichiraku led Chen Fan to the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Upon hearing their conversation, Kakashi, who had been hiding in a tree, felt relieved enough to depart, while Hinata, who lingered in the corner, relaxed her previously furrowed brow slightly. After finishing his ramen and returning home, Chen Fan pondered when the next mission would arrive. The only remaining targets were Hinata and the other 2 girls, along with Sasuke, who had already departed. However, the thought of potentially having to confront girls like Hinata and Ten troubled him increasingly. In a fit of frustration, he decided to wander outside, eventually finding himself at the Ninja Academy. Although he had not yet traversed this world during his school days, Naruto's memories resided within Chen Fan's mind. On a whim, he decided to visit the training grounds. After walking a short distance, he heard the sound of weapons slicing through the air. Curious, he followed the sound and soon spotted a young girl with a bun hairstyle, diligently practicing with various ninja tools. It was Ten from Team 3. Upon noticing Naruto, she greeted him cheerfully. "Are you here to challenge me, Naruto?" Chen Fan awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head as he said, "Not at all. I just passed by the school and wanted to check out the training ground." "Ha ha ha, so that's the case. Then I shall continue my training," replied Tian. Resuming her practice with the ninja tools, Chen Fan remained silent, merely standing to the side and observing quietly. After a while, Tian paused her movements and turned to Naruto, inquiring, "Naruto, you seem to have changed quite a bit recently. Is it because of Sasuke?" Chen Fan was initially taken aback, but responded, "Perhaps. I've come to realize many things lately." "I see. To be honest, when I first saw you, I thought you were here to challenge me," she admitted. Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his head again, laughing. "Ha, but why are you still training so late?" "My dream is to become a powerful ninja like Lady Tsunade. I refuse to lower my standards simply because I am a girl. Besides, Naruto, you have been training so diligently and have defeated both Rock Lee and Neji, which has motivated them to train even harder. I cannot afford to fall behind." "Ha ha, then keep up the hard work. I won't disturb you any longer," Chen Fan said, turning to head home. The next day, Chen Fan did not go to her usual training spot, but instead arrived at the training area of Team 3. Lee and Neji, upon seeing Naruto's arrival, shifted their gaze towards Tian, assuming Naruto was there to challenge her. Tian thought the same and instinctively stepped forward. However, to her surprise, Chen Fan approached Guy directly and bowed, asking, "Teacher Guy, may I train with you today?" Even though Chen Fan could now open the second gate of the 8 gates, her body could hardly endure it for more than 10 minutes. Thus, She sought to train with Might Guy to enhance her physical strength. Of course, that's no problem at all, Might Guy exclaimed, hands on his hips, revealing his trademark radiant smile. Youngsters, let us commence today's training. Youth is boundless. Rock Lee's eyes ignited with fierce determination as he clenched his fists and declared, "It seems I must strive even harder. Today my training volume shall double. By the way, Naruto, why not don your training outfit? It would surely enhance our fighting spirit." With that, Lee produced a set of green sportswear to showcase before Naruto. Observing the peculiar attire, Chen Fan quickly waved her hands, saying, No, that's unnecessary." Might Guy pointed towards the distance and announced the training task. Chapter 6, The 8 Gates. First, run 2 laps around the village, then return for 3,000 push-ups. With that, Chen Fan joined Neji and the others to form a 4-person team, embarking on their training for the day. The day of training swiftly concluded, and the sky gradually darkened. Today's performance was quite commendable, Might Guy remarked with a broad smile, giving a thumbs up to everyone. "Thank you, Teacher Guy. That will be all for today. I shall take my leave," Chen Fan said, bowing to Guy before departing. Back at home, lying on her bed, Chen Fan reflected, indeed. Team 3, renowned for their prowess in taijutsu, does not disappoint. The training intensity is remarkable, and my muscles are still sore. In the following days, Chen Fan trained daily under the watchful eye of Might Guy. Although Guy could not observe the flow of chakra within Chen Fan due to the lack of the Byakugan, he nonetheless recognized the remarkable differences in Chen Fan's abilities. In just a few days, Chen Fan's prowess surged dramatically, allowing him to engage in hundreds of exchanges with Rock Lee using only taijutsu. Furthermore, Chen Fan's aura bore an uncanny resemblance to the 8 Gates technique. Might Guy, an expert in taijutsu, was unmatched in the village, particularly when it came to the 8 Gates. Previously, Chen Fan had achieved a mastery level of 21 with the 8 Gates technique during his past missions. However, he was acutely aware that his understanding paled in comparison to that of Might Guy, and even Rock Lee surpassed him. After all, Lee had opened 5 gates in his last battle against Gaara. "Naruto, do you also possess the 8 Gates technique?" With these words, the attention of the group converged upon Chen Fan. Rock Lee was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Teacher Guy, you mean Naruto can use the 8 Gates? How is that possible?" Might Guy, with an air of seriousness, replied, "It cannot be mistaken. I have studied the 8 Gates since childhood, and no one understands it better than I do." He fixed a stern gaze on Naruto, emphasizing that the 8 Gates was not something one could learn casually. Even a genius could not master it through self-study. The only possibility is... Guy turned to Lee, inquiring, "Lee, have you taught Naruto the 8 Gates technique?" Lee, flustered, quickly denied it. "Of course not. I would never teach anyone without Teacher Guy's permission." "Teacher Guy, no one has taught me," Naruto interjected. "Then how did you learn it?" Though he had anticipated being uncovered eventually, he did not expect it to happen so soon. Ever since witnessing Rock Lee's use of the 8 Gates during the last Chunin exam, he had been enamored with the technique, especially since taijutsu was not his forte. He had diligently studied it, and after his duel with Lee, he gained further insights. Having heard Chen Fan's explanation, Might Guy's expression softened somewhat. Though traces of skepticism and astonishment lingered, he had never before encountered someone who could independently master the 8 Gates. "Naruto, it appears you possess remarkable talent in taijutsu. I believe you will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future." In his praise of Chen Fan, he did not forget to encourage Lee and the others. "You 3 must also strive diligently. You will all become powerful ninjas." Tintin and Neji chimed in unison, "Yes." "Teacher Guy?" Only Rock Lee stood still, acutely aware of the immense effort he had invested in mastering the 8 Gates. While Naruto had made such progress in a brief period, Might Guy noticed Lee's contemplative demeanor and reassured him, "Lee, rest assured, I will not let this discourage me. From now on, I will double my training efforts." That's the essence of youth," Might Guy declared, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. "Now, let me assess the results of your training. Naruto, show me your mastery of the 8 Gates." As Might Guy formed hand seals, a cloud of smoke dissipated to reveal a shadow clone of himself. "This is my shadow clone, but it can only last for 3 incense sticks and lacks the strength of my true self," he explained. "Naruto, in pursuit of defeating me, unleash your full strength." Recently, Chen Fan has been training diligently and is eager to ascertain the extent of his power. "Come now, Naruto, show me the prowess you possess at this moment." "Well then, Teacher Guy, I look forward to your guidance." As the words fell, Chen Fan, accompanied by a plume of smoke, manifested 3 shadow clones that charged towards Might Guy's clone. Quite impressive speed. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Might Guy's eyes. However, such a level was still insufficient to pose a threat to him. Leaf Whirlwind. A fierce gale surged forth as Might Guy twisted his body and kicked towards the trio like a whirlwind. Chen Fan's heart leapt into his throat. The force of this kick was nothing short of terrifying. With a resounding thud, the 3 struck by Might Guy instantly transformed into a cloud of white smoke. At that moment, Chen Fan, wielding a Rasengan, surged towards Might Guy from the dissipating mist. Intriguing. Might Guy felt exhilarated, vanishing in a blur. In an instant, he appeared behind Chen Fan, his legs striking like whips, simple yet swift. Leaf Great Whirlwind. In a heartbeat, Chen Fan had no choice but to activate the 8 gates to evade this technique. 8 gates. First gate, open the gate. Chen Fan's chakra surged forth from within him. He truly mastered it. Rock Lee was utterly astonished. Chen Fan dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. It was the enhancement from the 8 gates that barely allowed him to dodge this attack. 8 gates. Second gate. Rest gate. Open. Teacher Guy? I can only open 2 gates now. I am going in. With those words, Chen Fan launched the first strike, Leaf Whirlwind. Excellent. Might Guy found this increasingly entertaining. Aside from Lee, it had been quite some time since anyone had sparred with him using the 8 gates. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. The Leaf Strong Whirlwind is a more powerful and faster backward roundhouse kick. Might Guy intercepted before Chen Fan's Leaf Whirlwind could reach its maximum velocity. Despite having opened 2 gates, Chen Fan was still sent flying by Guy's Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Undeterred, Chen Fan adjusted his stance and continued to engage Might Guy's shadow clone in battle. Thus, their figures intertwined and collided continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 100 moves. Naruto's martial arts have indeed grown so formidable. It seems I must intensify my training. A fierce fire ignited in Rock Lee's eyes. Time passed slowly as the two continued their back and forth. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Guy's shadow clone dissipated into mist. At this moment, Might Guy approached Chen Fan and, with admiration in his eyes, said, "This is where we shall conclude." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan merely smiled faintly. The adverse effects of the 8 gates caused him to collapse on the spot. Might Guy regarded the fallen Naruto and nodded gently. Chapter 7. Might Guy's acknowledgement. It appears that Sasuke's departure has truly fostered significant growth within him, rendering his temperament more stable and mature. Lee, please escort him back. In the future, when Naruto inquires about the 8 gates, kindly provide him with patient answers. Certainly, Teacher Guy. After speaking, Xiaoli carried the unconscious Naruto home. Kai gazed at the departing figures of Naruto and Xiaoli, murmuring to himself. In the past, perhaps Sasuke's brilliance overshadowed Naruto, causing him to be overlooked. However, Naruto's talent is not inferior to that of Sasuke and Xiaoli. With proper guidance, he is destined to become a formidable ninja. After sending Tenten and Neji home, Kai made his way to Kakashi's residence. Upon seeing Kai, Kakashi remarked, "I just completed a mission today. Let us postpone our sparring for another time." "No, that is not my purpose for visiting. I wish to discuss Naruto." Kai then recounted the events of the day to Kakashi. The primary intent of Kai's visit was to implore Kakashi not to disregard Naruto. While Naruto possesses exceptional talent and physical techniques, Kai is acutely aware that Naruto's true potential lies in ninjutsu. Yet, his own expertise in ninjutsu pales in comparison to Kakashi's. Thus, he hopes Kakashi will dedicate himself to teaching Naruto. As a longtime friend, Kakashi naturally understands Kai's intentions. That Kai would approach Kakashi regarding Naruto's training signifies his deep admiration and acknowledgement of Naruto's abilities. "I will seek out Naruto tomorrow." The following morning, Chen Fan prepared himself to continue training with Might Guy. "Good morning." A man with silver hair and a black mask greeted Chen Fan with a smile from the window. His eyes curved into crescent shapes when he smiled, making it easy to discern his handsome features despite the mask. "Kakashi-sensei." "Oh, Naruto. What brings Kakashi-sensei to find me? Is there a mission?" No. I heard from Kai about your recent endeavors last night. I feared you might overthink things, so I came to assist you." "Really? That's wonderful, Kakashi-sensei." Having Kakashi assist in his training is the best scenario. After all, Kakashi holds the title of the finest technician in Konoha. Not only is he proficient in thousands of ninjutsu techniques, but he has also created many formidable ones. "I've heard you have mastered the 8 gates. Kai has high hopes for you." Before Jiraiya-sama returns, let's commence your training. Without further ado, Kakashi led Chen Fan to the training ground where they had previously competed for bells. Alright, let us have a match first. Allow me to assess your current strength. With that, Kakashi resumed reading his book, Make Out Paradise. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. With that, Chen Fan summoned his shadow clones and charged forward. Kakashi dodged the attacks while reading, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow clones were swiftly defeated. Observing this, Chen Fan decided to unleash his full potential and employed the 8 gates. The first gate, the opening gate, open. The second gate, the rest gate, open. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. He anticipated it to be true. He closed Make Out Paradise, and his expression turned slightly serious. Although Naruto had improved significantly since the Chunin exams, he still stood no chance against Kakashi. Before long, Chen Fan succumbed, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sincerely praised him. Well done, Naruto. Kai, have you seen enough? Might Guy approached with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, what do you think, Kakashi? I told you, Naruto is a genius who stands shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke. Kakashi conceded, alright. I admit I had previously overlooked Naruto's talent. This time, you have triumphed. With that, Guy gleefully approached Naruto, giving him a thumbs up before vanishing into thin air. Alright, Naruto. Let us commence your training. Kakashi, having witnessed Naruto's progress in their recent duel, also recognized areas for improvement. His physical strength was insufficient, and his control over chakra was still lacking in finesse. He then instructed Naruto to scale a cliff using one hand, while also running on water with added weight. Days passed, and before long, a month had slipped by unnoticed. During this time, though it appeared that Kakashi was the sole instructor, Guy often covertly observed Naruto's training. Kakashi was well aware of this unspoken support, even if Chen Fan had not explicitly acknowledged it. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated from Naruto's training ground. Naruto, give it another go. As dusk descended, the wind rustled through the trees of the forest. Chen Fan's gaze was sharp, fixated on the wooden post before him. In the next instant, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Within 2 seconds, he stood atop the wooden post, several dozen meters away. Despite his best efforts to regulate his chakra, fissures appeared on the post. The speed is commendable. The transition from stillness to motion is fluid. Yet the conversion from motion to stillness requires greater precision. That will suffice for today. Tomorrow, Guy will test your progress in the 8 gates technique, so be prepared. Understood. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. With that, Chen Fan made his way home. Upon seeing Chen Fan depart, Guy approached Kakashi. You've noticed it too, haven't you, Guy? Indeed. Ever since Sasuke left, Naruto has undergone remarkable changes. Yes, particularly in his mentality. He has matured and grown as composed as an adult. The following day, Naruto arrived early at the training ground, where Guy was already waiting. Naruto, are you ready? Guy inquired. Of course. Chen Fan nodded in response. Then let us begin. Without any superfluous movements or the use of shadow clones, Chen Fan directly activated the 8 gates. In an instant, his body surged with vitality, and the veins on his forehead bulged prominently. 8th gate, 2nd gate, rest gate, open. Excellent. You can directly open the 2nd gate. Guy gazed at Naruto with admiration. Chen Fan leapt, causing cracks to form in the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, he was before Guy, executing a powerful kick that twisted his entire spine. The sequence flowed seamlessly, transforming his prior speed and momentum into an overwhelming force. Leaf Hurricane. Bang. Guy retaliated with his own Leaf Hurricane, and as their legs collided, a gust of wind swept up dust around them. Their fists and feet moved like lightning. Within mere seconds, they exchanged hundreds of blows. However, after several hundred exchanges, the strain from the 8 gates began to distort Chen Fan's movements. Stop. That is enough. Remarkably, in just a month, you have advanced to such a degree, and your Leaf Whirlwind is nearing perfection. Although Chen Fan had previously mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia, it was merely superficial knowledge. The 8 gates of Duanjia empower the user, and the stronger the user, the greater the enhancement in strength. Chen Fan fully understood this principle. Mastering formidable ninjutsu is not the entirety of the journey. Elevating one's own prowess is of paramount importance. His ambition is to become a well-rounded, hexagonal warrior. Chapter 8. The true identity is unveiled. During this period, Chen Fan followed Kakashi, relentlessly engaging in training that transcended physical limits, all to hone his body and augment his strength. The 8 gates of Duanjia and Leaf Whirlwind he now executed are on an entirely different level compared to a month prior. Naruto, I never anticipated that you could improve so significantly in just a month. It truly astonishes me. This is all thanks to the guidance of Teacher Guy and Teacher Kakashi. Gazing at his own physique, Chen Fan mused. I had no idea that the talent enhancement reward from the system would be so pronounced. My training speed feels as though it is on a multiplier. In the future, if coupled with shadow clones, the training velocity would be extraordinary. Just as Chen Fan reveled in his achievements, Guy retracted his smile and, with a serious demeanor, stated, Naruto, while your training results are commendable, my calculations suggest that the intensity of your training cannot be elevated further. Chen Fan, perplexed, inquired, why, Teacher Guy? I feel that my physical condition has improved significantly. Naruto, your body has not yet fully matured. Increasing the intensity further could result in irreparable damage, Guy cautioned. Patience is essential in the practice of physical techniques. Chen Fan refrained from further discussion and nodded silently. Teacher Guy, what should I do next? Next, you should ease up a bit. Ease up? Why? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Because Lord Jiraiya has completed his mission and is returning. The pervy sage? Although Chen Fan felt elated, he quickly realized that Naruto's journey should not commence at this moment. That evening, after finishing his training, Chen Fan returned home. Suddenly, a discordant voice echoed from the depths of his heart. Kid, you aren't that little brat Naruto. Are you? Startled, Chen Fan followed the sound's direction. Hey, Kurama, why have you suddenly sought me out? Missing me? You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Seeing the fearsome visage of the Ninetales before him, Chen Fan felt no trace of fear. With a smile, he replied, Kurama, why do you say I am not Naruto? I have been with that little brat since his birth. Do you think I cannot perceive the changes? Chen Fan had no intention of disguising himself. He spoke plainly. As expected of you, I am indeed not Naruto. However, in a certain sense, I am Naruto now. Who exactly are you? I have never heard of a ninjutsu that can perfectly usurp another's body. As a transmigrator, Chen Fan possessed his own name and thoughts. For so long, he had lived in Naruto's shadow, a burden he had borne for far too long, and he yearned for someone to confide in. He revealed his name, his experiences, and his thoughts to the entity before him, yet intertwined within the memories of Naruto and his own. There was no soul in this realm with whom he could share such intimate revelations. Nevertheless, an inexplicable desire compelled him to speak, to confide in the Ninetales. Gazing upon the colossal cage and the fearsome visage of the beast, Chen Fan settled down and began to recount his journey. Time slipped away, and at length, he concluded his narrative, feeling a weight lift from his spirit. To his astonishment, the Ninetales did not react with anger, but listened quietly until he finished. I have spoken my truth, whether you believe it or not. This is my most authentic self. At that moment, the Ninetales retracted its previous fierce demeanor and, in a calm tone, inquired, what is your name? Chen Fan. Very well, I have finished my tale. You may leave now. Chen Fan said nothing further, offering a gentle smile as he exited the realm of consciousness. The ability to share those long-buried sentiments with another was indeed liberating. That night, Chen Fan enjoyed a deep, restorative sleep. The following day, with a resounding bang, he was jolted from his dreams. Hey, Naruto, I hear you've made significant progress in your training. Perverted sage, you've truly returned. Of course, but I won't be here long, as I have tasks awaiting me. Chen Fan was not taken aback by the response. He anticipated how long the absence would be, as he was eager for the sage to guide him in his training. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. I cannot say for certain. For now, train alongside Kakashi and the others. Perverted sage, there's a question I've been meaning to ask. Jiraiya paused, then replied, what is it? Why do you hold the title of sage? At this, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Naturally, it is because I possess the art of sage techniques. Chen Fan was aware of what sage techniques entailed, yet he feigned confusion, inquiring, sage techniques? What are those? Jiraiya cast a proud glance at Naruto, declaring, it is a profound art. Unhurriedly, Chen Fan asked, when do you intend to teach me? Jiraiya responded, I wish to teach you as well. But time is of the essence. You may consult Fukasaku. With that, Jiraiya hastily departed. Fukasaku. Chen Fan contemplated how to persuade Fukasaku to accompany him to Mount Miyaboku for sage training when the doorbell rang. The visitors were Hinata, Kiba, and Shino from Team 8. Naruto, there's a mission. What mission? We are to search for the SH-10 bug. If we find it, we may uncover Sasuke's whereabouts. All right, I understand. I'll gather my things. As Chen Fan stepped inside to prepare, Kiba and Shino remarked, "It seems Naruto has changed significantly." He asked so composed upon hearing news of Sasuke. Hinata, with a worried expression, asked, "Is this change for better or worse?" Shino adjusted his glasses, stating, "It can be considered good. Everyone grows, and Naruto must have matured considerably to exhibit such behavior." Before long, Chen Fan had packed his belongings and set off with the group. 2 days later, they arrived at a magnificent plateau. Shino remarked, "This is the paradise of insects. The Mikushu must be here." Chen Fan was aware that this mission would be disrupted by the people from the Water Flow clan of the Land of Earth. Thus, he had dispatched shadow clones in various locations to track their whereabouts. Soon, through his shadow clones, Chen Fan swiftly learned of the 3 individuals from the Water Flow clan and sent clones to monitor their movements. Without hesitation, he relayed this information to Hinata and the others. They quickly confirmed the situation using their own reconnaissance methods. "What shall we do, Shino?" Hinata inquired with concern. "For now, let us ignore them. They are likely also in search of the Mikushu. Considering the potential impact on the insects, they should not take any drastic actions. Let us continue our search for the Mikushu." Despite his words, Chen Fan still dispatched multiple shadow clones to keep an eye on them. Chapter 9. The Mikushu mission. After several days of searching, they finally located the trace of the Mikushu just a day before the rain. Chen Fan understood that this moment was perilous, so he remained closely behind Hinata upon finding the Mikushu. In the original story, Hinata had been captured by those individuals and used as a hostage against them. However, this overt action made Hinata feel bashful, causing her to turn red and retreat to the riverside. Chen Fan followed her without a second thought, yet this action aroused suspicion in Inuzuka and Shino. "Hey, could it be that Naruto has feelings for Hinata?" Inuzuka speculated. Shino replied, "That seems unlikely. Naruto has always had a fondness for Sakura, as is well known." By the riverbank, Hinata washed her face with the river water, hoping to dispel her blush. "Why is Naruto suddenly so close to me? How annoying." Suddenly, a kunai shot towards her, and Hinata deftly evaded it. "Are you the 3 who have been following us all this time?" "Indeed. We have been monitoring you," Naruto declared, jumping beside Hinata, realizing they had been exposed. The 3 from the Water Flow clan emerged from the woods. "It seems you're not an ordinary Jonin," one of them exclaimed. "Let us see how you fare against this." The leading girl unleashed a ninjutsu attack. Ninjutsu, honey technique. A swarm of bees flew towards the 2. Chen Fan managed to fend off several bees with a kunai, soon realizing that this technique involved a mixture of bees and honey. He promptly informed Hinata of this revelation. Just as Chen Fan became ensnared by honey, an idea struck him. "Hinata, it's your turn. You've been practicing that technique every night, haven't you?" Surprised, Hinata gazed at him. "How do you know about that?" "But I've never used it in actual combat." "Hinata, believe in yourself. I trust you can do it." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hinata's resolve strengthened. Activating her Byakugan, the 8 trigrams pattern appeared beneath her feet. "In that case, Naruto, you must watch closely." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata concentrated her chakra into her palms, refining it into a needle-like form, and swiftly waved her hands, shattering all the approaching bees. Seeing their technique ineffective, the Water Flow clan's trio resorted to summoning jutsu. Hinata was sent flying by the summoned beast. Observing this, Chen Fan prepared to assist her. "Believe in Hinata," exclaimed Shino and Kiba, who had arrived upon sensing the commotion. Regaining her composure, Hinata continued to execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms technique, sharpening her chakra and amplifying its potency. In a dazzling display, Hinata harnessed her chakra to create a semicircular rotation, propelling the enemy's summoned beast away. However, the excessive chakra consumption caused her to collapse on the ground. Chen Fan rushed to her side, lifting her up and saying, "Hinata, your technique is remarkable. You did wonderfully. You are incredibly strong." Embarrassed by the compliment, Hinata buried her face in Naruto's embrace. Chen Fan understood that their adversaries had not been completely defeated, so he instructed his shadow clone to deal with them. To Chen Fan, the strength of the trio was inconsequential. He refrained from intervening, intending to bolster Hinata's confidence. The following day, with the rain subsiding, the eggs of the micro-fragrance bugs were on the verge of hatching. Shino hurriedly urged Naruto to retrieve Sasuke's belongings. Chen Fan produced Sasuke's forehead protector, and just as the eggs hatched, he grasped Hinata's hand. Instantly, her face flushed as she shyly inquired, "Naruto, what are you doing?" Shino, equally puzzled, asked, "Naruto, what are you up to?" Chen Fan replied leisurely, "The perverted sage said that Sasuke will be fine for 3 years. Our priority now should be to diligently train and enhance our abilities." Kiba interjected with frustration, "Then why are you seeking the micro-fragrance bug?" Without haste, Chen Fan turned to Hinata and said, "Hinata, you are strong. As a friend, I do not wish for you to be bound by your family or others. I want you to be yourself, not to act for the sake of others." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. Throughout her life, she had been taught the weight of responsibility she bore. For the first time, she felt a certain repression within her being released. "Thank you, Naruto," Hinata said, tears welling in her eyes. "Let this micro-fragrance bug serve as a reminder of my words." With that, the micro-fragrance bug flew into Hinata's hand. "But about Sasuke, it's all right. I will find him in my own way." Though Chen Fan had never experienced the pressure Hinata's family imposed on her, he despised the notion of living one's life for others. Life belongs to oneself, and one should live in a manner that is true to their desires. This is a right everyone should possess. Shino and Kiba, seeing Hinata's joy, chose not to say more. Upon returning to Konoha, Hinata watched the training duel between Neji and her father at the Hyuga clan's dojo. "Hinata, I heard that this mission failed." Her father, Hiashi Hyuga, questioned. "Yes. There were no results. I need to train more deeply." Despite the mission's failure, Hinata felt a sense of accomplishment as she glanced at the micro-fragrance bug beside her, her cheeks reddening. Neji and her father, Hiashi, observed Hinata with a mixture of confusion and uncertainty regarding how to address her newfound demeanor. In the ensuing days, Chen Fan dedicated himself to training at the dojo. 9945994699998 9999 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Mastering Shuriken Technique 10,000 times. System reward. Shuriken Technique perfected. The Shuriken Technique is perfected. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled. He finally possessed the same Shuriken skills as Itachi. As he gazed at his attribute panel, displaying a Shuriken proficiency of 100, he sighed in relief. Over the past few days, he had diligently practiced shuriken throwing, and now he had finally accomplished it. At least he had achieved a proficiency of 100 in a technique. "Hey Naruto, your progress in shuriken training is astonishing." Just as Chen Fan was preparing to head home, a familiar voice resonated behind him. "Teacher Kai, did I disturb you while running with Lee nearby?" Kai said with his signature smile. Having witnessed Naruto's progress and his talent in the 8 gates, Kai had long regarded Naruto as his disciple. If Naruto weren't Kakashi's student from Team 7, Kai would have eagerly taken him along for training and missions. "No, not at all, Teacher Kai. I've just finished practicing shuriken technique," Chen Fan replied. "Shuriken technique? Didn't we learn that in ninja school?" Lee asked, puzzled by Naruto's response. "Yes, but I believe I can further explore its advanced applications." "How do you plan to advance?" Lee's curiosity deepened as he listened to Naruto. "I'll demonstrate it for you." Chapter 10. Wind and Water. Chen Fan approached 2 trees in the nearby woods and affixed markers to their backs. These markers were placed in the trees' blind spots. "What is Naruto planning to do?" Lee wondered, perplexed. "You'll see soon enough," Chen Fan exclaimed with a smile. He leaped into the air, shooting 2 kunai towards the trees. And as he turned, he released another. Just as the first 2 kunai reached the midpoint between the trees, the last kunai struck them simultaneously, altering their trajectories, causing each to hit the markers behind the trees. Lee's eyes widened in awe at the sight. "How impressive!" Kai, observing the spectacle, cast a glance towards the forest behind them. Noticing Kai's gaze, Naruto also looked towards the woods. "Teacher Kai, is something wrong? Is someone there?" Chen Fan inquired. Sensing nothing unusual, Kai remained silent, his attention fixated on the direction of the forest. "Naruto, who taught you that shuriken technique?" A voice accompanied by a puff of smoke emerged, revealing Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here?" Kakashi appeared as nonchalant as ever, casually holding his beloved Ica paradise as he approached the group. "Hey, Naruto, I heard that Jiraiya-sama has a mission and can't train with you, so I thought I'd check if you were behaving." Although Kakashi and Kai did not directly express it, they both recognized that Naruto's current display of shuriken technique and talent bore a striking resemblance to a previous genius from Konohamaru, Uchiha Itachi. "No one taught me." "Why do you ask, Kakashi-sensei?" "Oh, Nothing. It's just that your recent performance reminded me of someone, Kakashi replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, Naruto, what are you planning to train next? Kai inquired. Without receiving any system tasks, Chen Fan found himself devoid of a clear objective. Yet, even in the absence of a guiding system, he harbored his own aspirations. Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, I aspire to master ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, becoming a well-rounded ninja. He continued, next. I intend to innovate a new ninjutsu through the Rasengan. Life is inherently fair. As human beings, we inevitably possess areas of inadequacy, making it impossible to achieve true perfection. Nevertheless, with the aid of systematic rewards, Chen Fan's dream of becoming an all-encompassing ninja is not beyond reach. Such declarations, however, would undoubtedly astonish any ordinary individual unacquainted with the system. Even Kakashi, who has replicated thousands of ninjutsu, has his own limitations, rarely employing Win-style ninjutsu or jinjutsu in battle. Guy, too, due to his lack of proficiency in jinjutsu and ninjutsu, predominantly resorts to taijutsu in combat. Kakashi and Guy were left speechless, equally astonished by Naruto's proclamation. Naruto, no matter how hard you strive, such feats seem impossible. Lee was the first to voice his disbelief. To give up before even trying is not something I would do. Surely, that does not align with your ninja way, does it, Lee? Naruto replied. Kakashi, reflecting on Naruto's words, was filled with mixed emotions. Naruto, what do you mean by creating your own ninjutsu atop the Rasengan? Despite his astonishment, Lee managed to voice his curiosity. I believe the Rasengan is not entirely complete. It is a technique that gathers chakra in the hand, flowing in an irregular direction while being compressed into a sphere of formless chakra the size of a palm. However, I wish to incorporate my own chakra nature, forging a stronger, entirely new ninjutsu. Chen Fan asserted confidently. But the Rasengan is a high-level technique, Lee remarked, perplexed. All right, let me assist you. Kakashi responded with enthusiasm. Guy, witnessing the exchange, smiled broadly. Well then, we must continue our rigorous training. Come on, Lee. Right, Guy-sensei. Lee's eyes ignited with fervent determination. With that, Guy led Lee away into the distance. Naruto, since you possess such resolve, be prepared for the arduous training ahead. I will guide you well before Jiraiya-sama returns. You must brace yourself. Chen Fan replied eagerly. Yes, please guide me well, Kakashi-sensei. First, let us assess your current foundation. How do we ascertain that? Start by demonstrating a Rasengan. With that, Chen Fan effortlessly formed a Rasengan, showcasing it before Kakashi. Impressive. You can already execute the Rasengan single-handedly with ease. It seems you have become quite familiar with the transformation of chakra. Kakashi then elaborated on the concept of nature transformation. Although Chen Fan was already aware, he listened attentively. To integrate your chakra nature into the Rasengan, nature transformation is indispensable. First, let us use this to assess your chakra nature. Kakashi produced a chakra sensitivity paper and handed it to Naruto. Injecting his chakra into the sensing paper, Chen Fan discerned his own nature. In the next moment, the paper shattered into two halves. Your chakra nature is wind. Chen Fan was not surprised by this outcome. However, the reaction of the sensing paper left him somewhat astonished. It seemed there was more than just wind. Interrupting Kakashi, who was about to explain the wind nature, Chen Fan asked, Kakashi-sensei, may I test again? Kakashi replied, the sensing paper can only detect your strongest chakra nature. Another test would yield the same result. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to try once more. Reluctantly, Kakashi handed another sensing paper to Naruto. Grasping the paper once more, Chen Fan infused it with chakra again. This time, he suppressed the power he had previously sensed and channeled a different force into it. The sensing paper did not shatter this time. Instead, it softened as if soaked in water. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Naruto, it appears your chakra possesses a strong water nature as well. Indeed, during the first infusion, Chen Fan had felt something peculiar. Nevertheless, as he was just beginning to learn about chakra nature transformation, it was prudent to start with his strongest affinity. All right, Kakashi-sensei, he replied. However, mastering this technique requires considerable time. We shall convene at the training field tomorrow morning. Do not be late. Why not today? Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. Apologies. I have matters to attend to today. Kakashi scratched his head. Very well, Chen Fan conceded reluctantly. Yet, in the original narrative, Naruto began learning nature transformation 3 years later. I never anticipated I could commence my training so soon. With this thought, Chen Fan refrained from further complaints. Chapter 11. Wind Release. Rasengan Wind and Water? How unexpected. What do you think the success rate of this endeavor is? In the Hokage's office, the 5th Hokage Tsunade and Kakashi were deliberating Naruto's development of jutsu. I believe there is a chance, given Naruto's recent display of talent and temperament. He increasingly resembles my teacher. The 4th Hokage? Then let us give it a try. Tsunade smiled. As Kakashi left the office, he encountered a familiar figure. It seems I returned early, Kakashi. Jiraiya-sama. It appears it will take me some time before I can entrust him to you. Ha ha ha. No worries. I have gathered information on Akatsuki and must depart immediately. With that, Jiraiya turned and left. Although Chen Fan had discovered his chakra nature, he was not yet proficient in hand seals and could not perform any jutsu. The next day, Chen Fan arrived early at the training field, but Kakashi was as tardy as ever. Noticing Kakashi's absence, Chen Fan began practicing chakra nature transformation on his own, recalling that the transformation for wind nature involved splitting, rubbing, and grinding chakra. As he reminisced, he endeavored to execute the technique. Oh, working diligently so early in the morning, are we? Kakashi's sudden appearance interrupted Chen Fan. When did this kid become so astute? The chakra he had just displayed bore a semblance to wind nature. Chen Fan, upon seeing Kakashi, complained, Kakashi-sensei, it's all your fault. I felt I was on the verge of success just now. Kakashi replied apologetically, I'm sorry. But starting to cultivate nature transformation and outputting such a volume of chakra can be quite perilous. The nature of wind is slicing. If it isn't controlled, it can lead to unintended consequences. So let's begin with cutting leaves. Hearing this, Chen Fan lowered his head and chuckled softly. Well, I've already accomplished that. After last night's training, he had begun practicing chakra leaf cutting based on his memory. With his current talent, he had managed to achieve this in just an hour. Chen Fan showcased the results of his efforts, holding 2 halves of a leaf in his hands. Kakashi gazed at the split leaves, lost in thought. It reminded him of the time he taught Sasuke the Chidori in preparation for the Chunin exams, as he witnessed the same level of talent in this generation of children. Since you've already completed the first phase, let's move on to the next. In the original story, the second phase involved cutting a waterfall. However, given Chen Fan's current chakra, that might be quite a challenge. Ding. Task issued. Complete the addition of wind nature to the Rasengan. System reward. Doubling of chakra amount. As a reincarnate of Ashura's chakra, Chen Fan's chakra was already remarkable, and doubling it would be even more advantageous. Completing this task should allow him to cultivate sage techniques. Naruto, why are you dawdling? Kakashi's voice broke Chen Fan's concentration. Kakashi-sensei, what is the second phase of training? Chopping wood. Kakashi replied with a smile. Use your chakra to cut down all the branches on that tree, but be careful not to touch the tree itself. Understanding the task, Chen Fan did not linger on words and walked decisively towards the tree. He felt the wind in the air, grinding his chakra to make it thin and sharp. As he pondered the essence of wind nature, the chakra in his hands began to transform. Soon, it took on the form of slender ropes. He flung the chakra towards the tree, but it dissipated shortly after contact, leaving only a faint mark. Kakashi examined the mark on the tree and remarked, this doesn't resemble the nature of wind. Chen Fan realized that the wind needed to be thinner. The previous mark was too thick. He needed to refine it further. As the days swiftly passed, Chen Fan lay exhausted on the ground, having depleted his chakra. The tree stood in disarray around him. Well done. You've managed to cut everything except the thickest trunk, Kakashi said, stroking the battered tree. Let's conclude today's training here and continue to the next phase tomorrow. After Chen Fan departed, Kakashi made his way to the Hokage's office to report to Tsunade about Naruto's progress. When did this kid become so clever? Since the progress is going so smoothly, let us keep it up. Tsunade smiled as she replied. With that, Kakashi took his leave. The following day, Chen Fan arrived at the training ground only to find no sign of Kakashi. He sought out a tree and commenced his training. After a day of rigorous practice, Chen Fan had honed his chakra to a needle-like fineness. Just as he was about to release it, an ingenious idea struck him. He increased the chakra output and elongated it, creating a sweeping arc reminiscent of a sword's energy. He hurled the finely ground chakra towards the tree, and astonishingly, the sword-like chakra cleaved through the massive trunk, leaving a delicate scar on the ground behind it. Hey, Naruto, you've created your own jutsu, Kakashi exclaimed. It was just a spontaneous experiment, Chen Fan replied. Rather than dwelling on his recent accomplishment, he inquired about the next phase of his training. Kakashi remained captivated by Naruto's recent display of jutsu. Although its power was modest and its form somewhat crude, it had already integrated both form and nature transformation. Naruto, can you perform that technique once more? Kakashi requested. Despite his confusion, Chen Fan complied, executing the technique again for Kakashi to observe. While it remained rough around the edges, he had begun to grasp the two transformations. Naruto, the next step is to infuse nature transformation into the Rasengan. Aren't we going to continue cutting trees? Kakashi chuckled and waved his hand. No need for that. All right, let's begin. Chen Fan replied enthusiastically. Although he understood the theory, the practical application proved to be exceedingly challenging. By midday, Chen Fan's chakra was nearly depleted. Concerned that Naruto might overexert himself by tapping into the Nine-Tails chakra, Kakashi promptly halted the training. For some reason, throughout the morning's practice, Chen Fan felt as though he was missing the key to success. Kakashi-sensei, why do I feel as though I can't grasp the essence of it? I've made no progress at all. Naruto, how did you execute that technique this morning? The one from earlier? I ground the wind nature chakra to make it thin and sharp, then elongated its shape into an arc. Naruto. That technique has already combined form transformation with nature transformation. You simply need to align it more closely with the properties of wind. But the Rasengan requires the chakra to flow irregularly. Indeed, the flow of the Rasengan does not conform to any specific nature, yet in a certain sense, it can embody any nature. An epiphany struck Chen Fan. Chapter 12. Water-style Rasengan. Instead of directly using the Rasengan, Chen Fan opted to create a shadow clone. He first transformed his chakra into a slender thread and infused it with wind nature, then injected this thread into the already formed Rasengan, allowing it to rotate with the jutsu. Once stability was achieved, he added a second thread. Success. Unlike the wind-style Rasen shuriken from the original story, Chen Fan's creation retained the spherical form of the Rasengan. All right, let us give it a try, Kakashi declared, preparing to engage his Rasengan with Naruto's. With that, their spheres collided. Instantly, the air around them surged. After a prolonged stalemate, as the spheres in the hands of the two vanished, Kakashi knelt down, gripping his trembling arm. Despite having prepared for it, he did not anticipate that the nature-infused Rasengan would amplify its power exponentially. Naruto, you have succeeded. Teacher, he has accomplished what you could not. Ding. Mission accomplished. System reward, chakra doubled. Chen Fan felt the transformation of chakra within him, as though a warm current had surged through his body. It took several minutes for that sensation to gradually fade away. Kakashi, is your hand all right? Tsunade, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged and inquired. She cradled Kakashi's hand, noting, both the meridians and bones have sustained damage. Hearing this, Chen Fan hurriedly approached, saying, I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, I got a bit carried away. It's nothing, Naruto. Such minor injuries are of no consequence. With that, Tsunade temporarily treated Kakashi's wounds. All right, Naruto. You have overexerted your chakra today. Go home and rest. After sending Naruto away, Tsunade turned to Kakashi and remarked, to complete it in just 2 days is beyond our expectations. Indeed, I never anticipated it would happen so swiftly. This kid may possess potential that surpasses theirs. Back at home, Chen Fan gazed at his trembling hand, murmuring, I had deliberately confined all the chakra within the Rasengan. Yet the side effects were still so pronounced upon release. It appears I should refrain from using it excessively before mastering sage techniques. Ding. Mission issued. Infuse water nature into the Rasengan. Mission reward, chakra doubled. Chen Fan, awakened by the system's notification in his dreams, found it remarkable to receive a mission so early in the morning. Still drowsy, he initially paid little heed to the task. Just as he prepared to drift back to sleep, another voice jolted him awake completely. Naruto brother. Chen Fan rose to glance out the window, discovering that it was Konohamaru. Konohamaru, what brings you here? Naruto brother, look at this. Sexy jutsu. The unexpected display banished all remnants of sleep from Chen Fan. The scene before him was captivating, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After a few moments, he managed to regain his composure, his expression returning to normal. Konohamaru, you fool. What are you doing so early? Konohamaru laughed heartily. Ha! Naruto brother, I feel I've made progress with the sexy jutsu, so I came to show you. Very good. Very good. Konohamaru, it's time for you to grow a bit more. I shall teach you a new ninjutsu. Considering his role as Konohamaru's mentor and elder brother, Chen Fan felt it was time to impart something genuinely useful. With that, he dressed and took Konohamaru to the training ground where he usually practiced. Konohamaru, listen closely. What I am about to teach you is truly valuable and applicable. Konohamaru was startled by Naruto's sudden seriousness. A Naruto brother? With that, Chen Fan demonstrated the shadow clone technique to Konohamaru. Konohamaru, this is the shadow clone technique, a high-level ninjutsu. The art of sealing was indeed a surprise for Konohamaru. Yet he attentively listened to Naruto's narration. After introducing the shadow clone technique, Chen Fan allowed Konohamaru to train independently. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu. Rasengan 49, Shadow Clone 57. Summoning Technique 36, Mouth Ninjutsu 39, Wind Release. Rasengan 13, Taijutsu. 8 Gates 28, Shuriken Technique 100, Jinjutsu. None, Bloodline Limit. None, Chakra Nature. Wind. Water, Chakra Amount. 33, Chen Fan did not rush to commence his training. Instead, he took a moment to assess his current attributes. It appeared that his training during this period had yielded favorable results, and he had fully adapted to the chakra rewards received from the system yesterday. His current strength, one could surmise, had undoubtedly surpassed that of a mere genin. Ding. Task issued. Complete the Great Rasengan. Task reward. Increase all ninjutsu proficiency by 10. 2 tasks issued in a single day? This was indeed a first. Chen Fan then recalled that the reward for the task announced in the morning was a doubling of his chakra amount. Naruto already possessed an astonishing amount of chakra, and after yesterday's reward, he had surpassed a significant number of Jonin. Now, with the potential for another doubling, he might effortlessly surpass even those of Kage level. Although techniques like the Rasen Shuriken and Great Rasengan demanded an immense amount of chakra, utilizing them was still quite manageable for Chen Fan at present. He pondered which task to undertake first. While the wind release, Rasengan was powerful, its toll on the body was considerable, making it imprudent to use frequently before mastering sage techniques. After careful consideration, Chen Fan resolved to first complete the water release Rasengan. Drawing from his experience from the previous day, Chen Fan utilized shadow clones to commence his training. The nature of water differed from that of wind. It was gentler and more controllable, with greater versatility that did not possess the singularity of wind. As the sounds of explosions echoed through the air, time slipped away. As dusk approached, the day's training drew to a close. Water release, Rasengan. By this time, the sun had set, and the sky gradually darkened. Ding. Task completed. Task reward. Chakra amount doubled has been awarded. At last, he had succeeded. Lying on the ground, Chen Fan's chest rose and fell rhythmically. Although his chakra amount was now substantial, the exhaustive effort of crafting Rasengans throughout the day left him feeling utterly drained. Indeed, the water release Rasengan bore no adverse effects on the body, making it considerably easier to train with, though it lacked the potency of the wind release. Nonetheless, it was still quite taxing. Very well, let today conclude here. The task for the Great Rasengan could await the morrow. Just as Chen Fan departed, a figure leapt into the training ground where he had been practicing. Due to the rigorous training of the Rasengan, the training area was in disarray. It was unexpected that after just a few days, Naruto had made such remarkable progress. It seemed he had underestimated him previously. His guidance would certainly benefit Konohamaru greatly. Chapter 13, Master-Disciple Task. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere 55, Shadow Clone 60, Summoning Technique 36, Mouth Technique 39, Wind Release Spiral Sphere 13. Water Release Spiral Sphere 20, Taijutsu. 8 Gates 28, Shuriken Technique 100, Jinjutsu. None, Bloodline Limit. None, Chakra Attributes, Wind. Water. Chakra Amount. 66. Why is the chakra amount expressed as a percentage? Upon completing the water release spiral sphere, the system rewarded an increase in his chakra, leading Chen Fan to feel a profound transformation within. If his chakra was once akin to a tranquil lake, it now resembled an ocean without horizon. The chakra amount is calculated with Otsutsuki Kagaya as the benchmark of 100. Although the system provided an explanation, Chen Fan remained unsure of the actual level of his chakra. Nisan, I have learned it. Why do you always have to enter through the window, Konohamaru? Is there no door in my house? Because entering through the window is cooler. By the way, you mentioned you learned something. What did you learn? Did you forget? Weren't you supposed to guide me in my training? Over the past few days, Chen Fan had been so occupied with his own training tasks that he had neglected to teach Konohamaru the shadow clone technique. Well, let us see it. Konohamaru formed hand seals with both hands. Bang! With a puff of smoke, a shadow clone of Konohamaru appeared before Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled appreciatively. Very good. Before he could say more, with another bang, the shadow clone vanished. I'm sorry, Nisan, but my current chakra only allows me to summon one clone, and it can only be maintained briefly. That made sense. Konohamaru was still young, lacked a system, and had a limited chakra amount. Achieving this was already quite commendable. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock at Chen Fan's door, and a man wearing sunglasses, a headscarf, and a tight black combat suit entered. It's all right, Konohamaru. You've done remarkably well. You are undoubtedly the strongest among your peers. The visitor was none other than Ebisu, the special Jonin of the Leaf Village and Konohamaru's tutor. What brings you here? Konohamaru asked, puzzled. There's a mission. You really are busy, Konohamaru. Chen Fan teased. You will be coming too, Naruto, Ebisu said, adjusting his glasses. Me? Why? Chen Fan inquired, confused. Typically, Ebisu would take Konohamaru on missions alone, and since Konohamaru was still in ninja school, they usually undertook straightforward tasks. What mission? Chen Fan asked, bewildered. It's not something trivial like finding a cat or a dog, is it? At this moment, any task suitable for Konohamaru would likely be trivial. Not at all. It concerns an investigation into a ghost incident. Ghosts? Do such things even exist in this world? Konohamaru scoffed. In any case, gather your belongings and let's set off. I will explain more on the way. Despite his doubts, Chen Fan still packed his backpack and set off with the two of them. Upon departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, Konohamaru inquired with a hint of confusion. Are we not bringing Udon and Moegi along? No, this mission is somewhat peculiar. Our trio shall suffice for the investigation, replied Ebisu, casting a glance at Naruto behind him. In truth, the Hidden Leaf Village typically refrains from accepting assignments related to specters, yet this situation was an exception. Recently, Chen Fan's training had garnered significant attention, even eliciting praise from Kakashi regarding his remarkable progress. Tsunade was certainly aware of this, but Naruto's recent transformation was striking. He no longer incessantly sought assignments from her nor inquired about Sasuke. Thus, she decided to directly assign a mission to Naruto, to assess his current abilities. What precisely does this mission entail? Chen Fan, bringing up the rear, questioned. This task involves a small coastal village where local fishermen have reported sightings of a creature with a fish's head and a human body appearing intermittently in the waters. Moreover, the fishermen's catch has significantly dwindled since this apparition's emergence, hence the request for our investigation from the Hidden Leaf Village. A fish-headed human? Upon hearing this description, Chen Fan immediately thought of Kisame Hashigaki. In the original narrative, his fused form with the sword Samahata seemed to align perfectly with this depiction. Nevertheless, it seemed rather dubious for Konohamaru, still a student at the Ninja Academy, to partake in such a formidable task. Although Chen Fan was puzzled, he refrained from voicing his concerns, eager to ascertain the true extent of his own abilities. After several days of travel, the trio arrived at the designated fishing village for their mission. Are you the ninjas dispatched by the Hidden Leaf Village for this task? An elderly man with graying hair inquired. Indeed, we appreciate your assistance, Ebisu responded. Could you kindly elaborate on the specter mentioned in the commission? Chen Fan interjected. Ebisu was taken aback, glancing at Naruto in surprise. In his memory, Naruto was merely a mischievous, reckless youth. But the manner in which Naruto posed the question now reflected the demeanor of a seasoned ninja, leaving him momentarily stunned. Certainly, let this young man explain further. The elder replied, as a young man emerged from behind him. Greetings, my name is Hashin. Just a few days ago, I returned from fishing. While passing by Mist Island, I noticed a figure standing on the shore. What is unusual about that? Konohamaru queried. What you may not know is that island is uninhabited, having been deserted for a long time. It is said that people once lived there, but at some point, it became enshrouded in fog, which contains toxins. Inhaling even a small amount can lead to confusion and ultimately suffocation, Hashin explained. I see. Please continue, Ebisu encouraged. Upon sighting that figure, I initially assumed someone had mistakenly wandered onto the island. However, as I drew nearer in my vessel, the individual unexpectedly leapt into the sea. I rushed to the edge of the boat, peering into the water, and to my horror, I beheld a creature with the head of a fish and the body of a man, darting swiftly around my vessel. Overwhelmed with fear, I collapsed onto the deck. When I regained my composure and stood once more to survey the surroundings, the creature had vanished. After recounting the incident, The young man trembled uncontrollably, his eyes seemingly filled with terror. Observing this, the elder approached and gently patted his back in a gesture of solace. Chapter 14. The true mission. Chen Fan remained silent, calmly gazing at him. Once the young man's emotions had stabilized somewhat, Chen Fan inquired, "Has anyone among you suffered an attack from that creature?" The elder responded first, "No, but there has been a significant decline in our recent catch." Having gathered a general understanding of the situation, the three sought out a place to rest. That night, Chen Fan pondered whether the creature described by the young man was indeed the infamous Kisame. "Master Ebisu, what do you believe that monster truly is?" asked Konohamaru. "It is likely a fallen ninja who has drifted here, employing transformation techniques or illusions to instill fear. We must conduct a thorough investigation tomorrow," Ebisu replied. In the dead of night, after Ebisu and Konohamaru had fallen asleep, Chen Fan quietly ventured to a secluded spot. The group had been traveling for some time, and the task of mastering the giant Rasengan had yet to be addressed. Although uncertain if the so-called specter was Kisame, possessing formidable strength was imperative. Subsequently, Chen Fan summoned his shadow clones and commenced his training. The giant Rasengan, as an advanced version of the Rasengan, demanded a significant leap in chakra usage and control, and naturally, its power was immensely formidable. As Chen Fan focused intently on his training, two figures lurked in the shadows, silently observing him. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the training ground bore the scars of destruction. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward: all ninjutsu proficiency increased by 10 has been granted. After several hours of diligent effort, Chen Fan successfully completed his training in the giant Rasengan. Unlike before, despite the extensive release of chakra, he felt an abundance of chakra still coursing within him. Host: Chen Fan, Ninjutsu. Rasengan 65, Shadow Clone 70, Summoning Technique 46, Mouth Jutsu 49, Wind Release. Rasengan 23, Water Release. Rasengan 30, Giant Rasengan 23, Taijutsu. 8 Gates 28. Shuriken Technique 100, Jinjutsu. None. Bloodline Limit. None. Chakra Nature. Wind, Water. Chakra Amount. 66, as Chen Fan reviewed his status panel and prepared to retire for the night. A notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected completion of 20 missions. Reward: Intermediate Treasure Chest X1. An intermediate treasure chest? Chen Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating the chest displayed on the panel before him. The lower-tier chests contained basic ninja tools. What might the intermediate one hold? Driven by curiosity, Chen Fan promptly opened the chest. Ding. Intermediate treasure chest successfully opened. A peculiar ring materialized on the fourth finger of Chen Fan's left hand, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation that enveloped his entire being. What is this? The host's current level of observation haki allows him to perceive all entities within a radius of 50 meters, and with the enhancement of his strength, it can further evolve. Observation haki. Has it been activated? Chen Fan, brimming with excitement, began to explore his surroundings with this newfound ability, reveling in the novelty of the experience. Suddenly, he noticed two figures in the distant thicket behind him. Cautiously, he turned to face them. To ascertain the identities of these individuals, he hurled 2 shurikens in their direction. Clang, clang. The metallic sounds resonated as the shurikens struck the ground. Who goes there? Chen Fan gripped the shurikens, adopting a combat stance as he inquired. Is it me? A silhouette slowly emerged from the distance. Bathed in moonlight, Chen Fan finally discerned the identity of the visitor and returned the shurikens to his bag. Teacher Ebisu, what brings you here? Ebisu remained silent, merely adjusting his sunglasses. Wearing sunglasses at night, can you even see? Chen Fan quipped. Let us not dwell on that, Naruto. How did you discover my presence? Despite Ebisu's average strength, as a special Jonin of Konoha, he had concealed his presence with great care. Yet he had been detected by Naruto, a mere genin. I sensed you. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Ebisu appeared unconvinced, fixing a serious gaze upon Naruto. Teacher Ebisu, Naruto, it's best if you return to rest early. We have a mission tomorrow. With that, Ebisu turned and headed back to his residence. Observing this, Chen Fan followed suit. He had initially intended to inquire about the other person, but Ebisu's earlier words served as a reminder. As a genin, it was inherently unreasonable for him to detect someone of greater strength, and he could distinctly sense that the other individual was significantly more powerful than Ebisu. To avoid arousing suspicion, he decided to remain discreet for the time being. Once back at his quarters, Chen Fan lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber, while Ebisu maintained a serious watch over Naruto. Through this encounter, Ebisu gained a new understanding of Naruto, an immense chakra reserve, extraordinary talent, and the remarkable perception he had just displayed. In that moment, Ebisu saw not merely a child, but rather a formidable genin, perhaps even a member of the Umbu. However, within Ebisu's mind, questions loomed larger. Why? How could a child's strength escalate to such heights in a mere few months, accompanied by that terrifying amount of chakra and prodigious talent? Just then, a voice shattered the silence. Jiraiya-sama, is it permissible to emerge like this, considering Naruto's perception ability? It's fine. I've set up a barrier, so he cannot sense us, Jiraiya interjected, aware of Ebisu's concerns. How do you feel? Jiraiya asked. I sense a power that exceeds what is typical for his age, especially the chakra. It's astonishing. Ebisu replied with composure. I concur. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Is it really the Nine Tails? Hybe asked, gazing at Jiraiya. It should not be. I can sense that this is not the chakra of the Nine Tails. Moreover, for quite some time, I have not detected the presence of the Nine Tails. I can affirm that it has always been Naruto's consciousness, Jiraiya replied, waving his hand dismissively. How can that be? Could it be that Naruto truly is the prodigy we have overlooked? Hybe inquired, perplexed. Perhaps. In that case, I must trouble you to continue monitoring him. With that, Jiraiya vanished from the spot. In truth, this mission was devised for Naruto. Recently, Naruto's training had become excessively remarkable, raising suspicions among Tsunade and others about whether he had utilized the Nine Tails chakra or had been taken over by it. Ostensibly, the investigation pertained to the Phantom mission. However, Jiraiya was discreetly lurking nearby, both to protect the group and to observe Naruto covertly. This was a clandestine investigation mission assigned to Jiraiya and Hybe by Tsunade. Chapter 15. The investigation begins the following morning. Hybe rose early to commence the investigation, but not regarding Naruto. Rather, it was for the fishing village inquiry. He diligently inquired with numerous fishermen, and their responses echoed the account of the young man from the previous night, a creature with a human head and a fish body, moving with extraordinary speed. Strangely, everyone claimed to have only caught a fleeting glimpse of it. By the time they looked again, it had vanished without a trace. Before long, noon arrived, and Hybe returned to his lodging, carrying a packed lunch. Upon opening the door, the sight before him caused his nose to bleed, and he collapsed to the ground. As Hybe lay in a pool of blood, he exclaimed, "What are you all doing?" "I am demonstrating my training results to Big Brother Naruto," Konohamaru replied nonchalantly. "Training? What training?" Hybe stammered, struggling to rise. "The art of seduction," Konohamaru stated. "Big Brother Naruto said that once I elevate my shadow clone technique, I could perform an advanced version of the seduction technique. Although I can currently only execute one shadow clone, I want to give it a try." "What advanced version?" Hybe inquired, bewildered. In Hybe's eyes, this so-called seduction technique invented by Naruto was merely a crude transformation jutsu. How could there be an advanced version? This is a high-level ninjutsu that combines the seduction technique with shadow clones, named the harem technique. Chen Fan chuckled gleefully from the side, remaining silent otherwise. One could argue that the harem technique qualifies as a high-level ninjutsu, considering even Tsutsuki Kagaya fell victim to it. In a sense, it could be regarded as the most potent ninjutsu. Hybe adjusted his sunglasses, lifting the bento in his hand before Konohamaru, saying, "All right, this is the bento I brought for you. Eat quickly. Afterward, I will share the intelligence regarding this mission." As Chen Fan and Konohamaru enjoyed their meal, Hybe's gaze remained fixed on Chen Fan beneath his sunglasses. Through the earlier playful antics of Konohamaru, Hybe became increasingly convinced that the Naruto before him was not quite the same as the one he knew. The Naruto of the past would have engaged in playful banter like Konohamaru, but the Naruto from moments ago reacted like a mature adult. Ebisu could not fathom the situation. His gaze fixed intently upon Naruto. Chen Fan sensed the intensity of Ebisu's stare and turned to face him. Unperturbed, Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and leisurely remarked, "Now, allow me to share the intelligence regarding our current mission. From my inquiries this morning, nearly everyone who has encountered that creature described it similarly to the young man from last night. However, one detail perplexes me. All witnesses only caught a fleeting glimpse of the creature. None have seen it a second time. Moreover, there is a commonality among them. They all spotted the creature near that island." "That island? Are you referring to Mist Island?" asked Konohamaru. Indeed, it is Mist Island. Nevertheless, there is another peculiar shared trait, Ebisu continued. What trait is that? Konohamaru inquired. All sightings occurred at night. Many ventured out to sea during the day and passed that island, yet none encountered the creature. Ebisu elucidated. Thus, it is termed a ghost incident for this mission. We must set foot on the island to uncover the truth behind this matter, Chen Fan mused. But didn't that individual mention the island was toxic last night? Konohamaru interjected. Ebisu cast a glance at Naruto before replying. This morning, I observed the island. I found the fog to be exceedingly dense. Yet I sense that it is not a constant presence. It appears to emanate from a specific location on the island. Additionally, within the fog, there exists a unique chakra. What does that imply? Konohamaru asked, perplexed. It suggests that someone may be continually generating this fog from somewhere on the island. Chen Fan surmised. Then why hasn't it spread to other areas? Konohamaru pressed. Chen Fan pondered this as well, questioning why the fog had not dispersed, and why the creature was only visible at night. Ebisu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan, as he awaited his response, already harboring his own theories. Chen Fan set down his lunchbox and gazed out of the window, suddenly struck by an epiphany. Is it the sunlight? He proposed, looking at Ebisu. Ebisu nodded affirmatively. That is precisely my thought. Konohamaru, puzzled, looked between the two and asked, what's sunlight? Ebisu withdrew his gaze from Naruto and explained to Konohamaru. The toxins within the fog on that island are likely suppressed by sunlight, preventing them from spreading. Are you suggesting that the poison fears sunlight? Konohamaru queried. Indeed. Ebisu replied calmly. Many toxins are averse to sunlight, and this particular one likely possesses similar properties, which accounts for the lack of dispersion of the toxic fog. Now it makes sense. But why has no one sighted the creature at night? Konohamaru remarked. That, we can only ascertain by visiting the island, Chen Fan stated coolly. Even if sunlight can mitigate the toxic fog, there remains a substantial amount on the island. How do we proceed? Konohamaru asked. It is noon now, and the sunlight is at its peak, rendering the toxic fog at its weakest. I have also brought along an antidote developed by Lady Tsunade. With chakra to protect our respiratory systems and minds, we should be able to endure for an hour, Ebisu replied. Indeed, replied Konohamaru, let us set forth. With that, he eagerly picked up his backpack, ready for adventure. Wait a moment. There's a question, interrupted Ebisu, addressing Konohamaru. What question? Konohamaru inquired. You cannot go. This time, only Naruto and I will set foot on the island, Ebisu asserted firmly. Why not? Konohamaru exclaimed, dropping his backpack and rushing to Ebisu. As the grandson of the third Hokage, this was Konohamaru's first mission, and given the perilous nature of the task, Ebisu was resolute in keeping him out of harm's way. Furthermore, Konohamaru was still young, with inadequate chakra and control to withstand the toxic fog. It was essential to have someone remain as backup to prevent total annihilation. Chen Fan, understanding Ebisu's rationale, interjected, then why is it Konohamaru? He trailed off, seemingly realizing something, and fell silent. Chen Fan approached and ruffled Konohamaru's hair. Stay behind and train diligently. Once you master the shadow clone technique, I shall teach you a formidable jutsu. Konohamaru remained silent, his head bowed. With no further words exchanged, Chen Fan and Ebisu departed with their backpacks. Shortly after leaving, Chen Fan glanced back at their dwelling, murmuring, who could it be? Chapter 16. The Island of Mist. Chen Fan and Ebisu arrived at the port, preparing to rent a boat to the Island of Mist. While Ebisu contacted the boatman, Chen Fan frequently turned to gaze in the direction of their residence. Upon Ebisu's return shortly before noon, Chen Fan noticed a figure atop the roof. Unmistakably the individual who had been with Ebisu in the woods the previous night. Yet, Chen Fan was puzzled by why such a formidable presence was trailing him. As Chen Fan pondered this, Ebisu had already secured a boat. Naruto, it is time to embark. Ebisu called from the vessel. The Island of Mist was not far from the port, and the boat ride took merely a few minutes. Just as they were about to dock, Ebisu halted the boat mid-sea. Naruto, we shall proceed from here, he stated, retrieving a syringe from his backpack. This is the antidote developed by Lady Tsunade. Without hesitation, Chen Fan accepted the syringe and injected it into his arm. Let us disembark. Ebisu leapt from the boat and strode ahead. Upon reaching the shore, Ebisu reiterated his warning. Be sure to protect your breath with chakra. If we become separated on the island, we must exit within an hour. Chen Fan remained silent, calmly nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Ebisu chose not to elaborate further. Upon entering the island, the towering trees obstructed the majority of sunlight, allowing only scattered rays to filter through the branches. A shroud of elusive mist hung in the forest, and Ebisu sensed a peculiar chakra within it, reminiscent of something not entirely human. The duo ventured deeper into the forest, passing numerous skeletal remains of various creatures. Stop! Ebisu suddenly raised his hand. Following his gaze, Chen Fan beheld a square underground entrance. It must be emanating from there. Ebisu remarked. Shall we proceed inside? Chen Fan inquired. Time was of the essence, and with urgency, Ebisu urged, let us proceed swiftly. However, Chen Fan expressed his concern. What if there are enemies? Do not fret, Ebisu reassured him. I have sensed the surroundings. There is no one nearby, though we must remain cautious. With that, the two hastened towards the entrance. As they descended underground, the dense fog thickened, obscuring their vision with each step they took. Shortly, the mist rendered their path entirely indistinguishable. Ebisu contemplated igniting a flame, but the fog, with its high moisture content, proved impenetrable to fire. Reluctantly, they slowed their pace. With the hour nearly half elapsed, Chen Fan paused and raised his right hand. What is it? Ebisu inquired. Chen Fan remained silent, forming hand seals to summon his shadow clone. Rasengan. A swirling sphere of chakra materialized in the hands of the shadow clone. As the Rasengan emerged, the surrounding mist was dispersed by the gusting winds it generated. Naruto? Ebisu exclaimed in surprise. We must proceed this way, Chen Fan commanded, guiding the shadow clone ahead with the Rasengan to clear their path. Ebisu, witnessing this, ceased further inquiry and followed Chen Fan onward. Soon, they arrived at the corridor's end, where a slightly ajar iron door awaited them. Naruto and Ebisu positioned themselves beside the door as Ebisu cautiously retrieved a kunai, carefully opening the iron door. Upon entering, they discovered an abandoned laboratory littered with various documents, and a desk cluttered with 5 glass cabinets used for experiments. After surveying their surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, they sheathed their kunai. Ebisu began examining the documents on the desk, while Chen Fan curiously inspected the glass cabinets behind him. Orochimaru, Ebisu suddenly exclaimed. Chen Fan quickly turned to him. Orochimaru? Are you suggesting this place is connected to him? Ebisu continued to sift through the documents, stating, this could very well be one of Orochimaru's bases. Does this mean the toxic mist was created by Orochimaru? Chen Fan inquired. Indeed, it is linked to these 5 glass cabinets before us. Ebisu replied, gesturing towards the cabinets. The apparatus beneath the cabinets can convert chakra into this unique toxin, he explained. If we were to destroy this device, could we eliminate the toxic mist? Chen Fan asked. That seems plausible, but we cannot do so now. We must first take these documents back for a thorough investigation, Ebisu concluded. With that, they collected all the documents and prepared to depart. As they retraced their steps, just as they were about to exit the base, Chen Fan suddenly spotted a shadowy figure. Aware that anyone who appeared on this island was likely formidable, he swiftly drew his kunai and hurled it at the silhouette. To his astonishment, the kunai passed directly through the shadow. Ebisu halted, addressing Naruto. What are you doing? Chen Fan, perplexed, replied. At the entrance, there was a figure. Did you not see it? They both glanced back toward the entrance. There is nothing there, Ebisu exclaimed, and I sensed nothing either. Chen Fan looked again, noting that the shadow had vanished, yet he was certain he had seen it just moments before. It is indeed peculiar that ever since Chen Fan acquired the ability of observation haki, he has always sensed things before visually perceiving them. Yet this time, his eyes beheld first. The hour is nearly upon us. Let us hasten our departure from the island, urged Hibiki. Although Chen Fan was perplexed, he recognized the urgency of leaving the island. Upon their exit, the two returned to their small vessel. As Chen Fan rowed, he frequently glanced back towards the Mist Island, still harboring doubts about the shadowy figure he had encountered. Why was he the only one to witness it? And how could the shuriken have passed through that figure? Could it truly be a specter? Once they returned to their lodging, Chen Fan silently followed Hibiki. As Hibiki was about to open the door, Chen Fan instinctively sensed the presence of 2 individuals within. One was Konohamaru, and the other was likely the person who had been by his side for the past few days. As Hibiki opened the door, Chen Fan tightened his grip. When the door fully swung open, revealing the interior, he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here? Hibiki began, glancing back at Naruto. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the floor, grinning broadly. At that moment, Chen Fan comprehended that it was Jiraiya who had been silently shadowing him these past few days. Perverted sage, what are you doing here? Chen Fan inquired. Have you not deduced it yet, after visiting Mist Island? Jiraiya replied, diverting the topic to Orochimaru without elaborating on this investigative mission. Chen Fan glanced at the documents slung over Jiraiya's shoulder. Did you know all along? He pressed. Jiraiya merely chuckled knowingly. So you didn't set foot on the island? Chen Fan asked, bewildered. Of course I did. I was there several days ago. Jiraiya responded. Then why are we going today? Chen Fan's confusion deepened. If Jiraiya had already visited, he should have completed his investigation by now. Why was he still sending Chen Fan on this errand? If I did everything, what purpose would your mission serve? Jiraiya chuckled. So, this task is merely a test of my abilities? Chen Fan queried. Ha ha ha, that is part of it. Jiraiya replied. Yet Chen Fan remained unconvinced. If you intend to assess my strength, wouldn't it be more prudent to assign a task for me to complete alone, rather than including Hibiki and Konohamaru? Naruto, you are merely a genin and cannot undertake tasks solo. Furthermore, this mission is not solely for you. It also involves Konohamaru. With Lord Jiraiya accompanying us, the risks are minimal, and our team is merely responsible for the aftermath. I wish to provide Konohamaru with some field experience. It is also a form of training. Hibiki elucidated. I see. But what is the true nature of the mist on that island? Chen Fan inquired. Jiraiya gestured for Chen Fan to sit, then spoke earnestly. At its core, this matter stems from Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan. He constructed this underground base to research substances capable of rivaling its jinjutsu. Is that the toxic mist? Chen Fan asked. Indeed. It can be described as a form of enchantment rather than mere poison. This mist possesses an effect akin to that of an illusion, ensnaring individuals in a vision of their deepest fears. The first person, driven by an apprehension of the unknown creatures of the sea, or perhaps fueled by an overly vivid imagination, conjured forth such a vision, which subsequently spread throughout the village. Upon hearing this account, it was inevitable that seeds of fear and doubt would be sown in their hearts. When they ventured out to sea and approached the island, inhaling the mist, their innermost terrors materialized, hence the multitude of sightings. This also elucidates why each individual witnessed the apparition only once, out of sheer terror. Nearly all who encountered the creature ceased to set sail, let alone draw near to the island. Since it poses such a perilous threat, why not obliterate it? Chen Fan inquired. The medical team from Konoha is en route and will arrive tonight. Once they arrive and analyze the mist, they will naturally devise a strategy, leaving it to them and not us. Jiraiya replied. What shall we do in the meantime? Chen Fan asked. We wait for the medical team from Konoha. Once they arrive and we hand over this information, our task will be complete, said Hibiki. With that, Hibiki affectionately ruffled the hair of the silent and contemplative Konohamaru, who had been seated beside him, feeling like an observer in this mission, contributing little to its efforts. Well then, matters have reached a pause. Let us rest, Jiraiya proclaimed as he reclined on the floor. Though Jiraiya suggested this, Chen Fan remained somewhat perplexed. By the way, how many people have suffered casualties due to this mist? He queried. According to my investigation, not a single soul has perished. Why do you inquire so suddenly? Hibiki responded. No fatalities? Then why did that person say, the matter is not yet concluded? Chen Fan seemed to have an epiphany and immediately sprang to his feet, racing toward the exit. Inside, Jiraiya and Hibiki exchanged knowing glances, as if Chen Fan's actions were entirely anticipated. Upon leaving his quarters, Chen Fan darted across the rooftops of the village, as if in search of something elusive. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a merchant's stall, and he leaped down, standing at a distance, observing the vendor intently. Before the stall stood a young man, perusing the wares with care. After a while, he appeared satisfied and departed. Seeing this, Chen Fan hastily followed in pursuit. After navigating a few corners, the young man arrived at the shore. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Chen Fan sprang from the shadows, positioning himself before the individual. Greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. Your name is Hashikage, is it not? Chen Fan addressed him. You're that Konoha ninja from the other day. What brings you to me? The young man replied. There is a matter that piques my curiosity. Might you provide me with an answer? Chen Fan said with a playful tone. What is it? The young man inquired. This recent ghost incident you commissioned has left the village in a state of turmoil. Yet miraculously, there have been no casualties. You are aware of this, correct? Chen Fan questioned. In our small village, news travels quickly, I am indeed aware. What of it? The young man responded. Do you recall the words exchanged upon our first meeting? You mentioned that the mist contained toxins, and that even a normal person inhaling a trace would become delirious and ultimately suffocate. Yes, I did say that. Why do you ask? The youth inquired. Given that no one has perished and the villagers maintain a respectful distance from the toxic fog, how do you know that this miasma can lead to suffocation? Chen Fan fixed his gaze intently upon the young man. Upon hearing this, the youth fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. Noticing the lack of response, Chen Fan continued. Unless you have witnessed someone succumb to this toxic fog, but you mentioned that the village is quite small, such a significant event would not go unnoticed. The youth remained mute, standing in a daze. The dust on the remnants of that base suggested it had been abandoned for quite some time, yet curiously, the glass cabinet containing the toxic mist was devoid of dust. I surmise that someone has been visiting that island, deliberately disseminating the toxic fog. Furthermore, regarding your identity, you must be a ninja. The deceased was a starfish, and after his death, you assumed his identity through transformation techniques to continue residing in this village. For it is unlikely you could inhabit an island shrouded in toxic fog. You require the guise of a villager. Upon hearing this, the youth broke into a grin, dispelling his transformation with a hand sign and asking, how did you discover this? In truth, during our initial encounter, Chen Fan was unaware that this youth was a ninja. He had yet to develop his observation haki. It was only upon spotting him at the stall that Chen Fan realized his true nature. No longer concealing your identity, Chen Fan remarked with a smile. I never anticipated being seen through by such a young one. Given this, why did you come to see us initially? Chen Fan queried. I intended to dissuade you from approaching the island, to make you retreat, but it seems I have inadvertently exposed myself. The youth scoffed. With a full understanding of the situation, Chen Fan drew a kunai, adopting a combat stance, and demanded, who are you truly, and what is your purpose in all this? The youth ignored Chen Fan's inquiry, forming hand seals, and suddenly, numerous water columns converged around him, creating dozens of water clones that materialized before Chen Fan. Chapter 18. Different? On a distant rooftop, two figures observed the unfolding events concerning Chen Fan. He was acutely aware, through his senses, that these individuals were Ebisu and Jiraiya. Recognizing that this mission was essentially a test of his capabilities, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, preparing to address the situation at hand. The youth, seeing Chen Fan remain motionless, smirked and taunted, What is the matter, little one? Can't find my true self? Chen Fan remained silent, swiftly launching 10 kunai. The kunai struck the water clones, not shattering them, but rather passing through. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise, You are the one from the island, aren't you? Indeed. The youth replied with a grin. Very well, now that everything is clear, let, Chen Fan began, but the youth interrupted with a laugh, Little one. Can you locate my true self? No need to search, let us fight together instead. With that, Chen Fan formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clones. In a puff of smoke, dozens of shadow clones encircled the youth. Each shadow clone affixed an explosive tag to the handle of a kunai. In the next moment, all the clones leaped into the air, launching the kunai towards the water clone. With a tremendous explosion, clouds of smoke erupted along the shore. Once the haze dissipated, a large crater marred the beach, yet to Chen Fan's astonishment, it was devoid of any presence. Utilizing his observation haki, Chen Fan discerned that the individual was underground, presumably having employed a technique akin to earth release to burrow below the surface. With this revelation, Chen Fan resolved to take decisive action. He did not dispel the shadow clones. Rather, he commanded each one to execute the Rasengan. Rasengan. They chorused in unison, and the spiraling orbs descended into the earth. Instantly, sand and soil were sent flying, reshaping the terrain into a desolate wasteland, leaving only remnants of what once stood. The young man found himself utterly stunned by Chen Fan's audacity. Amidst the ruins, Chen Fan located the young man and summoned another shadow clone to gather chakra in his right hand. Moments later, a Rasengan materialized once more in his grasp. However, this Rasengan diverged from the ordinary. Its hue approached transparency. Chen Fan, gripping the Rasengan, swiftly approached the young man. Water release, Rasengan, he exclaimed, standing firm as he hurled the orb forward. What? How is this possible? The two observers atop a distant roof were taken aback by the spectacle. Lord Jiraiya, exclaimed Hybeis, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, it is impossible for a typical Rasengan to be thrown. This effect likely arises from his infusion of water release into the technique. Jiraiya elucidated. As the Rasengan soared towards the young man, it suddenly expanded just before contact, enveloping him entirely. Trapped within the swirling mass, the young man's movements slowed to a crawl, rendering him nearly motionless. Jiraiya and Hibis rushed forward from their vantage point. "Yo, Naruto!" Jiraiya greeted with a grin. Hibis dashed to encircle the young man, eager to witness the innovation of Naruto's new jutsu. "Naruto, your water release. Rasengan feels akin to an evolved version of the water prison technique, yet without the need for continuous hand contact," Hibis observed. "It's not that simple." "Look below," Jiraiya replied. Hibis glanced downward, noticing a swirling mark where the massive water prison met the ground. "What is this?" Hibis inquired. "Try prodding it with a kunai," Jiraiya suggested. Hibis retrieved a kunai and cautiously made contact. The moment the kunai grazed the water prison, it was immediately repelled, and upon inspection, Hibis noted that the tip had been slightly worn down. "What is this?" Hibis exclaimed in surprise. "It appears to be 2 layers," Jiraiya explained. 2 layers? Indeed. The outer layer resembles a conventional Rasengan, composed of compressed, irregularly ordered chakra, while the inner layer embodies the compressed water prison technique. The conflict between the 2 jutsu has engendered this effect, but it likely won't endure for long. Jiraiya continued. "Indeed, it can only last for 2 minutes. Chen Fan interjected. 2 minutes? Jiraiya mused, lowering his head as if deep in thought. "Lord Jiraiya." Ebisu's sudden exclamation interrupted Jiraiya's contemplation. "Master Jiraiya, what should we do next?" Ebisu inquired. "Let's restrain this individual and hand him over to the medical ninjas upon their arrival," Jiraiya replied. Subsequently, Ebisu was tasked with managing the aftermath, while Jiraiya led Chen Fan into a secluded part of a dense forest. Chen Fan was perplexed. Having completed the mission, he wondered why Jiraiya brought him here. Before he could voice his curiosity, Jiraiya spoke first. "Naruto, to be frank, this mission is not as straightforward as it appears." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan asked in a low voice. "In truth, Ebisu and I have another task, to investigate you." Hearing this, Chen Fan's heart raced. Had his identity been uncovered? He immediately adopted a defensive stance. "What do you imply?" Chen Fan asked cautiously. Jiraiya turned away slightly and responded, "Naruto, your recent increase in strength is exceedingly conspicuous. While this is certainly a positive development, the extent of your transformation, your behavior, mindset, and talent has inevitably raised suspicions among the higher-ups in Konoha." Chen Fan remained silent, merely observing Jiraiya. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze in that moment. Noticing the lack of response, Jiraiya continued somewhat awkwardly. "However, through my observations over the past few days, I have found no traces of chakra that do not belong to you. Thus, the outcome of this investigation is that you have neither been possessed by foreign ninjas nor corrupted by the Nine Tails." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a wave of relief. "So, perverted sage, why did you summon me to discuss this?" Chen Fan queried. "Do you recall my mention of a 3-year journey for training?" Jiraiya asked. "Of course. I've been waiting for you," Chen Fan replied. "Do you understand why I intend to train you one-on-one?" Jiraiya inquired. Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Should he claim to be a savior? Observing Naruto's silence, Jiraiya continued, "Naruto, your foundation is rather weak. Both your temperament and strength render you unfit to be a true ninja. Moreover, the presence of the Nine Tails within you has a profound impact, not only on you, but also on the village. I initially planned to devote 3 years to thoroughly honing your skills and solidifying your foundation. However, circumstances have changed." Chapter 19. Choice changed? What do you mean? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. "Based on my recent observations, Naruto, your chakra levels, muscle explosiveness, and your composed demeanor and mature mindset have already reached the level of an Umbu. Particularly, your remarkable talent demonstrated during training has reminded me of a previous prodigy in the village." "Are you referring to?" Chen Fan furrowed his brow. Jiraiya turned, his expression unreadable, and stated, "Itachi Uchiha." Chen Fan listened impassively, yet his heart surged with excitement at the thought of being compared to the legendary Itachi. "Do you believe that I no longer need to accompany you on our training excursions?" Chen Fan inquired, his voice tinged with suppressed joy. Jiraiya chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Chen Fan's hair, saying, "In the past, there were no options. Now, you have choices." "What choices?" Chen Fan questioned, perplexed. Jiraiya extended a finger, outlining the alternatives. 1. We could proceed with the original plan and train together in due course. 2. Given your current talent, I could submit a report to Tsunade, allowing you to train under Kakashi. I suspect that within a year, you could match Uchiha Itachi, becoming the youngest member of the Umbu in Konoha. 3. Senjutsu. Faced with this unexpected array of choices, Chen Fan felt somewhat flustered. Initially, he had intended to follow the plot until he reached the pinnacle of his strength, but he had not anticipated such a swift change. As Chen Fan wrestled with his thoughts, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Task issued. Learn to use Senjutsu. Task reward. A package of advanced ninjutsu. Oh. It appears the decision has been made for me. However, to avoid raising any suspicion from Jiraiya, Chen Fan asked aloud, what is Senjutsu? It is a rather unique technique. It will elevate your power to a significantly higher level, albeit with increased difficulty and risk. From what I understand, only I and the 4th Hokage can wield this technique with ease, Jiraiya explained. Then I choose the third option, Chen Fan declared resolutely. Haha, very well. Once we return to the village and I relay the intelligence to Tsunade, I shall take you to train, Jiraiya replied with a hearty laugh. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Upon returning to their quarters, they found Hibi no Suzu binding a young man to a pillar, yet Konohamaru was nowhere to be seen. Where is Konohamaru? Chen Fan inquired. He's in the open space behind the house, Hibi no Suzu responded. Why? Chen Fan asked, perplexed. The boy feels he did not contribute much during this mission and believes it is due to his lack of strength, so he has taken to training. Hibi no Suzu explained. Turning the corner, Chen Fan spotted Konohamaru, panting heavily in the distance. As smoke swirled, a shadow clone of Konohamaru materialized in the clearing, only to dissipate a moment later. Chen Fan realized that Konohamaru's chakra was insufficient at this moment. Chen Fan yearned to assist, but at this stage, he felt powerless to intervene, relegated to watching from afar. At that moment, Hibi no Suzu appeared behind Chen Fan. You have changed him. His determination stems from you. Chen Fan understood the weight of those words. Not long ago, he had been an unambitious, ordinary soul. Had it not been for the system and his experiences, he would not have exerted himself so fiercely. When the medical team from Konoha arrived, Jiraiya and Hibi no Suzu completed the handover, marking the official conclusion of the mission, and the group set off on their journey back to the village. Upon returning, Konohamaru trained with greater fervor than ever before. Jiraiya remained momentarily silent, and the system offered no new tasks. Chen Fan decided to return home for a well-deserved rest. That night, Chen Fan strolled aimlessly through the village, feeling a sense of ennui. Recently, he had dedicated himself to training every day, and now, with this sudden halt, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Chen Fan meandered through the alleys. Though it was his first visit, the pathways were etched in his mind, a fusion of memories shared with Naruto. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger pierced his thoughts. Someone is following me. But this is the Hidden Leaf Village. Who could it be? To unravel this mystery, Chen Fan discreetly made his way to the outskirts of the village, into the forest. As he walked, he attuned his senses to the presence of his pursuers. 3 individuals, all formidable, one directly behind him while the other 2 flanked him on either side. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Chen Fan turned and bellowed, "Show yourselves." He stood still for what felt like an eternity, yet no one emerged. Only the rustling of trees stirred by the wind. Seeing they remained hidden, Chen Fan leaped and hurled a shuriken towards the direction of the 3. Bang! 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 Shadows flitted through the forest as the shurikens were deflected back to him. Realizing their cover had been blown, the trio swiftly maneuvered through the trees, attempting to obscure Chen Fan's line of sight. Feeling somewhat strained, he summoned 2 shadow clones, forming a vigilant barrier back to back. Suddenly, one figure lunged forward, and Chen Fan met him with a shuriken, finally catching a glimpse of the assailant. Clad in combat attire and masked, the figure wielded a broken blade, firmly locking it against Chen Fan's shuriken. "Umbu!" Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. The 2 remained in a stalemate for a moment, each unable to overpower the other, before both leapt back. "What does the Umbu want with me?" Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. As he spoke, the remaining 2 figures sprang forth. "Wait, if Lady Tsunade had a message, she wouldn't send the Umbu. Are you from Root?" Chen Fan questioned. The lead ninja responded, "Indeed, Lord Danzo seeks your presence. Please come with us." As expected, it was that scheming fellow Danzo, a cunning and perilous individual. Chen Fan knew he was no match for him now. Accompanying them would be too perilous. I refuse, Chen Fan declared resolutely. The orders of Lord Danzo are not to be defied. With that, all three assailants charged at him. Instantly, Chen Fan and his shadow clones engaged in combat with the trio from Root. After a fierce exchange of blows, one of the Root ninjas launched the first offensive. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from the ninja's mouth, hurtling towards Chen Fan. The attack's expansive reach left Chen Fan with no option but to employ his shadow clones to propel himself into the sky. The other Root ninja, seizing the moment, darted to the water's surface and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water coalesced into a column, surging towards Chen Fan. In midair, Chen Fan pivoted and released 4 shurikens, each affixed with an explosive tag. Observing this, the Root ninja maneuvered the water column in a sweeping arc, evading the shurikens and charging directly at Chen Fan. Chapter 20. Root seeing this, a slight smirk graced Chen Fan's lips. As he turned, he flung out another 4 shurikens. The shurikens collided, causing the 4 explosive tagged ones to strike the water column at various points. The explosive talisman detonated with a thunderous roar, sending a column of water cascading into the air. A dense mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of the onlookers. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Fan swiftly descended to the ground, clutching a Rasengan as he charged toward the Root ninja standing atop the water. The ninja, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen by the Rasengan and sent flying. The remaining 2, witnessing this, swiftly approached Chen Fan from either side with their short blades drawn. Chen Fan did not flinch. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest. 8 gates formation, open the first gate, open. With a bellow, a torrent of violent chakra erupted from Chen Fan's body, swirling chaotically through the air and dispersing in all directions. The 2 ninjas halted their advance, momentarily stunned by the sudden gust. Chen Fan seized the moment to launch himself upwards, delivering a powerful leaf gale aimed squarely at one of their faces. With the second gate of the 8 gates formation engaged, his speed and strength had multiplied exponentially. The Root ninja had no time to react and was knocked unconscious by the blow. Now it's just you. Chen Fan's veins bulged as he glared fiercely at the remaining ninja. The Root ninja gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the short blade. You little brat. Don't underestimate me. With that, he charged forward. Yet, against Chen Fan, who had unlocked the 8 gates, a contest of physical prowess was futile. A swift move, the Hashiman Tonk, sent him crashing to the ground. Although Mike Guy and Rock Lee had not explicitly taught Chen Fan how to execute the technique, he had been practicing in secret based on his memories. This, however, was his first application in actual combat, having dealt with the 3 adversaries. Chen Fan plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Hey, Naruto, that last move was quite impressive. A voice suddenly called out as a figure leaped in front of him. Chen Fan turned towards the sound. Teacher Guy? Not just me, Mike Guy said, gesturing to the distance. Chen Fan followed his pointing finger and saw Kakashi leaning against a tree. Hey, Naruto. Kakashi waved, a smile on his face. What brings you two here? Chen Fan inquired. Perplexed. We were engaged in a duel, but upon noticing a suspicious ninja tailing you, we decided to follow, Mike Guy explained with a grin. Then why didn't you come to my aid sooner? Chen Fan asked, exasperated. Because we wanted to see what you were capable of now. It was quite the exhilarating battle. Mike Guy chuckled, raising a finger in amusement. Chen Fan remained silent, staring incredulously at Mike Guy. Kakashi, ignoring the exchange, approached the fallen Root member. Naruto, are you familiar with Danzo? Kakashi queried. I only know he is a high-ranking official in Konoha and the founder of the Root organization. Chen Fan replied calmly. Is that so? Kakashi responded, pondering deeply. Just then, a tremendous noise interrupted his train of thought. The group turned swiftly towards the source of the sound, only to behold a gigantic toad appearing before them. As they stood in astonishment, the toad spoke directly to them. Naruto, Jiraiya-sama requests your presence in the Hokage's office immediately. With that, the toad vanished into a puff of smoke. This was a communication toad frequently employed by Jiraiya to convey intelligence. The urgency of his summons indicated that a matter of great importance awaited. Kakashi immediately grasped the situation and turned to Naruto, saying, Since Jiraiya-sama has sent a communication toad for you, it is undoubtedly urgent. You must hurry. Though he had recently utilized the 8 gates, Chen Fan's body had sufficiently recovered during the brief respite. After exchanging simple farewells with Kakashi and Might Guy, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by several familiar figures, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and several high-ranking officials of Konoha, including Danzo. Naruto, why are you so late? Tsunade inquired first. I encountered a few ninjas attempting to kidnap me. It took a bit of time to deal with them. My apologies. Naruto replied, casting a glance at Danzo. Kidnapping? Tsunade pressed. Yes, a group of masked individuals approached me, claiming someone wanted to see me and instructed me to go with them. However, they exuded an air of danger, so I dispatched them all. Chen Fan responded with ease. Danzo realized that the individuals Chen Fan referred to were likely members of his own rude organization. Masked? Umbu? But I did not, Tsunade began, only to suddenly understand and turn to Danzo. Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Danzo stepped forward and admitted, indeed, they were members of my root. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Tsunade stood up, angrily slamming her hand on the table. Danzo, you scoundrel. Hokage-sama, we are all aware of what is sealed within Naruto. Even though his displayed talents are remarkable, is it truly safe for someone like him to possess such overwhelming power within the village? Moreover, have we forgotten the identity of the last person with such talents and the calamity he caused? Danzo coldly replied, you speak of the former prodigy of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, who committed the Uchiha clan massacre. Naruto is different. I believe in him. Tsunade shouted defiantly. I also believe in Naruto. Jiraiya echoed, patting Tsunade on the shoulder in agreement. Seeing that he could not sway the couple, Danzo retreated to the sidelines. Chen Fan, observing the exchange, began to understand the situation at hand. It appeared that Jiraiya had suggested he study sage techniques at Mount Myaboku, but Danzo and the other Konoha leaders opposed the idea, fearing the Nine Tails might once again bring disaster upon the village. Furthermore, Danzo had prepared in advance, dispatching his root members to seek him out. As silence fell, Tsunade calmly stated, regarding Naruto's training in sage techniques, it is decided. You may leave now. Once Danzo and the others had departed, Tsunade turned to Chen Fan and said, Naruto, I am grateful that you were able to defeat the root ninjas. With a smile, Chen Fan scratched his head and replied, it was manageable. Very well. Return home and rest well. Come to the office tomorrow morning, and I will inform you of the specifics regarding your sage training, Tsunade instructed, waving her hand. After a brief farewell, Chen Fan turned and left the office. Wait, the old men nearly drove me to a state of exasperation. Naruto, why have you not come to report after the completion of this mission? Tsunade interjected, blocking Naruto's path. Since Chen Fan's arrival in this world, he had undertaken very few missions, having only participated in a failed task involving minor insects, which led him to delegate the reporting to Shino and others, completely forgetting the necessity of reporting after completing a mission. Chapter 21. Danzo's trial. Chen Fan awkwardly chuckled. My apologies, Granny Tsunade. I was simply overwhelmed with joy upon hearing that the lecherous sage wanted me to learn sage techniques, and I ended up forgetting. This mission was inherently complex. After reviewing the investigation report provided by Jiraiya, Tsunade's attitude towards Naruto transformed entirely, even harboring high expectations for him. Consequently, she refrained from further admonishment, merely asking Chen Fan for a brief summary before allowing him to depart. As soon as Chen Fan stepped out of the office, the electronic notification sound echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a major mission for the first time. Reward: Ordinary Ninjutsu Gift Pack X1. Upon hearing this sound, Chen Fan hastily made his way to the woods surrounding the village. Once assured that no one was around, he opened the system panel to unveil the gift pack. Ding! Ordinary Ninjutsu Gift Pack opened successfully. Water Release. Water Bullet Technique 30. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique 25. Water Release. Hidden Mist Technique 40. Wind Release. Wind Blade 30. Wind Release. Black Rope Tornado 20. The host may choose 2 from the 5 displayed ninjutsu. What is this? I thought I would receive all of them. Chen Fan lamented as he pondered over the 5 ninjutsu before him. The Water Bullet Technique. A secret ninjutsu of the Hozuki clan, was a powerful technique that launched water bullets from the index finger without the need for hand seals, making it particularly suitable for him. However, the remaining options proved to be more challenging to select. Though the Hidden Mist technique was practical, it seemed rather commonplace and lacked lethality. As for the Wind Blade, it paled in comparison to the might of the Black Rope Tornado. After much deliberation, Chen Fan ultimately chose the water release, water bullet technique, and the wind release, black rope tornado. Ding. Binding successful. With the System S notification, the principles and hand seals of these two techniques materialized in Chen Fan's mind. Alright, let us test out the water bullet technique first. With that, Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed towards the distant trees. Water release, water bullet technique. In the next instant, a bullet-shaped water projectile manifested before his finger, shooting forth towards the trees, piercing through the trunk and flying backward. Chen Fan hurriedly dashed behind the tree to inspect the damage, revealing a substantial hole in the trunk and a deep crater on the ground behind it. Incredible, Chen Fan marveled. Truly worthy of being the secret technique of the Hozuki clan. If I were to channel a bit more chakra and compress it further, its power would undoubtedly increase. As for the wind release, black rope tornado, Chen Fan feared that its execution would create too much noise. So he opted to experiment with the water bullet's potency a few more times before heading home, especially since he was to commence his sage training the following day and needed to be well rested. Early the next morning, Chen Fan packed his bag and made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered that Tsunade was not present. Only Shizune was tidying up the cluttered documents on the desk. Noticing his entrance, Shizune promptly stood up. "Ah, Naruto, you're here quite early." "Indeed, yesterday. Lady Tsunade mentioned that today I could commence my training in sage arts, hence I arrived early," Chen Fan said with a smile. "I see. Lord Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya are currently on the rooftop. You may head over directly," replied Shizune. "All right, thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Fan opened the window and leapt out. Just as he prepared to jump onto the rooftop, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Mission issued. Completely conquer the Toad Wenta. Mission reward. Ninjutsu Proficiency 10. Taken aback by this task, Chen Fan pondered, conquer the Toad Wenta. How does one go about conquering it? Casually. What does casually mean? That is a summoning beast, even Jiraiya treats with caution. Do you expect me to conquer it using my verbal prowess? Chen Fan's sarcastic remark went unanswered by the system. Never mind. I can only take it one step at a time. With that thought, Chen Fan leapt into the air, landing swiftly on the rooftop. What is happening? Upon reaching the rooftop, Chen Fan was astonished by the sight before him. Not only were Jiraiya and Tsunade present, but there was also a toad resembling a steed, atop which stood a small toad with white whiskers and eyebrows, accompanied by Danzo. As Chen Fan landed, he finally discerned that it was Fukusaku, the sage of Mount Myaboku, who had likely come to escort him for training. However, why was Danzo here? What is going on? Chen Fan inquired. Is this child your disciple, little Jiraiya? Fukusaku asked. Indeed, his name is Naruto, Jiraiya replied proudly. He appears to be merely 11 or 12 years old, not much older than when you first visited Mount Myaboku. Is he truly as remarkable as you claim? Fukusaku said, his expression tinged with skepticism. Just as Jiraiya was about to respond, Danzo interjected. I still oppose allowing Naruto to learn sage arts, unless he passes my test. Danzo narrowed his eyes, addressing the assembly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan understood. This fellow is here to create trouble again. Having dealt with his 3 root subordinates yesterday, he has come seeking revenge. Before Tsunade and the others could speak, Chen Fan promptly replied, Fine, what kind of test do you have in mind? I have heard that your taijutsu is guided by Might Guy. Let him test you. If you can withstand 10 minutes against a fully committed Might Guy, you shall pass, Danzo stated solemnly. Why must it be Might Guy who tests me? Not to mention whether Guy will go easy on me. There are plenty of powerful ninjas under Danzo. Why this particular choice? Though perplexed, it ultimately seemed advantageous for me. With that thought, Chen Fan nodded to Tsunade, signaling his agreement to the proposal. A few minutes later, they arrived at the training ground in Konoha, where Chen Fan and Might Guy stood facing each other, while Tsunade and the others positioned themselves at a distance to observe. Naruto, I trust you have been keeping up with your taijutsu training during this time, Might Guy said with a smile, arms crossed over his chest. Then please, instruct me. Teacher Guy? Chen Fan assumed a combat stance. Might Guy flashed his signature broad smile, saying, Come on, this time I won't go easy on you. A faint smile graced Chen Fan's lips. The battle from the previous night had ignited an insatiable desire for combat within him. He had been training diligently. Yet genuine encounters like last night's were a rarity. As he faced Might Guy, Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement within. He was eager to discover the extent of his current abilities. Haha, you're quite spirited, Naruto, Might Guy remarked with a nod. With a swift motion, Chen Fan launched himself forward, appearing before Might Guy in an instant, delivering a straight punch aimed at his opponent's face. However, Might Guy deftly evaded the strike with a quick shift of his body. Chen Fan relentlessly adjusted his stance, pursuing Might Guy closely, yet the latter adeptly dodged, refusing to engage directly. Despite Chen Fan unleashing a flurry of attacks, he failed to graze even the hem of Might Guy's clothing. "Naruto, don't be careless," Might Guy shouted, twisting his body like a green whirlwind, executing a kick aimed at Chen Fan's head. Taken aback by this sudden counterattack, Chen Fan quickly raised his forearm to block the strike. Bang! The impact of Chen Fan's forearm colliding with Might Guy's right leg produced a dull thud. Both combatants staggered backward a few steps. "Remarkable. You managed to withstand my leaf hurricane with your forearm," Might Guy exclaimed, astonished. Although he had held back his strength, even his rival Kakashi would not dare to absorb such a blow with his forearm. On the other hand, Chen Fan did not feel the ease Might Guy imagined. He could distinctly sense a sharp pain radiating not just from his forearm, but throughout his entire arm. The force of such taijutsu was an experience he had never encountered before. It appeared that he could not afford to continue trading blows in this manner. With a flicker in his gaze, Chen Fan swiftly formed hand seals to summon his shadow clones. In a burst of white mist, dozens of shadow clones surged forth, charging at Might Guy in unison. "Haha, do you intend to buy time with your shadow clones?" Might Guy laughed heartily, initiating a rapid onslaught. Leaf, great whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the shadow clones were defeated, and Might Guy's figure drew ever closer. Just as he relentlessly pressed forward with his taijutsu, a sudden explosion of sound erupted. All the shadow clones surrounding Might Guy instantly dissipated, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he turned his gaze toward Chen Fan. Standing before him in a precise formation were 10 clones, hands raised in unison. Water release, water iron cannon technique. One by one, water bullets shot forth from their fingertips, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh, their speed astonishing. As all 10 clones executed this ninjutsu together, an overwhelming barrage of water bullets emerged, resembling a torrential downpour, relentlessly descending upon Might Guy. This was a unique combination technique conceived by Chen Fan. During his practice with the water iron cannon the previous night, he had discovered that while a longer charge time would yield greater power, he could also achieve instantaneous release or rapid-fire effects by reducing the overall strength. However, for swift ninjas, even rapid-fire attacks pose little threat. If the firing rate is excessively high, the power is significantly diminished. Thus, Chen Fan conceived a terrifying technique that harmonizes both potency and quantity, utilizing shadow clones alongside his current chakra. The destructive capability and attack range undoubtedly reached an unprecedented level. Even a formidable Jonin like Might Guy would find it challenging to contend with. Such a terrifying ninjutsu. A profound astonishment flickered in Might Guy's eyes. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of water bullets, Guy dared not be complacent and swiftly crossed his arms before his chest. Eighth gate of the 8 gates, the third gate. The life gate, open. With a thunderous roar, countless fragments of stone were lifted into the air by Guy's unleashed aura. His muscles swelled, and his entire body became engorged with blood. Moreover, Might Guy's speed surged several folds, nearly reaching an imperceptible level to the naked eye. He evaded the dense onslaught of water bullets with incredible agility. Observing this, Chen Fan promptly altered the shape of the water bullets, transforming them into larger spherical forms. This adjustment minimized the gaps between the projectiles, making evasion exceedingly difficult, albeit at the cost of their power. Recognizing this, Might Guy ceased his evasive maneuvers and stood his ground, yet his aura escalated once more. Fourth gate, the wounding gate, open. With that declaration, Might Guy began to unleash a flurry of punches, shattering the water bullets before they even made contact with his fists. Chen Fan understood that Guy was utilizing the airflow generated by his rapid punches to obliterate those water bullets. Realizing that he could not contend with Guy, and that continuing in this manner would only squander chakra, Chen Fan leaped behind a shadow clone and began to form a Rasengan, unbeknownst to Might Guy, who was preoccupied with the water bullets. Chen Fan emerged holding a transparent Rasengan, larger than the water bullets. Seeing this, Might Guy assumed his opponent was charging at him and hastened his punch rate, hoping to create an opportunity for a counterattack. To his surprise, Chen Fan did not advance, but instead hurled the Rasengan toward him. Might Guy thought it was merely a larger water bullet and prepared to intensify his strike to shatter it. Although his knowledge of ninjutsu was limited, he understood that a Rasengan should not be thrown, leading him to conclude that this was merely a more potent water bullet. Observing that Might Guy made no attempt to evade, Chen Fan realized his ruse had succeeded, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Teacher Guy, behold my new ninjutsu. Water release, Rasengan." Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, the Rasengan began to expand, enveloping one of Might Guy's arms. Might Guy, taken aback, exclaimed, "What is this?" In the next instant, the Rasengan swiftly engulfed him entirely. Stunned within the swirling sphere, Might Guy's face was a portrait of disbelief. How is this possible? I have already opened the fourth gate, the wounding gate. How could the water prison technique possibly bind me? Observers nearby approached, and Kakashi, unbeknownst to them, had also joined the audience. As Kakashi walked alongside, he utilized his Sharingan to observe the Rasengan that ensnared Might Guy. "All right, Naruto, the trial is over. Quickly dispel the jutsu," Tsunade instructed as she approached Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan awkwardly chuckled, I can't dispel it." The expressions of those present turned amusingly curious as they gazed at Chen Fan. "Just as I expected from you, Naruto," Kakashi remarked with a smile. "It's all right. This jutsu can only last for 2 minutes at most, and given Guy's strength, he should be able to break free soon," Chen Fan said with a grin. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed as the Rasengan shattered. "Guy, are you all right?" Tsunade inquired. "I'm fine. It was my oversight," Guy replied. "Naruto, I didn't expect you to have progressed so much in just a few days," Guy said, admiration shining in his eyes as he addressed Chen Fan. "It was just luck. I still need to work hard on my training." Chen Fan replied with a smile. Youth should be like this. Keep it up, Naruto," Guy encouraged, giving Chen Fan a thumbs up. Besides Guy and Chen Fan, the others regarded Naruto with contemplative expressions. The outcome of this bout indeed surprised everyone present. Even though they knew Guy had not exerted his full strength, they were all acutely aware of his capabilities, especially since he had utilized the 8 gates. Chapter 23, Physical Examination. Naruto, how many shadow clones can you summon at once? Kakashi broke the silence with his inquiry. Probably around 1,000. Chen Fan replied after a moment of contemplation. In truth, it was far more than 1,000, but Chen Fan chose to downplay his abilities for the time being. Although it was a modest estimate, the number astonished everyone. For an 11 or 12-year-old child to summon 1,000 shadow clones was indeed a terrifying figure. "Naruto, before you start learning sage techniques, you need to come to the hospital this afternoon for a physical examination," Tsunade stated. To the eyes of an ordinary person, the potential Naruto was exhibiting was entirely beyond what one would expect for his age. Tsunade felt a twinge of concern that perhaps Naruto had resorted to forbidden techniques to achieve such feats, prompting her to check his health before he continued his training in sage techniques. After saying this, Tsunade instructed Chen Fan to return and rest, deciding they would determine the training schedule after the examination. After Chen Fan left, Shinzaku turned to Jiraiya with a beaming smile. "Your disciple is even stronger than you were back in the day. His chakra is truly remarkable." In the entire village of Konoha, only Jiraiya possessed the ability to use sage techniques, which were challenging to master. Furthermore, a significant prerequisite for learning sage techniques was having an immense chakra reserve. Otherwise, one would be swiftly consumed by natural energy. "Indeed, I never anticipated this child would grow so powerful," Jiraiya remarked with a grave expression. "Well, I now have a clear understanding of Naruto's strength. I can guide him in mastering sage techniques. Once your matters here are resolved, I shall return to take him under my wing." With that, Shinzaku formed hand seals and departed. The remaining individuals present were Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Might Guy. "Did you clearly observe the ninjutsu he just executed?" Jiraiya inquired of Kakashi. "I did, Lord Jiraiya. It is indeed an evolved version of the Rasengan. It comprises 2 layers. The outer layer is the rapid, irregular rotation of the Rasengan, while the inner layer consists of the water prison technique. It is precisely due to the Rasengan continuously compressing the internal water prison that its power was so formidable, capable of momentarily subduing Guy," Kakashi explained. "Can it be replicated?" Tsunade asked. "It is somewhat challenging. In a certain sense, this ninjutsu possesses 2 types of chakra, one being water release and the other ordinary chakra. Although they have not fused, they manifest simultaneously within a single technique, incorporating 2 nature transformations, the water prison inside and the Rasengan outside," Kakashi replied with a furrowed brow. "What level do you believe it can be classified as?" Tsunade further inquired. I am uncertain. This ninjutsu appears to be incomplete. Naruto has yet to master its control. For now, let us tentatively classify it as a level. Tsunade remarked as she turned to leave. Guy, witnessing the exchange, also departed, having soaked his clothes due to Chen Fan's ninjutsu. Only Kakashi and Jiraiya remained in the training ground. Lord Jiraiya, the water release technique Naruto just used. Kakashi said, his expression serious. I noticed that too. It should be a secret technique of the Hozuki clan. But it is the first time I have seen someone wield it in such a manner, Jiraiya replied, his expression peculiar. Indeed, with such a massive quantity of water. And he utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to execute that technique. There are likely very few ninjas in the village who possess chakra comparable to Naruto's. Moreover, I have been observing with my Sharingan, and there has been no indication of chakra that does not belong to him. It should not be from the Nine Tails, Kakashi stated. The two men fell into silence, merely gazing in the direction Chen Fan had departed. After leaving the training ground, Chen Fan once again heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Task reward. Taijutsu Proficiency 10. Upon arriving at the training ground, Chen Fan had received the system's task notification, which stated that he must triumph in a contest against Mike Guy. Hence, during the earlier confrontation, he had dared to use the water iron cannon, a secret technique, despite the risk of being doubted. To divert attention, Chen Fan had deliberately employed a substantial amount of chakra. Back at home, he rubbed his arm, which had been kicked by Guy, experiencing a pain so intense it felt as though his bones might shatter. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Rasengan 67, Shadow Clone 71, Summoning Technique 46, Mouth Release 49, Wind Release, Rasengan 23, Water Release, Rasengan 31, Great Ball Rasengan 23, Water Release, Water Iron Cannon Technique 32, Wind Release, Black Rope Tornado 20, Taijutsu, 8 Gates 40, Shuriken Technique 100, Jinjutsu, None, Bloodline Limit, None, Chakra Attributes, Wind, Water, Chakra Amount, 67. Gazing at his current attribute panel, Chen Fan felt that the pain in his arm was undoubtedly worth it. After finishing lunch, he proceeded to the Konoha hospital for a health examination. After completing the examination, Tsunade repeatedly scrutinized Chen Fan's medical report. What are the results, Grandma Tsunade? Chen Fan asked, maintaining an air of calm. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed downward, the paper in her hands rustling ominously. After a considerable pause, she placed the report on the adjacent table, crossed her arms over her chest, and spoke in a measured tone. There are no significant issues. Does this mean I can commence my training in sage techniques? Tsunade gestured for the quiet Ino to step back before she continued. However, there are several questions I must pose to you first. What sort of questions? Chen Fan inquired cautiously. Have you recently encountered any peculiar individuals who might be teaching you ninjutsu? Tsunade asked, her expression darkening with an intense scrutiny. It was evident that recent events had aroused their suspicions. Chen Fan had anticipated such a day would come, though he had not expected it to arrive so soon. Not at all. I have been training alone, Chen Fan replied with composure. Then what is the situation with your chakra now? Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Chen Fan's eyes momentarily clouded, and he replied with a detached demeanor. Ever since my defeat against Sasuke, I realized that merely chasing after him was futile. I needed to enhance my own strength to achieve my aspirations. Thus, I have dedicated myself to rigorous training, and my chakra has increased unconsciously. Chen Fan's explanation seemed to soften Tsunade's gaze slightly. I see. Chen Fan subtly shook his shoulders, as though suppressing some deeper emotion. Grandma Tsunade, why the sudden inquiries? Before Chen Fan could finish, Tsunade stood and interrupted, saying, It's nothing. Jiraiya should be waiting for you at the hospital entrance. You should go find him. With that, Tsunade turned and exited the ward. Upon leaving the ward, Tsunade directly entered the adjacent room. So, are you satisfied? Chapter 24. Mayaboku Mountain. Chen Fan arrived at the hospital entrance to find Jiraiya waiting, displaying evident impatience. Why did you take so long? He complained. Tsunade asked me several questions, Chen Fan replied. All right, let's depart. Jiraiya then unfurled the contract scroll that Naruto had previously signed before Chen Fan's eyes. In the next moment, Chen Fan vanished amidst a swirl of white mist. Hey, little Naruto. When Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he found himself at Mayaboku Mountain, surrounded by towering lotus leaves and numerous stone statues resembling toads. What is this place? This is indeed Mayaboka Mountain. A voice emanated from above Chen Fan. He looked up to see an orange toad clad in a blue cloak perched atop his head. Chen Fan immediately recognized it as Gamakichi, the son of Gamabunta. Gamakichi, what brings you here? Chen Fan exclaimed, raising his voice in surprise. I heard from Lord Fukasaku that you were coming to Mayaboka Mountain to learn sage techniques. So I specifically came to accompany you. Gamakichi replied with a grin. Gamakichi had been a significant companion throughout Naruto's journey, so having him along was a welcome addition. Shall we begin? Chen Fan asked, determination gleaming in his eyes as he clasped his hands together. Wait a moment, let me first introduce you to sage techniques. Follow me. Gamakichi instructed, leading Chen Fan to a small yellow waterfall. This must be the toad oil. Listen well, young Naruto. Ninjutsu utilizes the energy within one's body, whereas sage techniques draw upon external energy for application. The chakra, which is a synthesis of one's spiritual energy, physical energy, and the natural energy from the environment, manifests as the techniques and forms of sage arts. I see. Although Chen Fan was already cognizant of these concepts, he feigned an expression of epiphany to align with the moment. Naruto has grown wiser. Quipped the toad, Frosaji, perched atop Chen Fan's head. Ignoring Frosaji's jibes, Chen Fan knelt down to inquire of Shinzwa. What does the training specifically entail? Do not move. The crux of the training lies in stillness. One must first cease the animalistic flow of their being and harmonize with the natural currents. Achieving this state is essential to perceive the presence of natural energy. Despite his prior awareness of the challenges inherent in sage training, Chen Fan found himself perplexed by the notion of halting the animalistic flow. How does one cease to flow as an animal? He asked, bewildered. Leaping nimbly to the steps before the waterfall, Shinzwa turned to Chen Fan and replied, there is no use in further words. It is better to experience it with your body. This waterfall possesses the secret to the toad oil of Mayaboka Mountain. Come here and extend your hand. This is to let me directly experience natural energy through toad oil, Chen Fan thought. Yet it made sense. A physical experience would indeed be more profound, facilitating swifter learning. Approaching the steps, he knelt and extended his arm. Shinzwa dipped his fingers into the toad oil and turned to apply it to Chen Fan's arm. This secret toad oil has the power to draw in natural energy and assist you in your training, he explained, while evenly spreading the oil. Indeed, it is remarkable. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt a peculiar sensation where the oil was applied, as if an elusive energy was infiltrating his arm. Unable to contain it, he sensed this energy permeating his entire being, prompting him to amplify his inner energy to resist this influx of natural energy. In the heat of the moment, however, he overexerted himself, consuming the natural energy entirely. How could this happen? Shinzwa exclaimed, having just retrieved a black rod to expel the natural energy from Chen Fan's body, only to witness the previously abundant natural energy being swiftly subdued. Young Naruto, have you previously studied the application of natural energy? Shinzwa inquired, astonished. Not at all. I merely sensed a strange energy encroaching upon my body, so I heightened my physical energy to counteract it, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Ah, so that is how it is. Young Naruto is truly astute, far surpassing young Jiraiya. Shinzwa laughed heartily. Despite his words, he was genuinely astonished by the innate talent displayed by Naruto. Having lived for several centuries and witnessed the training of countless individuals in sage arts, he recognized that Naruto's gift was unparalleled. Typically, those who first assimilate natural energy experience some degree of fragilification. Yet, Naruto, without any transformation, was the first to directly suppress the natural energy. While Jiraiya was undeniably gifted and had mastered the use of sage arts, he too could not achieve it with complete perfection, as he would still undergo slight fragilification when consolidating sage chakra. Little Naruto, you may very well surpass those who came before you, Shinsaku said to Chen Fan with palpable excitement. What does that mean? Chen Fan inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Never mind, just continue, Shinsaku urged, rolling up Chen Fan's sleeve and submerging his entire arm in oil. Listen closely, Naruto. The most crucial aspect is balance. You often gather chakra, and maintaining equilibrium between your mental and physical energies comes easily to you. However, achieving exquisite balance while simultaneously harnessing external natural energy is exceedingly challenging. Shinsaku elaborated patiently. Balance. Is it? Chen Fan pondered. Indeed, if natural energy is too scarce, one cannot condense sage chakra. yet an excess can lead to overwhelming influence from the natural energy, transforming one into a frog. If the influence is slight, there exists a way to restore your human form, which involves using the black rod in my hand to strike it out from within you. However, should you absorb too much natural energy at once, succumbing to the transformation into a frog will render you unable to revert to your original state. Once transformed, you will adopt another form, becoming a part of nature itself. But fear not, I shall remain by your side during your training, and I will assist you should any issues arise. Although the risks of practicing sage arts are considerable, for reasons unknown, Shinsaku possesses unwavering confidence in Naruto before him, believing he will undoubtedly succeed. All right, then let us proceed, Chen Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital, are you satisfied now? Tsunade demanded fiercely, addressing the individuals before her. Please do not be angry, Fifth Hokage. This is all for the sake of the village. They replied. Has it not already been verified that Naruto's chakra is entirely his own, devoid of any trace from others or the Nine Tails? Your continued probing only betrays your apprehension regarding Naruto's talent and strength. Tsunade scoffed. The individuals were high-ranking members of Konoha, who had recently been observing Chen Fan, particularly after he had vanquished several members of Root. Chen Fan's prowess and potential instilled a sense of trepidation in them, reminiscent of past events, prompting their continued scrutiny. I shall make it unequivocally clear, Naruto will never become a traitor to the village. Should you conspire to harm him, I will not let you go unpunished, Tsunade declared, her words heavy with finality as she exited the room. Upon leaving, she found Jiraiya leaning against the wall, watching her intently. Hey, is it truly all right to say such things? Jiraiya asked, a peculiar expression crossing his face. I doubt I am the only one who thinks this way. Otherwise, why were you eavesdropping at the door? Tsunade replied sternly, striding forward. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are correct. At Mount Mayaboku, Chen Fan had begun to faintly sense and utilize natural energy through the toad oil, his eyes now adorned with the unique shadow characteristic of Sage Mode. Now, you must attempt to lift the rock frog, Shinsaku instructed, leaping beneath a massive rock frog. Chen Fan positioned himself beneath the creature, exerting all his strength. And in the next moment, he shakily hoisted the enormous rock frog above his head. Excellent, Naruto. The first phase is complete, but what comes next? Chen Fan asked as he lowered the rock frog. The next stage of your training will require you to forego the oil and rely solely on your ability to control natural energy. The key remains as previously stated, do not move. Continuing, Shinzo led Chen Fan to the location for the second phase of training. Naruto, this is the place where you will continue your cultivation. He placed a stone slab at the summit of the mountain and instructed Chen Fan to meditate upon it. But be warned, any lapse in concentration, even the slightest movement, will result in a fall. How exhilarating. Although Chen Fan had previously encountered this method of training, witnessing it firsthand sent a chill of sweat cascading down his back. As Chen Fan and Shinzo settled on the mountaintop with the stone slab, it wasn't long before Chen Fan began to sway precariously, as if he were about to plummet. In stark contrast, Shinzo remained as steady as a rock, unwavering and immobile. You must cease the animalistic motions of your body. You must discover the point of balance within yourself and harmonize with nature while remaining still. Yet, the more Chen Fan attempted to still himself, the more his body betrayed him, moving uncontrollably. On the first day of training, despite having advanced directly to the second phase, Chen Fan found no progress in his meditation practice. He could scarcely manage to remain still for more than 3 minutes, let alone absorb natural energy. For the past few days, Jiraiya had been discreetly observing Chen Fan's training progress whenever he wasn't on a mission. However, it seemed as though Chen Fan had hit a plateau, making little headway. While he could now remain motionless for 20 minutes, the instant he attempted to absorb natural energy, his body would involuntarily fidget. Thus, Chen Fan found himself stagnating in the second phase of Sage Arts for 9 consecutive days, a record duration for his studies in ninjutsu. On the 10th day, as Chen Fan diligently practiced, Jiraiya concealed himself at a distance, intently watching. At that moment, Gamabunto approached. Upon seeing Naruto at the peak, he called out, "Hey kid!" The sudden shout startled Chen Fan, causing the stone slab he had so painstakingly stabilized to wobble once more, and ultimately, he tumbled down the mountainside. "Boss, what are you doing here?" Chen Fan inquired. "What do you mean, what am I doing here? This is Mount Mayaboku. Gamabunta puffed thoughtfully on his pipe as he gazed at Chen Fan. Kid, Jiraiya mentioned your training in sage arts, but Haven T made much progress. So I came to check on you. Boss, you know sage arts too, right? Do you have any advice? Chen Fan asked. With Shinzo here, what could I possibly contribute? Gamabunta retorted. Then what brings you here? To spectate? Chen Fan scoffed. You little brat, it's been a while since we last met, and your attitude seems a bit different. Gamabunta exclaimed in frustration. This remark reminded Chen Fan that he still had a task at hand, to conquer Gamabunta. Yet, it was evident that this giant toad was not one to easily submit. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chen Fan's mind. Of course, I'll master the sage arts soon. Who knows, I might just become the boss then. Chen Fan declared with an air of arrogance. After you? Mastering sage arts. Gamabunta scoffed, expelling a large smoke ring. Stop underestimating others. How about a wager? A wager? On what terms? Chen Fan inquired. If I can master sage arts within the next week, you must acknowledge me as the boss. Chen Fan asserted with unwavering determination. Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? Even Jiraiya took a considerable amount of time to learn it, and you think you can do it in a week? This matter is of no concern to you. The question is whether you dare to wager. Fukasaku, remaining silent, turned his gaze towards Jiraiya in the distance. Assuming Fukasaku was reluctant to bet due to his silence, Chen Fan adopted a provocative expression and said, What is the matter? Are you afraid? If you are indeed afraid, then let us depart swiftly and not disturb my training. Angered by this taunt, Fukasaku retorted fiercely, Very well, let us wager. Should you lose, I shall cast you from the highest cliff of Miyaboku Mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan promptly declared, It's a deal. From afar, Jiraiya, astonished by Chen Fan's audacity to claim he would master sage techniques in just a week, interjected, Naruto, don't be foolish. Mastering sage techniques in a week is impossible. Chen Fan was acutely aware of the difficulty in mastering sage techniques within such a short span. However, to fulfill his System-S task and gain Fukasaku's respect, he needed to accomplish something remarkable. After all, Fukasaku was a formidable spirit among summoning beasts, and without demonstrating sufficient prowess, complete conquest would be unattainable. Perverted sage, what brings you here? Chen Fan inquired. I came to see how your training is progressing. Then watch closely. I believe I shall not disappoint your expectations. Although Chen Fan was the protagonist, he was also a ninja, and the multitude of tasks, both great and small, within the village typically fell upon ninjas. Yet since he began to exhibit his extraordinary talents, Chen Fan had received no missions, and his prolonged stay on Miyaboku Mountain indicated that Tsunade held immense expectations for him. She refrained from assigning tasks to allow him to focus entirely on his training. Jiraiya was somewhat moved by Chen Fan's words. In that moment, he found himself wanting to believe in him. Perhaps this was the power of the protagonist's charisma. The same words spoken by a lead character tend to resonate more deeply. Sensing the silence among them, Shimizu interjected, Since a decision has been made, little Jiraiya and Fukasaku, you may step aside and await the results of Naruto's training in a week. Understood, Lord Shimizu. After exchanging brief farewells, the two departed. Chen Fan ascended to the mountaintop to continue his training, yet he saw little in the way of significant results. As night fell, after Shimizu and Shima had fallen into slumber, Chen Fan stealthily rose and made his way to a secluded spot, ensuring he was alone. He tightly closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Behind a massive iron door, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on Chen Fan. Ah, Kurama, you're still awake? Chapter 26, System Upgrade. Kid, what brings you to seek me out? Do you have a new tale to entertain me? Chen Fan, observing the scene, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he replied, What? Do you enjoy my stories that much? This time, Kurama did not respond with the usual roar. Instead, he lay calmly and spoke to him in a composed manner. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak your mind. Chen Fan's heart swelled with joy at Kurama's demeanor, indicating a growing trust in him. Kurama, you must have noticed by now. Chen Fan's words sparked a flicker of suspicion in Kurama's eyes, prompting him to ask, What do you mean? While I was cultivating my celestial arts, I discovered that your chakra could harmonize with mine. To my surprise, you were able to discern this. The Nine Tails turned to face Chen Fan, affirming his observation. Indeed, over the past few days of practice, Chen Fan had sensed an inexplicable pull within his chakra each time he absorbed natural energy, only for it to dissipate shortly thereafter, causing his focus to wane during his cultivation of celestial arts. Ninetales, since our chakras can synchronize, shall we attempt to connect them? Chen Fan suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you attempting to borrow my power? Borrow your power? Oh, Ninetales. Surely you must have sensed that my chakra now appears to surpass yours, since the system's reward had elevated Chen Fan's chakra to 66. The Ninetales recognized that Chen Fan's chakra exceeded even its own at its peak. Although the Ninetales had been divided into halves when sealed by Minato, it was still the strongest among tailed beasts. Apart from the Sage of Six Paths, this was the first time the Ninetales had sensed someone with a greater chakra than itself. What exactly are you up to? The Ninetales asked, adopting a fierce expression. Ninetales, I understand that you have been reviled by the world, and you harbor resentment towards it as well. However, I wish to express that the animosity directed at you does not imply that you are in the wrong. Rather, it stems from fear, just like Naruto, who was labeled as the Ninetales Fox by the villagers and strived to shed that label to gain their acknowledgement. But why did the villagers despise him so? Was it not because of your power? The weak often reject and loathe what they cannot comprehend, seeking solace in their disdain. Did you ever truly contemplate committing heinous acts at your inception? You were merely exploited by those who revered strength. The villagers' aversion and fear of you arose simply from hearsay about your deeds combined with your might, which rendered their lives insignificant in your presence. Do you find any merit in my words? Chen Fan teased, gazing intently at the Ninetales. Your perspective is quite unique. I have yet to encounter anyone with such thoughts. But tell me, what is your purpose in seeking me today? Advancing closer, Chen Fan placed his right hand on the iron gate and remarked meaningfully, I seek your assistance. Assistance? Indeed, since we currently cannot separate, we might as well collaborate. I have already disclosed my origins to you in full, which signifies my trust in you, and I sense a measure of trust from you in return. While I am familiar with your world, I am not of it. I do not possess any so-called will of fire, nor will I sacrifice others for a greater cause, nor do I wish to conform to them or seek their approval. I shall pursue my desires freely, guided solely by my own convictions. A smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he met the Ninetales' gaze with unwavering determination. The words of the Ninetales to Chen Fan were rather astonishing. In this world, every individual harbors their own beliefs and will, which simultaneously serve as shackles binding them. However, the Ninetales, long imprisoned and controlled, harbored a deep aversion to these constraints. Yet, the human before it possessed not only an absence of such bonds, but also an enchanting power that stirred its aspirations. Young one, there's no rush to decide whether or not to trust me. I mentioned upon our first encounter that I have taken quite a liking to you, hence my hope that we may become friends. This is why I have unreservedly shared my origins with you, and I wish for your faith in me as well. By the way, I have yet to devise a means to lift the seal within you, but I promise that should a solution present itself, I will release you at the earliest opportunity. Now, I shall return to rest. You should retire early as well. Farewell. At present, Chen Fan's chakra was on par with that of the Ninetales, and he felt no fear in releasing it for a bout. He had long contemplated that, with the aid of the system, he could ascend to the pinnacle of this world even without the Ninetales' assistance. After conversing with the Ninetales, Chen Fan felt a great lightness in his heart, yearning for a friend like this in his world. Ding! The Ninetales' trust in the host has reached 30. System 20 is undergoing an upgrade. Chen Fan was startled by the sudden notification. Really now? Must you frighten me at this hour? It seemed that his words tonight had not been in vain. The Ninetales' trust was nearing 1/3. By the way, how long will this upgrade take? However, the system remained silent, with the virtual panel persistently displaying System 20 is upgrading. Never mind. I shall return to rest. There is training to be done tomorrow. By the time I awaken, it should have completed its upgrade. The following morning, Jima arose early to prepare breakfast. Knowing that Chen Fan disliked insects, Shizaka hastily roused him to commence his training. In the training grounds, Chen Fan still struggled to balance the natural energy and the chakra within him. Although he had made considerable progress, each time the Ninetales resisted cooperation, it momentarily distracted Chen Fan's focus. It appeared that possessing such talent was not always a boon. Had his perception not been so acute, he might not have been perturbed by these minute reactions. Meanwhile, the Ninetales was lost in contemplation of Chen Fan's words from the previous night. Although it gradually began to trust him, The years of being exploited and imprisoned by humans left it conflicted about whether to place its faith in this individual. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was solely focused on hastening his mastery of sage techniques to fulfill his wager with Gamabunta, completely forgetting about the system's upgrade. It was only during a midday break while eating his bento that he remembered. He inquired in his mind, System, have you completed your upgrade? Chapter 27, Advanced Ninja Techniques. Oh, it's already finished, Master. Wait, why has the tone shifted so abruptly? What new functionalities does this upgrade entail? Of course, there are new features. This upgrade introduces 3 major modules. 1. The addition of a lottery function. As long as the host completes 5 system tasks, they will earn a chance to draw a lottery. Furthermore, this upgrade has enriched the ninjutsu library, offering a plethora of formidable techniques awaiting the master's unlocking. Most importantly, this system upgrade has rendered the system more intelligent, capable of answering the master's queries. Answering queries? Indeed, Master. You may ask me anything. Given my current progress, how long will it take to master sage techniques? Approximately 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I bet with Gamabunta that it would only take 1 week. Is there a way to expedite the process? Actually, your innate talent is remarkably high. Mastering sage techniques within a week is not an insurmountable task. The key lies in your focus and undivided attention. At present, you are unable to concentrate during your training. Even the slightest rustle captures your attention. It may also be due to the recent acquisition of your observation haki and its side effects. That is akin to saying nothing at all. I seek solutions, not an analysis of reasons. Master, understanding the reason is essential for devising a solution. I can temporarily seal your observation haki. This should enhance your success rate. Very well. Let us proceed with that for now. After sealing the observation haki, Chen Fan's training speed improved significantly. At last, on the 5th day, he was able to sit in meditation on the stone slab for an entire day, unyielding to the elements, regardless of wind or rain. In the evening, Shinsaku prepared to call Chen Fan for a break and a meal. Suddenly, he sensed a vast natural energy converging around Naruto's body. In the next instant, a distinctive sage mode visage adorned Chen Fan's face, while his body remained untouched by transformation into a frog. How does it feel? Shinsaku inquired with a smile of satisfaction. It feels extraordinary. So this is sage mode. My body feels remarkably light. Indeed, sage mode differs from other ninjutsu. While in this state, your strength, speed, and perception undergo a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, sage mode activates vitality in all aspects of your body, so you will not feel fatigued. Rather, you will be brimming with energy. Shinsaku elucidated. Congratulations, Master. You have finally mastered the sage techniques. The rewards for completing the task have been dispensed. Haha, no rush. I shall wait until nightfall, when no one is around, to open it. Hey, Naruto. Congratulations. Jiraiya had appeared at the mountain's base, smiling and waving at Naruto. Upon noticing him, Chen Fan immediately leapt down to greet Jiraiya. Perverted sage, what brings you here? I came to witness your training, Naruto. You've worked hard. With that, Jiraiya brought forth the right hand that had been resting on his back. He presented 2 ice pops, stuck together, to Chen Fan, pulling them apart with both hands and offering one to him. Here is a reward for you. In the sunlight, the ice pop in Chen Fan's hand glistened with crystalline clarity. In that moment, a profound emotion stirred within him. Gazing at Jiraiya, who was both mentor and father figure, Chen Fan silently resolved, this time, I shall protect Jiraiya. The conclusion of the Wind and Fire Chronicles must include Jiraiya's presence. What's wrong? If you don't eat soon, it will melt. Jiraiya gently patted Chen Fan's head and affectionately remarked, Naruto, you have already surpassed me. Your sage mode is exceedingly perfect, and you are destined to become Hokage. Chen Fan nodded solemnly, choosing silence over words. I apologize for interrupting your master-disciple moment. Naruto, you have mastered sage mode and are now ready to enter its final stage. However, it is getting late, so let us pause for today and continue tomorrow. All right, then. My mother must have prepared dinner by now. Would little Jiraiya like to join us for a meal before departing? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was so startled that he inadvertently dispelled his sage mode. Jiraiya quickly produced a scroll and said, I sincerely apologize. Tsunade has assigned me a mission. I must take my leave. With that, he offered Chen Fan an encouraging glance before vanishing from sight. It appears that Jiraiya was also a victim of the culinary horrors inflicted by that troublesome dish. In the dead of night, Chen Fan found himself in a secluded location once more. System, are you there? Master, I am here. What is your command? Please retrieve the rewards for completing the Sage technique. Understood, Master. Elite Ninjutsu Gift Pack 1 Spirits of Heaven and Earth. Grant me a divine level ninjutsu. Elite Ninjutsu Gift Pack is now opening. Opening successful. Congratulations, Master, you have acquired Flying Thunder God Technique 80. Wow, how impressive. I have obtained the Flying Thunder God Technique, and the proficiency level is astonishing. It is worth noting that the Flying Thunder God Technique is no ordinary elite ninjutsu. Only the 2nd and 4th Hokage are known to wield it. The prerequisites are exceedingly stringent, requiring not only a vast amount of chakra, but also exceptional sensory perception. Since its invention, only 2 individuals have met these criteria. What a thrill. After binding the Flying Thunder God, Chen Fan felt an extraordinary sensation coursing through his body. This feeling resembled the one he experienced when the system rewarded him with the spatial ring, yet it was exponentially more intense. Could there be hidden benefits? Indeed, Master. The reward for the Flying Thunder God technique includes the physical conditions necessary to utilize it. How marvelous. Moments later, this peculiar sensation gradually faded. Is it over? Yes. Master, all rewards have been delivered. The observation haki has also been unlocked. You may sense your surroundings now. What is this? Chen Fan suddenly felt as though he possessed the Byakugan, perceiving everything nearby with remarkable clarity, as if he were witnessing it firsthand. Even the slumbering Lord Shinsaku, over 2 kilometers away, was within his sensory reach. System, what is the limit of my sensory range now? A radius of 10 kilometers is no problem. How extraordinary. With this level of perception, there are likely very few in the Hidden Leaf Village who can rival me. No, in fact, there are hardly any throughout the entire ninja world. The host's current sensory perception ranks 5th in Konoha and 14th in the entire ninja world. Well, I was merely expressing my delight and boosting my morale. There was no need for a detailed ranking analysis. Forget it. I shall not indulge this oblivious artificial intelligence any further. I will now attempt the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 28. Return to the village at the break of dawn. Chen Fan commenced the final phase of his training under the guidance of Master Shinsaku. Naruto. The ultimate challenge is a duel utilizing Sage Chakra. Alright, let us begin. Bang, bang, bang. After a morning of relentless sparring, despite being sent flying by Master Shinsaku's strikes, Chen Fan bore no injuries. This was a testament to the unique regenerative abilities of Sage Mode, coupled with Chen Fan's vast reserves of chakra. Although he could not heal instantaneously, he required merely 2 or 3 seconds to recover. The frog kata is a distinctive martial art that harnesses the power of nature to inflict damage upon adversaries, even without physical contact. It is an exceptional technique for confronting the 6 paths of pain. Though 2 years remain, it is wise to prepare in advance. As dusk fell, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, 2 figures danced in a continuous intertwine. Naruto, your skills have become quite proficient. Chen Fan paused his movements and inquired, has my training come to an end? Indeed, I have imparted all that I can. The next step is to practice diligently. Young one, how fares your mastery of Sage techniques? Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped Chen Fan, and upon glancing upwards, he discerned a massive creature advancing toward him. Quickly, he concentrated his chakra beneath his feet and leaped upward, clearing the gigantic figure. To his astonishment, it was none other than Gamabunta. Boom. With its landing, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the valley. Master Shinsaku, Gamabunta greeted with a slight bow. Ah, Gamabunta, you arrived just in time. Naruto has graduated. What? Master Shinsaku, are you saying this young brat has mastered Sage techniques? Ha ha ha, indeed. Master Shinsaku replied with a grin. How about it, boss? I won. You must now acknowledge me as your superior, Chen Fan proclaimed, perched atop Gamabunta's head. As a seasoned inhabitant of Mount Myaboku, Gamabunta was adept at Sage techniques and could sense the immense natural energy within Chen Fan, even surpassing Jiraiya. Che, you little brat, get down from there, Gamabunta exclaimed, hopping about in an attempt to dislodge Chen Fan. Young Bunta, you have lost and must honor your promise. At the sound of Master Shinsaku's words, Gamabunta ceased his antics. Fine, since Master Shinsaku has spoken, I shall reluctantly concede. But remember, the last person who stood atop my head was the 4th Hokage. If you do not surpass him as a ninja, I shall cast you off the cliff. Congratulations, Master, The second task is complete. Before Chen Fan could revel in his success, the system abruptly chimed in, causing him to stagger and nearly tumble from Gamabunta's head. Seeing Chen Fan's startled demeanor, Gamabunta sighed inwardly. Who would have thought I would be bowing to this foolish brat? By the way, how do I return? Do not fret. Your ride has arrived. Master Shinzaku indicated towards the distance. Perverted sage, you have come to fetch me. Chen Fan joyfully exclaimed as he dashed to Jiraiya's side. Indeed, congratulations, Naruto, on completing your sage training. After Jiraiya gently patted Chen Fan's head and bid farewell to Shinzaku, he took Chen Fan back to Konoha. With a puff of white smoke, the two materialized at the gates of Konoha. It's Lord Jiraiya and Naruto, exclaimed the gate guards upon recognizing their visitors. In truth, Chen Fan's journey to Mount Myaboku for sage training had already become common knowledge among the village ninjas. Although many still harbored reservations about the Nine Tails, they refrained from voicing their concerns, as it was a direct order from Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. Naruto, to celebrate your successful mastery of sage techniques, how about I treat you to some ramen? Jiraiya proposed. Sounds great. After days of consuming Granny Shima's insect dishes, I feel almost inhuman. I could really use something delicious to compensate. Hey, uncle, 2 bowls of ramen please. Oh, it's Naruto. It's been a while since you last visited. Have you been on a mission? The ramen vendor inquired. No, I was training. I see. How about your favorite tonkatsu chashu ramen? That sounds perfect. Thank you, uncle. During his time at Mount Myaboku, Chen Fan was compelled to eat various insect-based dishes daily, rendering his taste buds numb. Now, seated at the ramen stall and inhaling the delightful aroma, he felt his stomach churning with anticipation. Watching Uncle Ichiraku bustle about, Chen Fan felt each passing second was an agonizing eternity. Soon, Uncle Ichiraku served 2 bowls of ramen. Jiraiya handed his chopsticks to Chen Fan. Dig in. Chen Fan quickly separated the chopsticks, declaring, I won't hold back. With resounding slurps, he devoured the ramen, relishing the delectable flavors. The ramen before him was nothing short of divine compared to the week's prior fare. Ever since mastering the 8 gates and training in taijutsu with Might Guy, Chen Fan's appetite had grown significantly. After finishing 1 bowl, he remarked, I'm only about 4/10 full. Uncle, another bowl please. Why don't you start with this bowl? Jiraiya pushed his own bowl toward Chen Fan, resting his chin on his hand as he watched Naruto. Chen Fan, oblivious to the need for politeness, picked up his chopsticks and continued feasting. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan had devoured 3 bowls. So satisfying. Are you full now? Jiraiya inquired. Chen Fan patted his slightly rounded belly. A look of contentment spread across his face. I'm full. Burp. Then let us go report to Tsunade, Jiraiya said. All right. Let us go, burp. Chen Fan was so stuffed he could barely articulate a coherent sentence. The two meandered towards the Hokage's office at a leisurely pace. Naruto, did you see the Hokage rock? Jiraiya suddenly asked with a meaningful tone. I did, why? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's words, his burp forgotten. I believe that in the near future, your face will also grace that rock. Jiraiya smiled at him. Yes, I'll make sure you see it. Chen Fan replied, gazing intently at the Hokage rock, suddenly pondering another matter. He realized that his flying thunder god technique must possess a compelling reason for others to believe in it. Perverted sage, I heard the 4th Hokage was your disciple? Jiraiya cast a glance at Naruto before turning his gaze towards the Hokage rock, remarking, indeed, the 4th Hokage is a rare genius, a prodigy seen once in several decades. In comparison to him, anyone else pales into insignificance. He possesses the most extraordinary qualities of a ninja I have ever witnessed: masterful ninjutsu, clear thinking, and immense popularity. During the 3rd Shinobi World War, he achieved remarkable feats for Konoha, showcasing formidable strength, and he is famously known as the Yellow Flash. Chapter 29. Ambush at the mere mention of Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya seemed to activate some switch within him, speaking fervently. Perhaps this is the nature of a teacher's admiration for an exceptional student. Praise flows abundantly. Yellow Flash? What does that signify? Chen Fan, aware of its meaning, feigned ignorance to coax Jiraiya into uttering the name of the flying thunder god technique. It is due to his unparalleled speed on the battlefield, akin to a streak of yellow lightning, allowing him to swiftly defeat his foes. Hence, he earned the title of Yellow Flash. Jiraiya declared with pride, I see, that indicates exceptional taijutsu, reminiscent of my teacher Guy. Not quite. The 4th taijutsu is indeed formidable. But that is not the sole reason for his title. He holds this honor because he mastered the advanced ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, which permits him to traverse the battlefield at will. Advanced ninjutsu? That sounds impressive. Can I learn it? Chen Fan exclaimed, his excitement evident. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. The Flying Thunder God technique is an exceptionally difficult ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage. Since its inception, only 2 individuals have been able to wield it independently. Really? You can't do it either? Indeed, I cannot. To learn this ninjutsu, 2 prerequisites must be met. As Jiraiya spoke, he appeared to have an epiphany, abruptly halting mid-sentence. His demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he fixed a contemplative gaze upon Chen Fan. What's wrong? Chen Fan felt a surge of panic at Jiraiya's sudden change. Could he have been discovered? Was it too obvious? Nothing. Let us move swiftly. Jiraiya quickened his pace, and upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they found Tsunade seated alone at her desk, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. As Chen Fan prepared to greet her, he noticed Tsunade's stern expression directed at Jiraiya. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. What is happening? Chen Fan began to sense his surroundings. What is going on? Outside the office windows, in the corridors, and on the roof, ninjas were positioned everywhere. Were they surrounded? Suddenly, Chen Fan drew a kunai and turned towards the corner by the door, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" At that moment, from the shadowy corner emerged a man with one eye bandaged, leaning on a cane. "I didn't expect you to notice me. Kurama, what brings you here?" Jiraiya asked, his voice tinged with caution. "Tsunade, it is time to put an end to this. Do not falter, or you will find yourself in a predicament akin to that of the Uchiha clan in years past." Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Jiraiya was taken aback. Immediately turning to look at Tsunade, Tsunade remained silent, her eyes filled with fury, staring intensely at Jiraiya, as if awaiting a response. "What is the situation now? Why has Danzo appeared here, and who are the ninjas surrounding us? What did that old man mean when he mentioned the Uchiha clan? Is the master inquiring about me? Can't you see the palpable tension in the air? If you know something, speak quickly." Chen Fan dared not lower his guard, although Danzo's expression remained inscrutable. Chen Fan sensed an overwhelming aura of death permeating the entire office. "Master, I am merely a system and lack a divine perspective." "Then why did you suddenly interject? Are you here to watch the spectacle?" The lecherous sage exclaimed. "We are encircled. Ninjas are everywhere." Jiraiya frowned, his tone cool and detached. "Yes, I am aware. Danzo, what are your intentions?" "I merely seek to eliminate any threats to the village." Since Tsunade assumed the role of the 5th Hokage, Danzo had largely retreated into the shadows, partly due to Tsunade's prowess and partly due to Jiraiya. However, Naruto's recent power surge rendered Danzo somewhat uneasy. A person who had been marginalized and ostracized by the villagers since childhood could easily harbor resentment, and should he acquire formidable strength, he might undertake actions detrimental to the village. Furthermore, Chen Fan harbored the Nine Tails within him. Should he truly betray the village, it would spell catastrophic consequences. After Danzo articulated his concerns, an unusual silence enveloped the office, with several pairs of eyes fixated upon Jiraiya, as if awaiting his response. As the current pinnacle of strength in the village, Jiraiya's decisions carried significant weight. Though both he and Tsunade were among the legendary Sannin, and he harbored affection for her, Danzo understood that Jiraiya possessed the will of fire and would not act recklessly regarding the village's welfare, which emboldened Danzo to proceed with his assertions. "Naruto, you should return now." Jiraiya's sudden declaration shattered the protracted silence of the office. Although Chen Fan was perplexed, he recognized that he had little authority in the current situation. "Wait," Danzo interjected. Jiraiya's gaze turned razor-sharp, warning Danzo with a piercing stare. Reluctantly, Danzo acquiesced. Once Chen Fan departed, Tsunade's expression softened somewhat. "Jiraiya, are you certain it's wise not to accompany him back?" she inquired. "Naruto has mastered sage technique, and his abilities surpass even my own. He has likely outgrown the average Jonin, so there is no cause for concern." "Jiraiya, what are you doing? Naruto's strength is beginning to drift beyond our control. We should increase surveillance and restrict his movements. Do you intend to allow another Uchiha incident to transpire should he betray Konoha?" Danzo stepped forward, voice laced with indignation. "I have no intention of monitoring Naruto. He possesses innate talent and will become a vital asset for the village." Jiraiya replied with calm assurance. "Indeed, I believe in Naruto. He will undeniably emerge as a crucial force for the village." Tsunade rose, her voice firm and commanding. You are all oversimplifying the situation. Bang! With a tremendous crash. The desk before Tsunade lay in disarray. This act was already a concession. Tsunade shouted furiously at Danzo. If your current judgment proves erroneous, what are your plans? These words plunged the office into silence once more. Tsunade lowered her head in deep contemplation. No matter how I ponder, I cannot imagine Naruto ever causing harm to Konoha. However, if the Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Fire were to face a crisis because of this, I would, as the fifth Hokage, fight to the death to protect everything. I too have faith in Naruto, in my apprentice, for he is indeed the son of that man. Yet, should Naruto betray Konoha? At that moment, I shall not hesitate. I would personally end his life. Chapter 30. The Craft Ninja Village. Seeing the two's stance, Danzo could only sigh and depart. After Danzo left, Jiraiya sensed that the number of ninjas nearby had diminished significantly. Subsequently, Tsunade ordered all the Umbu in the vicinity to return home. Why are you back so soon? Tsunade inquired while seated. Did I not just mention? Naruto has completed his training, and I brought him back. Is it truly so soon that he has mastered it? Tsunade exclaimed, rising in astonishment from her chair. I did not expect that fellow to learn so quickly either. But from this, it seems Naruto's talent may well be inherited from his father, perhaps even surpassing it. The fourth Hokage? While the two lamented, Chen Fan was filled with trepidation. Just after leaving the office, he noticed 6 individuals tailing him. Chen Fan initially contemplated dispatching them in a secluded area, akin to last time, but recalling Danzo's earlier demeanor, he refrained. After all, Danzo is a high-ranking official of Konoha. Even though my current strength is considerable, I cannot continually eliminate his subordinates. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly draw suspicion and pressure from the people of Konoha. At that point, even Tsunade and Jiraiya together might not be able to ensure my safety. Thus, Chen Fan could only remain vigilant while hastening his return home. Just as he neared home, he suddenly noticed that the followers had drifted away. With this realization, Chen Fan finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto his small bed. They've finally left. I hope they do not return. Being watched constantly has hindered my ability to train properly. By the way, system, open my system panel. Understood, Master. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere 77, Shadow Clone 81, Summoning Technique 56, Mouth Escape 59, Wind Release, Spiral Sphere 33, Water Release, Spiral Sphere 41. Great Ball Spiral Sphere 33, Water Release, Water Iron Cannon Technique 42, Wind Release, Black Rope Tornado 30, Flying Thunder God Technique 91, Taijutsu, 8 Gates 40, Shuriken Technique 100. Frog Manipulation 21, Jinjutsu. None, Sage Technique. 52, Bloodline Limit. None, Chakra Nature. Wind, Water, Chakra Amount. 67, How is the Flying Thunder God Technique at 91? Master, do you not recall? You received that reward for completing the task given by Fukasaku. The system has been upgraded to level 20. And the mastery of ninjutsu or taijutsu will increase more rapidly with each use. I see. By the way, what does the percentage behind Sage techniques represent? It indicates the master's proficiency in utilizing Sage techniques. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the Sage techniques become, allowing for longer durations and quicker entry into Sage mode. Does this mean I can enter Sage mode instantly, just like the first Hokage Hashirama? Once your proficiency reaches 90, you will be able to do so. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya had just finished detailing the intricacies and outcomes of Chen Fan's training to Tsunade. I never expected Naruto to possess such remarkable talent, exclaimed Shizune, who was organizing documents nearby. So, when do you plan to take him for training? Tsunade inquired. After all, he has just concluded his Sage training. Let the boy rest for a few days. Jiraiya replied with a smile. All right, Naruto has indeed worked hard this time. You should return and rest. Just as Jiraiya was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, there is one more thing. What is it? I would like Naruto to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing this, both Shizune and Tsunade wore expressions of astonishment. Master Jiraiya, you cannot be serious. The Flying Thunder God technique is an advanced ninjutsu, and its difficulty is exceedingly high. Only the second and fourth Hokages have mastered it. Shizune stood up to voice her concern. Jiraiya, do you believe Naruto can learn it? Tsunade asked with a serious demeanor. Considering that Naruto was able to master Sage techniques at such a young age, it already demonstrates his exceptional chakra and talent. Moreover, Naruto is the son of that man, Jiraiya remarked. Even so, mastering that ninjutsu requires not only immense chakra, but also extraordinary sensory abilities. As far as I know, Naruto is not a sensory-type ninja, Shizen interjected, acting as Tsunade's voice of caution. Do you recall when I investigated Naruto during our last visit to the Land of Mist? What about that time? Tsunade asked, confused. At that time, Naruto had not yet learned sage techniques. However, while training in the woods at night, he not only detected the presence of Ebisu hidden in the distant trees, but also accurately struck him with a kunai. Furthermore, just moments ago in the office, he was able to instantly sense Danzo lurking in the shadows, along with the surrounding Umbu and Root members, which sufficiently demonstrates his strong sensory capabilities. Jiraiya explained. Although Jiraiya's argument was compelling, Tsunade remained hesitant. Whether Naruto could master it was one thing. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique is a unique and invaluable ninjutsu left by the second Hokage for the village of Konohamaru. If it were to be leaked, it would be a tremendous loss for the village. Do you think those old geezers would agree? The voices of dissent regarding Naruto's training in sage techniques were already so loud. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is, after all, a double-edged sword for the village. Those cautious higher-ups would rather confine Chen Fan and keep a close watch on him, let alone allow him to continue enhancing his strength. Moreover, the current Chen Fan is not a flawless human pillar. The uncertainty of whether the Nine-Tails might devour Chen Fan's consciousness and trigger chaos is already a significant cause for concern. You are the Hokage. If you consent, there will surely be a solution. If all else fails, let us keep this matter from their knowledge. Jiraiya chuckled. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone rapping on the office door interrupted the two. Come in. I apologize for the intrusion, Lady Tsunade, but Lord Jiraiya is also present. Kakashi, what brings you here? Tsunade inquired upon seeing Kakashi enter. It pertains to the investigation task in the craftsman village. Then I shall take my leave, Jiraiya remarked. Sensing the matter at hand, has Lord Jiraiya caused you displeasure once more? Kakashi observed the disarray of the room, with shattered furniture and scattered documents. No. It was an old fool who incited my ire. There is no need to dwell on that. Please, share the findings of your investigation. Very well. I have investigated the craftsman village, but to my astonishment, all the craftsmen have vanished. What? All the craftsmen have disappeared? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. And there is another peculiar matter. I discovered that the founder of the craftsman village, Saimai, along with his coffin and remains, have also gone missing. Tsunade sat deep in thought for a moment before murmuring, it feels as though something monumental is about to transpire. Chapter 31. The Gratitude Squad. The following noon, Konoha received a message from the Sand Ninja village via a carrier bird. Upon learning the situation, Tsunade immediately summoned Shikamaru to the office to devise a strategy. Gaara. Indeed. The enemy is fleeing from the land of rivers towards the land of fire, while Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro are in hot pursuit. This is the extent of the intelligence I possess. Tsunade calmly relayed the details of the mission. Upon hearing such scant information, Shikamaru was taken aback, saying, You cannot be serious. With this limited intelligence, you expect me to formulate a battle plan to thwart those who dare challenge Gaara? Yes, after all, when you pursued Sasuke, the intelligence was far less than what we have now, yet you managed to arrive promptly. Shikamaru found himself momentarily speechless, grumbling. This situation is even more troublesome than that. In comparison to tracking, ambushing entails a far broader range of uncertainty. There is no alternative. Almost all the Jonin in the village are preoccupied with the turmoil surrounding the craftsman village incident. These are the only available Chunin. With that, Tsunade instructed Shizune to present the list of available Chunin to Shikamaru. Furrowing his brow, Shikamaru received the list and began to peruse it intently. I need you to set out with the Chunin you deem capable within 30 minutes. After reviewing the entire roster, Shikamaru inquired, Why are Sakura and Naruto absent from this list? I recall Naruto returning from training. Indeed, but Sakura is currently honing her medical ninjutsu. While Naruto has only just returned yesterday and has yet to be added to the list, Tsunade explained. I accept this mission, but I implore you to grant me one condition. I wish for Naruto and Sakura to join this task as well. Why is that? Sakura, a medical ninja, brings a sense of reassurance to the team. As for Naruto, his recent leaps in strength, coupled with his mastery of sage techniques, render him an invaluable asset. Upon hearing Shikamaru's remarks, Tsunade couldn't help but smile and acquiesce to his request. 30 minutes later, Shikamaru, Choji, Rock Lee, Ino, and Kiba stood at the gates of Konoha, poised to embark on their mission. As the time approached, Choji inquired, "Is everyone here, Shikamaru? One person is still missing, right? That must be Naruto." Lee interjected. Before Shikamaru could respond, a voice emerged from their left. "Hey, were you waiting for me?" They turned to see Naruto approaching. "When did you arrive?" Ino asked, astonished. "Just a little while ago," Naruto replied with a grin. "With everyone accounted for," Shikamaru declared. "All right, now that we are all here, we can set off." "Is it just us? What about Shino, Neji, and Hinata?" Kiba questioned, puzzled. "It seems odd that only I and Akamaru possess tracking capabilities." "Indeed. Are we merely an assault team?" Rock Lee remarked. "Precisely. I've even named our group the Team of Gratitude. When we were tracking Sasuke, the Sand Village lent us their assistance. This mission is our way of repaying that kindness," Shikamaru elucidated. The others exchanged bemused glances at Shikamaru's words. "What is our tactical approach for this mission?" Chen Fan asked. "Essentially, we will operate in pairs. Ino and I, Kiba and Choji, and Lee with Naruto. That's the plan," Shikamaru outlined. "Understood." After grasping the strategy, the group hastened towards the battlefield. However, can we really approach the battlefield so directly? Since this is a surround and attack scenario, shouldn't we have some reconnaissance strategies? Chen Fan queried as they moved. "The reconnaissance will be handled by the aforementioned individuals, Neji, Shino, Hinata, and Sakura. They will operate separately and will not engage in combat. Sakura will solely focus on medical duties," Shikamaru explained, pausing in his tracks. "Isn't that a waste of manpower?" Kiba challenged. "It's a broad reconnaissance. Each of them possesses formidable tracking skills, which will also significantly minimize casualties," Chen Fan analyzed. As his words settled, the group's gaze converged upon Chen Fan. Being contemporaries of Naruto and part of the legendary Konoha 12, they shared a level of understanding. However, Chen Fan's previous statements seemed wholly unlike the usual rhetoric of Naruto. "Naruto, what you just said bears resemblance to Shikamaru's approach. It sounds so reliable," Choji exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Naruto is correct. This is the strategy one devised as captain to mitigate losses," Shikamaru affirmed. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Ino felt a newfound admiration for Naruto. As Shikamaru's teammate, she had witnessed many strategies, yet it was her first time encountering someone who could comprehend Shikamaru's plans without any explanation. On the other side, the reconnaissance team had sensed the general direction of their target, prompting Shino to instruct his insects to relay the intelligence to Shikamaru's team. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, stationed in the jungle, became aware that battles had commenced in 3 locations. However, he refrained from disclosing this information, mindful of the presence of Shino and others, and chose not to reveal his abilities just yet. Before long, Shino's intelligence arrived, and Shikamaru began to organize everyone's tasks. Kiba and Choji were assigned to the western side of the forest, while I and Ino would head to the northeastern hills, and Naruto and Lee were tasked with the northwestern sector of the forest. The operation was officially underway. With that, the group charged towards their respective targets. Chen Fan knew they would form a barrier, and as soon as they split up, he swiftly summoned 2 shadow clones, dispatching them to the other battle locations. Lee, slightly puzzled by Chen Fan's actions, inquired, "Naruto, what are you doing?" This time, the battle sites are not in a linear arrangement, but rather scattered. "I'm concerned about the possibility of a barrier, so I wanted to play it safe," Chen Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Lee's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I see. Naruto, you have truly grown. All right, we're almost there. Let us quicken our pace." Chen Fan replied with a smile. Soon, the duo arrived at Gaara's battlefield. Sand coffin. As they leaped onto a branch, Gaara's voice rang out. They beheld Gaara, his fists clenched, standing before a colossal mound of sand. Lee felt a twinge of disappointment, muttering, "Gaara is so strong. It seems I won't get the chance to repay my debt." Seeing this, a faint smile crept across Chen Fan's lips as he remarked, "That may not be the case." Just as he finished speaking, the massive sand mound began to disintegrate, revealing a remarkably robust figure as the sand cascaded to the ground. Gaara, taken aback, exclaimed, "You managed to absorb the sand's chakra." "Indeed. My armor absorbs chakra, and not only that, I can drain yours as well," the brawny ninja declared, gesturing to the armor on his chest. Chen Fan nudged Lee with his elbow, saying, "It's our turn to make an entrance. Hey Gaara, it seems you're in a bit of trouble." Chen Fan swiftly jumped in front of Gaara. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Gaara exclaimed in astonishment, Naruto, what are you doing here? Lee also leaped to Chen Fan's side. Who are you? The burly man inquired. We are the Leaf Ninja of the Sand Alliance. Chen Fan and Lee proclaimed in unison. Gaara, gazing at their backs, asked, Naruto, how did you end up here? You aided us with the situation regarding Sasuke. So we came to return the favor. Lee replied, striking his signature battle pose with one hand behind his back and his knees bent. Exactly, Gaara. Don't you still need to rescue your student? Hurry. Chen Fan urged Gaara. With that, Lee charged forward, engaging the opponent in combat. Leaf Hurricane. As Lee's Leaf Hurricane kick connected with the opponent's armor, he felt his chakra rapidly depleting through his legs. Gaara quickly warned, be careful, that strange armor can absorb chakra. Little Lee hastily retreated, exclaiming, in this manner, I can no longer exert my usual strength. Chen Fan, observing the situation, responded, in that case, let us engage from a distance. Little Lee, step aside. Little Lee glanced towards Naruto, who had shaped his hand into the form of a gun, his index finger gathering a water orb at its tip. Water release, water iron cannon technique. In the next moment, the water orb shot forth at an imperceptible speed, striking the opponent's armor. Bang! The water orb collided with the armor, producing a resounding crash. The burly ninja was propelled backward, crashing into a tree before coming to a halt. Naruto, your ninjutsu is truly impressive, exclaimed Rock Lee, who was watching in awe. It's not over yet. Gaara warned from behind. Little Lee quickly turned, adopting a combat stance, remaining vigilant of the spot where the figure had fallen. As the dust settled, the individual surprisingly stood up, unharmed. Gazing at the intact armor, Chen Fan could not help but scoff. What a resilient shell. One must remember that the water iron cannon technique of the Mist Ninja had shattered Obito's would release mask. Yet Chen Fan's charged water orb had left this armor completely unscathed. Initially, Chen Fan had hoped to catch the opponent off guard and destroy the armor with that single strike. After all, it would later merge, continuously siphoning Gaara's chakra. It was likely that after being revived, the clarity of the resurrected would be grounded in the absorption of Shikaku's chakra. So Chen Fan aimed to dismantle it early to alleviate future pressures. The top-tier ninja tools crafted by our craft ninja village cannot be shattered by your feeble water, boasted the burly ninja. Just as those words left his lips, Chen Fan noticed a slight crack along the edge of the ninja tool. If it could be cracked, then increasing both the power and quantity should suffice. With that thought, Chen Fan summoned shadow clones to engage in combat. Just as he was preparing his next move, Gaara approached. Gaara, what are you doing? Hurry and save your student. Little Lee urged. I will save my comrades, and I will swiftly bring this to an end, Gaara declared, fixing his gaze on the burly ninja. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan stepped beside Gaara, firmly grasping his shoulder, saying, Hey, Gaara, are you not confident in our strength? Just watch closely. He then moved in front of Little Lee and whispered, Buy me some time. I will have my shadow clones join you. Just 20 seconds will suffice. When that time comes, I will dispel the shadow clones, and you must retreat immediately. The rest will be left to me. Though Little Lee was uncertain of Naruto's intentions, he agreed. With that, he charged toward the enemy alongside his shadow clones. At that moment, Chen Fan raised both hands, beginning to gather energy. Approximately 20 seconds later, Chen Fan dispelled the shadow clones. Instantly, a thick white mist enveloped the burly ninja, allowing Little Lee to swiftly reposition himself. Just as the opponent appeared puzzled, a figure emerged from the mist. Chen Fan, with hands raised like a gun, swiftly approached the enemy, aiming directly at the armor. Water release, water iron cannon technique. In the next instant, the water bullet, along with the armor, pierced through the opponent's body, traversing through the enemy and shattering several trees behind him before reluctantly embedding itself into the ground. The burly man knelt down, his expression one of disbelief. Chen Fan approached him, observing the shattered armor on his chest, and unleashed another spiral sphere to obliterate the remnants of the armor. Having done so, he turned to Gaara and inquired, So, do you believe in our strength now? Gaara, witnessing the spectacle, was filled with astonishment. The power of that water bullet was utterly terrifying. It was the first time he had seen such formidable penetrating force from a water technique. Naruto, it has been a long time. Your power has grown significantly, Gaara remarked. There's no time for this. We must hurry. Through the information relayed by his shadow clones, Chen Fan learned that the battles in the other two locations had also concluded. The group, guided by Shino's insects, pursued the last remaining enemy. Soon, Chen Fan, Gaara, and Rock Lee tracked the final adversary to a valley. Chen Fan was aware that the coffin of their ancestor, Qing Ming, lay within this valley, and he intended to resurrect Qing Ming. This ends here, Gaara declared, fixing his gaze on the enemy before him. Is this truly meant to drive me to despair? The real spectacle has yet to commence. With that, he raised his black iron sword skyward and proclaimed, "Come forth, infinite hollow." Both Gaara and Lee were struck by the intensity of his words, instinctively scanning their surroundings. While Chen Fan stood silently, a faint smile playing on his lips. However, after a prolonged silence, nothing stirred around them. The craft ninja began to panic and shouted, "Infinite hollow, cease your cries. The armor you spoke of has already been shattered by me." Chen Fan retorted triumphantly, "What?" The craft ninja's expression was one of utter shock, and in the next moment, he continued to shout towards the sky, "Tooth of the Dark Blade, ascend, twin swords." Hearing this, Chen Fan stepped forward to interrupt, saying, "Oh, I apologize. I forgot to mention that I also destroyed those two." Chapter 33, Mission Accomplished. What? How is that possible? The craft ninja snarled through gritted teeth. "Naruto, when did you destroy the other two?" Lee asked, bewildered. "When we first separated. I dispatched 2 shadow clones. It was they who accomplished that," Chen Fan replied calmly. "Now quickly release Jasmine," Gaara urged. "Humph. It's merely the ultimate weapon of the Sand Ninja Village. What remains is sufficient." With that, he raised his black sword and swung it towards Gaara. In an instant, a wave of flames surged towards the group. Seeing this, Gaara hastily summoned a sand wall for defense. The craft ninja, observing this, forcefully swung his weapon several times. A series of flames, larger than before, advanced once more, merging together before reaching Gaara's sand wall. Chen Fan and the others swiftly scattered to evade the impending attack. Gaara leaped aside, crouching low to prepare a sand offensive. Suddenly, a massive iron shard appeared before him. In the next instant, several iron plates materialized around Gaara, encasing him within a cage. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan felt an ominous premonition. This iron cage could also absorb chakra. "Stop!" Chen Fan sprinted towards the cage. Before he could approach, the ninja craftsman swiftly sealed the cage, forming hand signs. "Huh!" In the ensuing moment, Gaara within the cage let out a painful scream. Observing this, Chen Fan hastily utilized his shadow clone technique. Wind release, Rasengan. Without delay, he charged directly towards the cage. Instantly, the atmosphere became chaotic, dust swirling around. As the dust settled, the cage remained unscathed in its place. How is this possible? According to the intelligence gathered from the previous shadow clones, these ninja tools were rather peculiar. A standard Rasengan could not inflict significant damage on complete ninja tools. The previous 2 had been dismantled using wind release, Rasengan. Yet this iron cage stood completely intact. Just as Chen Fan intended to unleash another Rasengan, chakra began to coalesce above the cage, shattering a nearby mountain wall, from which a humanoid coffin slowly emerged. "If I cannot dismantle this, then perhaps destroying that coffin will suffice." With that, Chen Fan gathered a Rasengan in his right hand and leaped towards the airborne coffin. The ninja craftsman, noticing this, swiftly brandished a black sword and hurled it skyward. A flame immediately erupted, hurtling towards Chen Fan. Just in time, a voice suddenly emanated from the direction of the cage, causing the craftsman to turn, his pupils constricting. "What is happening?" There stood Chen Fan beside the cage, swiftly forming hand signs. In the next moment, the flame struck what appeared to be Chen Fan, transforming into a cloud of white mist. It was merely a shadow clone. Wind release, black rope tornado. Instantly, sand and stone swirled around Chen Fan as a colossal tornado, resembling a dragon descending from the heavens, surged forth. Upon colliding with the craftsman's flame, the tornado swiftly changed hue, morphing into a crimson fire dragon. The craftsman, witnessing this, attempted to retreat but was drawn into the tornado, propelled into the air. Within the tornado, it seemed as if countless invisible blades relentlessly assaulted the craftsman. In a brief moment, he was covered in wounds, marked by the scars of sharp blades and numerous burns. What on earth is happening? Shikamaru and the others, having arrived, gasped at the terrifying scene. Lee jumped beside them and explained, "Gaara is trapped in that iron cage, and that person just summoned a coffin from the cliff. Naruto is trying to stop him." "Then what is this tornado?" Temari inquired. "This is a jutsu just executed by Naruto. He manipulated the opponent's fire release to achieve this transformation." Lee clarified. Seeing that the moment had nearly arrived, Chen Fan formed hand signs to cease the jutsu. As the tornado dissipated, the craftsman lay unconscious on the ground, barely clinging to life, while the coffin had been disassembled into scattered fragments falling to the ground. Hinata and the others rushed to Naruto's side, inquiring with concern, "Naruto, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Temari and Shikamaru approached, asking, "Naruto, where's Gaara?" Bang! As Chen Fan was about to respond, a thunderous sound interrupted the gathering. They turned towards the source of the noise and beheld Gaara, agonizingly kneeling on the ground. What could have transpired? Neji, observing the situation with his Byakugan, suddenly exclaimed, "There is an immense chakra emanating from Gaara. It must be Shikaku." Chen Fan remarked as he approached Gaara. Neji glanced at Chen Fan, momentarily rendered speechless by shock. Through his Byakugan, Neji discerned that Chen Fan's chakra was several times more formidable than Gaara's. "Naruto, be cautious. Do not approach." Hinata and Temari warned anxiously. Chen Fan, undeterred by their admonitions, continued to stride towards Gaara. At that moment, Gaara struggled to suppress the surging chakra of Shikaku within him. Arriving in front of Gaara, Chen Fan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Gaara, it is over now." Hearing Naruto's voice, Gaara was instantly reminded of their previous confrontation. In an instant, fueled by sheer will, he managed to subdue Shikaku and shakily stood upright. Observing this, Chen Fan immediately stepped forward to support Gaara, teasingly stating, "Are you all right? If not, you may lie down a bit longer. After all, the enemy has been vanquished." Gaara surveyed his surroundings, confirming that all was well, and then eased himself back down. With the immediate danger averted, the group quickly gathered around, and Sakura promptly began to tend to Gaara's wounds. "He is fine. He merely overexerted his chakra," Sakura concluded after her examination. "Naruto, that cannot possibly be your full strength at this moment," Gaara remarked while resting on the ground. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback by the comment, then chuckled and replied, "Of course not. I have recently mastered a powerful jutsu, and should we engage in battle once more, I would undoubtedly emerge victorious." Gaara regarded Naruto silently, merely offering a faint, knowing nod. Kankuro, witnessing this exchange, interjected, "That cannot be. Gaara's strength is remarkable." Before Kankuro could finish his thought, Temari interrupted, "No, it is entirely possible. The wind release technique he just demonstrated was something even I would need to rely on summoning to achieve, yet he executed it effortlessly with mere hand seals." While Temari's assertion held merit, there remained a lingering disbelief that Gaara could be bested by someone of the same generation. Perceiving Kankuro's skepticism, Temari continued, "This recent battle was no simple affair. Everyone involved sustained injuries, including Gaara. But look at Naruto. He bears not a single scratch and his breath is steady, as if he had not participated in the conflict at all." Chapter 34, Crisis. Shikamaru, having overheard Temari's words, stepped forward. "Indeed, I have noticed that as well." According to Lee, Naruto, for precaution, initially dispatched shadow clones to various battlefields, and afterward deliberately destroyed those peculiar ninja tools. Moreover, it appears he engaged in secret training recently, yet he refrained from utilizing it this time, indicating a remarkable confidence in his current abilities. Neji, too, was concerned about Chen Fan's present strength. Moments ago, Neji scrutinized Chen Fan's chakra with his Byakugan, revealing that it surpassed the combined total of all present. Meanwhile, the others were joyfully discussing their recent mission. Suddenly, Chen Fan sensed the presence of two individuals atop the cliff. Glancing around, he noticed that no one seemed aware, save for Neji, who regarded him contemplatively. Just as the group prepared to pack up and return to the village, Chen Fan discreetly employed the shadow clone technique, allowing a clone to accompany the team while he stealthily approached the two individuals. After pinpointing their location through his sensory abilities, Chen Fan advanced without hesitation. He traversed the forest, making his way directly to the cliff's edge. Upon noticing his arrival, the two turned to face him. "Naruto, you actually managed to find us," exclaimed Kakashi, astonished that it was Naruto, rather than Neji, renowned for his scouting prowess, who was the first to discover them. "So, about that matter, I wasn't lying, was I?" Jiraiya chuckled. "Naruto, when did you develop such heightened senses?" Kakashi inquired further. "It was during my training with the Rasengan. I noticed a significant increase in my chakra and a sharp enhancement in my sensory perception," Chen Fan explained earnestly. Although he could not attribute this directly to the system, he was truthful in his timing. The system had indeed bestowed rewards upon him after mastering the Utama Rasengan. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Kakashi ceased his inquiries. His gaze fixed thoughtfully upon him. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here?" Chen Fan asked, feeling a twinge of unease under Kakashi's scrutinizing stare. "We were actually here to assist you, but it seems that's no longer necessary. You've grown considerably, Naruto," Jiraiya remarked with a grin. "However, another matter must now commence." At this proclamation, Chen Fan immediately recognized that it was time for their training journey to begin. "But first, let us return to the village. I see they have sustained quite a few injuries," Jiraiya added. It was then that Kakashi suddenly realized that Naruto bore not a single wound. Previously, during missions led by Kakashi, Naruto's reckless nature often left him battered and bruised, yet this time he was entirely unscathed. "All right, enough talk. Let us head back to the village." With that, the three set off toward Konoha. Along the way, each of them harbored their own thoughts as they observed one another. Jiraiya was torn over whether to present the Flying Thunder God technique scroll to Naruto. After discussing it with Tsunade, she had reluctantly procured it for him. Kakashi pondered the words Jiraiya had previously shared with him. Meanwhile, Chen Fan contemplated what lay ahead. Although he had thus far adhered to the original script, he sensed that a significant turning point was imminent. Thus, while each was lost in their own reflections, they maintained a silence as they returned to the village. Upon their arrival, Jiraiya and Kakashi proceeded to the office to report on their mission. Chen Fan seized the opportunity to once again infiltrate the team, assisting the injured in receiving medical treatment at the hospital. By the time he completed these tasks, the sun had already set. Exiting the hospital, Chen Fan gazed vacantly at the sky, utterly at a loss regarding his next course of action. Suddenly, a faint sound slicing through the air reached his ears from behind. He swiftly turned around, only to witness a shadow landing swiftly atop the hospital roof. Just as he contemplated rushing over to ascertain the identity of the newcomer, he hesitated, realizing that a confrontation in such a location could incite considerable chaos. Chen Fan reluctantly retreated, intending to find an unoccupied space. As he ran, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, and upon discovering he was alone, his confusion deepened. If this was an attempt on his life, surely one individual was insufficient. Soon, Chen Fan arrived at an open area and called out towards a small grove. "Show yourself." Moments later, a figure emerged from the thicket, moving at a leisurely pace. Neither too fast nor too slow, yet exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. The person was cloaked in a black robe, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indiscernible. I must say, is the security in Konoha truly so lax that such peculiar individuals frequently appear? Chen Fan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The figure paid no heed to his words and languidly stated, "You must be Naruto Uzumaki." "You know me?" Chen Fan replied, a tinge of surprise in his voice. "I am here to extend an invitation to a certain place," the figure continued, extending a hand slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan chuckled, "Since it is an invitation, I see little sincerity in your approach. If you wish for me to accompany you, I expect you to remove your disguise upon arrival." In response, Chen Fan drew a kunai, declaring, "I detest idle chatter. Let us engage in combat instead. Defeating you will surely reveal your identity." With that, he hurled the kunai towards the figure. To his astonishment, the weapon passed straight through the figure's form and embedded itself in a tree behind. "Is this a water clone?" Chen Fan pondered, recalling similar encounters, yet sensing something distinctly different this time. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of danger, his Kinbunchika haki alerting him to an impending threat from his right. He instantly leapt backward, yet when he turned to look, there was nothing there. A sharp sound echoed, and Chen Fan realized a gash had been sliced into the fabric of his right arm. What is this? An invisible attack? He quickly glanced back at the figure, only to find them vanished. Heightened vigilance consumed him as he scanned his surroundings. The silence enveloping him felt unnaturally profound. Even the chirping of insects rendered nearly inaudible. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. Although this location was distanced from the village, it was implausible for it to be devoid of life. Regardless of how he intensified his chakra perception, he sensed no one nearby. In that moment, an unprecedented sensation washed over him, overwhelming his being. Chen Fan instinctively tightened his grip on the kunai. The heightened stillness only amplified the eerie atmosphere, as if a threat loomed just moments away. How could this be? Just a while ago at the hospital, he had sensed this individual's chakra without issue. Why was it different now? Chapter 35. Sakura's transformation Naruto, Naruto. A familiar voice echoed incessantly in Chen Fan's ears, yet he could not discern its origin. Naruto. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt the scene before him distort. In the next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the entrance of a hospital. What is this? Naruto, what has happened to you? Still lost in the haze of his previous disorientation, Chen Fan turned to the source of the voice. It was Sakura. With a puzzled expression, Sakura inquired, Naruto, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there, throwing shurikens at the wall? Chen Fan gazed at the surrounding wall, where a shuriken was embedded. What is happening to me? Wasn't I in an open area? Where's that guy? He glanced up at the hospital rooftop, but there was no one in sight. Following Chen Fan's gaze, Sakura asked in confusion, Naruto, what are you looking at? Sakura, do you see someone in a black cloak? Chen Fan's sudden question startled her. And no, I don't. Could it be that this mission has exhausted you, causing you to hallucinate? Chen Fan murmured, a hallucination? Could it be an illusion technique? Indeed, master. It is an illusion. A voice responded. However, this particular illusion is not strong. It is merely because the master lacks experience in resisting such techniques that you fell into it. As long as someone calls your name, you can awaken without needing to channel chakra into your body. I see. But who was that person, and why did they cast an illusion on me? As Chen Fan pondered, he noticed Sakura looking at him with a hint of shyness. Naruto, I'm sorry. Chen Fan was taken aback by Sakura's demeanor. What do you mean by sorry? Because of what you said last time, I've reflected on my previous attitude towards you, and I realize I was indeed in the wrong. Chen Fan found himself momentarily entranced by the sincerity in Sakura's eyes. When had she ever looked at Naruto like that in the original story? Naruto, I admit that I liked Sasuke. Previously, I could only see him, and your impulsiveness led me to treat you poorly. However, during this time, I've noticed your progress. You have become less impulsive and more composed, working diligently on your training. Your strength has increased remarkably, and your performance in this mission was impressive. It's not an exaggeration to say you've become the strongest among us. Even Shikamaru praised your skills. As Chen Fan listened to Sakura's earnest words, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He thought to himself, this plot development feels off. Why has Sakura changed so much? Having read the original work, he had never held any affection for Sakura, but her unexpected words left him flustered and at a loss for words. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Sakura continued, So Naruto, I will no longer underestimate you, and I will strive even harder in my training to catch up to you. Chen Fan still did not comprehend the meaning behind Sakura's response and stammered, all right, sure. However, he quickly added, but I must clarify that I still like Sasuke and will not change my affections. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression returned to normal, and he calmly replied, That's good. Staying true to your original feelings is the best course. Moreover, I have expressed my disinterest in you. My efforts to enhance my abilities are for my own aspirations. I have my own goals to pursue, not for you or Sasuke, albeit this may sound somewhat selfish. Upon hearing Chen Fan's response, Sakura smiled and said, Very well, continue to strive. By the way, I noticed your shirt is torn. Do you need my assistance in mending it? Chen Fan glanced at the tear on his arm. No, thank you. This garment has served me well for a long time. I wish to acquire a different one instead, so I shall forego the repairs for now. All right, the hospital requires my assistance, so I must take my leave. Do return home early, Sakura remarked before dashing toward the hospital. Watching Sakura recede into the distance, Chen Fan mused, This girl is not as intolerable as I once thought. Approaching the wall, Chen Fan sheathed his kunai into his ninja tool pouch and proceeded toward home. Throughout his journey, he pondered the identity of the individual who had ensnared him in an illusion. Was their intent to eliminate me? Yet, that person mentioned taking me to a certain place. Could it be Danzo? However, my immediate concern is my lack of experience with ninjutsu, let alone countering it. Though my chakra is currently adequate, mastering its full potential necessitates further understanding. Perhaps I shall consult Kakashi tomorrow. Lost in thought, Chen Fan arrived at the foot of his building. Beneath the streetlight, a solitary figure sat quietly on a bench, head bowed in silence, as if awaiting someone for an extended period. Ichiraku-sensei. Upon hearing the voice, Ichiraku stood and approached Naruto with a smile, saying, Naruto, you have returned. Ichiraku-sensei, were you waiting for me? Ichiraku affectionately ruffled Chen Fan's hair, replying, Indeed. I heard you had just completed a mission and came to await your return. Yes, I just returned from a mission. Did you seek me for something specific? They both settled onto the bench together. No particular reason. It has been a while since we last met, and I simply wished to see how you were faring. I refrained from seeking you out, fearing I might disrupt your training. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a stirring in his heart. Though a simple statement, it was something he had not experienced since arriving in this world. In that moment, he felt as though Ichiraku were akin to family. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Ichiraku assumed Naruto was fatigued and began to rise to depart. Well then, Naruto, I shall take my leave. Ichiraku's words were interrupted as Chen Fan interjected, Ichiraku-sensei, I wish to discuss my recent endeavors with you. Seeing this, Ichiraku sat back down beside Naruto, his face aglow with joy. Very well. Subsequently, Chen Fan recounted all his recent training achievements, detailing his mastery of the 8 gates, his acquisition of powerful water and wind release techniques, as well as his experience in sage training at Miyaboka Mountain. Ichiraku listened intently, a proud smile illuminating his face. Once Naruto finished, Ichiraku slowly spoke, Naruto, you have grown remarkably strong, and you are drawing ever closer to your goals. Congratulations. Chen Fan gazed at Ichiraku, whose demeanor resembled that of a nurturing father, and felt a profound sense of relief. By the way, Ichiraku-sensei, do you know if anyone in the village possesses expertise in ninjutsu? Ichiraku paused momentarily before responding. It should be Sunset Red. She is currently the strongest illusionist in the village. Naruto, why do you suddenly ask this? To be honest, Ichiraku-sensei, I was just leaving the hospital when I was attacked by a figure cloaked in black, and I fell victim to his illusion. Chapter 36. Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Ichiraku immediately stood up. An attack. Seeing Ichiraku's strong reaction, Chen Fan waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing. I'm unhurt. Once Ichiraku heard that Naruto was fine, he sat back down with a sigh of relief. That's good, but who would dare to attack you? I haven't figured it out yet. So, are you looking for an illusion master to teach you how to break illusions? Ichiraku inquired. Exactly. I still don't know the identity of that person or when they might strike again. I must prepare in advance, and besides, illusions are my weakness. I need to find a way to overcome it. I see, Ichiraku replied. Though illusions are not my forte, I do know a few methods to counter them. You can disrupt the flow of chakra to break an illusion. This is the most fundamental way to do so. Upon hearing Ichiraku's words, Chen Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I wonder if that method will work. Noticing Naruto's contemplative state, Ichiraku asked, puzzled, Naruto, what's wrong? Did you think of something? It's nothing, Ichiraku-sensei. Your words just reminded me of a method that might also dispel illusions. Haha, in that case, I shall take my leave. Rest well. With that, Ichiraku stood up, preparing to depart. Chen Fan watched Ichiraku's retreating figure, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude. Thank you, Ichiraku-sensei, for taking the time to listen to me today. There's no need to be so polite. All right, I'm off now. As Chen Fan watched Ichiraku leave, a sudden voice called out from behind him. Hey, Naruto. Having grown relaxed during his brief interaction with Ichiraku, Chen Fan tensed up again at the unexpected voice. He quickly drew a kunai and turned around, asking, Who is it? Calm down. Recognizing the newcomer, Chen Fan sheathed the kunai back into his equipment pouch. Perverted sage, what brings you here? Jiraiya approached and patted Naruto's shoulder, saying, Don't be so tense. I overheard your conversation with Ichiraku. Perverted sage, who do you think could infiltrate Konoha? They must possess considerable strength. But why would they use an illusion on me? Never mind that for now. I have good news for you. Jiraiya feigned mystery as he rummaged through his robes. Here it is. He produced a small red scroll and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan slowly accepted the scroll, noticing a seal affixed to its opening. What is this? Just as he was about to ask Jiraiya, the seal on the scroll began to dissolve. Seeing this, Chen Fan cautiously opened the scroll, revealing the words, Flying Thunder God Technique. Upon seeing those words, Chen Fan swiftly closed the scroll, his face filled with astonishment as he looked at Jiraiya. This is... Jiraiya chuckled dismissively and remarked, This is precisely what I mentioned to you last time, the Flying Thunder God Technique utilized by the 4th Hokage. However, do you truly believe that I can simply give this to you without any repercussions? Absolutely, but you only have 2 days to learn the contents within, after which it must be destroyed. Why is that? The Flying Thunder God Technique is a high-level ninjutsu invented by the 2nd Hokage, but it was later sealed away by the 1st Hokage. The requirements to learn this technique are exceedingly stringent. What you possess is a copy transcribed from the sealing scroll, and as such, it is considered a vital asset of the village, thus classified. Jiraiya maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Since it is classified, Is it truly permissible for you to give it to me? Chen Fan inquired. I've already stated that it is classified. It cannot be so simple. From the moment you acquired the scroll, you have been under the surveillance of the village's elite ninjas. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately utilized his chakra sensory abilities to scan his surroundings. As expected, he detected a powerful ninja perched on a nearby rooftop. Instinctively, Chen Fan glanced towards the individual's location. At that moment, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, and he spoke with a stern tone. Naruto, for the next 2 days, you must minimize your interactions with others and focus diligently on mastering this ninjutsu. Moreover, you absolutely must not attempt to transcribe another copy. If discovered, the consequences will be dire. Chen Fan felt somewhat intimidated by Jiraiya's tone, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Chen Fan's silence, Jiraiya softened his demeanor and said gently, "Very well, for the next 2 days, concentrate on your training. I shall return to see you afterward." With that, he turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he looked back with a significant expression and said, "Naruto, do you understand what it means for Tsunade to entrust this to you?" Chen Fan regained his composure and asked, "What does it mean?" "It signifies our belief in you. We believe you can become the future of Konoha." With that, he vanished from sight. Chen Fan, holding the scroll, leisurely made his way home. Upon returning, he carelessly tossed the scroll aside and plopped down onto his bed. What a nuisance. I had planned to seek out Kurenai tomorrow to test my method for dispelling Jinjutsu. But alas, it seems I must remain patient for now. Ding. Task released. Master a level 1 Jinjutsu. Task reward. Immunity to Jinjutsu. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Fan sprang to his feet. "Oh, system, you're quite timely. Just when I faced difficulties with Jinjutsu, you present me with this task. Of course, I am your most steadfast support." Meanwhile, Jiraiya approached the elite ninja monitoring Naruto. Is it truly necessary for him to be exposed to so much at such an early stage? The shadowed elite ninja inquired slowly. "I have gathered intelligence on the inner workings of the Akatsuki and confirmed that their true operations will commence in 2 years, so time is not on our side." "I see. What do you think? Does he meet the 3rd Hokage's criteria?" However, the individual did not respond to Jiraiya's question. Due to the tumultuous incident involving the Nine Tails, Konoha suffered significant losses, including the 4th Hokage and numerous formidable Jonin, resulting in a considerable diminishment of the village's power. The 3rd Hokage had been awaiting the emergence of a new ninja possessing the strength of a Hokage to restore the village to its former glory. Although Tsunade is now at the helm, the village has yet to fully recover, especially with the terrifying capabilities displayed by the Akatsuki, which Konoha cannot currently contend with. Thus, you have chosen Naruto? The figure in the shadows finally spoke. Indeed, Naruto's current display of talent is unparalleled by anyone I have encountered, including his father. I understand your reservations regarding Naruto's recent performance. However, feel free to continue assessing him, but do not overstep your bounds. Chapter 37. Surveillance in the Dead of Night. Chen Fan sat silently on the edge of his bed, perusing a scroll. Yet, this was merely a fade. Ever since he became aware of being watched, he remained acutely aware of the observer's position, which was situated on the rooftop opposite his window. Although the individual posed no threat of harm, being scrutinized in such a manner was quite uncomfortable. Additionally, he had to feign earnestness in his study of ninjutsu to avoid arousing suspicion, which left Chen Fan feeling quite uneasy. After a brief while, he rolled up the scroll and lay down on his bed, murmuring to himself, "This is truly uncomfortable." The following day, Chen Fan refrained from venturing outside. Instead, he spent the morning with the scroll in hand, diligently pretending to study ninjutsu until the afternoon. As the sun began its descent, he could no longer resist the urge to take a stroll. Wandering aimlessly, he occasionally checked the position of his follower, noting that the individual maintained a distance of approximately 20 meters while frequently shifting locations, rather than simply trailing him. It was apparent that this was a skilled ninja, a far cry from those previously dispatched by Danzo. Lost in thought, he unwittingly arrived at a place familiar to him, the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Gazing at the sign, he thought, "Since I'm here, I might as well indulge in a bowl of ramen, especially since I have some money left from my last mission." With that thought in mind, he entered the shop. Upon entering, he spotted 2 familiar figures, a girl with a bun hairstyle and a boy clad in a tight green outfit. Lee, Tenten. Upon hearing their names, Naruto turned to see who had called. "It's Naruto," Lee exclaimed with enthusiasm. while Tintin turned away with a sulky expression, continuing to eat her noodles. Chen Fan, slightly puzzled, took a seat beside Li and quietly inquired, "What is wrong with Tintin?" Li glanced at Tintin and leaned in to whisper to Naruto. "It's because of the last mission with Gaara. We all participated, but she didn't so she's a bit upset." Chen Fan offered an awkward smile and replied, "I see, but she had a mission at the time. There was nothing to be done about it, right?" At this, Tintin turned, visibly annoyed, and retorted, "This is the second time. I wasn't there when we retrieved Sasuke, and now again. Clearly, everyone else participated." As the conversation unfolded, a glimmer of tears sparkled at the corners of Tian's eyes. Observing this, Chen Fan and Xiao Li felt a sense of helplessness and quickly rose to offer comfort. "By the way, Naruto, it has been quite some time since you last trained with us in taijutsu. Have you been slacking off lately?" Xiao Li inquired. "No, it's just that I've been occupied with some important matters," Chen Fan replied. However, he soon noticed that the ninja watching him had moved considerably closer. "Oh, I see. Naruto, your strength has evidently increased significantly. You must have been undergoing some rigorous training. Nonetheless, taijutsu remains crucial. Teacher Guy specifically advised me regarding the 8 gates. So feel free to consult me anytime. Sure, if I have any questions, I will definitely seek your guidance." "Thank you, Xiao Li," Chen Fan responded with a smile. "No need for thanks. We are comrades after all. By the way, I have opened a dojo named Blood and Passion Dojo. Naruto, you are always welcome to come and challenge us," Xiao Li declared with great enthusiasm. Chen Fan awkwardly smiled and replied, "If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit." He chose to disregard Xiao Li's exuberance and shifted his gaze to the quietly eating Tian. "By the way, Tian," Chen Fan began, feeling somewhat awkward. Tian looked up at him, puzzled. "What is it? Your family runs a ninja tool shop, correct?" Upon hearing this, Tian inquired with increased curiosity, "Yes. What about it?" "I wish to create a special kunai. Would you be able to assist me in this endeavor?" Tian's anger dissipated at his request, replaced by intrigue. "A kunai? What kind of kunai?" Just as Chen Fan was about to elaborate, he sensed something amiss. The observing ninja had closed the distance to about 10 meters, a range that could easily result in instant annihilation for Jonin. It dawned on Chen Fan that he was on the verge of exposure. He had initially intended to request Tian's help in crafting a kunai inspired by the 4th Hokage, but then recalled that only those who had battled him or received one as a gift had seen such a weapon. Ordinary genin like himself should not possess such knowledge. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on his brow, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he stated, "I wish to create a special kunai with a handle that is 1 centimeter longer than a standard one." "That is feasible, but why the sudden desire for this? What advantage does a longer handle provide?" Tian queried. "Recently, I've been practicing shuriken techniques and conceived a new application, so I would like to experiment with it," Chen Fan explained, scratching his head and smiling. "Ah, I see. I will check it home, and once it's made, I will deliver it to you. Is there any urgency?" she asked. "There is no immediate rush, but I do have one more question," Chen Fan replied. "What is it?" Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly. "It's just that I have been focusing on training and haven't undertaken many missions lately, so my funds are rather limited. Is it expensive to customize such a ninja tool?" Tian chuckled lightly at this, saying, "Not at all. I will give you one for free to try out. If you wish to order more later, we can discuss payment then." "Thank you so much, Tian," Chen Fan said gratefully. "Don't mention it." Tian's spirits brightened considerably due to Chen Fan's interjection. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan arrived at a training ground. He surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that he was alone, save for the individual monitoring him. Drawing forth a kunai and a piece of talisman paper, he affixed the talisman to the handle of the kunai and tossed it in the direction of his watcher. However, he exerted little force. The kunai merely glided a short distance before plummeting to the ground. Once the kunai firmly embedded itself in the earth, Chen Fan raised his right hand to his chest and quietly murmured, "Flying Thunder God Technique." Upon uttering the incantation, he vanished from his position, reappearing instantaneously at the location of the kunai. The observing ninja widened his eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at Chen Fan as he muttered, "How is this possible?" Unperturbed, Chen Fan bent down to retrieve the kunai from the ground and hurled it once more. This time, instead of targeting the ninja, he launched it directly skyward. As the kunai ascended to a considerable height, Chen Fan activated the Flying Thunder God technique again, teleporting mid-air to grasp the kunai. In the air, he rotated his body and unleashed a flurry of kunai towards the direction of the ninja. Chapter 38. The true identity of the Watcher. The kunai collided mid-air, producing a series of metallic clangs. Although the initial throws were aimed at the ninja, none struck their mark. All landed nearby instead. Confused, the ninja looked up towards Chen Fan's position in the sky, only to find that he had vanished. "Looking for me?" a voice suddenly echoed from behind. The ninja leaped forward, and just as he was about to turn and check Chen Fan's location, Chen Fan appeared before him, perched on a tree trunk, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was then he realized that all the kunai had been marked with the flying thunder god seal, encircling him. As the approaching ninja neared, Chen Fan grinned and said, "Come forth, let me discern who it is that watches me." However, just as the ninja drew nearer, Chen Fan felt his vision blur, the scene before him twisting like a whirlpool. Jinjutsu. Realizing he had fallen prey to an illusion, Chen Fan promptly closed his eyes, seated himself cross-legged, and placed his hands on his lower abdomen. The opponent, momentarily bewildered by this action, was caught off guard. In the next moment, a surge of natural energy flooded into his body. Having absorbed only a fraction, Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes and stood up. Indeed, upon reopening his eyes, the whirlpool had dissipated. As expected, the flow of chakra within him had undergone a significant transformation during the absorption of natural energy, breaking the Jinjutsu. Just as Chen Fan reveled in his success, he suddenly noticed that the ninja had vanished. Quickly, he utilized his chakra to sense his surroundings and discovered that the ninja had not retreated far, but had merely shifted to a different location to continue his surveillance. "It was you who cast the Jinjutsu on me in the hospital, wasn't it?" Chen Fan inquired, but received no answer. As he began retracting the kunai he had previously thrown, he continued, "Come out, must we not converse?" Yet, after several seconds, the forest remained eerily silent. "You see, I have mastered the flying thunder god technique, so there is no need to wait until tomorrow. I can give you the scroll now and then destroy it," Chen Fan reiterated. Yet, once again, there was no response. After retrieving the flying thunder god he had previously discarded, Chen Fan approached the open space and declared, "Since you are able to monitor me, it indicates that you hold the status of a special Jonin within the village, possessing knowledge that eludes others and a certain understanding of the flying thunder god technique. Therefore, you must comprehend that my ability to learn this ninjutsu signifies that I meet the two essential prerequisites. Do you truly believe you can evade my perception?" Upon uttering these words, Chen Fan promptly turned his gaze towards the woods. He fixed his stare for some time, yet the figure remained motionless, their position unchanged. With his interest waning, Chen Fan prepared to return home. Just then, his observation haki detected a faint sense of danger emanating from underground. Swiftly, Chen Fan took a step back. The deeper he retreated, the more pronounced the marks on the ground became. Realizing that his adversary was about to emerge from the earth, Chen Fan quickly gathered chakra into his legs and leaped skyward. Earth release, crumbling Fong. Just as Chen Fan left the ground, his opponent erupted from beneath, fist clenched, launching a direct strike towards Chen Fan's face. In response, Chen Fan swiftly threw a kunai and activated the flying thunder god, instantly appearing behind the assailant. As he landed, Chen Fan extended his right hand, fingers slightly elevated. Water release, spiraling sphere. In the next moment, he hurled the spiraling sphere toward his opponent. Observing this, the adversary promptly adjusted their stance and rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Crouching low, the figure struck the ground with both hands, and in an instant, a massive earthen wall rose before them. The spiraling sphere collided with the wall, rapidly expanding and violently impacting it. Once the dust settled, a vast, swirling crater marred the surface of the wall, yet it remained unbreached. Chen Fan descended slowly, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. What is happening? Even if the water release, spiraling sphere lacks the potency of wind release, it shouldn't yield such a meager effect. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he formed hand seals to summon two shadow clones. The clones joined hands, gathering an immense amount of chakra. Great ball spiraling sphere. Together, they propelled a colossal spiraling sphere towards the wall at remarkable speed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan threw a kunai over the wall. When the great ball spiraling sphere collided with the wall, it shattered instantly. Before long, the entire wall crumbled, reducing it to a heap of debris. After the wall was breached, the two shadow clones dissipated in a cloud of white mist. Being a Jonin from Konoha, Chen Fan had no desire to eliminate his opponent. Meanwhile, his original self, utilizing the Flying Thunder God, observed the scene from directly above the wall. Having witnessed the entire exchange, Chen Fan once again activated the Flying Thunder God, returning to the nearby ground with a smile. I see now. In that fleeting moment, you utilized the earth flow wall twice, stacking them together, which is why the initial spiraling sphere failed to shatter it. With a slight smirk, Chen Fan enthusiastically called out. Once more, with a sudden gesture, he extended his hands, fingers mimicking the form of a gun, aimed at his opponent. Water release, water iron cannon. Instantly, droplets of chakra coalesced at the tips of his fingers and shot toward the adversary. The opponent swiftly evaded, leaping aside, while the water droplets pierced through several trees behind him before gradually dissipating. Glancing back at the trees that had been penetrated, the opponent couldn't help but exclaim. The penetrating power of this water projectile is truly astonishing. But that was not the end. Water iron cannon, rapid fire. In the next moment, he did not pause, targeting his opponent with a barrage of water projectiles, launching over a dozen in quick succession. The adversary, sensing the imminent danger, began to dodge left and right while simultaneously closing the distance between them. Observing this, he intensified the frequency of his water projectiles. Yet, the opponent, relying on his remarkable speed and teleportation technique, evaded every single shot, drawing ever closer. Realizing that the water iron cannon was ineffective against his opponent, he took a step back and swiftly formed hand signs. Wind release, black rope. Just as he prepared to unleash his ninjutsu, the adversary had already arrived before him, raising his fist to strike directly at his face. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position. What? The opponent exclaimed in astonishment. Wind release, black rope tornado. The adversary hastily turned around to see him standing beneath a distant tree, where a massive tornado had erupted from the ground, rapidly approaching. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind him, patting Naruto on the shoulder, saying, "Naruto, that's enough, don't overdo it." The person then revealed his true identity, no longer concealing himself. Not going to hide anymore, Kakashi-sensei? Chapter 39. Kakashi's doubt. After Kakashi unveiled his true form, a look of confusion crossed his face. Naruto, how did you know it was me? Because of this. He pointed to the dirt mound before him. Are you referring to the earth wall? What about it? Kakashi continued to inquire. Kakashi-sensei, in Konoha, I have never seen anyone use the earth wall adorned with a dog's head. Only you would do something like that. Naruto replied with a smile. Upon hearing this explanation, Kakashi fell silent. Well then, Naruto, since you already knew it was me, why didn't you say so sooner? Why create such a commotion? The pervy sage, when I confirmed Kakashi-sensei's identity, I also noticed you lurking in the nearby woods, which is why I felt unreserved in wanting to test my skills against Kakashi-sensei. Naruto explained with a grin. Then how did you manage to teleport to that position just now? I did not see you throw a kunai in that direction. Jiraiya asked. Do you recall what I did when I was observing why the Rasengan couldn't break through the earth wall earlier? Naruto's lips curled up slightly. I remember. You had your shadow clone use the Rasengan to damage the earth wall, while your main body utilized the Flying Thunder God to jump above and observe, Jiraiya responded. Exactly. I used the Flying Thunder God, but I did not grasp the kunai. Instead, I let it continue on its trajectory until it landed beneath that tree. Ah, I see. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Jiraiya's lips formed a pleased smile as he looked at Naruto with pride. By the way, here is the scroll for the Flying Thunder God technique that you entrusted to me. I shall return it to you. Jiraiya took the scroll, refraining from further comment. And a flame ignited in his palm, incinerating the scroll completely. At that moment, Kakashi approached and stood before the two. Naruto, I have a matter to discuss with you. Kakashi said, his gaze serious. What is it? Chen Fan replied in a calm tone. Are you familiar with the fourth Hokage? Kakashi's eyes locked onto Naruto with unwavering intensity. Chen Fan, appearing relaxed, answered, yes, it's Namikaze Minato, the disciple of the perverse sage and the teacher of Kakashi-sensei. Is there anything else? Kakashi continued to inquire in a low voice. That should be all, right? Is there a problem, Kakashi-sensei? Although Chen Fan maintained a facade of tranquility, he was inwardly in a state of turmoil. As a special Jonin of the village, Kakashi possessed not only exceptional strength, but also remarkable intellect. Any flaw would be magnified, and he could not afford to err in his words. It's nothing. I'm just a bit curious. Why did you ask Tion to craft that special kunai today? Upon hearing this question from Kakashi, Chen Fan felt a trickle of cold sweat down his back. He thought to himself, indeed, I have aroused suspicion. Though anxious internally, Chen Fan did not reveal his distress. He retrieved a kunai from his bag and explained, today, when I was engraving the Flying Thunder God seal onto the kunai, I realized I was struggling to control the size of the seal. Without the aid of sealing paper, I couldn't fully engrave the handle, so I wanted to create a special kunai to ensure that the seal could be perfectly inscribed on the handle. After speaking, Chen Fan presented his sealing papers to the two. Kakashi's expression relaxed considerably upon hearing Chen Fan's response. Seeing Kakashi's earlier seriousness dissipate, Jiraiya approached Naruto with a smile and said, Naruto, it's normal to be unfamiliar with space-time ninjutsu during your first encounter. Listen closely. The seal of the Flying Thunder God is not fixed. You don't necessarily have to use the second Hokage's seal. You can find one that suits you or even create your own. Kakashi nodded in agreement, his demeanor now more relaxed. That's right, Naruto. Although the fourth Hokage was indeed skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, the seals he employed were entirely different from those of the second Hokage. Look, with that, Kakashi produced a distinctive kunai used by the fourth Hokage. Chen Fan was already aware of this, but to dispel Kakashi's suspicions, he had deliberately crafted several of these seals and sealing papers to mislead them. Kakashi held up the kunai, saying, this was a gift from my teacher to celebrate my promotion to Jonin. Chen Fan examined the kunai closely and remarked, its shape is rather peculiar, and it feels slightly heavier than usual. It must have been designed for greater stability in various terrains. Feel free to take it home for research, Kakashi suggested. Chen Fan promptly returned the kunai to Kakashi, saying, this is a gift from your teacher. I cannot accept it. What are you talking about? I'm merely lending it to you for a few days for research, not giving it to you, Kakashi replied, somewhat exasperated. Chen Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness and extended his hand once more to accept the kunai. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, I have another question. What question? Was it you who used the illusion to attack me in the hospital last time? Chen Fan inquired cautiously. Kakashi did not hesitate and decisively replied, indeed, it was I. After receiving Kakashi's affirmation, Chen Fan excitedly asked, what level is that illusion? Is it a high-level technique? Can you teach me? It is called the Naraka's illusion. But it is not classified as a level, it is rather a high-level technique. Upon hearing that it was merely a high-level technique, Chen Fan's expression instantly turned to one of profound disappointment. Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's disheartened demeanor, approached and asked, Naruto, why the sudden desire to learn illusions? During this time, I have been training diligently and felt quite confident in my abilities. However, after falling victim to that illusion, I realized I still have shortcomings. Hence, I wish to learn a formidable illusion to compensate for this and discover a swift method to dispel illusions, Chen Fan explained. Observing this, Kakashi stepped forward and said, that is a commendable aspiration. I can teach you the Naraka's illusion. Yet, Chen Fan, lacking enthusiasm, remarked, but it is merely a high-level technique. In response, Jiraiya gave Chen Fan a light tap on the head and said, fool. Although the Naraka's illusion is only a high-level technique, its psychological damage is particularly potent. Chen Fan retorted disdainfully, then why did I not feel anything? Moreover, isn't it easily dispelled? You fool. Kakashi merely reduced its potency significantly to avoid harming you, Jiraiya explained. Despite this, Chen Fan remained unsatisfied, asking, is there truly no higher-level illusion? There are, but they are exceedingly rare. Many ninjas can utilize illusions, but most employ them as a supplementary skill, with ninjutsu as their primary focus. Only a select few specialize in illusions. As for high-level illusions, they are particularly scarce and mostly classified as forbidden techniques. Even the current best in the village, Hong, likely does not possess such abilities, Kakashi elucidated. Forbidden techniques? So, it is possible that that individual possesses some, Chen Fan murmured, as if struck by a sudden thought. Chapter 40. Making money. Seeing Chen Fan lost in thought, Kakashi approached and cautioned, Naruto, do not dwell on that. Since you have already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, you should now focus on refining it. Indeed, Naruto, you have 3 days until I take you out for training. During this time, concentrate on honing your Flying Thunder God skills, Jiraiya added, before sending Chen Fan home. After his departure, the two exchanged serious glances as they watched Naruto's retreating figure. Was the method of harnessing natural energy to dispel illusions taught to him by you? Kakashi inquired. No, I never anticipated he would come up with that approach. Jiraiya responded. Indeed, I was equally taken aback. The situation was dire, and I inadvertently exerted my full strength, believing he would remain quiet for a moment. I never expected him to dispel it so quickly, Kakashi remarked. With that, the two made their way to the Hokage's office to report on Chen Fan's progress. What? He learned it in just one day? Tsunade exclaimed in shock upon learning that Naruto had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in a mere 24 hours. Indeed, we were equally astonished. And he even sparred with Kakashi, Jiraiya added. What was the outcome? Tsunade inquired. Well, to be honest, if he does not take it seriously, he would likely lose. Kakashi replied awkwardly. I never anticipated that, in just a few short months, his prowess could advance so swiftly. Tsunade exclaimed. What are your thoughts? Will you take him out for training? She inquired of Jiraiya. Indeed, we plan to depart in 3 days. Jiraiya replied. Given that he has reached this level of strength, should we not consider promoting him to Jonin? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya remained silent, merely gazing at Kakashi. Likewise, Tsunade maintained her focus on Kakashi, noticing their intense stares. Kakashi lazily remarked, Why are you looking at me? Why? You are a prodigy who became a Jonin at the tender age of 12, and you are also Naruto's mentor. Your opinion should be paramount. Jiraiya chuckled. Indeed, Naruto's current age is quite similar to yours back then. I, too, am eager to hear your thoughts, Tsunade concurred. Well, in terms of strength, there is no issue. I was not as formidable as Naruto is now. Kakashi responded with a hint of resignation. Very well. You shall arrange for Naruto's Jonin training and see if he can once again astonish us. With that, Tsunade retrieved Naruto's files and handed them to Kakashi. To become a Jonin, although one does not need to undergo the extensive examinations required for Chunin, there are still numerous prerequisites. Typically, an application must be submitted by a clan or a direct appointment from the Hokage. However, to attain Jonin status, one must not only possess exceptional strength, but also a vast reservoir of knowledge. Currently, Chen Fan does not fulfill the latter requirement, thus necessitating the guidance of a seasoned Jonin. Early the next morning, Chen Fan, armed with the 4th Hokage's kunai lent to him by Kakashi, arrived at Ten's ninja tool shop. Upon hearing the door open, Ten quickly rose and exclaimed, Welcome. Oh, it's just Naruto, she noted. Aren't you supposed to be training today? I have to tend the shop in the morning before I can train in the afternoon. What brings you here? Are you here for the kunai we discussed yesterday? She inquired. Yes, but it's not the one we talked about yesterday, Chen Fan replied, placing the 4th Hokage's kunai on the counter. I'd like to request one of these instead. Ten picked up the kunai and asked, Isn't this the special kunai used by the 4th Hokage? Recognizing her familiarity with the weapon, Chen Fan inquired, You know about this? Of course. The special kunai of the 4th Hokage was crafted by my family, Ten boasted. That's fantastic. Could you make one for me as well? I can. But do you have the funds? Ten asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan froze in place, completely forgetting about the financial aspect after his spar with Kakashi and the others the previous night. Hesitantly, he asked, How much would it cost? After pondering for a moment, Ten replied, If you're looking for a bulk order, it would be roughly 1,000 ryo each. This price is already quite reasonable, considering that a single explosive tag typically sells for over 100,000 ryo. Ten offered such a low price out of consideration for Naruto's limited finances and their shared camaraderie. Looking at his meager 2,000 ryo, Chen Fan felt disheartened. Could you start making it first, and I'll pay you later? Ten glanced at Naruto and said, That's fine. How many do you want? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and said, Let's begin with 30. Very well, it should take about 4 days. You can pay when you come to collect them, came the reply. After finalizing their conversation, Chen Fan hurriedly made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered Kakashi exiting the office. Naruto, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired. Without hesitation, Chen Fan replied straightforwardly, I came to earn some money. Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback by Chen Fan's response. Chen Fan proceeded to explain his intention to forge kunai, but mentioned his lack of funds, thus seeking to undertake some missions for income. In that case, would you care to accompany me? Kakashi's demeanor shifted as he spoke. What do you mean? Chen Fan asked, slightly bewildered. I happen to have a mission available, ranked B. With a reward of 60, Kakashi said, shaking the paper in his hand. That sounds feasible, but as a mere genin, am I qualified for a B-ranked mission? Chen Fan inquired. Indeed, but we must first obtain Lady Tsunade's approval. Let us go. With that, Kakashi turned and re-entered the office. Upon seeing Kakashi return, Tsunade inquired with curiosity, "Is there something else you need?" "Regarding this mission, I wish to bring an additional person." Tsunade, puzzled, asked, "Who is it?" At that moment, Chen Fan stepped out from behind Kakashi. "Naruto?" "Precisely. For this mission, I wish to take Naruto along, forming a two-man team," Kakashi stated. Understanding his intent, Tsunade responded, "Very well, that is acceptable." Chen Fan then hurried home to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Approximately 15 minutes later, with his backpack secured, Chen Fan arrived at the gates of Konoha, where he found Kakashi leaning against the entrance, engrossed in a book. Chen Fan rushed over and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, you arrived quite promptly today, a rare occurrence indeed." Kakashi said nothing further, stowing away his book as they proceeded out of the village. "Kakashi-sensei, what is the nature of this mission?" Chen Fan asked. "The mission's location is in the hidden Mirage village. Intelligence indicates that the village has suffered an invasion from external enemies, though the true identity of these foes remains unconfirmed. Our task is to investigate the situation and assist them in overcoming this crisis." Chapter 41. B-Ranked Mission Hidden Mirage Village? That is a name I have not encountered before, Chen Fan remarked. Indeed, Hidden Mirage Village maintains a low profile. They do not align themselves with the 5 great nations, making them quite a unique entity. Yet their strength should not be underestimated, Kakashi elucidated. "Why then do they seek assistance from our Konoha?" Chen Fan queried. Although Hidden Mirage Village is formidable, their internal politics are rife with corruption, teetering on the brink of collapse. Their appeal for aid from another ninja village indicates a serious predicament, Kakashi explained as they continued their journey. "So, Kakashi-sensei, why did you choose to bring me along?" Despite Chen Fan's notable increase in strength, he was still merely a genin, and such missions that jeopardized the safety of other nations typically did not involve genin. Kakashi's eyes curved into a crescent shape as he replied, "You mentioned a need for money, so I brought you along to earn some. And how much will I earn from this mission?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi remarked, "That depends on how much effort you exert in this mission. The more you contribute, the greater the reward. If you can take the lead while I provide support, there may be additional benefits." Chen Fan was perplexed by Kakashi's words. As he believed the sole purpose of this mission was to earn money, what other advantages could there possibly be? Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Chen Fan refrained from pressing further, quickening his pace instead. As night fell, Chen Fan and Kakashi arrived at the outskirts of Illusion Village. "Naruto, we are about to enter Illusion Village. While it may not possess the strength of our 5 great nations, it should not be underestimated. Their Jinjutsu is the most formidable among all ninja villages, and it is said that the enigmatic figure who founded this village is the creator of all illusions. We must exercise utmost caution," Kakashi cautioned, forming hand seals to summon a familiar spirit, revealing his Sharingan by pushing up his forehead protector. From Kakashi's wary demeanor, Chen Fan sensed that this mission would not be straightforward. "Oh, is that you, Naruto? Long time no see." "Indeed, it has been quite a while," Chen Fan replied courteously. "Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Naruto, we need to ascertain the situation within the village. Please remain vigilant," Kakashi instructed. With that, the trio, 2 ninjas and a dog, entered Illusion Village. 500 meters away, a ninja moved at a leisurely pace. A slight shift to the right would allow them to bypass the entrance to the village. As Parker relayed the situation, he assisted Kakashi and Chen Fan in adjusting their route into the village. "Something feels off," Chen Fan suddenly called out to Kakashi. "What is it, Naruto?" Kakashi inquired. Without speaking, Chen Fan crouched on a branch, carefully attuning himself to the surroundings. "This village is enveloped by a subtle chakra, akin to a barrier," Chen Fan explained. "Enveloped? What do you mean? Please elaborate," Kakashi urged. "It seems there are fine strands of chakra encircling the village," Chen Fan clarified. "It must be a unique defensive mechanism of Illusion Village. We should proceed," Kakashi concluded, leading Chen Fan into the village. Though it was nighttime, the peculiar absence of light within Illusion Village was unsettling, with the streets enveloped in an eerie silence. "Kakashi-sensei, I sense something is amiss." "Indeed, I share that sentiment. We must proceed with caution." At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the depths of the street. "You two must be the ninjas from Konoha," the individual stated from the shadows. "Parker?" Kakashi questioned, bewildered as to why Parker had not reported the presence of someone so close. Before Parker could respond, Chen Fan interjected. This person does not appear to be a ninja. I sense no chakra emanating from him. Indeed, I too do not sense any chakra. Parker concurred. There's no need for concern. I am not a ninja. I am the new secretary of the daimyo. You may call me Meikong. I am here to escort you. The figure announced. Chen Fan glanced at Kakashi, who contemplated for a moment before dispelling the summoning technique. With a slight nod towards Chen Fan, Kakashi followed Meikong. Soon, the two followed Meikong to the residence of the daimyo. Daimyo-sama, these two are the ninjas sent by Konoha. The secretary slid open the door, revealing a gaunt, middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire. Greetings. Chen Fan and Kakashi slightly bowed in response. No need for superfluous chatter. Let us succinctly outline the specifics of the mission and the current state of the village, Kakashi stated in a measured tone. Before we delve into that, allow me to address another matter. I presume you are curious as to how my secretary, lacking chakra, can accurately pinpoint your location. It is due to a barrier left by our ancestors. We are immediately informed of any ninja entering our village, along with their chakra and position. Ah, I see. Chen Fan realized that the chakra he had sensed surrounding the village must indeed be this barrier. However, we have recently discovered the presence of numerous unfamiliar ninjas within the village. They do not bear headbands, and according to the barrier, their chakra is exceedingly potent. We estimate there are around 13 of them. Even so, this mission should not warrant an S-rank classification, nor should it require Konoha's assistance. Kakashi inquired. The daimyo sighed. To be frank, we dispatched some of our village's elite ninjas to monitor them, but they were all slain. Not a single one returned. Moreover, you are not the first ninjas to arrive in our village. Previously, we believed the situation did not merit an S rank, and sought help from other villages, but ultimately, we failed. Hence, I had no choice but to elevate this mission's status and request assistance from Konoha. After contemplating the daimyo's explanation, Kakashi remarked, I understand now. Please inform us of the locations of those ninjas. Of course. However, I must caution you, according to the barrier-S readings, the chakra levels of these 13 individuals are not as strong as that of your companion here, but 3 of them possess chakra comparable to yours. Additionally, there is an odd occurrence. One of their chakras can suddenly vanish. Kakashi was already aware of this peculiar detail, and even so, those with chakra stronger than his should be few. It was surprising that 3 had come to this remote village of Mirage. Clearly, the situation was more complex than it appeared. Having obtained the locations of the individuals, Kakashi resolved to investigate the one closest to them. Shortly, the 2 arrived at the person's residence. However, before they could discern the individual's appearance, several shuriken flew towards them. In a moment of urgency, Chen Fan and Kakashi drew their kunai to defend themselves. Once all the shuriken were deflected, Chen Fan glanced again in the direction of the assailant, only to find that the person had vanished. Seeing this, Chen Fan swiftly utilized his chakra to probe. They are behind us. Kakashi turned promptly upon hearing Chen Fan's words. There, the individual had appeared before them, kunai in hand. Kakashi, gripping his kunai, advanced swiftly. This ninja possesses considerable strength. The man taunted. Who are you? Kakashi demanded. We are the reformers. The man laughed heartily, retreating as he spoke. Reform? Indeed. It will not be long before you discover the truth. As he spoke, his form began to gradually dissipate until he vanished completely from sight. Was it an illusion? Chen Fan hastily employed his chakra to trace the man's whereabouts. To his astonishment, he detected the rapid approach of 9 formidable chakra signatures surrounding him. Kakashi-sensei. Before Chen Fan could finish, Kakashi interjected, Indeed, we are encircled. In the next moment, 9 figures descended sequentially around Chen Fan and Kakashi. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the man reappeared before them. Among the arriving ninjas from Konoha, one remarked, This group seems stronger than the previous ones. Excellent, the boss will surely be pleased. They appeared to regard Kakashi and Chen Fan with disdain, chattering amongst themselves about how to deal with the 2. Listening to their discussion, Chen Fan approached Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, may I unleash my full potential this time? Kakashi shot a surprised glance at Naruto and replied, Do not underestimate them. These adversaries are not to be taken lightly. Ignoring Kakashi's warning, Chen Fan stood firm and formed hand seals, declaring, As agreed, I shall take the lead in this mission, and I expect a larger share of the rewards. With a flurry of white mist, countless shadow clones instantly surrounded the opponents. A slight smirk graced Chen Fan's lips as he taunted, "Are you truly formidable?" The others scoffed, "A mere child, spouting nonsense." "Kakashi-sensei, please stand back," Naruto requested. Although Kakashi was uncertain of Naruto's intentions, he complied, preparing to distance himself. As Kakashi moved away, the adversaries attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by Chen Fan's shadow clones. Without delay, Chen Fan hurled a kunai into the distance, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the encirclement. "Humph, leaving your shadow clones behind to flee?" One of them scoffed. Chen Fan slowly lifted his head and chuckled, "Flee? What are you talking about? Rarely do I partake in a high-level mission. Why would I run?" Immediately, his shadow clones began to advance, some engaging the enemies, some leaping into the air, while others perched upon the foe's shoulders. In no time, they surrounded the adversaries like zongzi. Kakashi, bewildered by Naruto's actions, approached and inquired, "Naruto, what are you planning?" Without elaboration, Chen Fan simply smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei, just observe. This is a new ninjutsu I have been developing." In the next moment, the shadow clones restraining several foes transformed into white mist and vanished, while the clones on the periphery simultaneously raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Water style, water iron cannon technique." Instantly, countless water projectiles were unleashed upon the adversaries. An incessant barrage of explosions echoed in Kakashi's ears. He gazed in astonishment at the area enveloped by Naruto's shadow clones, which seemed to be raining down. "Kakashi-sensei, this is my newly developed ninjutsu, water style, judgment rain." Kakashi, taken aback by the spectacle before him, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a sigh of contemplation, I realized that should I choose to employ this ninjutsu, I would likely have to exhaust my very essence. Moreover, the potency of such a technique is undoubtedly formidable. The rain fell for approximately a minute before Chen Fan dispelled the shadow clones. He and Kakashi approached to assess the condition of the others. The once flat terrain had been utterly transformed. The ground was riddled with numerous deep craters, leaving no viable foothold. "This truly renders the possibility of survival uncertain," Kakashi remarked. "There are still 2 remaining. They must have barely survived by utilizing earth release techniques." Chen Fan noted, "Come out, or I shall unleash another barrage." Chen Fan threatened sternly. Upon hearing Chen Fan's intentions for another assault, the 2 quickly emerged from the ground, exclaiming, "No, we surrender." Kakashi observed the 2 emerging figures, their bodies stained with blood, but their appearance suggested they were nothing more than vagabond ninjas. Though they had narrowly escaped death, both bore severe injuries. "Explain your purpose in this village," Kakashi inquired. The 2 trembled as they knelt upon the ground. Terror etched upon their faces, saying, "We were originally subordinates of Lord Haiden, dispatched to investigate a matter regarding an illusion technique in this village." Haiden. Upon hearing this name, Chen Fan's pupils constricted. I never anticipated such a swift connection to Akatsuki. Kakashi was also familiar with the name. It had appeared on the list of Akatsuki members during Jiraiya's investigation into the organization. "What illusion technique?" Kakashi asked in a grave tone. The 2 spoke with quaking voices. "It is said to be a powerful ninjutsu created by the founder of Illusion Village. Lord Haiden wanted to ascertain the specifics, thus he sent us." Kakashi, with an intense demeanor, interjected, 13 individuals in total. No, I am from the 3rd wave. 2 previous teams had already been sent, totaling 12. Since the earlier groups went silent, Lord Haiden dispatched us to ascertain the situation." "Then what did you mean by reform earlier?" Chen Fan questioned. "Upon our arrival, we were immediately discovered by a team previously sent by Lord Haiden. They had become significantly stronger, and unable to resist, we were taken captive. They brought me to an underground base, where a peculiar masked individual told us that if we became his subordinates and completed tasks for him, he would bestow upon us immense power. Outmatched and tempted by the prospect of a temporary strength boost, we acquiesced." Kakashi pondered for a moment before continuing. "What did he claim he could provide you?" "That, I do not know. I fainted shortly after agreeing, and when I regained consciousness, I found my chakra had significantly increased, along with my overall strength." Chapter 43. The Tomb of Ancestors. "Why were only the 10 of you sent this time? What of the remaining 3? Kakashi inquired. "The 10 of us were tasked with confronting the external aides summoned by the village. After defeating them, we were to bring them to the base. The other 2, due to their considerable strength, remained by the leader's side and seldom ventured out." Chen Fan listened to his response, pondering. It appeared that the three formidable individuals mentioned by the daimyo were not present this time. However, one thing perplexed Chen Fan. The people of Huanin village were able to ascertain our location due to the barrier. Yet why were these individuals also able to discover our whereabouts so swiftly? Where is that base you mentioned? Kakashi inquired further. This time, he did not receive a direct answer. Instead, his interlocutor hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge. Speak quickly, Chen Fan commanded sternly. It is not that we wish to remain silent. Our leader has imposed a sealing technique upon us, preventing us from revealing the location of the base. Then how do you know our position? Chen Fan pressed. It is our leader. After enhancing our strength, he also taught us how to utilize this barrier, allowing us to clearly perceive the location of everyone within it. Kakashi, realizing he could extract no further information, swiftly rendered the two unconscious and transported them to the daimyo's residence. On the way, Chen Fan contemplated a singular question. If this so-called leader possessed the sealing technique, why only seal their ability to disclose the base's location? It would be far safer to prevent them from revealing any information about themselves. Moreover, this leader not only concealed chakra, but could also manipulate the barrier. He might very well be a dangerous individual adept in some hidden arts. Upon arriving at the daimyo's estate, Kakashi succinctly explained the situation. The daimyo, upon hearing this, expressed great delight. Truly, the ninjas of Konoha are remarkable. What do you intend to do with the remaining two? For now, we wish to rest and resume our investigation tomorrow, Kakashi replied. Very well. I shall have my secretary escort you to your quarters. The secretary then led them to their rooms. Although Huanin village was not large, it was quite opulent, providing separate accommodations for both Chen Fan and Kakashi. After a brief farewell, Chen Fan sat on the bed to replenish his chakra. Although Chen Fan's chakra was exceedingly powerful, that previous technique had drained a considerable amount. And given the precarious nature of their mission in a foreign land, it was imperative to maintain his chakra in a state of readiness. The following day, Chen Fan rose early to explore the village. Unlike the previous evening's quiet arrival, Huanin village was now bustling, resembling Konoha on an ordinary day. After a brief exploration and gathering some information, Chen Fan returned to the residence, where Kakashi was already in discussion with the daimyo regarding their forthcoming actions. Upon noticing Chen Fan's return, Kakashi beckoned him over. Naruto, I have a general idea of where that so-called base might be, Kakashi announced. Where? Chen Fan inquired. The daimyo mentioned that there are no underground bases within the village. The only feasible location is the underground tomb behind the village, the resting place of its founder. Kakashi elucidated. Shall we venture inside? Chen Fan asked. This is our sole lead. Since it is the only lead, we have no choice but to pursue it. Without further ado, Chen Fan rose to prepare for their next move. I wish you both good fortune. I shall await your positive news. Chen Fan inquired with astonishment. Does the Lord not dispatch any ninjas from the village to accompany us? After all, this is the ancestral tomb of their forebears. And it seems rather inappropriate to allow only two outsiders to venture inside. To be frank, our villagers are not permitted entry, the Lord explained. Upon hearing this clarification, Chen Fan ceased his inquiries and set off towards the tomb with Kakashi. On the way, Chen Fan briefly reported the intelligence he had gathered earlier that morning. He recounted that there exists a peculiar rule in the illusory hidden village. After 9 p.m., all inhabitants must rest, and even if they are not asleep, they cannot light any lamps. This tradition has reportedly been in place for a considerable time. So, that's why it was so peculiar when we entered last night, Kakashi remarked. Moreover, an elder mentioned another strange rumor circulating in the village. A rumor? What sort of rumor? Kakashi inquired. It is said that the village's founder left behind a warning. When the night is shrouded by a ray of purple light, the village will face its doom. Purple light? Doom? What does that signify? I cannot fathom it. Never mind. We shall ponder these matters later. We are nearly there. The tomb lay not far from the village. And with the swiftness of Kakashi and Chen Fan, they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Upon sighting the tombstone, Chen Fan nearly burst into laughter. The so-called tombstone bore no name of the deceased, only a few lines of text. No villager shall enter. Otherwise, the village shall cease to exist. Typically, places that are forbidden only serve to pique curiosity. Yet astonishingly, the villagers have never entered in all these years, Chen Fan jested. Kakashi, with a hint of disdain, replied. Not everyone shares your perspective, Naruto. Is that so? Does Kakashi-sensei not feel any curiosity? Moreover, Who would inscribe such words on a tombstone? Even if it were unwritten, no one would dare enter. Such inscriptions only serve to entice people, don't you think? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Kakashi suddenly found a semblance of logic in his reasoning. Very well, we shall discover the truth upon entering. Exercise caution, Kakashi instructed. Kakashi-sensei, do you not find the inscription on this tombstone somewhat reminiscent of the ominous message from the village? Chen Fan queried. Are you suggesting that this tomb is indicative of the village's impending demise? Kakashi responded. It is quite possible, and perhaps it holds some secret weapon devised by their ancestors, akin to the previous craft ninja village. Your theory is not without merit. However, the only lead we possess is this solitary clue, so we must proceed to investigate. Yet, for the sake of safety, let us take some precautions. Chen Fan placed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal at the entrance before feeling reassured to step inside. Upon entering the tomb, Chen Fan's sensory abilities detected a faint aura of danger. He quickly grasped Kakashi's hand and activated the Flying Thunder God to retreat. Boom. Just as Chen Fan pulled Kakashi away from the tomb, it suddenly collapsed. Ha ha ha. You truly possess remarkable luck. You managed to escape. A voice echoed from the debris. At that moment, Kakashi was equally stunned by Chen Fan's earlier actions, as he had sensed no danger himself. Yet Naruto had intuitively foreseen the peril and acted decisively. Chapter 44. The Crystal That Absorbs Chakra. Naruto, did you sense something just now? Kakashi inquired. Indeed. I felt a disturbance of chakra deep beneath the ground. I feared there might be a trap, so I pulled you out first, Naruto replied. I see. I truly owe you one, Naruto. With Kakashi's belief in him, Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Chen Fan had not sensed any chakra at all. He had fabricated a reason due to his inability to disclose his instincts. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, a figure began to emerge. Chen Fan and Kakashi, seeing this, readied their kunai, their eyes fixed with tension. You've arrived too late. The reform is about to commence, the figure declared with a hearty laugh. Once the smoke cleared entirely, Chen Fan finally discerned the identity of the individual. Maiku, I see now, you do possess chakra. You are the one capable of rendering it entirely concealed, Chen Fan remarked. Maiku slowly stepped out from the ruins, stating, Indeed, but you are only partly correct. I do not merely hide chakra. It vanishes on its own. Vanishes. Upon hearing this, both Chen Fan and Kakashi momentarily froze. Allow me to enlighten you. I have suffered from a peculiar ailment since childhood. While I can generate chakra like an ordinary ninja, I am unable to retain it within my body. Each time I attempt to store it, it disappears within a day. Even so, you could lead a normal life, Kakashi commented. Yet that contradicts my aspirations. From a young age, I have aspired to become a formidable ninja, to transform the illusory hidden village into an entity that stands alongside the 5 great nations. However, upon learning of my inability to retain chakra, the villagers promptly abandoned me and forbade me from seeking out a remedy. Then why are you here now? Chen Fan asked. I had resigned myself to despair, arriving at this crypt, intending to take those who scorned me and abandoned me to their graves. To my surprise, I stumbled upon this. She lifted a purple gem in her hand. There is nothing within this tomb that could bring about the village's ruin, only this wondrous gem, which continuously absorbs the chakra of others and stores it, allowing me to reclaim it when needed. With that, you could become a ninja. Why resort to such drastic measures? Chen Fan questioned. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Maiku's expression twisted into a snarl. I seek vengeance against those who once looked down upon me and cast me aside. Furthermore, with this, I can absorb the chakra of every ninja from the 5 great nations. When the time comes, I shall assemble my own army and distribute the chakra among them, thus granting me the power to surpass the 5 great nations. At that point, our illusory hidden village will no longer be subjugated by you. At this proclamation, both Chen Fan and Kakashi exchanged expressions of disdain. I believe those who prevented you from leaving made the gravest of errors. You ought to first comprehend the vastness of this world. Otherwise, you would not take such pride in possessing a mere crystal that can absorb chakra. Chen Fan couldn't help but retort. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Meikong was momentarily taken aback, but her expression quickly twisted into one of intense fury as she shouted, You little brat, what did you say? I'll show you just how powerful it can be. With that, she placed her other hand on the crystal, and in the next instant, an immense chakra surged into her body. Chen Fan turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, Would you mind stepping back a bit? Allow me to teach this sister, whose thoughts are so distorted, a lesson. Do not underestimate it. The chakra that just infused her body is formidable. A slight smirk graced Chen Fan's lips as he added, Kakashi-sensei, do you think I could possibly lose to chakra? You little brat. I'll let you experience my might. Just as Chen Fan turned around, he noticed a colossal water column rising around her. The ability to summon such a volume of water in an arid space was truly impressive. With that thought, Chen Fan reached into his ninja tool pouch. In truth, he was merely concealing his storage ring, as he wished to keep its existence a secret. Thus, whenever he retrieved kunai or similar items, he would insert his entire hand into the pouch before drawing them from the ring. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Meikong assumed he was intimidated and smugly declared, You little brat, it's too late to be afraid now. You'd better put in some effort. Chen Fan took 3 kunai from his pouch, clutched them in his hand, and threw them forward. The kunai passed through her water column, only to fall limply at her feet. Seeing this, Meikong laughed heartily. Ha! To break through my water column, you at least need to attach an explosive tag. Here comes my attack. With that, Meikong manipulated the water column to coalesce and launched it at Chen Fan. Observing this, Chen Fan calmly replied, That's why I suggested you should explore the outside world more often. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fan activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared right before Meikong, holding a kunai against her neck. What? Meikong's pupils dilated in shock as she stared at Chen Fan, who was so close. What just happened? She gasped in astonishment. Leaning closer to her ear, Chen Fan whispered, Nothing happened at all. You merely came perilously close to death. Witnessing the shock and fear on Meikong's face, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. No wonder Sasuke enjoys showing off. This feeling is truly exhilarating. How did you do that? You just zipped over here. What's the deal? Chen Fan feigned an innocent expression. Meikong, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with irritation, her face darkening as she retorted, You little brat, stop looking down on others. With that, she slightly lifted her right hand, which held the crystal. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Chen Fan swiftly struck the crystal from her grasp. Don't move. Unlike those other fools, I won't give you villains the chance to unleash your trump cards. Besides, you yourself admitted that your power derives almost entirely from that crystal. How could I allow you to continue wielding it? Chen Fan's gaze was icy as he spoke. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling fear, Meikong's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Is that so? Unfortunately, it seems your cleverness has backfired. What? Chen Fan hurriedly turned to look at the crystal. The crystal emanated a brilliant violet glow. Although Chen Fan was unaware of the significance of this purple light, he sensed that continuing forward would inevitably lead to some event, and thus he hastily reached out to grasp the crystal. However, it was too late. I neglected to mention that this crystal, if not absorbing or releasing chakra, would manifest in such a manner, continuously unleashing the illusions stored within. Chapter 45. Kakashi finally steps in to assist. Upon hearing the term illusion, Chen Fan swiftly retracted his outstretched hand and closed his eyes. Of all things, it had to be an illusion. If that was the case, then simply avoiding sight of it would suffice. No sooner had he thought this than a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he was sent flying backward. Kakashi, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward to support Naruto. Little brat, do you truly believe I am invisible? Standing there with your eyes shut, I cannot accumulate chakra. But surely physical techniques are not beyond my reach. Although Chen Fan had been kicked, his eyes remained tightly shut. A kick lacking chakra was hardly a concern for one who had mastered the 8 gates. What truly troubled Chen Fan was the illusion emanating from the crystal before him. Given that this artifact was left by the ancestors of their village, who were rumored to have created illusions, who could fathom the potency of the illusion it contained? It could very well be akin to an infinite Tsukuyomi. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood nearby, mocking, I told you not to show off. Have you had enough? Chen Fan inwardly cursed. If it weren't for this being an illusion, this would have been perfect. It has me cornered. No wonder Sasuke always ended up on the receiving end of a beating for his displays. There are risks involved, and one must not attempt such feats without absolute strength. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do now? Chen Fan inquired. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding, since all of this stems from that crystal, we must find a way to destroy it directly. Chen Fan had considered this solution, but his experience encountering illusions was woefully inadequate. While he could break an illusion, he was not yet capable of opposing it. If he were to open his eyes, he would undoubtedly fall victim to the illusion. rendering it impossible to lock onto a target. Keeping his eyes closed would allow him to use his observational prowess to locate its position. But this would certainly arouse Kakashi's suspicions. What then should we do? Chen Fan pressed. My Sharingan possesses a degree of resistance against illusions. I will use a shadow clone to shield you from that beam of light. In that moment, you must unleash your most powerful ninjutsu and attack alongside my shadow clone. Kakashi stated. Understood. Chen Fan replied, rising to adjust his stance. Bang! Hearing the sound, Chen Fan realized that Kakashi's shadow clone had likely been deployed. Now was the time. Kakashi shouted. Shadow clone jutsu. Rasen shuriken. In the instant Chen Fan opened his eyes, he activated his shadow clone and propelled the Rasen shuriken towards Kakashi's clone. Upon shattering Kakashi's shadow clone, the Rasen shuriken collided with the violet crystal. What formidable chakra! Alas, it is now at my disposal. What? The Rasen shuriken struck the crystal. And instead of a significant reaction, it was swiftly absorbed into the crystal. At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly realized a perplexing issue. Mekong lacked chakra, and the crystal she possessed should merely be that of an ordinary individual. How could it possibly be immune to illusion techniques? Before he could finish his thought, Mekong, with an air of triumph, interjected, You wonder why I am unaffected by illusions, do you? Since you've contributed so much chakra, I shall enlighten you. When I first discovered this crystal, its chakra was nearly depleted. It took me a week to reactivate it using my own chakra. Thus, in a certain sense, it is akin to an extension of myself. Furthermore, you seem rather presumptuous, young one. Upon first seeing me absorb chakra from the crystal, you assumed I must physically touch it to utilize its power, did you? Haha. Even without it in hand, I can still draw chakra from it. As she spoke, the radiant glow of the crystal faded, and an immeasurable amount of chakra surged into Mekong's body. Truly, being a ninja of Konoha, even a mere technique's chakra surpassed that of the entirety of those inept individuals. Mekong relished the sensation of chakra flooding her being, then remarked, However, it appears you were not entirely dishonest. Illusions can only be cast when you are not absorbing chakra. Chen Fan slowly rose, declaring, Since there are no illusions, I can now focus on destroying that crystal. With that, he summoned 4 shadow clones, each grasping a kunai etched with the flying thunder god seal. With those rusty relics in your possession, even with explosive tags, this crystal would remain unscathed, let alone your measly kunai. Mekong mocked, a smile playing on her lips. Chen Fan remained seated, his hands resting on his abdomen, eyes closed as he stated, Who said their purpose was to destroy the crystal? I summoned them merely to delay you and prevent any interference. With that, the 4 clones hurled their kunai in different directions around Mekong. In the next instant, they all teleported to the kunai's positions, simultaneously shouting, Wind release, black rope, tornado. Instantly, sand and gravel swirled around Mekong, and 4 small tornadoes materialized before the shadow clones. Though these tornadoes lacked the potency of Chen Fan's earlier technique, their simultaneous execution would be enough to stall even Jonin for a time. Having just unleashed such formidable ninjutsu, he could still command his shadow clones to perform this technique concurrently. You possess an enviable reserve of chakra, Mekong exclaimed, ignoring her words. Chen Fan focused intently on absorbing natural energy. Seeing this, Mekong assumed he was merely attempting to recover his chakra and prepared to rush in and interrupt him. However, the moment she took a step forward, the 4 tornadoes began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex cage that ensnared her within. Reluctantly, Mekong withdrew her advancing foot. How bothersome. I must first deal with this. Mekong assessed the 4 clones surrounding her, then crouched down, pressing her hands to the ground. In the next moment, bolts of lightning surged from her palms, coursing along the earth towards the shadow clone before her. Lightning traversed through the eye of the tornado, momentarily diminishing in intensity, yet not vanishing entirely. Instead, it manifested as a faint current that coursed through the tornado, reaching the feet of the shadow clone. The current swiftly enveloped the clone's entirety, accompanied by a wisp of white mist, before it vanished from sight. The tornado gradually dissipated as well. Understanding that wind could counter lightning, the decision was made to allow it to pass through the eye where the winds were gentlest. Although this diminished its potency, the residual current still imparted a sensation of paralysis sufficient to disperse the shadow clone, an astute strategy, as Kakashi remarked. Witnessing this method's effectiveness, Mekong turned to unleash another bolt of lightning, this time dispersing it from her palm into 3 distinct arcs, each aimed at the remaining trio. As before, the lightning surged through the tornado toward their feet. Bang! Before the lightning could make contact with the shadow clones, all three simultaneously transformed into a flurry of white mist, vanishing from the scene, while the tornado continued to fade away. That should suffice. Chapter 46. The reward received. Chen Fan gradually rose to his feet, a mask representing sage mode now evident upon his visage. Is that the sage technique from Mayaboka Mountain? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. To his knowledge, only his teacher and Jiraiya had mastered sage techniques, yet he had never witnessed sage mode firsthand until now. It should be ready, Chen Fan declared, summoning a shadow clone while his right hand diligently gathered chakra, intermingled with a substantial amount of natural energy. Shatter! Chen Fan forcefully struck the crystal with his Rasengan. Impossible. Your ninjutsu can only be absorbed. Mekong retorted. Is that so? Chen Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly responded. The larger techniques were absorbed almost instantaneously, yet this smaller one remains untouched and unchanged. Why do you think that is? Upon Chen Fan's reminder, Mekong realized that the crystal's absorption rate for chakra was indeed rapid. Logically, it should have absorbed the technique by now. Why had so much time passed without it being absorbed? Noticing the shift in Mekong's previously triumphant demeanor, Chen Fan exerted his right hand once more. Crack! With renewed force, the purple crystal was shattered by the Rasengan. How can this be? At the moment, the crystal fractured. Mekong felt her chakra vanish in an instant, leaving her kneeling on the ground in disbelief. Seeing that she no longer wished to continue the struggle, Chen Fan approached Kakashi and inquired, Kakashi-sensei, how shall we proceed with this individual? We came merely to assist in resolving the crisis of the hidden Mirage village. We cannot decide her fate. That is for the daimyo to determine, Kakashi replied. Very well. Chen Fan then relinquished his sage mode, smiling at Kakashi as he remarked, Kakashi-sensei, I was virtually the sole contributor in this mission. Should I not receive a corresponding reward for my efforts? Kakashi, with a look of mild disdain, responded. Then you shall receive half, 30 ryo. Only half. I was the one doing all the work. Chen Fan muttered under his breath. Though Kakashi could not hear him, the Sharingan allowed him to read Chen Fan's lips and discern his words. All right, upon our return to the village, greater rewards await you, Kakashi assured him. What do you mean? Chen Fan found himself somewhat bewildered by Kakashi's words and inquired, upon returning to the village, you shall understand. Now, let us escort this individual to the daimyo, thus completing our mission. Perhaps we can return to the village before nightfall. Without further questioning, Chen Fan cheerfully approached and bound Mekong. Although money held little significance in this world, it was the first time Chen Fan had acquired such a considerable sum since his arrival in the Naruto realm. After settling the expenses for Tintin and the Kanai, he was left with ample funds to indulge in all the culinary delights of Konoha. Despite not being particularly passionate about food, the monotony of instant noodles had cultivated in Chen Fan a unique yearning for delectable dishes. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Chen Fan and Kakashi finally returned to the village. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Tsunade was taken aback by their swift return. How did you come back so quickly? Has the mission concluded? Kakashi scratched his head, responding, Indeed, it is complete. Here is the mission receipt. As Tsunade perused the document, she remarked, This is impressively efficient. Kakashi-sensei, since you have received your reward, I shall take my leave. The rest is in your capable hands. With a wave, Chen Fan exited the office. Once Chen Fan had distanced himself, Kakashi presented a detailed report to Tsunade, stating, Lady Tsunade, here is the comprehensive report regarding this mission, along with my assessment of Naruto's potential for promotion to Jonin. Tsunade first examined the assessment form. What? Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she scanned the document, which boldly displayed combat ability, A, reconnaissance ability, A, ninja qualities, A, chakra, A, learning capability, A, overall ability, A. Kakashi, are you serious? Do you comprehend what these figures signify? Tsunade inquired with a grave demeanor. Indeed, once you have reviewed the detailed report, you will understand, Kakashi replied calmly. Minutes later, as Tsunade concluded the report, her astonishment deepened. Did Naruto nearly complete this mission single-handedly? She exclaimed, incredulous. Correct. I was primarily responsible for negotiations and intelligence gathering. If it had been solely up to me, I would have anticipated a week to resolve this task. Yet Naruto accomplished it in less than 2 days. Truly astonishing. Has this child grown to such an extent? Tsunade mused. Very well, you may take a break. After Kakashi departed, Tsunade addressed a shadow lurking in the office. Come forth. A cheerful and spirited voice emerged from the shadow. Oh, so you have already discovered my presence. Take a look. This is Kakashi's evaluation of Naruto's prowess, she exclaimed, tossing the assessment towards the shadow. Oh, remarkable. Kakashi has crafted such an evaluation. The voice responded. Indeed. Given the current state of the village, this document could elevate Naruto to the status of a candidate for Hokage. Precisely. There are hardly a few individuals in the village who could elicit such an appraisal from Kakashi, and to think he is just a 13-year-old. Even so, must you persist in taking him out to journey and train, Jiraiya? Jiraiya emerged from the shadows, the moonlight illuminating his countenance. With a face brimming with contentment, he remarked, his strength and talent are indisputable. Even if he were to remain in the village, I am confident he would soon surpass both you and me. However, those old fogies in the village would never allow him to venture too far to undertake perilous missions. Thus, although Naruto possesses formidable power, his knowledge as a ninja and combat experience will surely not see significant enhancement. Tsunade's expression darkened, laced with resentment as she replied, Indeed. Even if I wished to send him out, they would undoubtedly obstruct my efforts. Therefore, the plan remains unchanged. The day after tomorrow, I shall take Naruto on his journey. Very well. I shall summon him to my office tomorrow to announce his promotion to Jonin. I will also inform him of the departure time so he can prepare himself. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face manifested a hint of concern as he said, Is it wise to promote him to Jonin so swiftly? What about his peers? Tsunade countered. It will not be an issue. A few among them have never favored or acknowledged Naruto, and now, announcing this news will inspire them to recognize their current abilities and strive for improvement. At that moment, Chen Fan had just returned home and was lying on his bed, contemplating the rewards for completing his recent mission. Level gift pack 1 appeared on his screen. Why is there an additional level gift pack? He inquired. That is the reward for the previous mission of rescuing Gaara, the system responded. Then why am I only receiving it now? The reward was issued long ago. You simply did not notice to claim it, the system clarified. Never mind, let me see which one I should open first. Chen Fan mused as he opened the level gift pack. Ding. Level gift pack opened successfully. You have acquired the basic bloodline limit, Ice Release. As the words Ice Release materialized on the electronic panel, Chen Fan leapt from his bed. Though Ice Release made its debut early in the Naruto series, and no particularly formidable ninja wielded it, it still held considerable value as a bloodline limit. My luck appears to be quite favorable. I managed to unlock a bloodline limit. Albeit a basic one, it is certainly better than having none, since the rewards from the level gift pack had exceeded his expectations. Chen Fan eagerly speculated about what the other gift pack would bestow upon him. Ding. Level gift pack opened successfully. The electronic screen before him revealed a lottery wheel and indicated one attribute lottery chance. What is this? Chen Fan furrowed his brow and inquired. The system explained. You may click on the pointer of the wheel to draw. The attribute on which the pointer ultimately lands will be unlocked for you. Chen Fan scrutinized the wheel and discovered that it not only represented the 5 primary attributes, but also included 2 additional ones, Yin and Yang. The wheel consisted of 7 sections, with Yin and Yang occupying smaller portions, while the other 5 were evenly distributed. Curiosity piqued, Chen Fan asked, Since I have already mastered wind and water ninjutsu, why are they still included on the wheel? The system elucidated. Each individual's attributes possess varying degrees of strength. Currently, you are predominantly aligned with the wind attribute. Should you draw an attribute that you already possess, it will enhance your perception of that attribute. In simpler terms, if I were to acquire the water release, would I then be able to wield the ocean release akin to the second Hokage? The system affirmed. Indeed. Should you draw the water release this time, you would be capable of utilizing the ocean release. However, at that moment, Chen Fan became cognizant of another concern. But I recall that Naruto possesses all attributes except for Yin. Why must there be a lottery system to unlock them? The system responded. Although you inhabit Naruto's body, you are not the true Naruto. Thus you cannot fully inherit his unique constitution. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Fan suddenly realized something. Inquiring, does this imply that Naruto's condition as the reincarnation of Ashura may also dissipate within me? Such a possibility cannot be ruled out, the system replied. Chen Fan's face broke into a slight sheen of cold sweat. Would this mean he could not inherit the power of the six paths? Without the power of the six paths, how could he hope to overcome Kagaya's challenges? Wasn't sealing Kagaya contingent upon the six paths, Earth explosion stars? Would the conclusion of this journey devolve into tragedy? Master, Yin-Yang release is a facet of the power of the six paths. Moreover, the truth-seeking balls are composed of chakra from 7 different attributes. So you can still synthesize the truth-seeking balls and obtain the power of the six paths through your own efforts. Hence, the only option remaining was to gamble on unlocking all 7 attributes. He promptly pressed the pointer, and the disc began to spin. After several revolutions, it gradually came to a halt, landing ultimately on fire. Fire? Quite favorable, indeed. It is an attribute with considerable offensive capability. Chen Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Although it was an attribute he had yet to unlock, the absence of Yin remained a significant concern. If he were to gather 5 attributes, but lacked Yin, he might still falter against Kagaya. While his motivation wavered, he had yet to reach a point of true despair. It was imperative to strive for strength. Before Kagaya, there existed the formidable Akatsuki, necessitating diligent enhancement of his abilities. Contemplating this, Chen Fan rose, donned his shoes, and proceeded to the training grounds. Yet upon arrival, he realized that he had merely unlocked the ice and fire attributes, without having learned the associated ninjutsu. How careless. However, to return without attempting something would be unwise. He had come this far, so he might as well give it a try. Chen Fan retrieved a kunai from his dimension ring and hurled it forward. After traversing a considerable distance, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, ascending to catch the kunai midair. Twisting in the air, he unleashed a Rasengan from his right hand, which struck the ground with tremendous force, sending dust and debris aloft as it carved a significant crater. The second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique is rather straightforward, Chen Fan remarked as he gently descended. Just as he prepared to practice once more, a figure emerged from the corner of the grove. Who is it? Recently besieged by unknown assailants, Chen Fan had grown exceedingly vigilant, drawing forth his kunai and declaring fiercely. As the figure stepped into view, Chen Fan's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. An elderly man, his hair and brows now gray, approached slowly, carrying a black pot upon his back, his face etched with wrinkles. Could this be Naruto? Old Master Kyuj, what brings you here? Indeed, the figure was none other than Kyuj Marahoshi, the strongest janitor of Konoha and a perennial genin. He had previously collaborated with Naruto on a mission against the Hidden Rock Village, though at that time, Chen Fan had yet to arrive in the village. With a genial expression, Kyuj remarked, as a genin, my duties are limited to mundane tasks. I'm simply here to patrol the training grounds. Chen Fan, perplexed, inquired, does the training ground require patrolling? Certainly, Kyuj replied with a smile. The children of Konoha are quite diligent. Some may overexert themselves during training, leading to chakra depletion and fainting. Understanding dawned upon Chen Fan. Yet he suddenly recalled how Naruto often trained late, without anyone intervening. It was not surprising, considering the villagers generally harbored biases against Naruto, making it reasonable for them to keep their distance. Why are you still out so late, Naruto? Kyuj asked. I've recently mastered a new ninjutsu, and wanted to practice. Chen Fan replied. Kyuj gazed at Naruto, lost in reminiscence of past missions with the 4th Hokage and their confrontation with the rock ninjas. He recalled how Naruto had echoed the words of the 4th Hokage, and now, witnessing Naruto employ techniques such as the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God, he felt an ephemeral connection to the 4th Hokage once more. Noticing Kyuj's momentary distraction, Chen Fan waved his hand before him. Old Master Kyuj, are you all right? I'm fine. Please continue your practice. I shall take my leave. Kyuj responded, turning to depart. At that moment, Chen Fan reached out and grasped his wrist. I've heard you studied the 2nd Hokage's ninjutsu. After a brief pause, Kyuj replied, Indeed, what of it? Have you ever heard of a jinjutsu known as the Dark Passage technique? Kyuj's eyes widened in surprise, his voice rising slightly. How do you know of this? Seeing Kyuj's reaction, Chen Fan's lips curled into a smile. It seems you are familiar with it. Would you be willing to teach me? Upon realizing that the Naruto before him wished to learn ninjutsu, Kyuj's demeanor softened slightly. I'm afraid I cannot teach you that jinjutsu. Although the 2nd Hokage mentioned it to me, my aptitude is lacking, and I could only master the water release technique. Thus, I might not be able to assist you. Unfazed by Kyuj's admission, Chen Fan pressed on. Could you at least explain the principles behind that genjutsu? Hyuge, bewildered as to how Naruto had come to know of it and sought his guidance, asked, Naruto, what prompted your interest in genjutsu, and how did you learn of this technique? Anticipating the question, Chen Fan had prepared his response, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, to be candid. I was once ambushed. The assailant employed a simple genjutsu, and I found myself ensnared. It was only with the help of my teammates that I managed to regain my senses. After this incident, I came to realize that illusion techniques are my weakness. Thus, I aspire to master a formidable and advanced illusion to rectify this deficiency. My awareness of this particular illusion stems from an earlier event during Orochimaru's rebellion, when the second Hokage employed this technique to ensnare the third Hokage, which is how I became acquainted with it. Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Gujie relaxed his expression and kindly remarked, Ah, I see. Naruto, your diligence is truly commendable. I shall now impart to you the details and principles of this illusion. The ability to master it, however, rests solely upon your own efforts. Upon receiving Gujie's consent, Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, Excellent. The illusion known as darkness technique is one that creates visual hallucinations, stripping away all light. Once this technique is enacted, it engenders a shadowy environment that obscures the opponent's vision. As Chen Fan listened, he silently committed the information to memory. 3 minutes later, after Gujie had elucidated all the details, Chen Fan organized the information in his mind, forming a rough outline of the illusion. That concludes everything. Whether you can master it depends on your own diligence, Gujie stated before turning to leave. Thank you. Chen Fan expressed gratefully, mentally summarizing the information before preparing to head home. On his way, Chen Fan couldn't help but reflect. I had initially intended to seek an opportunity to inquire with Tsunade about Gujie's whereabouts, hoping he might possess knowledge of the second Hokage's advanced illusion, the darkness technique. Little did I expect that I would stumble upon him today. And he indeed knew the intricate details of the technique. I feel incredibly fortunate. However, since it is an illusion, I must find someone to engage in a duel to ascertain if I have truly mastered it. Yet, the prospect of finding a suitable opponent is proving to be somewhat troublesome. Currently, in Konoha, there are few who are proficient in illusion techniques, and those who are not well acquainted with me, making it rather inconvenient to trouble them for a spar. Never mind, I'll put that thought aside for now. After a long day of travel, I shall return home to rest. The following day, after rising, Chen Fan made his way to a ramen shop. With newfound wealth, he no longer needed to confine himself to instant noodles at home and could indulge in genuine delicacies. Shadow clone technique. As he strolled along the path, he was suddenly enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Shortly thereafter, as the smoke dissipated, Chen Fan beheld a familiar face that brought him joy. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to master the shadow clone technique so swiftly, Konohamaru. Indeed, I have been diligently training during this time, and I finally succeeded. Konohamaru replied with a grin. Observing this, Chen Fan reached out and affectionately ruffled Konohamaru's hair, saying, In that case, as a reward, allow me to treat you to ramen. With that, Naruto and Konohamaru set off together to a ramen shop. On their way, Konohamaru animatedly recounted his experiences learning ninjutsu. Eventually, the two arrived at a ramen shop, playfully bantering along the way. Boss, we would like 2 servings of deluxe ramen. Oh, it's Naruto. Upon hearing Chen Fan's order for deluxe ramen, Konohamaru inquired curiously, Naruto, what is going on? Chen Fan also expressed his curiosity. What do you mean? Subsequently, Konohamaru spoke with a look of disdain, saying, You never wanted to treat me to ramen before. What has changed this time? And such luxurious ramen at that. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and confidently replied, To be candid, I have just completed a high-level mission and earned quite a sum. Upon hearing that he had accomplished a high-level task, Konohamaru's face lit up with admiration and envy as he exclaimed, Really, big brother Naruto? You can already take on high-level missions? Chen Fan, pleased, crossed his arms affirmatively, stating, Of course. My current strength is formidable. How impressive. I wonder when I will be able to undertake high-level missions, Konohamaru mused. Chen Fan gently patted Konohamaru's head and reassured him, Do not worry. You have already mastered the shadow clone technique. I will continue to teach you even more powerful ninjutsu. With consistent effort in your training, you will undoubtedly become a powerful ninja capable of handling high-level missions in the future. Listening to Chen Fan's words, Konohamaru nodded earnestly. 2 servings of luxurious ramen are ready. At that moment, Uncle Ramen had finished preparing 2 exquisite bowls and placed them on the table. Thank you, Uncle. I shall begin eating. Chen Fan picked up his chopsticks, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. I found you here, Naruto. It was Jiraiya. Tsunade has an important announcement to make. Come with me. Jiraiya tugged at Naruto's sleeve and headed toward the Hokage's office. Wait, I haven't eaten yet, Chen Fan complained. However, Jiraiya ignored him and pulled him along. Resigning, Chen Fan walked alongside Jiraiya and inquired, what is so urgent that we must hurry? Is there a mission? Not a mission, but good news. Jiraiya replied with a smile. In that case, can I finish my meal first? Chen Fan protested. No, everyone else is already waiting. You are the last one, Jiraiya explained. Chen Fan, confused, asked, who are the others? Jiraiya responded with a mysterious smile. You'll find out when you arrive. Chapter 49, I Want to Fight 10. As Chen Fan pushed open the door, he was taken aback to find the entire office packed with figures. What is happening? He exclaimed in surprise. We've been waiting for you, Naruto, Tsunade declared. Honestly, we've waited a long time. Shikamaru grumbled impatiently. Yeah, Naruto, why are you always the last to arrive? Sakura complained. Naruto, you're here, Hinata stammered upon seeing him. I've been waiting so long that I nearly finished my chips, Choji said, munching on his snacks. Among the crowd, all 12 of the young ninjas were present except for Sasuke. Chen Fan felt a bit bewildered as he slowly stepped into the throng. What brings you all here? Tsunade banged her fist on the table and announced. All right, since everyone is here, I have an important matter to share. From today onwards, I officially appoint Naruto as a Jonin of the Leaf Village. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chen Fan, too, was astonished, his eyes widening. Master, you must be joking. Naruto is not even a Chunin. How could he possibly become a Jonin? Sakura remarked. Indeed, despite Naruto's recent enhancement in strength, the notion of his immediate elevation to Jonin status is rather preposterous. In agreement, Sakura's close friend Ino chimed in. The office erupted into a cacophony of voices. With the exception of Hinata, Neji, and Shikamaru, all others expressed their dissent. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, particularly for Sakura, who appeared as though possessed by a second persona. She stated, furthermore, Naruto's graduation results were dismal, and he often acts impulsively. How could he ever attain Jonin status? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Chen Fan snapped out of his bewilderment, thinking to himself, truly, Sakura has a way with words that brings joy to the heart. Just a few days prior, I had begun to perceive her differently, yet here she is, revealing her true nature so swiftly. Indeed, Sakura's genjutsu is perpetually the strongest. Noticing the situation spiraling out of control, Tsunade stood up, her expression stern as she declared, I summoned you here to inform you, not to solicit your opinions. Chen Fan felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing Tsunade's words. While she, as Hokage, possessed the authority to do so, why create such a scene? This would only tarnish her image and leave a negative impression on the people. Additionally, Jiraiya had remained silent in the corner since entering the office, which struck Chen Fan as peculiar. However, it seemed undeniable that Neji or Shikamaru from a higher grade would be more suitable for the position of Jonin, Shino stated calmly. This statement plunged the office into silence, as nearly everyone began to reflect rationally. They recognized that their opposition stemmed merely from a sense of discontent regarding Naruto's perceived success over their own. At that moment, nearly every gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Fan. As the person at the center of this discussion, he had scarcely uttered a word from the beginning. Suddenly, Chen Fan had an epiphany. To ascend to Jonin status, one must exhibit strength that garners universal recognition. Otherwise, even if privately accepted, seeds of discontent would be sown in the hearts of others. Tsunade's intention in gathering everyone was to preemptively address this issue. Thus, as the focal point, he felt compelled to step forward and resolve it. After all, to become a Jonin, one must possess both the intellect and capability to solve problems. Chen Fan strode confidently to the table and turned to address the group. Since there are diverse opinions, I propose a solution. I shall challenge all 10 of you simultaneously. His eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke with authority. The others were once again taken aback. Even Tsunade was surprised by Naruto's audacity. Wait. This is too reckless, Naruto. Shikamaru interjected. Indeed, Naruto, even if you wish to prove your strength, challenging 10 at once is rather excessive. Before Hinata could finish, Chen Fan continued. As ninjas, strength is a paramount criterion. Individual prowess, team synergy, battlefield control, and tactics, all these elements are essential and must be diligently enhanced. This time, Granny Tsunade intends to elevate me to the rank of Jonin, which has taken me by surprise. However, I am elated that she acknowledges my strength. This opportunity will allow her and the villagers to discern whether I truly possess the capability to ascend to Jonin, serving as a reciprocation of the trust she has placed in me. Thus, if I can triumph over you all, I will have earned the right to be recognized as a Jonin, honoring Granny Tsunade's faith in me. Conversely, should I falter, I shall resign myself to a lifetime as a genin. Upon uttering these words, the individuals present were rendered speechless, silently gazing at Naruto. Noticing the silence, Chen Fan interjected. Since you all remain mute, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Therefore, 2 hours hence, at the 5th training ground, I shall await your arrival. With that, Naruto vanished from the spot. Following his departure, the office remained enveloped in silence, as Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya in the corner. He uttered no words, but merely smiled and exchanged a knowing glance before departing. Once Jiraiya left, Tsunade coolly announced, "In that case, you all may return and prepare." Upon hearing her words, the others silently exited the office, leaving only Shikamaru behind. "Is there anything else?" Tsunade inquired. "Is it truly necessary for Naruto's promotion to Jonin to unfold in this manner?" Shikamaru replied with a sense of resignation in his eyes. In truth, Naruto's status within the village is quite contentious. Should he ascend to Jonin at such a young age, it would likely stir considerable unrest. Only in this way can his Jonin title be deemed legitimate and respectable, enabling the villagers to reassess their opinions of him. Tsunade responded gravely. However, challenging 10 opponents is exceedingly perilous. Shikamaru expressed his concerns. I too did not foresee him making such a decision. Yet, if he has proposed it, he must possess confidence. Tsunade elucidated. At this moment, Chen Fan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, stowing away all the marked kunai into his ninja tools pouch and storage ring. Subsequently, he hurriedly departed for the Ichiraku Ramen shop. "Naruto, how did you return so swiftly?" Inquiringly paused Konohamaru, who was voraciously devouring his meal. "I seldom indulge in luxurious ramen, so I rushed back." "Tell me, my bowl isn't cold yet, is it?" Chen Fan replied. "However, big brother Naruto, you arrived too late. I have already begun eating your bowl." Konohamaru chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a surge of annoyance. "You little rascal, I waited for you for ages. And this ramen has turned mushy and unpalatable, so I let you have it." Konohamaru continued to laugh. Chapter 50. The battle begins. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself and raised his fist to strike Konohamaru on the head. "This is a deluxe bowl of ramen, worth 400 ryo. You truly lack manners," Chen Fan exclaimed. "But I've waited far too long for you, and since this bowl has turned into a mess, I decided to eat it myself," Konohamaru explained. Sighing in resignation, Chen Fan took a seat and ordered another deluxe bowl of ramen. "Boss, please bring me one just like that." Chen Fan turned toward the source of the voice. "Oh, Naruto." Upon recognizing the visitor, Chen Fan, somewhat annoyed, exclaimed, "Oh, Kakashi-sensei. You were in the office just now, weren't you? Why didn't you step out to lend me a hand?" Kakashi feigned ignorance, replying, "What are you talking about? I merely came here for some ramen." "What office? Don't play coy. The moment I walked in, I noticed someone crouching outside the window. Based on my chakra sensing, that person was undoubtedly you," Chen Fan retorted. Cornered, Kakashi replied, "I was only summoned by Lady Tsunade to assist. If you are unable to resolve the issue, I may need to intervene. However, you handled it quite well this time and managed to intimidate everyone present." "That was unavoidable," Chen Fan sighed. "After all, they are all formidable in their own right, with several being exceptional ninjas from esteemed clans, and not to mention Neji, the universally acknowledged prodigy. Without a certain level of intimidation, how could I expect them to yield?" "Do you have confidence?" Kakashi inquired. "Facing 10 opponents alone, and none of them are ordinary genin." "Confidence, you say? I suppose I have some, but I cannot say I am entirely assured." "What do you mean, brother Naruto? You intend to take on 10 by yourself?" "Why?" inquired Konoha, interjecting. Chen Fan regarded Konoha thoughtfully. "Konoha, I aspire to be promoted to Jonin." "Really?" Konoha exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed. But I must first pass a test. Is it the one where you face 10 people alone?" "No problem. Brother Naruto will surely succeed." Konohamaru chimed in cheerfully. Would you like to witness it? It would greatly aid in enhancing your skills. Chen Fan asked Konohamaru. Can I go? Konoha asked eagerly. Chen Fan glanced at Kakashi, who merely cast a sidelong look in response. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi conceded, very well, I will take him along. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Chen Fan beamed. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Afterward, the trio finished their meal and headed toward the 5th training ground. Arriving half an hour early, they found themselves waiting in the shade of a tree as others had yet to arrive. As Chen Fan observed Konohamaru, a rather mischievous thought crossed his mind. Konohamaru, how many shadow clones can you summon at most now? Brother Naruto, I can summon up to 4 at most, Konohamaru replied proudly. Excellent. Now I shall teach you the powerful technique I mentioned last time, the harem technique, Chen Fan declared with a sly grin. Excited by this revelation, Konohamaru responded, all right, I will demonstrate only once, so pay close attention. Chen Fan instructed. At this, Kakashi also became intrigued. Listen closely when employing shadow clones. A mist will create a momentary visual distraction for the enemy. You must utilize the harem technique in that instant to maximize its effect. Moreover, the harem technique is an upgraded version of the seduction technique. Since everyone has their own preferences, we will use shadow clones to cover all types in one go. Harem technique. Chen Fan formed hand seals, and as the mist dissipated, approximately 10 beautifully clad women appeared before the two. Their skin tones, hair colors, and voluptuous figures all varied. This scene caused Kakashi to blush instantly, with blood trickling from his nose. Ah, indeed, you are truly remarkable, Naruto. Konohamaru praised. How about this? Do you understand? Chen Fan inquired. All right, I shall give it a try. Konohamaru retreated a few steps, and then formed hand seals. As smoke enveloped the area, for shadow clones of Konohamaru materialized before Chen Fan. No, you must utilize the transformation technique simultaneously with the shadow clone technique. As he spoke, Chen Fan sensed someone entering the training ground. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, they have finally arrived. Following Naruto's gaze, Konohamaru observed 10 figures approaching slowly. Is that your opponent this time, Naruto? He asked. Indeed, Chen Fan replied. As the figures drew near, Chen Fan spoke, shall we engage directly, or exchange pleasantries first? At that moment, Shikamaru stepped forward, saying, Naruto, we are roughly the same age. Facing all 10 of us at once would be quite challenging. Therefore, we propose to engage in one-on-one combat. Chen Fan raised his hand to interrupt, stating, Shikamaru, I appreciate your kindness. But since I proclaimed a challenge against all 10 of you, I shall not go back on my word. Shikamaru sighed in response, very well. Let us agree in advance. The battlefield will be the entirety of the 5th training ground, and the time limit will be until sunset. If we fail to defeat you before dusk, you shall be the victor. How does that sound? Chen Fan smiled, replying, that seems quite fair to me. Let it be so. At that moment, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizun also arrived at the venue. It appears you have come to an agreement. Let the battle commence. Tsunade commanded, prompting everyone to disperse immediately. Kakashi led Konohamaru and the others into the woods to observe the match. Scatter. With Shikamaru's command, the group swiftly leaped apart. Chen Fan surveyed his opponents, noting their positions were essentially aligned by class. In the front were Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. On his left and right stood Lee and Kiba, and Sakura positioned herself behind the trio. Then I shall begin, he declared, executing the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, the clearing was nearly filled with Chen Fan's shadow clones. Such an exaggerated amount of chakra. How troublesome. Shikamaru lamented. Chen Fan refrained from directing his clones to utilize ninjutsu, opting instead for basic taijutsu to strike at the others. Observing this, the group unleashed their signature techniques. Tintin summoned a multitude of shuriken and kunai from her scroll. Kiba and Akamaru performed their Fong over Fong technique. Neji utilized the 8 trigrams empty palm. Choji unleashed his human bullet technique. Shino released a swarm of insects. In that moment, the clearing resembled a chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's real body took the opportunity to retreat to the trees, positioning himself on a branch to observe. At a distance were Tintin, Shikamaru, and Shino. Close by were Choji, Lee, and Kiba. Mid-range were Neji, Hinata, and Ino, with Sakura standing at the back, serving as the medical ninja. Chapter 51. The battle for the title of Jonin. Should I deal with Shikamaru or Shino first? That is indeed a conundrum. Shikamaru has long been renowned for his exceptional intellect, consistently bringing unforeseen changes to the battlefield with his presence. In contrast, Shino is celebrated for his mastery of insect techniques. A moment's carelessness could lead to being ensnared by a multitude of bugs. Furthermore, Shino is the undefeated god of war from the Shippuden era, a formidable force not to be underestimated. Faced with these two formidable adversaries, Chen Fan resolved to first confront Shikamaru. Seizing the moment, he launched 4 shuriken towards Shikamaru and sprinted out from the thicket, charging directly at him. Shikamaru immediately instructed Ino beside him to prepare, forming hand seals to activate the shadow imitation technique, causing his shadow to extend and attack Naruto. Yet, Chen Fan chuckled, "You've directed all your efforts into countering. What about the shuriken?" As soon as the words left his lips, the shuriken he had thrown were deftly deflected. "We are not alone," shouted Tintin from a distance. Clutching a scroll, Chen Fan marveled, as expected of Tintin. Even from such a distance, she could use ninja tools to deflect my shuriken. Just as Shikamaru's shadow was about to ensnare Chen Fan, he vanished from his original spot. "What?" The others gasped in astonishment. In an instant, Chen Fan reappeared where the shuriken had landed, seizing one and launching it again toward Shikamaru. He darted between the 4 shuriken, sending them hurtling once more at Shikamaru. When the shuriken were on the verge of striking him, a figure interposed itself. Heavenly Spin. At this critical juncture, Neji stepped forth, utilizing the Heavenly Spin technique to repel all the shuriken. After deflecting the shuriken, Neji stood firm, exclaiming, "Flying Thunder God technique. I see you have mastered such a remarkable ninjutsu. Tooth for tooth. Meet tank." Just as Chen Fan regained his footing, he witnessed Kiba and CHG charging at him from opposite sides. Instead of evading, Chen Fan anticipated his use of the Flying Thunder God and focused intently on the direction of the 4 shuriken that Neji had deflected. When the attack was imminent, he activated the Flying Thunder God, retreating behind a nearby tree trunk. Kiba and Neji collided, both being sent flying. Shikamaru noticed that none of the shuriken were aimed at Naruto and promptly instructed Neji to use his Byakugan to locate Naruto's position. Observing the dwindling number of shadow clones on the battlefield, Chen Fan decided to dismiss all remaining clones and boldly stepped into view. "What is the matter, Naruto? Have you conceded?" Kiba inquired, standing his ground. "Not at all. I simply wish to change my strategy," Chen Fan declared, reaching into his ninja tool pouch and launching a multitude of shuriken towards his opponents. Although they were all parried, Shikamaru noticed the scattered shuriken marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, over 20 of them, and realized he could not keep track of them all alone. "Everyone, be cautious of the shuriken's positions," Shikamaru warned loudly. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Chen Fan gripped a shuriken and charged forward. Seeing this, Lee assumed Naruto was about to engage in taijutsu and excitedly exclaimed, "Are we to settle this with taijutsu? Come on." With that, he charged ahead. Konoha Whirlwind. Lee twisted his body, forcefully sweeping a kick towards Chen Fan. As Lee's leg made contact with his hand, Chen Fan vanished. He reappeared beside Kiba, who swiftly reacted by lunging at him. In the fleeting moment of contact, Chen Fan once again flickered into existence, this time at the position of Ding Xi. As before, the instant Ding Xi's body brushed against Chen Fan, he vanished once more. Yet, on this occasion, Chen Fan reappeared at a considerable distance, creating space between them. Shikamaru, somewhat perplexed by Chen Fan's intentions, chose to remain passive for the time being. Observing that the moment was ripe, Chen Fan summoned his shadow clones and instructed them to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to various kunai locations. In an instant, he encircled them with the aid of the Flying Thunder God and his shadow clones. Wind release, black rope tornado. All shadow clones simultaneously unleashed their tornadoes. In a heartbeat, nearly 10 tornadoes erupted from the ground, swiftly enveloping the group. Realizing the situation, Shikamaru remarked, "Naruto just used the Flying Thunder God to attack the 3 of you. He intended to draw you into this encirclement." Upon witnessing this, the group immediately organized a counterattack. Kiba and Ding Xi took the lead, using Fong over Fong and the Fong bullet to crash into the tornadoes, while Neji attempted to counter the whirlwinds with his Heavenly Spin, striving to carve out an escape. "It's no use. The wind is too strong. My bugs can't get out." Shino lamented helplessly. Just when everyone felt they were out of options, Shikamaru suddenly declared, "Shadow imitation technique, success." To their astonishment, the 2 tornadoes confronting Ding Xi and Kiba abruptly ceased, gradually dissipating into thin air. By manipulating the shadows of Kiba and Ding Xi, Shikamaru had extended the range of his technique, controlling 2 shadow clones. Quite impressive, Chen Fan mused. As Kiba and Ding Xi landed after dispelling the jutsu, Chen Fan instantly materialized behind them, kunai in hand, poised at their throats, and declared, "Apologies. But you too are eliminated." The swiftness of his action left them bewildered, exclaiming, "How is that possible? How did you do it?" At that moment, Shikamaru grasped Naruto's strategy and stated, "Ding Xi, Kiba, you must have the flying thunder god marks on you." "Impossible. When did that happen?" Kiba questioned while examining his body. "Exactly. It must have been during your brief skirmish earlier," Shikamaru elucidated. With this revelation, the two begrudgingly withdrew from the arena. After Ding Xi and Kiba exited, Shikamaru spoke again. "The reason for deploying such a vast jutsu was to lure Ding Xi and Kiba, wasn't it? To dismantle the tornado's enclosure. It would require someone with high rotational speed and destructive power, like them. That's why you initially approached them, feigning a taijutsu duel, all to leave the flying thunder god mark on them." Listening to Shikamaru, Chen Fan ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "That's about right. However, my jutsu extends beyond that." With that, Chen Fan vanished once more. The remaining tornadoes began to whirl rapidly, encircling several individuals anew. When did Naruto become so powerful? Sakura couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Neji contemplated using Heavenly Spin to break the impasse, but upon contact, he was flung back. The inherent might of the tornado, combined with its high velocity, amplified its strength. In that moment, the group found themselves at a loss, placing their hopes on Shikamaru, wishing he could once again employ the shadow imitation technique to find a solution. No, the speed of these tornadoes is too rapid, and the interference with my line of sight is considerable. I cannot discern the positions of those shadow clones, and they are too distant for my shadows to reach. Shikamaru explained. "Shino, have you locked on?" Chapter 52. Complete victory, it's already taken care of. Shino responded calmly. Insect jutsu. Suddenly, all of Chen Fan's shadow clones were simultaneously dispelled, and the tornadoes surrounding them dissipated as well. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan felt a surge of astonishment, murmuring to himself, "What just happened?" In the next moment, he noticed a swarm of insects converging beneath his feet, prompting him to leap away in haste. Are these Shino's insects? Indeed. At the moment the gap was torn open, a portion of my insects broke free from the encirclement. Shino replied in a tranquil tone. "You truly are remarkable. Always thinking ahead, but I have already achieved my objective," Chen Fan remarked with a smirk. Illusion technique, dark pursuit. In an instant, darkness enveloped the space where they stood. They immediately lost their sight. The area ahead plunged into complete obscurity. The individuals before him flailed about helplessly, akin to headless flies, which filled Chen Fan with immense joy. Success. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully completing the task. Acquired a level 1 illusion technique. Reward. Immunity to illusions. At long last, the task was completed. However, the contest at hand was far from over. With that, Chen Fan summoned 5 shadow clones, each wielding a Rasengan as they charged forward. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade grew anxious and could not help but step forward, exclaiming, "What is he planning?" To which Jiraiya calmly replied, "No need to worry. It should be a water release Rasengan, merely intended to ensnare them." Hearing this, Tsunade finally relaxed. Once the shadow clones reached a suitable throwing distance, they hurled the 5 Rasengans simultaneously. Instantly, except for Hinata, Ino, and Tintin, the remaining 5 were ensnared within the massive water prison. Subsequently, Chen Fan leisurely approached the group and dispelled the illusion. As their vision returned, Tintin immediately drew a kunai, aiming it at him. Similarly, Ino swiftly positioned her hands towards Chen Fan, preparing to unleash her mind transfer technique. "Wait, Ino," Hinata called out, prompting Ino to glance back and realize that Shikamaru and the others were all trapped within a colossal water prison. "This is quite sufficient, isn't it?" Chen Fan said with a smile. Ino and Tintin, recognizing the situation, promptly lowered their weapons. Meanwhile, Hinata gazed at Naruto with admiration, internally reflecting, "Naruto's strength is truly impressive now. I must train diligently to catch up to him." At this moment, the spectators approached Chen Fan. "Brother Naruto, you are incredible," Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly. "Naruto, you performed excellently." Tsunade acknowledged Chen Fan's display. Jiraiya and Kakashi, remaining silent, stood behind with approving smiles, nodding at Chen Fan. Why didn't you use the Rasengan on Hinata, Ino, and Tenten? Tsunade inquired. After all, they are girls, and it would not be appropriate to have them drenched entirely in water during a mere competition, Chen Fan explained. Upon hearing these words, a faint blush appeared on the faces of Ino and Hinata, their gazes towards Naruto softening. However, the indignant Tenten exclaimed, I do not wish for your favoritism. I desire that we determine the victor fairly. Bang! Neji was the first to escape from the Rasengan, his expression impassive as he stated, Tenten, we have lost. Soon after, Shino also successfully extricated himself, affirming, indeed, we have lost. Subsequently, others followed suit in their escape. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin, Naruto. Shikamaru remarked as he freed himself and approached Chen Fan to offer his congratulations. Yes, congratulations, Naruto, Hinata echoed. The others present also extended their heartfelt congratulations to Chen Fan. Even the typically proud Neji stood before Chen Fan, earnestly declaring, you truly possess the qualifications to become a Jonin. Congratulations. Chen Fan wore a puzzled expression, pondering. How can they be so amicable after the morning's tumult? Sensing Chen Fan's confusion, Shikamaru stepped forward to elucidate, do not worry. I discussed the purpose of this duel with everyone at noon. What we said in the morning stemmed from our collective desire to become Jonin. Your advancement ahead of us left some of us feeling discontented. Yet, we are friends, and this competition has made us recognize that you indeed deserve the promotion. So we sincerely wish you well. Indeed, it has also made us aware that you are currently stronger than us, but soon, we shall strive to catch up. Lee added enthusiastically. At that moment, Ino suddenly realized that Sakura was still trapped within the Rasengan. Oh no, why hasn't Sakura come out yet? This remark instantly alerted several others. Sakura was always the first to voice her thoughts on Naruto, but her absence was conspicuous. They turned to see Sakura still ensnared within the Rasengan, struggling incessantly. I seem to have forgotten to release her from the Jinjutsu, Chen Fan admitted, his expression awkward. Kakashi's demeanor suggested he could see through it all. Really? Kakashi remarked, as if discerning the truth behind Chen Fan's words. In reality, Chen Fan had not forgotten to release her. He had intentionally left her ensnared. From the outset, the Jinjutsu placed upon Sakura was one he had specifically crafted, distinct from those affecting the others. As Sakura's admirer, Lee rushed forward, exclaiming, then quickly free her. Prolonged confinement could suffocate her. Chen Fan awkwardly replied, I cannot dispel this jutsu. This time, he spoke truthfully, for he genuinely could not. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lee dashed towards the Rasengan, intending to break it directly. Stop! Before Chen Fan could finish his warning, Lee's fist collided with the Rasengan. In the next moment, Lee was abruptly repelled. This water prison is enhanced by the water nature of the Rasengan. Breaking it from the outside is exceedingly difficult, Chen Fan explained. I have already dispelled her Jinjutsu. It should not be long before she can break free from the water prison herself. He reassured. At that moment, Kakashi regarded Naruto with a hint of exasperation. Since the last time Naruto and Mingren undertook a high-level mission, Naruto had confided in him extensively, sharing his thoughts about Sakura. Chen Fan, aware of Kakashi's sensitive and tender nature, expressed some differing opinions, perhaps deepening the bond between himself and Kakashi. Thus, when Kakashi observed Naruto's actions, he immediately discerned their intentionality. At that moment, Shikamaru also grasped Naruto's deliberate approach and leaned closer to whisper in Naruto's ear, You, my friend, are being rather conspicuous, are you not? With your high intelligence, how can you fail to see the true nature of Sakura? Chapter 53, Repaying Tion. Even so, it is rather unseemly for you to bully her so openly. Chen Fan's lips twitched slightly as he retorted. Have I not endured my share of grievances and bullying since childhood? Why should I be obliged to care for someone selfish who has caused me harm? Finally, with a cold expression, Chen Fan approached Shikamaru and stated, To me, she is merely a companion from the village now. These words left Shikamaru speechless, frozen in place. After a minute, Sakura finally escaped from the water prison. Lee and Ino rushed over with concern. Sakura, are you all right? Sakura knelt on the ground, gazing mournfully at Naruto, who was surrounded by others. Yet, what met her gaze was Chen Fan's icy stare. At that moment, Tsunade stepped forward and declared, All right, this competition concludes here. From today onwards, Naruto shall be a Jonin of Konoha. Chen Fan bowed to Tsunade in gratitude. Jiraiya approached Naruto and said, Naruto, The training I mentioned before is about to commence. We depart tomorrow. Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement. As the event came to a close, everyone prepared to leave. Chen Fan called Tian and Konohamaru to remain on the field. You wish to inquire about the shuriken, correct? Come by tomorrow morning. And I should have them ready by then, Tian replied. Thank you for offering them at such a modest price. As a gesture of gratitude, I have something to share with you, Chen Fan said with a smile. Producing several shuriken and kunai, he continued, what does this mean? Tian asked, puzzled. I noticed your combat style primarily revolves around taijutsu and ninja tools, so I thought I might share some techniques regarding the use of shuriken, hoping they will prove beneficial to you. Initially, Tian intended to decline, as she was not lacking in funds, and her assistance to Naruto was merely a trifling matter. However, hearing about the shuriken techniques piqued her curiosity. Konohamaru, pay attention as well. By the way, Naruto, who is this little fellow? Tian inquired. Forgive my neglect in introducing him. He is Konohamaru, my only direct disciple at present. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Hearing Naruto refer to him as his sole disciple filled Konohamaru with joy. Konohamaru, if you wish to attack an unseen target, what would you do? Chen Fan posed the question. After pondering, Konohamaru responded, I would move to a place where I could see it. Indeed, that thought is correct. But I believe this method carries certain risks. As he spoke, Chen Fan moved into the woods and stood behind a tree, asking, Konohamaru, can you see me now? I cannot see you, Konohamaru replied. Now I ask you to attack my body with 2 shuriken, Chen Fan stated. Konohamaru, somewhat perplexed by Chen Fan's intention, complied nonetheless. He swiftly dashed to the side, and, upon catching a glimpse of Naruto, immediately hurled a shuriken. In that fleeting moment of releasing the shuriken, Konohamaru felt as if something had struck his head, causing him to cry out in pain. At that juncture, Chen Fan emerged slowly, declaring, by the time you see me, it is already too late. I strike faster than you because I can anticipate your position and act preemptively. What will you do now? Konohamaru gazed at the stones on the ground, realizing that had that been a shuriken, he would have sustained severe injuries. I don't know. Chen Fan approached Konohamaru and said, allow me to teach you a method. Subsequently, Chen Fan led Tintin and Konohamaru into the woods while he positioned himself in an open area. Notice the tree where I stood earlier. With that, he produced 2 shuriken and hurled them towards either side of the tree. In the next moment, he launched 2 more shuriken. Bang! Bang! The 4 shuriken collided. The first 2 hurled were deflected behind the tree, embedding themselves firmly into the trunk. Konohamaru and Tintin stared in astonishment. Brother Naruto, this. Konohamaru was momentarily speechless with shock. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained placid, stating, this is the first method, now for the second. He then produced 2 shuriken and threw them forward. The shuriken flew past the tree. Tintin remarked, although shuriken can travel with a certain arc, they cannot, before she could finish her sentence. The 2 shuriken suddenly made a 180-degree turn and struck the trunk directly. How is that possible? Chen Fan strolled over to the tree and explained. The secret lies within this. He lifted the end of the shuriken with his hand, revealing an exceedingly thin thread. This fine line can control the trajectory of the ninja tools. By combining the tools with the thread, a multitude of possibilities emerges. What do you think? Is this helpful to you? Chen Fan smiled at Tintin. I never imagined ninja tools could be utilized in such a manner. Thank you, Naruto. I will practice this right away. As she departed, Chen Fan turned to Konohamaru and asked, did you understand what I just demonstrated? Almost, but it seems so difficult. Can't you teach me some powerful jutsu, Brother Naruto? What do you mean? Chen Fan inquired with a smile. Like that massive whirlwind you used earlier, and the water prison that ensnared them at the end. Konohamaru exclaimed with excitement. Chen Fan affectionately ruffled Konohamaru's hair and replied, Konohamaru, to become an exceptional ninja, perhaps even the Hokage, you must excel in all aspects. I am teaching you this to enhance your attention to detail. Furthermore, you are still young. Your chakra reserves are not yet sufficient for those techniques. As you heard, I will be away with Jiraiya for a while. During this time, focus entirely on practicing this and the shadow clone technique. By the time you master them, I will have returned, and then I shall teach you those. Though feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Konohamaru nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Chen Fan and Konohamaru departed from the training ground. Not far within the woods, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were observing the two. They seemed utterly like brothers. It appeared that Naruto regarded Konohamaru as a younger sibling. Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Isn't that splendid? Tsunade stated. This way he won't feel too lonely. Kakashi added from the side. However, isn't his current attitude towards Sakura a bit concerning? Jiraiya expressed his worries. Indeed, Naruto never behaved this way towards Sakura before, Tsunade noted. The Naruto of today is no longer the little boy we once knew, Kakashi remarked. What do you mean? Jiraiya inquired. Chapter 54. Farewell. Sakura's personality is something everyone can attest to. She harbors little affection for Naruto, mostly using him for her own ends. During the last mission together, I discovered that Naruto's heart has matured. Conversing with him, one would hardly perceive they were speaking with a 13-year-old child. He has completely seen through Sakura's nature, thus perceiving her merely as a comrade from the village, perhaps not even a true friend, Kakashi explained. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh, stating, this child Sakura must recognize her issues sooner and mature quickly. Indeed, while Sasuke has been taken by Orochimaru as his vessel, Orochimaru will undoubtedly train Sasuke into a formidable ninja. Given their strengths, they have likely left Sakura far behind, Jiraiya remarked. That night, Naruto was packing his belongings at home when a sudden knock echoed through the door. Chen Fan, puzzled by who might be visiting at such an hour, opened the door to find Shikamaru, Choji, and Neji. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to leave tomorrow? Shikamaru replied. We came to chat for a bit and bid farewell. Chen Fan teased. It's surprising that someone as averse to trouble as you would do such a thing. There is something else on my mind that I wish to discuss. Is Neji also here to say goodbye? Chen Fan inquired. Neji, maintaining his usual indifference, stubbornly stated. I'm here on behalf of Lady Hinata. Very well, come in. With that, the three entered Naruto's small abode. Make yourselves comfortable. Don't stand on ceremony. Chen Fan casually seated himself on the floor beside the bed. The three found a spot to sit. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Chen Fan encouraged. Shikamaru and Neji exchanged glances before speaking. Naruto, why did you treat Sakura that way today? Why ask that? Chen Fan countered. Didn't you always like Sakura? Why the change? Seeing their expressions, Chen Fan chuckled. People inevitably grow. I believe you both can discern that Sakura is not a true friend to confide in. Her world revolves solely around herself and Sasuke. So you've given up? Neji questioned. Precisely. Perhaps I misjudged from the outset. Consider this a return to the right path. Chen Fan jested. Naruto, you have undergone a remarkable transformation lately. In the past, you were perpetually vocal about your desire to become Hokage, and due to the villagers' disdain, you often acted foolishly, resembling a simpleton. Yet, now it seems you are evolving, embodying the spirit of a ninja progressing towards the Hokage's aspirations. Shikamaru remarked. Frankly, when you spoke to me at noon, I feared you were disheartened by the villagers' coldness, Shikamaru expressed with concern. How could that be? I owe my gratitude to you and Choji. Back in the Ninja Academy, you two were the only ones willing to play with me. I had endured enough of the villagers' discrimination, and my spirits were quite low. Thanks to you, I never felt truly lonely, Chen Fan said with a grateful gaze. Indeed, we often skipped classes back then, much to Irika-sensei's chagrin, Choji remarked while munching on chips. Thus, the group shared laughter and reminisced about their school days. Although these memories belonged to Naruto, in that moment, Chen Fan felt as if he were Naruto himself, vividly aware of Naruto's emotions, sentiments, and joys, as though he had experienced them firsthand. Meanwhile, Neji silently observed them, burdened by the title of genius since childhood, which compelled him to diligently study taijutsu. He graduated at the top of his class from the Ninja Academy, rendering him unfamiliar with the notion of skipping classes or being punished. Yet he felt an inexplicable stirring within, tinged with envy for such experiences. As the night deepened and Choji finished his chips, the group prepared to leave. Naruto, this time, when you embark on your training journey with Jiraiya-sama, upon your return, your strength will likely become even more formidable, Shikamaru predicted. Certainly, by then, I dare say few in the village will stand as my rivals. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Thus, you draw ever closer to your ideals. Indeed, once I become Hokage, you shall serve as my strategist, devising plans for me. Chen Fan chuckled. Who would want to deal with such troublesome tasks? Shikamaru retorted with a look of distaste. I shall also strive to train diligently, and when the time comes for a rematch, I will not be defeated again. Neji proclaimed with unwavering determination. Excellent. I eagerly await that day. The following morning, Chen Fan first arrived at Tiantian's ninja tools shop. As he entered, he immediately spotted the weary Tiantian. adorned with prominent dark circles, slumped at the counter. "What has happened to you?" Chen Fan inquired as he approached. "It's nothing, just a night without sleep." Tian replied listlessly. "You weren't practicing shuriken all night, were you?" "Indeed, the method you mentioned is exceedingly challenging. I succeeded only 4 times throughout the night." "You really are pushing yourself too hard. That skill cannot be mastered in just a day or 2. Chen Fan remarked. "No matter, you came to collect your kunai, right? I've already organized them for you. They're on the shelf beside you." With that, she promptly rested her head on the counter and fell asleep. Observing this, Chen Fan chose not to disturb her, quietly taking the box and leaving. Not far from the ninja tool shop, a figure blocked Chen Fan's path. "Naruto, I heard you were leaving today. Let us share a bowl of ramen." "Certainly, but this time, it's my treat, Ichiraku-sensei." Upon arriving at the ramen shop, Ichiraku noticed Naruto holding a box and curiously inquired, "Naruto, what is this?" Chen Fan promptly opened the box, revealing a kunai, upon which he inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal, saying, "This is a new kunai that I asked Ten to make. Here, have one." "Oh, this is from the 4th Hokage. Then I shall accept it." Ichiraku smiled as he accepted the kunai from Naruto. "The ramen is ready." As they spoke, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. "Eat quickly. You must be leaving soon," Ichiraku urged. Observing this, Chen Fan fell silent and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was prepared to summon Naruto for their departure. After giving a few brief instructions, Chen Fan followed Jiraiya out. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Fan noticed Hinata hiding behind. He intended to greet her, but reconsidered. Instead, he pulled out a new kunai, inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on its handle, and threw it in Hinata's direction. Startled by the kunai embedded in the wall before her, Hinata cautiously retrieved it. To her surprise, she discovered a note attached to the kunai, which read, "Good luck." Instantly, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the unique kunai and the note in her hand. Chapter 55, returned 2 years later. At the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, Chen Fan and Jiraiya were on their way back to the village after their training journey. Over the course of 2 years, Chen Fan had grown into a 15-year-old youth. His body had undergone rapid development. He had gained considerable height, and his appearance had subtly transformed. Gone was the baby fat, and his features had become more defined. Strangely, however, his appearance diverged somewhat from that of Naruto in the original narrative, as the whisker-like markings on his face had vanished. Chen Fan noticed this change but was unaware of the reason, not giving it much thought, especially since the absence of the markings made him considerably more attractive, nearly rivaling Sasuke in looks. Walking through the streets, Chen Fan's current appearance was enough to catch the attention and stir discussions among several girls. Witnessing this, Jiraiya felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, formidable in strength and not lacking in charm, yet none of those girls seemed to notice him. "We're not far from the village. At this pace, it will take us about 2 more days to return. Should we quicken our pace?" Chen Fan suggested to Jiraiya. "That sounds reasonable, as we still have crucial intelligence to deliver. The village needs to prepare," Jiraiya replied. With that, the two hastened their journey towards the village. After a night of travel, they finally arrived at Konoha. Strolling through the streets of Konoha, Chen Fan, having been away for 2 years, felt a wave of nostalgia. During his absence, he had gained a basic understanding of the other 4 great nations and some smaller countries, resulting in a more mature perspective on the world. Observing Naruto's excited expression, Jiraiya decided to report the intelligence to the office himself, allowing Naruto to explore the village for a while. Chen Fan did not refuse and allowed Jiraiya to leave first, while he leisurely strolled through the village, aimlessly wandering. The climate of the land of fire is indeed pleasant. Among the great nations, it is the most suitable for human habitation. Given this superior environment, it is no wonder that the other great nations cast envious glances at the land of fire, Chen Fan mused as he walked. Suddenly, a figure darted past him, swiftly followed by another. Although the first figure was fleeting, Chen Fan easily discerned that the person chasing after it was his foolish disciple, Konohamaru. At that moment, Konohamaru was engaged in his rank mission, which, in truth, involved helping villagers locate lost cats and dogs. As he traversed through a bed of flowers, he lost sight of the small cat he had been pursuing and began to search the surroundings. "Are you looking for this?" A gust of wind stirred the air, and a figure materialized before Konohamaru. A bit puzzled, Konohamaru scrutinized the individual before him and, after a moment, exclaimed excitedly, "Naruto, big brother." "Konohamaru, it has been a while." Chen Fan greeted him with a smile. Shortly thereafter, two more figures appeared behind Konohamaru. Is that you, Naruto, big brother? Oh, hello there. The newcomers were Moegi and Udon, members of Konohamaru's team. Are you searching for this cat? Chen Fan inquired, holding up a small black kitten. Indeed, our task is to find this lost kitten, Moegi replied. Ah, I see. You have both become Jonin, Chen Fan remarked with admiration. Yes, I have become a Jonin. I will catch up with you soon, Naruto, big brother. Konohamaru said, adjusting his forehead protector. By the way, Naruto, big brother, when did you return? Chen Fan handed the cat to Konohamaru and replied, I just returned. Teacher Ebisu, we have captured the target, the little tiger, Moegi reported into her communicator. Naruto, big brother, we need to return to the mission office to report. Would you like to come along? Konohamaru asked, cradling the kitten. Of course, I need to pay Tsunade Baba a visit. Upon arriving at the mission office, Tsunade and Ichiraku were astonished to see Naruto accompanying Konohamaru. Isn't that Naruto? Tsunade exclaimed. Oh, Tsunade Baba, Ichiraku-sensei, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. Has your training been going well? You should have made some progress by now, Tsunade inquired. Absolutely. Before Chen Fan could respond, the door to the mission office was suddenly pushed open, and a voice echoed through the room. Honestly, didn't you leave first? Why are you slower than me? You lecherous sage? Chen Fan complained. Jiraiya sheepishly entered and explained, Sorry. I just went to the office and couldn't find Tsunade. I heard from Shizun that she was here, so I took a bit longer. Alright, this isn't the place for idle chatter. Let's head to the office. Tsunade said as she stood up. Konohamaru, see you later at Training Ground 5. I will thoroughly assess your training progress during this time. With that, Chen Fan followed Tsunade out of the mission office. Inside the office, Shizun, Shikamaru, and Temari had been waiting for some time. Naruto, is that really you? Shikamaru exclaimed excitedly. Shikamaru, you're back. Yeah, I just returned. The transformation is quite remarkable. The beard on his face has vanished, and he seems to exude a greater charisma. I can only imagine that his abilities have become even more formidable. Chen Fan remarked with a smile. Ha, indeed. Temari scrutinized Naruto, inwardly reflecting. Is this the same little squirt from back in the day? He has changed immensely. By the way, are you two on a date? Chen Fan inquired, glancing at Shikamaru. How could that be? I would never associate with someone like him unless it was for a specific purpose, Temari replied disdainfully. Indeed, the Chunin exams are approaching, and we are merely in Tsunade and Konoha for related matters. Nothing more, Shikamaru added. I see. What a pity. I thought you two made quite the couple. Chen Fan chuckled. Naruto, you are also involved in this Chunin exam. Shikamaru stated. What? Lady Tsunade, didn't he inform you? This Chunin exam is jointly hosted by Konoha and Tsunade, with the venue being in Konoha. Naruto, you are one of the examiners, Shikamaru revealed. Chen Fan looked at Tsunade with a hint of disbelief upon receiving this news. Indeed, Naruto, you became a Jonin 2 years ago. Although you have been training outside, you have completed numerous missions during these 2 years, showcasing your abilities. Thus, for this Chunin exam, you will serve as one of the examiners. Assisting Shikamaru in conducting this examination, Tsunade explained. But I just returned to the village. How can I serve as an examiner without understanding the Chunin exams? Chen Fan protested. What? Haven't you participated before? Just conduct the exam as you experienced it yourself. It's largely similar to before. Besides, Shikamaru is the chief examiner. Simply follow his lead if you are uncertain, Tsunade clarified. Chapter 56, Evaluating Konohamaru very well. Having heard Tsunade's words, Chen Fan had no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, he felt a twinge of anticipation about the individuals who would appear in the current Chunin exams. Alright, let us put the matter of the Chunin exams aside for now. You two may leave, Tsunade said sternly. Subsequently, Shikamaru and Temari exited the office. Next, let us discuss the intelligence you have gathered, Tsunade instructed. Jiraiya, seeing this, placed a scroll on the desk in front of Tsunade, stating, We encountered one of the members of the Akatsuki organization, a subordinate of Kakazu. We extracted information from him regarding their recent activities, which are planned for 2 months from now in Tsunade, though the specifics of the mission remain unclear. Here are the details of the interrogation. Tsunade meticulously examined the scroll in her hands, murmuring, Tsunade? It must be directed at Gaara, aiming for the tailed beast within him. Do you wish to assist him? Tsunade asked. Absolutely. Gaara is my friend, and I must go. Chen Fan replied fervently, given that their objective is the tailed beast. The elders in the village will likely oppose your involvement as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Tsunade cautioned. Sai, with his current strength, if he insists on going. Even if we joined forces, we might not be able to stop him, let alone those old geezers, Jiraiya lamented. Naruto, have you considered joining the Umbu? Tsunade's remark left Chen Fan somewhat astonished. Why? I have perused your capability assessment, and it appears you are a comprehensive ninja, endowed with the rare bloodline limit of ice release. Within the village, the only individuals capable of furthering your ninjutsu training are Kakashi, who shares your versatility, and the late third Hokage. However, should you choose to join the Umbu, you would gain immediate access to the secret repository housing ninjutsu scrolls, enabling you to freely study all techniques below a certain rank. This opportunity could prove immensely advantageous for you. Upon hearing of the unrestricted learning of ninjutsu, Chen Fan felt a fleeting sense of excitement. However, when the phrase below a certain rank crossed his mind, his enthusiasm waned instantly. Although his repertoire of techniques is not extensive, his acute sensitivity to the various elements and his formidable chakra allow him to creatively forge techniques of at least an intermediate level. Furthermore, with the support of a powerful system, he lacks for formidable ninjutsu and sees no necessity to join the Umbu. Additionally, enlisting in the Umbu would impose limitations on his freedom and curtail numerous activities, making it seem rather unwise. Thus, I must decline. Tsunade appeared to have anticipated Chen Fan's decision, responding calmly. Then perhaps you should consider becoming an instructor. What do you mean? Chen Fan inquired, puzzled. Recently, the Ninja Academy has just graduated a new class. You can opt to become a lead instructor. I will assign you 3 Jonin to mentor. You will serve as their Jonin leader, guiding them on missions. But at my age, do not worry. With your current strength, you are entirely qualified. Moreover, this position will grant you the legitimate privilege of entering and exiting the village. Should any issues arise in Tsunade here, you will have the opportunity to respond. Despite her reassurances, Chen Fan had only recently become a ninja. While he had no qualms about combating enemies alone, the thought of leading 3 young ones on missions was daunting. You need not rush to respond. We have 2 months before the Chunin exam. Focus on that for now. Very well, I shall take my leave. I have an appointment. After departing the office, Chen Fan contemplated his situation. Although his strength had significantly increased, he felt capable of confronting members of the Akatsuki. Yet, due to Naruto's current identity, he could not act recklessly by leaving the village, much less seek out Akatsuki members to preemptively thwart their attempts to capture tailed beasts. While Naruto's identity afforded him many conveniences, it also imposed numerous restrictions. Nevertheless, he decided to set those thoughts aside and swiftly seek out Konohamaru, who must have been waiting for some time. On his way, Chen Fan suddenly considered that Konohamaru had likely grown considerably stronger. He pondered what ninjutsu would be most beneficial to teach him. The Rasengan was undoubtedly on the list, but what else might he impart? With these thoughts, he opened his attributes panel. Host, Chen Fan, Ninjutsu, Spiral Sphere 100, Shadow Clone 100, Summoning Technique 90, Mouth Escape 79, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken 65, Water Release, Spiral Sphere 78, Lightning Release, Spiral Sphere 43, Big Ball Spiral Sphere 66, Water Release, Water Cannon Technique 70, Wind Release, Black Rope, Tornado 68, Flying Thunder God Technique 98, Fire Release, Taijutsu, 8 Gates 60, Shuriken Technique 100, Frog Group Hand 51, Jinjutsu, Dark Walking Technique 43, Senjutsu 72, Bloodline Limit, Ice Release, Chakra Attributes, Wind, Water, Fire, Earth, Lightning, Chakra Amount 80. I possess a modicum of proficiency in various elemental ninjutsu. Given that he is the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, it is plausible that he too possesses all attributes. Chen Fan swiftly arrived at the 5th training ground utilizing body flicker technique. Honestly, Naruto, you are so slow, complained Konohamaru. My apologies, I got held up a bit. Let us commence. As he spoke, Chen Fan produced 2 shurikens and declared, in a moment, I shall launch these 2 shurikens at you, and you must block them using a kunai. Bring it on, Konohamaru retorted, brandishing his kunai in readiness. Here they come. Chen Fan, without any reservation, hurled the 2 shurikens with all his might. Watch this. Konohamaru seized the opportunity, swiftly launching his kunai. The kunai altered its trajectory upon striking the first shuriken and soon collided with the second. Impressive, Chen Fan praised, his respect for Konohamaru growing. Achieving this without a system or Sharingan is quite a feat initially. The intent behind having Konohamaru practice this was merely to hone his precision. I never anticipated he would master it. Next up is the shadow clone technique. Chen Fan stepped in front of Konohamaru, his anticipation palpable. Alright, watch closely, shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, 10 shadow clones of Konohamaru encircled Chen Fan. Very well done, Konohamaru. You can now summon 10 shadow clones simultaneously. Chen Fan lauded. Of course, I have been diligently training. Now, I can fulfill my earlier promise and teach you a more powerful ninjutsu. The first one is the Spiral Sphere. Chapter 57. The plot has changed. Observe closely. The Spiral Sphere is a high-level ninjutsu that embodies the ultimate power of rotating chakra. With that, Chen Fan extended his right hand, and a massive orb of chakra materialized, which he then launched at a nearby tree, creating a substantial hole. Upon witnessing this, Konohamaru exclaimed with excitement, "Incredible! Teach me quickly." Chen Fan responded, "Patience. There are 3 stages to learn this technique. Here, take this." He retrieved 2 water balloons from his storage and tossed one to Konohamaru. In the first stage, you must burst the water balloon like this. Chen Fan raised the water balloon and demonstrated, causing it to convulse violently before exploding. Konohamaru, holding the water balloon, eagerly inquired, "How is this achieved?" In essence, it involves generating a flow of chakra within a sphere of water, causing the chakra to swirl and ultimately shatter the sphere. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Konohamaru wasted no time and commenced his training. Soon, the water within the sphere began to rotate, and he confidently remarked, "This is easier than I imagined." Observing the water sphere in Konohamaru's hands, Chen Fan contemplated, "It seems he still requires some time. I shall first inquire with Shikamaru about the specifics of the Chunin exam." Turning to depart, Chen Fan remarked as he walked away, "If you break it, come find me again. Good luck." Venturing onto the street, he quickly located Shikamaru. "Naruto, what's the matter?" Shikamaru inquired. "I would like to ask something in advance. Has the date for the Chunin exam been confirmed?" "Yes. It has been set for 10 days from now. In a while, we should expect a considerable influx of ninjas from other villages in Konoha," Shikamaru explained. 10 days? How could that be? In Chen Fan's memory, the Akatsuki's capture of Gaara was supposed to occur 6 months later. He had returned to the village 6 months ahead of the original timeline. How could time have advanced? "Naruto, what's wrong with you?" Shikamaru asked. "By the way, Shikamaru, you mentioned the exam would take place in Konoha?" "Yes, didn't I just mention that in the office?" Shikamaru replied impatiently. "What about Temari and Gaara?" Chen Fan inquired. "Gaara? You haven't heard? He has just assumed the position of the 5th Kazekage and should be on his way here. We are actually heading to greet him now." This revelation left Chen Fan even more perplexed. The storyline has shifted. This Chunin exam was supposed to be held in Tsunade. Why has it changed to Konoha? I haven't made significant alterations to the storyline, so why? I was so elated to see Konohamaru that I almost forgot I returned 6 months early. According to the previous storyline, they shouldn't have even graduated to become Jonin at this point. Why? "Hey, Naruto, what is going on with you?" Shikamaru asked. "It's nothing. Let us go greet Gaara together." "Alright, it's been a long time since you two have seen each other, so let us go." Thus, Chen Fan followed Shikamaru and Temari towards the village's main gate. Given the considerable shift in the plot, he realized that he could not proceed with his previous plans leisurely. He needed to strategize ahead. Upon reaching the village's main entrance, Gaara had yet to arrive, but he spotted a familiar figure. Shikamaru, upon seeing the person, involuntarily glanced at Naruto. "Sakura, Shikamaru, Temari, and is this Naruto?" Sakura exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Naruto. "Hey, long time no see." Although Chen Fan held a dislike for Sakura, he still greeted her politely as a fellow comrade. Upon realizing it was indeed Naruto, Sakura appeared astonished, scrutinizing him closely. "Naruto, when did you return?" "Just now," Chen Fan replied in a neutral tone. After examining him closely, Sakura's expression turned somewhat peculiar as she remarked, "You seem to have changed significantly. You are taller than me now, and your aura is quite unique. Is that so? You have changed a lot as well. But as Tsunade's disciple, why haven't you learned that technique?" Chen Fan said with a mischievous grin. Sakura inquired with a hint of confusion, "What does that mean?" Shikamaru, observing the lewd expression on Chen Fan's face, felt beads of cold sweat forming and replied, Hey, you can't possibly be referring to." Temari, equally perplexed by Naruto's intentions, queried, "What do you mean?" Shikamaru, shaking his head in exasperation, remarked, "It would be better if you remained unaware." "It's that," Chen Fan uttered, gesticulating lewdly across his chest. Upon witnessing this, both Sakura and Temari instinctively lowered their gazes toward their own chests. "Have you really picked up Jiraiya's lecherous tendencies after just 2 years?" With that, she raised her fist, aiming for Naruto's face. "What is this?" Just as her fist was about to connect with Naruto, a grain of sand intervened, causing her punch to land squarely on the sand instead. Chen Fan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had intended to gauge Sakura's growth over the past 2 years, but Gaara had stepped in. Upon noticing the sand, Temari immediately glanced toward the entrance. "Naruto, long time no see." In an instant, Chen Fan vanished from his position, reappearing before Gaara with a smile. "It's been a while." "Gaara." This sudden movement left everyone present in utter astonishment. How swift! This speed surpasses that of an ordinary body flicker technique. Furthermore, I didn't even see him perform hand seals. Gaara, still in shock, remarked, "Naruto, your strength has significantly improved. It seems my earlier actions were unnecessary." "Not at all. I owe it to you. Welcome to Konoha, Lord Kazekage." Chen Fan replied with a smile, extending his hand. Gaara regarded Naruto's outstretched hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he reciprocated the gesture. "All right, the Hokage must be waiting for us in the conference room. Let us proceed," Shikamaru suggested. "Very well. I'll take my leave for now. See you shortly," Chen Fan proclaimed as he prepared to depart. At that moment, Shikamaru called out to Naruto, "Naruto, you should accompany us as well." "Huh? Why should I go?" "You are one of the examiners for this Chunin exam, and as a Jonin, you should join us for the meeting." That made sense, considering Shikamaru was still merely a Chunin at this time. "Then let us go?" Although Chen Fan verbally acquiesced, he felt a twinge of discomfort within. Gaara, noticing Naruto's expression, inquired, "Naruto, you seem reluctant to attend." Chen Fan mused inwardly. "Back when I was working, I detested those leaders who incessantly called for meetings. Now, just hearing the word meeting fills me with an instinctive aversion. No, I just find these tedious matters somewhat bothersome." Chen Fan responded with a smile. Chapter 58, Chunin Exam Meeting. Naruto, this is necessary. Every significant matter in the village requires collective discussion to incorporate everyone's opinions and provide the best assistance for our people. You'll understand once you become Hokage, Gaara elaborated. Yet, Chen Fan remained unenthused, responding nonchalantly. "All right, I understand, but why are you dressed like that? What's wrong with this outfit? It looks a bit ridiculous. It just doesn't seem suited for you," Chen Fan remarked. Naruto, observing Naruto's candid remarks, Kankuro could not refrain from interjecting, "Gaara is the Kazekage. Please choose your words carefully. Furthermore, why are you walking alongside Gaara? You are merely a Jonin. Should you not be trailing behind us, like the rest? One might easily mistake you for the Hokage." Chen Fan, however, remained unfazed, replying, "What does it matter? Gaara and I are friends. Besides, are you not his brother and sister? Why treat him so formally as the Kazekage? It would be far more relaxed to regard him as a friend." Upon hearing this, Gaara turned to Kankuro with a smile and said, "Indeed, we are friends. It is perfectly fine." Noticing Kankuro was about to respond, Temari interjected, "Enough. Look at Gaara's expression." Kankuro observed the scene of Gaara and Naruto walking and chatting amiably like ordinary friends, feeling somewhat taken aback. Throughout their lives, Kankuro had seldom witnessed Gaara smile. Naruto was right. Although Gaara was now the Kazekage, he was still their younger brother. They had been overly concerned about his title and should adopt a more natural demeanor. This was likely what Gaara wished for, Temari noted. Kankuro then recalled that Gaara had mentioned something similar to him not long ago. Gaara had once said that he need not be addressed as Lord Kazekage in private, but Kankuro had not grasped the significance of those words at the time. Now, witnessing Gaara's relaxed and joyful demeanor, Kankuro finally understood. "By the way, Naruto, do you have a recommended team for the upcoming Chunin exams?" Gaara inquired. "What do you mean?" Kankuro explained. "As a Jonin, one can recommend a team they believe in to participate in the Chunin exams, which may also include their own team. I just returned to the village today and am not yet familiar with the current personnel," Chen Fan remarked. "That's all right. The selection of personnel will take another 3 days. You can observe during this time. If a team you recommend successfully advances to Chunin, you will also reap significant benefits," Gaara responded. "I see. In that case, I shall attempt to recommend a team," Chen Fan agreed. As they conversed, they arrived at the conference room, where Naruto had also gathered. Indeed, since Lady Tsunade has entrusted Naruto with responsibilities for this Nin exam, and given his status as a Nin, I have invited him to participate in this meeting as well, Kankuro clarified. Although Shizune appeared slightly troubled upon hearing Kankuro's words, she nonetheless led the group into the conference room. Upon entering, they found Tsunade and 2 advisors from Konoha already seated, awaiting their arrival. What is the meaning of this? Why is Naruto present here? The 2 advisors inquired directly upon seeing him. I brought him along, since Naruto is also responsible for this Nin exam. I hope he can take part in this meeting. Kankuro explained. Why were we not informed of this, Tsunade? The 2 elders questioned Tsunade with an air of displeasure at hearing that Naruto was involved in the Nin exams. Tsunade nonchalantly remarked. Naruto became a Jonin 2 years ago. Upon returning from his training, his strength has surpassed his former self. He is now a crucial member of the village. What is inappropriate about him participating in the Chunin exams? This time, we may have many foreign ninjas visiting Konoha. What if among them are those with ulterior motives who seek to harm him? Moreover, we must ensure that Naruto's identity remains concealed from outside eyes. Upon hearing this, Tsunade rose from her seat, slamming her hand on the table, and exclaimed in anger, "Can you both stop treating him like a child? Naruto's current prowess does not require protection from others. On the contrary, he is now capable of safeguarding others. He should be involved in significant matters concerning the village." Temari and the others looked on in speechless bewilderment. Gaara, however, resonated with their sentiments, having experienced similar treatment in the Sand Village. Chen Fan gazed at the 2 elders. Feeling a sense of admiration, these 2 elders truly deserve their reputation as the champions of rhetoric in the village. Observing the escalating situation, Chen Fan realized that continuing in this manner would only lead to embarrassment before the other villages, prompting him to interject, "Given your advanced age and frail condition, it seems you are in greater need of protection than I am. Who asked for your opinion, you young whippersnapper?" Mito Gate in retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "Calm your temper. Old age can lead to excessive heat," Chen Fan replied. "Since you both believe I require protection, why not summon the strongest individuals from the village to spar with me? Regardless of who they are or how many, if I lose, I will submit to any constraints you impose upon me. However, should I prevail, it will prove my capability to protect myself and the village, rather than being shielded by it." Though Tsunade found Naruto's words somewhat disrespectful, she recognized the merit in proving oneself through strength, which could resolve many issues, and thus remained silent, awaiting the consultant's response. In contrast, Tsunade's confidant, Shizune, harbored a different perspective. Upon learning that adversaries were eyeing the Jinchuriki, she believed Naruto's movements should be restricted, preventing him from leaving the village and exposing his existence. She approached Naruto, stating, "Naruto, you must show respect to the 2 consultants." "Very well, I accept your proposition. If you win, we will no longer impose excessive restrictions on you. However, if you lose, we will assign a powerful ninja to monitor and protect you, and you will not be permitted to undertake any tasks outside the village." Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu conferred briefly before responding. "Is this acceptable?" Shizune inquired, astonished. "Enough. It is time to address the matter at hand." Tsunade interjected sharply. Once they were seated, Shizune distributed documents to everyone, stating, "This outlines the general process of the upcoming exam and data on the villages we intend to invite." Chen Fan regarded the document with a sense of disinterest, pondering, why are there so many nations? It would be far better if they were unified. Shikamaru nudged Naruto with his elbow, whispering, "Pay attention." Chapter 59. Debate. Watching the serious discussion unfold, Chen Fan found it difficult to muster interest. Such political matters were truly ill-suited for him. During this sensitive period, mutual suspicion and confrontation among nations render it improbable for any other ninja villages to dispatch lower-ranked ninjas. The participants are likely to be from smaller villages and the Sand Village, which has only recently regained its vitality and may not have many capable individuals to spare. I am curious about the true intentions behind Konoha's decision to resume the Chunin exams during this crucial time. Chen Fan, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, suddenly perked up at a remark that piqued his interest. Indeed, holding the Chunin exams at this juncture is highly contentious. The major nations are well aware that the Akatsuki organization is stirring, keeping them on high alert. Moreover, both he and Jiraiya have just learned that the Sand Village will soon be targeted. Thus, conducting the Chunin exams poses significant risks. and it remains uncertain whether Konoha intends to disclose this intelligence to the Sand Village. However, there are benefits as well. The terrifying power of the Akatsuki has prompted each village to bolster their strength, and the Chunin exams present an excellent opportunity to scout for potential ninjas. Tsunade sighed upon hearing Kankaro's response, stating, "I had no intention of concealing my thoughts. The first reason is that I wish to observe the attitudes of the 5 great nations towards the Akatsuki and gauge the reactions of various villages. Secondly, I aim to glean insights into the movements of the Akatsuki. While we know their objective is the tailed beasts, we have yet to ascertain their specific whereabouts. Furthermore, if this event proceeds smoothly, we might consider reinstating the biannual Chunin selection process. Are we using the Chunin exams to intentionally expose vulnerabilities in order to draw out the Akatsuki's movements?" Kankaro speculated. Chen Fan couldn't help but admire Tsunade's bold decision. He exchanged a knowing glance with Gaara, both being Jinchuriki, understanding that this Chunin exam serves as bait to lure out the Akatsuki. Kankaro, however, expressed his disapproval, deeming the plan too perilous, and sought to halt the exams. Gaara stood, affirming, "I concur, and I will remain in Konoha until the conclusion of the Chunin exams." Kankaro, visibly agitated, attempted to intervene, while Chen Fan also rose to express his agreement. Faced with their resolute gazes, Kankaro opted for silence. Tsunade, observing the scene, allowed a slight smile to escape her lips and jested, "Very well, the 5th Kazekage and our future 6th Hokage, we are all aware of your resolve. Please take your seats." Thus, the discussion on subsequent matters continued. Approximately 2 hours later, the deliberations reached a conclusion. After thorough discussions, Shikamaru was appointed as the chief examiner for the first written test, while Naruto was designated as the chief examiner for the second survival test. "Naruto, have you decided on the location and format for the assessment? Are we continuing with the same death forest?" Gaara inquired. "Let us avoid that. It feels rather monotonous to repeat the same format. Let us introduce something novel." Chen Fan chimed in with a smile. "Very well, ponder it thoroughly. I shall first inspect the preparations for the first exam's venue. Farewell." Although Chen Fan was reluctant to continue utilizing the death forest, he had yet to determine an alternative venue for the examination. "I shall seek out a suitable testing ground," he declared, before vanishing from the spot. Observing Naruto's departure, Gaara remarked, "Naruto's strength has escalated remarkably. Indeed, it is my first time witnessing such speed achieved through body flicker technique without the need for hand seals." Kenjiro added, "It seems he must have undergone rigorous training over these past 2 years." Meanwhile, Konohamaru was diligently practicing the Rasengan in the training field. "How are you progressing?" Chen Fan suddenly appeared before him. Bang! Konohamaru was startled by Naruto's abrupt call, and astonishingly, the water sphere in his hand burst. "It exploded. It finally exploded!" exclaimed Mo and Udon joyously upon witnessing the event. "How could this happen? Why did it explode?" Konohamaru questioned, puzzled by the sudden occurrence. With a smile, Chen Fan addressed the bewildered Konohamaru, saying, "Why not reflect on what might have changed with the water sphere?" After hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru contemplated the recent scene carefully. "It doesn't seem much different," Mo remarked. Seeing that they still did not comprehend, Chen Fan approached Konohamaru and stated, "Allow me to demonstrate once more." He took a water sphere from Udon and began his demonstration. "It is the rotation," Konohamaru exclaimed with excitement as he observed the water sphere in Chen Fan's hand. "What do you mean?" Mo inquired. Udon, now understanding, explained, "Previously, when Konohamaru manipulated the chakra, it always rotated in a fixed direction. So even though the water sphere expanded significantly, it did not burst. However, Naruto's water sphere did not enlarge much, yet it exhibited numerous small protrusions, indicating that the chakra's rotation was chaotic." In the midst of Udon's explanation, Konohamaru successfully burst another water sphere. Witnessing this, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Indeed, Konohamaru, completing the first phase in just one afternoon." Overjoyed, Konohamaru declared, "So I can proceed to the second phase now?" "Yes, but before that, I have some questions for you," Chen Fan stated with a sudden seriousness. Taken aback by Naruto's abrupt demeanor, Konohamaru inquired, "Is something the matter, Naruto? How did you graduate early?" Chen Fan asked in a low tone. Upon hearing this question, Konohamaru excitedly replied, "It's because of you, Naruto. I've been following your lead, practicing shadow clone and shuriken techniques diligently. Unbeknownst to me, my chakra increased, and Udon and Mo also trained alongside me, mastering the shadow clone technique." which led Lady Tsunade to permit our early graduation. I see, Chen Fan responded. We initially intended for you to be our captain, but since you did not return, we temporarily had teacher Ebisu guide us as our Jonin instructor, Konohamaru said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Furthermore, the teacher mentioned that we are currently in a probationary period, Udon added. Probationary period? What does that mean? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Teacher Hibijiu stated that we currently do not have a team number, but soon a new Jonin will arrive to serve as our guiding mentor and put us to the test. Those who qualify will become official genin and receive their designated team numbers. Those who do not will have to return to the Ninja Academy for further training, explained Udon. Chapter 60, Konohamaru's Determination. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could not help but let out a cold snort. Truly, Tsunade appears to offer a choice, yet has already orchestrated my return to the village. In light of this, you must train diligently to avoid being sent back to the Ninja Academy. Chen Fan remarked with a smile. How could that be? Our current strength is formidable. Konohamaru replied confidently. If you possess such confidence, do you dare to participate in the Chunin exams? Upon hearing the words Chunin exams, Konohamaru not only felt no fear, but was rather excited, exclaiming, the Chunin exams. It has been a long time since they were held. Are they resuming? Indeed, they should be taking place soon, Chen Fan stated solemnly. That is splendid. Does this mean we can become Chunin? Moegi said gleefully. Chen Fan looked at the two of them with a hint of exasperation. Simultaneously, he noticed Udon standing nearby, who did not share the same enthusiasm as Konohamaru and Moegi. Instead, a look of concern clouded his face. At that moment, Chen Fan recalled that Konohamaru is a descendant of the Sarutobi clan with undeniable talent, and Moegi is no slouch either. However, Udon had once been at the bottom of the class, and to have risen from there to graduate early in just 2 years must have required immense effort. Yet, due to this, his progress may not have matched that of the other two, leaving him somewhat insecure. You truly possess no sense of the tension. You completely underestimate the severity of the Chunin exams. Underestimate? Konohamaru asked, puzzled. Why do you say it is terrifying? Chen Fan, with an indifferent expression, explained. The injuries sustained are merely the beginning. Death is commonplace. When I participated, I nearly lost my life. Not just once. The expressions of the three turned instantly fearful upon hearing his explanation. Observing their alarm, Chen Fan softened his demeanor and smiled. So, even after all this, do you still wish to participate? This time, the trio hesitated, their earlier decisiveness waning, replaced by a hint of fear. Noticing their silence, Chen Fan provocatively remarked, that makes sense. After all, you have just graduated, and it is uncommon for newcomers to enter the Chunin exams. There is no harm in waiting until next year. His words had an immediate effect, as Konohamaru clenched his fists excitedly and declared, but Brother Naruto also participated as a fresh graduate, and he ultimately defeated Neji, who was ranked first. Chen Fan replied with a relaxed expression, yes, that is true. However, an unexpected event occurred, and in the end, only Shikamaru was promoted to Chunin. The others remained genin. Yet they are likely to participate in this upcoming exam. What? Will Neji and the others also be competing in this exam? Udon inquired, apprehensive. We cannot possibly be their opponents. What does it matter? One cannot possibly make progress while being timid. Over the past 2 years, we have diligently honed our skills. Even if we cannot compare to those like Neji who have already attained the rank of Chunin, we are certainly superior to those who merely follow the training programs dictated by the academy. I shall not be afraid. I am determined to participate in this examination, exclaimed Konohamaru with fervor. As Chen Fan gazed at the spirited Konohamaru, he couldn't help but reflect. No wonder he is Naruto's disciple. He bears a striking resemblance to him. However, participating in the Chunin exam requires a recommendation from a Jonin, doesn't it? Queried Emo Huang. Did you hear that? What are your thoughts? Should we let them participate? Chen Fan called out, looking up. Konohamaru and his companions were slightly puzzled, wondering who Naruto was addressing. In the next moment, a figure swiftly approached, landing before them. Really? Why did you have to inform them about this, Naruto? Exclaimed Ebisu. Ebisu-sensei. The trio of Konohamaru cried in unison. Chen Fan smiled and remarked, there are seldom students who qualify for early graduation. It signifies that their abilities have already reached that of a genin. Ebisu sighed, stating, during Lady Tsunade's tenure, several outdated views and regulations have been relaxed, allowing for early graduation. While their skills have indeed improved, you seem rather conservative. Those with capability should engage in more significant endeavors. This aligns with Lady Tsunade's intention to abolish those archaic regulations. Chen Fan retorted, after all, you are now a Jonin. Even if I do not recommend them, you are bound to do so, aren't you? Ebisu replied with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, Naruto is now a Jonin and can recommend us for participation, exclaimed Konohamaru, bubbling with excitement. Not so fast. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses. Do not forget, you are still merely provisional genin and not on the recommendation list. That is true. I merely sought to ascertain their resolve, Chen Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's enthusiasm waned instantly. Mo Huang and Udon exchanged glances, relieved yet disappointed. It is somewhat regretful, but we are fortunate in a way. However, I never expected you to return and immediately guide Konohamaru in his training. You must have numerous responsibilities awaiting you. Chen Fan sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Indeed, I did not foresee being assigned as an examiner for the Chunin exam immediately upon my return. I have yet to review a mountain of documents, and the examination venue still requires selection. It is quite exhausting. Upon learning that Chen Fan was selected as an examiner for the Chunin exam, Ebisu expressed his astonishment. I never anticipated you would be the examiner for this Chunin exam. No wonder you were aware of the examination details upon your return. Konohamaru and his companions shared in the surprise. Having always regarded Naruto as a rival, Konohamaru felt a surge of excitement. Over the past 2 years, he had relentlessly trained, yearning for Naruto's recognition. If this examination, overseen by Naruto, could be passed, would it not serve as a testament to being acknowledged by him? Konohamaru muttered in frustration. Similarly, Mo Huang and Udon, who admired Naruto and regarded him as their captain, felt a twinge of regret for not being able to participate in this examination. Konohamaru, before the second phase begins, could you do me a favor? Chen Fan addressed Konohamaru. Upon hearing Naruto's request for assistance, Konohamaru's anger subsided slightly as he inquired, what sort of help do you require? I need to select the location for the second examination, but I have just returned and am somewhat unclear about the current state of the village. May I ask for your company? It could also serve as a form of training. Isn't the second venue always the forest of death? Ebisu asked. The traditional examination format has grown tiresome. Since I am the examiner this year, I wish to introduce some changes. Very well, we shall accompany you, Naruto and I. The trio chimed in unison. Ebisu observed this scene with a twinge of imbalance in his heart. As a special Jonin of Konoha, though not exceptionally powerful, my teaching prowess is unparalleled. Why do these 3 individuals not show me the same respect? Furthermore, as their guiding instructor for this class, do they not consider my opinion? Chapter 61. Ebisu's Choice. Ebisu-sensei. Will you join us? Udon inquired. The fact that someone remembered him filled Ebisu with immense joy. Ahem. Given that you 3 have just become genin and are not well versed in the village's situation, I shall accompany you. Wait, before that, I would like to assess your strengths. Chen Fan declared. How will you test us? Konohamaru asked, puzzled. No sooner had he spoken than the nearby trees were swiftly severed and scattered around. In an instant, the forest where they stood transformed into an expanse of stumps. What have you done? Nothing much. This is merely preparation for the upcoming test. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Just as the group was still reeling from Naruto's earlier actions, towering ice walls suddenly rose around them, enclosing the 4. Konohamaru and his companions were left speechless in astonishment. Next, you will have 10 minutes to escape this cage by any means necessary. Ebisu-sensei, let us step outside and observe their performance. Still in shock from Naruto's 2 techniques, Ebisu nodded and followed Naruto out. Naruto opened a small passage for them to exit, sealing it once more behind them. Subsequently, Chen Fan conjured another block of ice before him, which gradually thinned and smoothed until it resembled a mirror. Naruto, what are you doing? Ebisu asked, perplexed. Done. Ebisu turned to see the ice mirror revealing the scene of Konohamaru and the others trapped within the ice walls. As he surveyed the felled trees and the towering ice wall, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Ebisu-sensei, please take a seat. With that, Chen Fan found a log to sit upon. Naruto, what were those 2 techniques? I completely lost sight of your hand seals. How did you achieve that? Ebisu inquired. Chen Fan responded with indifference. These techniques are merely manifestations of my chakra infused with elemental attributes. No special names attached. But how do you possess the bloodline limit of ice release? And is it true that you can execute such vast ninjutsu instantaneously without hand seals? Ebisu pressed on. Some bloodline limits are not solely dependent on heredity. They can also be developed through later efforts. Ice release, for instance, is a fusion of wind and water. As for hand signs, I believe they serve merely as an auxiliary mechanism. After all, ninjutsu is a human invention. During my training, I discovered that when a ninja's sensitivity to chakra and its attributes becomes sufficiently potent, the number of hand signs required for ninjutsu diminishes and its power increases. In fact, my interpretation of hand signs was premeditated by Chen Fan. He does not require hand signs entirely due to the system's rewards. After completing a previous task, the system granted him the reward of perfect level hand signs. With this reward, the number of signs needed for any ninjutsu has significantly decreased, with many requiring only a single sign to activate. Moreover, despite having collected 5 attributes through a lottery, Chen Fan had yet to draw the yin and yang attributes, consistently receiving duplicates of what he already possessed, which gradually enhanced his perception of each attribute. As his strength and sensitivity to chakra attributes grew, Chen Fan not only found that the number of hand signs he needed became exceedingly few, but he also created many formidable ninjutsu. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Hibisho stared at him in astonishment, pondering. Without the 9 tails, this fellow might have become Konoha's most distinguished genius. Suddenly, an explosion echoed, jolting Hibisho back to reality, prompting him to observe the movements of Konohamaru and his companions. He noticed Konohamaru hurling a kunai inscribed with an explosive tag towards the ice wall. The explosion generated a massive cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, the trio was astonished to find no sign of damage on the ice wall. Indeed, Brother Naruto, the ice is remarkably resilient. Konohamaru exclaimed. What do we do now? Moegi inquired. Watch me. Since it's ice, let's burn it. With that, Konohamaru leaped into the air, rapidly forming hand signs. Fire release, ash pile burning. He expelled a substantial amount of black ash, which detonated violently as his teeth clenched together. Observing this scene, Chen Fan smiled, remarking, that depends on the type of fire. However, this lad has already mastered it. Of course. Otherwise, do you think he would have graduated early? The fact that he faced off against 10 of Neji's peers before you left had a tremendous impact not only on them, but also on Konohamaru, Hibisho explained. What does that mean? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Konohamaru has always regarded you as a rival while simultaneously admiring you. Upon witnessing your formidable prowess, he became eager to catch up. He no longer dedicates himself daily to the school's curriculum. Instead, he often skips classes to practice the shuriken and shadow clone techniques you taught him, while also learning ninjutsu from Asuma-sensei. You must understand that his peers, of the same age, merely treat their school lessons as games. Listening to Hibisho's account, Chen Fan felt a surge of emotion. Clearly, he is putting in tremendous effort. Not only him, but also Moegi and Udon have been influenced by Konohamaru, striving to train alongside him. Particularly Udon, who previously struggled with even the simplest clone technique, has now successfully mastered the shadow clone technique through diligent practice. The diligence of disciples is always most evident to their teacher. When Ebisu spoke of his 3 students, his tone brimmed with pride. If that is the case, why not allow them to participate in the Chunin exam? Surely, you are qualified to apply to Granny Tsunade to become their formal instructor, Chen Fan inquired. Ebisu sighed and replied, I voluntarily declined. My abilities are not particularly formidable, and my knowledge of ninjutsu is limited. I cannot lead Konohamaru in undertaking high-level missions. Chen Fan frowned and remarked, is that truly the reason? Konohamaru has only just become a genin. Isn't it somewhat excessive for him to tackle advanced tasks? Ebisu, filled with emotion, interjected, Naruto, I admit I misjudged you before. You are exceptional, and your strength has surpassed mine. Although I am an elite teacher, I failed to recognize the talents in you and Konohamaru, which is a dereliction of my duty. However, under your inspiration, Konohamaru has displayed unparalleled talent and determination. Therefore, I believe he deserves to become an even stronger and more outstanding ninja, guided by someone more suited to him. My educational approach has not been particularly effective for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately grasped Ebisu's intent and asked, so, you have chosen me? Indeed. I have reviewed Kakashi-sensei's assessment of you and conducted my own evaluation. I believe you are both qualified and well-suited to be Konohamaru's guiding Jonin. However, you are not alone in this. As Konohamaru's tutor, I will assist you in teaching and leading him, pointing out any mistakes you may make. Ah, I see. So, this would effectively form a 5-man team. Would Granny Tsunade agree? Chen Fan queried. I have always been Konohamaru's tutor, and if you truly consent to be their guiding Jonin, the team will be yours. I will not accompany you on missions, but will solely oversee Konohamaru's training, Ebisu clarified. Very well, I shall give this careful thought after the Chunin exam concludes. You mentioned earlier that you wished to ignite Konohamaru's fighting spirit. Were you not hoping to have them participate in this Chunin exam? I assumed you would accept the role of their guiding Jonin before the registration deadline, Ebisu stated. As I mentioned earlier, I merely wish to assess their determination and resolve to grow stronger, Chen Fan replied solemnly. If Konohamaru had refused to participate in this Chunin exam, you would have directly declined to become their guiding Jonin, wouldn't you? Ebisu inquired. Indeed, if they were to forego this opportunity out of fear of a formidable opponent, there would be little sense in accompanying me on perilous missions. Following a conservative approach like yours would be more suitable for them, Chen Fan teased with a smile. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and said, I do not believe there is anything wrong with being a conservative. I never suggested there was anything wrong with conservatism. I simply prefer a method that challenges potential through danger, and I believe that approach suits Konohamaru well, Chen Fan explained while carefully observing the three within the ice wall. That should suffice. I now have a clearer understanding of their current capabilities, he concluded as he dispelled the ice wall. Are you all right? Ebisu inquired as he approached the trio. We are fine, Teacher Hibiki, replied Imo Huang. Just as Hibiki was about to inquire further, he noticed Konohamaru half kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling as they clutched the earth. Konohamaru, are you all right? Imo Huang approached him, asking softly. After all our hard training, we can't even break through a wall of ice. Konohamaru exclaimed in frustration. That only indicates that your training is insufficient. Chen Fan interjected coldly. But I have. Konohamaru attempted to continue. Yet Chen Fan cut him off, saying, Konohamaru, feeling anger due to your lack of strength is commendable. It demonstrates your determination to grow stronger, but do not let that lead you to doubt yourself. Brother Naruto once told me that his reason for training tirelessly every moment is to surpass not just yesterday's self, but even the self from the last second. I do not expect you to be exactly like him, but I wish for you to embody his spirit. Do not impose limits upon yourselves. The true opponent you must strive to defeat is the version of yourself from a moment ago. Thus, your future will remain boundless. Observing Naruto's serious demeanor while delivering such words, Hibiki felt relieved. Realizing he had not misjudged Naruto, he was indeed well suited to be Konohamaru's mentor. The trio of Konohamaru felt invigorated, standing tall with resolute eyes, proclaiming, I understand, Brother Naruto. All right, Teacher Hibiki, please take me to see a few larger training grounds. Very well, let us go. Upon hearing Hibiki's consent, Chen Fan addressed Konohamaru and the others once more. Next, accompany me to survey the training areas and exert every effort to keep pace with us. With that, Chen Fan and Hibiki leaped into the distance. Seeing Konohamaru striving to catch up, Hibiki smiled at Chen Fan and remarked, I never expected you to be quite adept at teaching. Chen Fan, noticing the lightheartedness, relaxed his serious expression and replied, truthfully, I lack experience. I am merely imitating Teacher Guy's motivational teaching style. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, it seems quite effective for Konohamaru, Hibiki responded. Subsequently, Chen Fan followed Hibiki as they surveyed several large training grounds in Konoha. By evening, after inspecting the last training area, Chen Fan said, All right, I have a good understanding now. Let's call it a day. Hearing the conclusion, Konohamaru and his companions plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Your stamina still requires improvement. Becoming this exhausted after merely running a lap around Konoha is concerning. Remember, Naruto inspected every training ground. Since Konohamaru and his friends began their earnest training, Hibiki unexpectedly discovered that mentioning Naruto's name effectively motivated them, and it gradually turned into a habit. Well, Teacher Hibiki, they have not previously undergone rigorous taijutsu training. This training volume is likely their limit, Chen Fan stated. Did Brother Naruto also experience strict taijutsu training? Imo Huang inquired. Indeed. I once joined Teacher Mike Guy's class and underwent very rigorous taijutsu training with them. However, why does Brother Naruto, despite his mastery of numerous formidable ninjutsu, still dedicate himself to training in taijutsu? Meng Huang inquired. As one of the three fundamental skills of a ninja, taijutsu may not serve as the primary means of combat. Yet it is indispensable alongside jinjutsu and ninjutsu for any proficient ninja. Indeed, as a foundational skill for ninjas, It is essential to master and thoroughly understand. Hibi Ebisu concurred. Very well, you may disperse now. Whether to continue training or take a rest is entirely up to you. Yet, Brother Naruto, when will we commence the second phase of training for the Rasengan? Konohamaru asked. Almost forgot, here this. Chen Fan tossed a white rubber ball to Konohamaru, saying, for the second phase, simply make it explode like this. Subsequently, Chen Fan demonstrated with a rubber ball in his left hand. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Fan vanished from the spot. After Chen Fan departed, Udon curiously asked Hibi Ebisu, Teacher Ebisu, just how strong is Brother Naruto now? Gazing at the place where Naruto had vanished, Hibi Ebisu reflected, he is likely already capable of rivaling Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, Meng Huang and Udon exclaimed in astonishment, really? He possesses the strength of a Hokage already. Konohamaru then stood up with a grin, declaring, this is the man I admire. Brother Naruto will undoubtedly become the 6th Hokage, and I shall be the 7th. Chapter 63, Reverse Education for Sai. However, judging by Naruto's current performance, should he truly become Hokage, he might very well become the 2nd Hokage. Hibi Ebisu mused thoughtfully. What of it? Konohamaru inquired. In response to Konohamaru's question, Hibi Ebisu smiled and said, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was a genius ninja who created numerous powerful jutsu and forbidden techniques. The current Naruto bears some resemblance to him. Of course, Brother Naruto is exceptionally talented. Konohamaru praised proudly. Indeed, Meng Huang echoed. Hibi Ebisu gazed at the sky painted crimson by the setting sun, contemplating. Yet, what is more similar is his combat style. The 2nd Hokage was exceptionally perceptive in battle, often employing a fierce and ruthless fighting style, akin to that of the current Naruto. I hope that when he becomes Hokage, he governs the village with equal adeptness. Having comprehended the layout of the training grounds today, Chen Fan formulated a rough plan in his mind and began preparing a proposal for the upcoming examination as soon as he returned home. While describing the content of the examination in his report, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He set down his pen and leapt out of the window onto the rooftop. Addressing a spot before him, he queried, is there something you wish to discuss with me at this late hour? However, before he could see anyone, 2 ink-black lions charged towards Chen Fan. Illuminated by the moonlight, Chen Fan was taken aback as he discerned the appearance of the lions. You've arrived a bit too early, haven't you? Are those 2 old geezers testing my strength? Chen Fan waved his right hand before him, summoning 2 ice spikes to strike at the lions. As the ice shards shattered the lions, they transformed into pools of ink and vanished from sight. If you wish to test my strength, then why not reveal yourselves? Why hide in the shadows? Chen Fan inquired. Before Chen Fan could continue speaking, 6 dark lions suddenly lunged towards him. Were they intending to conceal themselves and test my skills with ninjutsu? Unfortunately, this is a residential area, making large-scale ninjutsu impractical. Chen Fan muttered in frustration as he casually conjured 6 ice spikes. Success! He noticed a figure, cloaked in dark fabric, descending upon him wielding a short sword from above. Indeed, it was a hit. Without any hesitation, Chen Fan extended his palm towards the descending ninja. Soon, frost began to crystallize upon the black robe of the assailant. In the next moment, the ninja was completely encased in ice and crashed heavily onto the rooftop. You really have to expose yourself to be caught, Chen Fan remarked as he approached the ice block. However, just as he drew near, the figure encased in ice transformed into a plume of ink and vanished from sight. Chen Fan let out a cold snort. A mere ink substitution technique. Recognizing the adversary had escaped, he shattered the ice, allowing the ink to flow out. Just as he contemplated coaxing the figure out, a multitude of water snakes encircled him. Oh. The trouble of dealing with those who lurk in the shadows and rely on sheer numbers is indeed vexing. There's no choice but to resort to brute force. With that thought, Chen Fan crouched down, pressing his hands against the rooftop. Ice release. Ice ceiling. Instantly, a thick layer of ice enveloped the entire house and the nearby trees, transforming them into a magnificent ice sculpture that shimmered with silver under the moonlight. Satisfied with his work, Chen Fan rose and moved to the corner of the rooftop. Caught you. A figure cloaked in black, clutching a short sword, materialized before him, their legs encased in ice up to their ankles. Chen Fan did not rush to attack, but stood still, a smile gracing his face. You are quite weak. Is this what you call a ninja? He taunted. Upon hearing this, SG concentrated his chakra in his feet. attempting to muster the strength to break free from the ice. Observing this, Chen Fan interjected, "You would do well not to attempt that." Before Chen Fan could finish his warning, SG felt his legs grow heavy, and he knelt upon the icy surface. "Don't be hasty. Let me finish speaking." Chen Fan continued with a grin. "I have no intention of harming you. This ice absorbs chakra. The more you concentrate your chakra in your feet, the more firmly the ice will bind you. Thus, you would be wise to consider alternative methods." SG sensed the absence of hostility and unfurled a scroll, producing a brush to write swiftly. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. Soon, dozens of dark water snakes leaped from the scroll. Upon emerging, the snakes converged at SG's feet. Chen Fan chuckled. "So, you aim to create a breach with the water snakes to escape the ice? A clever idea indeed. Super god imitation. Super beast imitation." Following this, two divine figures and an eagle soared forth from the painting. The deities raised their fists, striking down fiercely upon the ice, while the eagle gripped SG's shoulder, intending to pull him free from the icy prison. "Impressive speed with your artwork. However, my ice ceiling is not so easily shattered." Chen Fan sneered. As the deity's fist struck the ground, it instantly transformed into a pool of ink. The water serpent at Zhuji's feet, released from the oppressive force of the blow, also morphed into ink. Yet, beneath the ink, the ice surface marked only two shallow impressions from the impact, regardless of how fiercely the eagle above flapped its wings. Zhuji remained utterly unmoved. "Enough of this game. If this continues, the nearby residents will surely file complaints. Go back and inform your associates that if they wish to test my strength, they should send someone far more formidable." With that, Chen Fan dispelled the ninjutsu, and the surroundings instantly reverted to their previous state, as if nothing had transpired. Only the gentle dripping of water from the eaves and leaves remained. Free from the constraints of the ice, Zhuji shot into the sky like a released arrow, swiftly drawn upwards by the inky eagle overhead. Chen Fan silently observed Zhuji's departure, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Once assured that Zhuji had truly gone, Chen Fan gradually returned to his home. Glancing at the documents on his table, he let out a long sigh of relief. His spirits were high. Mocking Zhuji in his own way was inexplicably satisfying. "Let us call it a day. Tomorrow, I will finalize arrangements with Gaara and Shikamaru." With that, Chen Fan tidied the scattered papers on his desk and took a rest. The following day, Chen Fan met with Shikamaru, and together they made their way to Gaara's residence, where he unveiled his plans. As Naruto relayed his intentions, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of those present. By the time Chen Fan concluded his explanation, they were left speechless in shock. "Is this for real? You can't be serious," Kanjiro exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Indeed, even you would find such an endeavor daunting." Before Shikamaru could finish his thought, Chen Fan interrupted. "Well then, let me show you." Chapter 64. The shock of the group. Chen Fan led Shikamaru, Gaara, and the others to the training ground he had selected, number 30. "This is the place," he declared. "Why not use the Forest of Death? This training ground seems rather mundane, devoid of any dangerous flora or fauna, and the center is merely an open space." "Isn't that too simplistic?" Shikamaru remarked. Puzzled by Shikamaru's knowledge of the training ground, Chen Fan questioned, "How do you know so much about this place?" Shikamaru, with a look of disdain, pointed to a distant notice board and replied, "Every training ground has internal descriptions and maps." In an instant, Chen Fan approached the notice board, scrutinizing its contents, his expression darkening. "Why didn't that rascal Ebisu inform me about this?" Shikamaru shook his head in exasperation as a Jonin. "How could you be unaware of such matters?" With an air of resignation, Chen Fan replied, "I left the village to train right after my promotion to Jonin. How could I possibly know?" "Never mind that. Let me demonstrate my plan," he continued. "Please place your hands upon my shoulders." "What are you up to?" Kanjiro inquired, perplexed. Although this training ground may not be particularly perilous, its advantage lies in its vast expanse, significantly larger than a typical training site. "We must first make our way to the central clearing. Walking would be too slow, so I shall employ the Flying Thunder God technique to transport you there directly," Chen Fan elucidated. Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, the others placed their hands upon his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the clearing. "What is this?" Shikamaru inquired with confusion. "This is the final assessment," Chen Fan clarified. Kankuro and Temari were still in awe of Naruto's recent use of the Flying Thunder God technique, completely oblivious to the scene before them. Only upon hearing Shikamaru's words did they come to their senses. Before them lay several small structures crafted from ice, with a larger circular ice house situated in the center. What does this signify? Kankuro asked. It is quite simple. Once the candidates arrive here, they must find a way to access the ice houses. Within each house lies a one-time use space-time transmission scroll. Standing upon the scroll will transport them to a secure verification location, where they can validate the scrolls in their possession and ascertain whether they have succeeded in the second assessment, Chen Fan explained. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the group approached to examine the ice houses. Why are there no entrances to these ice houses? Kankuro queried. Why are there both large and small houses? And what is the distinction? Gaara asked. Moreover, is the quantity not a bit excessive? Shikamaru inquired. There are 10 small houses and 1 large one. The distinction lies in the fact that the 10 smaller ones have no entrances. Candidates must rely on their own strength to break through or devise a way to enter. The larger house is meant for those squads lacking the ability to enter the smaller houses, but it only accommodates 3 individuals and has 3 entrances. As long as they locate the entrances, entry will be quite effortless, Chen Fan elucidated. Thus, even if they do not gather the earth and heaven scrolls, can they still exit the examination grounds by breaking the ice houses? Temari posited. Indeed, even without collecting the scrolls, they may leave early, thereby diminishing the number of candidates who pass the assessment, Chen Fan confirmed. Even so, doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Kankuro asked. Rest assured, among the 10 small houses, half contain no space-time scrolls. Furthermore, should anyone manage to open those houses, formidable entities will emerge. What do you mean? And are these merely made of ice? They should be quite easy to shatter. Would it not be too simple? Temari questioned. Seeing their skepticism, Chen Fan smiled and said, Then you may attempt to break the ice house to your right. TCH, this should be quite simple, she replied, launching a kunai embedded with an explosive tag toward the ice house. The explosion created a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped the structure. As the smoke dissipated, the ice house remained intact, showing no signs of damage from the explosion. Observing this, Temari produced her 3-star fan and remarked, Oh, it appears this is not an ordinary ice house. Ninjutsu, Scythe Weasel. With a sweeping motion of her fan, a rapid flow of air encircled the ice house, and countless invisible vacuum blades sliced through it. Approximately 10 seconds later, the air currents gradually subsided, leaving numerous shallow cuts upon the ice house. Yet no significant damage was inflicted. As they gazed at the scene before them, several individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? SHG exclaimed in astonishment. Is there no more powerful ninjutsu? Chen Fan inquired with a smile. At that moment, SHG's competitive spirit ignited. She bit her finger and pressed it against her fan. Summoning technique, Dance of the Slashing Blades. A white weasel wielding a large sickle dashed towards the ice house, delivering consecutive slashes. Its vast attack range even impacting nearby ice structures. Hey, that's a bit excessive, Shikamaru remarked. Chen Fan stepped forward, asserting, No, that's still insufficient. As the slashes vanished, they all turned their gaze towards the damaged ice house. Numerous deep gashes marred its surface, with 2 or 3 cuts piercing through the walls, allowing glimpses of the interior. Allow me to take charge, Chen Fan declared as he slowly approached the ice house, raising his right hand, where chakra began to coalesce. Rasengan. The tremendous force of the Rasengan shattered the ice, creating a large opening. Subsequently, Chen Fan swiftly jumped back. Just as he landed, the solid ice house collapsed with a resounding crash, sending up a cloud of dust. Within the haze, a massive, beastly silhouette became discernible. What is that? Kankuro asked, drawing out his puppet with vigilance. As the shadow emerged from the smoke, they could finally see it was a large ice wolf. Don't be alarmed. It won't attack anyone until I give the command, Chen Fan explained. This is what was concealed within the false ice house, the ice wolf. It will automatically target individuals with chakra nearby, serving as both an obstruction and an aid, he elucidated. Aid? What do you mean? SHG queried. As we just witnessed, without a sufficiently powerful ninjutsu, one cannot breach this ice house. However, if someone releases this ice wolf, it will simplify the task of opening other ice houses, Shikamaru clarified. Very clever, as expected of Shikamaru, Chen Fan praised. You are quite astute too, Naruto, for coming up with such ideas, Gaara remarked. After all, maintaining such traditional trials can become rather tedious. So, can you help me realize what I mentioned earlier? Chen Fan asked. Yes. but I can only create lighter sand that meets your criteria. Achieving this simultaneously in so many locations is somewhat concerning, Gaara responded. Chapter 65, Hinata or Ino. Do not worry about that. Just produce a large quantity of sand in the 5 locations I mark, and I will handle the rest, Chen Fan assured with a smile. In that case, I shall submit your proposal to Lord Hokage. However, it seems this year's assessment will eliminate many participants, Shikamaru noted. Using a single method continuously is rather dull. Moreover, this will alleviate pressure for the 3rd round to come, Chen Fan replied with a grin. Well then, I shall take my leave. After Shikamaru departed, Chen Fan led Gaara to the designated sites to generate sand. For the next 2 days, Chen Fan diligently worked with Gaara to test the exam's venue. Only once he was satisfied did he allow Gaara to return. During these past few days, the responses from various nations regarding their participation in the upcoming Chunin exams, along with the list of participants, have been received. As anticipated, only the villages of Konoha and Tsunade from the 5 great nations are taking part, alongside smaller nations like Takigakure. Tsunade has sent 27 participants from Team 9. Amigakure has contributed 15 from Team 5, Kusagakure has submitted 6 from 2 teams, and Takigakure has provided 3 from a single team. Observing the lists from the other villages, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. The total number from these villages likely does not even match that of Konoha, given the critical nature of this period. Today marks the arrival of ninja from other villages to Konoha. Despite the low numbers, vigilance is essential, Shikamaru noted. As Chen Fan gazed at the sparse crowd below, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him, lying languidly on the eaves. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful chakra approaching and quickly sat up to look in that direction. Noticing his reaction, Shikamaru inquired, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing, just sensing a familiar chakra," Chen Fan replied with a smile. "Hey, Kai-bai, that person is Chen Fan," he remarked. From behind the massive iron gates, the Nine-Tails smirked slightly, saying, "Ah, she is the Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails. I can sense her chakra. It seems she hasn't been captured yet." Chen Fan chuckled. He then became aware of a few individuals from Amigakure, realizing they could pose a problem. If they discovered the existence of the 7 Tails Jinchuriki, they would likely report back to Amigakure and ambush her on her return journey. "Are you going to eliminate them?" The Nine-Tails queried. "How could I? I am the examiner for the Chunin exams. I cannot harm the candidates indiscriminately," Chen Fan asserted. The Nine-Tails scoffed. "Haven't you dealt with enough of Amigakure's spies over the past 2 years? I have no choice. Amigakure's defenses are too complex for a stealthy approach. With my current strength, recklessly infiltrating and facing multiple Akatsuki members is too risky. For now, I can only limit their movements," Chen Fan explained. "TCH, how tedious. You should hasten to obtain the sealing scroll to lift my seal. With my assistance, you need not fear them," the Nine-Tails urged. "All right, I will expedite the process," Chen Fan replied. However, he had been grappling with this issue for some time. Although his rapport with the Nine-Tails had reached 60, it wasn't at 100. Who could predict what the Nine-Tails would do once freed? Moreover, with Kushina and Minato's chakra potentially surfacing upon breaking the seal, he had yet to devise a plan for dealing with them. Thus, he had been procrastinating on requesting the scroll from Jiraiya. "By the way, how many participants are we sending from Konoha?" Chen Fan inquired. "Not sure yet. The final count for Konoha is due tonight," Shikamaru explained. "All right then. With 9 days remaining until the official exam, I have completed my preparations. The rest is up to you," Chen Fan declared as he prepared to leave. "Wait, you missed yesterday's meeting. You might not know that the exam date has been changed," Shikamaru exclaimed. "Why?" "As this plan involves a significant examination attended by the 5 great nations. The refusal of the remaining 3 nations to participate has resulted in a considerable reduction in the number of participants and a corresponding decrease in workload. Consequently, Lady Tsunade has advanced the schedule by 3 days," explained Shikamaru. "I see. How is your examination venue coming along?" "I heard it is still under construction," Chen Fan inquired. "Do not worry, it will be completed by tomorrow." As he spoke, Chen Fan sensed someone leap onto the rooftop. "Hey, Shikamaru, are you not finished yet?" Chen Fan turned to see Ino. "Long time no see." Ino regarded Chen Fan with a hint of skepticism. "You are Naruto?" Chen Fan nodded and replied, "Indeed." "Wow, Naruto, you have changed so much," Ino exclaimed, stepping closer in astonishment. Noticing her reaction, Chen Fan gently brushed his hair back and remarked, "I've become more handsome." "Haven't I?" Ino laughed and said, "Absolutely. You look so dashing now, and the lines on your face have vanished, exuding such charm. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Ino. You have also become quite charming, maturing and gaining a certain elegance. Chen Fan praised. Upon receiving Naruto's compliment, Ino's cheeks flushed with shyness. All right, I have finished. Let's hurry. We must not keep Asuma waiting. Shikamaru urged Ino to leave. Are you leaving already? Naruto, do you want to join us? Ino asked as Shikamaru pulled her away. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand, replying, No need. I have matters to attend to. Let us arrange to meet another time. Watching Ino's face flush crimson as she covered it while departing with Shikamaru, Chen Fan couldn't help but ponder. With countless beauties in Konoha, why did Sasuke end up with Sakura? Ino is clearly wonderful. It baffles me. Does big brother Naruto like sister Ino? Well, somewhat, but I still prefer Hinata. Chen Fan began to elaborate, but suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to see Konohamaru. When did you arrive? Konohamaru wore an eager expression. What about sister Hinata? Does big brother Naruto like sister Hinata? Wait, isn't big brother Naruto always fond of sister Sakura? Moegi interjected. I believe sister Ino's maturity suits big brother Naruto better. Udon added. Hey, what type does big brother Naruto actually prefer? The trio approached Chen Fan with curious expressions, feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny. Chen Fan blushed and said, Of course, it's someone like Hinata. However, Ino is also quite impressive. What about sister Sakura? Konohamaru queried. Upon hearing Sakura's name, Chen Fan displayed a disdainful expression. Her? She can be left for that unobservant guy, Sasuke. I have no interest. By the way, what did you all want to discuss with me? Chen Fan asked. It's about training. I have successfully popped the rubber ball. Konohamaru declared proudly. Oh, that was quick. Now we can proceed to the final stage, right? Konohamaru asked. Indeed, the final stage is this. Chen Fan produced an uninflated balloon and placed it in Konohamaru's hand. What does this mean? Konohamaru inquired, puzzled. First, inflate it until it reaches approximately this size. After Chen Fan had successfully inflated one, he held it in his hand and said to Konohamaru, If you can achieve this in the final stage, you will have completed the task. Konohamaru gazed at the seemingly unchanged balloon in Naruto's hand and inquired, What does this signify? Chen Fan chuckled and replied, Though it appears unchanged, the essence within is quite different. He raised his left hand, swiftly condensing a Rasengan within it. The third stage is rather challenging. It is a synthesis of the previous two stages, requiring one to encapsulate the rotating chakra with maximum power without allowing it to disperse, just like this. In simpler terms, this training focuses on preventing the balloon from bursting. Konohamaru stared blankly at Naruto's hands. So, do you think you can accomplish this? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Konohamaru, filled with confidence, responded, Of course. Let's go, Udon Moegi. With that, Konohamaru leapt down, prompting Moegi to hurriedly ask, Where are we going, Konohamaru? As he ran, Konohamaru replied over his shoulder, To buy balloons, of course. The ones we had before are all filled with water and unusable. We need to purchase new ones for training. Wait for me, Moegi exclaimed as she followed suit. We shall take our leave for now, brother Naruto, Udon said, bowing as he prepared to depart. Wait. Chen Fan called out, stopping Udon. I heard from Ichiraku-sensei that you have mastered the shadow clone technique. Udon turned around and said, Indeed. But I have only a rudimentary grasp of it. I am not as proficient as Konohamaru or brother Naruto. How many shadow clones can you create at most? Chen Fan continued to inquire. Udon, feeling somewhat insecure, replied, 3, just 3. Could you demonstrate it for me? Upon hearing Naruto's request, Udon felt flustered but complied nonetheless. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, 2 shadow clones of Udon appeared before Chen Fan. Seeing only 2 clones, Udon nervously explained, I'm sorry, brother Naruto. I was a bit anxious. It's quite all right. There's no need to be nervous. From my earlier observation, I have already discerned your issue. Saying this, Chen Fan placed his hand on Udon's head. Flying Thunder God. Udon was somewhat bewildered by Naruto's actions, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the woods alongside Konohamaru, practicing the Rasengan. Brother Naruto? Chen Fan ignored Udon and turned his attention to the nearby trees. After selecting several trees, he finally stopped at one. He then beckoned to Udon. Udon, come here. Although Udon was puzzled, he obediently approached. Udon, I've noticed that your chakra is quite substantial. The reason you can't produce as many shadow clones as Konohamaru and the others is due to your less refined control over your chakra. Therefore, This upcoming training will help you improve this aspect, Chen Fan explained. Udon, feeling a bit lost, asked, "What training?" "Watch closely," Chen Fan said as he slowly walked toward the chosen tree trunk. Udon stared in astonishment as he watched Naruto ascend the vertical trunk with ease. After reaching the summit, Chen Fan leisurely descended the tree trunk and approached Udon, saying, "Udon, this is your training. Completing the ascent to the top of the tree, as I did earlier, marks its completion. But how do I accomplish that?" Udon inquired. "First, you must concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet. With the adhesive nature of chakra, you will adhere to the tree trunk. However, you must maintain a specific amount of chakra. It cannot be too strong or too weak. If it is too strong, you will be repelled. If too weak, it will not generate sufficient adhesion. Thus, you need to continuously experiment to find and sustain the optimal chakra level." "I see," Udon replied. "Moreover, Udon, I hope you can complete this training before Konohamaru reaches the third stage, so I can witness your progress," Chen Fan said with a serious expression. "But I lack the talent that Konohamaru possesses." Udon's voice trembled, revealing his insecurities. "Udon, you must understand that you are not inferior to anyone. The fact that you have qualified for early graduation demonstrates that you are among the elite of your peers. Therefore, you should have faith in your abilities, not doubt yourself." As Udon gazed into Naruto's encouraging and resolute eyes, his self-doubt seemed to dissipate. He summoned his courage and, wiping the frown from his face, declared, "All right. I will not let Naruto and I down." Chen Fan smiled at Udon and replied, "Excellent. I will await the good news from you and Konohamaru. I shall take my leave now." With that, Chen Fan vanished from the spot. As Chen Fan exited the forest, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. "Does this mean you have accepted the role of their leading Jonin?" "Ebisu-sensei, I truly cannot comprehend whether your concern lies with Konohamaru and the others, or with me. Why do you come to me the moment I appear near them?" Chen Fan retorted. "As an elite teacher, I care deeply for every child I have taught, including you. All right, I simply believe that as a team, one should not always rely on others, but should strive to enhance their own strength and find their place within the team. This is beneficial for both the individual and the entire group. Furthermore, I mentioned that after this Chunin exam concludes, I would provide you with a response. So you need not inquire so frequently," Chen Fan said impatiently. "Very well, I shall await your response after the exam concludes." With that, Ebisu vanished from Chen Fan's side. 3 days later, the exam officially commenced. Chen Fan, Shikamaru, and Temari sat in the monitoring room, observing the candidates as they entered one by one. "What is the plan for this round?" Chen Fan asked. Shikamaru shot Chen Fan a disapproving glance and replied, "This is an examination, not a game." "All right then, how are we assessing this time?" "Too bothersome. I can't be bothered to explain. Just take a look for yourself." Shikamaru tossed a copy of the exam paper to Naruto. As Naruto examined the paper, which was marked with point values of 30, 40, and 50, it was evident that it would test leadership skills. Subsequently, Chen Fan rose from his chair and said, "In that case, I shall not linger as a third wheel. I will head to the assembly ground to await your arrival." Chapter 67. Teammates. Chen Fan lay on the high platform of the assembly area, idly staring at the sky, lost in thought. Approximately an hour later, a cacophony of bustling noise echoed through the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Fan leisurely rose from his seat. "Oh, is that Naruto?" "Indeed, it is Naruto." Hearing his name called from below, Chen Fan lazily cast his gaze downward. What a surprise! It turns out to be Shikamaru and Lee. Spotting them waving, Chen Fan gracefully leaped in their direction. "Everyone, it has been quite a while." Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Inuzuka, upon seeing Naruto, instinctively leaned closer to catch a whiff of his scent. "Naruto, your scent has changed." Neji, observing Naruto, remarked in a calm tone, "It's been a long time, Naruto." Ino, shyly addressing Naruto, said, "It's nice to see you again, Naruto." Even more bashful, Hinata spoke with a slight tremor in her voice, "Naruto, it's been ages." Upon hearing Hinata's words, Chen Fan turned and cheerfully responded, "It's been a long time, Hinata." "Naruto, how did you end up here?" Lee inquired. "Didn't T. Shikamaru inform you?" Chen Fan asked. "What are you referring to?" Shino queried. "I am the examiner for the second round of the Chunin exam." Upon hearing this, the brows of the crowd furrowed. "Is that true?" Tintin asked, incredulously. "Ahem." Chen Fan intended to elaborate further, but was interrupted by a cough from the elevated platform. Everyone turned their attention to the platform. "Congratulations to all present, as you have successfully passed the first round. Shikamaru announced with a smile, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon hearing the news of their qualification, the crowd immediately erupted in joyful conversation, recounting their experiences from the recent examination. Subsequently, Shikamaru and Temari simultaneously glanced at Naruto, and Chen Fan, catching their gaze, instantly understood. It appears it is my turn to take the stage. With that, Chen Fan leaped onto the platform and declared, "Greetings, everyone. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the examiner for the second round. The second round will again be a team battle. If you do not have a complete team of 3, you have 10 minutes to find willing participants among those present who also lack a full team. Existing teams may also switch members if both parties agree. Any team that fails to assemble 3 members within the 10 minutes will be immediately disqualified." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred restlessly. As many who had previously been willing to abandon their teammates had come this far with only 2 individuals. Shikamaru, displeased with Naruto's proclamation, leaned in to whisper, "Hey, what are you doing? Those who abandon their teammates should be disqualified. Why are you?" Chen Fan merely smiled and gestured for Shikamaru to be quiet. Neji and others of the same generation shared similar sentiments of confusion. What does Naruto mean by this? Is he suggesting we disband our teams? Lee asked. I'm not sure, but it's clear he must have some ulterior motive. Neji fixated on Naruto atop the platform. So what should we do? Should we switch? Tintin inquired. Of course not. We are a team, Lee asserted. What is Naruto thinking? How can he allow those who abandon their teammates to pass the exam? Inuzuka glared at Naruto in anger. Naruto must have a plan. Calm down, Kiba, Hinata urged. As the crowd pondered the purpose behind Naruto's actions, a voice nearby remarked, Yongren, why not switch places with Fong? Huh, why? Came the response. Your strength is too weak. If it were Fong alongside the 2 of us, our chances of passing the exam would increase significantly. Listening to the discussions around him, Neji instantly grasped Naruto's intentions. All right, time's up. With Chen Fan's shout, the cacophony of voices fell silent. Those who had not formed a trio could now leave. Although Chen Fan had allotted them 10 minutes to group, many remained unpaired or were discarded due to their lack of strength. Once the ungrouped individuals had departed, Chen Fan addressed the crowd once more. Now, those who have not changed teammates or are still in their original teams, please step back. Those not in their original teams, move forward. What is this about? It seemed they were to re-register their team information. As the crowd began to disperse, Chen Fan's voice resonated. You in front. All of you are eliminated. The crowd was taken aback, indignation evident on their faces. Why? Why are we being eliminated? Those who abandon their teammates are worthless. You have no right to be a Chunin. Chen Fan's tone was icy. But you said we could change teammates. Indeed, we merely sought those more suited to our capabilities. What is wrong with that? Chen Fan retorted coldly. Yet, if this were a battlefield, would you abandon your comrades due to a powerful enemy or a weak ally? Himawari, upon hearing Naruto's words, was momentarily stunned. This kid is surprisingly reliable. Subsequently, Chen Fan instructed the exam proctors to escort them away. To those who had passed, he announced, the second examination will be held at training ground number 30. If you are unsure, consult your leading Jonin. Those who do not arrive on time will be eliminated. Disperse. At the mention of disperse, Neji was the first to lead Lee and Tintin away, prompting the others to follow suit. Honestly, it seems you should oversee the first exam as well. Shikamaru remarked to Naruto. I'm not as clever as you. I merely thought of this after seeing your questions. Chen Fan explained. Aren't you in a hurry to prepare for the second venue? Those things of yours will require time. Himawari inquired. Chen Fan lazily replied. No need to worry. Gara should have already gone ahead. By the way, I'm feeling a bit hungry. How about we grab some ramen? Himawari and Shikamaru exchanged glances, at a loss for words regarding Naruto. You, after 2 years, your strength has surged so terrifyingly, yet your personality has grown so peculiar. Shikamaru questioned. Peculiar? I find it rather acceptable. Forget it, we don't possess your speed. We must head to the venue. With that, Himawari and Shikamaru dashed off toward the site. As Chen Fan watched their retreating figures, he quipped, truly a couple. One makes decisions while the other obediently follows. What? Jealous? Then find one for yourself. A voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Ah, I wish I could. Chen Fan sighed. Do you not favor a type like Hinata? Why not take the initiative? Are you afraid of rejection? Chapter 68. Creating difficulties where none exist. Honestly, after all this time with Tsunade, when will you finally make your move? The other party was momentarily taken aback by Chen Fan's words, clearing his throat awkwardly before responding. Alright, let us get down to business. What are your thoughts on those fellows from the Rain Village? What else is there to think? They are undoubtedly sent to probe the situation regarding the tailed beasts. And how do you intend to address this? They are here to participate in the exams in Konoha. If we deal with them openly or capture them, other villages will catch wind of it, and we will be at a disadvantage. We can only orchestrate some unforeseen incidents, Chen Fan stated with a serious expression. Your methods of handling affairs have become increasingly assertive. There's no choice. This is the most effective and expedient way to resolve issues. By the way, have you informed Tsunade about the intelligence regarding the Rain Village? Chen Fan turned to inquire. Not yet. From the memories of those fellows, we only know that the leader of the Rain Village is a member of Akatsuki. If we rashly take large-scale action against the Rain Village, Konoha would likely become the target, especially if the Rock Village, which employs Akatsuki for battle, unites against us for this reason. Sigh, how troublesome. If we could deal with the other major villages, we would no longer need to worry about the balance of power with just one village left. Chen Fan lamented. We have no choice. We cannot yet ascertain the clear stance of the other villages regarding Akatsuki, so we can only investigate discreetly for now. However, since we know Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beasts, they will inevitably harbor some trepidation towards them. As long as we do not act too recklessly, they should not raise any issues. All right, I understand. Once the exams conclude, I will leave those fellows to you, perverted sage. Time is running short. We probably won't have time to eat leisurely. Let us pack a portion and head to the venue. With that, Chen Fan vanished in an instant. Outside the 30th practice arena, Gaara and Kankuro had already gathered at the meeting point. Honestly, where is Naruto? Isn't he the chief examiner for this round? Kankuro remarked, observing the candidates arriving one after another. As the wind shadow, Gaara had arrived early at the exam site, yet the chief examiner was nowhere in sight. Just then, Chen Fan appeared beside them in an instant. Oh, so many people have already arrived, Chen Fan said, holding a bowl of ramen while slurping the noodles. Really? Why are you only just arriving? Kankuro complained. Chen Fan smiled and explained, sorry, the ramen shop was quite crowded at this hour, so I had to wait a bit. By the way, do you want some? I brought an extra bowl. Kankuro silently turned his head away and replied, no thanks. I'll pass as well. I'm not hungry, Gaara added. That makes sense. Eating ramen in front of a crowd doesn't quite suit your aloof persona. Chen Fan remarked while continuing to enjoy his noodles, observing the crowd below. At that moment, Shikamaru, who had just arrived, excitedly exclaimed upon seeing Naruto. Oh, Naruto, are you eating Ichiraku Ramen? Chen Fan turned to Shikamaru and asked, Shikamaru, how did you know this is Ichiraku Ramen? The taste is unmistakable. Ha ha ha, as expected of you. Your sense of smell when it comes to food is sharper than even Ino's. I have a bowl here. Would you like some? Chen Fan smiled as he gestured towards the adjacent thermal container. Upon hearing this, Ding Xi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Really? Of course, I'm coming up. Ding Xi promptly leaped onto the platform and joined Naruto. Observing this, Chen Fan handed the bowl of steaming ramen to Ding Xi and motioned for him to sit down and share the meal. Thank you, Naruto. Thus, a rather peculiar scene unfolded during the otherwise solemn Chunin exam. Examiners and candidates alike perched on the edge of the platform, indulging in ramen. The candidates below were momentarily at a loss for words. Ding Xi, we are in the middle of an exam. How can you just run up here like that? Ino exclaimed. Hey, Naruto, this is an exam. Could you be a bit more serious? Kankuro remarked. Chen Fan, however, dismissed their concerns with a wave of his hand. What does it matter? It hasn't even started yet. Meanwhile, Ding Xi continued to slurp down the ramen in silence, swiftly finishing the entire bowl. Naruto, thank you for treating me to ramen. I should head back down now. With that, Ding Xi jumped off the platform and rejoined Ino and the others. All right, the time is nearly up, Chen Fan declared as he gulped down the remaining broth. Now, the second phase of the exam is about to begin. First, before entering the testing grounds, each team must retrieve a scroll from the side, one marked heaven and the other earth. You must find a way to gather both scrolls and reach the central open area where you will need to break the ice house. Inside the ice house lies a one-time use space-time scroll. Utilizing it will allow you to reach the final verification location. Of course, I have also prepared an ice house with a special entrance for those with limited abilities who cannot break through. There are only 3 spots available, so it's first come, first served. As Chen Fan spoke, the murmurs among the crowd began to rise. What? Is this exam really that easy? Indeed, there is hardly any survival challenge involved. Judging by the bulletin board, there aren't any ferocious beasts here. It's nothing compared to the challenges of our Sand Ninja's cursed desert. Are the Leaf Village's competitors so weak that they had to lower the difficulty for their own? Listening to the chatter, Chen Fan remained silent, simply absorbing the remarks. Gaara, noticing the commotion, attempted to intervene, but Chen Fan raised a hand to stop him. Pointing at the most vociferous Sand Ninja, Chen Fan swiftly froze him in place with ice. The moment the crowd witnessed this, their conversations ceased, and they stared at Naruto in astonishment. With a smile, Naruto addressed the crowd. Next time, if you wish to speak, remember to raise your hand first. And please do not interrupt me. Of course, the second phase of the exam still entails survival challenges. Chen Fan continued, forming hand seals in front of him. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, stirring up dust and debris. All eyes turned to Naruto's direction, where a colossal tornado spiraled skyward. There's one over there, a ninja pointed out, indicating the distance. Indeed, to immerse you in the thrill of survival challenges, there are 12 tornadoes within the training ground, designed to simulate various extreme weather conditions. Some resemble ordinary hurricanes, while others manifest as dust storms mixed with sand, and there are also blizzards. Moreover, this training facility is not as safe as it may seem, for it is scattered with beasts I have encased in ice, wolves, lions, eagles, and more, who will actively attack you. As for the level of danger, you shall experience it firsthand. Now, after each team has collected their scrolls, please proceed to your respective entrances. Do keep in mind that any team failing to enter the training ground within 10 minutes will be disqualified. As for the individual I just encased in ice, to make amends, your team's entrance shall be right here. As for thawing him, you two, being teammates, must find a way to liberate him. Chapter 69. Zilluo. The teams participating in the second round swiftly obtained their scrolls and made their way to their designated entrances. Only the team that had just been frozen remained, desperately striking the ice with shurikens in an attempt to rescue their comrade. "Allow me to give it a try," exclaimed a man with light purple hair and a slender scar gracing his cheek. "Zilluo," Chen Fan mused, finding the name oddly familiar. The man bent his knees slightly, a serious expression adorning his face, and his aura surged dramatically. In the next moment, his right fist launched forward, making contact with the ice. When his fist withdrew, an imprint resembling a fist appeared on the frozen surface. What? Zilluo's strike had not shattered the ice. A nearby kunoichi, wielding a folding fan with slightly yellow hair, gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Zilluo's fists can crush even rock. How could this be? A little girl with twin pigtails chimed in agreement. Zilluo looked toward Naruto with a hint of surprise, thinking to himself, is this the friend of Lord Gaara? Quite impressive. His ice jutsu is even harder than rock. With no other option, Zilluo felt the ground beneath him crack slightly, and his aura swelled further. 7 days of breathing technique, first activation. As he began to exhibit a change in skin tone, Chen Fan recalled that Zilluo was indeed a prodigy of taijutsu from Tsunade. Zilluo unleashed a rapid flurry of punches around the ice, and soon, cracks began to appear under the force of his strikes. Ultimately, with a powerful blow, he shattered the ice entirely, allowing the encased ninja to emerge. His two teammates rushed forward to support their comrade, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Zilluo." Zilluo, having ceased his 7 days of breathing technique, replied in a calm tone, "No need for thanks. You must succeed in this Chunin exam." "All right, thank you. You should hurry to your entrance. Time is of the essence." Chen Fan observed the group thoughtfully, murmuring, "I remember this Zilluo. He seems to have come to assist Tsunade in passing the Chunin exam, so he shouldn't require much attention. I wonder if his 7 days of breathing technique possesses the same power as the 8 gates, for if it does, it could provide significant assistance in the impending 4th Shinobi World War." After rescuing the ninja, Zilluo turned and bowed towards Gaara, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the groups proceeded to their respective entrances. As the crowd began to disperse, Chen Fan leaned closer to Gaara's ear and whispered, "The girl from Takigakure is likely a Jinchuriki. Just like us. You might want to pay her some attention." Startled by these words, Gaara murmured, "Takigakure, you say? Very well, I leave this to you, Gaara. I must attend to other matters." With that, Chen Fan vanished in an instant, for there were affairs of greater significance awaiting him than that Jinchuriki. He could not allow the Rain Village ninjas to depart with any intelligence regarding the tailed beasts. Chen Fan arrived at the entrance of the first Rain Village team. scrutinizing them intently. To avoid arousing suspicion of deliberate targeting, he planned to utilize the ice beasts during the exam, subsequently transporting them to the intelligence department. There, with the secret techniques of the mountain tribe, he hoped to extract valuable information or evidence from their minds. Meanwhile, Neji's team had just entered the training ground, and Neji sensed something amiss. He quickly halted Lee and Tintin. "What's wrong, Neji?" Tintin inquired. "Something is approaching us," Neji replied. Just then, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from behind a nearby tree. Instantly, the trio heightened their vigilance. "What is that? A beast?" Tintin asked. Neji activated his Byakugan to assess the situation. "It possesses immense chakra. This is no ordinary beast. It must be the ice beast that Naruto mentioned." Simultaneously, other teams encountered ice beasts as well. For the Rain Village's 3 squads, Chen Fan had prepared meticulously. Aware that they were an intelligence-gathering team, likely containing sensory ninjas, he dispatched 3 ice beasts, an eagle, a wolf, and a serpent, ensuring they could surround them comprehensively and prevent their escape. Chen Fan deployed shadow clones to monitor the 3 teams' circumstances. Should the ice beasts fail to subdue them, he would have to intervene personally. What are these creatures? So powerful. The Rain Village team quickly found themselves encircled by Chen Fan's ice beasts, engaging in battle. "This must be the ice beast the examiner spoke of. But I didn't expect it to be this formidable. What should we do? Should we change direction to evade? It's too late. We are already surrounded. Even the skies above have one. We must find a way to take one down and escape." Chen Fan concealed his presence not far away, observing the scene. To ensure absolute certainty, the ice beasts he had prepared for the Rain Village were specially crafted, possessing strength exceeding the norm by more than double. The members of the Rain Village were not combat ninjas and quickly succumbed, losing consciousness. Once they were incapacitated, Chen Fan emerged and temporarily sealed them within a space-time scroll. Simultaneously, Chen Fan received reports from his shadow clones that the other 2 teams had also concluded their encounters. To prevent others from noticing anything amiss, he swiftly cleared the battlefield and, with the space-time scroll in hand, utilized Flying Thunder God to transport himself directly to Jiraiya's location. What is this? Upon his sudden arrival, Chen Fan found himself stepping into warm water. A hot spring, perhaps? As Chen Fan pondered, he noticed Jiraiya peering over the partition wall separating the genders. Spying on the women in the hot spring, Chen Fan, taken aback by the sight, tossed the space-time scroll towards Jiraiya, who quickly turned and caught it. "All 9 are inside," Chen Fan stated coldly. "So fast, as expected of you." Jiraiya praised, holding the scroll. "I'll take my leave now. I must return to monitor the examination." With that, Chen Fan vanished like a gust of wind. As he left the hot spring, Chen Fan sprinted towards the examination venue. Grumbling, "I forgot to leave a Flying Thunder God mark there. I have to run back. How troublesome." Just as he reached the outskirts of the practice arena, Chen Fan suddenly sensed an unusually potent chakra emanating from within. In addition to the 7 tails Jinchuriki and Gaara, there is someone else with such formidable chakra participating in the Chunin exam. To ensure his safety, Chen Fan decided to investigate the source of the chakra. However, shortly after entering the practice arena, he abruptly halted. What is happening? Why has that chakra suddenly vanished? Is there some secret technique to conceal chakra? Or has that individual made a personal appearance? Chapter 70. Absolute Domain. In order to ascertain the situation, Chen Fan swiftly approached the location where he last sensed the chakra. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. Although he ultimately found nothing, the presence of such powerful chakra and the ability to conceal it indicated that this was no ordinary foe. "Naruto, what are you doing here? Aren't you responsible for other areas?" Chen Fan asked, observing Gaara flying towards him atop a sand platform. He mused. He must be monitoring Gaara or the 7 tails Jinchuriki. "I sensed a surge of powerful chakra, but it vanished almost immediately. The last place I sensed it was right here." Chen Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Gaara expressed his surprise. "How is that possible? I didn't sense anything unusual. It must be someone with exceptional perception skills. They likely vanished before I arrived," Chen Fan explained. After contemplating for a moment, Gaara remarked, "I can't determine whether their target is me or something else, but they are undoubtedly a formidable opponent." Despite Gaara's words, Chen Fan's mind began to entertain the worst-case scenario. Such immense chakra and the ability to disappear without a trace could only belong to someone skilled in space-time ninjutsu. "We should act together from here on out and avoid separating," Chen Fan suggested. That won't do. If their target is the tailed beast, we cannot gather in one place. Otherwise, we'll be caught in a net. Gaara countered. But if they are powerful, staying together would ensure our strongest combat capability. If we split up, they could pick us off one by one. If we remain united, we might even be able to turn the tables, Chen Fan argued. Naruto, one of the purposes of this Chunin exam is to draw out those individuals. Splitting up could better divert their attention. But just as you said, staying together might make it easier for them to target us all at once, Gaara replied. As the two continued their heated debate, a figure suddenly leaped into their midst. Hello, I am Fu from Takigakure. Greetings, I am Gaara of the Sand Village. Upon encountering me and Naruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf, Fu joyfully exclaimed, Hello, may I befriend you? Gaara, with a stoic expression, inquired, What do you mean? My aspiration is to successfully make 100 friends. Upon hearing this, Gaara instinctively glanced at Naruto. Chen Fan, noticing Gaara's gaze, asked, Is something amiss? Nothing. She merely resembles the you of your, Gaara replied. Chen Fan suppressed his earlier emotions and smiled, saying, That is not peculiar. After all, we are of the same ilk. With that, Chen Fan extended his hand towards Fu, reiterating, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki. Fu, taken aback by Naruto's gesture, clasped his hand and smiled. I am the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Fu. Both individuals then shifted their attention to Gaara, who, momentarily taken aback, placed his hand atop theirs, stating, I am the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Gaara. At that moment, two ninjas adorned with the headbands of the hidden waterfall village dashed towards them, exclaiming, They must be your companions. Indeed, Fu replied with a smile. The Chunin exams are still ongoing. You should return to continue the test, Gaara urged. Just then, an unsettling melody resonated in their ears. What is that? Fu queried, perplexed. It comes from the top of that tree. Chen Fan pointed towards a tree not far off. What? The group collectively turned their gaze towards the tree, where they beheld a bald figure seated in a lotus position, cradling a shamisen. As the group pondered this sight, the rhythm of the music abruptly intensified. In that instant, the shadow beneath Gaara grew colossal and detached from the ground, lunging towards him. Observing this, Gaara swiftly enveloped himself in sand. It must be targeting me. You all must flee, Fu, he commanded. The other two ninjas from the hidden waterfall immediately urged, Hurry, Fu. Yet, Fu resolutely declined their suggestion. After such great effort to find kin, how can we abandon them in peril? You all should continue with the Chunin exams. We are sufficient here, Gaara asserted. Upon hearing the word we, Chen Fan turned to Gaara and asked, Does your we include me? Gaara ignored Naruto and insisted, Leave now. At that moment, the bald figure slowly shed his outer garment, revealing a chest covered in incomprehensible inscriptions. Sealing technique, spiritual extraction. The next instant, the inscriptions emitted a faint purple glow and transformed into several tangible chains that hurtled towards Gaara. In response, Gaara hastily erected a wall of sand to shield everyone. Although he managed to block the majority of the chains, one chain pierced through and embedded itself in Gaara's abdomen. Instantly, he felt his strength waning rapidly. Even the power to maintain the sand wall slipping away. This is siphoning the chakra of the tailed beast, Fu observed. If this continues, he will perish as the tailed beast is extracted. With that, she lunged forward, attempting to grasp the chain with her bare hands to halt the extraction of Gaara's chakra. Upon the instant of contact with the iron chain, a powerful jolt surged through her entire body, instantly draining Fu of her strength, rendering her helpless on the ground. Observing this, the bald opponent unleashed another chain from his body, intent on absorbing two tailed beasts in one fell swoop. Gaara, witnessing the approach of the chain, quickly warned, Fu, be cautious. Trembling, Fu attempted to rise, only to find the chain closing in on her. Just as it was about to strike, Naruto swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Fu. Naruto, what are you doing? Hurry, you two. Before Gaara could finish, Chen Fan turned, flashing a confident smile as he declared, Do not underestimate my power. With his arms outstretched before his chest, he invoked, Ice Release, Absolute Domain. In an instant, the surroundings fell eerily silent, and colossal ice blocks enveloped all nearby, even ensnaring the bald man from afar. Within this icy prison, the onlookers found themselves immobilized, unable to even blink. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remained unrestrained, gliding freely through the immense ice structure, his feet lifting off the ground as he approached the bald opponent. Before the bald man could utter a word, Chen Fan executed a Rasengan, forcefully driving him from the treetops to the earth below. After completing this act, Chen Fan dispelled the ice release. As the ice shattered, the two chains broke apart, and the gasping, bald man murmured, "How could this be?" Chen Fan, with an air of disdain, retorted, "What is impossible? Absolute domain can freeze even chakra." Chapter 71. A return. Gaara and Fu, panting heavily, knelt upon the ground, gazing at Naruto in astonishment. "Naruto, what was that jutsu you just performed? How could it freeze chains that absorb chakra?" Gaara inquired. Chen Fan approached, assisting Gaara to his feet as he explained, "That was a newly developed jutsu of mine, pushing the ice attribute chakra to its utmost potential. Within this jutsu, all elements, including the flow of chakra, come to a standstill. Even fire can be frozen." "Fire can be frozen? It seems your prowess has surpassed mine." Gaara marveled. "Are you implying that you were once stronger than I?" Chen Fan replied with a smile. Gaara chuckled softly, admitting, "Indeed, it appears I have never bested you. Actually, there is one instance where you have triumphed," Chen Fan said, feigning depth. Gaara looked puzzled, asking, "What do you mean?" "That would be the number of your admirers surpassing mine," Chen Fan quipped. "Haha, indeed. My cold demeanor seems to attract more girls," Gaara conceded. "Though you are not lacking in charm either," Fu added with a smile. Just then, the two from Takigakure, appearing somewhat sheepish, interjected, "Excuse us. May we continue the exam with Fu?" Chen Fan, noticing their demeanor, quickly replied, "My apologies, please proceed. You were the first to arrive here. Thus you should be the first to pass the test. Indeed, perhaps we can break this guy's remarkable record of 97 minutes. Chen Fan remarked, playfully resting his hand on Gaara's shoulder. The difficulty of this examination cannot be compared to the previous one. According to reports from other Chunin, 6 teams have already suffered injuries or fatalities due to the ice beasts and extreme weather you conjured, Gaara remarked. What? You created those tornadoes? A ninja from Takigakure inquired. Astonished, Chen Fan scratched his head and replied, Indeed, I feared that the tranquil conditions would lack the necessary challenges for survival tests, so I. Upon hearing this, the two ninjas from Takigakure widened their eyes in disbelief. You alone can summon such powerful tornadoes and ice beasts? Moreover, the jutsu you employed against that enemy must have required an immense amount of chakra. They continued, those tornadoes are beyond the capability of ordinary genin to confront. Even we barely managed. Chen Fan chuckled. It's nothing. Compared to the chakra I expend in a day of training, this is quite minimal. Besides, you managed to arrive here unscathed. The two gazed at the youthful smile before them, a chill creeping into their hearts. Such immense chakra and strength, if manifested in Takigakure, could undoubtedly overpower their village's leader or could stand against the entire village itself. All right, you should leave quickly. The final ice house will not yield easily and will demand considerable effort from you, Gaara stated. Very well, we shall take our leave. As they watched the three depart, Chen Fan remarked, let us proceed to the final destination to await their arrival. Isn't it unnecessary to keep watching? Gaara inquired. Chen Fan replied, Gaara, your presence here is surely intended to lure out those in your village with ulterior motives towards you. Now that your objective has been achieved, and given the commotion we just caused, even if others are present, they are unlikely to provoke further trouble. Thus remaining here holds little value. That is a valid point. Let us go then. With that, Gaara condensed the sand at his feet into a small floating platform. Chen Fan observed this intently. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Gaara asked, what is on your mind? It's quite convenient to have such a floating platform for transportation, and it looks rather impressive. Chen Fan remarked as he began to gather ice release in front of him. Before long, a floating platform similar to Gaara's sand platform materialized before them. Seeing it was adequate, Chen Fan leapt onto it. Gaara, observing, queried, don't you possess the flying thunder god technique? Do you still require this? Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's better to be prepared. Besides, it looks quite cool. Gaara, looking somewhat exasperated at Naruto, conceded, all right, let us proceed. With that, Gaara swiftly took off on the floating platform. Chen Fan immediately manipulated his platform to follow suit. Indeed, this sensation is exhilarating, akin to riding a sword. Chen Fan exclaimed with excitement. Riding a sword? What is that? Gaara asked, puzzled. Ever since Naruto returned from his 2-year training, it seemed he had transformed into a different person, behaving and speaking with a newfound ease. No matter, by the way, Gaara, do you have a girl you like? Chen Fan shifted the topic. Gaara turned his head forward, coldly responding, "Is there anyone who would like us?" "Certainly. Even if we are regarded as mere vessels of power or jinchuriki, we are still human. Since we are human, what is wrong with mutual affection? Moreover, I notice that you are not particularly unpopular in your village, especially with your disciple named Sh, who seems quite compatible with you," Chen Fan remarked with a smile. Gaara remained silent, gazing thoughtfully ahead. Observing this, Chen Fan refrained from speaking further, focusing intently on controlling the floating platform beneath them. Although he could match Gaara's speed, it was his first attempt, and he found many aspects unfamiliar. With their combined speed, they swiftly arrived at the final open space. "It seems no one has reached here yet," Gaara stated. "Do you think everyone possesses your former monstrous strength?" Chen Fan retorted. As they conversed, Chen Fan sensed that peculiar chakra once more, and this time, it was alarmingly close. He hurriedly turned his gaze in that direction, spotting a figure cloaked in black, with their face hidden, standing on a distant tree trunk. "Who is that?" Gaara immediately turned to confront the figure. Chen Fan rapidly launched several ice spikes towards the figure, which pierced through their body but passed cleanly without inflicting any harm. "How peculiar!" Chen Fan exclaimed, realizing that the chakra he had sensed earlier belonged to this individual. "Who are you?" Gaara inquired. The figure remained silent, standing motionless. Noticing the lack of response or action, Chen Fan and Gaara also held back, quietly observing the figure. The three stood in a tense standoff. Chapter 72. The Nine-Tails Stir. Obito emerges after a prolonged standoff. The figure made the first move. With swift hand seals, the figure pressed their right hand against the tree trunk before them. Summoning technique. At that moment, Chen Fan felt the nine tails within him becoming increasingly unstable. "Hey, Kurama. What's wrong? Is that wretched feeling emanating from that individual?" The nine tails replied coldly. "What's the matter?" Chen Fan asked. "It's nothing, kid. Just be cautious of that person. He is extremely dangerous," Kurama warned. Observing Kurama's reaction, Chen Fan's suspicions solidified further. The only one capable of eliciting such a response from the nine tails, aside from the deceased, could only be one person, Obito. He must have mastered the method of controlling the nine tails that Madara used, forcibly binding it to him, and using the Sharingan to compel it to attack Konoha. So, this individual has infiltrated the Chunin exams, Chen Fan thought, swallowing nervously. "Gaara, be wary of that individual," Chen Fan cautioned his companion. "Do you know who this person is?" Gaara asked. "Sort of. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a member of Akatsuki," Chen Fan replied. Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, Gaara was taken aback. "I can't believe they have truly arrived. Be cautious. This adversary possesses remarkable strength, particularly his ninjutsu, which is exceedingly troublesome," Chen Fan cautioned. However, it appeared that Gaara paid no heed to Chen Fan's warning. With a swift motion, Gaara summoned the sand from the ground to launch an assault. The massive wave of sand obliterated a swath of trees, yet amidst the fallen timber, the opponent's figure was nowhere to be found. Chen Fan continued to attune himself to Obito's chakra. Suddenly, Obito emerged slowly from the colossal mass of sand before them, his orange mask visible beneath the cloak. It was indeed him. Chen Fan placed his hand upon Gaara's sand and promptly activated the ice release technique. The ice rapidly enveloped Gaara's sand, spreading forth at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Just as the ice was about to encase Obito, he vanished once more into the sand. "Gaara, cease using such a large volume of sand," Chen Fan urged. "Why?" Gaara inquired, perplexed. Although their ninjutsu seemed ineffective against each other, large-scale attacks still held the potential to strike the opponent. With this thought in mind, Gaara glanced at Naruto, seeking clarity. Ordinary ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against him, and he can emerge from unexpected angles. Therefore, we should avoid employing such extensive techniques, as they may obstruct our vision. Until we fully comprehend the opponent's capabilities, it is prudent to minimize the opportunities we afford him, Chen Fan elucidated. Upon hearing Chen Fan's reasoning, Gaara found it compelling and thus retracted the sand. Once the sand was dispelled, both floated upon their respective platforms in midair, providing a vantage point with almost no blind spots. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained vigilant, meticulously sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, that familiar chakra reappeared, alarmingly close by. Chen Fan quickly turned to see Obito emerging from behind Gaara. Reacting swiftly, Chen Fan extended his hand towards Gaara and unleashed the ice release technique to encase him. This way, even if he could not thwart Obito, he could at least shield Gaara. In an instant, both Gaara and the Obito who had materialized behind him were encased in ice. At that moment, Chen Fan detected the flying thunder god mark left on Obito by the fourth Hokage, Minato. Before Obito could utilize the Sharingan to escape, Chen Fan hastily approached the mark. Upon noticing this, Obito activated his space-time ninjutsu, his body being swiftly consumed by the whirlpool created by his eyes. Just as Obito was on the verge of fleeing, Chen Fan left his chakra on the mark, enabling him to teleport to Obito's side. After Obito's departure, Chen Fan dispelled the ice surrounding Gaara. Gaara, astonished, exclaimed, "What kind of ninjutsu was that? Our attacks were rendered completely ineffective." Chen Fan, attentively surveying their surroundings, explained, "It is likely another form of space-time ninjutsu." Gaara cast a glance at Naruto before promptly summoning the sand from his gourd to envelop Naruto. Chen Fan, taken aback, shouted, "Gaara, what are you doing? Please leave. I shall handle this fellow," Gaara declared as he manipulated sand to send Naruto away. Gaara's actions were driven by a desire to protect Naruto, knowing that their adversary sought the tailed beasts and that neither could prevail against the other at this moment. He was willing to sacrifice himself for Naruto's safety. Observing this, Chen Fan scoffed, "I do not believe you possess the strength to utter such words." In an instant, Chen Fan vanished and reappeared beside Gaara. "How did you? I had already marked you with the flying thunder god technique, so you need not exert any effort," Chen Fan explained. Just as Obito emerged from the ground, he witnessed Naruto utilizing the flying thunder god technique, leaving him momentarily stunned as memories of his teacher, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, flashed through his mind like a rapid slideshow. Alongside these memories were those of Kakashi and Rin. Ultimately, he chose to abandon this operation. Chen Fan and Gaara remained on high alert, scanning the area for quite some time, yet the enemy's presence remained elusive. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Fan gradually relaxed and remarked, "They must have fled." Gaara, puzzled, questioned, why would they run when they clearly held the advantage? Chen Fan elucidated, "Their intent was likely to gauge our strength, and thus they retreated. Moreover, as far as I know, the Akatsuki typically operates in pairs. This time there was only one, suggesting their main objective was not to capture us." Despite his words, Chen Fan pondered the reasons behind Obito's appearance in Konoha at this juncture. He had no desire to confront Obito. His Sharingan was one reason, but more so, Chen Fan did not perceive Obito as a true villain. In a sense, he resembled a darker version of Naruto, having been led astray by his deep affection for Rin, compounded by Madara's manipulation. Now, with Chen Fan positioned as the protagonist, he had no wish for Obito's demise. Rather, he yearned to assist him. With the crisis temporarily averted, Chen Fan sighed deeply and suggested, "Let us descend and take a moment to rest." He then guided the floating platform gently to the ground. Gaara, still on high alert after the two recent assaults, followed Naruto to the ground, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Chapter 73, The Trio Team? Chen Fan plopped down onto the ground, his gaze darting about, uncertain whether it stemmed from anxiety or exhilaration. "Someone approaches," Gaara announced. Chen Fan turned his attention in the direction of Gaara's gaze, and as expected, it was Fu and her two companions. Fu's wings fluttered vigorously as she soared towards them. Upon spotting Gaara and Naruto, Fu greeted them warmly, "Naruto, Gaara, it's a pleasure to see you again." As Fu drew nearer, Gaara's wariness intensified. Observing this, Chen Fan stood and patted Gaara's shoulder, saying, "Do not be so tense. After all, we are in Konoha, and they lack the audacity to launch consecutive attacks here." Gaara conceded, "That is a valid point." With that, he gradually began to ease the tension within himself. As Chen Fan was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The flying thunder god mark he left on Jiraiya was infused with chakra that did not belong to him, indicating that Jiraiya had an urgent matter to discuss. "Naruto, what is it?" Gaara inquired. "It's nothing, Gaara. I'll leave the rest to you. I have something pressing to attend to," Chen Fan replied, vanishing before Gaara could respond. "What urgent matter could it be, you lecherous sage?" Upon arriving at Jiraiya's location, Chen Fan found a cramped room filled with people, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and several ninjas from the Konoha Intelligence Division. "Don't worry, Naruto. I called you here for this," Jiraiya said, holding a scroll. "What is it?" Before Jiraiya could answer, a man dressed in black with golden hair emerged from behind him. "This is the memory I extracted from the 9-Rain Village ninjas you captured." Hearing this, Chen Fan's anxiousness diminished significantly. He had hastened here, fearing that Obito had abandoned his battle and turned his attention to other villagers. Instead, it was this matter. Is there anything of value in their memories? Chen Fan inquired. Jiraiya slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing two portraits. At a glance, Chen Fan recognized them as Konin and Yahiko. Manipulated by Nagato, yet he feigned confusion. What is this? Jiraiya pondered. If I'm not mistaken, these two are former students of mine. Although Chen Fan had already known this, he played along and asked, do you have other students? That's a long story. During the Ninja World War, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and I discovered them. They were originally war orphans. Jiraiya briefly recounted the past of these two individuals. As he spoke, Tsunade observed Naruto and the portraits with a peculiar expression. Hey Jiraiya, have you noticed that Naruto resembles Yahiko to some extent? Upon hearing Tsunade's comment, Jiraiya held the scroll next to Naruto's face for comparison. Under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone present, Chen Fan felt somewhat uneasy. There is indeed a resemblance, Jiraiya exclaimed. Even Chen Fan was surprised to find that after the lines on his face had disappeared, he bore a slight resemblance to Yahiko. Is it merely a coincidence? Jiraiya mused. Ahem, let us continue, Hai interjected with a light cough. Heeding Hai's reminder, Jiraiya resumed unfolding the scroll. From their memories, it is clear that the Rain Village has indeed broken free from Hanzo's control, corroborating the information provided by Danzo. The current leaders of the Rain Village are referred to as angels, Konin and Yahiko. Moreover, Hai noted that Konin and Yahiko's clothing is identical to the Akatsuki's signature dark attire adorned with red clouds. Based on this, we can surmise that the Akatsuki's headquarters may very well be located in the Rain Village. Chen Fan was not surprised by the outcome. However, what troubled him was the early emergence of such speculation. Was it truly a blessing? Once this information became known, those who possessed the will of fire would undoubtedly send individuals to infiltrate the hidden Rain Village for intelligence gathering, all in pursuit of the village's future. Yet, in Chen Fan's view, this would provide no substantial assistance. Rather, it might alert the enemy, potentially accelerating their plans to capture the tailed beasts. Naruto, do you understand? Tsunade's sudden inquiry disrupted Chen Fan's train of thought. He responded, somewhat flustered, I have a general understanding. Tsunade then exchanged glances with the remaining individuals in the room, prompting them to exit immediately. What is happening? Chen Fan felt a surge of unease and asked nervously. Naruto, pay close attention to what comes next. Looking at Jiraiya's serious demeanor, Chen Fan could surmise what was forthcoming. Naruto, we have been monitoring the hidden Rain Village for the past 2 years. Their surveillance of incoming and outgoing individuals is exceptionally stringent, leaving us with no opportunities to penetrate their internal affairs. However, I believe the time has come. We can seize the occasion of the Chunin exams to disguise ourselves as their village's lower ninjas and conduct an investigation. Indeed, Jiraiya was a man driven by a strong will of fire. Regardless of the perilous nature of the task, he would charge forth for the sake of the village. Chen Fan glanced at Tsunade, who, with a grave expression, turned her gaze aside. Given the current situation, it seemed that Jiraiya hoped for Chen Fan to accompany him into the hidden Rain Village. Yet, Chen Fan found it perplexing. In the original narrative, such a dangerous mission was particularly hazardous even for an elite like Jiraiya. Furthermore, now that they were aware the enemy's target was the tailed beasts, it would be unlikely for them to allow Naruto's involvement. Why was Tsunade also acquiescent to Jiraiya's proposal? So, you wish for us to form a team of 3 to investigate the hidden Rain Village? Chen Fan inquired. No, not just the 2 of us. It will be a team of 3. A team of 3? Who else? Chen Fan asked, bewildered. Jiraiya then handed 2 documents to Naruto, stating, the final member will be chosen by you. Chen Fan accepted the 2 documents, a peculiar sensation welling up within him. As he prepared to open the files, this feeling intensified. What was this unusual sensation? Despite his confusion, Chen Fan opened the first document and his brow furrowed upon seeing the name inscribed therein. The introduction read Kakashi Hatake, accompanied by a photograph of Kakashi. This revelation piqued Chen Fan's curiosity about the identity of the other individual, prompting him to immediately flip open the second document. What was this? Chapter 74, No Longer Remaining Silent. The second document was filled with an overwhelming amount of text. Yet Chen Fan could not comprehend a single word. Just as he was about to ask Jiraiya for clarification, he saw Jiraiya standing before him, hands forming seals with a serious expression. In the next moment, the words on the document seemed to animate, as if they possessed a life of their own. Emerging from the paper, what was happening? Before Chen Fan could voice his inner doubts, the words morphed into chains that swiftly ensnared his entire being. Puzzled, Chen Fan turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" With a grave expression, Jiraiya replied, "I understand that with your current prowess, uncovering these truths would be effortless. However, despite our partial understanding of their circumstances, the unknown looms too large. I cannot permit you to take such risks." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Chen Fan instantly comprehended the situation. Jiraiya had initially revealed everything to me candidly, intending for me to lower my guard, awaiting this very moment. Perverted sage, you have vastly underestimated my strength. How could these chains possibly restrain me? As Chen Fan began to channel his chakra to break free from the chains, he suddenly felt the energy dissipate, and the chains tightened their grip on him. Do not attempt it. This is not an ordinary sealing technique. It is a magical seal. The more chakra you summon, the more resilient these chains become. Moreover, there is a special potion devised by Tsunade that impedes the flow of your chakra. Therefore, until my return, you must remain quietly in Konoha. Observing the gentleness in Jiraiya's gaze, Chen Fan silently lowered his head, choosing not to speak. Jiraiya, assuming Tsunade's potion had taken effect, turned to retrieve a large scroll from the corner, stating, "I must set off soon. This sealing technique cannot contain him for long." Tsunade, suppressing her emotions, asked, "You will return, won't you?" As she spoke, she felt her hands and legs trembling, on the verge of collapse. "Of course, if I come back." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she anticipated his next words while simultaneously fearing them. "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I must take my leave now." With that, Jiraiya pushed open the door and stepped outside. Perhaps due to the presence of another, or perhaps their unspoken understanding required little elaboration, their farewell was notably brief. As Jiraiya departed, Tsunade stood transfixed before the door he had exited, her eyes gradually moistening as tears slipped down her cheeks. In that moment, she seemed to foresee Jiraiya's fate, but more profoundly, she felt sorrow for the countless sacrifices he had made over the years. Jiraiya bore the title of one of the legendary three of Konoha. Yet behind that accolade lay an unfathomable depth of hardship. However, recalling that Naruto was still by her side, Tsunade discreetly wiped away her tears, concealing her emotions as she turned to attend to Naruto. Yet, upon turning, she found Naruto had already moved from his previous position, now leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, gazing thoughtfully at Tsunade. "What are you?" Chen Fan observed Tsunade in silence, then, as if having made a resolute decision, declared, "Grandma Tsunade, let us make a wager." Tsunade, taken aback, stared at Naruto and asked, "What kind of wager?" "A role reversal. I will convince the perverted sage to stay in the village, while I venture to the Rain village for reconnaissance." Tsunade gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What did you say? Do you comprehend your own identity? If you go, those villains will undoubtedly devise ways to extract the Nine Tails from within you. Your journey would be far more perilous than Jiraiya's." Chen Fan did not respond to Tsunade but smiled and said, "If I can return safely, grant the perverted sage one opportunity." With that, Chen Fan vanished, leaving no chance for Tsunade to refuse. At that moment, Jiraiya had just exited the Hokage building and glanced at the stone likeness of the fourth Hokage. "Is that all there is to it?" Chen Fan instantly appeared before Jiraiya and remarked, "Naruto, how fortuitous. I just made a decision somewhat akin to yours." "What decision?" Jiraiya inquired in a solemn tone. "Quite simple. Let us switch places. You remain, and I shall venture to the Rain village." "And the rationale behind this?" Chen Fan pondered briefly before replying. "It seems I lack a reason. I simply wish to do so." "Naruto, do not be so headstrong. This mission is extraordinary, and your identity is unique." Chen Fan, uninterested in Jiraiya's reasoning, waved his hand dismissively and stated, "Perverted sage, since you wish to employ force to compel my stay in the village, I can reciprocate." Seeing this, Jiraiya chuckled. "Oh, do you believe your current strength can confine me to the village? Do not forget, over these past 2 years, we have spent every day together. No one knows your capabilities better than I." Undeterred by Jiraiya's words, Chen Fan drew a kunai and declared, "Let me test whether you truly know me." Just as the tension escalated between them, Tsunade leaped before the two and exclaimed, "What are you two planning to do?" "Naruto, consider this. It has been quite a while since we last sparred. If you manage to defeat me today, I shall acquiesce to your request." Jiraiya proclaimed, "That suits me perfectly. Should you lose, You must promise to remain in Konoha until my return and refrain from venturing outside. Chen Fan replied with a steely gaze. Tsunade observed the intensity in their eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Having known Jiraiya for many years, their camaraderie was far from ordinary. She understood that Jiraiya's intent was to protect Naruto. As the son of the fourth Hokage, and with Minato being Jiraiya's most accomplished disciple, Jiraiya had long regarded Naruto as family. His actions today were driven by a dual purpose, for the sake of Konoha and to safeguard Naruto. Yet, as both mentor and kin, Jiraiya's instinctive reaction was always to shield him, especially knowing the perilous nature of this mission. This task was critical for Konoha's stability. And with a fervent will of fire, Jiraiya placed the village above all else, even at the cost of his own safety. In contrast, Chen Fan lacked such convictions. His desire to protect Konoha stemmed from a simple fondness for the village. Over the past 2 or 3 years, Chen Fan gradually realized that although he had become Naruto and accepted the name, fundamentally, he did not belong to this world. He felt akin to a player maneuvering Naruto, engaged in a game of immense freedom. The outcome of the game remained uncertain, reliant solely on his own actions. While the conclusion crafted by Naruto in the original narrative was beautiful, Chen Fan felt it was not what he desired, and he deemed it unfair to Naruto. Initially, Chen Fan intended to follow the storyline gradually, waiting until he could master the Nine Tails mode, acquire Yin-Yang chakra, and possess sufficient strength to undertake those endeavors. However, the narrative had significantly deviated from its original course, rendering such an approach futile. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to craft the conclusion he yearned to witness. Chapter 75. Naruto and Jiraiya. Perhaps we should change locations, Chen Fan remarked with a piercing gaze. Let us proceed to the training ground, came the prompt reply. The two swiftly leaped away into the distance. Tsunade, observing their departure, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Once the two had completely vanished from her sight, Tsunade quickly called for Shizen to inform Kakashi and Ichiraku. At that moment, if anyone could deter Naruto, it would be his two esteemed mentors. Chen Fan arrived at the training ground ahead of Jiraiya, quietly awaiting his arrival. Although Jiraiya could not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he soon followed, arriving shortly thereafter. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Chen Fan's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Pervy Sage, do you realize that I have long envisioned this day? Naruto, I concede that your current strength is adequate for this task, but the Nine Tails within you is a unique entity. The Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beasts. So you absolutely cannot enter the Hidden Rain village," Jiraiya urged once more. Yet, Chen Fan appeared resolute, his excitement unwavering as he fixated on Jiraiya. Realizing that Naruto would not easily relent, Jiraiya decided to take action. "Very well, let us proceed," he declared, forming hand seals. In an instant, Jiraiya's hair elongated, launching a direct assault towards Naruto. Observing this, Chen Fan swiftly raised his hand, conjuring numerous ice spikes that surged toward Jiraiya. In response, Jiraiya adeptly maneuvered his hair to envelop his entire body, erecting barbed defenses. Although protected, the might of the ice spikes still forced Jiraiya to stagger back several paces. The collision of the ice spikes and Jiraiya's hair shattered the surroundings into fragments. As the last ice spike was obliterated, a kunai whizzed past the corner of Jiraiya's eye. Sensing imminent danger, he swiftly turned. Just then, he spotted Naruto behind him, hand poised with a Rasengan. Realizing evasion was futile, Jiraiya immediately clasped his hands together. Art of the Raging Lion's Mane. Jiraiya's hair rapidly transformed, splitting into multiple strands that ensnared the airborne Naruto. Before Jiraiya could relax, the bound Naruto transformed into a cloud of white mist, leaving only a Flying Thunder God kunai drifting downwards. As the kunai neared the ground, Naruto reappeared before it, seizing the weapon and hurling it at Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly sidestepped to evade, but as he turned to assess Naruto's position, he found Naruto's fingers aimed directly at him. Water release, water iron cannon. As Naruto spoke these words, a water projectile shot forth from his fingertips towards Jiraiya. Recognizing the threat, Jiraiya once more shielded himself with his hair. As the water bullets collided with his hair, a thunderous sound erupted, and the immense force sent Jiraiya flying backward. At that moment, Tsunade and Shizen, accompanied by Kakashi and Ichiraku, arrived just in time to witness the scene. Kakashi involuntarily broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing the spectacle. For the vast majority of ninjas, such a moment could spell instant annihilation. Hearing Kakashi's remarks, Shizune and Tsunade exchanged astonished glances towards Naruto. Surely, Lord Jiraiya cannot be defeated so easily, Shizune said, her voice laced with concern. As of now, we can only speculate. The one who understands that guy's strength the best should be Jiraiya himself, given their confrontation, Tsunade replied. Ichiraku, however, remained silent. His gaze fixated on Naruto with a look of sheer astonishment. Is he truly going to strike so fiercely right from the outset? Jiraiya mused. Fierce. This is merely the beginning. With that, Chen Fan stood firm, hands forming seals, space-time barrier. Upon hearing those words, Jiraiya quickly surveyed his surroundings. Realizing that he had been pushed back to the very spot where Naruto had previously stood due to the recent attack. Sensing something amiss, Jiraiya leaped forward. But as he did, several cracks appeared in the ground, revealing 8 hidden kunai of the flying thunder god surrounding him. Before Jiraiya could escape, a golden, translucent barrier enveloped him in an instant. What is this? Shizune inquired. Kakashi, activating his Sharingan, observed for a moment before responding. It appears to be a special barrier, likely set up by Naruto beforehand. That previous series of attacks was probably intended to force Lord Jiraiya into this barrier. Frog oil bomb. Jiraiya, trapped within the barrier, began to unleash a barrage of frog oil. Due to its adhesive nature, the barrier quickly became coated in a thick layer of frog oil. With the obscuring oil, Chen Fan could not discern Jiraiya's situation inside the barrier. What is Lord Jiraiya attempting to do? Shizune questioned, puzzled. He is likely trying to obscure Naruto's line of sight, buying time to break the barrier, Kakashi speculated. Chen Fan could indeed not see Jiraiya's actions. But through his sensing ability, he confirmed that Jiraiya remained within, though he was uncertain of his escape strategy. After approximately 2 minutes, the barrier remained shrouded in a thick layer of frog oil, and Chen Fan, unable to ascertain Jiraiya's movements, began to feel anxious. Deciding against waiting any longer, Chen Fan formed seals with his hands, causing a massive blue vortex to erupt above the barrier. With the appearance of this vortex, a fierce wind swept through the area, significantly dropping the temperature. What is Naruto doing? Shizune exclaimed, astonished. A vast amount of chakra is emanating from Naruto. It must be a jutsu of tremendous power and range. Kakashi explained. Ice release, blizzard. In an instant, countless ice spikes materialized within the colossal vortex, cascading towards the barrier like a violent storm. Just as the first wave of ice spikes was about to strike the barrier, Chen Fan swiftly formed seals to dispel it. Countless ice spikes pierced through the layer of oil, shooting down towards the ground. The terrifying quantity and power instantaneously stirred up immense clouds of dust, rendering the surroundings obscured from the sight of those present. Tsunade, witnessing the might of this technique, could not help but worry for Jiraiya's safety, nervously gazing in his direction. Only Chen Fan, positioned outside the barrier, persistently searched for any signs. In the fleeting moment before the storm descended, Jiraiya's chakra had already vanished. However, what puzzled Chen Fan was that after Jiraiya's chakra disappeared, he could no longer sense it. Just as Chen Fan pondered this anomaly, a distant toad hopped into his line of sight, capturing his attention. What could that be? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he concluded the storm prematurely. Subsequently, Chen Fan's gaze remained fixated on the toad. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her companions anxiously surveyed the ravaged ground beneath the storm. Yet, the sheer force of Chen Fan's technique had created an exceedingly deep crater, obscuring any view of its depths from their position. Chapter 76. Sage Battles. Unable to ascertain Jiraiya's condition, Tsunade was eager to rush forward but was restrained by Kakashi. Look over there, Kakashi exclaimed, pointing towards the distant toad. What is that? Before anyone could react, a hand suddenly emerged from the toad's mouth. It's the toad concealment, exclaimed Shizune excitedly. Chen Fan observed Jiraiya slowly emerging from the toad's mouth without rushing to intervene. Instead, he watched quietly as Jiraiya, upon fully exiting, remarked, "Why not take the opportunity to defeat me? There's no need for that. I can defeat you openly." Chen Fan replied with a smile. Jiraiya understood that. In that brief moment, if Naruto had attacked the instant he emerged from the toad, he would have sustained injuries, even if he managed to avoid defeat. Under different circumstances, Jiraiya might have conceded, but he could not agree to let Naruto head to the Rain Village without a fight. Let us go again. This time, I will be serious. With that, Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, bit his finger, painted a pattern on his face, and then brought his hands together in prayer. Could it be? Indeed, Jiraiya is about to enter Sage mode, Tsunade explained, instantly recognizing his intent. However, this is Jiraiya's strongest form. I never expected him to deploy it against Naruto. Observing this, Chen Fan did not intervene, but instead summoned 3 shadow clones to prepare for entering Sage mode alongside him. It seems Naruto also intends to enter Sage mode to confront Master Jiraiya, Kakashi remarked. Indeed, but I wonder what the outcome will be, Tsunade replied. After approximately a minute, Chen Fan was the first to complete the transition into Sage mode, his face adorned with markings. Oh, Naruto, your Sage mode has improved, Jiraiya commented. Perverted Sage. How long will you take? I'm waiting. Chen Fan laughed. Jiraiya, in response, chuckled, arrogant brat. Thankfully, you haven't caused any trouble. I still need about a minute. However, I can handle you without the other 2. With that, Jiraiya leaped into the air, his wooden clogs clapping together. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A tremendous flame erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, striking directly at Naruto. Chen Fan showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he simply waved his hand before him, invoking a wind blade. A slender gust of wind swiftly surged forth to meet the fire release launched by Jiraiya. At the moment of contact, the immense flames were cleaved in 2, as if a path were being carved through the fire, extending backward and targeting Jiraiya at the rear. Observing the approaching wind blade, Jiraiya decisively abandoned his fire technique and leaped aside. Truly, the perverse sage had indeed mastered the art of hand seals with his feet, Chen Fan marveled. That should be my line. I never imagined you could slice through fire with wind. It seems you have concealed your strength from me during these 2 years of training. Very well, you should be sufficiently prepared now. I shall wait for you a little longer, Jiraiya remarked. Is that truly wise? Even if you can utilize shadow clones to extend your Sage mode, my Sage time, bolstered by the 2 esteemed masters, will undoubtedly exceed yours. Before Jiraiya could finish, Chen Fan interjected, There's no need to wait. I will conclude this battle before my Sage mode expires. How audacious, Naruto, Jiraiya retorted, as 2 cloaked toads appeared on his shoulders, and Jiraiya's visage and eyes transformed. Little Naruto? The newly emerged Fukasaku immediately recognized the Sage mode Naruto before him and inquired, Little Jiraiya, why did you summon us? It has been a while, and I apologize for the sudden call, but I seek your assistance in defeating this young rascal, Naruto. Jiraiya replied. Upon hearing that their opponent was Naruto, Fukasaku and Shima expressed their astonishment. Defeat little Naruto? He is the child foretold in the prophecy, is he not? Why must you fight? What has transpired between you? Details can wait until after this is resolved. Let us focus on the task at hand. However, little Jiraiya, it is high time you learn to enter Sage mode on your own. Just look at little Naruto. He has excelled in it, and even developed his own method to extend Sage mode, Shima advised. I will learn, but this time, I kindly ask for your assistance. With that, Jiraiya took a step forward, and upon landing, an immense pressure shattered the ground beneath him. Seeing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. It has been quite a while, you two. Indeed, it has been ages. Who would have thought we would reunite as adversaries? Fukasaku laughed in response. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us commence, Shima declared, extending her long tongue to attack Naruto. In response, Naruto promptly enveloped himself in ice. As Shima's tongue coiled around the ice encasing Naruto, Fukasaku swiftly formed hand seals. In the next instant, a slender column of water burst forth from Fukasaku's mouth, resembling a sharp sword that sliced through the ice enveloping Naruto, leaving a deep, narrow mark. Had the force been greater, it might have even cleaved through Naruto's very flesh. Chen Fan, witnessing this, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Truly, the prowess of Fukasaku is unmatched. It seems I cannot carelessly withstand your jutsu. Equally astonished were the couple, Shinazuko, who remarked that the water-style jutsu infused with natural energy had astonishingly failed to cleave the ice directly. No wonder you summoned us. Little Naruto's strength must be nearing, or perhaps even surpassing yours. Shinazuko stated. It is possible he has indeed surpassed me. As the two conversed, 3 colossal ice spikes materialized before Chen Fan. In the next heartbeat, these ice spikes hurtled towards Jiraiya at an alarming velocity. Observing this, Shima promptly formed hand seals and unleashed a fire-style technique. A massive inferno enveloped the 3 ice spikes, yet just when the trio believed they were safe, the spikes astonishingly penetrated through the flames and continued their trajectory towards them. How is this possible? Shima exclaimed in disbelief. Jiraiya, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly discarded his sandals and dropped to the ground to evade the ice spikes. Sage Art. Hair Needle Thousand Strikes. In an instant, the hair on Jiraiya's back transformed into a barrage of hair needles aimed at Naruto. Witnessing the storm of needles, Chen Fan did not flinch. Instead, he simply performed hand seals, invoking ice-style, demonic mirror. A mirror of ice, comparable in size to Chen Fan, appeared before him. The moment the hair needles struck the mirror, its surface morphed into a swirling vortex, drawing in all the needles that had made contact. Just as Jiraiya pondered the nature of this jutsu, another ice mirror materialized above Naruto. This mirror spun rapidly in the air, and as it aligned with Jiraiya, a multitude of hair needles surged forth from the vortex within the mirror toward him. Chapter 77, Concealed Strength? Jiraiya, witnessing the hair needles emerging from the ice mirror, propelled himself forward with great force, his transformed frog legs shattering the ground beneath him. Chen Fan, observing Jiraiya's approach, quickly scattered numerous shurikens around him. Jiraiya instinctively slowed his pace, scrutinizing the shurikens as he aimed to memorize their placements. Just as he was about to collide with Naruto, he hastily scanned the surrounding shurikens, attempting to predict where Chen Fan might leap. However, after scanning the last shuriken, he still could not locate Naruto's presence. Just as Jiraiya pondered this mystery, Shima warned him, "Little Jiraiya, be careful." Heeding the warning, Jiraiya turned to find Naruto's fist mere inches away, too close to evade. Naruto's fist landed squarely on Jiraiya's face, sending him hurtling away. In midair, Jiraiya struggled to turn and locate Naruto, yet he could not discern his figure. "Behind you," Shima urgently alerted. By the time Jiraiya turned around, Naruto's fist had already struck him again, propelling him further away. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was sent flying towards a flying thunder god shuriken. Ah, so that's how it is. Upon witnessing this scene, Shinazuko experienced a moment of clarity. The shurikens thrown by little Naruto were not merely to evade you, but rather to keep you airborne, affording you no opportunity to counterattack. Shinazuko explained, as if observing a performance. "The situation has become perilous, my dear. Employ an illusion. It should disrupt Naruto. I refuse. At my age, and in front of so many witnesses, how could I possibly engage in a song duel with the child's father? If this continues, even with the Sage Mode activation, little Jiraiya will be injured. In truth, this young man has already lost. Had Naruto utilized ninjutsu or kunai during those strikes, he would have been defeated long ago. This is not incorrect." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene, which resembled a resurgence of the yellow flash. It was astonishing to witness Naruto wielding the Flying Thunder God technique to such an extent, managing to overpower Lord Jiraiya. Why I'm amused. Ichiraku, observing Naruto's prowess, was rendered speechless by his shock. He could hardly fathom that the child he had known years ago had now reached such heights. Why hasn't he? Lord Jiraiya countered. Even if Naruto's speed with the Flying Thunder God is difficult to track, surely with Lord Jiraiya's strength, he could not remain passive forever. Why Ina remarked. Just as Chen Fan struck Jiraiya 6 times consecutively, on the 7th punch, Jiraiya's trajectory did not lead him to the Flying Thunder God kunai. A chance has arisen. Why Ina exclaimed upon witnessing this. It's the Hell Swamp. Beneath Naruto's feet, a patch of dark earth appeared, and he began to sink into it. This must be a strategic setup by Lord Jiraiya. Once Naruto steps into this position, due to the unstable footing of the Hell Swamp, his punching posture will be altered, causing him to miss. Kakashi elucidated. After rolling on the ground, Jiraiya swiftly regained his stance, facing Naruto. Still unwilling to concede, Chen Fan, having evaded the Hell Swamp using the Flying Thunder God, asked, "This final move, if you can endure it, I shall permit you to proceed." Jiraiya declared, "Little Jiraiya, you wouldn't dare employ that technique, would you? Young man, this is the training ground of Konoha. Fear not, I have faith in his abilities," Jiraiya said, a slight smile unconsciously appearing on his face as he gazed toward Naruto. "Very well, child's father, prepare for wind release." With that, the 3 formed hand seals, invoking the Sage Art, 5 right gate. In the next moment, Jiraiya expelled a vast quantity of oil, while the 2 toad sages unleashed fire release and wind release, respectively. In an instant, the enormous torrent of oil threatened to engulf the entire training ground. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted towards Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, retreat at once." However, as the torrent approached, Chen Fan reflexively clicked his tongue, rapidly forming hand seals, Sage Art, Ice Release Absolute Domain. In the blink of an eye, the entire training ground transformed into a frozen expanse, encasing Tsunade and the others who had just leapt into action in ice. Chen Fan, gazing at the abruptly halted oil, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He then moved effortlessly through the ice, assisting Jiraiya and Tsunade out of the frosty training ground. The individuals freed from the ice gazed wide-eyed at the towering glacier before them. Little Naruto. Even the seasoned Shinshaku was somewhat taken aback by the prowess displayed in your ninjutsu. While the absolute territory indeed suppresses the flow of chakra, the hot oil that has already emerged remains a significant dilemma. If we were to lift the ice release now, the entire training ground would likely suffer the consequences. What should we do about the troublesome hot oil? Chen Fan glanced at Jiraiya with a look of discontent. However, Jiraiya appeared unfazed, chuckling as he addressed Naruto. I suspected you were concealing your true power. Upon hearing Jiraiya's remark, both Shinshaku and Shima landed a punch on his face. What if you were wrong? Shima exclaimed. What do you mean? Does Lord Jiraiya not recognize Naruto's current strength? Shizun inquired. Indeed. At least not until today have I witnessed him exhibit such formidable abilities. Jiraiya responded. At this, everyone turned their gaze toward Naruto. Although Naruto did not meet their eyes, Chen Fan could still feel the weight of their stares. What shall we do next? Shizun asked with a hint of concern. I could use the flying thunder god to transport him to the sea. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya smiled and remarked, So, you no longer intend to hide your strength? Chen Fan remained silent, merely moving toward the ice mountain, hands forming seals. Wait, Naruto, are you planning to remove the entire ice mountain? Before Shizun could finish her sentence, the massive ice mountain vanished entirely, leaving behind a vast, barren pit. Staring at the scene before them, the group was momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Chen Fan feigned innocence. I was merely suggesting that since this is a training ground, could you perhaps reduce the size of the ice before removing it? It would be much easier to reconstruct, Shizun explained with exasperation. Chapter 78. A fire release of extraordinary scale. This isn't my fault. It was the perverse sage who initiated such dangerous and expansive ninjutsu. Upon hearing Naruto's comment, the others found some merit in his words, and thus turned their ire toward Jiraiya. What matters now, however, is Naruto's subsequent plans. With that, Jiraiya exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade. Tsunade immediately understood and stated, Indeed, Naruto, although you have demonstrated your capabilities, I still believe it is unwise for you to undertake this mission alone. So, does that mean the wager we made is void? Chen Fan asked coldly. That is not what I meant. I suggest you assemble a 3-person team with 2 capable Jonin from the village, Tsunade clarified. No need for that. Since this is a covert investigation, fewer people would be preferable. I shall gather my belongings. With that, Chen Fan abruptly vanished before them. Lady Tsunade, what does Naruto intend to do? Ichiraku inquired. It is a highly perilous S-rank mission. However, given his current strength, he is likely unmatched in the village, Tsunade replied. Then why do you seek to hinder him? Ichiraku pressed. Because of the QB within him, along with his jutsu and combat style. I believe he is ill-suited for infiltration and reconnaissance tasks. Tsunade concluded. As it stands, the hidden prowess of that lad likely surpasses our expectations. Given his boldness in proposing such a challenge, he must possess a degree of confidence. Jiraiya remarked. I sincerely hope he succeeds. As she spoke, Tsunade's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Jiraiya. After bidding farewell to the 2-toed sages, Jiraiya addressed Tsunade. It is indeed commendable that my apprentice possesses such capability, alleviating much of the burden from my shoulders. Since he is pledged to remain in Konoha, shall we indulge in a drink, Tsunade? Tsunade did not decline. After momentarily delegating her remaining tasks to Shizun, she followed Jiraiya to a quaint tavern. Upon returning home, Chen Fan immediately began to gather his belongings, intending to set off for the Hidden Rain village the following day, completely oblivious to his role as an examiner in the Chunin exams. Just as he was tidying up, a shadow suddenly appeared at the window. I've finally found you. Chen Fan paused his movements and glanced toward the window, where he spotted a ninja clad in a green combat uniform squatting before him. What is it? Chen Fan inquired in a low voice. Shikamaru sent me to find you. He mentioned that the second phase of the exam is nearing its conclusion and instructed me to summon you back. I have a special mission that requires me to leave the village, so I may not be able to continue with the subsequent tasks. Please relay this to Shikamaru, and I will leave the rest to him. With that, Chen Fan turned back to resume his packing. Early the next morning, after placing all his belongings into a storage seal, Chen Fan stepped outside. As he reached the entrance, a figure suddenly leaped in front of him. Konohamaru? Naruto. I've mastered the Rasengan. With that, Konohamaru promptly began his demonstration, swiftly summoning a shadow clone. Together, they concentrated their chakra, and soon, a Rasengan took form in Konohamaru's hands. What do you think, Naruto? Konohamaru beamed. Impressive, Konohamaru. To master the Rasengan so quickly is a testament to the Sarutobi clan's prowess. Chen Fan praised. Naturally, Konohamaru replied with pride. However, I have a mission that requires my immediate departure, so your training will have to be undertaken independently for the time being. Chen Fan affectionately ruffled Konohamaru's hair. Upon hearing that Naruto would not be able to guide him for a while, a hint of disappointment crossed Konohamaru's face. Since you've grasped the Rasengan so swiftly, I shall teach you a new jutsu as a reward. Upon hearing of a new technique, Konohamaru's excitement surged. What jutsu is it? Follow me. With that, Chen Fan led Konohamaru to a precipice outside the village. Naruto, why have you brought me here? Are you going to make me climb it? Ignoring Konohamaru's complaints, Chen Fan positioned himself before him. Watch closely. Chen Fan crouched down, placing his hands on the ground to gather chakra. Subsequently, the earth and cliff before them became encased in a layer of ice. Remarkable. However, Naruto, I cannot perform ice release. Chen Fan turned to him and said, be patient. What I am about to teach you is not this. The next technique is what you truly need. Facing the cliff, Chen Fan formed hand seals and proclaimed, fire release, great fire annihilation. Chen Fan gathered chakra at the back of his throat and unleashed a vast expanse of flames, reminiscent of the ocean, that threatened to engulf the entire cliffside. Konohamaru stood transfixed before the overwhelming inferno, his eyes darting around in disbelief. After the demonstration concluded, Chen Fan turned to Konohamaru and proclaimed, this is the new ninjutsu I wish to impart to you, the great fire annihilation. Yet, Konohamaru remained in a state of shock, unable to respond. Noticing the silence, Chen Fan continued, although this technique is merely a basic ninjutsu, with diligent practice, its power and range can rival that of advanced techniques. Upon hearing these words, Konohamaru finally regained his composure. Do you see the ice on the cliff? The melted area signifies the extent of my current capabilities. Your chakra reserves may not suffice at present, but I hope that one day you can achieve this level, or even surpass it. As Konohamaru gazed at the cliff, he realized that the ice served as a gauge for the technique's range. Isn't this range a bit exaggerated? Not to mention the height. I can't even see how far it extends on either side. He exclaimed, do not fret, I have faith that you will master it in due time. As you embark on your training, you can utilize hand seals for assistance, but once you truly master it, both your technique and its scope will see significant enhancement. Before Konohamaru could voice further concerns, Chen Fan prepared to depart, offering one last piece of advice. It would be wise not to practice this ninjutsu in the forest. I am aware of that without your reminder. Konohamaru retorted. Very well, I shall take my leave. As he watched Naruto's figure gradually fade into the distance, Konohamaru turned back to the cliff, feeling a chill of apprehension despite having stared at it for quite some time. Once Naruto's silhouette vanished completely, three figures emerged beside Konohamaru. What are you doing here? Asked Hibi, somewhat irritated. Naruto-senpai just taught me a new ninjutsu. Oh, what kind of ninjutsu? Hibi inquired with curiosity. The Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 79, Seeking Allies. After departing from Konoha, Chen Fan did not rush on his journey. Instead, he ambled leisurely toward the direction of the Rain Village. Although his current strength would give him a considerable advantage against any Akatsuki team, even Pain himself, the worst-case scenario would be a confrontation with the entire organization. While such a scenario was scarcely depicted in the original narrative, the circumstances had changed. Contemplating this, Chen Fan suddenly recalled an ally he had long overlooked. System, can you assist me in locating Orochimaru's hideouts? Currently identified 4 potential bases where Orochimaru might be located, but his exact whereabouts remain unknown. That's quite commendable. Considering how numerous his bases are, narrowing it down to 4 is already a significant achievement. Let us search them one by one. With that, Chen Fan proceeded toward the nearest base marked by the system, and thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at his destination in merely half a day's time. The first base was situated within a forest. Upon Chen Fan's arrival, he surveyed his surroundings, sensing chakra emanating from approximately 2 kilometers ahead. Is the master planning to infiltrate stealthily or simply walk in? Of course, stealth was the plan. After all, this was someone else's territory. How could one simply stroll in? But based on my understanding of you, master, barging in recklessly seems more in line with your character. Indeed, I have never been fond of beating around the bush. Let this be a practice run for my covert entry into the Hidden Rain village. With that, Chen Fan concealed his chakra and reduced his speed as he cautiously approached the base. Just as he caught sight of the entrance, 3 shurikens flew out, hurtling directly towards him. Startled, Chen Fan swiftly hurled a kunai to deflect the shurikens. As he was processing the surprise, a figure gradually emerged from the entrance. "Who are you?" Chen Fan inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he added, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I am here merely to discuss a collaboration with Orochimaru." Once the figure fully stepped out of the cave, Chen Fan comprehended why he had been detected. Seeking cooperation with Lord Orochimaru? Spare me the deception. How could a Leaf Village ninja possibly seek an alliance with him? Do not misconstrue my intentions. My pursuit of collaboration with Orochimaru is independent of my affiliation with the Leaf. I approach him from my own standpoint, Chen Fan replied. Your own standpoint? Who exactly are you? You should sense it. My chakra indicates that you cannot match me. If I truly meant harm to Lord Orochimaru, I would have eliminated you or captured you to coerce you into revealing his whereabouts. Yet, I have refrained from such actions, which signifies my benign intentions. Furthermore, I am acquainted with Sasuke. We belong to the same class. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, just like you. Chen Fan proclaimed with a grin. Upon hearing the mention of the Uzumaki lineage, Karui was instantly reminded of the suffering she had endured due to her red hair and the Uzumaki clan. Noticing her silence, Chen Fan continued. I am aware of your past, Karui. You have been the target of various ninjas seeking to exploit the Uzumaki clan's power, and I know you have feelings for Sasuke. The mere mention of Sasuke's name caused Karui's earlier memories to fade, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. Who says I have feelings for that guy? The torment you faced was because they sought power, yet Orochimaru's cultivation of Sasuke was merely an attempt to seize his body for strength. Having endured such inhumane suffering, would you wish for the one you cherish to experience a similar fate? Under Chen Fan's relentless verbal persuasion and the mention of Sasuke, Karui appeared to waver. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan pressed on, I will not harm Sasuke, nor will I harm Orochimaru. My sole intention is to rescue Sasuke and negotiate a transaction with Orochimaru. Therefore, can you divulge Orochimaru's whereabouts for Sasuke's sake? After Chen Fan finished speaking, he leaped in front of Xiangling and said, We are both members of the Vortex clan. You should clearly sense that what I have said is the truth and not a deception. Therefore, you can trust me and reveal the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Under the relentless barrage of Chen Fan's words, Xiangling finally could not help but respond. Orochimaru and Sasuke are currently at the Northern Stronghold. The Northern Stronghold? Chen Fan inquired. Indeed, I am responsible for managing the Southern Stronghold here. However, they usually change strongholds once a week, and only 2 days remain until the next change. It all depends on whether you can reach them before the switch. Thank you. 2 days are unnecessary. Half a day will suffice. With that, Chen Fan prepared to depart. Oh, by the way, as a token of gratitude for sharing this information, let me give you this. Just as Xiangling was puzzled, Chen Fan swiftly turned and grasped her hand. What are you doing? Xiangling exclaimed in a flustered manner. Chen Fan, with his eyes tightly shut, began to channel chakra into his hand. Xiangling felt an exceptionally gentle chakra flowing into her body, and it did not bring any discomfort, as if it were guiding her own chakra. In the next moment, several chains suddenly emerged from her back. This is... Chen Fan gradually loosened his grip. Orochimaru must have taught you how to control these chains. My chakra can summon them more swiftly. Just remember this sensation, and you should be able to wield them with greater ease. With that, Chen Fan turned and leaped onto a tree branch, preparing to leave. Xiangling, gazing at Naruto's retreating figure, curiously asked, Why are you helping me? Without looking back, Chen Fan replied, Your abilities are quite unique. I suspect Sasuke will need you in the future, so consider this an early enhancement to his combat prowess. With that, Chen Fan vanished from sight. Watching him depart, Xiangling covered her face and laughed, murmuring to herself, Sasuke needs me. Is it for marriage or... Although she had learned of Orochimaru's location, another dilemma emerged for Chen Fan. Given Orochimaru's intense desire for Sasuke's body, how could he persuade him to join forces against the Akatsuki while ensuring Sasuke's safety? For the sake of Jiraiya, he could not simply eliminate Orochimaru. After all, Jiraiya's wish was to find him. Forget it, I won't dwell on that. Let's get there first. After all, during this period, the second pillar's strength is not to be underestimated, and he should have begun to put on a show. Convincing him to accompany me will not be a simple task. The master could simply knock him out and carry him back to Konoha in a sack. Haha, that is also a viable option. Chapter 80. Naruto and Orochimaru. Upon reaching the northern stronghold as indicated by Xiangling, Chen Fan concealed his chakra once more. He approached the location detected through his chakra sensing. Yet, due to the surrounding sea of yellow sand, there were few places to conceal his presence. Observing the small sand dunes before him, he surmised that the entrance must be located there. As Chen Fan approached the critical distance, he cautiously hurled a kunai in that direction. At the moment the kunai was about to land, he instantly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport above it, seizing the kunai before it could touch the ground. Master, since they are all ninjas, isn't it a bit counterproductive to suppress the sound of the kunai landing using chakra? The system's sarcastic remark left Chen Fan feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "What do you know? With Xiangling absent, they are unlikely to easily detect my presence. Moreover, the kunai bears my chakra mark. Who knows if their base is equipped with any chakra detection devices? Besides, infiltrating the base without chakra would be nearly impossible." Following this, Chen Fan plunged his hand into the yellow sand, meticulously sensing the situation underground. "No problem, this will suffice," he declared before forming hand seals and carefully gathering his chakra. In the next moment, the yellow sand beneath his feet began to slowly sink, causing his body to descend as well. Before long, he had entered the interior of the base. Observing the dimly lit corridor, Chen Fan couldn't help but lament. Why must the base be constructed in such an elongated shape? How troublesome. While he pondered which direction to take, he suddenly sensed a surge of powerful chakra emanating outward. Recognizing the significance, he immediately sprinted towards the source. And after navigating several corners, he distinctly perceived that the chakra was located in the first room just beyond the next turn. As he drew closer, Chen Fan slowed his pace, cautiously pressing against the door to eavesdrop on the conversation within. "Hey, Sasuke, didn't I tell you not to use that jutsu inside the base? This guy's scattered form is too troublesome. It would be so much easier to capture him all at once." "Forget it, Kabuto." Listening to the dialogue of the three individuals inside, Chen Fan quickly discerned that it was Sasuke, Orochimaru, and Kabuto. However, he was curious about the identity of the person they were discussing. Ultimately, he decided that since he had no intention of being stealthy, he would simply enter. With that thought, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Who goes there?" Kabuto exclaimed, drawing a kunai at the sound of the door opening. Once Chen Fan fully entered, the trio stared in astonishment at his appearance, exclaiming, "Naruto?" Kabuto was the first to greet him with enthusiasm. "Ah, Naruto. Long time no see. You've grown so much and managed to arrive here unnoticed." Upon entering the room, Chen Fan noticed the three standing menacingly before a massive experimental tank, within which another figure was suspended, Kisame Hashigaki. Smiling at the welcoming Kabuto, Chen Fan replied, "Indeed, it has been a while. Naruto, how did you find this place?" Orochimaru inquired coldly. "There's no need for concern. I merely wish to discuss a collaboration with you." "Collaboration? What could we possibly collaborate on?" Orochimaru questioned. "I am not representing Konoha. I come to you on my own accord to propose a partnership." The moment Naruto mentioned representing himself, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to respond, "That sounds intriguing. Do elaborate." "It is quite simple. I intend to confront Akatsuki and plan to infiltrate the Rain Village for investigation. I have heard that you two have an interest in Akatsuki." Before Chen Fan could finish his sentence, Orochimaru interjected, "I see. You wish to collaborate with me to confront them, do you not?" Chen Fan, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." Listening to Chen Fan, Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle. "Naruto, do you truly believe that the Akatsuki organization is comprised of mere monsters?" Before Kabuto could finish his derisive remark, Chen Fan raised his hand and swiftly encased Kabuto in ice. Orochimaru and Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. "Ice release. So, you have mastered a unique bloodline limit. No wonder you dare to speak of opposing Akatsuki." Yet, Orochimaru continued, "However, This alone is insufficient. If you wish for me to ally with you, I must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength. With that, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands, and numerous black snakes emerged from his sleeves, lunging towards Naruto's face. Very well, I too wish to test whether you possess enough strength to assist me. As he spoke, Chen Fan formed hand seals and pressed his palms against the ground, invoking Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Instantly, for earthen walls surged upward, enclosing Orochimaru and Sasuke. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Upon seeing the walls encapsulate his opponents, Chen Fan activated the Yellow Spring Swamp technique, transforming the ground enclosed by the walls into a black mire. Just as Chen Fan pondered how Orochimaru would escape, a fireball erupted from the earthen walls, crashing into the ceiling and creating a massive opening. Both Orochimaru and Sasuke leaped upward. Observing Orochimaru and Sasuke standing on the ground, Chen Fan was surprised to see Sasuke flash him a rare smile before turning to leave. Although puzzled, Chen Fan followed suit and jumped up. Sasuke, where are you going? Orochimaru inquired. Isn't this your battle? I shall merely observe from the sidelines. As Chen Fan watched Sasuke's retreating figure, an indescribable feeling washed over him, particularly regarding the sword strapped to Sasuke's waist. Continue, Naruto. At this moment, Orochimaru grew increasingly curious about Naruto's current prowess. Eager to witness who among Naruto and Sasuke was superior, Chen Fan, no longer distracted, focused intently on the battle before him. Water Release, Water Iron Cannon. Chen Fan raised both hands, unleashing water bullets that shot forth from his fingertips. Orochimaru, witnessing this, promptly crouched to evade the water bullets, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the water's surface below. You possess the secret techniques of the Hozuki clan. I truly underestimated you. As Orochimaru lay on the ground, he expelled a multitude of snakes towards Naruto. Chen Fan, unfazed by this, formed hand seals and invoked Ice Release, Ice Sealing. In an instant, the entire ground was swiftly enveloped in a layer of ice, instantly freezing Orochimaru's feet. Sasuke, having leaped onto a tree branch, narrowly avoided being encased in ice. Such impressive ninjutsu. The coverage area is astonishing. With that, Orochimaru's mouth slowly opened wide, and a pair of hands emerged from within. Observing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but quip, "Do you take a bath every time you use this technique?" As Orochimaru had nearly fully emerged, a blue-white beam of light suddenly appeared, piercing directly through his heart. Chapter 81. Another Traveler? Chen Fan gazed in astonishment towards the origin of the light, where he saw Sasuke greeting him with a smile. The beam that had penetrated Orochimaru's heart was indeed the work of Sasuke. Orochimaru spat blood, gritting his teeth as he shouted Sasuke's name. Yet, Sasuke, holding the beam, leisurely approached Orochimaru from behind and said, "I apologize, but due to certain special reasons, I have decided to send you away from this world for a while." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru prepared to use his external body as a substitute to escape. However, despite how wide he opened his mouth, he was unable to employ the substitution technique. Observing this, Sasuke sneered, "Don't bother trying. My chakra contains sealing techniques. You cannot escape using a substitute." With that, he swung the beam in his hand, cleaving Orochimaru's body in two. As Chen Fan stared at Orochimaru's lifeless form, unresponsive on the ground, he remained lost in shock and confusion. "Sasuke, how could you?" After eliminating Orochimaru, Sasuke released the jutsu and approached Chen Fan, stating, "I understand you have many questions right now, but this is not the place to discuss them. Follow me." Despite the turmoil in his mind, Chen Fan followed Sasuke, gradually calming himself to analyze the situation. In the original narrative, Sasuke indeed defeated Orochimaru before embarking on his journey alone, which was not unusual. However, the timing felt off. Why had it occurred so much earlier? Moreover, the technique Sasuke had just used to kill Orochimaru was not a typical lightning release. It had mixed elements of natural energy and sealing power. How had Sasuke acquired sealing techniques? Had Orochimaru taught him? With these questions swirling in his mind, Chen Fan continued to follow Sasuke. After a while, Sasuke stopped and turned, saying, "This will do." Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings. "Puzzled here? This looks like a training ground. Do not worry, we are far from them, and I have placed a special barrier here. No one will intrude, nor will anyone be aware of our conversation, including the 9 tails within you." Hearing Sasuke's words deepened Chen Fan's shock and confusion even further. "All right, Now you can voice your questions. Chen Fan indeed had many inquiries, particularly regarding Sasuke's current attitude towards him, but with so many questions, he was uncertain which to ask first. Sensing Chen Fan's turmoil, Sasuke smiled and said, "Let me be direct. When I saw you perform that jutsu and felt that unique sensation upon seeing you, I am certain that you and I are of the same kind." Upon hearing the phrase unique sensation, Chen Fan instantly recalled the peculiar feeling he had experienced upon seeing Sasuke. "What do you mean by saying we are of the same kind?" Chen Fan asked cautiously. Upon hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, Sasuke raised his right hand before him and said, "Do you recognize this ring?" Chen Fan scrutinized the ring closely but could discern nothing unusual. "Master, this ring is a storage ring, quite similar to yours, and it appears to be of a higher grade." Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Fan's pupils dilated, and an improbable hypothesis echoed throughout his mind. Staring incredulously at Sasuke, he stammered, "Why you? This ring is quite beautiful. It must be rather expensive." Until he could ascertain the truth of the situation, Chen Fan refrained from revealing his identity as a traveler. Observing this, Sasuke chuckled softly and replied, "Then how about taking a look at this?" With that, Sasuke closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, his eyes had transformed into the Sharingan, not the ordinary Tomo Sharingan, but the kaleidoscope Sharingan. "How is this possible?" Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it be that you are also?" Seeing that his counterpart believed him, Sasuke reverted to his normal eyes and smiled. "Indeed, I am also a traveler." Upon receiving confirmation of his conjecture, Chen Fan stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Chen Fan's astonishment, Sasuke introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Xue Feishuan." Realizing that Xue Feishuan had extended his hand, Chen Fan quickly responded by shaking it. "Hello, I am Chen Fan." At that moment, the two locked eyes, reminiscent of long-lost friends. I apologize. I am unsure of what to say," Chen Fan admitted, slightly flustered. "No worries. When I saw you perform ice release, I too felt momentarily taken aback," Xue Feishuan reassured him. "By the way, if I am not mistaken, you should also possess a system, right? Why don't you show me yours?" "This is mine. I named it Xiaoji." With that, Xue Feishuan drew the long sword from his waist to present it before Chen Fan. "Are you saying this is your system?" Chen Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. "Indeed. Once the system reaches level 4, it can manifest as an item or something else on your person. I have nothing else on me, so I let the system take the form of this sword." "What about you?" Xue Feishuan explained enthusiastically. "My system is still at level 3, Chen Fan admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I see, but it should level up soon. However, how did you know I was a traveler and had a system?" Chen Fan inquired curiously. "Because during this period, while I have been following the plot, there are still deviations from the original storyline. One thing that remains unchanged is the power levels of the original characters. As far as I know, Naruto does not possess the ice release bloodline limit. And as a Jinchuriki, how could Konoha allow you to leave the village alone? Therefore, I deduced that you must also be a traveler, and you possess a system." Xue Feishuan analyzed. "Indeed, I have ascended to the rank of Jonin due to enhancements in my abilities, but the course of events has altered. Jiraiya has now uncovered the secrets of the Hidden Rain village and intends to investigate. Consequently, I must defeat Jiraiya in a wager to assume his mission of exploring the village," Chen Fan stated. "I see. What are your plans moving forward?" Chen Fan and Xue Feishuan engaged in a discussion about their experiences over the past few years, the augmentation of their strengths, and their future strategies. Perhaps their shared experiences or the thrill of encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land ignited a fervent exchange, as they spoke animatedly without restraint. Chapter 82. Infiltrating the Hidden Rain village. "So, your intention in seeking Orochimaru is to provoke some disturbance elsewhere, thus identifying the whereabouts of the Akatsuki members and avoiding a confrontation with the entire organization, correct?" "Indeed, after all, it is unlikely that anyone could withstand the full might of the Akatsuki," Chen Fan replied. "Rest assured, although Konin and Pain's base is in the Hidden Rain village, the current de facto leader of the Akatsuki is likely Obito. He would not permit their entire assembly to converge there. However, to exercise caution, I will disseminate the news of Orochimaru's demise, prompting them to act. Obito will likely seek me out, providing you with an opportunity to infiltrate the Hidden Rain village." "Very well, but will you not return to Konoha with me?" Chen Fan inquired. "As for Konoha at present, I prefer not to be under their control. Until our plan is executed, I shall remain in the periphery to assist you." "Agreed," it is settled then. Hold on, there is one more thing. If your system reaches level 4, I suggest you designate the Nine Tails as the vessel for your system. Upon hearing Xue Feishuan's suggestion, Chen Fan queried in confusion, why? After my system upgraded to level 4, I discovered that although I occupied Sasuke's body, I had not fully inherited his essence. His soul still resided within me. It was only upon reaching level 4 that I perfectly assimilated Sasuke's body and talents, and it was then that his soul completely merged with mine. However, your situation is more intricate. You harbor not only Naruto's soul, but also the chakra of Minato and Kushina. Thus, if you configure your system to the Nine Tails, I can assist you in dispelling Minato and Kushina's chakra, albeit the other half of the Nine Tails chakra may be irretrievable. That is of little concern. Possessing the Nine Tails mode suffices. As for chakra, we both have systems and should not lack in that regard. However, what will you do about Minato and Kushina's chakra? Previously, upon completing a mission, my system rewarded me with perfect sealing techniques, enabling me to dispel all seals, including the one on the Nine Tails within you. All that is required is to disperse the chakra left by Minato during the process. Xue Feishuan elucidated. And what of that mark on your neck? Xue Feishuan smiled and replied, do not worry. I possess not only sealing techniques, but also perfected curse seals, which I have already removed myself. This mark was merely a ruse to mislead Orochimaru and his associates. With that, Xue Feishuan casually wiped away the curse mark from his neck. Chen Fan observed Xue Feishuan's actions, thoughtfully remarking, so, can you also free Ningxi from his cage? Of course, but given my current identity, returning to the village is not feasible. It would be prudent to wait until everything concludes before taking such actions. Additionally, let us refer to each other as Naruto and Sasuke from now on. That way, we won't arouse suspicion. Indeed, here you go. I shall take my leave for now. Lingering any longer might complicate matters. The remaining aftermath is in your capable hands. With that, Chen Fan handed a flying thunder god kunai to Xue Feishuan, stating, in case of an emergency, you can directly channel chakra into the flying thunder god mark, and I will be notified immediately and come to your aid. Understood. After departing the base, Chen Fan made his way toward the Rain Village. Along the journey, he sought information regarding Orochimaru. Upon reaching the borders of the Rain Village, he was disheartened to find no news about Orochimaru's demise. Realizing that the information had yet to circulate, Chen Fan decided to temporarily settle near the Rain Village. Approximately 3 days later, he finally learned from a wandering ninja that Orochimaru had been slain by Sasuke. The time has come. I must proceed. To enter the Rain Village, one must first undergo a border inspection. However, as an outsider, it would be nearly impossible to disguise himself as a villager. Observing the relentless rain and the vigilant Rain Village ninjas steadfastly at their posts, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, if a mere drop of rain could reveal who enters the village, why maintain such a large guard? Truly arduous work. Yet, he remained at a loss regarding how to infiltrate the village unnoticed. Just as Chen Fan pondered his predicament, a voice suddenly emerged beside him. He turned swiftly, Xue Feishuan? What brings you here? Xue Feishuan gestured for silence, saying, I told you to call me Sasuke, and you are Naruto. Chen Fan sheepishly scratched his head, my apologies. But what brings you here? I haven't come in person. This is merely my shadow clone. I am here to inform you that I have located the whereabouts of Kisame and Itachi, so you can safely enter the village. Excellent. With those two absent, the remaining villagers pose little threat. By the way, have you devised a plan for infiltration? Chen Fan gazed into Xue Feishuan's eyes, smiling as he replied. Now that you are here, a plan has emerged. What do you mean? Xue Feishuan inquired, puzzled. Chen Fan leaned in and whispered something into his ear. Is that feasible? Eventually, we will be discovered anyway. We might as well give it a try. Agreed. With that, Xue Feishuan donned a cloak and stepped forward. The vigilant ninjas of the Rain Village immediately shouted, Who goes there? However, Xue Feishuan kept his head down, obscuring his face with the cloak as he continued onward. Observing that he did not halt, the Rain Village ninjas converged, brandishing their weapons and commanding, Stop. At this moment, Xue Feishuan gradually came to a halt, slowly lifting his gaze. As he raised his head, his eyes transformed instantaneously into the Sharingan. Those surrounding him were ensnared by the illusion of the Sharingan, rendered immobile in their positions. Seeing that he had achieved his objective, Xue Feishuan formed hand seals and dissipated into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to slip beneath the bridge, swiftly darting across the water's surface. Upon entering the rain-hidden village, Chen Fan immediately sensed an oppressive atmosphere. Whether it was due to the incessant rain or the architecture, it evoked a heavy feeling. Without hesitation, he directed his focus towards the tallest building in the village, disregarding the possibility of being detected, and sprinted towards it. Master, did you not say we were to infiltrate the rain-hidden village for reconnaissance? Reconnaissance for what? I am familiar with the original text. There is nothing to investigate. Furthermore, given Sasuke's transformation, the plan has shifted. I merely need to incapacitate Nagato and bring him back to Konoha. As for the educational aspect, Jiraiya can handle that. Then why not simply stride in boldly instead of resorting to such tactics? My target is Nagato, the Akatsuki. What purpose would there be in brazenly invading the rain-hidden village? I do not intend to massacre the village. Chapter 83. Enter the Six Paths of Pain. As Chen Fan raced towards the tower, the rain above gradually ceased. Suddenly, a flurry of white butterflies appeared, swirling around him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that these butterflies were crafted from paper. Realizing it was Konin's ninjutsu, he promptly halted. In an instant, the surrounding butterflies multiplied, encircling him. Have you no intention of revealing your true form? Chen Fan inquired as the butterflies transformed into sheets of paper, adhering to his body. As the paper enveloped him entirely, he abruptly morphed into a cloud of white mist. After his disappearance, the paper gradually coalesced, forming a humanoid figure. A shadow clone, I see. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball shot forth from behind him towards Konin. Observing this, she swiftly retreated, conjuring a barrier of paper to shield herself from the flames. The collision produced a dense cloud of smoke. Through the slowly disintegrating paper, Chen Fan remarked with a smile, "At last, you have revealed yourself, Konin." Nagato. No. Who are you? Konin gazed at his face, momentarily taken aback, as if she were staring at Nagato himself, the apprentice of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto. What? So it turns out to be the little junior apprentice. A voice emanated from above Chen Fan. He looked up and, upon recognizing the figure, remarked, "I truly underestimated you. Only one has come. How is Master Jiraiya? He is well. Once I bring you back, you will be able to see him again. No need for that, and besides, you cannot return. I never anticipated that the Nine Tails would come knocking at our door." Summoning technique. A colossal pattern rapidly emerged on the wall, and with a burst of white mist, a gigantic three-headed dog appeared before Chen Fan. Is this the animal path? Under Pain's control, the three-headed hound charged swiftly towards Chen Fan, aware that this summoned beast could merely split upon defeat and was essentially indestructible. Chen Fan discerned that the most direct course of action was to target the original entity. With that thought, he deftly evaded the hound using the body flicker technique, positioning himself behind the creature, and hurled a multitude of shurikens. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. The summoner continuously employed his jutsu, conjuring a plethora of summoned beasts to shield himself, including a panda, a centipede, a chameleon, and a hell crab. Humph, it won't be that simple, Chen Fan retorted. Then I shall unleash the ice release, storm. With his hands forming seals, a colossal vortex materialized above the assembly. In the next moment, an uncountable number of ice spikes plummeted like a storm. Noticing this, the summoner hastily commanded the panda to shield himself and Xiaonan. As the ice spikes relentlessly pierced the panda's body, the summoner urged, "Xiaonan, retreat." Without hesitation, Xiaonan transformed into a flurry of paper and soared away. Summoning technique. Yet another beast was called forth. Chen Fan scrutinized the white mist, realizing that this time, instead of a beast, two individuals emerged. Meanwhile, the summoned beasts, continuously battered by the storm, began to dissipate one after another, including the once formidable panda. Without the panda's protection, the vast array of ice spikes surged directly towards Pain and his companions. Just as impact loomed, one of the summoned individuals raised their hands, directing a barrier towards the descending ice spikes. In an instant, all the spikes were absorbed into the barrier surrounding him. Was this the realm of the Azura Path? Seeing his efforts thwarted, Chen Fan dispelled the storm. Before he could launch his next assault, the summoner conjured another beast, the Yada no Kagami, which hurtled towards Chen Fan. Although swift, it was easily dodged. After evading the Yada no Kagami's attack, Chen Fan propelled shurikens towards the trio. As the shurikens reached their zenith, he activated the flying Raijin, ascending into the air and coalescing a massive Rasengan in his hand. Although they shared a visual connection, none of them noticed the shurikens soaring above them until it was too late. By the time they realized Naruto's presence overhead, the enormous Rasengan had already approached their faces, its immense power altering the terrain and transforming their location into a vast pit. The trio lay battered and motionless at the bottom of the crater. Having dealt with them, Chen Fan gazed towards the distant tower and murmured, "This is his domain. Who knows how many corpses he has prepared? Continuing this stalemate could take an eternity. I must swiftly locate his true form." As Chen Fan spoke, he formed hand seals with one hand. Outside the rain-hidden village, he released a shadow clone he had prepared in advance. In an instant, the unique facial markings of a sage appeared in Chen Fan's eyes. With the enhancement of sage mode, his sensory perception heightened once more. Although Nagato had concealed his chakra, Chen Fan was still able to pinpoint his location. He did not hasten his journey. Instead, he summoned another shadow clone, and they began to gather chakra in the palm of his hand. In a short while, a white shuriken, formed from condensed chakra, materialized in Chen Fan's grasp. Once the gathering was complete, he instructed the shadow clone to move ahead, utilizing chakra to adhere to the walls as they raced toward the tower. As they reached the midpoint of the tower, 6 figures appeared above. Pain's 6 paths had arrived once more. Observing the 6 individuals before him, Chen Fan smiled with excitement. "At last, you've come." Yet, he did not slow his pace. Instead, he urged the shadow clone to accelerate towards the 6. Seeing this, the Azura path stepped forth, liberating its mechanical armor and transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed form. A massive serrated blade extended from its back, piercing through the shadow clone's chest. Just as the clone dissipated into a cloud of white mist, Chen Fan swiftly teleported to the center of the mist and hurled the shuriken towards the 6. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the spiraling shuriken flew toward Pain's 6. The Azura path, caught off guard, was cleaved in two, instantly expanding into a rapidly rotating whirlwind that enveloped it entirely. The others quickly scattered in retreat. But the Hell Path and Human Path were unable to evade and were swept away by the colossal whirlwind, falling unconscious instantly. Truly formidable power, reminiscent of Master Jiraiya's teachings. The Deva Path exclaimed in awe. "Not too shabby. Now, will you comply and come with me willingly?" Chen Fan inquired. "We are Pain. We are gods. You cannot hope to defeat Pain." With that, the Deva Path extended its hand, invoking the universal pull. In an instant, Chen Fan felt a powerful force attempting to draw him in. In response, he concentrated chakra in his feet, straining to maintain his footing, and smiled. "So this is the sensation of universal pull? Fascinating. However, it seems this technique has a flaw." With that, Chen Fan gathered chakra in his right hand. Just as the Rasengan began to take shape, his body seemed to act against his will, hurtling towards the Deva Path. In midair, Chen Fan struggled to aim the Rasengan at the Deva Path before launching it forward. Due to the alluring pull of the universal attraction, the Rasengan swiftly soared toward Deva Path. Startled by this unexpected offensive, Deva Path had never before witnessed the Rasengan being hurled. However, with a cooldown of 5 seconds on his skill, he was unable to deploy Shinra Tensei to disperse the Rasengan. The attack struck him squarely, enveloping him in a sphere of water. This confinement disrupted the effect of the universal attraction, halting Chen Fan in his approach to Deva Path. Recognizing that the water prison could not hold Deva Path for long, as he would break free in 5 seconds, Chen Fan quickly adjusted his stance and retreated. Being too close would expose him to the repercussions of the technique. Just as Chen Fan established his position, the Beast Path summoned a centipede to assault him. In response, Chen Fan raised his hands above his head, concentrating a massive amount of chakra into a spherical form, an enormous super Rasengan. The colossal spiral obliterated the summoned beast. At that moment, Deva Path emerged from the water prison, slowly declaring, "You are indeed powerful, but you will never surpass a god." As he spoke, a black rod materialized in his hand, and the remaining 2 pain bodies collapsed. "Are you intending to concentrate your power in one body?" Without hesitation, Chen Fan charged forward with kunai in hand, and Deva Path met him with a clash of the black rod against Naruto's kunai. Thus began an intense confrontation of taijutsu. During their battle, Chen Fan discerned that Deva Path was intentionally leading him outside of the Rain Village. Coupled with his previous method of concentrating chakra, Chen Fan surmised the opponent's intentions. He likely sought to employ a vast area ninjutsu, deliberately drawing him away from the village. Contemplating this, Chen Fan resolved to feign compliance and move outside as planned. As they exchanged blows, both combatants rapidly advanced toward the outskirts of the village. Upon reaching the surface of the water beneath the Great Bridge, Pain gradually halted his advance, tossing a small black sphere into the sky while forming hand seals. Demonic illusion, heavenly star. In an instant, the black sphere emitted a blinding white light, causing the water's surface to convulse violently. The bridge began to crumble, disintegrating into fragments that gravitated toward the sphere, while the submerged rocks gradually detached from the depths, drawn upward. Observing this, a subtle smile graced Chen Fan's lips as he remarked, "Just as I suspected." He swiftly formed hand seals, and the weather around him transformed dramatically. A multitude of ice blocks rapidly coalesced behind him, merging to create a colossal bow. The bowstring gradually pulled taut, forming an immense ice arrow, Senjutsu, ice release, judgment arrow. In the next moment, a colossal ice arrow was unleashed, soaring directly into the heavens. Due to the gravitational pull of the Earth explosion star, the ice arrow struck the gradually forming rocky sphere in the sky. The collision of two ninjutsu resulted in a tremendous explosion, dissipating the immense suction of the Earth explosion star. Following this, a fierce tempest arose, its formidable force uprooting the shattered bridge, which was instantly swept away. The two individuals struggled to open their eyes and gazed skyward, witnessing the ice arrow piercing through the gathered stones, striking the ominous black sphere. After a brief stalemate, the black sphere was penetrated by the ice arrow, crumbling into fragments, while the arrow continued its ascent into the sky. Pain looked on in disbelief at the spectacle above, as countless debris rained down around him. Chen Fan approached Pain with a smile, declaring, "It seems I have triumphed. It is time to confront your true form." Although Pain yearned to continue the battle, Chen Fan was not about to grant him that opportunity. With a swift formation of hand seals, he summoned a multitude of shadow clones to encircle Pain and launched a Rasengan towards him. Upon witnessing this, Pain immediately activated Shinra Tensei to repel all the shadow clones. In that instant, Naruto stood at a distance, clutching a Rasengan and fixating his gaze upon Pain. "It is over." With that, Chen Fan teleported behind Pain and hurled the Rasengan. In disbelief, Pain exclaimed, "How is this possible? While we were locked in combat, I inscribed the flying thunder god mark upon you." As the Rasengan transformed into a massive whirlwind enveloping Pain, without waiting for the tempest to dissipate, Chen Fan dashed towards the location of Nagato's true body. Arriving in the chamber where Nagato lay, emaciated and riddled with black rods, Chen Fan remarked, "At last, we meet. Naruto, you are formidable. You should join us." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan chuckled, saying, "While I am not entirely satisfied with this world, I do not wish to alter it by your means. I have my own approach, and I have already found partners in collaboration. Once we capture all the Jinchuriki, the balance of power maintained by the tailed beasts among the ninja villages will inevitably falter, igniting conflicts and spreading the flames of war. Then, we shall seize control of the battlefield and forge a new world of peace, wherein we shall become the deities of this new realm." Upon hearing Pain's words, Chen Fan laughed heartily, not in mockery, but in agreement. "I understand you. The original goal of the Akatsuki was indeed world peace. Outsiders may not comprehend your intentions, but I recognize that you are merely a group of lunatics yearning for tranquility. Coincidentally, I too am a madman at present. Given this, why not join me? We are both disciples of Master Jiraiya. Why not unite to create a new world, one that embodies the peace he envisioned?" Pain replied, "I truly wish to join the Akatsuki, yet I am unable. I possess my own selfish desires, and some of my ideas conflict with yours. Thus, for now, we can only be adversaries, or perhaps you could join us. When you initially established the Dawn, how many individuals truly comprehended your aspirations within this world? They are solely preoccupied with their own interests, considering the welfare of their own villages. Should your presence encroach upon their benefits, they will seek to sanction and annihilate you. The chasm of understanding among people is profound. Just as it stands now, if you attempt to forcibly seize the tailed beasts from various villages, and if you succeed, they will unite, either to reclaim that power or out of fear of your might. Do you still believe you possess a chance of triumph?" Chapter 85. The Enchanting Ancestors. "What then? Upon gathering all the tailed beasts, I shall possess true divine power. At that moment, a single jutsu will suffice to obliterate entire villages, even nations. Exclaimed Pain with fervor. The rationale is sound. Those who have endured the agony of war ardently yearn for peace. Yet, those born into tranquility do not perceive it this way. They lack reverence for those striving to uphold peace, even harboring disdain for them, much like their treatment of Naruto. Despite being the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, the vital force maintaining equilibrium among the villages, the son of the fourth Hokage who valiantly protected the village, and the prince of Konoha, he has faced such treatment since childhood. Is this truly fair? Even if you incite war, compelling them to recognize its horrors, to understand your suffering, and to cherish peace, what happens once the war concludes? Those who forget the ravages of conflict or have not experienced it will revert to their former ways. This merely perpetuates a vicious cycle. Chen Fan countered. It appears you have endured considerable suffering. You mentioned possessing your own thoughts. What shall you do? Will you forgive them? Pain inquired. Chen Fan, suppressing his anger, smiled and replied, certainly not. Those who inflict harm continue their actions. Why should the injured be the first to choose forgiveness? As for those who indiscriminately harm others without understanding, I shall repay them in kind. Regarding my intentions, they are akin to what my illustrious ancestors once aspired to achieve. Ancestors? What are you speaking of? Nagato asked, perplexed. I intend to unify the entire shinobi world, establishing a singular nation upon this land. Nagato and Konin were momentarily struck dumb by Naruto's proclamation. I harbor no aversion to employing force. After all, to realize an era devoid of martial rule, one must first conquer them through strength. Your previous advocacy for a peaceful approach without the use of force is commendable, but it is not pertinent now. In this world, without absolute power, no one will regard you. You may choose not to wield force, but you cannot exist without it. You must first conquer them with overwhelming strength before promoting a non-violent ethos. This is the pragmatic approach. However, this diverges from our current methodology. Before Nagato could finish, Chen Fan interjected. It is different. Your aim is to foster peaceful coexistence among the 5 great nations to achieve a state without war. Yet, the human heart cannot withstand the test of time. The allure of various interests will ultimately lead them down the path of conflict. Clearly, Chen Fan's ideas were difficult for Nagato to accept at that moment. After all, the 5 great nations had existed for so long, and no one had ever accomplished or even proposed such a notion. However, the concept of a single nation ruling over all intrigued Nagato somewhat. Observing the astonishment on their faces, Chen Fan smiled and remarked, I understand this seems remarkable, perhaps even a tad unrealistic, but it matters not. I firmly believe I can achieve it. Now, let us return to Konoha, and you shall have ample time to ponder whether you wish to join me. At that moment, Konin interjected, how could I possibly return to Konoha with you? Chen Fan, still smiling, responded, I am not actually seeking your counsel on this matter. Konin, go with him. Nagato instructed. But Konoha is a place where, she began, but Nagato cut her off. No need to elaborate. We are no match for him. And I am somewhat curious to see the world he describes. Therefore, we shall join your ranks. Upon hearing Nagato's agreement, Chen Fan expressed his delight, saying, splendid. However, you must remain in a stable condition for a while. We first need to address the internal issues within Konoha, and there are likely others behind the Akatsuki organization. When Naruto acknowledged this, both Nagato and Konin were once again taken aback. How do you know so much about the Akatsuki? Nagato inquired. We are descendants of the Uzumaki clan, adept at concealing our chakra, so gathering intelligence is not particularly challenging. Moreover, I possess a companion whose strength rivals my own. Rather than providing a direct explanation, Chen Fan offered a vague response. What companion? Nagato asked, curiosity evident in his tone. You will meet him soon. Currently, he is but a shadow. With that, Chen Fan produced a space-time scroll and stated, I apologize, but before we return to Konoha, I must seal you within this for the time being. Konin glanced at Nagato, seeking his approval. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I consent. Chen Fan then approached Nagato and proposed, before anything else, may I examine your body? I possess some knowledge of medical ninjutsu, and might be able to heal your leg. Nagato did not refuse, allowing Konin to step back. Chen Fan advanced, activating his chakra to inspect Nagato's leg apparatus. I'm afraid your condition is rather complex. And due to the prolonged duration, I cannot guarantee results, Chen Fan said apologetically. No need to apologize. I have never witnessed someone tending to an opponent's injuries after battle. Nagato replied. Just as Chen Fan was about to respond, he sensed a disturbance in the chakra emanating from his flying thunder god kunai. I apologize, but something urgent has arisen, and I must hasten to address it. I need to seal you into the scroll. Very well, proceed, Nagato replied. Upon hearing his response, Chen Fan swiftly performed the seal for the scroll, encasing both of them within it. He then activated the flying thunder god technique to appear at the location of the disturbance. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a scene filled with dust and destruction. You finally arrived. We have been waiting for you. Chen Fan turned to the voice and saw Sasuke. Oh, Naruto, what is the situation here? Deidara and Sasori, upon hearing the news of my defeat of Orochimaru, have come seeking retribution. Why would they target you when Orochimaru has long departed from Akatsuki? Chen Fan inquired, perplexed. Have you forgotten? Orochimaru was their objective, and I have usurped that goal from them. Naturally, they would come after me. So, you cannot contend with them? Chen Fan asked. Not precisely. I merely wish to gauge your prowess and, in the process, assess our synergy. Upon hearing this rationale, Chen Fan was left utterly speechless. You summoned me for such a trivial reason? I have just vanquished pain and am preparing to assist Nagato in his recovery. Recovery, you say? That is my forte. My medical ninjutsu has reached its zenith. Once I conclude this matter, I can assist you. Sasuke remarked with a smile. That does not seem like a loss. What are those two? Chapter 86, Deidara and Sasori. Sasuke pointed towards a white bird soaring in the sky, declaring, Deidara is up there, while Sasori should be lurking in the woods. You ought to know better than I, being of the Uzumaki clan and possessing the eyes of Kagura. Chen Fan gave Sasuke a sidelong glance and retorted, Humph, how shall we divide them now? You may choose first. Fortunately, your flying thunder god technique affords you ample speed. Had you arrived any later, they would have been dealt with by me. Chen Fan, looking at Sasuke, could not help but scoff. Can you not refrain from showing off? Transforming into Sasuke, you have even mastered the Uchiha's arrogance. Sasuke chuckled, stating, as an Uchiha, it would be a disservice to my name not to flaunt it. Besides, it is instinctual, an irremovable trait. Very well, then I shall confront Deidara. After all, your proficiency in lightning release counters his earth techniques, making it rather unfair for you to battle Deidara. You shall take on Sasori. Agreed. Shall we compete to see who can conclude the battle more swiftly? Sasuke declared with confidence. I have just faced pain. Is it not a disadvantage to compare my speed with yours? Chen Fan laughed. In that case, I shall grant you 5 minutes. Humph. I could finish the battle in 5 minutes. Let us begin. With that, the two soared into opposite directions. Chen Fan swiftly approached the large bird beneath Deidara. Are you the little brat's reinforcements? Deidara inquired from his elevated position. One could say that. Humph. And where is that brat, Sasuke? Deidara questioned, visibly displeased. He is responsible for your companion. My task is to confront you, Chen Fan replied. With that, Chen Fan wished to avoid further time wastage, especially since he had wagered with Sasuke. Without hesitation, Chen Fan conjured an ice platform, maneuvering it into the air until he stood before Deidara. Ah, ice release. A commendable bloodline limit, Deidara remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Chen Fan responded, launching several ice spikes towards Deidara. In response, Deidara commanded the bird beneath him to evade, subsequently hurling 2 clay figures into the air, which transformed into small flying birds heading towards Chen Fan. Observing this, Chen Fan assembled a block of ice before him. When the birds collided with the ice, a tremendous explosion ensued. Chen Fan swiftly emerged from the cloud of smoke, pointing at Deidara. Water release. Water iron cannon. 2 water orbs swiftly shot from his fingertips, hurtling towards Deidara at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Deidara hastily unleashed a multitude of small white spheres. With a decisive shout, he performed a series of hand seals, transforming the spheres into an army of spiders. The water orbs collided with the arachnids, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped Deidara in a cloud of smoke. Observing that his water release technique had merely shattered a few of the diminutive spiders, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, when water release encounters earth release, its potency diminishes significantly. As Chen Fan pondered his next move, a flurry of white spheres rained down from beneath the smoke, plummeting to the ground. With another exclamation from Deidara, the white spheres morphed into numerous spiders, swarming beneath Chen Fan's feet. As the smoke cleared, the bird beneath Deidara underwent a transformation, becoming a colossal white dragon with elongated wings. This dragon surpasses my own elegance. Isn't Deidara-senpai an aficionado of art? Perhaps you should appreciate my dragon, declared Chen Fan. Swiftly weaving hand seals. Wind release. Azure dragon. A magnificent green dragon, formed of swirling winds, materialized behind him. Art is an explosion. Your creation hardly qualifies as art. Ignoring Deidara's remarks, Chen Fan commanded the wind dragon to charge towards Deidara. In an instant, it reached him, prompting Deidara to reposition the dragon beneath him as a shield while he leapt off. The clash between the white dragon and the green wind dragon was cataclysmic, the latter instantly transforming into a massive tornado. The whirlwind seemed intent on tearing the heavens asunder, ripping apart nearby trees with its ferocious gales. Both Deidara's white dragon and he himself were swept into the vortex, the white dragon disintegrating into countless fragments. Deidara, too, could not evade misfortune. His body bore numerous grievous wounds. Approximately 10 seconds later, the tornado gradually dissipated, revealing Deidara, bloodied and unconscious, collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Sasuke had also concluded his battle and approached Chen Fan, remarking, "That was quite the commotion. Have you wrapped things up on your end?" Chen Fan inquired. "Shall we not hasten to conclude, now that we know each other's techniques? We wouldn't want to wait for him to unleash his trump card," Sasuke responded. "But aren't you curious about the fourth scroll of Scorpion?" Chen Fan pressed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Oh, I nearly forgot about that. Well, if it's done, it's done. Now we must address pain." With that, Chen Fan retrieved the scroll, releasing Nagato and Konan. "Come forth. Let me witness your medical ninjutsu," he declared. "So, the ally you mentioned is Sasuke?" Nagato inquired. "Indeed, he possesses medical ninjutsu, which may very well heal your leg," Chen Fan replied. Sasuke wasted no time, stepping forward to examine Nagato's injury. "It will take merely 30 minutes, he assured, concentrating his chakra in his hands before gently placing them on Nagato's leg. "Can it truly be healed?" Konan asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Sasuke remained silent, intently focused on healing Nagato's leg. Rest assured, given his confidence, he must possess the requisite skill, Chen Fan reassured. After approximately 20 minutes, Sasuke withdrew the concentrated chakra from his hands and rose, declaring, "It is done." As he reached out to assist Nagato, the latter did not refuse. With Sasuke's support, Nagato rose from his wheelchair. "Try moving on your own," Sasuke encouraged, relinquishing his hold. Nagato cautiously felt the ground beneath his feet, perhaps hindered by the prolonged absence of movement or the recent treatment. He ambled forward slowly. "No need to rush. Take your time to adjust," Sasuke advised. "Now, I shall seal you both within the space-time scroll. There, you can assist Nagato in regaining his sensations." Konan nodded in silence, watching Nagato intently as Chen Fan produced the scroll and sealed the two within it. Observing their entry into the scroll, Sasuke remarked, "His leg is healed, yet his body remains weakened from the excessive use of the Rasengan. I cannot restore him completely. He will need the power of the Sage of Six Paths." "I understand. After all, the Rasengan does not inherently belong to him. The Sage's power may require some time," Chen Fan responded, glancing towards Konoha with a sigh. "I wonder how that boy, Konohamaru, is faring in his training." Hearing Chen Fan's musing, Sasuke approached him and asked, "You chose Konohamaru?" Chapter 87. Unlocking New Skins. Noticing Sasuke's expression, Chen Fan surmised, "Do you also have this task?" The task of the Sage of Six Paths involves training a ninja to reach the level of a Kage and randomly acquiring one of the Six Paths powers. Sasuke exclaimed excitedly. "So do I, which is why I selected Konohamaru." Chen Fan replied, "But why choose Konohamaru? Considering his age, won't it take him a considerable time to reach Kage level?" Sasuke inquired, perplexed. "After all, we have come to this world. We ought to leave something behind for its inhabitants. Furthermore, I believe Konohamaru possesses outstanding talent. He certainly has the potential to attain Kage level." "Very well, but I still think it prudent to find someone closer to that level and instruct him for a quicker completion of the task," Sasuke contended. "What, then, is your objective?" "I have been with Orochimaru for too long, lacking the opportunity to encounter others. Now, liberated, I can seek out Suigetsu and Jonin." "All right then, let us proceed," Chen Fan stated. Beep. Trust level with Kurama has reached 75. System 40 is upgrading. Suddenly, Chen Fan's system electronic panel materialized before him. Wow, it's upgrading, Sasuke remarked. Why the sudden upgrade? Chen Fan asked in astonishment. Who cares? An upgrade is an upgrade, Sasuke replied. System 40 upgrade successful. The host may select a part of their body to serve as the system's vessel. Chen Fan glanced in Sasuke's direction, who discreetly nodded. I choose the first Hokage's necklace. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback. Why that? I apologize, but I still wish to remain connected with the Nine Tails. I do not want it to vanish. System binding in progress. System binding successful. Subsequently, Chen Fan entered his consciousness space. The Nine Tails, upon noticing Chen Fan's arrival, involuntarily smiled and remarked, Little ghost, what brings you here so suddenly? Hey, Kaibai, what's with the smile? Are you happy to see me? I am not happy. Do not misinterpret. Sasuke observed Naruto standing still, then activated his Sharingan and entered Naruto's consciousness space. So this is the Nine Tails. How impressive. Who are you? Inquired the Nine Tails. Do not misunderstand. This is my friend, a companion in my endeavors, and he possesses the ability to unlock your seal. Naruto replied with a grin. You intend to unlock the seal now? Sasuke asked in surprise. Indeed, right now? Seeing Naruto's confident gaze, Sasuke chose not to say more. He gradually approached the center of the iron gate, gathering chakra in his hands to place upon the sealing paper. In the next moment, the sealing paper began to dissipate. All right, the chakra left by Minato is gone. Now it's time. Naruto, understanding the situation, lifted his shirt to reveal the sealing patterns on his abdomen. Observing this, Sasuke manifested 5 types of chakra at his fingertips, with numerous patterns appearing on his arms. He glanced at Naruto, who nodded in affirmation. Sasuke then pressed his hand against the seal on Naruto's belly and twisted it, declaring, Release. As the gate slowly opened, an immense chakra pressure emerged. Sasuke remained vigilant, fixated on the Nine Tails, uncertain if it would erupt and harm Naruto. So, have I fulfilled my promise to you? Naruto chuckled. TCH, that took too long. The Nine Tails sauntered forward, addressing the two. What are your plans now? Why not stay and assist me? Naruto inquired tentatively. Fine, I have nothing else to do. And I'm somewhat intrigued by the future you and Nagato described. I'll stay for a while to see how you proceed. The Nine Tails asserted, sitting down before them with a haughty air. At this, Sasuke felt a sense of relief and stated, So now we are a trio. And Nagato? He has agreed to join us. Naruto added, He doesn't count. His current situation is rather perilous. The people of Konoha and Obito are keeping a close watch on his Rasengan, so he cannot accompany us. That makes sense, but it shouldn't be long now. Naruto, would you like to try connecting with the Nine Tails chakra and see if you can enter the Nine Tails mode? Sasuke excitedly suggested. Naruto looked to the Nine Tails, seeking its consent. TCH. I'm quite free, go ahead. The Nine Tails then released its chakra. Sasuke promptly exited Naruto's mental space, and soon, Naruto radiated a golden chakra. His entire form turning a brilliant gold, a cloak appearing behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. So cool. Sasuke marveled at Naruto in Nine Tails mode. It's decent. But the initial fusion is somewhat imperfect. I doubt it can be sustained for long, Naruto remarked. No worries, it's all about gradual adjustment. By the way, with the Nine Tails chakra, how much chakra do you have now? It should be close to 100%. Sasuke inquired. Uncertain, I feel significantly stronger than before. Let us observe. Host, Chen Fan, ninjutsu. Rasengan 100, shadow clone 100, summoning technique 90, mouth technique 80, wind release. Rasen shuriken 68, water release. Rasengan 80, lightning release. Rasengan 43. Big ball Rasengan 67, water release. Water cannon technique 70, wind release. Black rope tornado 68, flying thunder god technique 98, fire release. Taijutsu. 8 gates 60, shuriken technique 100. Frog manipulation 51, jinjutsu. Dark movement technique 44, sage art 73, kekiai genkai. Ice release. Chakra attributes. Wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, yang. Chakra amount. 143, 143. What is the situation? Even if the Nine Tails is powerful, why has there been such a significant increase, surpassing 100? Sasuke exclaimed. Because the host's soul has completely fused with Naruto's, perfectly inheriting his chakra and physique. Previously, when the seal was not lifted, chakra was used to suppress the Nine Tails. Now that it is no longer necessary, and with the addition of the Nine Tails chakra, the amplification is immense. I see. You are now merely a step away from the power of the Sage of Six Paths. I hope that little brat Konohamaru can muster some strength. If he succeeds, he could confront Kaguya alone. Sasuke remarked. Our ultimate goal is not her, but them. Indeed, however, I wonder if it will align with our plans. The people of Konoha cherish peace. It is difficult to imagine they would assist. Sasuke voiced his concerns. That is precisely why we need Danzo as a catalyst. Before we eradicate this source of malevolence, we must fully exploit his remaining value. Chapter 88. The reunion of master and apprentice. The next day, Naruto returned to Konoha bearing the sealed scrolls of Nagato and Konin. Upon seeing him, the two guards immediately exclaimed, Naruto, you have finally returned. Hello, both of you. Naruto replied. You are quite famous in the village now. Everyone knows about your solo venture to the Akatsuki stronghold to gather intelligence, and that you returned unscathed. Truly impressive. It was nothing much. I shall first report to Lady Tsunade. With a wave, Naruto bid farewell to the two and made his way towards the Hokage's office. As he walked, Naruto found himself puzzled. Why had such sensitive information regarding the Akatsuki's investigation spread throughout the village? Moreover, his journey to the Rain village had been publicly discussed. If the Akatsuki were to hear of it and prepare accordingly, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril. Why would Tsunade allow this? Upon reaching the office, he heard a cacophony of voices within. Why would such information be leaked? This places Naruto in jeopardy. Tsunade exclaimed in anger. Lady Tsunade, are you not aware of the terror that is Hanzo of the Salamander? Can Naruto truly contend with a ninja capable of defeating him? Additionally, he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Allowing him to confront the Akatsuki is tantamount to endangering him. By stating this to the villagers, you can preserve the Hokage's prestige. Danzo interjected. It seems some believe I am already dead. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Naruto slowly pushed the door open and declared, I have returned. Upon seeing Naruto, Tsunade's expression instantly brightened, while Jiraiya entered through the window, gazing at Naruto with a sense of pride. Naruto stepped forward and addressed Danzo, stating, Old man, just because you can't accomplish something, don't assume that everyone else is incapable. As he spoke, Naruto produced an enormous scroll, declaring, the leader of the Akatsuki, who currently rules the Hidden Rain village, Pain, is contained within this very scroll. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, You must be joking, Naruto. Should I release them here, or would you prefer the interrogation room? In that case, Shizune, instruct the Umbu to prepare the sealing. Tsunade commanded, leading Naruto out of the office, with Jiraiya following closely behind, leaving Danzo seething in silence as he watched them depart. Very well, release them. Upon arriving at the interrogation room, Tsunade ordered the Umbu to unlock the central seal, allowing Naruto to liberate the two individuals. As Naruto unrolled the scroll and concentrated his chakra, Nagato and Konin emerged. At that moment, Nagato stood independently without Konin's assistance. How do you feel? Are your legs better? Naruto inquired first. Yes, I feel quite well, though it has been a while since I last used them, so I am still a bit unaccustomed, Nagato replied. Is it really you, Nagato and Konin? Jiraiya asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, it has been a long time. Nagato responded. Jiraiya-sensei, it has been a while. Konin echoed. Gazing at his former students, Jiraiya was momentarily moved. What of Yahiko? He asked. At the mention of Yahiko's name, a shadow of sorrow crossed Konin's face, and she bowed her head in silence. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, but Yahiko has passed away, Nagato stated. How could this be? It was Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo who conspired against us, Nagato said, his voice tinged with anger. Danzo. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade gasped in unison. But Jiraiya pressed on. However, joining the Akatsuki was a mistake on your part. Why resort to such actions? I shall respond to that, Naruto interjected. Pervy sage. You may not be aware, but the Akatsuki was founded by Nagato and his comrades. Their initial intention was not to incite conflict. Rather, they aspired to prevent war and promote peace without reliance on force. However, they were subsequently betrayed by Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander, which ultimately led to Yahiko's demise. Following the emergence of a certain individual, Nagato's mindset shifted dramatically, transforming the Akatsuki into what it is today. One individual? Tsunade questioned, her curiosity piqued. Naruto glanced at Nagato, who nodded slightly before speaking. He possesses the Sharingan and refers to himself as Uchiha Bido. What? Hasn't he been dead for several years? Tsunade inquired. His true identity remains shrouded in mystery. He has always worn a mask, yet his strength is formidable. Over the years, he has gradually taken control of the Akatsuki, recruiting numerous powerful ninjas and devising plans to collect the tailed beasts from various villages. Subsequently, Tsunade and Jiraiya voiced all their inquiries regarding the Akatsuki organization, and Nagato did not withhold any information, revealing everything to them. Upon hearing about the tribulations faced by Nagato and Konin over the years, Jiraiya could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. Well, let's conclude our discussion for today. Although you have chosen to turn over a new leaf, you have ultimately committed grave mistakes, and the validity of your statements today remains to be verified. Therefore, I must ask you to stay here for the time being. Tsunade stated. No problem, she added, turning to leave. Noticing Jiraiya standing still, she inquired, do you wish to remain here? All right, Granny Tsunade. Let the perverted sage spend some quality time with his disciples. With him around, nothing untoward should happen, exclaimed Naruto, as he gently pushed Tsunade out of the interrogation room. Now, I must convene a meeting to discuss the situation concerning the Akatsuki. You should return to rest, Tsunade instructed Naruto. Sure, I'll go find Konohamaru. Naruto replied before vanishing in an instant. Tsunade watched the direction he departed, marveling. This lad has grown remarkably strong. What level of strength are we discussing? Is Nagato truly formidable? Shizun inquired. To have ascended to the leadership of the Akatsuki, his power must be at least on par with the 5 Kage. Moreover, he commands talents like Itachi, whose prowess is undoubtedly profound. If Naruto can defeat him and bring him back to Konoha, it suggests that Naruto's strength surpasses even that of the 5 Kage. Tsunade's words left Shizun in disbelief. As Naruto exited the interrogation room, he strolled through the streets, greeted warmly by several ninjas. Observing this, he mused, if the old Naruto could see this, he would surely be overjoyed. It's all thanks to Danzo, who initially sought to harm me, but inadvertently aided my growth. Naruto, a familiar voice called out, prompting him to turn around and find Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji standing behind him. You three seem inseparable, he remarked. How are you? I heard you went to the Rain Village to investigate the Akatsuki. I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. That was a high-level mission, Shikamaru noted. I'm well, and I managed to complete it satisfactorily, Naruto replied. Ino, slightly blushing, stepped forward to wrap her arm around Naruto's, saying, by the way, we're heading out for barbecue. Would you like to join us? It'll be a welcome-back celebration for you. Naruto did not resist Ino's affectionate gesture and smiled, sure. Thus, the four of them made their way toward the barbecue restaurant. Along the way, Ino made persistent attempts to get closer to Naruto. Really, Ino? Could you be a bit more reserved? Choji commented, only to be met with Ino's fierce glare. Observing this, Shikamaru remarked, she is practically a second Sasuke. Isn't that Naruto? He is back already. They encountered Team 8 and Kiba along their path. Just returned, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Hinata, shyly addressing Naruto, asked, I heard you undertook a very dangerous mission. I hope you weren't hurt. Naruto smiled as he approached Hinata, reassuring her, I'm fine, so don't worry. As she gazed at Naruto, who was so close and gentle, Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she felt almost faint with nervousness. By the way, what are you all doing here? Naruto inquired. We have a mission. Lady Kurenai asked us to gather here, Shino replied in a calm tone. Really? You are all Nin now. Shouldn't you be leading your own teams on missions? Naruto questioned. Well, having just become Nin, it's not so easy to lead a team independently. For now, we are still participating in missions as before, just with a slightly higher rank. Shino explained matter-of-factly. It's just that your rank is higher than ours, Naruto. You can complete C-rank missions all by yourself now. Shino continued. Humph, don't get too cocky. I'll catch up to you soon. Kiba exclaimed. However, Naruto paid no heed to Kiba's words and turned to Hinata, saying, I originally wanted to invite you to join us for barbecue, but since you have a mission, I won't disturb you. We'll take our leave. Upon hearing Naruto's invitation, Hinata truly did not wish to decline, but with the mission at hand, she could only watch him leave with a look of disappointment. Naruto and his companions arrived at the barbecue restaurant, where Shikamaru and Choji sat together, while Naruto was seated next to Ino. Ino, her cheeks slightly flushed, fixed her gaze on Naruto, striving to engage him in conversation while diligently serving him grilled meat. Meanwhile, Choji and Shikamaru sat quietly beside them, sighing softly. Sorry for being late. They heard a voice call. Turning towards the sound, they saw Asuma. You're so slow. Shikamaru complained. Oh, isn't that Naruto? I heard you went to the rain village. I didn't expect you to return so quickly, Asuma remarked. Naruto, slightly exasperated, retorted. Why does everyone seem to know about my trip to the rain village? This matter has been quite the topic of conversation in the village lately. After all, the Akatsuki organization is so dangerous, and you went alone. Everyone admires your bravery. Ino commented. Thank you all for your concern. By the way, Asuma, did you come here for something important? Naruto asked. No, today is just a simple meal, and I brought these for them, Asuma said, producing 3 boxes and placing them on the table. What is this? Naruto asked curiously. Asuma wasted no time in opening the boxes, revealing ear studs intended as gifts for the 3 of them, symbolizing their friendship and bond as a celebration of their promotion to Chunin. I see. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, Asuma-sensei, Naruto said with a hint of envy. After putting on the ear studs, Ino carefully adjusted her hair and asked Naruto, do you think they look nice? Looking at Ino's face, Naruto smiled and replied, they look wonderful. They suit your demeanor perfectly. Hearing Naruto's compliment, Ino shyly turned away. Observing this scene, Asuma was taken aback and leaned closer to Shikamaru, asking, are these 2 infatuated? Shikamaru replied with a hint of sarcasm. By the way, Asuma-sensei, how are things between you and Kurenai-sensei? Naruto suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this question, Asuma became momentarily flustered. Oh, I have something to attend to. You all enjoy your meal. I've already bought mine. Asuma awkwardly excused himself and left the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, how did you come to know about Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei? Shikamaru inquired. I'm not an idiot. It's quite evident, Naruto replied. By the way, speaking of this matter, there seems to be a bet that has yet to be fulfilled. What bet? Shikamaru asked with curiosity. It concerns Granny Tsunade and the perverted sage, Naruto said with a mischievous grin. You didn't do anything, did you? Shikamaru questioned anxiously. I'm innocent, Naruto exclaimed, feigning innocence. The perverted sage has pursued Granny Tsunade for so long, and I made a bet that if I returned safely this time, I would give him a chance. TCH. You enjoy getting into such troublesome situations, Shikamaru remarked disdainfully. Forget about others. I have high hopes for you and Temari. Naruto winked. TCH. What does that woman have to do with it? Never mind. If you don't wish to discuss it, I'll go find Granny Tsunade to fulfill my promise. I completely forgot in the midst of all that just happened. With that, Naruto stood up and headed towards the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he utilized the body flicker technique and arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon witnessing Naruto materialize in a gust of wind, Tsunade asked with confusion, Naruto, is there something else? Granny Tsunade, it's time to fulfill our bet, Naruto said with a smile. Upon hearing the mention of the bet, Tsunade involuntarily blushed and became flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. Granny Tsunade, you wouldn't be afraid of losing, would you? Naruto provoked playfully. How could I, Tsunade, be someone who cannot take a loss? It's just that he hasn't confessed to me again. How can I give him a chance? Tsunade replied, her cheeks reddening. Then why don't you confess to the perverted sage? Naruto suggested with a grin. I could never take the initiative to confess. That lecherous old man. Tsunade trailed off, feeling increasingly embarrassed as she turned her gaze aside. Fine, then I shall go find the perverted sage and urge him to confess to you. Tsunade immediately called out to stop Naruto, who was about to leave. This sort of thing cannot be rushed. Since I promised to give that guy a chance, we shall take it slow. Naruto paused, finding merit in Tsunade's words. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Orochimaru has been killed by Sasuke. Chapter 90. Taking charge. I was already aware of that, Naruto stated calmly. So, what are your thoughts? Tsunade asked. I think it's quite good. After all, Orochimaru only intended to exploit Sasuke. His departure from Orochimaru is certainly safer. Where do you think he will go next? That's obvious. He will surely seek out his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto replied with a smile. Aren't you going to bring him back? You have the capability now, don't you? Tsunade asked solemnly. Indeed I do, but it's unnecessary. He has his own intentions. And until he accomplishes what he wishes to do, no one can stop him, unless they kill him. So, you intend to give up on Sasuke? Tsunade queried. Not at all. I simply believe he will return. I have faith in him. But will you just allow him to wander outside without any intervention? If necessary, I will go bring him back. Tsunade gazed into Naruto's eyes, feeling an inexplicable desire to trust him and follow his lead. Well then, Let us set aside the matter of Sasuke for now. With the completion of this mission, do you intend to remain in the village? The higher-ups have expressed their profound recognition of your abilities, particularly due to your capture of the leader of the Akatsuki, and have granted your request for freedom of movement. For the time being, I shall stay in the village. By the way, did you not previously suggest that I take on the role of Jonin instructor for Konohamaru's team? Have you agreed to this? Indeed, I have, and we shall commence tomorrow. With that, Naruto turned and departed from the office. As Naruto exited the Hokage building, he was greeted by a familiar call. Naruto and I. He turned towards the sound to see Konohamaru and his companions approaching with bright smiles. Konohamaru, what brings you here? I was at the village entrance when I heard they said you had returned, so I thought you might be here and came to find you, Konohamaru exclaimed with excitement. Seeing you so cheerful, have you mastered the ninjutsu I taught you? Naruto inquired. At this, Konohamaru lowered his head and replied in a somewhat subdued tone, well, not yet. Rather than reacting with anger, Naruto gently patted Konohamaru's head and encouraged him. Then do your best. I believe in you. Upon hearing Naruto and I's encouragement, Konohamaru's spirits lifted as he responded, yes, I will definitely work hard. By the way, Udon, how has the training I instructed you on been going? I haven't seen you come to report back, Naruto asked, glancing at Udon behind him. Hey, Naruto and I. Why did you guide them in their training, but not me? Moegi asked, puffing up with indignation. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and replied, I apologize. Last time was rather rushed, and I only managed to identify Udon's issues. Upon hearing Naruto and I's words, Udon, shedding his usual lethargy, declared with renewed determination, Naruto and I have completed it. That is wonderful. I just happen to have some time now, so take me to see the results of your training. With that, the three of them made their way to the training ground. Along the way, Konohamaru and his friends shared how many people in the village had been paying attention to Naruto during his time there, especially due to his infiltration into the Akatsuki, which was considered an exceedingly perilous mission. Amidst their playful banter, they soon arrived at the training ground. First up was Konohamaru, who positioned himself by a lake within the training area. He swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive conflagration erupted from his mouth, nearly spanning half the size of the lake. Observing this display, Naruto nodded in approval. I apologize, Naruto and I. This is the extent of what I can manage for now, Konohamaru said, somewhat dejected. That was impressive, truly remarkable, and stronger than some Chunin's fire techniques. Naruto responded with a smile. Next was Udon. Naruto instructed him to find a tree to climb. After a brief search among the forest, Udon selected the tallest tree and began to ascend the trunk, making his way slowly to the very top. Observing this scene, Naruto nodded with satisfaction and remarked, very well. Although this training is intended for you, this skill is a fundamental requirement for any formidable ninja. Therefore, Konohamaru and Moegi, you must also reach this level. Rest assured, Naruto, we have been diligently practicing with Udon, and we are quite capable now, they exclaimed as they swiftly ascended the tree. All right, come down now. Okay, I have witnessed your progress, and it is commendable. Upon hearing Naruto's praise, joy illuminated the faces of the three. Continue your training. I have matters to attend to and must return. Oh, aren't you going to train with us, Naruto? I have just completed some perilous missions. I deserve a bit of rest. Besides, I will be staying in the village for a while, and I will find time to train with you. With that, Naruto gradually exited the grove, vanishing from their sight. The following day, Konohamaru and his companions received notice of a new teacher taking charge of their class. They gathered early in the classroom. Why is there a new teacher? Wasn't teacher Ebisu doing well? Moegi inquired. Who knows? It doesn't matter who it is. We have Naruto guiding our training, Konohamaru replied while reclining in his seat. Indeed, Naruto is incredibly impressive. He can complete high-level missions all on his own, Udon remarked, awe evident in his expression. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and a figure appeared at the entrance. Teacher Ebisu, wasn't it said there would be a new teacher? Ebisu stood at the doorway and cleared his throat, saying, The new teacher wishes to assess your abilities. I am to bring you to the training ground. Upon hearing about the assessment, Konohamaru scoffed. Who is this new teacher? Can they surpass Naruto? They want to test our abilities. Regardless, since they are the new teacher, they must be a powerful Jonin. Let us go, Konohamaru, Moegi suggested. I will show them a lesson. The trio followed Ebisu as they made their way to the training ground. Teacher Ebisu, why is there a new teacher? Aren't you sufficient? Moegi asked. I am still your teacher. However, the new teacher may frequently be dispatched on dangerous missions, so they will not always be present. Thus, your class will have 2 instructors. Dangerous missions? So this new teacher must be quite strong? Moegi probed. Indeed. I have heard that they possess strength comparable to that of the Hokage. Ebisu affirmed. How impressive. No matter who they are, I will teach them a lesson. I am Naruto's most devoted disciple and do not require another to instruct me. Chapter 91. Naruto's class. Konohamaru and his companions arrived at the training ground, only to find it empty. Teacher Ebisu, where is the new teacher? Were we not supposed to demonstrate our abilities? Moegi inquired. They are already here. As he spoke, a whirlwind gradually materialized before them. Naruto. Upon recognizing the true identity of the newcomer, the trio exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that the new teacher is? Indeed. I am your new instructor. I look forward to working with you. Naruto gradually approached Konohamaru and remarked, I hear you intend to teach me a lesson. I eagerly await the outcome. To which Konohamaru replied with a smile, What of big brother Naruto? I shall still teach you a lesson. Very well. You have half a day, until noon, to defeat my shadow clone to pass. With that, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. Let us begin. I wish to witness the extent of your current abilities. Meanwhile, Sasuke had located Suigetsu and, demonstrating his absolute prowess, subdued him. Together, they proceeded to the grave of Zabuza to seek the executioner's blade. Sasuke, given your formidable strength, why do you still require my assistance? Suigetsu inquired. You are quite capable. I need your help. Sasuke replied. Who is the next candidate? Surely you have others in mind? Suigetsu pressed. Karui and Jago. While your current abilities are commendable, they remain insufficient. Once our group is complete, I shall train you thoroughly to enhance your strength. Sasuke declared. Understood. We have arrived. Sasuke pointed towards a mansion deep within the forest. According to my intelligence, the executioner's blade you seek should be located there. Isn't it said to be in Zabuza's grave? Where is that? Suigetsu questioned. It cannot be mistaken. Go forth. Consider this your first test. Leave none alive within. Sasuke said coldly. Weren't we previously instructed not to kill ninjas from other villages? Why is it acceptable this time? Only those from Konoha and Tsunade are off limits. Others are inconsequential. With that, Suigetsu ceased further discussion and dashed towards the mansion. Before long, an enormous commotion erupted. Sasuke glanced in the direction of the disturbance, noting the rising smoke from the mansion. After approximately 10 minutes, accompanied by the sound of a massive collapse and thick fog, Suigetsu emerged, bearing the executioner's blade. That was quite a ruckus. Sasuke remarked. Weren't you the one who said we could act freely? Being cooped up for too long warrants a good stretch, Suigetsu replied. Now that we have secured the blade, let us find Karui. Sasuke responded. Agreed. At the Konoha training ground, Udon and Moegi flanked Naruto, while Konohamaru stood before him, kunai in hand. Let us first assess your taijutsu. With that, Naruto launched himself at Moegi with remarkable speed. Among the trio, Moegi had the weakest taijutsu. Upon seeing this, she hastily drew her kunai, and as they engaged in combat, Naruto critiqued, Your speed is lacking, your strength insufficient, though your reflexes are commendable. Your taijutsu does not meet the standard. With a single punch, Naruto sent Moegi soaring. At this moment, Udon and Konohamaru joined Naruto, prompting him to face both in taijutsu. Udon, your explosive power is lacking, as is your strength and speed. You do not qualify. Konohamaru, your explosive power is decent, but your speed and strength fall significantly short. With a swift leaf hurricane, Naruto sent both flying. Your taijutsu remains inadequate. I hope your ninjutsu does not disappoint me. Konohamaru was the first to recover, leaping into the air to throw shuriken at Naruto, followed by a rapid series of hand signs, shadow shuriken jutsu. The shurikens multiplied in an instant, transforming into dozens that flew towards Naruto. He did not resist, instead retreating with consecutive jumps to evade them. Fire release, great fire destruction. Just as Naruto regained his footing, Konohamaru launched his next wave of attack, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth that surged towards Naruto like a crashing wave. Water release, water barrier. A cascade of water erupted from Naruto's mouth, colliding with the flames, which instantly transformed into a cloud of steam that filled the air. Seeing the flames extinguished, Konohamaru formed hand seals to summon shadow clones, swiftly gathering chakra in his hands. Rasengan. With the Rasengan in hand, Konohamaru charged towards Naruto. who did not evade but retaliated with his own Rasengan. The two spheres collided, creating a tremendous storm that radiated outward. Ultimately, Naruto's Rasengan proved superior, leaving Konohamaru kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, as expected of big brother Naruto. Impressive. Your timing and execution of ninjutsu are remarkable, and the power is commendable. Your ninjutsu is indeed up to standard. Next came the final test, Jinjutsu. Naruto formed hand seals, casting darkness technique. In an instant, the surrounding space was engulfed in darkness, causing Konohamaru and his companions to lose their sight, as if a black cloth had been draped over them. Wait, Naruto. Ebisu leapt beside him, saying, the darkness technique is a high-level Jinjutsu. Even many Jonin might struggle to dispel it. They cannot possibly break free from it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and admitted, however, I am not well versed in Jinjutsu. This is the only one I know. Hearing his response, Ebisu was momentarily taken aback and suggested, perhaps we should set that Jinjutsu aside and choose another. With that, Naruto dispelled the Jinjutsu and addressed the group. Let's modify the last test a bit to assess your teamwork. You three must cooperate to break my shadow clone. Once the Jinjutsu was lifted, Moegi and Udon approached Konohamaru, panting. Big brother Naruto is so strong. Can we really defeat his shadow clone? Indeed, the power of just one shadow clone is already terrifying. What about the real body? Hearing their dispirited remarks, Konohamaru clenched his fists and declared, Big brother Naruto aims to become Hokage. Such strength is only natural. One day, I will catch up to him, and I absolutely cannot give up. With that, Konohamaru charged towards Naruto, followed closely by Moegi and Udon. Observing this scene, Naruto smiled with satisfaction, and then his shadow clone vanished without a trace. Congratulations, you have passed. Naruto's real body emerged slowly from the woods. Big brother Naruto, what is this? Konohamaru asked, somewhat confused. Now that I have promised to be your teacher, I will not slack off. I will not train you while playing like before. My training will be rigorous. If you lack the will to persevere through exhaustion and the readiness to face injury at any moment, it would be best to give up early. Chapter 92, Training by the River. All right, training begins today, Naruto called out. Wait, as several individuals brimmed with enthusiasm. A voice shattered their fervor, stating that Konohamaru and his companions had missions to attend to and could not solely engage in training. Naruto then realized that Konohamaru and the others were mere genin, likely inundated with numerous simple tasks daily. Indeed, he inquired what today's mission entailed. Ebisu handed Naruto the scroll containing their assignment and said, This is it. I shall entrust Konohamaru and the others to you. I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to Ebisu, Naruto slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing the task of cleaning the riverbank. Upon hearing Naruto's description, Konohamaru instantly deflated, expressing his dissatisfaction. Another mundane task. How tedious. Naruto, gazing at Konohamaru with a smile, responded, During this period, you all should train diligently. I will also instruct you earnestly. If you can meet my expectations, I shall propose to Tsunade to assign you higher-level missions outside. What do you think? Really? They exclaimed. Of course. But the prerequisite is that your abilities must gain my approval. All right. Besides, who says that performing low-level tasks precludes training? 30 minutes. Gather by the riverbank. With that, Naruto vanished from the training ground and appeared in the forest. What, still worried? Naruto inquired. I fear you may be too stringent with them, pushing them beyond their current limits. Ebisu replied. Konohamaru's potential is boundless, and I am not one to act recklessly. Naruto asserted. Who else would infiltrate the Akatsuki's headquarters alone and return with their leader? Not only is he the head of the Akatsuki, but he is also the leader of the Rain Village. Do you realize that because of this incident, the relations between Konoha, the Rain Village, and several great nations have become significantly strained? After all, the Akatsuki is a war organization, and other villages will suspect Konoha of collusion with them. In this village, no one embodies the term reckless better than you. Ebisu retorted, exasperated. Has this matter already reached the other villages? Naruto asked. Certainly, such a significant event cannot remain entirely under wraps. However, they likely only grasp the general idea and do not possess concrete evidence, so they will not act rashly. That's a relief. I shall take my leave now. Inform me of any developments. With that, Naruto instantly departed. By the river, Konohamaru and his companions had gathered their tools and awaited Naruto. As they conversed, a whirlwind coalesced, and Naruto's figure gradually materialized before them. All right, it's time to work. As the trio prepared to remove their shoes and roll up their pants to wade into the river, Naruto called out, "Wait. When picking up the trash, remember to stand on the water, do not step in." Confused, Konohamaru asked, "What does that mean? Did not teacher Ebisu instruct you?" "It means utilizing chakra to stand on the river's surface, much like tree climbing," Naruto explained. "But we cannot maintain our stance on the water's surface without specific training." Udon interjected, as Konohamaru donned his shoes and approached the river. "That is precisely why we need to practice. Whoever can complete this task without getting wet will be rewarded with a jutsu suited to them. Remember, no part of your body should touch the water, even splashes count." Having spoken, Naruto sought refuge in the shade of a tree and reclined. Udon and Moegi, observing this, refrained from further commentary, donning their shoes and making their way toward the riverbank. Remember, you are not permitted to return to shore until all the litter has been collected," Naruto reminded them. As time ebbed away and the sun began its descent, the trio finally completed their task of gathering all the refuse. "Naruto, big brother." He stretched lazily and glanced at the two, noting that only Konohamaru remained dry, while the other two were somewhat damp, their clothes bearing traces of water. It appeared that only Konohamaru had successfully fulfilled the task. Naruto remarked languidly. Konohamaru grinned, playfully touching his nose as he stood before Naruto. "Your chakra affinities are primarily fire and wind. I have already imparted the secrets of fire release to you, so this time, I shall teach you a technique of wind release." With that, Naruto leaped onto the surface of the river, forming hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. A transparent blade of wind materialized before him, cleaving the river in two. Although this ninjutsu was of a basic level, its versatility in offense and defense was commendable. "Observe," Naruto continued, as another wind blade enveloped him, repelling the water that flowed towards his feet. Though simple, when executed correctly, it can be quite powerful. With practice, you may even unleash multiple blades simultaneously, each possessing considerable strength. Having concluded his demonstration, Naruto dispelled the technique and hopped back onto solid ground. Konohamaru nodded in understanding. And after Naruto explained the hand seals for the technique, he encouraged him to practice independently. Udon and Moegi stood dejectedly at a distance, having not completed Naruto's assigned task. "What troubles you two? Have you lost heart so soon?" Naruto inquired as he approached them. "Not at all, it's just." He regarded them thoughtfully, eager to teach, yet uncertain of their chakra affinities. Moegi would likely harness would release in the future, indicating affinities for both water and earth. However, her aspiration to emulate Sakura was somewhat disconcerting. As for Udon, his affinities remained unclear. "You two, take these," Naruto said, presenting them with 2 slips of chakra paper. "Infuse your chakra into these, and I shall discern your affinities." They accepted the slips and channeled their chakra into them, watching intently as the papers reacted. "It appears you both possess water affinity," Naruto declared. "Well, Ebisu already tested us and found that I also have earth," Moegi responded. "And I have wind as well." Udon added, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "You wasted my chakra paper," Naruto exclaimed. "You didn't ask either, big brother," they retorted. Ebisu, indeed a distinguished instructor, had discerned your secondary affinities early on, making our task much simpler. With renewed vigor, Naruto approached the river once more. "Your training from here on will continue on the water." Moegi, slightly perplexed, asked, "On the water?" "Precisely. Your taijutsu lacks the solidity of Konohamaru's, and your chakra volume and control are insufficient. Therefore, I am assigning you both to run along this river while bearing weights. Each of you shall don a burden of 10 kilograms and run upstream along the river, where my 2 shurikens await. Upon reaching them, retrieve the shurikens and return. Only then shall you be deemed competent. However, you must not fall into the water during this endeavor. Should you fail, you shall return to the starting point and commence anew. If successful, I shall impart to you a technique of water escape." Chapter 93, An Urgent Mission. "But why not directly teach us the technique? Wouldn't that immediately enhance our prowess?" asked Meng Huang. "This is foundational knowledge that one must possess to become a ninja. If you lack these essential skills, how could you possibly master formidable techniques? Even if I were to teach you powerful jutsu now, without a sufficient foundation in chakra and control, you would stand no chance against adversaries on the battlefield," Naruto admonished sternly. With that, Naruto summoned 3 shadow clones, who closely monitored their training. 2 months later, On a morning when Naruto was preparing to head to the assembly point for his team, a ninja suddenly appeared before him. Delivering an urgent command, Lady Tsunade requests your immediate presence on the roof of the Hokage building. Observing the urgency in the ninja's demeanor, Naruto replied succinctly, understood, before vanishing in a flash using the body flicker technique. Upon arrival at the Hokage's rooftop, Naruto found dozens of ninjas already gathered. Scanning the crowd, he recognized Asuma, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Ino, upon seeing Naruto, approached him excitedly. Naruto, you've come too. Yes, I received an urgent order. What has happened? Naruto inquired. We're not sure. We were just told to report here immediately, Ino explained. At that moment, Shikamaru, Asuma, and Choji approached, greeting him with, Naruto, long time no see. Indeed. It has been a while. So, you are now the leader of Konohamaru's team. How is that going? Shikamaru asked. Quite well, just some straightforward tasks, a bit of relaxation. Naruto replied with a smile. A cough from Tsunade interrupted their conversation, prompting everyone to cease their idle chatter and line up. I have received intelligence that members of the Akatsuki have attacked the Temple of Fire and are still within the borders of the Fire Country. Your mission is to conduct a thorough search. They must not escape the confines of our land. While it is imperative to ascertain their intentions, be advised that they are elite adversaries. If capture proves impossible, then eliminate them on the spot. Now disperse. Upon hearing Tsunade's command, the group scattered in various directions. Naruto cast a glance at Asuma, but did not rush off. Instead, he approached Tsunade. Is there something else? Tsunade inquired. I wish for my team to participate in this mission, Naruto declared. Tsunade furrowed her brow at Naruto's words. You mean Konohamaru's team? Naruto nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Though this mission is perilous, I believe my team is capable of contributing. Present your reasons, Tsunade responded. During this time, while I have guided them through simpler tasks, I have also trained them rigorously, and their abilities have significantly improved. I believe they are ready for some real-world experience. Tsunade regarded Naruto, contemplating for a moment before responding. Very well, since you express it this way, I believe you have your reasons. Ensure safety. Thank you, Granny Tsunade, Naruto exclaimed, and with that, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Konohamaru. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Konohamaru excitedly inquired, Naruto and I, what are we training today? Naruto, with a grave expression, assessed the three of them and declared, an urgent mission has arisen. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings and assemble at the main gate. The trio, taken aback by Naruto's sudden seriousness, asked, what kind of mission is so urgent? Naruto and I. A high-level task, possibly even an S rank. Konohamaru, upon hearing this, became even more exhilarated. Really, Naruto and I must remind you, this mission is exceedingly perilous. Our adversaries possess strength comparable to that of a Hokage, and we are not the only team deployed. Most of the CH Nin and J Nin in the village have been mobilized. Initially, you would not have qualified to participate, but I believe your recent training has been diligent, and I wish to use this opportunity to assess your progress. Therefore, I implore you to approach this mission with utmost seriousness. Time is of the essence. You have only 10 minutes. Anyone arriving late will forfeit their opportunity to partake in this mission. With that, Naruto transformed into a swirl of white mist and vanished. Konohamaru quickly regained his senses and hastily turned to run towards the gate. Mo Huang shouted, Konohamaru, didn't Naruto and I tell us to go back and pack? Where are you off to? It's been stated that this mission is time-sensitive, and we haven't even been briefed on its details, so what is there to prepare? It's best to head directly to the gate and commence the mission swiftly. Konohamaru called back as he ran. Mo Huang and Udon soon caught on and hurriedly followed in Konohamaru's footsteps. 3 minutes later, the trio arrived at the gate, and upon seeing everyone assembled, Naruto issued the command to depart without further ado. The three, observing Naruto's serious demeanor, stowed away their usual smiles and followed him with a solemn expression. On the journey, Naruto finally elaborated on the mission. Our task is to apprehend rogue ninjas. An incursion has occurred at the Temple of Fire, where the head priest, Jur, was slain. Our objective is to locate these intruders and capture or eliminate them before they can escape the borders. Jur's strength is on par with that of Asuma-sensei. The fact that they could infiltrate the Temple of Fire and murder Jur indicates their formidable prowess. Even Asuma-sensei may struggle against them. Thus, we must exercise extreme caution and cannot afford to be complacent. What about compared to you, Naruto and I? Konohamaru inquired. I am invincible, Naruto replied earnestly. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, the three fell silent, uncertain of how to respond to him. The reason I have brought you along is that while our opponents are indeed formidable, they remain within a controllable scope. This serves as both a test and a practical lesson for you. I wish to see the extent of your progress after 2 months of training. Upon hearing those words, Konohamaru felt a surge of determination within him. However, both Moegi and Udon believed that it might be a tad premature for them to engage in such high-level missions. So where are we headed now? Konohamaru inquired. To the exchange house. Why are we going to the exchange house? Moegi asked, puzzled. Dairaku is a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, and his head is worth a bounty of 30 million ryo. Their elaborate intrusion into the Temple of Fire must be for this reward. So we should head directly to the exchange house to investigate. Naruto explained. As they approached the exchange house, Naruto detected 2 formidable chakra signatures, along with several familiar ones, indicating that others had arrived before them. Chapter 94. Are you all weak? Naruto led Konohamaru and the others towards the exchange house, but he sensed that a small team had already reached the location. Consequently, he altered their course to rendezvous with them. Just as they were nearing the group, Naruto noticed that they had begun to move swiftly. Are they about to engage? He thought, unconsciously quickening his pace. However, Konohamaru and his companions, being mere children, struggled to keep up with Naruto's speed. Naruto, you're too fast, Moegi complained. I've urged you to train your physical skills diligently. This pace is merely standard for an A-rank mission, let alone in an emergency. But we're still just Jonin. They were interrupted by a resounding crash nearby, signaling the onset of battle. Quickly, Naruto urged, increasing his speed. At this rate, only Konohamaru could barely keep up, while Moegi and Udon lagged considerably behind. Glancing back at them, Naruto decided to slow down, as he bore the responsibility for their safety. The destination was within reach, even at a reduced pace. They could arrive in under a minute. Once more, Konohamaru, do not engage in combat without my command. Understand? Konohamaru replied with a smile, no problem. We're almost there. The four stopped on a branch, gazing at the clearing ahead. That's Konohamaru exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the figure in the distance. That's Uncle Asuma. And Shikamaru. Moegi added. Naruto observed the scene intently. Asuma and his companions stood together, with Haiden bearing 2 weapons embedded in his body. An accursed ritual formation of triangles and circles forming at their feet. Just as Naruto prepared to intervene, he saw Asuma brandishing his chakra blade, channeling energy into it as he charged at Haiden. Haiden drew his scythe to meet Asuma's chakra blade. Bang! The two clashed mid-air, and upon landing, Haiden's scythe was cleaved in 2. Uncle Asuma is amazing, Konohamaru marveled. Indeed. Now let us join them. Having spoken, Naruto leapt towards Shikamaru's direction with Konohamaru and the others in tow. Shikamaru crouched down, preparing to employ his shadow stitching technique against Haiden. At that moment, 4 figures sprang forth beside Shikamaru. Do you need assistance? Shikamaru turned to the figures, his pupils momentarily widening in shock. Naruto. The other 3 also gasped in surprise. And Asuma quickly jumped to Naruto's side. Naruto, why have you brought children here? Asuma exclaimed angrily. I've been training them for a while. And since we have no mission today, I thought it would be a good opportunity for them to test their skills in a real battle, Naruto replied calmly. Do you realize who we are facing? You dare to bring them here? Shikamaru asked, somewhat irate. Of course I do. It's the Akatsuki, and besides, they're quite weak. So it should be fine, Naruto said with a smile. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the other's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto, I hope you understand the gravity of the situation. Each of those 2 is far more powerful than I am, Asuma asserted. The expressions of Konohamaru and his companions shifted to one of shock and fear. Is your meeting over? Are these newcomers your reinforcements? And there's even a child among them, Haiden remarked. Naruto patted Asuma on the shoulder and reassured him, don't worry. I'm not joking. Then, stepping forward towards Haiden, he said, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I am the main force here, and they are merely spectators. Additionally, I have been teaching these children some techniques, and I thought it an excellent opportunity for them to observe and learn. Haiden, somewhat incensed, retorted, Are you underestimating me? To which Naruto responded with a grin, Indeed, because you are rather weak. Haiden's face contorted with rage, veins bulging as he snarled, What did you say? Ignoring Haiden's fury, Naruto turned to Asuma and said, Asuma-sensei, please step aside a bit. Otherwise, you might get caught in the crossfire. Then, drawing a kunai, Naruto declared to Haiden, "Let us begin. You shall be the one to complete the ritual." As Haiden swung his scythe towards Naruto, he commented, "What a splendid weapon. Too bad I cannot wield it." Just as the others felt tense for Naruto, an ice wall suddenly appeared before him, intercepting the scythe. "Asuma-sensei, quickly move them aside, otherwise, I'll be distracted trying to protect you." With that, Naruto leapt into the air, launching several kunai toward Haiden, none aimed directly at him, but rather surrounding him. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto teleported to the location of the kunai, soaring towards Haiden. Flying Thunder God technique. "Haiden, do not underestimate him. This guy is formidable," Kakuzu remarked, recognizing Naruto's ninjutsu. "Enough noise, just watch quietly, Kakuzu," he retorted. Haiden once again hurled his scythe towards Naruto. Upon witnessing this, Naruto immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leap to another kunai's location. Haiden, intent on continuing his assault by retracting the scythe, was thwarted by Naruto's keen perception of his intentions. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique in rapid succession, Naruto darted between various kunai with such swiftness that Haiden was utterly unable to catch sight of him. In a fleeting moment, Haiden perceived numerous Narutos seemingly advancing towards him. Realizing he could not capture his elusive opponent, Haiden retreated, only to be met with Naruto's swift response. Water release, spiraling sphere. Observing Haiden's backward leap, Naruto swiftly condensed chakra into a spiraling sphere and hurled it at Haiden. The speed was so remarkable that Haiden, believing he could evade it due to his immortal nature, chose not to dodge, opting instead to bring his scythe forward in defense, preparing to withstand the impact. As the spiraling sphere collided with Haiden's scythe, it expanded instantaneously, enveloping Haiden entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto firmly established his stance and formed hand seals. Lightning release. 6 paths of pain. In an instant, 6 chains of lightning materialized around Haiden, and with his agonizing cries, the chains pierced through various parts of Haiden's body, subsequently binding him completely. The ends of the chains were then driven into the ground, securing Haiden in a tightly bound position. To ensure absolute containment, Naruto employed ice release to encase Haiden entirely in ice. Following these actions, Naruto slowly approached Konohamaru and remarked, "Konohamaru, did you observe that? When faced with such a formidable adversary, one must strike unexpectedly, ensuring that every action is intricately linked to completely subdue the opponent." Chapter 95. The transformation of Konohamaru. At this moment, Shikamaru and his companions were left speechless, stunned by Naruto's recent battle prowess. Just moments ago, Shikamaru and Asuma had been unable to harm each other despite their collaboration, yet Naruto had resolved his confrontation in such a brief span of time. "What do you think? Asuma-sensei, I told you the opponent was weak." Asuma, gazing into Naruto's eyes, found himself at a loss for words. "Honestly, I warned him to be cautious. I never expected him to be subdued so swiftly. However, I cannot let this opportunity slip away." Kakuzu spoke up. Naruto, contemplatively regarding Kakuzu, then turned to Konohamaru and inquired, "Did you 3 witness my battle just now?" Konohamaru, still in a daze, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we saw it clearly." "Very well. Now let me see the extent of your capabilities. That opponent, go forth." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru grasped Naruto's shoulder and cautioned, "Do not jest. That individual's strength surpasses us Jonin and even elite Jonin. It would be unwise to send these children against him. Indeed, Naruto, your current strength enables you to contend with such foes, but Konohamaru is still a genin. How could he possibly?" Ignoring Asuma's protests, Naruto pressed on, asking Konohamaru and his companions, "Do you consider him strong?" "Yes," they responded. "Are you afraid to face him alone?" Naruto continued his inquiry. At this moment, the 3 individuals lowered their heads in unison and ceased their conversation. During their usual training sessions, they often found the routine tedious and exhausting, expressing reluctance to practice certain tasks and deeming the assignments too simplistic. Yet now, confronted with such formidable opponents, why did they hesitate? Why were they intimidated by the strength of their adversaries? Listening to Naruto's stern tone, Asuma stepped forward to interject, "They are still just children." However, Naruto disregarded Asuma's counsel, his voice growing more severe. "On the battlefield, will the enemy show mercy simply because they are children? Konohamaru, the coveted S-rank mission you have longed for is right before you. Do you dare to step forward?" As Naruto's words resonated, Konohamaru clenched his fists tightly. Trembling, whether from fear or determination, was uncertain. "I dare," he declared fiercely, gazing resolutely at Naruto. Observing the unwavering determination in Konohamaru's eyes, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. "Very well, in that case, I shall assist you. Show him your true strength. Has the trial assembly concluded? Can we commence?" Kakuzu inquired with a frosty tone. Turning to face Kakuzu, Naruto replied with a smile, "I apologize for the wait. I needed to motivate this child." With that, Naruto instantly appeared beside Kakuzu. Reacting swiftly, Kakuzu swung the box he was holding toward Naruto. Grabbing Kakuzu's wrist, Naruto remarked, "Is it appropriate to strike me with money?" The two engaged in a physical confrontation, during which Kakuzu hurled the money-filled box toward Haiden. As Naruto continued to grapple with Kakuzu, he called out to Moegi, "Moegi, did you not always consider physical training unimportant? If you were to engage in a physical contest with this gentleman, how many rounds do you think you could endure?" Moegi and Udon, still paralyzed by Kakuzu's prowess and Naruto's earlier remarks, stood frozen. Upon hearing Naruto's taunt, Moegi felt a surge of shame and lowered her head. "Konohamaru," as Naruto called out. Konohamaru leaped into action, throwing shuriken toward the two fighters. He then formed hand seals and executed the shadow shuriken technique. Seeing Konohamaru's engagement, Naruto continued his tussle with Kakuzu while keeping an eye on the shuriken. Just as the shuriken was about to strike, he utilized the flying thunder god technique to evade. The proximity of the shuriken left Kakuzu with no time to dodge. He could only harden his arm, turning it black to block. Observing this, Konohamaru formed seals once more and unleashed the Great Fire technique. A colossal wave of flames erupted from Konohamaru's mouth, its vastness seemingly intent on engulfing the entire exchange center. "What a powerful fire technique!" Asuma exclaimed, awestruck by the magnitude and intensity of the flames. Water release, water curtain technique. A massive torrent of water pierced through the fire, forming several gaps as multiple water bullets surged toward Konohamaru. Earth release, earth flow wall. As the water cannon was about to strike Konohamaru, Naruto swiftly intervened, erecting an earthen wall to shield him. Despite the barrier, the ferocity of the water cannon was formidable, causing numerous fissures to appear in the wall. Once the earthen shield dissipated, the onlookers turned their gaze towards Kaku, whose cloak had vanished, revealing a body marred by countless stitches. Flanking him were four ominous figures, clad in black and adorned with bizarre masks. "What is this?" "It must be that fellow's secret technique," Shikamaru elucidated. "Impressive fire style, behold my own," Kakuzu declared as he swiftly formed hand seals, prompting one of the creatures beside him to stir. "Fire style, head of hardship." The creature's mask unleashed a torrent of flames, rivaling the fire technique previously executed by Konohamaru. "Now, allow me to demonstrate my water style," Naruto proclaimed, forming hand seals before standing boldly before the crowd. "Water style, great waterfall technique." A colossal orb of water erupted from Naruto's mouth, colliding spectacularly with Kakuzu's flames, resulting in a tremendous reaction. "What do you think?" Naruto inquired. "Quite impressive. How will you respond next?" Kakuzu retorted, rapidly forming hand seals as all four of his masked creatures simultaneously opened their mouths. Observing this, Naruto quickly formed seals of his own, summoning foreshadow clones that aligned in front of the spectators. The four creatures gathered chakra, releasing ninjutsu of fire, wind, lightning, and water. Unyielding, Naruto's shadow clones retaliated, unleashing their own techniques of the same four elements. The onlookers watched in awe, their eyes wide. Such a display of ninjutsu encompassing 5 elemental attributes was a rare spectacle. Ignoring the astonished gazes behind him, Naruto leaned closer to Konohamaru, whispering intently. As their techniques clashed, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke, both Naruto and Konohamaru vanished from sight. Kakuzu, still pondering the identity of his opponents, was suddenly surprised by a figure appearing above him, delivering a Rasengan straight to his heart. Kakuzu collapsed. Disbelief etched on his face as he turned his head to find Konohamaru, fierce determination in his eyes, seated behind him. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, the Rasengan created a gaping wound in Kakuzu's torso. Having previously separated the other 4 hearts from his body, Kakuzu was left with only one. This decisive strike obliterated the heart of his true form, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 96. The Leaf Under Attack. "Well done, Konohamaru," Naruto praised, leaping beside Kakuzu's lifeless form. His gaze fixated on the remaining earthbound creatures. Naruto was acutely aware that Kakuzu possessed 5 hearts. Though currently incapacitated, if the hearts were restored to his body, he would undoubtedly revive. Konohamaru, stay alert. Those creatures are still moving. Upon hearing Naruto's warning, Konohamaru immediately readied his kunai, aiming it at the menacing figures. Choose one. I'll handle the rest. This one will do, he replied, determination in his voice. Konohamaru selected the nearest target and charged forward. Upon witnessing Konohamaru's choice, Asuma and his companions unleashed kunai from their 3 shadow clones towards the DNU. Just as the kunai struck, the 3 clones utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport right in front of DNU, wielding the Rasengan in their hands, swiftly obliterating the 3 foes. Come on, Konohamaru, you're a bit slow. Naruto chuckled at Konohamaru. The encouragement from Naruto spurred Konohamaru, who summoned a shadow clone that rapidly gathered chakra in its hand. Giant Rasengan. Both Konohamaru and his clone propelled a massive Rasengan towards DNU, its overwhelming power instantly dismantling the enemy, blood seeping slowly from the mask. Sensing the moment was right, Naruto patted Konohamaru on the shoulder, saying, "It's over." "Well done, Konohamaru. You truly are my disciple." Hearing Naruto's praise, Konohamaru's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Observing this, Naruto rushed forward to carry Konohamaru back to Asuma and the others. "My apologies for stealing the spotlight today," he said. Shikamaru approached and playfully punched Naruto's chest, remarking, "You, my friend, are becoming increasingly terrifying in strength. Indeed, I never anticipated that under your tutelage Konohamaru would make such remarkable progress." Asuma chimed in. After gently setting Konohamaru down and ruffling his hair, Naruto expressed, "You performed splendidly today." Feeling a bit bashful, Konohamaru scratched his head and replied, "I did all right. It's all thanks to brother Naruto's guidance." At that moment, the other reinforcements from the leaf arrived. "Asuma, are you all right?" Asuma lit a cigarette and smiled, saying, "We're fine. The battle has concluded, and Naruto and Konohamaru have defeated the enemy." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Naruto and Konohamaru with astonishment. As they began to prepare to return to the village, a sudden mist appeared, and a toad materialized before Naruto. "Naruto, there's an emergency. The Akatsuki has attacked the leaf." Startled by this news, Naruto quickly inquired, "What is the situation? How many enemies are there? Aren't Jiraiya and Tsunade in the village? Can't they handle it?" "There's only one enemy, but they are exceptionally powerful. Jiraiya has been injured and urgently sent me to notify you to return to the village." "A diversion tactic?" Shikamaru speculated. "They took advantage of most of our ninjas being away to strike the village." Naruto pondered the toad's description, contemplating. Is the timing of this attack on the leaf related to the 9 tails, or is there another motive? The only individuals capable of injuring Jiraiya would be those select few. "All right, I'll head back immediately. I can reach there using the Flying Thunder God." With that, Naruto began forming seals to depart. "I want to go too," Konohamaru stated, rising to his feet. "No. Since even Jiraiya couldn't defeat the opponent and was injured, they are likely stronger than the 2 of us. I will return to the village for support. You should accompany Asuma-sensei and the others back." Upon speaking, Naruto swiftly formed a series of hand seals and vanished from his original location. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on Jiraiya, he instantaneously returned to Konoha, appearing behind the sage. Sensing another presence, Jiraiya instinctively assumed it to be an enemy and pivoted to deliver a spinning kick. Naruto deftly grasped Jiraiya's ankle, exclaiming, "It's me." Only upon recognizing Naruto did Jiraiya relax, stating, "Naruto, you're back. What is the situation? Where is Lady Tsunade?" Naruto, not wishing to waste time, immediately channeled his chakra to assess the village's condition. He discovered that Tsunade had been ambushed and injured and was currently taken away by Shizune to recover. There was but a single adversary, yet his jutsu proved particularly troublesome, rendering him impervious to all forms of damage, be it physical or ninjutsu. Jiraiya elaborated. Listening to Jiraiya's explanation, Naruto surmised that the intruder was likely Obito. However, he pondered the motive behind Obito's assault on Konoha at this juncture. Recently, several formidable members of the Akatsuki had been eliminated, including their leader, Pain Nagato, whom Naruto had brought to Konoha. Thus, it seemed improbable that the organization possessed sufficient strength to launch an attack on the village. Suddenly, Naruto sensed a surge of chakra emanating from a distinct direction. He turned his gaze to see a figure draped in the Akatsuki cloak, their face concealed by an orange mask, standing atop a nearby elevation, fixated on him. "What do you intend to do?" Naruto called out to Obito. "Capture the Nine Tails." The masked man replied coldly. "I am the one you seek, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto responded. He anticipated that revealing his identity would prompt an immediate charge or an assault of ninjutsu from the adversary. Yet, the figure remained motionless. Their gaze unwaveringly locked onto him. Sensing an unusual aura, Naruto inquired, "If your target is me, then why attack Lady Tsunade? I initially intended to extract your whereabouts from her, but the opponent proved too formidable, so I had to allow her a brief respite." The masked man stated with a tone laced with derision. Naruto felt an increasing sense of unease upon hearing this response. If the target was indeed the Nine Tails, one would expect a stealthy infiltration of the village rather than an overt assault on the Hokage, which would expose him entirely. Moreover, knowing he was absent from the village, why linger in battle instead of departing? Engaging in combat with both Tsunade and Jiraiya, and displaying no urgency to confront the one he had been searching for, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, seemed deliberate, as if to prolong the encounter and draw attention to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck Naruto, and he swiftly turned to Jiraiya. "Kirby Sage, where is Nagato now? Is anyone guarding him?" "Uncertain. Today's mission is urgent, and most of the village's shinobi are deployed elsewhere. Even if there are guards, they are likely few in number," Jiraiya replied. Naruto suddenly became aware of something, immediately expanding his chakra sensing range. As he detected Nagato's chakra, he simultaneously sensed a peculiar chakra manifesting around him. Chapter 97. The Rinnegan is stolen. Oh no, the true target is Nagato. With that realization, Naruto swiftly turned and dashed in Nagato's direction, Jiraiya comprehending Naruto's intent and following suit. "Your opponent is me." Obito emerged from the ground before Naruto. Not pausing for a moment, Naruto declared, "You cannot stop me." Forming hand seals, he unleashed a considerable amount of chakra. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, hundreds of shadow clones filled the surrounding space, and as Naruto moved, all clones began to sprint towards Nagato. Obito found it difficult to discern the real body among the multitude, desperately trying to obstruct Naruto's advance. With each puff of smoke, clones were continuously dispelled. However, their sheer number proved overwhelming, and for every clone Obito eliminated, Naruto summoned another. Despite Obito's relentless attempts to hinder him, Naruto reached Nagato's location. Just as he intended to enter, a powerful transparent force repelled him, as if an invisible barrier stood in his way. Touching the barrier that had pushed him back, Naruto murmured, "A barrier, is it? I had hoped to avoid a major confrontation in Konoha, but time is of the essence, and I must resort to force." With that, Naruto and his clones simultaneously concentrated their chakra. Rasengan. All clones crafted Rasengans and hurled them at the barrier, which succumbed to the barrage of hundreds of attacks, shattering under the onslaught. Once the barrier was breached, Naruto rushed towards the location where Nagato was confined. His speed was so immense that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and soon he arrived at Nagato's side. There, he found Nagato kneeling on the ground, clutching his eyes, with a copious amount of blood seeping from his palms. A towering dark figure loomed before Nagato. Observing the scene, Naruto quickly launched kunai at the figure, which deftly leaped back to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity as the figure retreated, Naruto instantly appeared in front of Nagato. "Nagato, are you alright?" he inquired softly, fixating on the adversary before him. "I'm fine," Nagato replied. Noticing the branches sprouting from the figure's shoulder, Naruto pondered. Indeed, it is Zetsu. Their target this time is Nagato's Rinnegan. As Naruto remained focused, attempting to anticipate the enemy's next move, a vortex suddenly materialized beside Zetsu, and Obito's figure gradually emerged. "How did it go? Did you secure it?" Obito asked. "We only got one," Zetsu replied. "Alright, let's retreat. Staying here is too perilous." With that, the two vanished into the vortex. Once they disappeared, Naruto cautiously scanned the nearby chakra to confirm there was no immediate danger, then knelt to assist Nagato. "Are you alright?" he questioned. "I'm fine, they merely took my eyes." Nagato responded. "It's just one Rinnegan. Let me provide you some basic treatment," Naruto stated, gathering chakra in his palm and slowly approaching Nagato's eyes. Upon witnessing the situation, Nagato relinquished his grasp from his eyes. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived. hastening to the side of the two and inquiring, "What has transpired?" It was a ploy by Akatsuki to lure him away, targeting Nagato's Rinnegan. Fortunately, only one had been taken. As Naruto tended to Nagato, he elucidated the events. "So that is the case. The bleeding has ceased. The remaining care can be entrusted to the medical personnel," Naruto stated. "Very well," Jiraiya replied. "By the way, why is Konan not with Nagato?" Naruto queried. "It must have been a decision made by the higher-ups," Jiraiya responded. "Well then, I shall go check on Tsunade. You stay here and keep Nagato company." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, and Naruto promptly vanished, teleporting to the hospital. Observing the situation in the main hall, he noted that the casualties were relatively few. Upon reaching Tsunade's ward, he opened the door to find Shizune and Sakura gathered at Tsunade's bedside. Through his sensory abilities, Naruto discerned the presence of numerous shinobi nearby. Likely Umbu dispatched to protect Tsunade. "Ah, Naruto, how is Lady Tsunade?" he inquired. She was ambushed by the enemy, her heart pierced. However, thanks to the mitotic regeneration technique, she is no longer in danger, though she remains unconscious, Sakura explained. "That is a relief. By the way, how fares the village?" Sakura asked. "The enemy has retreated, and border matters have been resolved. They should soon return with the two of them," Naruto clarified. Upon hearing that the crisis had passed, Sakura and Shizune exhaled deeply, taking their seats beside the bed. Noticing Sakura's demeanor, Naruto coldly questioned, "Why is it only the perverted sage who confronts the enemy? What are you doing?" Startled by Naruto's inquiry, Sakura stammered, I was." Observing Sakura's embarrassment, Shizune interjected, "Due to the enemy's assault, many ninjas in Konoha were injured, and Sakura, being a medical ninja, remained in the hospital to tend to the wounded. Moreover, it was Lord Jiraiya who instructed us to bring Lady Tsunade here first. I recall that Sakura is Tsunade's disciple and should be proficient in the mitotic regeneration technique. Why then did she choose to remain here as a medical ninja? If you had stayed, the perverted sage would not have been injured. Furthermore, since it was the perverted sage who provided cover for you, why are you only concerned about the village's situation and not inquiring whether he is hurt?" With these words, both women fell momentarily silent, at a loss for words. Tsunade, in a faint voice, interjected, "Do not blame them, Naruto." Seeing Tsunade awake, Shizune rushed to ask about her condition. "I am fine, Shizune." "Naruto, do not hold it against them." Hearing that Tsunade was still defending them, Naruto retorted angrily. "Is it right for them to abandon their comrades and linger here in the infirmary? They are merely trying to protect me," Tsunade weakly explained, her eyes clouded. "Protect? There are nearly 10 Umbu ninja gathered nearby. Do they truly require their protection? Moreover, the perverted sage is fighting valiantly against the enemy. Knowing that the adversary could inflict severe harm even to the Hokage, why did no one provide support to the perverted sage?" Naruto shouted, his anger palpable. Naruto wished to continue the explanation, but upon noticing the other party's feeble state, he chose not to pursue the inquiry any further and departed from the hospital room. In the corridor of the hospital, Naruto's gaze grew increasingly fierce as he murmured to himself, "Jiraiya sacrificed so much for the village. Yet these individuals merely surround Tsunade in the hospital, with not a single one offering assistance to Jiraiya." At that moment, Naruto sensed a ninja entering Tsunade's room, piquing his curiosity, and he leaned closer to the door to overhear their conversation. "Lord Hokage, we have received a message from the Hidden Cloud village stating that Sasuke has joined the Akatsuki and has slain their Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, demanding an explanation from us." Chapter 98. The fifth Hokage emerges upon hearing this news at the door. A slight smirk involuntarily crept across Naruto's lips. He then left the hospital and made his way to Hokage Rock. Gazing down at the vast village below, Naruto reflected, soon, this village, along with the 5 great nations, will undergo a complete upheaval. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Naruto, are you planning to doodle again?" Naruto turned around with a smile, "Iruka-sensei." Iruka approached with a grin, "Naruto, what brings you here?" "The mission has concluded, and the village's crisis has been averted, so I came here to take a breather." "Naruto, you have become a vital asset to the village. Many believe you will be the next Hokage," Iruka remarked. "Impossible, I am still so young, and merely the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Those fellows would never allow me to become Hokage," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Naruto, do not doubt your capabilities. As it stands, you have defeated the leader of the Akatsuki and brought him back to the village. The crisis was resolved largely due to your timely intervention. It is no exaggeration to say that you are now the strongest ninja in the village. Humph, with that guy around. It is unlikely they would allow me to become Hokage so easily, Naruto said fiercely. That guy? Who are you referring to? Ichiraku inquired, slightly puzzled. It's nothing. By the way, Ichiraku-sensei, it has been a while since we enjoyed ramen together. Would you like to join me? I cannot. Although Konoha's losses were relatively minor this time. I must return to the mission center to expedite the village's reconstruction. All right, then I shall simply lie here and bask in the sun, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and reclined on Hokage Rock. Very well, I shall take my leave, Ichiraku said, turning to depart. After Ichiraku left, Naruto opened his eyes and murmured, a golden opportunity lies before us. Danzo, do not let us down. 3 days later, having just completed their mission, Naruto and Konohamaru were strolling through the streets. Big brother Naruto, I heard that brother Sasuke has joined the Akatsuki and even killed a ninja from the hidden cloud village. Konohamaru asked. Naruto responded calmly, indeed. Big brother Naruto, weren't you always intent on bringing brother Sasuke back? Feigning solemnity, Naruto sighed. He has chosen to join the Akatsuki. And he has also slain an important ninja from another village. If I were to seek him out now, it is uncertain whether he would be willing to return with me, and it might thrust the village into a dilemma. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru couldn't help but let out a sigh. Naruto. Hearing his name being called, Naruto turned to see Shikamaru standing a short distance away, gazing at him with a complex expression. Shikamaru, what is the matter? Shikamaru approached Naruto and said, Lady Tsunade has been dismissed from her position as Hokage. Stunned into silence by this revelation, Naruto's companion, Konohamaru, exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible? What happened? Shikamaru sighed and explained. It is said that due to the Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha a few days ago, the higher-ups claimed that Lady Tsunade handled the village's affairs without sufficient diligence, leading to a perilous situation for Konoha. They have appointed Danzo as the 6th Hokage. Is Lady Tsunade still in the hospital? Naruto inquired. She was discharged yesterday and is currently in the Hokage's office, asking for you to come, Shikamaru replied. All right, let us go. Subsequently, Naruto followed Shikamaru toward the Hokage building. Along the way, Shikamaru kept glancing at Naruto's expression, concerned that the news might provoke an impulsive reaction from him. However, Naruto remained remarkably calm. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, they found Tsunade sitting composedly in her chair. Naruto, you've arrived. Is there a problem? What is going on, Lady Tsunade? Naruto asked. Take a look at this. Tsunade pushed a document across the table. Naruto stepped forward to examine it. This is a letter of accountability from the Cloud Village? Indeed, Tsunade confirmed. This is a consequence of Sasuke joining the Akatsuki and subsequently killing the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The Cloud Village holds us accountable. And what about the Hokage? Naruto questioned. Did Shikamaru not tell you? It's due to the Akatsuki's invasion a few days ago. Even so, what about the pervy sage? How could it come to this with Danzo? Naruto replied. Sasuke has been away from the village for so long, yet we never classified him as a rogue ninja. It was Jiraiya and I who insisted on not labeling him as such. This letter from the Cloud Village has strained our relations considerably, and Danzo seized this opportunity, fearing that our long-standing peace with the Cloud could be shattered. Thus, they decided to temporarily appoint him as the 6th Hokage and allow him to attend the upcoming 5 Kage summit, Tsunade elaborated. Naruto scoffed. That old fox has been lurking in the village for so long, and now he finally becomes Hokage. But what did you summon me for? Regarding Sasuke, at the upcoming 5 Kage summit, he will likely be declared an international wanted criminal. Given that he killed a member of the Cloud's family, they will undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Moreover, Danzo is a militaristic faction leader, and now that he is Hokage, he will surely take action. As the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, he has previously expressed various grievances about you, so you must be cautious, Tsunade explained. Where will the 5 Kage summit be held? Naruto inquired. In the Land of Iron. Understanding Naruto's strength, Tsunade knew that if he wished to attend, no one could stop him, so she divulged everything. I understand. Naruto finished his words and turned to leave. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and the sound of a cane echoed through the room. Ahem, Tsunade, it is time to make way, came the ominous voice of Danzo. Ignoring him, Naruto walked past Danzo and exited the office. Naruto, I hope you stay in the village for now. The perfect Jinchuriki. The 8 Tails has already been eliminated by the Akatsuki, Danzo continued, but before he could finish, Naruto halted, radiating an overwhelming chakra that shattered the floor beneath him. His body transformed into a golden hue as he entered the Ninetales mode. The onlookers, witnessing the immense chakra and his golden skin, broke into a cold sweat. Old man, I am now also a perfect Jinchuriki. Do not presume to dictate to me, lest I take your life. With that, Naruto deactivated the Ninetales mode and slowly exited the office. Once he was gone, Shikamaru remarked, such terrifying chakra and killing intent. Chapter 99, The Ninja of the Cloud Village. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had truly become a perfect Jinchuriki, a person who consistently brings surprises. Tsunade smiled. All right, Shizune, let us go. The trio of Tsunade, Shizune, and Shikamaru then exited the office, while Danzo finally occupied the coveted position of Hokage. Just as he began to relish his newfound power, a peculiar figure, half of his face obscured, appeared before him. Lord Danzo, he said, send someone to monitor Naruto's movements. Do not act recklessly. Simply report his whereabouts at all times. Understood. After leaving the office, Naruto intended to go directly to find Konohamaru and take them to train. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and his companions were seated on the street, discussing Sasuke. What do you think Sasuke is thinking? Why did he suddenly join the Akatsuki? I don't know, but considering he has been away from the village for over 2 years. Suddenly, a figure leapt in front of them. I believe I overheard you discussing Sasuke. Care to share your thoughts? You seem to know him. The trio of Konohamaru looked up, puzzled, to see a woman with brown skin standing before them. Konohamaru was initially uncertain, but upon noticing the forehead protector she wore, his expression turned tense. What is a ninja from the village hidden in the clouds want in Konoha? Karui drew the sword from her back and pointed it at Konohamaru's forehead. I am asking you about Sasuke. Tell me what you know. Seeing this, Konohamaru quickly produced a kunai to deflect the blade aimed at him and immediately counterattacked. The opponent reacted swiftly, adjusting her stance to defend against him. You have quick reflexes for a brat, she remarked. What do you want from us? Konohamaru asked fiercely. At that moment, Omoi joined Karui's side, saying, we merely wish to know what you were discussing regarding Sasuke. What does it concern you? Moegi inquired from behind. Your Uchiha Sasuke attacked our village and took away our master. Omoi explained angrily. Watch me. As a conversation unfolded among a few individuals, a sudden voice emerged from the side, prompting everyone to glance in that direction. There, Sakura was seen swinging her fist towards them. Knowing the power behind that punch, Konohamaru and his companions swiftly retreated to avoid it. However, the obstinate Omoi brandished the katana strapped to his back, striking at Sakura with the blunt edge. Omoi's speed was astonishing. Sakura, unable to evade while airborne, was struck in the abdomen by the blade's back, sending her flying. Sakura-ne, cried out Moegi and the others in alarm. Damn it, you. Konohamaru glared at them, hurling a shuriken towards the duo, which was easily deflected by Omoi's sword. Frustrated, Konohamaru began rapidly forming hand seals, then placed his hands before his mouth. Noticing this, Moegi quickly grasped Konohamaru's arm, exclaiming, Konohamaru, no. This is the village. We can't use such a wide-ranging technique. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Konohamaru begrudgingly remarked, Tisich, I should have asked Naruto-sensei to teach me more taijutsu. At that moment, Omoi approached Konohamaru and said, all right, can we talk now? Suddenly, Konohamaru's gaze flickered to 2 shurikens swiftly flying towards him. A smirk involuntarily crept across his face as he leaped back, just in time. Omoi and Karui noticed the shuriken and quickly turned to block them with their swords. Just as the shuriken were about to make contact with their blades, Naruto instantaneously appeared before them using the Flying Thunder God technique. The duo's eyes widened in astonishment. Such speed was something they had only witnessed in their Raikage. Naruto seized the airborne shuriken, pivoting sharply to deliver a powerful kick to both their faces, sending them sprawling. Naruto-sensei, Konohamaru shouted excitedly. With a disdainful expression, Naruto retorted, honestly, as my disciple, how could you not dispatch such weaklings in an instant? You're embarrassing me. Konohamaru, slightly abashed, lowered his head, struggling to find words. From today onward, all ninjutsu training is halted. Focus on enhancing your taijutsu. Naruto commanded sternly. Despite being reprimanded, Konohamaru did not show defiance, but instead resolutely replied, understood. Meanwhile, Omoi and Karui, having regained their footing, brandished their swords in anger. Hey kid, who are you calling weak? They shouted. Ignoring them, Naruto turned to Konohamaru, stating, Konohamaru, pay close attention. For the next week, If you cannot elevate your taijutsu to this level, don't even think about asking me to teach you new ninjutsu. Without waiting for them to make a move, Naruto dashed towards the duo at lightning speed. Enraged, Omoi and Karui, blinded by fury, engaged him directly with their blades. Yet, Naruto's taijutsu, honed under the tutelage of the legendary Might Guy, allowed him to maintain an upper hand, even in a 2-on-1 scenario. After exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, Naruto inquired, "Konohamaru, did you see clearly?" Konohamaru nodded and said, "Understand clearly, Naruto." Subsequently, Naruto instantaneously elevated the speed and power of his attacks, swiftly bringing both adversaries to the ground. He then approached Konohamaru and remarked, "There is no need to learn the final part for now. Simply mastering the earlier techniques will suffice." This display of unspoken bravado incited further discontent in Omoi and Karui, who glared at Naruto with ire. With a serious demeanor, Naruto fixed his gaze upon them and inquired, "What brings you two ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds to Konoha? Is it your intention to bully my beloved apprentice in broad daylight? Believing Konoha to be an easy target?" Omoi, filled with rage, retorted, "Your rogue ninja, Sasuke Uchiha, attacked our village and abducted our master. We have come to seek justice from you, demanding that you relinquish any information regarding the Akatsuki organization and Sasuke." Upon hearing this, Naruto chuckled and replied, "So, Sasuke assaulted your village and took your master, yet instead of pursuing vengeance against him, you come to Konoha to seek retribution? What? Is it that the village hidden in the clouds cannot handle even one rogue ninja from our village, and now you require our assistance? Who asked for your help? You allowed the rogue ninja to act with impunity, failing to address the situation promptly. You must also bear responsibility for the losses our village has suffered," Karui shouted. In response to their rebuttal, Naruto chose not to engage directly, but turned to Konohamaru and asked, "Konohamaru, what would you do if one day I were forcibly taken away by rogue ninjas from another village?" Chapter 100, Jinjutsu of the Nine Tails. Konohamaru, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Brother Naruto is the strongest. No one could ever defeat you." Hearing Konohamaru's response, Naruto laughed heartily. "Ah, indeed. Could it be that your master from the village hidden in the clouds is simply too weak to fend off such threats, even allowing himself to be taken away?" Upon hearing Naruto's mockery, Omoi bit down on his lollipop, shattering it in his fury as he glared at Naruto. Noticing the silence from them, Naruto continued to question Konohamaru. "I mean, if, on some day, I were to be taken away by rogue ninjas from another village, would you respond in kind as they did, venting your anger in another's village as a display of your impotence?" "I would undoubtedly seek out the rogue ninja immediately and resolve the situation to rescue you, Brother Naruto," Konohamaru asserted. Naruto, witnessing the unfolding events, continued to mock. "It seems that the village of the hidden cloud has truly fallen into decline. The Akatsuki organization has been wreaking havoc in the ninja world for quite some time, and yet you have failed to gather intelligence on them, resorting to seeking information from us in Konoha. Truly pathetic." Karui, unable to suppress the fury boiling within her at the disparaging remarks about her village, tightened her grip on her katana and charged towards Naruto. Yet, Naruto showed no inclination to evade. At the very moment the blade descended, he grasped the edge of the sword with his bare hands. In that instant of contact, he pulled her into his own inner consciousness space. Karui found herself momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Just as confusion set in, a gaping maw appeared before her, exuding a terrifying pressure and chakra that left her frozen in place, her face etched with fear. Omoi, witnessing Karui's stunned state and her sword hand drooping weakly, rushed to stand before Naruto, drawing his own weapon in an instant. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Naruto retreated to avoid the confrontation. Omoi hastily withdrew, cradling the incapacitated Karui while urgently calling her name. Karui, in terror, stammered, This guy is also a Jinchuriki." Omoi turned to Naruto, astonishment evident on his face, while Naruto smiled and remarked, "Looks like everything is going smoothly. Shall we continue?" At that moment, the Nine Tails within Naruto inquired, "Why did you bring her here?" "I wanted to teach her a lesson," Naruto replied. "I detest those who come to other villages and act with impunity. It reminds me of my previous world." The Nine Tails, observing Naruto's demeanor, asked, "What are you implying?" Naruto chuckled, "Nothing much, just that I find it intolerable when someone, bolstered by a powerful nation, behaves recklessly. How dull. Where there are strong, there are weak. Becoming a figure of strength in their eyes will naturally instill a sense of confidence among your villagers. Indeed, it is quite tiresome, which is why this tedious cycle will soon come to an end. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman materialized before Naruto and Omoy. Naruto's gaze fixated on her alluring figure, his eyes widening in surprise. Omoy, Karui, weren't you supposed to be gathering intelligence? What is this? Omoy was the first to complain. Samui, that guy used some sort of jutsu, and now Karui has turned into this. Samui shot a cold glare at Naruto, who feigned innocence in response. Meanwhile, the bodyguard of Danzo, Kazekage, arrived on the scene. Noticing the injuries sustained by the foreign envoy, he inquired, Naruto, why have you harmed these representatives of the hidden cloud? Naruto nonchalantly approached Konohamaru and stated, I found her insufferable. She was flaunting her strength in a foreign village, so I dealt with her. Kazekage was taken aback by Naruto's response, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizun also arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Samui's figure, Jiraiya instantaneously shifted into his lecherous mode, but upon noticing Tsunade nearby, he reined in his demeanor and turned to Naruto, asking, what on earth happened here? Before Naruto could speak, Konohamaru took the initiative to say, they attacked first. It was my brother Naruto who defended me and injured them. We merely sought information regarding Sasuke, and that brat insulted our village, Himogakure. Omoy shouted. Stepping forward, Naruto declared, there is no need for further discussion. It was I who struck them. I could not tolerate their arrogance, especially on the territory of Konohagakure. Konohamaru is my disciple. They have no right to behave so recklessly here. As Naruto spoke, he deliberately unleashed a significant amount of chakra and pressure to exude an air of superiority and instill a sense of intimidation in his adversaries. Samui, observing Naruto's chakra, began to sweat profusely, and the same was true for Omoy and Karui. Even as trusted associates of the Raikage, they realized that they could not hope to defeat Naruto, whose chakra surpassed even that of the Raikage in full power. Samui understood that, even if the three of them joined forces, they stood no chance against Naruto. Acknowledging that this was foreign territory, Samui stepped forward and conceded, I apologize, we were in the wrong. I will ensure they are properly disciplined. Seeing the other party relent, F stepped forward and said, very well, let us leave this matter behind. I will take you to acquire intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. Although Omoy still felt somewhat dissatisfied, he recognized Naruto's overwhelming strength and decided to acquiesce. After they departed, Konohamaru gazed at Naruto with admiration, exclaiming, Brother Naruto, you were magnificent just now. Naruto smiled at Konohamaru and replied, Konohamaru, remember, if others treat us with respect, we must reciprocate in kind. However, if anyone seeks to bully us, we must never show weakness, understood? Konohamaru nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, Naruto addressed Jiraiya, asking, what brings you here? I sensed a fight might have occurred. So I came to investigate, Jiraiya said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder and whispering, I heard from Shizun that you made a bet with Tsunade. You truly are my exceptional disciple. She has been particularly gentle with me these days. Naruto chuckled and replied, so when do you plan to confess your feelings? I am eagerly awaiting the invitation to your wedding. Jiraiya gazed wistfully into the distance and said, perhaps in due time. There is a 5 Kage summit in a few days, and I cannot predict what will transpire. The ninja world is fraught with undercurrents. It is not yet the right moment for a wedding. Indeed, Tsunade is still troubled by the curse upon her. If you were to confess now, she might not acquiesce. However, from what you have said, it seems that once the ninja world stabilizes and you confess, she will surely accept. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before smiling and saying, of course. Chapter 101. Strength is confidence. Although Jiraiya and Naruto spoke in hushed tones, Tsunade, who stood nearby, overheard their conversation and gazed anxiously at the sky. Noticing Tsunade's expression, Naruto deliberately raised his voice, proclaiming, no worries. I have now become the perfect Jinchuriki. My strength has reached its zenith, and no one dares to harbor ill intentions towards our Hidden Leaf village. They have come to fear us. Jiraiya released his grip on Naruto's shoulder, exclaiming, I never expected you to truly accomplish this. You truly are worthy of being Minato's son. In a moment of pride, he almost revealed that Naruto was the son of the 4th Hokage. Fortunately, Tsunade promptly stepped on Jiraiya's foot to silence him. Naruto, looking at the two with a smile, said, there's no need to conceal it. I have already known. I am the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The astonishment was palpable among Konohamaru and his companions. Naruto, you are the son of the fourth Hokage. Konohamaru exclaimed in disbelief. Ignoring Konohamaru, Naruto turned to Tsunade and Jiraiya, saying, Actually, you need not go out of your way to hide it from me. I have known for quite some time. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, while Naruto, with an air of indifference, continued, Well, whether this matter is known or not is no longer significant to me. Come on, Konohamaru, let us train. Konohamaru hurried to follow Naruto towards the training grounds. Along the way, he remained incredulous, saying, I can't believe that Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Before Konohamaru could elaborate, Naruto interrupted, Konohamaru, you are also the grandson of the third Hokage, but does that determine whether you can become Hokage in the future? Setting aside the issue of talent, to become Hokage, you must possess the strength that earns the trust and protection of the entire village. This has nothing to do with your lineage, it relies solely on your own efforts. Only through relentless training and improvement can you hope to achieve the title of Hokage. Konohamaru was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's words, unsure of how to respond. Naruto smiled at him and said, to put it differently, in the future, when people speak of you, do you wish for them to say you are the grandson of the third Hokage or simply Konohamaru? At that moment, Konohamaru grasped Naruto's meaning and, clenching his fists, declared, Of course, I want to be known as Konohamaru. I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, will become Hokage. Naruto, seeing the spirited determination in Konohamaru, smiled and said, Great. Then you must train diligently, absorbing every lesson without neglecting a single one. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Naruto summoned a shadow clone to engage in taijutsu sparring with Konohamaru, while Moegi and Udon practiced the water release techniques that Naruto had taught them. Naruto reclined on a branch of a tree, observing the trio. Although Moegi and Udon appeared to be focused on their ninjutsu practice, their glances frequently strayed toward Naruto. He was aware of their furtive glances, recognizing that they felt remorseful about their previous confrontation with Kakashi and Haiden. As members of the same team, Konohamaru had bravely stepped forward to face Kakashi, while Moegi and Udon had cowered in fear, lacking the courage to confront their opponents directly. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment in the two, Naruto did not abandon them. He patiently awaited their initiative to approach him. After exchanging resolute gazes, Moegi and Udon ceased their training and walked to the base of the tree where Naruto sat. Upon noticing them, Naruto leapt down and inquired, What is it? About the last mission, we're sorry, they replied. What do you mean? Naruto feigned ignorance, though he already knew. It's about the mission against the Akatsuki. We were too afraid. It's all right. Your strength is the foundation of your confidence and courage. If you hesitate, it merely indicates a lack of faith in your abilities. He reassured them. But we've been trying our best, Udon protested. Naruto gestured toward Konohamaru in the distance, stating, Let us not speak of others. Do you believe you are putting in as much effort as he is? Konohamaru, battered and bruised, repeatedly rose to his feet after being knocked down by Naruto's shadow clone, unwavering in his determination to continue the sparring. Udon Moegi, I do not wish for you to arbitrarily define your limits. Each individual possesses boundless potential. It merely depends on your willingness to strive for breakthroughs. Naruto spoke with profound sincerity. Inspired by the sight of the injured Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon exchanged determined glances and declared, We understand, Naruto and I. We will train even harder than before. Naruto smiled and replied, Excellent. Continue your training. I have matters to attend to. With that, he swiftly departed from the training ground, heading toward Shikamaru's home. The individual assigned to monitor Naruto quickly followed suit, but as they traversed a wooded area, Naruto suddenly vanished from sight. The monitor, taken aback, was shocked to see Naruto reappear directly behind him. Consider this a warning. Do not follow me, Naruto stated firmly. Upon hearing this, the observer broke into a cold sweat and replied, This is an order from Danzo-sama. I will not repeat myself. Also, tell Danzo to cease his ambitions regarding the Nine Tails. Naruto asserted before vanishing once more. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to cover a significant distance, he sensed that no one was tailing him. Gradually, he slowed his pace and, upon reaching Shikamaru's residence, discovered Shikamaru and Asuma engaged in a game of chess. Is that you, Naruto? Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Shikamaru. What brings you here today? Aren't you training your prize pupil? Naruto chuckled as he approached them. One must allow children some time for independence. One cannot simply hover over them constantly, he added with a smile. Is there something you wish to discuss today? Shikamaru inquired. It pertains to the 5 Kage summit. I am aware of the location. Has the time been confirmed? Naruto replied. It has indeed. It appears to be scheduled for 5 days hence. The newly appointed Hokage, Danzo, is expected to depart tomorrow, Shikamaru answered. That is all I wish to know. Thank you, Shikamaru, Naruto said. Are you planning to attend as well? Shikamaru asked. Naruto chuckled and replied, given that it concerns Sasuke, I certainly must be present. With that, Naruto vanished from Shikamaru's residence in an instant. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, observing Naruto's departing figure, seemingly lost in thought. Asuma, noticing this, queried, Shikamaru, what occupies your mind? I can't help but worry about that guy Naruto. Although he has made considerable progress, this is the 5 Kage summit. I fear he might become flustered due to Sasuke and act recklessly, Shikamaru elucidated. Chapter 102, The Challenge? After departing from Shikamaru's abode, Naruto leisurely made his way back to the training ground. Konohamaru was diligently practicing his shadow clone technique, while Moegi and Udon were honing their water-style ninjutsu nearby. The trio was so engrossed in their training that they failed to notice Naruto's return. Clearing his throat, Naruto addressed them. I have something to inform you in advance. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the three halted their activities and approached him, asking, What is it, Naruto and I will be leaving tomorrow for an unspecified duration, so you will need to have Teacher Ebisu oversee your training in my absence, Naruto explained. Upon realizing Naruto's impending departure, Konohamaru immediately asked, Are you going to find Brother Sasuke, Naruto and I? Naruto smiled at Konohamaru but did not respond directly. Instead, he continued, During this time, you may continue practicing the techniques I have taught you or follow Teacher Ebisu's guidance. However, there is one activity that must be completed daily. What activity? Konohamaru inquired. Taijutsu sparring, Naruto declared. Konohamaru, puzzled, asked, But Naruto and I aren't you leaving? Who will we spar with? Teacher Ebisu. Naruto produced a map and said, After I depart, follow this map to a place called the Raging Blood Dojo, where you will engage in battles with the individuals there. Raging Blood Dojo? Indeed. You should be familiar with the people there, and their mastery of taijutsu surpasses mine. Engaging with them will undoubtedly be beneficial to you. Naruto clarified. Understood, I will remember. Konohamaru responded. Very well, you are free to train now. I must take my leave, Naruto stated as he turned to exit. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he paused and tossed a kunai toward Konohamaru. The kunai landed at Konohamaru's feet. Naruto and what is this? Konohamaru asked. Without turning back, Naruto continued walking and said, It is a gift for you. This is my personal kunai. Should you find yourself in danger, you can infuse chakra into the mark on the handle, and I will arrive at once. As Konohamaru picked up the kunai and examined the mark on the handle, he felt an overwhelming sense that Naruto and would be away for a considerable time. As Konohamaru was about to inquire further, Naruto had already vanished from view. After leaving the training ground, Naruto made his way directly to the fervent dojo he had just mentioned to Konohamaru and the others. In front of the dilapidated dojo, Rock Lee and Tenten were engaged in a spirited bout of taijutsu. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Lee ceased his movements and remarked, Naruto, it's been a while. Indeed. It has been a long time. Have you returned from your mission? Naruto inquired. Yes, just returned, Lee replied. How has Gai-sensei been? He is still on a mission and hasn't returned to the village for quite some time. Naruto, is there something you wish to discuss with me today? Lee asked. With a smile, Naruto clenched his fists and pointed toward the sign of the fervent dojo, declaring, I have come to challenge the dojo. At this proclamation, both Tenten and Lee were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Lee, with a serious expression, responded, Very well, it has been a long time since I have sparred with you. Let us do this. Without hesitation, Naruto assumed a stance and retorted, Bring it on. Tenten, understanding the situation, stepped aside to watch the match unfold. After a prolonged gaze, Lee was the first to strike, dashing towards Naruto with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Naruto's face. With a grin, Naruto evaded the blow and swiftly counterattacked. In this encounter, Naruto had no intention of employing ninjutsu, preferring to rely solely on taijutsu to spar with Lee. After exchanging nearly 100 techniques, their speed and power gradually intensified. By the time they had exchanged about 300 strikes, Their movements had become so swift that they appeared to leave afterimages. Given their similar height and build, the match had reached a state of near parity. After both executed a leaf whirlwind technique simultaneously, they retreated a few steps. Lee wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "What a thrilling match, Naruto. Truly a youthful confrontation." Naruto chuckled and replied, "Lee, now let me show you my Sage Mode Taijutsu, Frog Kumite." With that, Naruto brought his hands together in a prayer position, closed his eyes, and began to gather natural energy. Approximately 30 seconds later, he opened his eyes, revealing the visage of Sage Mode. "Let us go." The two engaged once more at an incredible speed, but this time, Naruto's strength and agility were evidently superior to Lee's. Utilizing the natural energy present in the air, Naruto unleashed an invisible attack that forced Lee to stagger back a few steps. "What was that?" Lee asked, bewildered. "This is a unique taijutsu technique of my Sage Mode, allowing me to strike using the air. Be careful." Naruto charged again, his punches infused with air, forcing Lee to retreat further. In a moment of desperation, Lee crouched down and removed the weights strapped to his legs, bringing his arms together in front of him. That posture was unmistakable. Tintin recognized it as the stance to open the 8 gates. Third gate, the opening gate, release. Lee's body surged with blood, his skin reddening, and green energy radiated from him, astonishingly unlocking the third gate in one go. Tintin gasped in awe. With the opening of the third gate, Lee experienced a significant enhancement in both speed and strength. Although Naruto possessed Sage Mode, he found himself at a disadvantage against Lee in this state, and soon was forced back. With a smile, Naruto declared, "Lee, let us engage in a decisive battle today." With that, he assumed the 8 gates formation. Fourth gate, the injury gate, open. In response to Lee's third gate, Naruto opted to directly activate the fourth gate for their confrontation. The two swiftly clashed, their tremendous speed and force shattering the ground beneath them. At that moment, Tintin could no longer discern their figures, only blurred afterimages remaining. As they exchanged blows, their speed and strength continued to escalate. Fourth gate, the injury gate, open. Lee also unlocked the fourth gate. During their duel, Naruto boldly suggested, "Lee, let us settle this with the fifth gate, the door of death." Agreed. Both retreated momentarily, amplifying their energy once more. Fifth gate, the door of death, open. Their energies surged explosively. Meanwhile, Neji and Hinata, sensing the unusual commotion, rushed to the scene. "What is happening? What are Naruto and Lee doing?" Neji inquired, activating his Byakugan. "Naruto suddenly appeared here, claiming he wanted to challenge us, and then they began." Hinata expressed her concern for Naruto. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Naruto and Lee charged toward each other at astonishing speed, engaging in a taijutsu duel that appeared to be a friendly spar, as Neji explained. Chapter 103. Departure to the Land of Iron. In a brief span, Naruto and Lee exchanged hundreds of moves, both panting heavily. "Truly impressive, Naruto," Lee praised. "You are formidable as well. If this were a life-or-death struggle, I would have already lost. That will be enough for today." Subsequently, Naruto deactivated the 8 gates. Despite the enhancement from Sage Mode, the toll of the 8 gates was substantial, draining his stamina significantly. After releasing the 8 gates, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Observing this, Lee also released his 8 gates, but unlike Naruto, he fell to the ground due to the soreness in his muscles from overexertion. The spectators hurried over to check on the two. "Naruto, are you alright?" Hinata asked with concern. While gasping for breath, Naruto managed to smile and replied, "I'm fine. Don't worry." "How is Lee?" "Lee can't move due to his muscles being overworked," Neji explained. Hearing this, Naruto struggled to rise. Hinata quickly approached to support his arm. As Naruto smiled at her, their faces drew near, causing her cheeks to flush as she nearly lost her balance. However, focusing on aiding Naruto, she steadied her breath and maintained her footing, helping him towards Lee. "Naruto, you've just used the 8 gates. Don't overexert yourself," Hinata cautioned. "It's alright. With Sage Mode, my recovery rate surpasses that of ordinary individuals." Naruto approached Lee, crouching beside him, and said, "Allow me to assist you with my medical ninjutsu." "Thank you, Naruto. It seems I have lost," Lee replied. Naruto remained silent, concentrating on gathering chakra to tend to Lee's injuries. "Actually, I came to find you today because I have a favor to ask," Naruto continued as he healed Lee. Lee, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" "As you know, I am now a Jonin leading Konohamaru and the others. But you must have heard about Sasuke's situation. Are you intending to seek out Sasuke? Neji asked with a serious expression. Naruto nodded. After all, we were friends. So, you want me to accompany you in searching for Sasuke? Lee asked. Not quite. I plan to go alone. What I need your assistance with concerns Konohamaru. He has been training in taijutsu, but I lack the time to accompany him. I hope you can offer him some guidance. Rest assured, it won't take too long. I will arrange for them to find you for a brief spar. All you need to do is defeat them without holding back. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Hinata could not help but exclaim, Naruto, you have become a very responsible teacher. Lee smiled and replied, no problem, leave it to me. Seeing Lee's agreement, Naruto beamed. Thank you, Lee. Meanwhile, Neji, with a serious demeanor, addressed Naruto. Sasuke killed the Raikage's brother and joined Akatsuki. Even if you go to the 5 Kage summit to plead for him, they are unlikely to agree. How will I know without trying? Consider it my final endeavor. Naruto responded. Neji looked into Naruto's eyes, realizing he could not dissuade him, and said earnestly, do not push yourself too hard. Naruto smiled back, do not worry. I know my limits. At that moment, Hinata seemed to harbor different thoughts. Her expression conflicted, as if she wished to voice something. Neji, noticing her demeanor, stood and quietly said to her, Hinata, you want to accompany him, don't you? Hinata, taken aback that Neji had guessed her thoughts, nodded slightly and whispered, I want to go with him. Neji, however, poured cold water on her enthusiasm, stating, he will not agree. Confused, Hinata furrowed her brow and looked at Neji. Neji, with a serious expression, explained, he is well aware of the danger this time, which is why he sought out Lee before leaving. His words just now indicate he understands he may not return for a while. Hearing this, Hinata's concern deepened, then I must accompany him. Neji shook his head, saying, since he knows that success is uncertain, do you think he would allow you to share in that danger? But, Hinata began, yet at that moment, Naruto had finished healing Lee. He stood and addressed everyone. I apologize for causing such a ruckus today. I need to return to gather my things. Farewell, everyone. At this moment, Hinata seemed to have made a resolution, stepping forward to prepare to speak to Naruto. However, Naruto had already noticed Hinata's unusual demeanor and had clearly heard the conversation between her and Neji. Thus, as Hinata was about to voice her thoughts, Naruto took the initiative and said, Hinata, wait for my return. With that, he instantly vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. Tion and Lee exchanged puzzled glances at Hinata, somewhat bewildered by Naruto's parting words. Yet, Hinata and Neji understood Naruto's intent. She took out the kunai that Naruto had gifted her, gripping it tightly in her hand, her expression filled with concern as she gazed skyward. Neji, in a rare moment, allowed the corners of his mouth to lift slightly as he looked at Hinata. After leaving Lee's dojo, Naruto traversed through the woods. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before him. Naruto gradually slowed down, coming to a stop on the nearest tree branch. So this is it, huh? He mused with a smile. You held back earlier, didn't you? Even though the 8 gates technique places a tremendous burden on the body, the recovery effects in Sage mode shouldn't be that weak. Haha. You certainly can't hide anything from your keen eyes. After all, in this village, there's more than just you who understands Sage mode. I'm your master. How could I not know? Jiraiya chuckled. I simply didn't want to undermine Lee's confidence. This way is quite good. Alright, well, your current strength far surpasses mine. I can hardly imagine the extent of your abilities now. Since you've made your decision, go forth, Jiraiya said earnestly. Understood. Just as Naruto was about to depart, Tsunade, standing beside Jiraiya, asked, Naruto, will you return? Hearing her question, Naruto hesitated for a moment, but did not respond, leaving directly. He did not linger in the village. Heading straight towards the rendezvous point he had previously arranged with Sasuke. Chapter 104. The capture of Zetsu. Meanwhile, Obito, utilizing the implanted Rinnegan from Nagato, summoned the Outer Path Golem to continue his Eye of the Moon plan. At present, the only tailed beasts not sealed within the golem were Gaara's Shikaku and Naruto's Kurama. In a forest on the border of the Land of Iron, 2 individuals stood on a cliff, gazing at the Land of Iron. Itachi, wasn't he your brother previously insisting on killing you? How is it that you two seem to have reconciled now? Kisame inquired with a grin. Itachi allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as he replied, that boy has grown up, developed his own thoughts, and his strength has surpassed mine. He no longer requires my guidance to forge his path. Haha, who would have thought that the last 2 Uchiha would join our Akatsuki organization simultaneously? However, Sasuke's strength is indeed remarkable. He single-handedly helped us capture two-tailed beasts, Kisame remarked with amusement. Don't you have a secret mission to attend to? Shouldn't you be going? Itachi asked coldly. Thanks for the reminder. I'll take my leave now. Having uttered these words, Kisame vanished from Itachi's sight. With a smile, Itachi gazed into the distance, murmuring, You've truly grown, Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud cloak, approached Itachi, saying, It's time to go, brother. He should be arriving soon. Very well, let us depart, Itachi replied. The two then walked side by side toward the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, Naruto was nearing the borders of the Land of Fire, on the verge of entering the Land of Iron. As he approached, the weather began to shift, and faint traces of snow could be seen in the distance. Observing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His bloodline limit, ice release, would undoubtedly grant him a significant advantage in such weather. Not only would the execution of his jutsu become more covert, but its potency would also be greatly enhanced. After approximately an hour, Naruto finally arrived at the designated meeting spot with Sasuke. Upon arrival, he noticed two individuals wearing conical hats not far away. After sensing their chakra, he confidently approached them. The duo turned to face Naruto, with Sasuke teasingly remarking, Honestly, have you run out of flying thunder god marks? You're so slow. Naruto. It's been a while. Itachi greeted with a smile. Itachi, it's been too long, Naruto joyfully replied. Naruto, I've convinced my brother to join us in executing the plan, Sasuke announced. Naruto's eyes lit up as he turned to Itachi, who responded with a gentle gaze. So what is the next step? Naruto inquired. Just as Sasuke was about to respond, Itachi interjected, Kisame has been dispatched on a secret mission by someone named Obito, but I am unclear about the specifics of his destination or purpose. I believe this could pose a variable that might hinder your plan, which you ought to consider. After contemplating Itachi's words for a moment, Naruto lowered his head and replied, As it stands, as long as we can ascertain that Kisame is not in the Land of Iron, our plan should remain unaffected. But how will you determine Kisame's whereabouts? It seems rather implausible for the six of us to conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance of such an expansive Land of Iron, Itachi remarked. I have a method, Naruto declared. As he spoke, a golden aura emanated from his body, and with a flourish of his impressive cloak, immense chakra surged forth from within him. Itachi, observing Naruto's transformation, expressed his surprise. Naruto, have you become the perfect Jinchuriki? With a grin, Naruto nodded. In this mode, my sensory abilities can encompass the entire Land of Iron. He then closed his eyes tightly, beginning to sense the surrounding chakra. 3 individuals with extraordinary chakra have entered the Land of Iron, but they are not alone. They seem to be accompanied by the Kages of the 5 great nations. Kisame should not be in the Land of Iron, Naruto explained while continuing his sensory exploration. Alright, let us proceed according to the plan. Karui and the others are already searching for Obito's trail. My brother and I will pursue Obito, while you will capture Zetsu, Sasuke instructed. Understood, then let us split up, Naruto agreed. Upon concluding their conversation, the 3 individuals swiftly dispersed. After separating, Naruto chose not to relinquish the Nine-Tails mode. Instead, he relied on his formidable sensory abilities to seek out the whereabouts of Zetsu within the Land of Iron. Suddenly, he located his target and promptly adjusted his course, sprinting with remarkable speed toward the direction of Zetsu. As he drew closer, Naruto greeted him with a smile, saying, Once again, we meet. The moment Zetsu laid eyes on Naruto, he burrowed underground in an attempt to escape. However, Naruto was not about to grant him the luxury of an escape. He instantaneously teleported directly in front of Zetsu, delivering a powerful kick to his face that forcibly extracted Zetsu from the ground. The impact caused Zetsu to spew blood and crash into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Such speed was truly terrifying. Despite being severely injured from the kick, Zetsu managed to commend Naruto on his current velocity. Before Zetsu could utter another word, Naruto reappeared before him, followed by a swift punch. As Zetsu was sent flying backward from the blow, Naruto rapidly followed him, forming hand seals with astonishing speed. Lightning release, 6 paths of sealing. 6 chains of lightning coalesced around Zetsu's body, swiftly penetrating him. Upon feeling the chains embed into his body, Zetsu realized that they not only restricted the flow of his chakra, but also rendered him incapable of sensing his own physical state, as if his body were no longer his own. Witnessing the effect, Naruto promptly manipulated the chains to bind Zetsu completely. He then hoisted the thoroughly restrained Zetsu and raced toward the border of the Land of Iron. What are you planning to do? Zetsu shouted in desperation. Be quiet. Surely, you wouldn't want to attract the attention of the samurai of the Land of Iron, Naruto retorted, arriving swiftly at the border. He ensured the vicinity was clear of onlookers before tossing Zetsu at his feet. Subsequently, he scattered nearly 10 shurikens around them, forming hand seals. Naruto conjured a golden barrier that enveloped both him and Zetsu. What are you really up to? Zetsu yelled. Ignoring Zetsu's outcry, Naruto calmly stepped out of the barrier, stating, It's not yet your turn. For now, remain here. He then froze the entire barrier in place. After completing this task, Naruto finally relinquished the Ninetales mode, returning to his usual appearance. Chapter 105. Everyone else besides Rin is irrelevant. In the ensuing days, Naruto traversed the border of the Land of Iron, observing the arrival of the various Kage. 2 days prior to the commencement of the 5 Kage summit, the newly appointed Hokage, Danzo, leisurely entered the Land of Iron, being the last of the Kage to arrive. Once it was confirmed that everyone was present, Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Sasuke. Have you confirmed the whereabouts of the Kage? Sasuke inquired. Danzo has entered the Land of Iron. All the Kage have assembled. There are 2 days left until the meeting. What about you? Naruto replied. Xianglin has successfully locked onto Tobi's chakra, but his space-time ninjutsu is exceedingly troublesome, making it quite difficult to track his location, Sasuke remarked. Do you need my assistance? Naruto inquired. No, I have already taken control. I am merely awaiting your arrival, Naruto replied. There's no need. Since Danzo has entered the Land of Iron, Tobi must be aware of it. It won't be long before he comes looking for me. Just pay attention to the chakra signals when the time comes, Sasuke responded. All right, I shall await your news. With that, Naruto departed from Sasuke's presence and arrived at the location where he was controlling Jubi. As he touched the icy prison containing Jubi, he said, Soon. It will be your time to shine. At that moment, Tobi had just confirmed Danzo's whereabouts, donning his white mask, revealing his Sharingan and Rinnegan before Sasuke and Itachi. I have ascertained Danzo's location. Are you two prepared to take action? Tobi coldly stated. Sasuke chuckled softly. Indeed, we are about to act, but not against Danzo. As soon as Sasuke spoke, Suigetsu and Jugo leapt out to surround Tobi. Tobi, taken aback, asked, What does this mean? Sasuke smiled. Is it not evident enough? We are here to take you down. Danzo is the architect of the destruction of your Uchiha clan. If you do not target him, what does it mean to come after me? Tobi questioned. Sasuke sneered. Your Uchiha clan? Are you not also a member, Uchiha Tobi? Upon hearing Sasuke recognize his true identity, Tobi decided to drop the pretense, asking, How did you discover my true identity? Jubi informed me, Sasuke replied. Tobi, incredulous, exclaimed, Impossible. That guy is, before he could finish. Sasuke interjected with a smile, What is the matter? Were you about to say that Jubi was created by Uchiha Madara and could never betray you? Tobi, realizing that Sasuke was aware of this, demanded angrily, How do you know all this? Sasuke, observing Tobi's growing anger, said with a smile, I know more than just this. There are many things you remain oblivious to. For instance, everything you have experienced is part of Uchiha Madara's scheme. What do you mean? Tobi asked in a low voice. The matter is intricate and extensive. Let us begin with what interests you most. You should know that Rin, whom you cherished more than life itself, was pierced through the heart by Kakashi's Raikiri, Sasuke stated. Upon hearing Rin's name, Tobi could no longer suppress his emotions, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned. What are you trying to say? Please, do not be angry. The story is long, so I hope you will listen patiently. Let us start with the battle at Kanabi Bridge. In that battle, you gifted your Sharingan to Kakashi, yet you were buried under the rocks, only to be rescued by Uchiha Madara and have survived until now. Is that not correct? Indeed, Tobi coldly replied. However, there is something you do not know. After that battle, the Uchiha performed one more act. They placed a curse seal on Rin's heart, the same seal as yours. Not only that, but Rin's 3 tails within her body were also sealed by Uchiha Obito, who controlled the Umbu of the Mist Village. He had deliberately chosen a time when Minato was occupied with other missions. Due to the curse, Rin was unable to harm herself, so she intentionally collided with Kakashi's lightning blade, hoping to remove the heart seal and protect both the village and her comrades. Upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, Obito's eyes had become completely bloodshot, glaring menacingly at Sasuke. Do you think I would believe your words? Sasuke did not retort. Instead, He produced a flying thunder god kunai and infused his chakra into the flying thunder god seal. In the next moment, Naruto appeared before them, brandishing the ultimate jutsu. What I just said is not mere nonsense or mere conjecture. Sasuke approached Black Zetsu, placing a hand on its head, and addressed Obito. I can see the memories in others' minds, and through connecting to their chakra, I can synchronize what I see into their consciousness. So how about it? Will you trust me this once? As Obito hesitantly approached Sasuke, placing his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto remained vigilant, uncertain if the truth alone would awaken Obito to abandon the Moon Eye plan. As Obito's hand rested on his shoulder, Sasuke closed his eyes and activated his jutsu. In the next instant, scenes of Rin and Madara's memories unfolded in the minds of Sasuke and Obito. Stunned by the truth and the sight of Rin once more, Obito stood frozen, his eyes behind the mask engulfed in darkness. Watching Obito in this state, both Naruto and Sasuke were moved, unsure whether Obito was crying or consumed by hatred. Sasuke wanted to press on with words, but Naruto quietly restrained him, saying, "Let him have this moment." Understanding Naruto's intent, Sasuke fell silent, remaining still in place. After approximately 10 minutes, Obito's body began to stir. It was then that Sasuke spoke again. In fact, Zetsu's identity was not created by Madara. He deceived you all. Sasuke then retrieved all of Zetsu's previous memories, stating, "In truth, White Zetsu is a product of the fallen humans who immersed themselves in the infinite Tsukuyomi during ancient times, while Black Zetsu is a manifestation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will. He has roamed the shinobi world for so long, aiming to resurrect Kaguya. You and Uchiha Madara were both manipulated by him. The information left by the Sage of Six Paths at the South He Shrine was actually altered by him. It is not genuine. The infinite Tsukuyomi cannot save everyone. It is merely a ploy by Black Zetsu to revive Kaguya." At this moment, Obito withdrew his hand from Sasuke's shoulder, shouting in anger, "So what? The world that killed Rin is still this world, the conflict among the 5 great nations. Even if it is false, all I want is to create a world with Rin in it. Nothing else matters." Chapter 106. New companions. Seeing this, Naruto stepped forward to Obito, saying, "I understand what Rin means to you, but relying on the infinite Tsukuyomi will not achieve that. It is merely an illusion. Even if Rin were resurrected under the infinite Tsukuyomi, it would only be a dream. And so what if it's a dream?" As Sasuke observed that Naruto's verbal tactics were ineffective, he promptly teleported before Obito and placed his hand upon his head. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke withdrew his hand and replied, "I merely awakened some memories buried deep within him, allowing him to recall what he once was." Noticing that Obito was no longer as agitated, Naruto continued, "I understand this world has wronged us, but I possess a means to truly resurrect Rin." Upon hearing Naruto's assertion of a method to bring Rin back, Obito's emotions flared once more as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" "But Rin has been dead for many years. Even if she were to return, it would be immensely difficult." Obito, in an impassioned tone, insisted, "It matters not, as long as Rin can be resurrected." "Very well. Can you listen to our plan now? You would not wish for Rin to awaken in this chaotic world, would you?" Naruto proposed. Obito gazed at Naruto and, removing his mask, declared, "Fine, I shall trust you this once, and I will hear your plan." The moment Obito unveiled his face, smiles broke out on Naruto and Sasuke, who then eagerly shared their subsequent strategy. "Thus, I hope you will assist us in executing the plan, and once all is settled, we shall resurrect Rin. You surely do not wish for her to find herself amidst the battlefield upon her return," Naruto stated. Pondering Naruto's words, Obito replied, "Do you comprehend what you are proposing?" Sasuke chimed in with a grin. "It's akin to pulling a wolf out of thin air." Despite that, Obito said, "I hope you will place your faith in me." Meeting Naruto's gaze, Obito rose, turned his back to the others, and expressed, "Thank you, Sasuke, for reminding me of things I had long forgotten. This time, I place my trust in you, but do not forget your promise, Naruto." Upon hearing Obito's agreement, Naruto and Sasuke replied with smiles, "Of course." Nevertheless, according to the plan, it would require Obito to continue his role as the leader of the Akatsuki while masked, concealing his identity. Obito silently donned his mask and affirmed, "That is not an issue. Now, we await the convening of the 5 Kage Summit," Naruto announced. At that moment, Itachi stepped forward and inquired, "Naruto, what about Black Zetsu?" Naruto glanced at Obito and asked, "What do you think?" Obito revealed his Sharingan beneath the mask and fervently stated, "Kill it." That may not be feasible. Black Zetsu is a manifestation of Kagaya's consciousness and is likely immortal, Naruto explained. Perhaps you could leave it to me. I shall seal it, Itachi offered. Upon hearing Itachi's suggestion, Naruto concurred, recognizing the merit of Itachi's Tenseigan, which possessed the power to seal permanently. Yet, bearing the brunt of Black Zetsu's treachery was Obito, and all eyes turned to him. After a moment of contemplation, Obito nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Itachi activated his Sharingan and unleashed his Crimson Susanoo, wielding the Tenseigan to seal Black Zetsu. After accomplishing this, the group convened to deliberate on the forthcoming detailed strategies and divisions. It was decided that Obito and Sasuke would form one team to attend the Five Kage Summit, while Naruto and Itachi would remain outside to provide support. Once arrangements were made, the group dispersed, each heading to their designated positions, preparing for action. After Sasuke and the others departed, Naruto turned to Itachi and asked, Itachi, I heard you have been gravely ill. How are you faring now? Unexpectedly, Itachi revealed a smile and remarked, Sasuke has already healed me. When Sasuke was mentioned, Itachi's eyes and expressions radiated a profound affection, causing Naruto to feel a twinge of envy. He smiled and replied, That's good to hear. However, I have been using the Sharingan for years, and my eyesight has suffered. Upon hearing Itachi's concern, Naruto chuckled and reassured him, There's no need to worry, Sasuke, and I can help you with this issue. And we can also enhance your abilities. Itachi looked at Naruto and said, Thank you, Naruto. A puzzled Naruto inquired, What are you thanking me for? I was overly stubborn back then, trying to keep Sasuke in Konoha by my means, pushing him to grow stronger to avenge me, which caused him much suffering over the years. As an older brother, I feel responsible, Itachi confessed. Seeing Itachi's guilt-ridden expression, Naruto pulled out a plate of dumplings from his pocket and said, There's no need for such words. You have endured so much for Sasuke and the village. Both Sasuke and I truly empathize with your plight. The darkness of the village and the instability of the shinobi world placed such burdens on you alone. Itachi, I hope you will no longer be confined by the village or silently endure everything. Sasuke and I can certainly change the current shinobi world. Moved by Naruto's words, Itachi slowly accepted the dumplings. The two then fell into a comfortable silence. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Obito had arrived at the venue for the Five Kage Summit, waiting for the meeting to commence. This is indeed the location for the summit, Obito stated. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Obito regarded Sasuke and remarked, I never expected you to conceive such a plan. Even our team back in the day could not have achieved this. Sasuke responded with a smile. I know it sounds insane. Insane is an understatement. As far as I know, for over a century, no one has ever attempted this, and even if someone had, they never succeeded. Then we shall be the first, Sasuke affirmed resolutely. Obito, pondering, looked at Sasuke and asked, Are you so confident? Especially with the tailed beasts in my possession? Sasuke chuckled and replied, Why do you think I assisted you in capturing the tailed beasts? Obito finally grasped the situation and said, So you're using me to dismantle the balance maintained by the tailed beasts among the villages, while simultaneously seizing the enhanced power they provide. Sasuke nodded with a smile. Precisely. What do you plan to do with the tailed beasts afterward? Obito inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke responded, For now, let us keep them contained. Once everything is resolved, we will release them. At that point, they can choose to be free or stay with whomever they wish. However, I never anticipated you could conspire with Naruto on such a monumental plan. When did you two establish contact without our notice? Obito questioned. It was during my confrontation with Orochimaru. He sought cooperation with Orochimaru to deal with Akatsuki. Additionally, let me share a secret. Scorpion and Deidara were also dealt with by the two of us, Sasuke said with a grin. Understanding dawned on Obito. I see now. That explains why Akatsuki has been so successful in capturing tailed beasts lately, despite the dwindling number of its members. It was you two working behind the scenes. Chapter 107. An alliance between Konoha and Akatsuki. The Five Shadows Conference convened as scheduled, with each of the five shadows seated in their designated places. The general of the Iron Country, Mikazuki, occupied the central position, presiding over the meeting. Outside the venue, Sasuke and Obito patiently awaited their moment to infiltrate the gathering. When shall we enter? Obito inquired. There's no rush, Sasuke replied. According to our intelligence, Danzo will employ the eyes of Uchiha Shursui to activate Konoha Tsukumi during this assembly. So we shall wait until he is discovered before making our move. However, As far as I know, Konohamaru is currently the most formidable jinjutsu. Could it truly be exposed? Obito questioned. Among the bodyguards of the Mizukage, there is one who has transplanted to be a Kugen of our Hyuga clan. He should possess the capability to see through it. Sasuke explained. The Byakugan, you say? Hence, we merely need to bide our time. After approximately 15 minutes, we shall act. Meanwhile, Naruto and Itachi were concealed within a distant cave, awaiting Sasuke's signal. Naruto, observing Itachi's subtly anxious demeanor, asked, "What troubles you? Are you concerned about Sasuke?" Indeed. Considering they are the five shadows and the warriors of the Iron Country, there may be unforeseen variables, Itachi confessed. Rest assured, you have witnessed his prowess. For the time being, none can contend with him, especially with Obito at his side. Yet, Obito has only recently allied with us. Can we truly place our trust in him? Itachi remarked. Hearing Itachi's doubts, Naruto approached him, saying, Itachi, you should be familiar with our Uzumaki clan's ability to sense the flow of chakra within others, allowing us to discern whether they are lying. So have faith. Obito should pose no issues. Reassured by Naruto's words, Itachi's anxiety lessened. At that moment, Kagaya sensed the movements of the five shadows within the conference and noticed a disturbance in Danzo's chakra. Sasuke, Danzo's chakra appears to be irregular. Its flow has changed from before, Kagaya reported. He must have activated Konohamaru. Let us prepare to infiltrate, Sasuke instructed. With that, the group was drawn into a vortex conjured by Obito. Inside the meeting hall, Danzo was momentarily exposed after his use of Konohamaru was recognized by the Mist Village SAO, leading to an uproar among the attendees. The Raikage, enraged, prepared to confront Danzo directly. At that moment, a vortex appeared at the center of the assembly, from which two figures gradually emerged. Greetings, everyone. Obito's voice resonated throughout the chamber, prompting the guards of the five shadows to adopt a vigilant stance before their respective leaders. Uchiha Sasuke, how dare you come here? The Raikage shouted furiously. Calm yourself, Raikage. My name is Uchiha Madara, and I have matters of great importance to discuss with you, Obito said slowly. What? My objective is to unify the entire shinobi world, and I hope for your cooperation, Obito continued. Upon hearing this declaration, the Raikage erupted with immense chakra, charging towards the two with fists raised. The speed was so formidable that neither Sasuke nor Obito had time to react. However, at the instant the Raikage's fists made contact, they passed right through the two figures, leaving him bewildered as his entire body surged past Sasuke and Obito. Speaking of unifying the shinobi world, didn't Danzo just utter something similar? That Tsuchikage inquired. Well then, allow me to elaborate, Madara replied slowly. Who wishes to hear your words? Sasuke, return my brother. With that, the Raikage once again charged at Sasuke, fists raised. In response, Sasuke reluctantly drew his Kusanagi sword, clashing it against the Raikage's powerful blows. To think he could withstand the Raikage in such a state, it's truly astonishing, exclaimed Kishi, taken aback. Darui, standing nearby, shared the same sentiment as Sasuke, who grinned and advised, perhaps you should listen quietly to what we have to say next. You brat. The Raikage, incensed by Sasuke's words, intensified his chakra and continued his assault. Sasuke, seeing this, summoned his Susanoo for protection. As the Raikage's fist struck the Susanoo, he gazed into Sasuke's eyes and remarked, Is this the Manjiki Sharingan? Immediately, the Raikage escalated his chakra to its peak. Come on then, brat. Sasuke, exasperated, shook his head at Madara beside him, saying, It seems this fellow is not one to listen easily. He'll need to be silenced for a while. Madara nodded in agreement, cautioning, avoid using Amaterasu. We don't want this meeting room engulfed in flames. Sasuke formed a single hand sign and then charged at the Raikage with his sword. The speed of his advance astonished the Raikage. I never expected you to possess such swiftness. Sasuke scoffed. Unfortunately, it still pales in comparison to you and Naruto. The Raikage dodged to the side just in time as Sasuke's Kusanagi grazed against the Raikage's lightning release technique, severing it effortlessly. A startled A observed. Did you enhance its piercing power and might with lightning release? At this moment, Kishi chimed in, and wind release as well. I never anticipated you could control two elemental natures simultaneously. Impressive. Appraised. Is that so? There are more than just two. Sasuke declared as he once more swung the Kusanagi, now enveloped in three types of chakra. Recognizing the threat, swiftly evaded, positioning himself behind Sasuke. He then seized Sasuke's Susanoo and hurled it forcefully to the ground, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Standing beside Madara, Sasuke chuckled, "Raikage-sama. Perhaps you should consider listening to our words. Demolishing the meeting room of the Iron Country would not be wise." The Raikage, observing the Susanoo in his grasp, noted that despite his earlier full-force assault, it bore no signs of damage. Reluctantly, he relented. "Very well, I'll hear you out." At this juncture, Madara began to speak deliberately. For decades, the 5 great nations have engaged in both overt and covert conflicts, resulting in countless tragedies and countless lives lost. Thus, we seek to unify the shinobi world under a single ruler, thereby eliminating war and the need for further strife among you. And how do you propose to achieve that? The Tsuchikage queried. "I desire for all nations and villages to bow before Konoha, becoming subservient to our esteemed village, with the land of fire commanding the entirety of the shinobi world." Upon hearing the name Konoha, all gazes converged upon Danzo, yet he remained with his eyes firmly shut, offering no response. "Has the Akatsuki already formed an alliance with Konoha?" Inoki inquired. Chapter 108, Declaration of War. "This is of little consequence. What truly matters is your stance." Obito interjected. "Do you believe that with Konoha and your Akatsuki combined, you possess the strength to challenge the 4 great nations?" I questioned. "And what formidable power do your 4 Kage wield? Though I may not be particularly strong, we possess the might of the tailed beasts we have gathered." With only Shikaku of the Sand Village remaining unaccounted for, Obito replied slowly. Once again, all eyes turned to Gaara, who stepped forward and asked Sasuke, "Is this the path of the shinobi you have chosen?" Sasuke smiled, asserting, "Indeed, this is my choice. What is wrong with unifying the shinobi world? You seek to incite war. Many lives will be sacrificed, and the hard-won peace will be shattered once more." Gaara exclaimed. "Gaara, do you truly believe such peace can endure indefinitely?" Sasuke countered. "Enough. It is time for your declarations," Obito interrupted. "I will not compromise. Neither will I. Nor will I." The Kage of the Sand, Mist, and Stone villages immediately expressed their unwavering demands, leaving only the Lightning village. Inoki turned to A and asked, "Raikage, what say you?" The Raikage shouted in fury, "I shall not yield. These scoundrels have slain my brother." "Very well, the 4th Great Ninja War commences. We declare war once more." As Obito's words resonated, the assembly held their breath, staring at him. "The 4th Great Ninja War, are you serious?" Inoki questioned. Obito and Sasuke leaped before Danzo, declaring, "We shall meet on the battlefield." With that, Obito drew Sasuke, Danzo, and Danzo's guards into the realm of space-time, vanishing from the meeting hall. Once Obito departed, the room remained enveloped in silence. Inoki spoke first. "What shall we do next? Should we not find a reliable Konoha ninja to confirm whether Konoha has indeed allied with the Akatsuki?" "I believe that is a sound idea. From the intelligence we have gathered, the former leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, has long since been brought back to Konoha and has remained there, possibly plotting for some time," Inoki stated. "However, based on this alone," Gaara began, but I interrupted, "the tailed beasts of each village have fallen victim to their treachery. Only Shikaku of the Sand and the 9 Tails of Konoha remain unharmed. Does this not indicate something? Sand Village, what is your true stance? Will you side with those from Konoha?" Indeed, Danzo spoke of unifying the shinobi world and used the Sharingan to control the 3 ships. It was only when we uncovered their scheme that Madara and the others arrived. Moreover, Madara remained silent while discussing their plans, suggesting he is aware of these matters. Meitarumi remarked, "Perhaps we should establish a ninja alliance as previously discussed, to confront Konoha and the Akatsuki," one of the 3 ships proposed. However, the position of the Sand Ninja remains ambiguous, and the Raikage has just voiced his opposition. Is it truly feasible to form a ninja coalition under such circumstances? On this note, Noki questioned. As it stands, the Akatsuki organization wields the power of 7-tailed beasts, and it seems exceedingly challenging to resist them relying solely on the strength of a single village, Mitsuki remarked. Indeed, the power amassed by Madara, having gathered the 7-tailed beasts, is beyond imagination, and he likely possesses forbidden techniques or trump cards involving the tailed beasts. Otherwise, he would not display such arrogance. Noki responded. After contemplating Noki's words, the Raikage said, "I concur with the decision to join the ninja coalition." Upon hearing the Raikage's agreement, the others turned their gaze towards Gaara, the Kazekage. At this moment, Kankuro began to urge Gaara, who, feeling the scrutiny of those around him and Kankuro's insistence, gradually contorted his expression into one of ferocity, whispering Naruto's name under his breath. Ultimately, for the sake of his village and nation, Gaara clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well, we Sand ninjas also agree to join the ninja coalition." Meanwhile, Obito arrived at the cave where Naruto and Itachi were located, accompanied by Danzo. Upon seeing Obito's return, Naruto immediately inquired, "How did it go?" After releasing the individuals from the time-space, Obito replied, "It went relatively smoothly." Once Danzo and his two attendants were freed, they remained motionless. Naruto approached to assess Danzo's condition and then turned to Sasuke, saying, "Is this your strongest genjutsu?" Sasuke smiled and replied, "Indeed, this is my strongest genjutsu, infinite black hole. Those ensnared by this illusion will be engulfed in endless darkness, unable to move for a full 3 hours. Unfortunately, casting it consumes more than half of my chakra, and I can only employ it once a week." Observing Danzo's state, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. Not even Danzo's Sharingan could withstand it. Truly terrifying." Sasuke moved in front of Itachi and said, "Brother, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan has caused you to mourn for so many years. Was this fellow behind it all? Shall I eliminate him for you?" Itachi gazed at Danzo, remaining silent for a long while before responding, "You decide." He then exited the cave directly. Sasuke, watching Itachi's retreating figure, felt uncertain about his brother's intentions. He turned to Naruto, who patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, "You decide." Subsequently, they both left the cave alongside Obito. Sasuke, observing the two, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why couldn't they just state their intentions plainly? After glancing at Danzo, Sasuke ultimately removed Danzo's right eye and the entirety of his Sharingan-laden arm before departing the cave. Upon seeing Sasuke emerge, Naruto rushed over to ask, "So, how did it go? Was it not too bloody?" Sasuke did not respond to Naruto but turned back to the cave and said, "You can see for yourself." With that, the entire mountain collapsed, instantly burying the cave. Naruto observed the scene, nodded, and said, "Not bad. Let's return to Konoha." On the way, Sasuke could not help but inquire, "Naruto, do you think everything will proceed this smoothly? What if the villagers disagree with our plan and choose to reconcile with the 4 great nations?" Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Even if Konoha wishes to reconcile, do you think the Raikage would agree? After all, you did kill his brother. However, what if Konoha, in a bid for self-preservation, decides to surrender us?" Sasuke inquired. "If that were the case, would Konoha still merit our efforts to unify the ninja world?" Naruto retorted. As they conversed, Naruto suddenly sensed several familiar chakra signatures. Upon realizing this, he instantly shifted all his chakra to a perception mode. Noticing Naruto's demeanor, Sasuke asked, "What's wrong? Are there pursuers?" "It's Sakura and the others," Naruto exclaimed. "Sakura, how did they find us?" Sasuke questioned. With an expression of disdain, Naruto replied, "Who do you think? It's definitely because of you." Chapter 109, Sakura's Decision. Sasuke also wore a look of disdain as he muttered, "Tisich, that troublesome woman." Upon overhearing their exchange, Kinshiki felt a surge of jealousy and approached them, inquiring, "Woman? What woman?" Observing Kinshiki's reaction, Naruto couldn't help but smirk. "She's one of our former teammates, and just like you, she has a fondness for Sasuke." Kinshiki blushed and retorted, "Who said I liked Sasuke? Anyway, we should focus on how to deal with that guy." Sasuke interjected. "From the chakra signatures, it should be Sakura, Lee, Kiba, and Kakashi," Naruto stated. Upon hearing Kakashi's name, Obito froze momentarily. Naruto recalled the complicated history between Obito and Kakashi and glanced in Obito's direction. "I can't reveal my true identity for now. Let us avoid them for the time being." "All right, let us all keep our distance. Sasuke, you handle it," Naruto suggested. "Didn't I mention Kiba is here too? Your scent has likely been detected. You can't hide," Sasuke countered. "That's true. So what now? Should we inform them of this news?" Naruto asked. "Kakashi is also present. He holds significant influence in the 5 great nations. If we tell him, what if he directly heads to the 5 Kage summit to discuss matters with the other 4 Kage? And with Gaara involved, if anything goes awry, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation," Sasuke explained. "That makes sense. So what shall we do? They are drawing closer, and time is running out," Naruto remarked. "Except for me and Naruto, the rest of you should find a way to conceal your chakra and disperse, but don't stray too far," Sasuke commanded. Upon hearing Sasuke's orders, Everyone scattered, leaving only Naruto and Sasuke. "What is your plan?" Naruto inquired. "It's simple. I will head directly towards the direction where Sakura is coming from, and you can follow behind me," Sasuke replied. Understanding Sasuke's intent, Naruto nodded. "Sakura and the others are approximately 4 kilometers to the due south at 12 o'clock. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke immediately set off, sprinting towards the direction where Sakura and the others were. As Naruto watched Sasuke's departing figure, he couldn't help but indulge in a daydream, contemplating what Sasuke might say or do upon encountering Sakura. After approximately a minute, Naruto finally began his own journey, all the while sensing the movements of Sasuke and Obito, while envisioning Sasuke's next actions. As he pondered, a slight smile involuntarily graced Naruto's lips. Through his perception, he realized that Sasuke was merely 1 kilometer away from Sakura, prompting Naruto to quicken his pace, eager not to miss such an intriguing spectacle. Although Sasuke's sensing abilities were not as formidable as Naruto's, he could still clearly perceive Sakura and her companions from this distance. Just as their meeting was imminent, Sasuke suddenly sensed a shift in chakra from the individuals beside Sakura, and their speed noticeably diminished, eventually coming to a complete halt. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Sasuke was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hastened towards Sakura's direction. Before long, Sasuke arrived at Sakura's location, pausing on a tree branch to observe the scene before him. He saw that everyone was enveloped in a cloud of pink smoke, lying on the ground, with Ino, slightly pained, gazing at Sakura and saying, "Sakura, I'm sorry." With a conflicted expression, Sakura replied, "I'm sorry, everyone." Witnessing this scene from his perch, Sasuke chuckled and remarked, "Honestly, when did everyone in Konoha become so weak?" Startled by the voice, Sakura swiftly turned to face Sasuke. "Sasuke!" she exclaimed. "Sakura." As Sakura sensed Sasuke's chakra, an intense feeling of unfamiliarity surged within her. Before she could speak, Sasuke was quick to question, "Why did you attack your own comrades?" "Sasuke, I want to go with you. I want to leave Konoha," Sakura declared resolutely. Upon hearing Sakura's response, Sasuke coldly inquired, "I am asking you, why did you harm your companions?" Taken aback by Sasuke's words, Sakura stammered, "Because I want to go with you, so I had to make them rest here for a while." "Rest? Do you realize this is not Konoha? What will happen if they lose their combat abilities and lie here when danger arises?" Sasuke questioned icily. In a state of panic, Sakura hurriedly explained, "I did this so that I could be with you." Before Sakura could finish her explanation, Sasuke interjected, "Are you implying it's for my sake? If today you can betray your comrades for me, how can I trust that in the future you won't abandon me for someone else? You do not deserve to be my companion." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura's expression instantly darkened as she spoke. "Sasuke, you know I have always held deep feelings for you. Ever since you departed from Konoha, I have regretted not accompanying you. However, I no longer wish to dwell on the past. I desire to stand by your side and will wholeheartedly assist you in accordance with your wishes." Listening to Sakura, Sasuke scoffed, Let's set aside other matters for now. Do you truly believe your current strength qualifies you to be my ally? You cannot even compare to Naruto, whom you once looked down upon. What right do you have to claim you wish to be my companion?" Sakura found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her silence, Sasuke continued, "Kakashi-sensei, no need to feign ignorance. Why not rise and offer your perspective on Sakura's recent declarations?" Realizing he had been exposed, Kakashi rose and remarked, "Sasuke, it's been a long time." At that moment, Naruto leaped to Sasuke's side, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you, Kakashi-sensei, to be here as well." Noticing Naruto's arrival, Sasuke inquired softly, "Why are you here now?" Naruto leaned closer to Sasuke's ear and said, "No need to worry. I have already sensed it. The other 4 Kage are on their way back to the village, and Kakashi won't make it to the 5 Kage summit in time." Kakashi observed the proximity of Naruto and Sasuke, noting their apparent lack of hostility, and questioned, "Naruto, have you already heard?" In response, Naruto playfully interrupted, placing a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Indeed, Sasuke has agreed to return to Konoha." Upon hearing Naruto's words, both Sakura and Kakashi exhibited expressions of profound shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Before Kakashi could inquire further, Naruto adopted an apologetic demeanor, saying, "However, this has caused quite a bit of trouble." Chapter 110. Kakashi's astonishment upon hearing Naruto mention trouble. Kakashi immediately understood that it was no trivial matter and inquired with a serious expression, What kind of trouble? Naruto and Sasuke descended from the branch and approached Kakashi, stating, "We have eliminated Danzo, the current Hokage." Kakashi's brow furrowed at the news of Danzo's demise, and he was further taken aback by Naruto's next revelation. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization has agreed to ally with Konoha. Before Kakashi could fully process the news of Danzo's death, he was stunned once more by Naruto's announcement that the Akatsuki had declared war against the other four nations, signaling the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The ultimate outcome would see Konoha and the Akatsuki joining forces against the other countries. Kakashi's expression faltered, his composure slipping as he stared wide-eyed at Naruto and Sasuke. What are you saying?" At a loss for words, Kakashi struggled to articulate his thoughts. Observing his reaction, Naruto chuckled and patted Kakashi's shoulder, reassuring him. "But there's no need for excessive worry. Sasuke and I have deliberated thoroughly. With our current strength, we are entirely capable of defeating the other four great nations. Even if they unite to form a coalition against Konoha, we possess unwavering confidence in our victory." Sasuke reassured, "Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, there is no need for excessive concern. I have already clashed with the Raikage from the Cloud Village, and I believe their strength is rather average. Both Naruto and I could face an entire village each." Listening to their audacious claims, Kakashi momentarily doubted his own ears. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Ninja World War is not merely a duel between a few individuals. It pertains to the fate of all the villagers of Konoha. The outcome of a war cannot be swayed by the strength of just one or two people. Do not trivialize the seriousness of this conflict," Kakashi admonished with frustration. Naruto, while soothing Kakashi's agitation, replied, "I understand that a single individual typically cannot alter the course of a battle, yet with sufficient strength, one can indeed make a difference. Moreover, we are not alone. We possess the strength of two, along with all the tailed beasts except for the one tail. We are fully capable of triumphing in this war, and our ultimate aim is the unification of the ninja world." Upon hearing the phrase unification of the ninja world, astonishment once again graced Kakashi's features. Before he could finish his thought, Naruto interrupted, "If you harbor doubts about our capabilities, allow us to demonstrate what we are currently capable of." As they stepped back to a sufficient distance, Naruto activated the Kurama mode, summoning an impressive cloak of chakra behind him. Simultaneously, Sasuke awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, surrounded by a swirling purple chakra, gradually transforming into a skeletal figure that morphed into a muscular form. Concurrently, Naruto intensified his chakra output, which began to coalesce into the shape of Kurama, ultimately manifesting as a colossal, tailed beast form. Sasuke, too, initiated the third stage of Susanoo, taking on a humanoid, armored shape. "Hey, Sasuke, why not unleash the final form of Susanoo?" Naruto inquired. "Not necessary for now. This is sufficient. There's no need to reveal all our strength at once. We shall display it fully once I complete the eternal Manjiki," Sasuke replied. "Moreover, you have yet to reveal your full potential as well." Kakashi gazed in awe at the two magnificent entities before him, rendered speechless by the overwhelming pressure and chakra they emanated. Sakura, observing her former companions, felt acutely aware that their power had surpassed her own by leaps and bounds. Overwhelmed, she sank to her knees, realizing she could not even aspire to match their strength. Naruto and Sasuke understood that such titanic forms appearing at the border would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. Thus they promptly reverted to their normal states and approached Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, please trust us. Events have already unfolded, and we must hasten back to the village to strategize our response," Naruto urged. Kakashi listened to Naruto's words, contemplating the current situation. Sasuke was aware that the information he had just shared with Naruto was overwhelming for Kakashi, who, in his haste, could not make any immediate decisions. Consequently, he turned to examine Lee and the others. Sakura observed Sasuke using medical ninjutsu to treat Lee, which plunged her into a state of self-doubt once more. In no time, Sasuke successfully revived Lee and Kiba with his healing techniques. Kiba, gazing at Sasuke in a daze, murmured, "Sasuke, Sasuke. Kiba, do not be overly excited. Sasuke has decided to return to Konoha," Naruto reassured him. Slowly, Lee sat up and exclaimed, "Sasuke is returning to Konoha. Naruto, you truly accomplished it." Naruto smiled, replying, "Indeed. From now on, we are comrades." Seeing Lee and Kiba gradually recovering, Kakashi stepped forward and said, "Naruto, Sasuke, regarding what you both just mentioned, I prefer not to comment for now. Let us return to Konoha swiftly and discuss our next steps with everyone. One more question. Can the Akatsuki organization enter Konoha? Naruto inquired. Well, the specifics will be determined by Konoha's higher-ups. I fear they may not be allowed entry, Kakashi responded. Very well. Subsequently, the group set off on their journey back to the village. Along the way, Sakura remained silent, trailing at the back of the team, while Kiba cautiously observed Sasuke. Kakashi, too, cast occasional glances at Naruto and Sasuke. During their travel, Naruto, taking advantage of the others' inattention, summoned a shadow clone to seek out Obito and the others. The shadow clone approached Obito and the others and candidly stated, Kakashi mentioned that you may not be able to enter Konoha for the time being. You can only stay around the village for now. However, rest assured, Sasuke and I will facilitate your entry into the village as soon as possible. The ninja alliance of the Four Shadows should take this time to gather intelligence and build strength, so you will have to bear with us for a while. Itachi, unfazed, remarked, it is of no consequence. After all, this is a critical moment. Konoha's stance and decisions are crucial. You should focus on infiltrating Konoha's inner workings and not worry about us for now. Obito remained silent, merely nodding. While Suigetsu and the others recognized their minor role in the presence of these individuals and refrained from voicing opinions. After receiving their responses, Naruto prepared to leave. At that moment, Itachi recalled a matter that everyone had overlooked, stating, by the way, Obito, what about Kisame? You had sent him on a secret mission earlier. Where is he now? Chapter 111. Sasuke returns to the village. Only then did Obito remember the situation with Kisame and replied, before the 5 Kage summit. I had instructed him to wait on the road back to Tsunade where Gaara was returning and to seize the opportunity to capture the One Tail. Upon hearing this news, Naruto's expression darkened slightly. Although Tsunade was part of his plans, he did not wish to harm Gaara. Kisame, known as the wielder of the tailless beast, was adept at water techniques. If Gaara encountered him, it would likely spell disaster. Itachi, aware of Naruto's special feelings for Gaara, inquired, Naruto, what do you intend to do? Should I go and stop Kisame? What do you intend to do? Will you kill Kisame? Obito inquired. Naruto gazed at the two men cautiously and asked, what are your thoughts? Kisame is my partner, and I know him quite well. If I go, I might be able to persuade him, Itachi replied. Listening to Itachi's words, Naruto glanced at Obito behind Itachi and said, Obito, can you accompany Itachi? Obito nodded and replied, I can. Upon receiving their answers, Naruto dispelled his shadow clone. The expression on Naruto's face grew solemn as he absorbed this news. Kakashi, noticing the change in Naruto's demeanor, asked, what's wrong, Naruto? It's nothing, Naruto replied, prompting Kakashi to refrain from further inquiries and continue on their path. Sasuke gradually approached Naruto and quietly asked, is it something with Obito and the others? Naruto shook his head and said, it's Gaara. Sasuke, puzzled, asked Gaara, what did he do? Do you remember Kisame? Naruto responded, of course. Wasn't he sent by Obito to carry out his secret mission? Sasuke replied, indeed. His secret mission was to assassinate Gaara on his way back to the village and seize the tailed beast within him, Naruto explained. What do you plan to do? Are you going to protect Gaara? Sasuke inquired. No need, Obito and Itachi have already gone. We'll return to the village and wait for news. All right. Meanwhile, Itachi and Obito had arrived at Tsunade. Along the way, Obito confided in Itachi, actually, I have long suspected you to be a spy sent by Konoha, which is why I placed Kisame beside you to monitor you. Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression remained placid as he replied, I had my suspicions. Obito, observing Itachi's calm demeanor, couldn't help but commend him. You truly are remarkable. How do you intend to deal with Kisame? He is likely the most loyal to you within the Akatsuki, Itachi asked. Obito looked up at the sky and said, he is also a tragic figure, having grown up in such a place as the Land of Mist. Itachi glanced at Obito and asked, the Blood Mist? Indeed, but ultimately, the brutality of the mist is something I have created. I shaped him into who he is today. Obito lamented. Does he know your true identity? Itachi inquired. Obito remained silent, simply shaking his head. So, during this meeting, what do you intend to do? Will you reveal the entire truth to him? Itachi asked. Listening to Itachi, Obito continued to gaze at the sky and said, I have not been exposed to the sunlight in quite some time, and both Sasuke and Naruto have helped me recall matters from long ago. It is time to reveal the entire truth to Kisame. It is only fair, and I hope he will no longer be lost, nor simply follow me. Hearing Obito's words, A smile gradually appeared on Itachi's face as he said, "Those two indeed possess a remarkable quality that has changed me significantly. I now feel a sense of long-lost freedom and relaxation. But do you truly believe their plan to unify the ninja world can be realized?" Obito questioned. "I believe in my brother, and I also believe in Naruto," Itachi replied. Listening to Itachi's words, Obito chose to remain silent. The two continued on their journey without uttering another word. Meanwhile, Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto and Sasuke, had successfully returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon their arrival, the guards at the entrance immediately became alert upon spotting Sasuke, positioning themselves in front of him. "Uchiha Sasuke," they exclaimed. Observing their heightened agitation, Naruto quickly intervened, saying, "Calm down. Sasuke has agreed to return to the leaf." Upon hearing Naruto's reassurance, the guards reluctantly sheathed their kunai. At this moment, Sasuke greeted them with a smile. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while." "Indeed, it has," Kakashi interrupted, his tone grave. "There is no time for pleasantries. The situation is urgent. Please inform Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately. Hurry." Recognizing Kakashi's serious demeanor, the guards understood the gravity of the matter and promptly set off to find Tsunade and Jiraiya. "Sasuke, although you have consented to return to the leaf, the current circumstances are exceptional. You cannot roam freely in the village for the time being. Please accompany me to the office to await Lady Tsunade." Sasuke, understanding the implications, did not protest and followed Kakashi toward the office. As for Lee and the others, Kakashi temporarily dismissed them. On their way to the office, the sight of Naruto and Sasuke attracted much attention from passers-by, particularly the Uchiha emblem adorning Sasuke, which sparked hushed whispers among many ninjas. The reactions from onlookers intensified when they beheld the handsome visages of Naruto and Sasuke, with Naruto's facial hair now absent. His attractiveness had surged, rendering him nearly equal to Sasuke in terms of looks. The girls along the path blushed upon seeing the two. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then at Kakashi ahead of them, and quietly remarked to Sasuke, "Could you possibly remove that scar from Kakashi's face? With his looks, he could match yours effortlessly." Sasuke surveyed the bustling crowd and chuckled. "His scar is quite deep, and the duration of its existence complicates matters. Simply relying on medical ninjutsu might be insufficient. However, if combined with your Sage of Six Paths power, it should be achievable. But are you sure Kakashi would be willing to forego his mask if the scar were gone? I recall he has worn it since childhood." Naruto grinned mischievously. "We can surely persuade him." "What do you intend to do?" Sasuke inquired. "We must address the root of the issue. First, we need to understand why Kakashi has always worn a mask." With that, Naruto approached Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, I have a question." Kakashi maintained his serious expression, replying, "What is it? Why do you always wear a mask? You're quite handsome. Is it because of the scar or your Sharingan?" Naruto probed. Upon hearing this, Kakashi displayed a resigned expression and stated, "There's no particular reason. I've just worn it since I was young." Chapter 112. Two choices. Seeing that Kakashi was reluctant to elaborate, Naruto pressed on. "Is it because of the scar? Sasuke and I have a reasonable assurance that we can help restore it. As for the Sharingan, we can also assist you in controlling it, allowing you to activate and deactivate it at will." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi instantly expressed his interest, inquiring, "Do you truly have a solution?" Naruto confidently replied, "Of course. Sasuke and I possess medical ninjutsu that may even surpass Lady Tsunade's capabilities. We can undoubtedly restore your scars and return your visage to one of immaculate beauty." "Not that. I mean the Sharingan," Kakashi clarified. "Ah, that? It's quite simple. Sasuke and Itachi's research on the Sharingan has exceeded your imagination. As you are likely aware, the three-tomo Sharingan is not the final form. There exists the Manjiki Sharingan. However, beyond that, there is still more. The reason you cannot freely activate and deactivate it is that your Sharingan is not inherently yours. It was transplanted from another. Hence you do not wield it with the same proficiency as the Uchiha clan," Sasuke interjected. "But we have a method to harmonize your Sharingan with your body, allowing for effortless control." Kakashi, listening to their exposition, wore a complex expression as he asked, "Is it truly feasible?" "Indeed, it can be done right now. It will merely require some time," Sasuke assured. "Let us first consult Lady Tsunade. Given the current urgent situation in Konoha, we can discuss the matter of your eyes later." Kakashi concluded, resuming his path towards the office. Naruto and Sasuke, seeing this, followed him to the office. Upon arrival, they found Tsunade seated in the Hokage's chair, with Jiraiya standing beside her. Kakashi, What urgent matter necessitated such haste from Jiraiya and me? Tsunade inquired. The situation is grave. It is a predicament instigated by these two. Kakashi remarked, stepping aside to reveal Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke! Tsunade exclaimed, immediately rising from her seat upon seeing Sasuke. Jiraiya, surprised to see Sasuke, chuckled, Naruto. You really are impressive. Kakashi, observing the smiles on their faces, hesitated to disrupt the atmosphere with the grim tidings. Actually, there is something of greater significance at hand, an issue that pertains to the survival of the entire village, Kakashi interjected. Seeing Kakashi's serious demeanor and his words, Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions turned grave. Speak, Kakashi, Tsunade urged. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, stating, Naruto and Sasuke have persuaded the Akatsuki. They have agreed to forge an alliance with Konoha. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression hardened as she asked, forge an alliance? Why? Because the Akatsuki has declared war on Konoha and the other four great nations. The fourth great ninja war is about to commence. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, nearly dislocating his jaw, while Tsunade stood momentarily stunned. But why take such action? Why choose Konoha? Tsunade pressed. Kakashi did not respond, but instead turned his gaze toward Naruto and Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, Naruto stepped forward and declared, this decision was made after discussions with Sasuke. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged astonished glances directed at Naruto. Why, Naruto? Tsunade questioned. Because of war. Sasuke asserted, stepping forward. What do you mean? What are your intentions? Jiraiya asked in a low tone. We must bring an end to the prolonged warfare in the ninja world, unifying it into a single nation. For only then can we truly extinguish the flames of conflict and attain lasting peace, Naruto proclaimed. However, what you are currently orchestrating is nothing short of instigating a war, potentially the largest in history. Tsunade retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Do you truly believe that mere words can resolve the devastation of war? How long can this precarious balance of peace endure? If we aspire to eliminate war and establish enduring tranquility, it can only be achieved through the unification of the entire ninja realm, as we propose. Yet, Tsunade pondered, with only Konoha and Akatsuki to confront all the other nations, should we not first consult with the current Hokage Danzo and the daimyo of the Fire Country? Jiraiya inquired. At that moment, Kakashi spoke slowly, Danzo is dead. Upon hearing the news of Danzo's demise, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were taken aback, questioning who was responsible for his death. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze shifting to Naruto and Sasuke. Indeed, it was us, Naruto admitted. Why? Tsunade pressed. Because Danzo's actions, including the Uchiha massacre, the incidents in Amigakure, and the matters concerning Nagato and Yahiko, all bore his influence. If he were to remain as Hokage while Sasuke and Itachi returned to Konoha, a fierce battle would be inevitable, jeopardizing our future endeavors and the safety of Itachi and his kin, Naruto elucidated. But was it not Itachi who executed the Uchiha massacre? Tsunade countered. This was Danzo's scheme. Itachi acted out of duty to the village and for the sake of his brother, Sasuke, compelled to follow Danzo's orders against his own clan. Moreover, Itachi was a spy placed in the Akatsuki by Danzo. He never intended to betray Konoha, Naruto clarified. Listening to Naruto's explanation, Tsunade contemplated deeply, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Observing the intricate looks exchanged between Tsunade and Jiraiya, Sasuke interjected. You need not worry about our combat prowess. The Akatsuki controls all tailed beasts save for the one tail, and we have both Naruto and myself. But how will the villagers perceive this war? Would they be willing to ally with the Akatsuki and engage in battle? Tsunade questioned. It was evident that Naruto and Sasuke had left them with little room for deliberation, as they had already declared war on the four great nations. Thus, Kakashi solemnly stated, our choices are now limited to two. Naruto smiled. Indeed, there are only two options. 1. Commence preparations for war against the other nations immediately. 2. Surrender Sasuke and the Akatsuki entirely, thereby demonstrating Konoha's stance to the four great nations and seeking peace to maintain the current state of tranquility. What are your thoughts? Kakashi? Tsunade asked. Kakashi regarded Naruto and Sasuke, his eyes resolute as he replied. Throughout this journey, I have contemplated extensively. To be candid, I do not wish to abandon our current peace to ignite a war, yet I choose to have faith in them. At this moment, Naruto also stepped forward, declaring, Tsunade Baba. Perverted sage, Kakashi-sensei, should Konoha opt for the latter, Our plans will remain unchanged. I will join the Akatsuki and simultaneously declare war on the 5 great nations. Chapter 113. The decision of the Land of Fire. Naruto's words were intended to compel Konoha to make a swift choice. For the 4 great nations would not afford them ample time for deliberation. It was also a veiled threat to the village. Upon hearing Naruto's statement, Tsunade promptly stepped forward to reassure him. Naruto, do not be hasty. Such a monumental decision cannot be made solely by us. Moreover, I have been removed from the position of Hokage and must confer with the higher-ups of the Land of Fire before we can reach a conclusion. Time is of the essence, and it would be best to arrive at a decision by the end of today. Naruto replied, very well. I shall consult with the higher authorities and formulate a battle strategy. With that, Tsunade departed the office alongside Jiraiya. Inside the office, Kakashi observed Naruto and Sasuke with a contemplative gaze. Noticing Kakashi's scrutiny, Naruto inquired, is something the matter, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi, when did you last communicate with Sasuke? This plan cannot have been hastily conceived by you both in recent times, Kakashi questioned. Sasuke, seeing the seriousness in Kakashi's demeanor, stepped forward with a smile. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, we actually met quite some time ago. Kakashi inquired sternly, when was that? It was during my solitary journey to the Rain Village. I initially sought Orochimaru's assistance, but unexpectedly encountered Sasuke. After enduring certain experiences, we resolved to join forces to alter this ninja world, Naruto elucidated. And what of the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi pressed further. That was when I returned with Nagato, Naruto responded candidly. Kakashi, reassured by their transparency, set aside his doubts. Believing that Naruto and Sasuke were acting in the best interests of Konoha, rather than seeking to harm the village intentionally. Very well. Tsunade and Jiraiya will require some time for their meeting. Perhaps you both should take a moment to rest. You will be notified once there is news, Kakashi suggested. All right. Then let us take our leave, Sasuke, Naruto agreed. Subsequently, he led Sasuke back to his modest dwelling. Upon arrival, Sasuke surveyed Naruto's humble abode and remarked, is the Prince of Konoha truly residing in such a meager place? Better than you. At least I have a place to go. I suppose I can accommodate your wandering spirit, Naruto retorted. Uft, as if I need to rely on your hospitality. With my looks, I could easily find a wealthy lady who would provide a far more opulent residence, Sasuke countered. Listening to Sasuke's words, Naruto responded with disdain. I can't believe you speak of living off others so nonchalantly. Enough of this banter. After such a long journey, let us rest for a while, Sasuke suggested. Very well. You should rest a bit. I will keep watch over the vicinity, Naruto offered. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively. Do not be so anxious. With the current state of Konoha, none pose a threat to us. Considering there are so many Jonin around, what if you fall asleep and are assassinated? There might be 1 or 2 skilled assassins lurking nearby. Moreover, you recently utilized the Sharingan's Genjutsu, expending a significant amount of chakra. Have you fully recovered? Naruto inquired. Sasuke reclined on the floor, his eyes closed and a relaxed expression on his face as he remarked, of course, I possess a golden finger. I have already recovered about 70 to 80%. Moreover, even if I had not fully recuperated, with my current chakra reserves, annihilating the entire Konoha would pose little challenge. Naruto cast a glance at Sasuke lying on the ground and moved to sit by the window, saying, all right, if you wish to sleep, do so quickly, so you can take my place later. Sasuke remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand in a distinctive manner. At that moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya had arrived at the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo. After elucidating the current situation, a meeting was convened promptly. Upon hearing Tsunade's account, the daimyo's expression turned grave, beads of cold sweat emerging on his forehead. Mito and Tika were the first to voice their objections, stating, this is absolutely unacceptable. No matter how formidable the Akatsuki organization may be, it cannot possess the strength to simultaneously shake the foundations of the 4 great nations. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke's decision was tantamount to leading Konoha into an irreversible abyss. Listening to the fervent discussions among Konoha's upper echelons, Tsunade's expression grew increasingly solemn, her brows furrowing tighter. Not a single voice of agreement could be heard around the table. Observing the animated reactions of the others, Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who gently grasped her arm and whispered, do not rush, let them speak. At this juncture, we should first select a new Hokage, suggested Tika. Why not allow the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, to continue in her role? Under her leadership, the village has prospered quite well. The daimyo proposed. Tika cast a doubtful glance at Tsunade and remarked, during her previous tenure, she was quite indulgent towards Naruto, often acting beyond the norm for his sake. I believe she would likely support Naruto's decision. Thus, I deem it inappropriate to let her continue in this critical moment. What about Jiraiya? Was he not consistently praised by you all, being the third disciple? The daimyo continued. As soon as the daimyo's words fell, Mito raised an objection once more, stating, "You may not be aware, but Naruto Uzumaki is precisely Jiraiya's prized pupil. If he were to succeed, it might lead to complications. Do you have any other recommendations?" The daimyo inquired, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into silence. It was then that Tsunade suddenly realized that the ninjas within the village, especially those capable of becoming Hokage candidates, all had some bond with Naruto. Since no one presented a better alternative, it was decided that Tsunade would temporarily continue her role. However, moving forward, all decisions made by the Hokage must adhere to the directives of the higher-ups, and implementation would require the approval of a majority. How does that sound? The daimyo asked. That is agreeable. It indeed seems prudent, came the consensus from the majority of those present. Seeing this, the daimyo promptly announced that Tsunade would continue as Hokage, overseeing all affairs of Konoha. Regarding the current situation, I believe it would be wise to surrender the members of the Akatsuki organization and Sasuke's group to clarify matters with the other great nations, thus averting the onset of war, the daimyo stated. Indeed, that is correct. I concur. I agree as well. Upon receiving the consensus of the assembly, the daimyo commanded Tsunade directly, "Tsunade, I hereby order you to dispatch your elite umbu to apprehend Naruto and Sasuke, and to bring along the leader of the Akatsuki whom you previously captured." Tsunade, upon hearing the daimyo's decree, clenched her fists in anger, her teeth biting down on her lip. Observing this scene, SHK suggested once more, "I propose that Tsunade and Jiraiya remain here for the time being, to prevent any possibility of them alerting Naruto." The daimyo nodded in agreement with SHK's proposal. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya were infuriated, they had no choice but to comply temporarily, given the authority of the daimyo and the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke rested in their quarters. As Naruto gazed at Sasuke, who lay asleep on the floor, he couldn't help but marvel at Sasuke's composure. Suddenly, Naruto sensed an increase in the number of ninjas surrounding them. At that moment, Sasuke also sensed something amiss and swiftly rose to inquire, "What is happening?" With an air of nonchalance, Naruto replied, "What else could it be? It's obviously those old geezers up there who are frightened and have decided to hand us over." Hearing Naruto's response, Sasuke expressed his disdain, saying, "I told you it would come to this from the beginning. You insisted on giving them a chance. Opportunities should be afforded. But alas, they failed to seize it." Naruto remarked, his gaze turning icy as he looked out the window. "Should we act now?" Sasuke inquired. "Let us refrain from killing if possible. After all, the village's elites are few in number. If we eliminate them all, how will the village function?" Naruto explained. "So, what shall we do now?" Sasuke asked. With a meaningful tone, Naruto replied, "There's no rush. Let us wait until the numbers increase a bit more. 20 already. How many more do you need?" Sasuke questioned. "Indeed, their targets surely extend beyond us too. They also seek Nagato and Konin. We are nearing our limit," Naruto concurred. Naruto then approached Sasuke, placing a hand on his shoulder. In the next instant, both Naruto and Sasuke vanished from the room. The surrounding ninjas, upon witnessing this, rushed into the room, only to find it teeming with their comrades. Jinjutsu, dark movement technique. In an instant, the entire dwelling was enveloped in a vast shroud of darkness, stripping the ninjas within of their sight, leaving them in complete obscurity, unable to discern their surroundings. "My apologies, but it seems you shall have to rest here for a while," Naruto quipped as he and Sasuke made their way to the daimyo's location. On the journey, Sasuke stifled a yawn and asked, "Naruto, who will strike first? Let the situation dictate our actions. After all, they are merely a collection of power-hungry old men who offer us no assistance in our plans," Naruto replied with casual indifference. "Then why not simply wipe them all out? A single expansive jutsu would suffice," Sasuke suggested. "Did I not mention? We must leave some behind. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. We need someone to maintain public order," Naruto clarified. "Very well, then let us be swift. The longer we delay, who knows if the other great nations might launch an ambush," Sasuke urged. Naruto gazed at Sasuke with an expression of disbelief and remarked, Am I not doing this for your sake? If I were alone, I could simply teleport directly to Jiraiya using the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Obito and Itachi arrived at the location where Kisame lay in ambush for Gaara. Upon their arrival, Obito witnessed a remarkable scene. Despite the desolation of the surrounding desert, with dust swirling in the air, a vast expanse of water suddenly appeared, creating a striking contrast. It seems Kisame has already engaged Gaara in battle, Itachi observed. Indeed, judging by the signs of conflict, it must have occurred not long ago. Obito replied, "Let us proceed. They should be in that direction," Itachi indicated. After a brief acknowledgement from Obito, the two began to sprint towards their sensed target. As they drew closer, a massive water prison gradually materialized before them. Gaara's strength is formidable. He has compelled Kisame to resort to this technique, Itachi remarked. It is not just Gaara. I sense another powerful chakra, one that rivals Kisame's, Obito elucidated. Just as they reached the edge of the water prison, it erupted violently. As the prison shattered, they saw a figure descending from the sky, with two other silhouettes hovering above. That person is... Obito exclaimed in astonishment. Why is that fellow here? The third Tsuchikage of Awagakure, Inoki. The descending figure was none other than Kisame, now fused with the Samahata, indicating his defeat. This old man possesses unfathomable strength. He must not be underestimated. With that, Obito and Itachi rushed toward Kisame's falling position. Inoki and Gaara also noticed the presence of Obito and Itachi. Just as Gaara expressed his surprise, Inoki acted swiftly, conjuring a transparent conical barrier aimed at Kisame. This is bad. It's Inoki's dust release, Itachi warned. Upon realizing the imminent danger, Obito hastily activated his ocular technique, intending to pull Kisame into his own space-time to evade the attack. However, Obito's execution was a moment too late. Inoki's dust release struck Kisame first, enveloping him in a transparent cylindrical prison that soon transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing without a trace. Obito and Itachi stood momentarily stunned, watching Kisame disappear before their eyes. With a smirk, Inoki taunted Itachi, "You are Uchiha Itachi, correct? Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. I had already anticipated that you wouldn't let the One Tail go so easily." Listening to Inoki's mockery, Obito could no longer contain his fury. He swiftly formed hand seals directed at Inoki, unleashing fire release, exploding wind dance. Obito exhaled a spiraling serpent of flame, combining a whirling tempest with the fiery serpent to create an immense vortex of fire, characterized by its broad attack range and rapid speed. Observing this, Gaara immediately manipulated sand from the ground to shield himself from Inoki. Seeing this, Obito attempted to leap into the air to continue his assault, but Itachi intervened, grasping him and stating, "Calm down. They are in the sky, which puts us at a disadvantage. Engaging them here is not a wise course of action." As Obito broke free from Itachi's grasp, he lamented, "Once again, I have failed to protect my comrades. Yet another companion has perished before my eyes." Itachi gently placed a hand on Obito's shoulder and replied, "I comprehend your feelings. However, Kisame is dead. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. There will be ample opportunities for vengeance, but not now." While they conversed, the mist in the air gradually dissipated. Inoki conjured a transparent conical barrier aimed at the two. Upon noticing this, Itachi swiftly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Seeing the intensity in Itachi's eyes, Inoki began to sweat profusely. In the blink of an eye, the scenery around them transformed. Although it was daylight, the sky seemed to have descended into twilight, and the figures of Itachi and Obito had vanished. Is this the power of the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan? Truly terrifying, Inoki marveled. Chapter 115. To secure the home front before facing external threats. Just as Inoki was ensnared in Itachi's Genjutsu, Gaara, observing Naki's unusual behavior, promptly infused him with chakra. With Gaara's assistance, Inoki regained his senses. "Are you all right?" Gaara inquired. Inoki blinked and replied, "I am fine." "Where have they gone?" "They have already fled," Gaara responded. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. Merely a glance into his eyes ensnared me in his illusion. Remarkable, Inoki reflected. Meanwhile, the fleeing Itachi and Obito arrived in a dense forest. In a fit of rage, Obito struck a tree with his fist, splitting it in two. "Calm down, Obito," Itachi advised. "If we had fought with all our might just now, with our combined strength, we could have avenged Kisame. Why did we retreat?" Obito questioned angrily. Let us not forget our current mission. If we suffer further casualties while battling them, it will significantly impact our future plans, Itachi explained. Listening to Itachi's words, Obito struck the tree again in frustration. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had arrived at the residence of the Fire Lord. This is it, Naruto said, gazing at the nearby structure. Sasuke clenched his fist and declared, "From this moment, the Fire Nation will undergo a transformation." In the conference room, the assembly was engaged in fervent discussions regarding forthcoming arrangements. As the voices disparaged Naruto incessantly, Tsunade's lips were nearly bitten by her own teeth in anger. She stood abruptly and exclaimed, "You all," but before she could finish, Shizune, seemingly anticipating Tsunade's next words, interrupted. "Tsunade, mind your decorum. Do not overstep your bounds." At that moment, Tsunade could no longer restrain herself to speak when a voice resonated throughout the conference room. "Overstep my bounds. Who is truly above whom here?" The assembly turned, seeking the source of the voice. Tsunade and Jiraiya were the first to identify it, exclaiming, "Up there." Everyone looked up at the ceiling, where Naruto clung, staring down at them with an unusual expression. "Naruto, is this really Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" the Fire Lord inquired. "Indeed," Shizune confirmed. "Naruto, how did you find this place?" Tsunade inquired. "I have come to cleanse the land of fire," Naruto replied coldly. "What do you mean?" A popular saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. To fully confront other nations, the land of fire must first be stabilized. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya immediately sensed something amiss and urgently asked, "Naruto, what do you mean by that? What are you planning?" With a smile, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and said, "Perverse sage, the land of fire has developed to this point, and it is inevitable that many parasites, who rely on their power yet contribute little, have emerged. I intend to eradicate these parasites. They must not be allowed to hinder the progress of Konoha." Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, those with keen insight quickly deduced his intentions and immediately stood alert. "What is going on? Haven't we already dispatched Umbu to capture them? Why is he here?" The daimyo exclaimed. "Where are the guards? How can this person be here? What of the security of the land of fire?" At that moment, the door to the conference room was shattered into fragments. Amidst the smoke, a figure slowly materialized before everyone. "What is all this commotion, old man? I have arrived. Haven Ti, your guards have already departed. Are you anxious to find them?" Hearing Sasuke's arrogant tone, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. "A bit slow, aren't you?" There were quite a few guards around. It took some time to deal with them. Sasuke leaned against the entrance after stepping inside. "Sasuke, how?" Tsunade began. But Jiraiya interrupted by pulling her hand, saying, "Are you two planning to betray Konoha?" At that moment, Naruto jumped down from the ceiling and stood atop the conference table, proclaiming, "Perverse sage, I never intended to betray Konoha. It is Konoha that has abandoned us." Fuming, Konohamaru retorted, "You placed Konoha in this perilous situation without authorization. Your decisions may ruin the legacy established by our ancestors." Just as Konohamaru finished speaking, a silver flash zipped through the air. Witnessing this, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Mito Gates Ino looked at Konohamaru with disbelief. Konohamaru's eyes instantly filled with blood. In the next moment, his head fell from his neck, a torrent of blood spraying forth. "Please, choose your words wisely. Think before you speak, or this will be your fate," Sasuke coldly declared as he sheathed his Kusanagi sword. The attendees of the conference were paralyzed by Sasuke's actions and words, sitting motionless in their seats while blood splattered upon them. The daimyo trembled in fear, drenched in cold sweat. Mito Gates Ino, witnessing his comrade's demise, stood in fury and shouted at Sasuke, "Sasuke, you!" Before Ino could finish, another silver flash silenced him. Sasuke threatened, "I did not say you could move freely." The onlookers were completely stunned into silence, sitting still in terror as they gazed at Sasuke and Naruto. "Naruto, Sasuke, do you even realize what you are doing?" Jiraiya shouted. The lecherous sage spoke, "I am aware of your fervent spirit, willing to sacrifice everything for the protection of our village. However, this does not imply that we must heed the commands of those from the land of fire. What we are currently undertaking is not an affront to Konoha, but rather a pursuit for its betterment." Naruto spoke slowly. "Yet, Tsunade, I implore you not to be ensnared by the shackles of the past. What do the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire truly understand about the present state of the ninja world? Are they genuinely capable of perceiving the sacrifices you have made for the sake of peace? Can such rulers truly be advantageous for Konoha?" Under the barrage of Naruto's inquiries, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, while the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire trembled in fear. Noticing the silence from Tsunade and Jiraiya, Naruto turned to the officials and asked, "Among you, has anyone experienced war or been on the battlefield?" The crowd exchanged glances, and eventually, a few hands were raised slowly. As more individuals followed suit, Naruto surveyed those who had raised their hands and said, "Very well, please each elaborate on your strengths and capabilities." Listening to their introductions, Naruto casually perched himself on the conference table and remarked, "So, it appears that you all possess the strength of Jonin and have personally faced the battlefield. What about the rest?" Hearing Naruto's question, the remaining officials grew tense and replied, "Although we have not participated in war directly, our roles as strategists behind the scenes are also crucial. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives," Naruto reassured them, and their anxieties dissipated immediately. "However, I must trouble you to engage in battle as ninjas of Konoha," Sasuke added with a smile. At this moment, the daimyo, drenched in cold sweat, cautiously inquired, "Must I also go to the battlefield?" Upon witnessing this, Naruto swiftly appeared before the daimyo, patting him on the shoulder. "There's no need for that. As the daimyo of the Land of Fire, your presence is still required in many areas." Relieved to know he was of use, the daimyo sighed deeply. "What do you need me to do?" "First and foremost, I ask that everyone present here issue 2 proclamations to the entirety of the Land of Fire." "What kind of proclamations?" the daimyo questioned. "Quite simple. The first declaration is the abolition of the daimyo, transferring all power to the Hokage. Henceforth, the Hokage shall serve as both the village leader of Konoha and the supreme ruler of the Land of Fire," Naruto stated with a smile. "What?" The assembly was filled with shock at his words. Although Naruto did not turn around, he could sense their expressions, and thus, he cast a cold gaze upon them. Sasuke unsheathed his Kusanagi sword to emphasize the threat. "Naruto, what exactly are you planning?" Tsunade shouted. "Tsunade, do you not perceive that the power within the Land of Fire is excessively dispersed? True unity can only be achieved when concentrated in a single individual. If we cannot achieve unity within the Land of Fire itself, how can we hope to unify the entire ninja world?" Naruto elucidated. "So, daimyo, do you agree?" Naruto inquired with a smile directed at the daimyo. Though the daimyo had considerable reservations regarding the matter, he hesitantly acquiesced, stammering, I agree. What is the second point?" "The second point pertains to the current predicament of Konoha. Informing all villagers and ninjas about the Fourth Great Ninja War and the alliance between Konoha and the Akatsuki against the other ninja villages." "Naruto, what are you planning?" "Simply disclosing this information to the villagers will undoubtedly incite panic. The Akatsuki already carries a notorious reputation if the villagers learn of our collaboration with them." Before Tsunade could finish her thought, Naruto interjected, raising his hand, "They will find out sooner or later. Furthermore, the Akatsuki are not the terrorists everyone perceives them to be. I aim to change public perception and foster acceptance of them. After all, the remaining Akatsuki members share deep ties with Konoha. They are our comrades." With that, Naruto turned to the daimyo, who, sensing no other option, nodded vigorously. "Very well, I consent." Seeing the daimyo's agreement, Naruto turned to the assembly with a smile. "All right. The matter is splendidly resolved." Jiraiya, observing Naruto, asked with a serious expression, "Naruto, have you decided on the candidate for Hokage? Since Danzo has yet to officially assume the position, we should allow Tsunade Baba to continue in her role," Naruto replied. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression shifted once more as she inquired, "Are you doing all this not for your own ambition to become Hokage?" "I have already stated. My aim is the unification of the ninja world, to ensure Konoha thrives," Naruto declared. Following this, he exchanged a glance with Sasuke, then vanished from sight. After Naruto's disappearance, Sasuke approached the others, assuring them, "Please do not worry, Naruto will return shortly. Kindly remain here for a moment." At this juncture, Tsunade and Jiraiya engaged in hushed conversation, and Sasuke, observing their exchange, refrained from intervening. Approximately 10 minutes later, Naruto reappeared before the group, accompanied by 3 individuals. "What is this place?" "It's filthy. Covered in blood," Suigetsu remarked. "All right, Suigetsu. This is the location where your trio will undertake your forthcoming mission," Sasuke clarified. Perplexed, Suigetsu queried, "Here? What is the mission?" "These individuals are high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. Before the war escalates, you 3 will remain here, ensuring their comfort and well-being without causing them harm." "What? Our task is this. Karen exclaimed. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Sasuke retorted. Given our capabilities, shouldn't we be on the battlefield with you? Why must we be confined here watching over these individuals? Suigetsu questioned. Your capabilities? Do you truly believe you are strong? Sasuke unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. Well, while we may not match your strength, we are still quite formidable, Suigetsu responded, slightly intimidated. I have imparted so many jutsu to you. How have your abilities progressed by now? Sasuke inquired. We have made significant advancements. We are nearing the level of a Kage, Suigetsu confidently asserted. Very well. Should any of you genuinely reach the Kage level, your mission will be concluded ahead of schedule, and I shall allow you to remain by my side, Sasuke stated. Subsequently, Sasuke instructed Suigetsu to escort the attendees out of the conference room, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Naruto, gazing at Tsunade and Jiraiya, smiled and said, I know you have many questions. Please, go ahead. Observing Naruto and Sasuke, Jiraiya was the first to inquire, why do this? With an innocent expression, Naruto responded to Jiraiya's question, why? Isn't this the choice of Konoha? Should we simply surrender? They forced my hand. However, Jiraiya pressed on. But why must you proceed with this? Why declare war? Naruto replied, I have already stated my reason. I seek to unify the ninja world. Jiraiya, agitated, exclaimed, even so, do you comprehend how many lives another war would claim? Though the ninja world appears tranquil, are there not countless undercurrents of conflict? Do you envision a scenario where we wait for the outbreak of war, and only then, when sacrifices have mounted, declare a cessation of hostilities? The ninja world must be unified. Even if we do not act now, someone in the future will inevitably rise to undertake this task, and the toll will be far greater. At this, Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Witnessing the tension between the two, Tsunade interjected, all right. Since we have reached this juncture, let us discuss the plans moving forward. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Naruto, his thoughts tumultuous. At this moment, he was convinced that Naruto was indeed the prophesied child of the Sage of the Six Paths. Yet, he was deeply conflicted over whether Naruto's current decision would benefit or doom the ninja world, leaving Jiraiya in a state of profound uncertainty. Chapter 117, Obito. After resolving the matters concerning the higher-ups of the Land of Fire, Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade, and Jiraiya returned to Konoha. Upon their return, all affairs of the Land of Fire were entrusted to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Within the Hokage's office, Shizune was briefing Tsunade on the current status of the village, reporting that the food and ninja tool reserves were relatively abundant, sufficient to last at least 3 months. Listening to Shizune's report, Tsunade perused the documents in her hand and remarked, given the current circumstances, we must continue to stockpile food and weapons, and all missions are to be temporarily suspended. Indeed, however, there is one more critical matter. Without raising her gaze, Tsunade continued to sift through the documents, asking, what is it? The situation in the village is grave. The news of war has instilled a sense of dread among the populace, especially with the Land of Fire facing the other 4 nations. The reality is that it makes little difference. Many have simply never experienced war. In previous great ninja wars, it appeared that there were allies. Yet each fought for their own interests, not vastly different from the current situation, Tsunade explained. Furthermore, there are rumors of our alliance with the Akatsuki organization. Given the misdeeds of the Akatsuki in the past, our impression of them is not particularly favorable, and these are the objections they have submitted, Shizune stated. Placing a stack of documents on the table, Tsunade glanced at the documents and promptly pushed them aside, exclaiming, in light of the current war, do they still have the time to pen such documents? Instead of wasting time on this, they should be focusing on developing tactical plans. As Jingyin promptly crouched down to gather the scattered documents, she remarked, all right, I shall speak with them right away. Just as she was about to leave, Tsunade called out to her, inquiring, by the way, where are Sasuke and Naruto, as well as Jiraiya? Jingyin replied, they have gone outside the village to escort the Akatsuki members back. Lord Jiraiya is currently in the intelligence division, devising operational strategies and team formations. Good. When they return, bring them to me at once, Tsunade instructed. Jingyin simply acknowledged with a yes before departing the office. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto had located Itachi and Obito. Upon seeing the two, Naruto immediately sensed their troubled demeanor. What's wrong? Weren't you supposed to meet Kisame? He asked. Itachi, noticing Obito's silence, stepped forward and stated, Kisame is dead. Upon hearing the news of Kisame's demise, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback, exclaiming, "What? With Kisame's strength? Gaara should not have been able to defeat him. Was there someone else involved? It was Anoki from Awagakure. He was with Gaara. And Kisame fell victim to his dust release," Obito elaborated, his fists clenching reflexively as he added, "I will avenge Kisame." Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder, saying, "Don't rush. We handled the situation in the Land of Fire. Now let us return to the village. Is it truly wise to return so openly? After all, we are members of Akatsuki, and the villagers must have a rather poor impression of us. Our entrance might incite panic," Itachi remarked. "That's exactly what we want." Sasuke replied with a smile. "What do you mean?" Obito asked, slightly perplexed. "Let us put that aside for now. What's urgent is to ascertain our current combat strategy. Should we confront all villages simultaneously?" Naruto suggested. "Given our current strength, engaging all villages at once may prove insufficient, as our individual combat power cannot withstand the coalition of the four great nations. If we were to collapse entirely, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. I recommend targeting one village first," Itachi advised. "We possess the army of White Zetsu. While their combat strength may not rival that of the elite Jonin from the five great nations, their numbers are considerable, approximately 80,000. Produced through my manipulation of White Zetsu and Hashirama cells. Moreover, they possess unique capabilities," Obito interjected. "What unique capabilities?" Itachi inquired, intrigued. "They can absorb chakra and transform into the appearance of others," Obito described, causing Itachi's eyes to widen as he exclaimed, "It seems this army of White Zetsu will become a formidable asset for us." "Indeed. Let us discuss the specifics once we return to the village," Naruto concluded, placing his hands on Itachi and Obito. Seeing this, Sasuke joined by placing his hand on Naruto. In an instant, Naruto had transported the four of them to the Hokage's office, startling Tsunade and Jonin, who were busy organizing documents. "We're back, Granny Tsunade," Naruto announced. Reacting swiftly, Tsunade instructed, "Jonin, go fetch Jiraiya." Jonin hurriedly ran outside, then called back, "By the way, could you please also summon Kakashi-sensei?" "Of course," Naruto responded. Subsequently, Jonin departed from the office. Upon hearing the name Kakashi, Obito instinctively lowered his head slightly. "Tsunade, how is the situation in the village?" Naruto inquired. Tsunade sighed and replied, "Managing affairs in the village has always been troublesome, and now with the added complications from the Land of Fire, it has become overwhelming. Moreover, with the war approaching, the issues have multiplied. You could select some trustworthy and capable individuals from the village to assist you. Form a new department with those skilled in specific areas. For instance, appoint someone to manage the finances related to the Land of Fire, and another to oversee military supplies. Delegate authority to them, and once they have compiled a comprehensive report, you can review it and, if satisfactory, authorize their execution. This method is both efficient and time-saving." Listening to Naruto's proposal, Tsunade found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it is an excellent suggestion. I will find time to prepare for it." Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and everyone turned to see Jonin entering with Kakashi and Jiraiya. Naruto, seeing them, smiled and said, "All right, now that everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who refers to himself as Uchiha Madara." Tsunade scrutinized Obito and asked, "Uchiha Madara?" Jiraiya, equally astonished, exclaimed, "But Uchiha Madara was supposed to be dead. Who are you?" "Indeed, Uchiha Madara is merely a fade. My true identity is Uchiha Obito." Upon hearing Obito's name, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, quickly moving into a better line of sight to focus on Obito. Listening to Naruto, Obito removed his mask, revealing his true self to the assembly. "Uchiha Obito? I feel as though I have encountered that name before." Just as Tsunade pondered this, Kakashi's expression faltered, overwhelmed with emotion as he addressed Obito. "Is it really you, Obito?" Chapter 118. Insufficient combat power. Obito took a deep breath, turning to Kakashi and stating, "Kakashi, it has been a long time." At that moment, Jonin approached Tsunade and whispered, Obito was once Kakashi's teammate. They were both disciples of the fourth Hokage. However, during a mission, he was buried under rubble and presumed dead. "I see," Tsunade responded. "So the scars on his face must have been from that time. I never imagined he survived and became the leader of the Akatsuki." Kakashi, with a complex expression, looked at Obito and said, You really are Obito. You are not. Obito smiled at Kakashi and replied, in truth, I did not die. Only half of my body was crushed. But I was eventually rescued and my body was restored using Hashirama's cells. Upon hearing Hashirama's cells, Tsunade's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she asked, Hashirama's cells? Who saved you? Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Madara was supposed to be dead. How is that possible? Jiraiya exclaimed with fervor. In truth, he is not dead. He has been hiding near Konoha and has orchestrated many events in the ninja world from behind the scenes. He only passed away a few years ago. Listening to Tobi's explanation, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were momentarily struck with expressions of astonishment. All right, let us temporarily set this topic aside and discuss the matters at hand, Tsunade suggested. However, Kakashi seemed to have disregarded Naruto's words, continuing to question Tobi. Then why did you not return to Konoha after your injuries, and instead join the Akatsuki? Because of Rin. Upon hearing Rin's name, Kakashi's countenance darkened significantly. He lowered his head in silence. The others noticed the change in their expressions and fell silent, enveloping the entire office in a heavy stillness. Observing the awkwardness between the two, Naruto approached Itachi and stated, This is Uchiha Itachi. I believe no further introduction is necessary. Tsunade smiled at Itachi and remarked, We have conducted an investigation regarding Danzo. You are not to blame for the events of those years. You have endured much over the years. Welcome back to Konoha. Itachi, taken aback by Tsunade's words, replied, Thank you. Now, Tsunade, let us discuss the forthcoming battles, Naruto interjected. All right, Shizune, Tsunade commanded. At her instruction, Shizune distributed a document to everyone, stating, This is the current list of members available for combat. There are approximately 15,000. Facing such numbers to contend with the other four great nations, the odds appeared rather grim. After all, the combined forces of the other four nations far outnumbered theirs. Not to mention the smaller countries. Naruto, are you truly resolved to confront the four great nations? Tsunade inquired. Do not fret. The Akatsuki possesses a force capable of matching 100,000, Naruto assured them. Upon hearing this figure, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000. Are you referring to the power of the tailed beasts? Naruto shook his head and clarified. No, I mean a true force of 100,000. To be precise, they cannot be considered human. They are artificial beings created from Hashirama's cells, totaling around 80,000, Tobi explained. Now I see. In that case, there may be a chance of victory, Tsunade acknowledged. However, Naruto, you just mentioned a force capable of opposing 100,000, yet you only have 80,000 artificial beings? Jiraiya questioned. Naruto glanced at Sasuke beside him and stated, The remaining 20,000 comprises myself and Sasuke. What do you mean? Tsunade asked, perplexed. Given the current situation, Sasuke and I plan to take on one nation ourselves, alleviating some of the pressure on Konoha, Naruto replied with a smile. 2 individuals against an entire nation. That is utterly reckless. Even if you both are powerful, such a feat is impossible. The reactions of the others were incredulous. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smiles and reassured them. Do not worry. If it were not for the many innocent villagers, our jutsu could annihilate an entire nation in an instant. Annihilate an entire nation in an instant. Indeed, a nation, not merely a village. Seeing the expressions on Naruto's and Sasuke's faces, Jiraiya realized they were not boasting. Although he still found it hard to believe. After a long pause, Jiraiya finally responded, In that case, have you decided which nation to confront? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Whichever one you deem the most troublesome, leave it to us. Listening to the arrogant tone of the 2 individuals, Itachi could not help but interject. Are you not being overly presumptuous? After all, that is a nation, and our combat strength has already diminished. Even Kisame has been defeated. Observing the situation, Sasuke approached Itachi and laughed, saying, Brother, to be honest, had I not wished to avoid a large-scale conflict during our last encounter with the Raikage, I could have easily dealt with him. Well then, let us continue our discussion on the wartime strategies, Jiraiya suggested. Wait a moment. Due to the current conflict, we have established a war council, and the meeting room along with its members has been determined. Let us convene and deliberate together, Tsunade stated. Very well, let us proceed. The group agreed, and they made their way to the meeting room. Upon arrival, they found several individuals already poring over documents. Naruto scanned the room and recognized many familiar faces, including the Nara father and son. Shikamaru approached Naruto with a smile, stating, Naruto, you have finally returned. Shikamaru. What is the matter? Naruto inquired. It concerns the combat capabilities of our Konoha in this war, Shikaku explained. No worries, now that I am here. This issue will be resolved. Naruto replied, then turned to introduce Obito and Itachi to Shikamaru and the others. However, Shizune interjected, let us all sit down and discuss first. The group gathered around the table, and Shikaku was the first to speak. Lord Hokage, after my calculations, our village's current combat strength is still insufficient, and we are barely able to contend against the 4 great nations. Do not fret, this is Obito Uchiha from Konoha, also the leader of the Akatsuki. He commands an army of 80,000 artificial beings, whose combat capabilities are comparable to those of ordinary ninjas, and they can be directed by us, Naruto assured. 80,000. If that is the case, it would be highly advantageous for us. However, we must assess these artificial beings firsthand to understand their specific capabilities and maximize their potential. Shikamaru replied. Naruto looked towards Obito, who immediately activated his Sharingan and summoned a white Zetsu from the space-time dimension, stating, this is an artificial being known as White Zetsu. Its abilities extend beyond mere combat. It can absorb chakra and disguise itself as others to a degree that even the most skilled sensory ninjas cannot discern. It is well suited for reconnaissance behind enemy lines or for infiltrating and sabotaging. Chapter 119. What qualifications do you have? After an afternoon of discussions, the group ultimately decided to divide the White Zetsu army into 4 divisions, all under Obito's command. The ninjas of Konoha would also be divided into 4 teams, each covering almost all types of ninjas, with each team assigned to confront one of the great nations. They would be led by Kakashi, Shikamaru, Itachi Uchiha, and Asuma, with a supporting squad led by Shizune, comprised mainly of medical ninjas. Naruto and Sasuke would be responsible for the land of earth, Itachi for the land of lightning, Kakashi for the land of water, Asuma for the land of wind, and Shikamaru for the samurai and other smaller nations. Just as the meeting was nearing its conclusion, a commotion arose outside the building. As everyone exchanged puzzled glances, a ninja entered and announced, Lord Hokage. A large number of ninjas and villagers have gathered outside due to the collaboration between Konoha and the Akatsuki. Upon hearing the news, Naruto appeared unsurprised, casting a curious glance at Sasuke, who responded with a smile before addressing Tsunade. Since they have come seeking us, let us venture outside and see. The group then exited the meeting room, only to be met by a throng of people gathered in agitation. Upon sighting Tsunade and her companions, the crowd's emotions intensified. Lady Tsunade, how can we possibly collaborate with those from the Akatsuki? Indeed, we must not allow them into the village. Who knows what they might do to us? The Akatsuki's alliance may very well be to our detriment. We absolutely cannot cooperate with them. Listening to the cacophony of voices below, Sasuke and Naruto remained unperturbed, even wearing faint smiles. Everyone, let us calm down and listen to what I have to say, Shikaku urged as he stepped forward. However, his influence appeared somewhat lacking. While some ceased their clamoring, many continued to raise their voices. As the situation spiraled beyond control, Tsunade intervened, urging, everyone, please quiet down. Her words proved far more effective than Shikaku's, as the crowd subdued considerably. Yet, Tsunade herself was uncertain about how to address the matter at hand. Observing her troubled expression, Naruto took the initiative and declared, hello everyone, do you know me? I'm Naruto. Upon hearing his name called, Naruto chuckled. Of course, in Konoha, there should be no one unfamiliar with me. I am the Nine-Tails Fox, the one blamed for the death of the 4th Hokage, and I have been cared for by all of you since childhood. Naruto, are you here to defend the Akatsuki? Their previous target was the tailed beasts, which includes you. Naruto, you need not speak of yourself in such a manner. Through your efforts, you have proven yourself to be a Jonin of Konoha, one of us. As discussions continued among the crowd, Naruto's expression darkened. So, your purpose for being here today, to prevent Konoha from collaborating with the Akatsuki, is to protect me? Indeed. Naruto, you must not be deceived by them. We cannot allow Akatsuki members to enter Konoha, spoke a ninja clad in green combat attire. Others echoed this sentiment. Naruto smiled at the crowd, but his gaze was chillingly cold as he remarked, you are all so kind to me. He then stepped back, drawing Obito, Itachi, and Sasuke forward, stating, these 3, some of you may recognize. They are from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito. Moreover, they are all members of the Akatsuki, particularly Uchiha Obito, who is the leader of the organization. They are also my friends and comrades, having faced experiences different from yours, enduring unusual treatment from villagers and others. But wasn't the Uchiha clan exterminated by Itachi? How can there be other survivors? And besides, wasn't Uchiha Itachi a rogue ninja? How did he come to befriend Naruto? Listening to the hushed whispers of the crowd, Naruto refrained from interrupting them. Jiraiya leaned closer and quietly inquired, Naruto, what are you planning? Why reveal all of this? Instead of responding to Jiraiya, Naruto calmly addressed the assembly. Regarding the Akatsuki, Sasuke, and myself, your reactions are remarkably similar. In the past, you were unaware of who I was, and thus treated me as such. But now, do you truly understand them? Do you comprehend the Akatsuki? They have taken countless lives, instigated numerous wars, and relentlessly captured the Jinchuriki of various villages. Listening to their responses, Naruto continued nonchalantly. What do you believe the Jinchuriki of each village signifies? Are they merely tools to maintain peace, or symbols of your village's strength? Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, the voices in the crowd diminished significantly. Observing the silence, Naruto turned to Shikamaru and asked, Shikamaru, what is our village's current situation and strength? Shikamaru hesitated momentarily, but ultimately replied honestly, our village can deploy no more than 20,000 shinobi, while the allied forces of other villages would exceed 50,000. Given our current circumstances, if the other nations unite, they could obliterate Konoha within a month. Upon hearing this news, the crowd's discussions shifted to sentiments of concern, fear, and panic. Since you are so confident in your strength, you may choose to sever ties with the Akatsuki. Furthermore, for the sake of my friends, Sasuke and I will also depart from Konoha. The moment Naruto announced his intention to leave, the crowd became restless, urgently protesting. Why should our Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki side with the Akatsuki? To this, Naruto retorted, your Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? I am curious, throughout my life. Have you not been aware of your own attitudes toward me? What gives you the right to make decisions for me now? But you are, after all, one of us. Someone stammered, but Naruto swiftly interrupted. As a child, why did you not consider me part of Konoha? You only think of me as valuable now because of my strength. And even if you genuinely understand me now, what makes you believe that the harm you once inflicted can be erased with a mere apology or acceptance? As Naruto's words sank in, the crowd lowered their heads in shame, falling silent. Observing their reaction, Naruto reiterated, let me be clear once more, the Akatsuki are my friends. If you refuse to accept this, I will accompany them out of the village, without causing you any disturbance. Chapter 120. I, too, wish to join the battlefield. After expressing these sentiments, Naruto cast a curious glance at Shizen before departing the conference room with Obito and others. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, the four formed a striking tableau, with passers-by avoiding them and whispering amongst themselves. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Naruto cheerfully remarked to Obito and Itachi, you two haven't walked openly through the streets of Konoha like this in quite some time, have you? Obito and Itachi surveyed their surroundings, exclaiming, indeed. It has been quite a while since we last experienced this. By the way, shall we indulge in a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen? It is a culinary delight that one must savor when visiting Konoha. Very well, I shall treat you, Sasuke replied. Naruto chuckled softly, saying, all right, I will treat you both. Let us go. Along the way, the group engaged in playful banter and laughter. Upon arriving at the ramen shop, the proprietor immediately recognized Naruto and greeted him warmly. Naruto, it has been ages since you last visited. Indeed, Uncle Ichiraku, I have been quite busy with missions lately, Naruto replied with a smile. That is true, and I have also heard whispers of the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. By the way, are these your friends? Uncle Ichiraku inquired. Indeed. Please prepare 4 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Naruto responded, and he and Obito found a place to sit. Naruto, you are indeed here. Just as Naruto eagerly awaited the arrival of his ramen, a familiar voice called out from behind. The group turned to see Konohamaru standing there with a smile, saying, Naruto, you have finally returned. Konohamaru, what brings you here? Naruto asked. I heard the news of your return to the village. I went to your home. But you were not there, so I thought you might be here. I can't believe I actually found you. Listening to Konohamaru, Naruto affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, is there anything you don't understand in your training? You must be Naruto's proud disciple, Konohamaru, Sasuke remarked with a grin. Konohamaru looked at Sasuke beside Naruto with joy, exclaiming, Sasuke, it has been a long time. You truly have returned. Sasuke stepped forward, affectionately patting Konohamaru's head, saying, "Indeed, I have returned. By the way, allow me to introduce you to my brother, Itachi Uchiha, and this is Obito Uchiha. We are all good friends and comrades of your big brother, Naruto. Greetings. By the way, Konohamaru, how has your training been progressing?" Naruto inquired. Konohamaru confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Of course. I have mastered all the ninjutsu that big brother Naruto taught me. My strength has improved tremendously. Even Ebisu-sensei has been defeated by me. Quite impressive. You must already possess the strength of a Jonin. However, mere strength is not enough. One must also have practical combat experience," Naruto advised. "Indeed. That is what Ebisu-sensei has also said, which is why I came to seek out big brother Naruto," Konohamaru replied. "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "I have heard about the ninja war and thought that big brother Naruto would surely be on the battlefield, so I wish to become your teammate and fight alongside you. But you are still just a child and a Jonin. You should not have to go to war," Naruto stated. Hearing these words, a look of disappointment involuntarily crossed Konohamaru's face. "Do not dismiss him so quickly, Naruto. It may be worth considering allowing Konohamaru to join us," Sasuke suggested. Reflecting on Sasuke's words, Naruto pondered and said, "Konohamaru, listen carefully. War is no trivial matter, and my mission is particularly special. Sasuke and I have formed a small team with the objective of confronting the entire land of Earth." "What do you mean?" Konohamaru asked, puzzled. "It means that the two of us will face thousands of ninjas from the land of Earth, and there will be no one else to support us. Only the two of us." Listening to Naruto's words, Konohamaru's face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "You two? Brother Naruto, you must be joking." Naruto, with a serious expression, replied, "I am not jesting. This is the truth." Observing the intensity in Naruto's gaze, Konohamaru's demeanor transformed into one of admiration as he said, "Brother Naruto, you are truly remarkable, capable of facing an entire nation with just two people." Konohamaru. This also signifies extreme peril. Two individuals against tens of thousands. Consider the gravity of this danger. If you genuinely wish to join me on the battlefield, I expect you to possess unwavering resolve. The battlefield is far from the training or missions you are accustomed to. It is rife with slaughter, death, and peril. Do you recall our last encounter with the Akatsuki? Konohamaru nodded, acknowledging, "I remember. In such treacherous circumstances, danger can arise at any moment. Perhaps even more severe than that instance. Therefore, I implore you to contemplate this thoroughly before providing your answer." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru's head drooped in contemplation. Noticing this, Naruto gently patted Konohamaru's head and suggested, "Well then, why not join us for a meal first? Take these next few days to reflect before you respond." Konohamaru shook his head and said, "No need. Brother Naruto, I shall take my leave." As he watched Konohamaru depart, Sasuke remarked, "Naruto, why frighten him? Even if he accompanies us, we possess the strength to protect him. It would be beneficial for him to witness the realities of war." Naruto glanced at Itachi and suggested, "Why not inquire how Itachi and Obito felt during their first experiences of war? Ultimately, he is still a child. Entering battle without adequate awareness will serve him no purpose. However, I believe in Konohamaru. He will join us. He simply needs time." "You truly have high hopes for your disciple," Sasuke noted. "By the way, I will need you all to provide him with special training." Naruto addressed the group. Itachi and Obito merely nodded, returning to their ramen. Noticing this, Naruto sat beside Obito and playfully grasped his shoulder, saying, "I heard from Kakashi-sensei that you were quite enthusiastic and talkative as a child. What has caused you to become so taciturn now?" Obito ignored Naruto, focusing intently on his ramen. "Or is it that you feel insecure about your appearance? Worry not. Sasuke and I have ways to restore your face." At this, Sasuke chimed in, "Indeed, we will ensure you present a flawless image before Rin." Upon hearing Rin's name, Obito finally reacted, saying, "I hope you truly have a way to resurrect her. Rest assured, the eyes of the Rinnegan possess the innate ability to reverse life and death, bringing the deceased back to life. Our method surpasses that, allowing for a perfect resurrection of Rin without any side effects," Naruto explained. Just as the group was engaged in conversation, a familiar, gentle female voice suddenly called from behind. Chapter 121. Sakura's request. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto and Sasuke continued to eat their ramen without turning around, while Itachi and Obito glanced back in confusion. "Is that you, Sakura?" Itachi inquired, scrutinizing her. "Indeed. My name is Sakura, and I was once a comrade of Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura spoke gently. As she spoke, Itachi and Obito simultaneously shifted their gazes toward Naruto and Sasuke, but both remained unresponsive, engrossed in their noodles. Greetings, I am Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's elder brother. Itachi introduced himself. At that moment, Obito began to introduce himself as well, saying, Hello, I am Uchiha Obito. Nice to meet you. While Sakura greeted the two, her eyes remained fixed on Sasuke. Itachi and Obito, sensing her intent, fell silent. Sasuke, congratulations on returning to the village. Do you have a moment? I wish to speak with you, Sakura inquired shyly. Sasuke, slurping his noodles, replied dismissively, I'm busy, and I don't believe there is anything for us to discuss. However, Sakura intended to say more, but Sasuke interrupted. If you're not eating, could you please leave us to our meal? Hearing Sasuke's cold tone and demeanor, Sakura's expression fell, transforming into one of deep concern. Sasuke, my mentor, Shizune, informed me about you and Naruto forming a team to confront the entire land of Earth. Yes, and what of it? Sasuke responded carelessly. Even though your strength has reached unimaginable heights, confronting an entire nation alone is still reckless. Upon hearing Sakura's words, both Naruto and Sasuke sighed in unison. Before Sasuke could respond, Naruto spoke up first. How can it be just him? I'm here too. Indeed, our strengths are well matched, and our teamwork is exceptional. Together, we are more than capable of facing the land of Earth, Sasuke concurred. Despite their reassurances, Sakura remained visibly anxious. Even so, you are still just two people. What exactly are you trying to say? Sasuke asked impatiently. What I mean is, we were once a team. If you insist on taking such risks, I can assist you. We can face this together. At this point, Sakura's intentions had become clear to the others, but Sasuke interrupted. You wish to accompany us to the land of Earth? Sakura nodded vigorously. Sasuke's gaze turned icy as he addressed her. On what grounds do you believe you can join us? With your current abilities, you would only be a burden on the battlefield. If you find yourself in danger, who do you expect to protect you? Are you seeking to court death? Listening to Sasuke's words, Sakura's eyes gradually filled with resolve. Though I may not possess your level of strength, I am not weak and do not require anyone's protection. We do not need a liability. You should leave. Besides, you are merely a medical ninja, and both Naruto and I excel beyond you in medical ninjutsu. I do not believe we need your assistance. In fact, your presence would only hinder us. With that, Naruto and Sasuke turned back to their noodles, showing no intention of allowing Sakura to continue. Faced with Sasuke's frigid tone and attitude, her expression was one of profound disappointment. Observing their demeanor, she resignedly departed. Sasuke, why must you treat Sakura this way? As Sakura departed, a familiar voice echoed behind her. Naruto and Sasuke halted their actions and turned to see almost all of their peers standing behind them. It was Kiba who had just questioned Sasuke, asking, How could you so quickly forget what Sakura did for you? Sasuke replied, although Sakura's actions were misguided, her intentions were ultimately for the sake of the village. Upon hearing that you joined Akatsuki and killed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, we unanimously decided to apprehend you ourselves. Sakura chose to confront you alone, which is why she acted as she did. Kiba defended Sakura, stating, even if her intentions were not to harm you, I cannot condone her methods, and I find them quite distasteful, Sasuke coldly responded. However, regardless of that, Sakura is merely a girl, and everyone knows she has always held feelings for you. She was once your teammate. Don't you think you are being a bit excessive in your treatment of her? So, are you here to assist her? I thought you had come to celebrate my return to Konoha. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kiba shouted in anger, You left so decisively, having done so much, and now you expect us to welcome you back? At that moment, Hinata stepped forward to comfort Kiba, saying, Please don't be angry, Kiba. We are here to welcome both Sasuke and Itachi back to the village. Indeed, Kiba, you seem to have missed the main point, Shino calmly interjected. All right, let us all remain calm and discuss the true purpose of our gathering, Shikamaru suggested. The true purpose? Naruto asked, slightly puzzled. What is it you wish to convey? We learned from Lady Tsunade about the truth behind Itachi's departure from the village and his actions over the years. Therefore, we wanted to meet Itachi and, at the same time, give Sasuke a proper welcome, Ino explained. Ah, so this is Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, Naruto remarked, pointing to Itachi. Upon seeing Itachi, everyone began to introduce themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto pulled Shikamaru aside and asked, This was your idea, wasn't it? Why did you gather everyone here? Itachi is the captain of the Lightning Country's team, Yet due to past events and his affiliation with Akatsuki, there is a certain level of discontent among the group. If these sentiments carry over to the battlefield, it would be detrimental to us. Therefore, I wanted to address this issue in advance, Shikamaru explained. However, this is an internal matter of the village's leadership. By speaking so openly, won't it affect everyone's perception of the village? Naruto inquired. Konoha has already decided to cooperate with Akatsuki, so we need to help Itachi reshape his image. This is crucial for the upcoming war. If everyone doubts their commander, our defeat is inevitable. Moreover, with Danzo deceased, we can lay all the scandals at his feet. After all, his actions were already infuriating. Rest assured, this decision was made after a discussion with Lady Tsunade. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade has discovered that even though Danzo is dead, some of his loyalists remain hidden within the village, actively undermining our collaboration with Akatsuki. She hopes to draw them out and eliminate them at the opportune moment. Chapter 122. The rift between Kakashi and Obito. Listening to Shikamaru's explanation, Naruto pondered for a moment before replying. It is indeed a viable approach. But we must ensure the safety of Tsunade and Itachi. I fear they may resort to desperate measures and take drastic action against them. Rest assured, with war on the horizon, key personnel from the village have already been discreetly protected, Shikamaru elucidated. No wonder, Naruto mused. I had been wondering why we were being followed. I initially thought someone harbored ill intentions and aimed to ambush us. By the way, is what Sakura mentioned earlier true? You and Naruto are going to face the entire land of fire by yourselves? CHG inquired of Sasuke, overhearing the conversation from a distance. Shikamaru turned to Naruto and asked, speaking of which, are you truly certain about taking on the entire land of Earth with just the two of you? According to Konoha's intelligence, the comprehensive military strength of the land of Earth is arguably the strongest among the 5 great nations, even surpassing that of the land of lightning. Isn't it precisely because they are the most formidable adversary that this task has been entrusted to us? Naruto replied with a smile. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from dissuading you. But do not worry about me. What about you? As the captain of your team, have you devised a strategy to confront those smaller nations? Naruto inquired. With a resigned expression, Shikamaru responded, while those smaller nations may lack the strength of the larger ones, their sheer numbers and chaotic distribution, coupled with the presence of samurai, render them quite troublesome. I have yet to formulate a sound counter-strategy. Seeing Shikamaru's predicament, Naruto placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, do not fret. Sasuke and I will strive to resolve the situation in the land of Earth swiftly, and then we shall assist you. Shikamaru glanced at Naruto and walked towards the others, saying, your task is far more complex than mine. It would be wise to contemplate your own matters carefully. As Shikamaru and Naruto approached, Ino greeted them enthusiastically. Naruto, Shikamaru, would you like to join us for some barbecue? Oh, if only you had arrived sooner. We just finished our ramen, Naruto remarked. Come on, Naruto, one bowl is hardly enough to satiate you, CHG urged. Upon seeing this, Naruto looked towards Sasuke and the others, and after receiving their agreement, he accepted the invitation to partake in the barbecue. On the way, Obito trailed at the back of the group, observing the lively exchanges and camaraderie among the others. Memories of his own time in the village stirred within him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Naruto, noticing Obito's expression, felt uncertain about how to facilitate his integration into the group. At that moment, CHG also noticed Obito lagging behind and leaned closer to Naruto, asking, who is that guy? Instantly, Naruto halted his steps, turned to Obito, and announced, by the way, allow me to introduce everyone. This is Uchiha Obito, a former teammate and comrade of Kakashi-sensei. He later joined the Akatsuki due to injuries and various circumstances, but he has now returned to Konoha, Kakashi-sensei's teammate. Indeed, should we invite Kakashi-sensei to join us? Hinata suggested. Upon hearing Hinata's suggestion, Naruto was suddenly enlightened, joyfully exclaiming to her, what a brilliant idea. Hinata, you are truly clever. I shall seek out Kakashi-sensei immediately. You all may proceed first. With that, Naruto vanished from sight in an instant. Kakashi, at that moment, was engrossed in a strategy meeting, diligently formulating the forthcoming battle plans with his comrades. Surprised by Naruto's sudden appearance, he inquired, Naruto, what brings you here? Seizing Kakashi's wrist, Naruto replied, there's no time for explanations. Come with me. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he whisked Kakashi away from the meeting room, leaving the others in bewilderment. At the barbecue restaurant, as everyone settled in. Naruto appeared with Kakashi before them, prompting Sasuke to comment with a peculiar expression. As expected of Naruto, he is remarkably swift. Ignoring Sasuke's expression, Naruto turned and nudged Kakashi into a seat beside Obito. "You brought me here in haste for this?" Kakashi asked, a look of exasperation upon his face. Naruto glanced at Obito and then said to Kakashi, "Sensei, it must have been quite a while since you last gathered with everyone for a meal, especially with your former teammates." Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at Obito and replied, "There are still many matters left unresolved. You all enjoy your meal. I must take my leave." As Kakashi attempted to depart, Naruto and Sasuke quickly positioned themselves in front of him, stating, "Kakashi-sensei, war is on the brink of erupting. This may be our final gathering like this. Are you truly going to refuse everyone?" The others promptly echoed, "Indeed, Kakashi-sensei, please stay." Faced with their entreaties, Kakashi relented, saying, "Very well, I shall remain." He then took a seat beside Obito, prompting Naruto and Sasuke to settle down as well. Ino, eager to sit closer to Naruto and Sasuke, exchanged seats with Choji to sit beside Naruto. Soon, the barbecue was served, and the group joyfully indulged in the feast amidst laughter and conversation. Ino even piled a whole plate of grilled meat in front of Naruto, while Itachi helped his younger brother, Sasuke, with an ample share of meat. Only Obito and Kakashi sat in silence, not partaking in the meal, their eyes occasionally glancing toward one another without uttering a word. Naruto observed the two, aware that they were still unable to confront each other due to the lingering shadows of Rin's memory, yet he could not devise a swift resolution to ease the tension. Thus, the meal concluded in their silence. Afterward, Kakashi promptly exited the barbecue restaurant and returned to the meeting room, while Naruto and Sasuke sighed, watching Kakashi's retreating figure. It seems these two will not return to their former selves anytime soon. Following the meal, the group dispersed to their homes. Itachi and Obito headed to their designated accommodations, while Sasuke temporarily stayed at Naruto's residence. On the way, Sasuke posed a question: should we not intervene once more with Kakashi and Obito, encouraging them to open their hearts to one another? It is likely quite difficult. Let us simply go with the flow, for they will reconcile in due time, Naruto said. As the two approached the entrance of Naruto's home, they noticed a figure standing beneath the streetlight. "Is that Konohamaru?" Naruto inquired. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Konohamaru hurried over, determination gleaming in his eyes as he declared, "Naruto, I have made up my mind. I wish to join you on the battlefield." Chapter 123, Shadow-Level Training Partners. Naruto, observing the resolute gaze of Konohamaru, smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "Very well, since you have made your decision, we shall commence special training tomorrow." Konohamaru nodded enthusiastically, responding, "All right, I will head home now, Naruto." After Naruto nodded in agreement, Konohamaru waved goodbye to Sasuke before departing. Once Konohamaru had left, Sasuke approached Naruto and remarked, "Your disciple is quite impressive." Naruto replied with a grin, "Indeed. Based on my observations, Konohamaru can undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost genius of the Hidden Leaf. If only he possessed a bloodline limit, he would surely surpass those prodigies like Kakashi who have been renowned since childhood." Sasuke sighed. "If only I had sought out a promising child as well. Who knows when Suigetsu and the others will ascend to the level of shadow." Enough of that. Let us return home to rest, Naruto suggested. The following day, Konohamaru arrived early at Naruto's residence, eagerly awaiting his mentor. Upon noticing him, Naruto led Konohamaru directly to the training grounds, where Itachi and Obito had long been waiting. "Konohamaru, you have met these two before. They are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. I have summoned them here today specifically to assist you with your special training." Listening to Naruto's introduction, Konohamaru confidently greeted, "Hello. I look forward to your guidance." Itachi and Obito remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Now, listen closely, Konohamaru. Your objective for today's training is to survive while being pursued by these two. The training area encompasses this entire grounds. Each of you possesses a bell at your waist, symbolizing your life. Should the bell be destroyed or taken, it signifies your defeat. Of course, you may also choose to take the offensive and eliminate the two of them to conclude the training early." After Naruto's explanation, Konohamaru nodded in understanding. "By the way, I must inform you in advance that both of them possess exceptional strength, comparable to the 5 Kage, so exercise caution." With that, Naruto and Sasuke discreetly exited the training grounds to observe the proceedings from a hidden vantage point. "Are you ready?" Itachi inquired. Konohamaru brandished a kunai, asserting, "Let us begin." Once the training commenced, Itachi and Obito stood motionless, not making any immediate moves. Observing this, Konohamaru threw a kunai at them as a test. The kunai passed through Itachi's form, which instantaneously transformed into a flock of crows and vanished from sight. Is he employing Jinjutsu right from the start? Surely. You must have taught him how to counter such illusions, Sasuke questioned from afar. In response, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "I believe Ebisu-sensei should have covered that." Hearing this, Sasuke asked incredulously, "Have you never taught him about Jinjutsu, or how to dispel it?" Naruto sheepishly replied, "I am immune to Jinjutsu. None of them affect me, and I rarely use it myself, so your commitment as a teacher is truly commendable." Sasuke quipped. It seems that the conclusion is swiftly approaching. Itachi observed the motionless Konohamaru before him, gradually advancing towards him with the intention of retrieving the bell from his waist. Just as his fingers brushed against the bell, Konohamaru instantaneously transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing before the onlookers. Naruto, witnessing this, smiled appreciatively and remarked, "Well done." As Itachi pondered this development, Obito's voice rang out, "Behind you." Itachi promptly turned around to see Konohamaru leap from the thicket behind him, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing fire release. Ash pile burning. A substantial cloud of gray ash erupted from Konohamaru's mouth. In response, Obito leaped back to Itachi's side and executed water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water gushed forth from Itachi's mouth, coalescing midair into the shape of a dragon that surged towards Konohamaru. Realizing the impending threat, Konohamaru quickly detonated the ash, resulting in a colossal explosion where the flames and the water dragon converged. However, the potency of the ash pile burning technique was evidently inferior to that of the water dragon bullet, as the latter soon approached Konohamaru. In a desperate bid, Konohamaru summoned a shadow clone, utilizing it to propel himself away from the oncoming water dragon. With the aid of his clone, he narrowly evaded the attack and landed safely. Immediately charging towards Itachi and Obito, channeling chakra into his hands to manifest a Rasengan. From a distance, Sasuke observed this and remarked, "He truly is your disciple." Resembling Naruto in his youth, despite it being a battle for survival, he chooses to confront it head-on. Naruto replied, "I find it rather admirable, with sufficient strength. Who cares how you proceed?" As Konohamaru dashed towards them, Itachi's eyes gradually transformed into the Sharingan. The moment Konohamaru caught sight of Itachi's gaze, his steps came to an abrupt halt, leaving him stunned in place, the Rasengan in his hands dissipating. "It appears to be over," Sasuke commented from afar. Just as Sasuke prepared to intervene, Naruto halted him, saying, "It is not yet finished." Before their eyes, Konohamaru before Itachi dissipated into a cloud of mist, while from the distance, a figure emerged from the smoke, proclaiming, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." A torrent of flames, reminiscent of the sea, erupted from Konohamaru's mouth, the magnitude of which threatened to engulf Naruto and Sasuke in the distance. Sasuke quickly formed seals, raising a water wall in front of him, turning to Naruto beside him and asking, "Is this what you taught him?" Naruto proudly nodded, "Of course. What do you think? Does it rival the grandeur of Madara's techniques?" Sasuke acknowledged, "Indeed, it is formidable, but this is Konoha. Such a wide-ranging technique." Before he could finish, the flames began to diminish gradually. Observing this, Sasuke lowered the water wall, noticing that the fires seemed to be drawn towards a particular direction, shrinking rapidly. "It's Obito. He is absorbing this ninjutsu with his Rinnegan," Naruto explained. Konohamaru, witnessing his technique rapidly diminishing, was unable to conceal his astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening?" In a brief moment, all of Konohamaru's fire techniques were absorbed by Obito, leaving Konohamaru in a state of disbelief as he stared at Obito. The latter remarked nonchalantly, "Naruto has taught you well. Such extensive fire techniques are seldom seen executed by many." Itachi then added his praise, "Indeed, quite impressive." Encouraged by his opponents, Konohamaru adjusted his expression and replied, "You are both remarkable for being able to absorb that jutsu. You truly live up to being Naruto's friends." Itachi cautioned, "I must remind you that your task at this stage is survival, not to defeat us. When faced with an overpowering adversary on the battlefield, one should remain hidden and await reinforcements, rather than squandering chakra in a confrontation like this." Chapter 124. Is Tsukuyomi ineffective? Upon hearing Itachi's reminder, Konohamaru recalled Naruto's earlier words that the first phase was a survival test. However, the notion of fleeing struck him as particularly jarring. After a moment of contemplation, he adjusted his demeanor and stated with seriousness, as Naruto mentioned, "If I can eliminate you, I can conclude this phase early." Itachi surveyed Konohamaru before smirking. "Very well. Let us proceed." With that, Konohamaru summoned his shadow clones, and they charged towards Obito. In the distance, Sasuke observed the clash between Konohamaru and Itachi. Shaking his head as he remarked, "What was supposed to be a survival test has turned into a duel. Isn't that quite advantageous? He is not following the other teams to complete missions. He is with us." Naruto chimed in with a smile. "Is there a difference? We are still heading to battle. The primary distinction between us and the other teams lies in our strength and numbers. If we falter and flee, we face tens of thousands of pursuing ninjas. What are the chances of surviving while hiding in such circumstances? It would be wiser to enhance our strength so we can endure longer or even counterattack," Naruto explained. "That makes sense. Well then, I shall take my leave. You continue to observe," Sasuke replied. "Where are you going?" Naruto asked. "I intend to check on Suigetsu and the others to see if they are training diligently." "Very well." After Sasuke departed, Naruto remained concealed, watching Konohamaru's training. Although Konohamaru's strength was commendable, he was no match for Itachi and Obito, who did not need to exert their full power to defeat him. This so-called survival test was, in reality, Itachi and Obito taking turns battling Konohamaru. As the day swiftly passed, evening arrived, painting the sky in hues of orange. After a day of combat, Konohamaru had yet to land a single blow on Obito or Itachi, while he himself lay battered and exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Observing this, Naruto emerged from the woods and approached Konohamaru, asking, "How are you faring, Konohamaru?" Breathless, Konohamaru replied, "Indeed, you are both formidable. I cannot prevail. Shall we continue tomorrow?" Naruto inquired. With great effort, Konohamaru sat up and declared, "Of course." "Very well. Ensure you rest well tonight." Subsequently, Naruto approached Itachi and Obito, saying, "Thank you for your efforts today. What do you think of my disciple?" Itachi cast a glance at Konohamaru and remarked, "Quite impressive. Both the chakra volume and the mastery of ninjutsu are commendable. At his age, I certainly wasn't as formidable." He continued, "However, his understanding of genjutsu is lacking, and he possesses little experience in countering illusions. Perhaps due to his lack of participation in perilous missions, his grasp of battle situations is also insufficient." Obito interjected, "I apologize. I too am not well versed in genjutsu, which is why I have not instructed him on the subject. Furthermore, since his birth, Konoha has been in a period of peace, resulting in a scarcity of dangerous missions." Naruto added, "By the way, I heard from Sasuke that you developed a method to become immune to all genjutsu. Why not teach it to him?" Naruto scratched his head and replied, "That method was devised using sage techniques and my status as a Jinchuriki. So it is only suitable for me. Others cannot utilize it." "Immune to all genjutsu?" Obito exclaimed, astonished. "Is it truly effective against every illusion?" "For the time being, yes," Naruto affirmed. Obito glanced at Itachi and inquired, "What about Itachi's Tsukuyami?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Naruto scratched his head again and said, "It should work. Shall we give it a try?" Itachi nodded, "That sounds reasonable. I am also curious to see the extent of your genjutsu immunity." Subsequently, Naruto instructed Konohamaru to stand behind Itachi. "Let us begin." As Naruto signaled his readiness, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes as he unleashed Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami. Yet Naruto appeared unfazed, smiling at the onlookers. Seeing Naruto's lack of reaction, Itachi's face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "It truly can grant immunity." Obito, equally shocked, watched as Konohamaru, perplexed, asked, "What did Naruto do? Why does everyone look so astonished?" Obito ruffled Konohamaru's hair and explained, "You have no idea how terrifying Naruto's feat was. Itachi just performed one of the strongest genjutsu in the world, and Naruto effortlessly neutralized it." "Is that true, Naruto? With such formidable ninjutsu, why haven't you taught me?" Konohamaru asked excitedly. "I'm sorry, Konohamaru, but you cannot learn this," Naruto replied. Instantly, disappointment washed over Konohamaru's face as he questioned, "Why not?" Naruto approached and comforted him. "Because I am a Jinchuriki, and you do not understand sage techniques. Thus, you cannot learn this method. It is exclusive to me." "All right, then what are sage techniques?" Konohamaru inquired. Sage techniques are a distinct form of energy, different from ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. If mastered, they can greatly enhance one's strength. But the learning process is quite challenging, Naruto explained. Can I learn it? Konohamaru asked, his face brimming with anticipation. Naruto smiled and replied, of course you can. However, learning sage techniques requires an immense amount of chakra and a significant time commitment. Given the impending war, it is likely there won't be enough time for you to study sage techniques. All right then, Konohamaru conceded. Observing the dejected expression on Konohamaru's face, Naruto crouched down with a smile, offering words of comfort. Do not worry, I shall certainly teach you in the future. However, the situation is quite urgent at present. Once the Ninja World War concludes, I promise to impart my knowledge to you. It is settled then. Now, do not be disheartened. Return to rest. For we must train again tomorrow. Just as Konohamaru was about to depart, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Naruto, are you truly taking Konohamaru to the battlefield? Master Hebe, what brings you here? Konohamaru inquired. I heard from Mo Huang and the others that you intend to accompany Naruto to the battlefield, so I came to inquire. Naruto, do you truly comprehend what war entails? How can you take a child into such perilous circumstances? Hebe questioned angrily. Before Naruto could respond, another figure emerged before them. Captain Itachi. We have received urgent intelligence from the border. A substantial number of cloud ninjas have entered the land of fire and the land of lightning at the Iron Country borders. Before Itachi could reply, yet another figure leapt into view, stating, Naruto, several major nations are exhibiting significant movements. Lord Hokage has instructed me to summon you to the conference room to devise a response strategy. Chapter 125. Commence action upon hearing that other nations were exhibiting unusual activities. The group hastily gathered in the conference room to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Sasuke had also received the news and quickly returned. Now that everyone is nearly assembled, I will outline the intelligence we currently possess. Firstly, regarding the Hidden Cloud Village, we have detected a large number of their ninjas entering the Iron Country. The exact number remains unclear, but preliminary estimates suggest it exceeds 1,000. Secondly, concerning the Hidden Mist Village, a small contingent of ninjas has infiltrated the Bear Country, numbering no more than 100. As for the Sand and Rock villages, there has not been significant troop movement. However, intercepted intelligence indicates that they plan to jointly establish a coalition base in the Land of Grass. Although the specifics of their numbers and the veracity of this information remain uncertain. Listening to Shizun's briefing, Naruto was the first to speak. Based on the current intelligence, I believe the most challenging situation lies with the Sand and Rock villages. Although they have not mobilized large forces, we still lack concrete information regarding their next moves, which I perceive as a dangerous signal. I concur with Naruto's assessment. Thus, we should enhance our intelligence gathering efforts concerning these two nations, Shikamaru added. No, I believe we should take the initiative and cannot afford to wait any longer, Naruto proposed once more. I agree. I think Naruto and I can set out first. Once we take action against the Rock Village, their movements will inevitably become apparent, Sasuke suggested. Indeed, this approach allows us to catch them off guard, while also observing the reactions of other villages. Each of your teams should take this opportunity to complete border deployments. And when the time is ripe, we can strike decisively against our adversaries, Naruto elaborated. However, if we mobilize on such a large scale simultaneously, it will surely alert the other nations. It matters not. They will inevitably discover the truth. Each team may temporarily halt their advance upon reaching the border, allowing the formidable army led by Tobi to initiate the assault. This strategy not only minimizes losses, but also leverages the unique attributes of Tobi's forces to catch the enemy off guard, significantly depleting their combat strength, Naruto articulated. As Naruto's proposal resonated throughout the conference room, the attendees fell into contemplative silence. Kakashi, what is your perspective? Tsunade inquired. I find Naruto's suggestion to be quite commendable. However, I propose that Shikamaru's team should delay their departure until we are in position. The intelligence indicates that the strongholds chosen by the four great nations are predominantly situated around the smaller countries near the Fire Country. Therefore, Shikamaru's team could wait until we have vanquished the enemy and driven them out of those small nations before taking action, thus assisting us with the aftermath while avoiding potential assaults from those territories, Kakashi suggested. Nodding in agreement, Tsunade responded, very well. We shall proceed as Naruto and Kakashi have advised. Upon hearing Tsunade's consent, the attendees rose and began their tasks. Naruto and Sasuke, observing the commotion, exited the conference room. Outside, Konohamaru and Ebisu awaited Naruto's emergence. How did it go, big brother Naruto? Konohamaru inquired eagerly upon seeing him. It's urgent. We depart tomorrow, Naruto replied. At this, Ebisu interjected, Naruto, do you truly intend to bring Konohamaru to the battlefield? One must venture beyond their comfort zone. Besides, by the time you were Konohamaru's age, you had already undertaken numerous perilous missions, hadn't you? Naruto questioned with a serious demeanor. But Konohamaru is the grandson of the third Hokage, Ebisu began, but was swiftly interrupted by Konohamaru. Ebisu-sensei, I am no one of consequence. I am Sarutobi Konohamaru. I shall prove to the world that I am the Sarutobi Konohamaru of Konoha during this war. Ebisu stood momentarily stunned by Konohamaru's fervent declaration. Naruto affectionately tousled Konohamaru's hair, saying, Yes, that is the spirit of my disciple. Now, hurry back and gather your belongings. Meet me at the main gate of Konoha tomorrow morning. Nodding resolutely, Konohamaru dashed off into the distance. Ebisu, watching him depart, wore a complex expression. Subsequently, Naruto approached Ebisu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He is no longer a child. He is a ninja of Konoha. It is time to let him explore the world beyond. Promise me you will protect Konohamaru and ensure he returns safely, Ebisu implored. With a smile, Naruto responded, Do not forget, I am also his teacher. I shall take my leave now. He then returned to his humble abode with Sasuke. Are you truly taking him to the battlefield? Sasuke asked. Although the special training yielded little, experiencing the vastness of this world will undoubtedly benefit him in some way, Naruto replied, reclining onto the floor. Let us rest, starting tomorrow. Who knows if we shall enjoy a peaceful night's sleep again. After a night of rest, Naruto and Sasuke rose early to enjoy a bowl of Ichiraku Ramen before making their way to the gates of Konoha. Beside the gates, Konohamaru was already waiting with a packed bag. Observing the large burden on Konohamaru's shoulder, Naruto couldn't help but tease. You seem to have prepared quite a bit, Konohamaru. With a smile, Konohamaru replied, After all, we're headed to the battlefield. I've heard from Ebisu-sensei that once you enter, it's quite normal to be stuck there for a month or two, and food is the most scarce resource in war. So, I bought a lot of instant noodles. Nearly every flavor available. Hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke exchanged wry smiles as they looked at Konohamaru, who noticed they were unburdened and asked curiously, Aren't you two bringing anything? As Naruto helped Konohamaru unload his heavy pack, he explained, We're going to the battlefield, where every day is a matter of life and death, carrying all that will hinder your ability to fight effectively. But at the very least, you need some basic supplies. Konohamaru insisted. You can use a space-time scroll to store these items, Naruto suggested, pulling a scroll from his pocket and unfurling it on the ground. He placed Konohamaru's bag on the scroll, and with a series of hand signs, the pack was instantly absorbed into the space-time scroll. Konohamaru, hasn't Naruto taught you how to use space-time ninjutsu? Sasuke inquired. Konohamaru shook his head, saying, No, he hasn't. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Naruto coughed lightly, pocketed the scroll, and stood up, saying, He is still young. Learning too much at once can be overwhelming. I'll teach him later. Sasuke, feigning realization, remarked, I see now. Naruto nudged him with his elbow and said, All right, let us get moving. Chapter 126. A Heavenly Net. In order to better understand the situation in Iwagakure, Naruto and Sasuke decided their first stop would be the Land of Grass. In truth, with their speed, they could reach the Land of Grass in just a day. But to accommodate Konohamaru, they intentionally slowed their pace. By the time they actually arrived in the Land of Grass, it was already noon the following day. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of IWA and Suna ninjas wandering the streets. Konohamaru exclaimed in surprise, Why are there so many IWA and Suna people here? It seems the intelligence held by Konoha is accurate. Suna and IWA plan to establish a joint base in the Land of Grass, Naruto analyzed. Indeed. But what should we do next? Sasuke asked. First, let us find a place to stay. We can decide our next steps once we have a clearer understanding of the situation here, Naruto suggested. The three of them then removed their Konoha headbands and found a local inn to settle down. After making simple arrangements, Naruto set off to gather information throughout the Land of Grass, while Sasuke and Konohamaru remained at the inn. In the evening, Naruto returned with news. Having learned that the current number of ninjas in the Land of Grass was approximately 4,000, although the exact numbers for IWA and Suna remained unclear. So, what do you plan to do next? Sasuke inquired. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and remarked, could you not inquire about everything? Can't you think for yourself a bit? Sasuke chuckled in response. With you around, I believe there's no need for excessive mental exertion. I'm not particularly adept at cerebral tasks. Naruto sighed. Although this nation is teeming with ninjas, there are still a considerable number of ordinary villagers. We cannot deploy large-scale ninjutsu indiscriminately. I believe we can create a stir to compel them to seek us out. Causing destruction? Leave that to me, Sasuke exclaimed eagerly. All right, then tomorrow at noon. I and Konohamaru will await you at the border between the land of grass and the land of earth. At that time, just reveal your whereabouts, and they will come looking for you. Sasuke gestured with his hand, indicating a signal. Then I'll keep watch tonight. You've been running all day, so you should rest. Naruto, without hesitation, took Konohamaru and headed towards his guest room. In the dead of night, Naruto and Konohamaru had already succumbed to slumber, while Sasuke remained vigilant, leaning against the window and surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, prompting Sasuke to alert Naruto. Someone's here. Without hesitation, Naruto converted his chakra into a sensing state. After a brief assessment of the vicinity, he stated gravely, we are surrounded. There are approximately 200 of them. It seems we need not wait until tomorrow. He then roused Konohamaru, and, alongside Sasuke, they escaped through the window, making their way towards the designated border. On their journey, Naruto deliberately slowed his pace to avoid losing their trail. As dawn broke, the trio finally reached the border. Naruto halted and surveyed the area, declaring, it's spacious enough here. Sasuke unsheathed his Kusanagi sword, a smirk playing on his lips. All right then, let us commence. As they paused, a multitude of figures emerged, encircling them. We are surrounded. The number seems to be around 10,000. You go first. Listening to Naruto's account, Sasuke didn't voice any complaints. Gripping his Kusanagi sword, he advanced toward the crowd. Come on. With Sasuke's provocative challenge, the throng surged toward the three. Immediately, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and charged into the fray, his Kusanagi sword in hand. The rapid whirling of the Sharingan allowed him to perceive the movements of the surrounding individuals. As explosions erupted, many were sent flying by Sasuke's strikes. Dancing through the chaos, he exclaimed with exhilaration, is this the sensation Madara experienced? It's exhilarating. Naruto, observing the scene, turned to Konohamaru and said, did you see that? In warfare, the efficacy of taijutsu is indeed substantial. Konohamaru tightened his grip on his kunai, swallowing hard. Naruto, what should we do? Should we engage? Naruto glanced between Konohamaru and the frenzied Sasuke, responding, all right, let us strive to keep pace with Sasuke. I'll be right behind you. Three individuals darted across the battlefield with astonishing agility, akin to dancers in a spirited performance. At that moment, a fierce gale struck them, hurling them backwards several paces and propelling them out of the encirclement formed by the Ninja Alliance. Do not underestimate us, exclaimed Temari, firmly grasping her large iron fan. Her expression grave. Naruto, witnessing this, swiftly alerted Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke comprehended Naruto's intent and leapt backward to position himself behind Naruto and Konohamaru. Naruto nodded to Konohamaru, who returned the gesture, and together they swiftly formed hand seals, declaring in unison, fire style, great fireball jutsu. In an instant, a torrent of flames surged forward like a colossal wave toward the Ninja Alliance. The members of the Alliance stared in awe, their eyes wide and mouths agape, exclaiming, what is this? One of the rock ninjas was the first to react, rushing to the forefront to swiftly weave hand seals, earth style, earth wall. A massive earthen barrier erupted from the ground, shielding the group. Promptly, the others rallied alongside him, executing their own techniques to conjure a series of earthen walls. Rising up to protect them all, the fiery onslaught shattered several earthen barriers before it ultimately came to a halt, halted by the formidable walls. As the flames receded, Naruto immediately formed seals to summon 100 shadow clones, declaring, water style, water bullet technique. Thousands of water projectiles were unleashed simultaneously, overwhelming the unprepared Ninja Alliance, who were pierced by the barrage, their anguished cries echoing in the ears of the three. In a fleeting moment, a substantial portion of the Ninja Alliance lay defeated. Konohamaru, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Naruto, you're amazing. Sasuke, hearing Konohamaru's praise for Naruto, could no longer remain idle. As Naruto's water barrage concluded, he leapt into the air, powerful currents of electricity crackling around him. Lightning style, heavenly subjugation. The fierce electricity transformed into an expansive net that enveloped the foes above. With a vigorous wave of his arm, the net ensnared the Ninja Alliance on the battlefield, resulting in another round of agonizing cries. As the smoke dissipated, it became evident that a significant portion of the Ninja Alliance had fallen. Having accomplished this, Sasuke landed triumphantly beside Konohamaru, remarking, "How about that? Not so inferior to your brother Naruto, right?" Konohamaru stood in astonishment, surveying the surroundings, and murmured, "Incredible." Chapter 127, Gaara's Defeat. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Ninja Alliance widened their eyes in horror, cold sweat beading on their brows as they gazed at Naruto and Sasuke. The terrifying prowess that had decimated over 1,000 of their ranks instilled fear, causing them to falter and hesitate. Temari, brushing the dust from her face, encouraged, "Do not worry, there are only 3 of them. We can face them together." Yet her rallying cry seemed insufficient to instill confidence, as they remained rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. Indeed, they were merely 3 in number. There was no need to be afraid. At the moment when the crowd was engulfed in fear and hesitation, a figure swiftly descended from the sky, landing above them. Everyone looked up in unison to see Gaara standing atop the sand, exclaiming, "The Kazekage has arrived. We need not fear anymore." Indeed, with the Kazekage present, victory seemed assured, and the crowd rallied together. Amidst the cacophony, Naruto greeted Gaara with a smile. "Gaara, it's been a long time." Gaara, his expression icy, replied, "Naruto, it has indeed been a while. I never expected to encounter you on the battlefield as adversaries." In an instant, Naruto appeared before Gaara, a platform of ice forming beneath his feet. "Gaara, we do not wish to confront our former allies from the Sand Village. Why not surrender?" Taken aback by Naruto's speed, Gaara retreated several paces, stating, "Naruto, I recognize that we were once friends, and I owe much to you for who I am today. However, what you propose is intolerable. As Kazekage, I cannot abandon my nation and village." Naruto sighed. "Gaara, a world of unity is inevitable. What purpose does your struggle serve? How long do you believe the peace among the 5 great nations can endure?" Gaara furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave. "But war will claim countless lives. I cannot bear to witness it." Before Gaara could finish, the Ninja Alliance below grew impatient, clamoring to protect him while launching shurikens and kunai at Naruto. Seeing Gaara's troubled expression, Naruto uttered a simple phrase before vanishing from his sight. Sasuke, having returned to Naruto's side, inquired, "How did the negotiations go?" Naruto shook his head in silence. Understanding the situation, Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Never mind. After all, we are the ones who instigated this war, the villains in the eyes of the world. There's no need for guilt." With that, Sasuke unsheathed the Kusanagi sword and charged towards the Ninja Alliance. As he surged forward, Naruto called out, "Sasuke." Without looking back, Sasuke responded succinctly, "Got it." Observing this, Gaara immediately manipulated the sand to attack Sasuke. Utilizing his Sharingan and agile movements, Sasuke deftly evaded the onslaught of sand. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Timing his attack, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball towards Gaara in the sky. Gaara quickly conjured sand to shield himself. Once the fireball was blocked, Gaara commanded the sand to form a hand that reached for Sasuke. Trapped in midair and unable to evade, Sasuke was seized by the grasp of sand. As Gaara ensnared Sasuke's feet in sand, he swiftly enveloped him entirely. The crowd gasped in admiration at Gaara's prowess, exclaiming, "Truly, the Kazekage is formidable." Yet, before the crowd could rejoice, a strange noise emanated from the encasing sand, which Gaara sensed as well. A tremendous force surged from within, breaking free from its confines. In the next moment, the sand binding Sasuke shattered, revealing a myriad of purple bones surrounding him. "What is this?" As the crowd pondered in confusion, Sasuke leaped toward Gaara, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Gaara promptly unleashed sand from his gourd to assault Sasuke. However, Sasuke aimed the Kusanagi at Gaara, and all the sand that surged towards him was effortlessly traversed. The remaining attacks and sand were likewise repelled by the skeletal defense of Susanoo. Observing Sasuke's advancing figure, Gaara swiftly encased himself in a sphere of sand. Unfazed, Sasuke continued his onslaught. Arcs of electricity flickered along the blade of his sword. Upon contact with the sand, the electric charge intensified, piercing through Gaara's sandy barrier. With a smirk, Sasuke declared. It seems I have succeeded. No sooner had he spoken than the sandy platform beneath him began to dissipate, and the sand enveloping Gaara quickly followed suit. Without a stable foothold, Sasuke relinquished the Kusanagi and leaped backward. As the sand cleared, the Kusanagi was seen embedded in Gaara's chest, descending ominously. What just happened? Naruto inquired. It is quite simple. Sasuke explained. I infuse the Kusanagi with lightning release and a sealing technique. Once it strikes Gaara, his chakra and movements will be sealed. Hearing this, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. I have assured you that I will not kill Gaara. You need not worry, Sasuke reassured him. As Gaara lay motionless on the ground, concern rippled through the onlookers. Lord Kazekage, are you alright? Some attempted to extract the sword from Gaara's chest. But as they approached the hilt, a formidable electrical current radiated from the blade, deterring them and intensifying Gaara's agony. The crowd encircled Gaara, momentarily at a loss for action. In the midst of their despair, Sasuke activated his body flicker technique, appearing beside Gaara. The crowd rushed toward him in a flurry. Without hesitation, Sasuke withdrew the sword from Gaara's body and swept it in a wide arc. Although the blade only grazed a few nearby individuals, a wave of sword energy emanated outward, causing several of Sasuke's adversaries to collapse instantaneously. With a flourish, he sheathed the sword and hoisted Gaara, leaping toward Naruto. What was that sword energy you unleashed? Naruto asked. It was wind-released chakra, Sasuke replied, discarding Gaara onto the ground. How long will the sealing technique last? Naruto inquired. Approximately an hour, Sasuke answered. Alright, then let us eliminate these foes within the hour. As he spoke, Naruto hurled kunai around Gaara, establishing a rudimentary barrier. He then turned to Konohamaru and instructed, Konohamaru, we must expedite our efforts and aim to dispatch these several thousand enemies within half an hour. Konohamaru surveyed the multitude of opponents, exclaiming, Naruto, do you truly expect to defeat these thousands within half an hour? Indeed, though it may not be overly difficult, we must remain cautious. There may be formidable foes among them. Be careful not to sustain injuries, and conserve some chakra for any potential emergencies. Chapter 128. Teams arrive at the border. Konohamaru stood in stunned silence, gazing at Naruto, unsure of what to say. Noticing Konohamaru's silence, Naruto assumed he had no objections and eagerly prepared to take action. After a brief exchange of glances with Sasuke, the two charged into the crowd. Their speed was akin to lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and their coordination was flawless, making it nearly impossible for anyone to touch them. Konohamaru, watching their movements, stood frozen, muttering to himself, these two, are they monsters? In Konohamaru's moment of distraction, several ninjas from the allied forces approached him. This kid looks weak. Let's deal with him first. As a kunai was hurled toward him, Konohamaru found himself paralyzed with indecision, rooted to the spot. Just as the kunai was about to strike, a flash of yellow light surged through, repelling all the surrounding enemies. Yellow flash? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Among the crowd, many ninjas who had previously encountered Minato recognized that the jutsu Naruto had just executed was the Flying Thunder God technique. Given Naruto's earlier movements and his golden hair, they all assumed the legendary yellow flash had returned. Upon closer inspection, they realized how young he looked. How could he possibly be the yellow flash from over a decade ago? Yet, his speed and movements were undeniably reminiscent of that famed ninja. In an instant, the battlefield buzzed with whispers of the yellow flash. Naruto turned to Konohamaru and said, don't forget why you came to the battlefield with me. With that, Naruto vanished from Konohamaru's sight. Watching Naruto and Sasuke weave through the battlefield, Konohamaru tightened his grip on his kunai and declared, I am Konohamaru Sarutobi of the Leaf Village. Remember my name. With that, Konohamaru charged at a ninja wearing an Iwagakure forehead protector. As Naruto fought, he kept a watchful eye on Konohamaru's progress. Seeing Konohamaru bravely take his first step into battle, Naruto smiled with pride and remarked, what do you think, Sasuke? My disciple is quite impressive, isn't he? Sasuke glanced at Konohamaru, contemplating for a moment before responding. If we're speaking of courage, it is indeed commendable that he dares to stand out in such a situation. However, his strength seems a tad lacking. He has only taken down 2 opponents so far. He's still just a child, and without any special advantages. I believe he is doing remarkably well. This is likely his first experience in real combat, and he hasn't yet fully unleashed his potential. Let's give him some time, Naruto replied. Although Konohamaru was young, through Naruto's guidance, he had undoubtedly become an elite Jonin. As he grew accustomed to the rhythm of battle, he began to fight with greater ease against his enemies. Noticing Konohamaru gradually relaxing, Naruto swiftly approached him. After dispatching the enemies near Konohamaru, Naruto, Sasuke, and Konohamaru formed a back-to-back stance. We need to pick up the pace. I sense reinforcements from the sand and rock ninjas. At their current speed, they will arrive in less than 20 minutes, Naruto announced. What should we do now? Konohamaru inquired. Utilizing an extensive array of ninjutsu, regardless of whether the opponent is entirely subdued, we shall swiftly retreat towards the land of waterfall, bringing Gaara with us. Sasuke and Konohamaru nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto, what have you done to Gaara? Temari exclaimed, brandishing her iron fan at him. Temari, I truly do not wish to harm you, San Shinobi, for we were once friends. I implore you to withdraw, Naruto urged. Yet, Temari seemed entirely unreceptive to his words, swinging her fan to launch an attack. Sighing, Naruto remarked, I'm sorry, Shikamaru, but your future wife may sustain some injuries. In unison, the trio began to form hand signs. Fire style, great fire destruction. Lightning style, heavenly arrival. Ice style, storm. A deluge of flames engulfed all. A web of lightning ensnared everything, and a terrifying black vortex enveloped the battlefield. The allied ninja forces looked on in horror, exclaiming, What is this? Faced with the overwhelming storm of lightning, ice spikes, and tidal waves of fire, despair gripped the crowd, leading many to kneel and abandon resistance. Just as all eyes were fixated on the devastating ninjutsu, Naruto and his companions whisked Gaara away, vanishing from the battlefield. Once they had departed, they immediately accelerated towards the land of waterfall. Along the way, Gaara inquired, Naruto, how is Temari? Rest assured, I consciously minimized the damage inflicted on her. She should only have sustained minor injuries, Naruto assured him. Good, thank you, Naruto. As they conversed, a plume of white mist arose above Naruto's head. Sasuke and Konohamaru, mistaking it for an enemy assault, halted and drew their kunai towards him. Noticing their reaction, Naruto swiftly raised his hand to stop them. As the mist dissipated, they discerned that it was a toad. Naruto, Jiraiya sent me to relay information to you. Proceed, he replied. Currently, Itachi has led a team to the border of the Land of Iron and established a temporary command post. Kakashi's team has reached the border of the Land of Bear, while Asuma's team has arrived at the border of the Land of River. Obito has already disseminated white zetsu across these three minor nations, poised for an all-out war. Konoha plans to initiate simultaneous attacks on the three major nations tonight. Listening attentively to the Toad's report, Naruto nodded and said, Understood. Inform them that I have already engaged in battle with Iwagakure and Tsunade. It appears that Konoha's intelligence is accurate. Iwagakure and Tsunade intend to establish a coalition base in the Land of Grass. If they wish for White Zetsu to strike, I advise them to act swiftly, as word of my conflict will soon reach their ears. Delays could jeopardize our plans and forfeit the initiative. Understood. With that, the toad vanished in a swirl of mist before the trio. After the toad's departure, Naruto, Sasuke, and Konohamaru continued navigating through the woods with Gaara. Naruto, shall we proceed to assault Tsunade from the Land of River? Their main forces are likely converging towards us, Sasuke queried. This is quite fortuitous. Should Asuma and his comrades launch an assault from the Land of Rivers, the Sand Shinobi, in their desperation for self-preservation, would undoubtedly withdraw their forces from the Land of Grass, thereby dismantling their alliance with the Iwagakure. Consequently, this would alleviate some of our pressure. Moreover, engaging in battle today within the Land of Grass, having also abducted Gaara, they will surely redirect a substantial portion of their troops towards this region, leaving the defenses of the Land of Rivers significantly weakened. Even if they manage a timely counter-defense, the back-and-forth movement would severely diminish their combat effectiveness, and Asuma's attack should strike a devastating blow to them. As Naruto spoke, he sensed someone rapidly approaching from behind, their chakra radiating an unusual intensity. Given Konohamaru's speed, Naruto immediately halted, stating, Someone is following us. Based on their chakra, they are quite formidable. Chapter 129. We do not require your collaboration. The three concealed themselves within the underbrush, intently observing the direction of the approaching figure. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly among the tree trunks before landing directly in the clearing before Naruto and his companions. Upon recognizing the newcomer, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. It was none other than Deidara, whom Naruto had previously dispatched. However, unlike before, Deidara's visage bore several cracks, and his eyes appeared distinctly different. Well then, Naruto, Sasuke. Come forth, Deidara stated impassively. After exchanging a glance, Naruto and Sasuke stepped out from the foliage to face Deidara. Who are you? Konohamaru inquired warily. It has been a while, gentlemen. I am Kabuto Yakushi. Reanimation, is it? Indeed. I apologize for greeting you in such a manner, but given your recent display, I believe this form of communication is far safer and more appropriate, Deidara replied, maintaining his stoic expression. What do you want? Naruto asked. I wish to propose an alliance. An alliance? Do you truly believe we need to collaborate with you? Sasuke retorted. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. While you may possess the Akatsuki and the tailed beasts, confronting the entirety of the shinobi world with the strength of the Land of Fire alone will prove quite difficult. I can assist you, and my contribution to your combat prowess would be unparalleled. Thank you, but we have no need for your assistance. I believe that with our current strength, opposing the entire shinobi world is not as daunting as you presume, Sasuke asserted. Kabuto, you are indeed in a precarious position, are you not? Following Orochimaru's demise, you have lost your guiding purpose. Given the current landscape of the shinobi world, your options are limited to two factions, the Leaf or the coalition of the four great nations. However, the latter, buoyed by their own perceived strength, would likely be reluctant to accept a rogue ninja such as yourself into their ranks. Thus, your only viable choice remains with us. Listening to Naruto's words, Kabuto fell into a contemplative silence. You see, Kabuto, it is rather pitiable. Having participated in warfare from a young age, you have perpetually assumed the role of a spy. Have you ever contemplated what your true self truly is? Naruto intended to say more, but it was evident that Kabuto was unwilling to continue the conversation. Emerging from the ground with a coffin, he encased Deidara within it and vanished before the onlookers. Once Deidara had departed, Naruto cautiously sensed his surroundings, confirming their temporary safety. And with a smile, he turned to Sasuke and inquired, why did you refuse without first consulting my opinion? Although I may not excel in intellectual pursuits, I can clearly perceive the situation. The alliance with the Akatsuki has already unsettled the hearts of the people in Konoha. If Kabuto were to join, the situation would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Moreover, our painstakingly devised combat strategy is on the verge of implementation. Allowing him to join now would certainly disrupt our plans. And who knows how the people of Konoha would react to Kabuto. The strength of the Akatsuki already instills fear in Konoha, and introducing another formidable individual would likely shatter the trust within our ranks. Sasuke analyzed thoughtfully. Upon hearing Sasuke's assessment, Naruto nodded appreciatively, saying, indeed, there is much to learn. But what of you? Why did you reject his inclusion? Kabuto possesses considerable strength, Sasuke queried. Do you recall who enlightened Kabuto in the original story? Naruto countered. Of course. It was Itachi and you. Itachi even sacrificed one of his eyes to awaken Kabuto's understanding, Sasuke replied. Precisely. Kabuto has been thrust into the battlefield as a spy since childhood, wandering between nations. We cannot fully empathize with his experiences to provide him with the correct guidance. Itachi's experiences share similarities with his, allowing for better understanding and direction. Moreover, as you mentioned, Konoha's current situation is indeed unstable. We cannot permit Kabuto's inclusion, Naruto elucidated. Will you simply allow him to roam free? According to the original narrative, Kabuto's strength at this juncture is formidable, and he possesses a considerable array of reanimated powerful figures, including Madara. With such resources, we could find ourselves in a precarious stalemate. Sasuke expressed his concerns. Naruto smirked. You must have faith in our adversaries, particularly that old coot from the 2 days balance. Without Gaara, he remains just a stubborn old man. Let us not forget that the Akatsuki was frequently employed by the Iwagakure during the wars. Are you suggesting they would recruit Kabuto into their ninja alliance? Sasuke questioned. Who knows? We shall wait and see. Naruto replied. Wait, are you serious? If Kabuto joins the ninja alliance, their combat effectiveness would increase exponentially, especially with those legendary figures under his command, including Madara. If they truly become our opponents, it would be exceedingly detrimental for us. Sasuke cautioned. Naruto chuckled. Are you foolish? Kabuto has desecrated their ancestral graves. How do you think the four great nations would perceive him? Even if Kabuto were to join the ninja alliance, how much trust would they place in him? Even lacking trust, on the battlefield, they would be unable to voice their concerns. And any trouble with Kabuto would only arise after the war's conclusion. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke. Consider this. If you were being closely monitored by the four great nations, would you still be willing to exert yourself wholeheartedly for their cause? Moreover, aside from Obito, does the reanimation of the others truly pose a significant inconvenience for us? You are certainly adept in sealing techniques. If complications arise, we can always have Itachi handle Obito. At worst, we would be left contending with just Obito. No matter how formidable he may be, our combined strength should not be underestimated. However, should we engage in battle? How will you locate Obito? The reason Itachi was able to find him before was due to the fact that he himself was reanimated, allowing him to pinpoint Obito's location. Upon hearing Sasuke's reminder, Naruto recalled that he had never locked onto Obito's chakra before. Relying solely on sensory perception may not suffice, especially amidst a battlefield crowded with people. It would likely be quite challenging to locate Obito at that moment. Yet, I am certain there must be a way. After all, Itachi is incredibly astute, and perhaps he has other strategies in mind. Moreover, with Nagato and Tobi assisting us, we should be able to find him, Naruto remarked with an awkward smile. Listening to Naruto's strained explanation, Sasuke's face was filled with disdain. So what shall we do next? And what should we do about Gaara? He inquired. Naruto gazed at Gaara, his chakra coalescing in his hand. Konohamaru, fearing that Naruto intended to kill Gaara, hurriedly interjected, Naruto, are you going to kill him? Naruto smiled and reassured him. Do not worry, I do not intend to take his life. I merely wish to apply a sealing technique. With a shift in the nature of his chakra, it transformed into a radiant blue chain. After binding Gaara with the chain, Naruto retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it upon the ground. Can we also place a person inside a space-time scroll? Konohamaru inquired. Ordinary scrolls likely cannot accommodate living beings, but this one is specially crafted. Anything can be stored within it. Subsequently, Naruto performed the necessary hand seals and sealed Gaara within the scroll. Now, let us take refuge in the land of waterfalls for a while. Once Konoha's operation commences, we shall proceed directly to Iwagakure. Having spoken, Naruto and his companions hastened towards the land of waterfalls. Just as they arrived, a thick mist enveloped them once more. Naruto, Konoha has received your message and has decided to expedite the attack on White Zetsu. We will commence in 1 hour, came the voice from the mist. Naruto nodded and replied, understood. The frog then vanished in an instant. Sasuke turned to Naruto and asked, do we still need to find accommodations in the land of waterfalls? It will likely take us over half an hour to reach Iwagakure. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and continued toward the land of waterfalls, stating, there is no rush. We need not synchronize our movements with them. Besides, from the onset of the attack to the moment they realize and communicate with one another, time will elapse. Therefore, let us rest here in the land of waterfalls for the time being. Hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru rushed to his side and said, Naruto, are you taking care of me? Although the recent battle was taxing on both stamina and chakra, I can still continue. There is no need to rest just for my sake. Naruto affectionately ruffled Konohamaru's hair and said, no, it's not that. I need to rest. While physical strength and chakra are indeed vital, one's spirit holds greater significance. If your mind is not adequately rejuvenated, even an abundance of stamina and chakra will fail to unleash your full potential. This is especially true on the battlefield, where a moment's negligence can lead to fatal consequences. Thus, nurturing one's spirit is of paramount importance. Though Naruto expressed this sentiment, Konohamaru could not shake the feeling that his elder brother's insistence on resting stemmed from his own presence. At that moment, a profound sense of guilt and helplessness washed over him, as if he were a burden to Naruto. Just then, Sasuke approached Konohamaru, placing a firm hand on his head and saying, stop overthinking. I too wish to rest for a while. After all, we have been fighting against thousands on our own, and the toll on our spirits is immense. Konohamaru nodded, his gaze forlorn as he trailed behind the two. The trio soon found an inn with a hot spring and settled in. As they unpacked their belongings, Naruto and Sasuke eagerly turned to Konohamaru, exclaiming, Konohamaru, let us enjoy the hot spring. Konohamaru, momentarily taken aback, stammered, aren't we on the battlefield? Can we really indulge in such leisurely pursuits? One must learn to balance work and rest. Now come along, they urged. With that, Naruto and Sasuke led Konohamaru to the inn's hot spring. Just as they disrobed, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Instantly alert, Konohamaru directed his attention towards the door. Naruto reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Konohamaru, We are here to relax, so do not be so tense. Ignoring the commotion outside, Naruto and Sasuke stepped into the hot spring, and the moment they did, expressions of bliss washed over their faces as they closed their eyes and savored the soothing warmth. This hot spring is truly delightful, Naruto remarked. Once you lie down, it's hard to rise again. What do you think, Konohamaru? However, Konohamaru offered no response. When Naruto opened his eyes to look at him, he found Konohamaru glaring fiercely towards the entrance. Sensing his unease, Naruto swiftly pulled Konohamaru beside him, shielding his view with his own body. All right, Konohamaru. Your task is to enjoy the hot spring while I keep watch. Determined to continue watching the door, Konohamaru was suddenly thrust into the warm waters by Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, the door to the hot spring swung open, and upon hearing the sound, Konohamaru sprang up, poised on the surface of the water as he gazed towards the entrance. A group of burly men, bare-chested and grinning, walked in. You are ninjas too, right? Don't be alarmed. I'm not from Konoha, one of them said. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke immediately pulled Konohamaru closer, laughing as they inquired. Which village do you hail from, and what brings you here? We're from Iwagakure. We heard that Konoha ninjas were spotted in the land of grass, so we came to offer assistance. By the time we arrived, they had already fled, so we were assigned to search the area nearby. We thought we might take a break and enjoy the hot springs instead, one of the men replied. Indeed, you two are here. You must be from Tsunade. But why bring along a child? This is my disciple. Initially, I had no intention of letting him step onto the battlefield. However, he insisted on joining, believing his strength was sufficient. Reluctantly, I brought him along. Naruto replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, you all must be cautious. According to the brothers who survived the battlefield, the opposing force consists of only 3 individuals, yet they managed to defeat thousands of us. Their strength is truly formidable. Indeed, I have heard whispers that one of them is the new generation of the Yellow Flash. But you youngsters probably aren't aware of the terror that the Yellow Flash wielded back in the day. You see, the Yellow Flash of Konoha was highly regarded across the nations. We even had a regulation stating that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, one could abandon their mission and flee immediately, for he was renowned as the fastest in the ninja world. Listening to the praises, Naruto, with a look of pride, inquired, is it true that the Yellow Flash was that fearsome? Absolutely. However, little brother, your hair does bear some resemblance to the Yellow Flash. What is your name? Naruto chuckled and replied, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, that name sounds rather familiar. Suddenly, the others realized something, leaping from the hot spring in shock and exclaiming, you are Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails from Konoha, the new generation of the Yellow Flash? Naruto stood up with a smile and said, I didn't expect to have so many titles. Greetings to you all. Naruto glanced at them with a grin, showing no intent to strike. The members of Iwagakure stared at Naruto nervously, their faces glistening with cold sweat, whether from the heat or anxiety. What troubles you? Wasn't it said that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, one could retreat immediately? Why are you still here? Naruto inquired playfully. That was in the past. Such rules no longer apply. Moreover, this is war. How could we possibly retreat? Besides, these 3 are monsters who annihilated thousands of our troops single-handedly. We cannot hope to defeat them. Chapter 131. With strength comes impudence, charging in recklessly. Hearing their discussion, Naruto proclaimed with confidence, indeed, you cannot defeat me. Why not retreat for now and report our position to the command center? Gather reinforcements and return. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, Sasuke retorted, you are quite the character. Well then, everyone, make a choice. Shall I resolve this matter here, or will you return with reinforcements to confront us? Though Naruto's words were laced with disdain, the members of Iwagakure had no alternative. After exchanging glances, they dashed towards the exit. Observing their flight, Konohamaru broke free from Sasuke's grasp and asked, Naruto and I. Why let them go? In response to Konohamaru's query, Naruto once again plunged into the hot spring, laughing as he said, you heard them. They are well aware of our achievements this afternoon. What does it matter to let them go now? Will they not simply return with thousands more to encircle us? Sasuke, closing his eyes in enjoyment, remarked, Konohamaru, you should learn a thing or two from your big brother Naruto, not just his immense power, but also his cunning. Naruto splashed water from the hot spring onto Sasuke's face, saying, what do you mean by cunning? This is strategy. What does it mean? What are you all discussing? Shouldn't we be retreating immediately? Why are you still here? Konohamaru observed the two with confusion. This afternoon, We triumphed over thousands of ninja who attempted to surround us. And we captured the Kazekage alive. They harbor nothing but fear towards our strength. Even if a few manage to escape and gather thousands to reveal our location. Do they truly dare to approach? Sasuke explained. Indeed, after our swift victory over the Kazekage and the thousands, those who dare approach us would merely be overconfident fools, or those who mistakenly believe themselves stronger than the Kazekage. However, the Leaf's assault is imminent, and they must contend with that. The only ones who could genuinely muster a substantial force to reach us would be the Iwagakure ninja. So what? If Iwagakure truly gathered their full might, surely it would amount to over 10,000, Konohamaru inquired. Those cowards are terrified. I've heard that other nations have been attacked. How could they not be concerned? Moreover, they just so happen to discover our whereabouts at this time. And given what I said when I deliberately let them go, they will undoubtedly grow suspicious. If they truly gather the majority of their forces to hunt us down, their other territories would inevitably be left vulnerable. If they were to suffer an attack then, the losses would be catastrophic. So rest assured, once the Leaf begins its operations, they will not dispatch a large force to pursue us. The Sand Ninja will be too preoccupied with their own issues, and Iwagakure will merely bolster their defenses. Even if someone comes, it would only be a small reconnaissance unit. Listening to Naruto's explanation, Konohamaru still felt uneasy. However, before he could voice his concerns, Naruto interrupted. No more buts. Just relax and rest for now. The three then reclined in the hot spring to unwind. After about half an hour, Naruto and Sasuke reluctantly exited the spring. How many people are nearby? Sasuke whispered. Fewer than 100. You should take Konohamaru back to the room to eat and pack. I'll handle this and head out directly after. Sasuke nodded and led Konohamaru back to their room. Naruto dressed and stepped outside the inn to survey the nearby area before taking action. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned to the room. Naruto, we're ready to go at any time. All right, let us depart. On the journey, Sasuke inquired. So, was your guess correct? Naruto's expression turned grave as he replied, not quite. There are far fewer Iwagakure ninja, but many from the sand. How could this be? I'm not certain. Perhaps it's because Gaara is absent, leading to some internal issues within the sand. Alternatively, we may have underestimated Gaara's significance to the village. They might be willing to jeopardize their village's safety to retrieve him. Which do you lean towards? Sasuke asked. Naruto shook his head. I'm unsure for now. However, the sand is Asuma's team's target, not ours. Let us head to Iwagakure. As they crossed the land of waterfalls and reached the border of the land of earth, Naruto sensed a significant number of ninja at the border. It seems I was not mistaken. Iwagakure has dispatched a large contingent of ninja to the border. What are you planning to do? Sasuke asked. Let us charge right in. Indeed, it would have been far simpler to be direct from the outset, Sasuke remarked with a grin, his fists poised for action. What does that mean? Are we truly going to charge straight in? Asked Konohamaru. Precisely. We shall advance without any elaborate techniques, relentlessly until we reach the village hidden in the rocks and compel them to surrender. However, it sounds easy in theory. How do we execute it? Konohamaru inquired. Sasuke, let us demonstrate, Naruto suggested. With that, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their chakra, activating the Ninetales mode and Susanoo respectively. As they gathered chakra in their hands, they sprinted towards the land of earth at an astonishing speed. Shortly after crossing the border, their chakra was sensed by the ninjas of the rock village, who began converging upon their location. Wind release, super giant Raisin Shuriken. Flame release, Susanoo's add-on, Earthen Command. The Raisin Shuriken unleashed by Naruto seamlessly fused with the Earthen Command projected from Sasuke's Susanoo, culminating in a novel ninjutsu. Blazing release, Radiant Wheel, Whirling Black Arrow. A colossal black spiraling shuriken soared towards the amassed enemies, and upon impact, a vast inferno of black flames engulfed the battlefield. Konohamaru, leap into Sasuke's Susanoo. Without hesitation, Konohamaru jumped towards Sasuke, and upon contact, an invisible force enveloped him. All right, Sasuke, let us cause a ruckus. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Absolutely. The two unleashed an array of dazzling and potent ninjutsu while advancing rapidly towards the rock village. Any ninja that approached to thwart them was swiftly dispatched by Naruto and Sasuke. As they fought, they entered a state of unparalleled momentum, their techniques becoming increasingly numerous and rapid. The battlefield transformed into a showcase of their prowess, and within an hour, they had reached a vantage point where the rock village was visible. However, Before them stood a dense throng of thousands of ninjas. Gazing at the towering, vibrant town in the distance, Naruto chuckled and said, "Sasuke, are you familiar with Madara's heavenly obstruction star?" "What? Do you know it?" Sasuke queried. Stepping forward, Naruto smirked and replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing Naruto's affirmation, shock washed over Sasuke's face. "Is that true? This ninjutsu has an extensive range. I can swiftly evacuate you all from its vicinity after its deployment, but until then, ensure Konohamaru's safety." With that, Naruto leapt to the treetops, summoning 2 golden chakra hands. He simultaneously formed seals with both his hands and the chakra appendages. Heavenly obstruction star. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, as if the sky were about to succumb to nightfall. The onlookers gazed upward in awe, witnessing a massive meteorite materialize above them. The shadow cast by the meteorite threatened to engulf the entire rock village. What is this? Is it ninjutsu, or divine retribution from the heavens? In an instant, the villagers of Awagakure found themselves engulfed in despair, collapsing to the ground. Their spirits shattered as they beheld the approaching meteorite. Some began to utter their last words. Just when hope seemed lost, a figure suddenly emerged, soaring towards the celestial threat. It was none other than Lord Anoki. "Do not lose hope. Flee as far as you can," he commanded. Anoki positioned himself beneath the meteorite, placing both hands upon it. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Naruto observed Anoki's efforts without intervening, opting instead to approach Sasuke and placing his hand on Sasuke's Susanoo. "We must go," he urged. With that, Naruto utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport himself to a distant peak. "Naruto, is this your ninjutsu?" Konohamaru inquired, astonished. "Indeed," came the affirmative response, prompting a myriad of emotions to flicker across Konohamaru's face. "Is this truly ninjutsu?" he asked incredulously. Naruto chuckled, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. "Of course, this is high-level ninjutsu. Earth release. Unless you master the flying thunder god technique to swiftly vacate the battlefield, do not employ it lightly. Is this not a matter of caution?" Konohamaru's expression was one of bewilderment. Observing his friend's dazed demeanor, Naruto chose not to elaborate further. "Did we not vow to minimize harm to ordinary villagers? Why resort to this?" Sasuke questioned. "This is Tobi's mandate. Kisame was slain by Anoki, and he seeks vengeance. Moreover, it serves to intimidate other nations. Anoki is a pivotal figure in the Ninja Alliance. A significant blow to Awagakure would drastically diminish the alliance's strength, revealing our capacity to obliterate them in an instant." Discouraging any defiance, Naruto replied coldly. "Very well, but how can you wield such jutsu without the Rinnegan?" Sasuke remarked as he cast a sidelong glance at Konohamaru. Naruto, without a word, waved the pendant hanging from his chest before Sasuke. Understanding the implication, Sasuke refrained from further inquiries. "What do you intend to do once the meteorite is dealt with? Will you move in for the kill?" Sasuke probed. "Am I truly so cruel?" Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes. "So, you plan to spare them for the time being?" Sasuke continued. "Not exactly. I intend to negotiate with their daimyo and perhaps take a few hostages." Naruto replied with a grin. "The daimyo is likely not in Awagakure. They would have moved him to a secure location," Sasuke reasoned. "That is easily remedied. We can extract the memories of 1 or 2 high-ranking Awagakure officials to ascertain their whereabouts," Naruto suggested. "Look, the meteorite has halted," Konohamaru exclaimed suddenly. Naruto and Sasuke turned their gaze in that direction, witnessing the meteorite descending at an exceedingly slow pace, almost as if it had come to a standstill. Just before impact, several floating platforms surged from the ground, securely cradling the meteorite. "The old man is truly remarkable. He can single-handedly withstand such a force," Sasuke marveled. "Indeed, impressive. But a meteorite is not singular," Naruto remarked nonchalantly. As the words were spoken, the clouds above the meteorite dissipated with a thunderous roar, revealing another meteorite. Orochimaru stood frozen in place, stunned by the sight of the second meteorite, while the inhabitants of Awagakure celebrated their success in halting the first. Unbeknownst to them, danger was stealthily encroaching. The second meteorite descended without warning, shattering the first, causing the floating platform to splinter as well. The colossal impact rendered Waiki unconscious in an instant, and Orochimaru could only gaze in shock at the unfolding chaos. The tremendous force of the 2 meteorites caused the ground to tremble violently, enveloping the entire village of Awagakure in a cloud of dust. "Stay here for now. With this dust as cover, our movements should be considerably more convenient," Naruto instructed before vanishing from sight. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique to arrive at the site of the meteorite's descent. Upon arrival, he was met with an overwhelming haze of dust and the sight of numerous bodies strewn across the ground. Not bad, over 200 have survived, he remarked while sprinting towards the area with the highest concentration of people. He discovered a depression in the ground and peered over the edge, realizing it was a deep pit created through earth release techniques. They must have utilized this to escape disaster. Earth release, ground movement core. Naruto concentrated his chakra and pressed it into the earth, causing the sunken pit to rise rapidly. Impressive. You managed to think of such a method to evade the meteorites. Naruto praised. The surviving villagers, upon seeing Naruto, immediately stood alert. Protect Lord Tsuchikage, they called out. Save your efforts. As you can see, our strengths are on different levels. It would be futile to make unnecessary sacrifices, Naruto replied. Even so, we cannot allow you to take Lord Tsuchikage. They insisted. With a sigh, Naruto remarked. I really shouldn't be wasting my breath with you. He swiftly moved behind them, and, in a mere second, seized Waiki, vanishing without a trace. The Iwagakure villagers had no time to react. Naruto, holding Waiki as if he were a child, appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke, staring at the Tsuchikage in Naruto's grasp, stuttered. You brought the Tsuchikage directly here. Naruto chuckled. It's too much trouble to search for each one individually. I happened upon him, so I brought him along. As Tsuchikage, he must know the whereabouts of the daimyo, and he is unconscious, so there is no need to worry. Sasuke shook his head and approached Naruto, saying, let me handle this. After placing Waiki on the ground, Naruto walked over to Mokuramaru. So Mokuramaru, how was this expedition? Mokuramaru glanced at the distant ruins of Iwagakure and then at the Tsuchikage beside Sasuke. What do you mean by expedition, Naruto and I? Hearing Mokuramaru's question, Naruto scoffed lightly. I mean insights about this world and your own strength, of course. In the past, I often remained within the confines of Konoha, seldom venturing beyond its borders. I had long believed that the pinnacle of a ninja's aspirations was to become the Hokage. However, having accompanied Naruto, I have witnessed the formidable strength of both you and Sasuke, which has led me to realize that my previous aspirations were far too limited, and I had set my sights too low. Therefore, from this day forth, my ambition shall be to surpass Naruto. Upon hearing Konohamaru's praise, a proud expression adorned Naruto's face as he glanced toward Sasuke. Sasuke, however, paid no heed to Naruto's expression, choosing instead to close his eyes and place a hand upon Inoki's forehead. After approximately 10 minutes, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Noticing this, Naruto rushed forward and inquired, what did you find out? It was quite fruitful. Not only did I ascertain the location of the land of Earth's daimyo, but I also gathered information regarding the daimyos of other nations, along with an intriguing piece of information, Sasuke replied. What is it? Naruto asked. This old man decreed that when he established the Ninja Alliance, he appointed his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, as the next leader of Iwagakure should any misfortune befall him. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was not worried. Instead, he smiled slightly and remarked, that is indeed interesting. How shall we handle this old man? Let Obito decide. You two stay here and keep watch. I will return shortly, Sasuke instructed. Understood. Sasuke released Inoki and moved to the edge of the cliff, sitting down and adding, hurry up and think about what our next move should be. Naruto did not respond to Sasuke, but instead lifted Inoki and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Konohamaru continued to gaze blankly at Iwagakure. Konohamaru, if you wish to see, come sit beside me instead of standing there, Sasuke called out. Responding to Sasuke's invitation, Konohamaru leisurely approached and sat beside him at the cliff's edge. Observing Konohamaru's expression, Sasuke smiled and said, all right, I suspect that this is not yet Naruto's strongest technique. You should be able to witness it soon. There's something even stronger, Sasuke exclaimed, throwing an arm around Konohamaru's shoulders. Of course, I have my own as well, which will surely leave you in awe. By the way, Sasuke, if we can seize this momentum to annihilate Iwagakure, why are we merely observing? Konohamaru questioned, puzzled. Addressing Konohamaru's confusion, Sasuke promptly explained, Naruto is meticulous. He wishes to eliminate any potential threats or hidden dangers that may arise in the future. However, if we were to obliterate Iwagakure now, wouldn't the potential threats you mentioned cease to exist? Eradicating everything in one fell swoop is not necessarily the best solution. Naruto's heart is dark. He seeks to leave them a glimmer of hope, compelling them to fight once more for that final sliver of hope. When the time comes, he will extinguish that hope, plunging them into true despair, devoid of any will to resist or notion of rebellion, Sasuke elucidated. Isn't that rather cruel? Sasuke gazed into Konohamaru's eyes, gently caressing his face as he spoke. Konohamaru, this is war. The brutality of warfare is beyond your imagination. It is only due to Naruto's protection that you have not witnessed such horrors. Once this is over, you may seek out the veterans who participated in this conflict to gain insight. You will then understand that what you are experiencing now is enviable by many. Konohamaru, somewhat dazed, nodded and replied, "All right." As their conversation unfolded, Naruto returned to their side, inquiring, "What are you two discussing? The atmosphere feels quite profound." Sasuke responded with a smile, "Nothing much." "What is next?" Naruto replied, "Next we rest." Rest? Both Sasuke and Konohamaru expressed their confusion at this unexpected answer. What does resting entail? Naruto explained, "We are progressing too swiftly. If we continue at this pace, we will diverge from Obito's plans. Thus, we need to pause and wait for them. Where shall we rest?" Sasuke inquired. "Right here." Naruto gestured. "Here?" Sasuke looked at the distant rock village. "Even though we need to rest temporarily, our objective remains the rock village. We must keep an eye on them and discern their movements. But this is a cliff with no caves. How can we rest here?" "Outdoors?" Konohamaru asked. "Isn't it fortunate that I am here? Would you prefer an ice shelter or an earthen one?" Naruto asked with a grin. "The ice shelter is too conspicuous and may reflect light. I suggest an earthen one." Sasuke proposed. Konohamaru nodded in agreement. "All right, watch me." Naruto found a relatively flat area and declared, "Earth style, house building technique." A structure resembling a yurt rose from the ground. "There, this shall be our abode for the next few days." Simultaneously, news of Naruto's summoning of meteorites that instantly obliterated the rock village, along with his successive victories over the wind and earth shadows, spread across the nations. Upon hearing this news, expressions of shock and disbelief adorned the faces of many. The morale of Konoha's ninjas soared as they praised Naruto's strength. Within the war conference room of the Leaf Village, discussions regarding Naruto's next moves ensued. After hearing of Naruto's displayed might, Shikamaru quickly realized that Naruto would undoubtedly provide support to other units. However, determining which unit was indeed a dilemma, as currently, only Naruto and Sasuke were fully engaged in combat, while the other squads were merely under attack by White Zetsu, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, suggested, "The battlefield's dynamics shift rapidly. Discussing this matter now is futile. We should focus our attention elsewhere. As for Naruto's next actions, I believe he has his own plans, so let us refrain from speculating. Indeed, I suspect my foolish apprentice has certainly considered his forthcoming moves. Let us shift our focus to the current situations of the various squads," Jiraiya remarked. "Firstly, there is the Itachi team, whose movements are among the swiftest of all the squads, even while simultaneously confronting the Cloud and the Samurai. White Zetsu has already established multiple battlefronts with the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and the Samurai of the Land of Iron. A significant portion of White Zetsu has infiltrated behind enemy lines and will soon commence a full-scale assault. Next, we have the Asuma team. With Naruto having dealt with the Wind Shadow, it appears that internal strife has emerged within the Sand Village. Their ninjas are exceedingly dispersed, and their numbers are highly unstable. White Zetsu has opened many battlefronts, with two located a mere 10 kilometers from the Sand Village. Finally, there is the Kakashi team. Although many ninjas from the Hidden Mist have gathered in the Land of Bears, the majority remain in the Land of Water. To reach the Land of Water, one must traverse maritime routes. However, the naval warfare experience of the Land of Water surpasses ours, and they are solely on the defensive, thus impeding our progress." Listening to the report from Shizune, Kakashi nodded silently and instructed, "Relay the message to Asuma, urging them to accelerate their pace." With the destruction of the Hidden Stone Village and the disappearance of the Wind Shadow, these two villages are currently at their most vulnerable. We must seize this opportunity swiftly. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shizune promptly exited to convey the message to Asuma. 2 days later, various teams erupted into full-scale warfare. The Ninja World War, at this juncture, truly began to intensify. Naruto and Sasuke received word from Konoha, stating that Itachi had conquered the Land of Iron, and Shikamaru was en route to the Land of Iron. Asuma was also making rapid progress, having entered the heart of the Land of Wind, though inclement weather had slowed their pace. Kakashi, however, faced a sluggish advancement. The Hidden Mist Village utilized the ocean's natural advantages to thwart Kakashi's team and White Zetsu's assault, resulting in minimal infiltration by White Zetsu into their ranks, most having been driven to the ocean's depths. Contemplating this intelligence, Naruto remarked, "It is time. We shall seek out the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Are we not concerned with the Hidden Stone Village? Many wandering ninjas and mercenaries have entered there during this period," Sasuke inquired. "They seem intent on utilizing the remaining resources of the village to seek external power, thus temporarily augmenting their strength for self-preservation. However, this will amount to little in the grand scheme of things," Naruto explained. "Very well, then let us proceed." Subsequently, the three dismantled the humble abode in which they had resided for several days and set forth on their journey. "By the way, Sasuke, you mentioned you were aware of the locations of the daimyos from the other three nations. Are there ninja alliances gathering all the daimyos in one place?" Naruto queried. "Not quite. They merely discussed this matter at the Ninja Alliance meeting. The Land of Lightning resides on Turtle Island. The Land of Water is concealed within the Hidden Mist Village. The Land of Wind is hidden in the desert. And the Land of Earth is ensconced deep within the mountains, employing a special barrier to remain undetected," Sasuke elucidated. "Indeed, the power of the daimyos remains substantial, and we will need it eventually. Let us first seek out the daimyo of the Land of Earth." Relying on Onoki's memories, Sasuke swiftly located the daimyo's position. Konohamaru stood on the cliff, meticulously observing the direction indicated by Sasuke. "Brother Sasuke, are you certain it is here? I see nothing but an empty space," he remarked. "No." Sasuke did not take a wrong turn. "It is indeed here." Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, Konohamaru refocused his gaze in that direction, yet he saw nothing. "Could it be underground?" he inquired. "Then throw a shuriken into that open space and see," Naruto suggested. Hesitant, yet trusting, Konohamaru produced a shuriken and hurled it towards the empty ground. The shuriken soared for a distance before abruptly changing its trajectory and veering to the side. "Naruto, what is this?" he exclaimed. Naruto smiled gently and replied, "It's a barrier. Is there a way to dismantle it, or must we confront it directly?" Konohamaru queried. Naruto chuckled, saying, "That depends on you, Konohamaru." Confused, Konohamaru pointed at himself and asked, "Me? Indeed. After all, our reputation precedes us. Sneaking in is unnecessary, and we may not even be able to break the barrier, so let us simply shatter it." "How do we do that?" Konohamaru continued. Naruto playfully tapped Konohamaru's head and said, "What, with your fists? Go on, unleash your strongest jutsu against it." Rubbing his head in a slightly disgruntled manner, Konohamaru replied, "I understand." He then leaped off the cliff and approached the barrier, calling out, "Rasengan." He extended his hand forward, but as he exerted force, he found that the barrier resisted him even more strongly. Ultimately, instead of breaking through, he was repelled back several steps. "Konohamaru, are you alright?" Naruto asked. Konohamaru returned to Naruto's side, stating, "I'm fine, but this barrier seems to reflect my power." Naruto pondered as he gazed at the barrier. "Reflect, you say?" Sasuke, observing Naruto's contemplative demeanor, impatiently interjected, "What's the big deal? Just use a long-range jutsu to break it. What are you thinking?" "I fear the power might be too great and could harm those inside," Naruto responded. "Then use a smaller area of effect jutsu," Sasuke retorted, still exuding impatience. "That might still endanger the daime," Naruto countered. Unable to tolerate Naruto's hesitance any longer, Sasuke leaped beside the barrier and placed his hand against it. In an instant, arcs of electricity enveloped his body, coursing from his palm into the barrier. Before long, the electricity enveloped the entire barrier. Seeing this, Naruto approached Sasuke with Konohamaru and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Shatter it," Sasuke declared. As he clenched his fist, the electricity surrounding the barrier transformed instantaneously. Crack! The barrier shattered, and the scene within gradually revealed itself to the trio. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" cried the individuals inside as the barrier broke. Before Naruto and his companions stood an opulent chamber filled with numerous ninjas. "Hello everyone. May I ask where the daime is?" Naruto asked with a smile. "It's Naruto, Uzumaki. Quickly inform Lord Kuratsuchi and protect the daime." The panicked crowd's commotion only elicited a sigh from Naruto, who remarked, with so many voices, "Not a single one has answered my question." Sasuke unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and remarked, "It seems these individuals are the personal guards of the feudal lords. Shall we engage?" Naruto closed his eyes and nodded, then placed a hand on Konohamaru's face, turning his head away. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Konohamaru inquired, bewildered. "The scene is too beautiful. It's best if children do not witness it." Just as Naruto laughed and pulled Konohamaru aside, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted to Sasuke, "There's a problem. Be cautious." No sooner had Naruto's warning left his lips than the ground beneath Sasuke collapsed, sending him and several ninjas plummeting below. Observing this, Naruto intended to rush to Sasuke's side, but as he took a step forward, he sensed something amiss and abruptly halted. Surrounding them, numerous ninjas emerged, encircling Naruto and his companions. Stunned, Naruto exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did you conceal yourselves? I didn't even notice." Chapter 135, Onoki reappears. While Naruto was perplexed, a figure suddenly darted past and landed beside Konohamaru. Upon closer inspection, Naruto discerned that the newcomer was likely Onoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Kuratsuchi slowly extended her arm toward Konohamaru, stating, "I conducted some investigations. Naruto, your sensory abilities are remarkable, and you can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. You are essentially the second Yellow Flash. However, since you took Onoki away, I surmised you might target our village's feudal lord, so I decided to wait for you here." Konohamaru, observing the hand reaching toward him, drew a kunai in preparation to counterattack. Yet, as he attempted to turn, an inexplicable sensation overcame him. He wanted to pivot, but his body resisted. "Naruto, Before Konohamaru could finish, Naruto interjected, "Yes, I too feel this strange sensation. My body is not responding." "What have you done?" Naruto questioned. "Naruto, you placed too much faith in your sensory skills. I merely added 2 more barriers within this domain, and you failed to detect them," Kuratsuchi replied, her hand now resting on Konohamaru's shoulder. Upon receiving the answer he sought, a smile gradually spread across Naruto's face. Observing this, Kuratsuchi asked in astonishment, "You can still smile at such a moment? Let me inform you, the trap into which Sasuke fell is laden with numerous traps and explosive tags. He cannot possibly escape alive." Hearing Kuratsuchi's words, Naruto's smile grew even broader as he inquired, "You are so clever and meticulous in your arrangements. Did you not consider why no explosions have occurred despite Sasuke's prolonged absence?" In response, Kuratsuchi quickly turned to the ninjas behind her, asking, "What is Sasuke's chakra status? Is he still alive?" One of the ninjas, trembling, replied, He is still alive, and there is an unusual chakra surrounding him." As the words of the ninja faded, a surge of purple chakra erupted from the ground. At that moment, while the others were captivated by the violet energy, Naruto seized the opportunity to activate his Ninetales mode. In an instant, he broke free from his restraints and appeared beside Konohamaru, delivering a powerful kick to Kuratsuchi's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Kuratsuchi flying backward. Simultaneously, Sasuke emerged from the ground clad in his Susanoo, joining Naruto. "What is happening? Was the intelligence false?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto, casting a disdainful glance at Sasuke, replied, "You're asking me? Isn't it your duty to gather the intelligence?" "But according to Onoki's memory, the daimyo was hidden here," Sasuke responded. "Perhaps we acted too late. After all, we waited 2 days before making our move." "They might have used that time to relocate the daimyo," Naruto suggested. "What about this barrier?" Sasuke pressed. "Just as I explained earlier, it appears there are multiple barriers, much like nesting dolls. The first one is deliberately robust to mislead us, and within it, there are 2 additional barriers, one concealing their chakra and the other controlling us." Listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke turned to Kuratsuchi with a smile. "I didn't expect this little girl to be quite formidable. Indeed, had the targets not been us, everything that transpired could have easily thwarted the ambush team." As the group stood amidst the encircling ninjas, engaged in light-hearted conversation, a figure suddenly soared from the sky. Dust release, separation technique. Onoki floated above them, conjuring a transparent cube between his palms, directing it toward Naruto. Reacting swiftly, Naruto pushed Konohamaru aside, only to be enveloped by the transparent cube himself. Konohamaru stared in shock, reaching out to rescue Naruto, but in that fleeting moment, Naruto within the cube was disassembled, dissipating into a cloud of white mist before Konohamaru's eyes. Witnessing Naruto's disappearance, Konohamaru was filled with disbelief and terror. Above, Onoki laughed triumphantly. "Ha, indeed. The youth must never underestimate the battlefield." Konohamaru knelt at the spot where Naruto had vanished, whispering in astonishment, How is this possible? Why are you here? Did Obito release you? You youngsters are so naive. Your meteorite did inflict considerable damage upon me. Yet I managed to muster my last bit of strength to master the technique I had long struggled with. Separation, Onoki proclaimed with pride. I owe you my gratitude. Not only did you allow me to grasp this technique, but you also granted me 2 days to recuperate, leading to a significant recovery of my chakra and injuries. At that moment, Kuratsuchi emerged from the woods, interjecting, "Don't get too cocky, old man. You might throw your back out again." With Naruto's disappearance, the Rock Village ninjas rallied their spirits, closing in on Sasuke and Konohamaru. "Youngsters, today shall mark your burial ground." In response to Onoki's taunts from the sky, Sasuke drew an arrow with his Susanoo, aiming it at Onoki. Flame release. Susanoo's arrow, add on to the earth. A pitch-black arrow soared toward Noki, who swiftly evaded the strike. The arrow merely grazed the hem of his clothing, failing to pierce his flesh. Yet, even this minor contact ignited a rapid spread of black flames. Realizing the danger, Noki hastily discarded his coat. At that moment, Konohamaru slowly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sasuke turned to Konohamaru, who brandished a kunai aimed at Kuratsuchi. In the blink of an eye, Konohamaru vanished from sight. Utilizing his Sharingan, Sasuke discerned Konohamaru's swift movements as he dashed toward Kuratsuchi. Startled, Kuratsuchi exclaimed at the boy's remarkable speed. Before she could finish her sentence, Konohamaru was already upon her, thrusting the kunai toward her face. In response, Kuratsuchi swiftly enveloped her fist in a layer of rock to counter the attack. The clash between Konohamaru's kunai and Kuratsuchi's rocky fist echoed in the air. With a smirk, Kuratsuchi taunted, "Little brat, do you wish to avenge your teacher? It's far too soon for that." She lifted her long leg to kick at Konohamaru, who quickly leaped back to evade. Earth release, earth stone pillars. The ground before Kuratsuchi erupted with numerous sharp, bamboo shoot-like rocks. Seeing this, Konohamaru sprang into the air, executing hand seals. Wind release, wind blade dance. A barrage of wind blades manifested before him, hurtling toward Kuratsuchi. The sheer force of the wind blades obliterated the stone pillars beneath them, continuing their relentless assault toward Kuratsuchi. Chapter 136. Konohamaru's explosive outburst. Observing the stone pillars being systematically dismantled, Kuratsuchi decisively abandoned her ninjutsu, leaping back to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, the now coatless Noki began orchestrating the next wave of attack, unleashing the original realm separation technique toward Sasuke. In response, Sasuke drew back his bow, releasing another black arrow. The two techniques collided, generating a massive cloud of smoke and chaos. Konohamaru, witnessing the fierce battle unfold, clenched his fists in frustration. "Damn it, why am I so weak? If I were stronger, I wouldn't need Naruto's protection, and Naruto wouldn't overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt and helplessness." He lamented his decision to accompany Naruto. "I should train harder." Before he could continue, Sasuke suddenly appeared before him, delivering a sharp punch to Konohamaru's head. "Konohamaru, this is a battlefield. Even the slightest mistake could cost you your life. What are you doing here, crying like a child? Do you wish to join Naruto in death?" Upon hearing Sasuke's mention of Naruto's demise, tears streamed down Konohamaru's face. "Is Naruto really dead? It's all my fault. I was too weak, and I caused his downfall," he cried out, consumed by self-reproach. Sasuke, seeing his distress, pulled Konohamaru into an embrace, offering comfort. "I know you're heartbroken, but this is a battlefield. We have no time for sorrow." Releasing him, Sasuke gazed deeply into his eyes. "Aren't you Naruto's proud disciple? Stop this needless weeping. If you must cry, do so after we deal with these foes." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Konohamaru wiped away his tears, suppressing his sorrow as he declared, "Indeed, I am Naruto-sensei's proud disciple." Subsequently, he brushed away the last drop of tear from the corner of his eye, his expression transforming into one of fierce determination. "Come on, I shall avenge Naruto-sensei." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Konohamaru summoned numerous shadow clones, beginning to engage the ninjas present simultaneously. Sasuke, observing Konohamaru, sighed and composed himself before addressing Inoki. "Come on, old man." Inoki disdainfully retorted, "Naruto is already dead. Do you still believe you can defeat me?" Listening to Inoki's words, Sasuke growled, "Do you truly think I am weaker than Naruto?" No sooner had he uttered these words than a surge of electricity coalesced in his hand and shot towards Inoki. The latter swiftly dodged. and Sasuke intently tracked Inoki's movements as the electricity sliced through the air, yet it failed to make contact. TCH, flying is indeed troublesome. While Inoki evaded in the air, he launched counterattacks at Sasuke. Sasuke deftly evaded each assault, yet his inability to land a hit on Inoki began to annoy him. Subsequently, Sasuke formed hand seals, invoking lightning release, birdcage. Powerful currents of electricity emanated from his body, and as Inoki pondered Sasuke's intentions, the electricity coalesced into a sphere that shot skyward. Upon its explosion in the heavens, beams of light cascaded down, enveloping the battlefield in a radiant cage, resembling a birdcage. What is this? Before anyone could further ponder, Sasuke initiated his assault on Inoki, leaping into the air and directing the currents in his hand towards him. Inoki, upon seeing this, hastily attempted to evade, but Sasuke had meticulously calculated the angles of this attack, restricting Inoki's avenues for escape. The only option left for Inoki was to fly towards the edges of the birdcage to evade. Realizing this predicament, Inoki carefully monitored both his distance from the cage and the range of Sasuke's electrical strikes. This position was just right. It allowed him to dodge the attack without colliding with the cage. With this thought, Inoki confidently soared towards what he deemed a safe spot. However, just as he narrowly avoided Sasuke's strike and prepared to halt, the beams of light suddenly emitted faint currents of electricity directed at him. Inoki's pupils constricted in shock as he quickly altered his trajectory. Yet, at that very moment, a shadow materialized before him. Looking up, he saw Sasuke smiling and stating, "Do not assume that I cannot move while in the air." Inoki, astonished, glanced behind Sasuke to find a brown ninja hawk perched where Sasuke had just been. A summoning technique? Congratulations, you are correct. With a swift motion, Sasuke propelled Inoki backwards with a powerful kick. As Inoki soared through the air, he prepared to form seals with both hands. Just as his fingers were about to intertwine, his movements abruptly ceased. Countless minute electrical currents ensnared Inoki's entire being, with several piercing through his skin. Before he could utter a word, the currents yanked him toward a radiant beam of light. The moment Inoki made contact with the light, he became enveloped in electricity, resembling a manifestation of lightning chakra, his hair standing on end from the shock. His anguished cries echoed across the battlefield, drawing the attention of all present. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Konohamaru leapt into the air, hands forming seals, and unleashed the fire-style, dragon flame song technique. Four fire dragons emerged, simultaneously hurtling towards Kuratsuchi from all directions. Kuratsuchi, realizing escape was futile, quickly utilized Earth-style, Earth Shield technique, conjuring a semicircular wall for protection. The fire dragons collided with her barrier, creating a breach, yet she emerged unscathed. Just as Kuratsuchi breathed a sigh of relief, a fissure suddenly appeared in the wall, rapidly expanding. Rasen Shuriken, Konohamaru and his shadow clone, wielding the spiraling sphere, burst through the wall before her. Their speed was overwhelming, leaving Kuratsuchi no time to react as the Rasen Shuriken struck her squarely, sending her hurtling backwards at an astonishing velocity until she collided with Sasuke's cage. Observing this, Sasuke's face lit up with satisfaction as he turned his gaze to Konohamaru. Witnessing the defeat of both Inoki and Kuratsuchi, the remaining shinobi descended into panic. With the two formidable opponents subdued, Sasuke and Konohamaru stood side by side, surveying the remaining ninjas. The overwhelming aura emanating from the duo intimidated many, causing some to retreat. However, upon glancing at the looming pillars of light behind them, they hesitated and withdrew their steps. Konohamaru, glaring fiercely at the crowd, declared, "It's just you left." Suddenly, an incongruous sound of applause resonated from behind. Konohamaru swiftly turned to see Naruto standing behind them, beaming as he addressed Konohamaru. "Well done, Konohamaru." Momentarily taken aback, Konohamaru stammered, "And Naruto, brother?" Naruto approached, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. "Indeed. Have you forgotten me after such a brief separation?" "But you were." Before Konohamaru could finish, Naruto interjected. "That was a shadow clone substitution. I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique the moment I made contact." The Iwagakure shinobi, already gripped by fear of Sasuke and Konohamaru, found themselves plunged into deeper despair upon witnessing Naruto's unscathed presence. A few even sank to their knees in surrender. Sasuke, without glancing at Naruto, merely inquired in a calm tone, "Did you succeed?" Naruto did not respond directly but stepped beside Sasuke, extending his right palm to reveal his accomplishment. Sasuke slightly turned to gaze at Naruto's palm, where he noticed a white circular emblem emerging. Congratulations, Sasuke remarked with a smile. Now everything is in place. We can proceed without any reservations. Indeed, Naruto replied with a hint of indifference. By the way, do you have no tasks assigned to you? Sasuke inquired. None. Just an upgrade, Naruto responded. Very well, Konohamaru. The remaining few are in your capable hands. Naruto, and I shall head to see Inoki. With that, Naruto and Sasuke set off towards Inoki's direction. Konohamaru, still in awe from Naruto's miraculous return, merely stared at Naruto's silhouette, as if trying to confirm that the Naruto before him was indeed alive. How dare they underestimate us, suggesting we leave this to a mere child? Just watch me. A voice from an IWA ninja jolted Konohamaru back to reality. With a cold expression, he swiftly raised his hand, sending a kunai slicing through the throat of the ninja who had approached him, causing the assailant to collapse. Konohamaru then patted his face and turned to the remaining few. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at Inoki, who was bound by currents of electricity, seemingly oblivious to their presence as the electric shocks continued to course through his body. Naruto reached out his hand, feeling the faint electric charge crawl up his arm. This is so cruel. He has been electrocuted for so long. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Inoki laboriously opened his eyes. The moment he saw Naruto, terror washed over his face. How is this possible? Naruto, observing Inoki's reaction, chuckled. What do you mean? How is this possible? Have you underestimated my sensory abilities? You knew all along? Inoki stammered. Naruto nodded. Indeed, though I was quite surprised at first. However, I realized I could use this opportunity to train my disciple, hence the performance we just enacted. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Inoki fainted. Upon witnessing this, Naruto used wind release to disperse the electricity coursing through Inoki, saying, well, this should satisfy Obito. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto and asked, why haven't you changed after obtaining the power of the Sage of Six Paths? What about your new skin? The truth-seeking orbs? Those are certainly present, but it's not the right time to showcase them. Perhaps when the opportunity arises, Naruto elucidated. All right then, let's be on our way. Subsequently, Sasuke released the birdcage, and Naruto stored Inoki in a space-time scroll before joining Konohamaru. At that moment, Konohamaru had already dealt with the remaining IWA ninjas. You did exceptionally well, Konohamaru. Naruto praised. Naruto bro, I thought you were dead. You scared me. But now that I see you like this, I'm so happy, Konohamaru exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes once more. Noticing this, Naruto rushed over to comfort him. Don't cry, Konohamaru. I am Uzumaki Naruto. How could I be so easily slain? With tears glistening, Konohamaru nodded vigorously. Naruto gently patted Konohamaru's head. All right, now we can return to Konoha, and you can take a well-deserved rest. Konohamaru remained silent, merely nodding. 3 days later, Naruto and his companions returned to Konoha. As they made their way to the conference room, many cast admiring glances at the two. Isn't that Naruto? I heard that you and Sasuke defeated the Kazekage and Tsuchikage, even demolishing the Hidden Rock Village. Truly impressive. Indeed, having Naruto around brings a sense of security. Listening to the praises, Naruto and Sasuke simply smiled and nodded in response. Upon reaching the entrance of the conference room, they spotted Shikamaru waiting for them. Shikamaru, did you come here to greet us? Naruto inquired. Yes, but where is Konohamaru? Shikamaru replied. I sent him back to rest. Is something the matter? Naruto asked. There is an urgent situation. We must head inside quickly. Everyone is waiting for you, Shikamaru responded. Following Shikamaru into the conference room, Naruto and Sasuke noticed that the central table was already filled with people. Tsunade rose upon seeing them and said, Naruto, Sasuke, the situation is critical. I will forego the congratulations for now. Please take your seats. With a hint of hesitation, Naruto and Sasuke sat down, asking, what is going on? Isn't the battlefield relatively stable? Ino placed a document before them and said, this is a letter submitted to us by the Wind, Lightning, and Water Nations, along with several smaller countries. Curious, Naruto picked up the document and asked, what do they want? They demand that we cease all hostilities immediately, or they will unite the entire ninja world against us. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. Isn't our goal to unify the ninja world? Besides, what grounds do they have to make demands of us? Because the land of Earth has announced their unconditional surrender to us, and their recent actions have spread throughout the ninja world. They must be starting to panic, fearing that you might treat them as you did the land of Earth, obliterating their towns, which is why they united to submit this document in hopes of ending the war prematurely, Shikamaru explained. Then let us respond accordingly. If they, like the land of Earth, declare unconditional surrender to our land of fire, we shall agree to halt the war. However, if we face the entire ninja world as enemies, given our current capabilities, it may be challenging to manage, Kakuzu analyzed. Sasuke and I have completed our mission. We merely need to dispatch others to the land of Earth. We can immediately assist in other battlefields, especially if we can find ways to enhance our combat strength. Upon hearing Naruto mention strengthening their power, Tsunade inquired with curiosity, Naruto, what do you mean by enhancing our strength? I can send shadow clones to every battlefield simultaneously. And Sasuke and I have recently discovered some research regarding the Sharingan that could help Itachi and the others augment their ocular abilities. Every battlefield, even with your immense chakra, achieving that seems a bit. Seeing the skepticism among the crowd, Sasuke was the first to interject, don't worry, he can do it. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and Sasuke, then supported their claim, I believe in Naruto's words. Just think of his feats in the land of Earth. Single-handedly taking on tens of thousands of ninjas, not to mention that meteor. I, too, find it reasonable to place my trust in Naruto, Jiraiya remarked. Very well. What did you mean by enhancing the power of the eyes? Tsunade inquired. It is well known that much of the Uchiha's strength derives from the Sharingan, which possesses various forms, each conferring different powers. Sasuke and Itachi have already awakened their Manjiki Sharingan, yet this is not the ultimate form. There exists more. More? What are you referring to? Upon hearing the collective curiosity, Naruto refrained from providing a direct answer, explaining that it is merely a hypothesis at this stage, necessitating further investigation alongside Itachi and Obito. After contemplating Naruto's words for a moment, Tsunade responded, all right, aside from Itachi and Obito, do you require assistance from anyone else? How much time will it take? In addition to Itachi and Obito, I will also need Kakashi-sensei. As for the duration, 3 days. Upon hearing Naruto mention not only Itachi and Obito but also Kakashi, the group began to hesitate. Naruto, it is essential to remember that both Itachi and Kakashi are captains. If both are absent from command simultaneously, it may adversely affect the team's subsequent actions. Moreover, Obito's white Zetsu is crucial to our current battle situation. 3 days without him may pose a risk. Acknowledging Tsunade's concerns, Naruto stood up, asserting, there is no need for worry. We can have the command center issue operational directives. Additionally, I will send my shadow clones to temporarily assume their positions, thereby minimizing any impact on the battle. If we succeed, it will greatly enhance our power. However, even so, deploying 3 commanders at once seems rather excessive. Before Shizune could finish her thought, Naruto interjected, trust us, Granny Tsunade. At that moment, Sasuke also stood, declaring, indeed, have faith in us. Naruto and I have yet to disappoint you. Hearing their assurances, Tsunade unconsciously bit her nails and finally conceded, very well. Let it be so. Subsequently, Naruto requested a detailed report and map of the current battlefields from Shizune. Not too many battlefields remain. My shadow clones can easily cover them. Naruto remarked as he perused the documents. So, Naruto, should I send a message to Itachi and Kakashi now, urging their return? Shikamaru inquired. Naruto, shaking his head while examining the papers, replied, no need. We will seek them out ourselves. The group then engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding the detailed circumstances of the battlefields and subsequent operational plans until nightfall. As Naruto and Sasuke finally departed the conference room, Naruto rubbed his neck, complaining, this is truly exhausting. If I were to become Hokage, I would surely be overwhelmed by such responsibilities. Indeed, one wonders how many would aspire to such a position. All right. It's rare for us to return to the village. Let's get some rest and a good night's sleep. Just as Naruto and Sasuke were heading home, a vortex suddenly appeared before them, revealing Obito's figure as he emerged from the swirling portal. Obito, what brings you here? Naruto inquired. I heard you defeated Gaara. I was considering whether to absorb Shikaku into the outer path golem, as it has already consumed a significant amount of chakra. Listening to Obito's narration, Naruto immediately retorted, I believe it's unnecessary. The outer path golem is merely a tool for us, a vessel for storing chakra. Once we deplete its chakra, we can discard it without further use. Well then, how do you intend to deal with Gaara? Obito inquired. After our war concludes and the world is united, we can release him. He is not one to forsake peace for the sake of instigating war. Allowing him to govern the Sand Village would be an excellent choice. All right, I shall take my leave then. Upon hearing that Obito was about to depart, Naruto quickly grasped his arm, insisting, "Since you're here, there's no need for you to go. We have matters to discuss with you." Matters for me? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances before they both placed their hands on Obito's face. Startled, Obito pushed them away. "What are you doing?" Without uttering a word, Naruto and Sasuke chuckled as they restrained Obito's hands, placing another hand atop his face. After approximately a minute, they gradually released their grip. Obito opened his eyes in astonishment and asked, "What did you do?" Naruto remained silent as he produced a mirror and handed it to Obito. Receiving the mirror, Obito queried, "What is this for?" Although puzzled, he instinctively directed it towards his face. In that instant, he gasped in shock. "What is this?" In the mirror, Obito beheld his face restored to its former state, devoid of any scars. In a flurry, he removed his gloves and rolled up his sleeves, discovering that the white arm crafted from Hashirama cells had turned yellow. "What have you done?" Observing Obito's astonishment, Naruto smiled and replied, "Sasuke and I have been researching a new medical ninjutsu that can perfectly heal all injuries." "Is that so?" "Remarkable." Encouraged by Obito's praise, Naruto continued, "But that's not all. Sasuke and I intend to transplant Sharingan for you and Itachi." "Are you referring to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, you and Danzo must have collected many Sharingan, ample enough for you and Itachi's transplants." Upon hearing Naruto's proposal, Obito immediately shook his head. "No, from my research, I have learned that to transplant Manjiki Sharingan, it must be from a blood relative, preferably a sibling. Otherwise, there will be a rejection." As he spoke, Obito suddenly realized something, looking at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto, noticing this, smiled and said, "Exactly. Sasuke and I can resolve the rejection issue, just as we did when we healed you." Obito picked up the mirror once more, gazing at his face, and clenched his hand tightly. "All right, let us give it a try." With that, he prepared to pull the two into his space-time. "Wait, not everyone is here yet," Naruto interrupted. "Who else?" Obito inquired. "Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi, and Nagato." Chapter 139, Extraordinary Operations. As the tides of battle shifted from sea to land, the mention of Kakashi and Nagato caused the smile on Obito's face to vanish instantaneously. Sensing his distress, Naruto stepped forward to offer solace, saying, "I understand there are unresolved issues between you and Kakashi, but you two will inevitably confront one another." Obito nodded and replied, "In truth, I no longer harbor resentment towards him. After all, Rin sought to break free from control. However, this Rinnegan I possess belongs to Nagato. And although Nagato's eyes originally belonged to Madara, I have nonetheless committed acts against him." Listening to Obito's concerns, Naruto smiled and reassured him, "It's all right. We are all comrades now. If necessary, we can address the past and apologize." "Very well, who shall we seek first?" Obito inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto suggested, "Let us find Kakashi first. I have heard that his team is currently lagging behind in their progress. We might have an opportunity to assist him." "All right, let's go," Sasuke replied, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Observing this, Obito asked with curiosity, "What is the purpose of this?" Sasuke explained, "Kakashi's team is engaged in battle against the Land of Water, where the terrain is quite intricate. They may even be at sea, making direct contact cumbersome and time-consuming. Utilizing Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique will expedite our journey." "Ah, I see." With that, Obito placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder as well. Naruto smiled gently, gathering chakra. And when the trio opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing upon the vast ocean. "How did you three arrive here?" A familiar voice called from behind them. The trio turned to see Kakashi standing with a group of Leaf Village ninjas behind him. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing out here on the water at this late hour?" Naruto asked. "Due to the heavy defenses of the Mist Village, we have been unable to land and infiltrate. We plan to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night," Kakashi explained. "Ah, I understand. By the way, Naruto, what brings you here?" Kakashi inquired. The ninjas behind Kakashi, upon hearing him mention Naruto's name, eagerly approached, asking, "Captain Kakashi, has Naruto arrived?" As the eager individuals recognized Naruto's face, their excitement grew. "It truly is him," they exclaimed. The others, obscured by darkness and standing at a distance, were unable to discern Naruto's features clearly, but upon hearing the commotion, they too began to stir. Kakashi quickly intervened, commanding silence. As the crowd quieted, Naruto smiled at the gathered ninjas and said, "Kakashi-sensei, we are here today because of your eyes." Kakashi instinctively touched his eyes and asked, "My eyes? What do you mean?" Naruto pushed Obito forward and declared, "Sasuke and I have devised a method to harmonize your eyes with your body perfectly, and it can even elevate them to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan." Kakashi, astonished, gazed at Obito's face and asked, "Your face?" Obito took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, they help restore me. I wish to place my trust in them once more. And if successful, it will greatly enhance our strength." Listening to Obito's explanation, Kakashi pondered and replied, "However, the situation is rather urgent. I may not have the time to accompany you for the experiment." Noticing this, Naruto stepped forward and placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, saying, "But you have me and Sasuke here, right? I can help you address the battlefield issues, and you can just come with me." Naruto's words left Kakashi somewhat bewildered. "What did you say?" he asked. Seeing Kakashi's confusion, Naruto squatted down, pressing both hands against the water's surface. Ice release. Ice ceiling. In an instant, a thick layer of ice enveloped the sea beneath them, continuously expanding outward. Kakashi, astonished by the sight below, inquired, "Naruto, what is this?" Naruto slowly stood up and explained, "I understand now why you, Kakashi-sensei, have struggled to conquer the land of water. It is because we from Konoha have lived on land for so long that we lack expertise in naval combat. But now, the problem is resolved. I have frozen the entire sea surface between the land of Bear and the land of water. This should make things considerably easier, right?" Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi, in disbelief, asked, "You mean you've frozen the entire sea surface between the land of Bear and the land of water?" Naruto nodded nonchalantly, "Indeed. Such extraordinary capabilities. First summoning a meteor, and now freezing the sea surface. Naruto, you truly are." Before Kakashi could finish, Naruto interrupted, "All right, the frozen sea will surely attract the attention of the land of water. We must act swiftly. They likely have not yet devised an adequate defensive strategy. If we go now, we can catch them off guard." Kakashi, seeing the urgency, ceased his objections and commanded the others, "Naruto has resolved our naval combat dilemma. Let's move at full speed." Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke led the group towards the land of water. Soon, they caught sight of land in the distance. Realizing this, Kakashi immediately ordered everyone to halt. "Naruto, ahead lies the land of water. At our current pace, we should reach it in approximately 10 minutes. However, the problem is that they have constructed many defensive fortifications along the shore. Even without the sea as an obstacle, breaching those defenses will not be an easy task." Listening to Kakashi's explanation, Naruto smiled and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, are you hoping for me to summon another meteor? I think it could work. It's nighttime, visibility is poor, and they might not detect the meteor. Perhaps it would be even more effective than during the Rock Hidden's attack." Sasuke chimed in to support the notion. Kakashi, exasperated by their suggestions, retorted, "Naruto, Sasuke, I am aware of your formidable strength, but if you keep obliterating entire villages, how many shinobi will remain in this world? Then what do you propose we do?" Sasuke inquired. Kakashi unfurled a map under the gentle glow of the moonlight and addressed the two companions. The shoreline was once a bustling port, but due to the ravages of war, it has been repurposed into a defensive stronghold. Nevertheless, many ordinary villagers still reside here, and we must refrain from causing direct destruction, otherwise, the subsequent reconstruction will demand considerable manpower and resources. Thus, we shall divide into 2 units. One will infiltrate and sabotage the enemy's fortifications, signaling the other unit to launch a full-scale assault. Our objective is to seize the port with utmost swiftness and subsequently establish a defensive formation around the village. Naruto and Sasuke listened attentively to Kakashi's strategy, nodding in agreement. "How shall we allocate the 2 units?" Naruto inquired. "Originally, I was to lead the stealth operation," Kakashi replied. "But with your presence, there will be a slight adjustment. The first unit will consist of 100 members, led by Naruto and myself, while the second unit will be under Sasuke and Obito's command. Since this is a covert operation, the first unit should include sensory-type ninjas, correct?" Naruto asked. "Indeed. There will be 10 sensory-type ninjas," Kakashi confirmed. "Withdraw them and replace them with long-range attackers," Naruto suggested. Kakashi immediately opposed. "No, Naruto. I understand your capabilities in sensing, but without sensory ninjas in the team." Before Kakashi could continue, Naruto raised his hand to interrupt. Kakashi-sensei, I am aware of your concerns. I have already sensed the situation on the island. It seems they have noticed unusual activity on the sea, and nearly all the ninjas on the island are concentrated along the shore, leaving only a handful behind. It is nearly impossible to land undetected. Therefore, I require long-range ninjas for cover fire while the others assist me by launching shurikens onto the island. Leave the rest to me. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's confidence, was silent. Noticing Kakashi's hesitation, Naruto asked, "Is something wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" Snapping back to reality, Kakashi replied, "It's nothing. We shall proceed as you suggested." He then called a few members of the first unit to his side. "Listen closely, the plan has changed. We do not need to land on the island. Those of you equipped for medium to long-range attacks should halt once you reach your effective range and begin drawing attention. The rest will launch shurikens with all their might towards the shore, and our mission will conclude there. The remainder will be handled by our very own Yellow Flash of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki." Upon hearing Yellow Flash, the young ninjas gazed at Naruto with excitement, realizing that once again, Konoha had produced a remarkable Yellow Flash. Indeed, you young ones have yet to fight alongside the fourth Hokage. The battles of the Yellow Flash were a visual spectacle. "Enjoy the show," Kakashi remarked, and the anticipation among the younger ninjas for Naruto's prowess grew. At that moment, Kakashi interjected, "Enough chatter. We shall converse after the mission is complete. It is time to commence our action." With Kakashi's command, everyone dashed towards the shore, followed closely by Naruto and Kakashi. Just as they could clearly see the shoreline, their adversaries launched an attack. Countless shurikens flew toward them, prompting Naruto to swiftly conjure an ice wall before him, shouting for everyone to crouch down. Upon hearing Naruto's call, the group pressed against the ice wall to shield themselves from the onslaught of shurikens. Once the projectiles were thwarted by the icy barrier, Naruto was the first to rise and throw kunai towards the shore. The others, seeing this, quickly followed suit. The mid-range ninjas unleashed their jutsu to divert the enemy's attention, while the remaining members threw their kunai with all their might. Naruto utilized his sensory abilities to track the positions and quantities of the kunai. The supply of kunai was exhausted. Hearing the shouts, Naruto vanished from sight. The Konoha ninjas leaned against the ice wall, observing the scene at the shoreline. They noticed a golden flash darting about amid the flickering lights of the shore. Although they could not discern Naruto's precise actions, the incessantly shifting glimmer ignited their passion. Nearly 10 minutes later, the shimmering light disappeared, and Naruto reappeared before them, announcing that the threat was eliminated and they could now approach the shore. Upon hearing this, the group surged toward the shoreline with renewed vigor. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, casting the great fireball technique into the sky. In the next moment, a large contingent charged toward the shore, buoyed by Naruto's success in dispatching a significant portion of the enemy, facilitating a smooth takeover of the port. Before the dawn fully broke, they had completely secured the area and set up a defensive formation against the village of Mist. Satisfied with their progress, Naruto turned to Kakashi and said, "Sensei Kakashi, we can leave now. Rest assured, I will leave a shadow clone to temporarily take your place." Kakashi surveyed the surroundings and nodded in agreement. "Let us go." At this, Obito and Sasuke placed their hands on Naruto's shoulders, and after a brief pause, Kakashi joined them. With a soft smile, Naruto gathered his chakra, and the three of them were transported directly to the cell where Nagato was held. Konan stood alert at the sight of a dark figure approaching, while Nagato rose slowly. "Konan, it's Naruto, and the others, don't be alarmed." Upon hearing Nagato's words, Konan gradually relaxed. As Naruto and his companions emerged from the shadows, Konan's tension returned upon recognizing their features. "Rinnegan, are you Madara?" In response to her inquiry, Obito stepped forward and said, "Indeed, but my true identity is Uchiha Obito. I apologize for deceiving you for so long, and I regret this as well." Konan, momentarily bewildered by Obito's apology, questioned, "What are you doing?" Nagato interjected, positioning himself in front of Obito. "It seems you have joined Naruto." Obito nodded gently. "Indeed. While this I was given to you by me, I can return it." Nagato did not respond to Obito, but instead addressed Naruto behind him, saying, "The Ninja World War has been underway for some time. I thought you no longer needed me." Naruto smiled as he stepped forward, replying, "How could that be? I was just delayed by some matters, but as soon as I had a moment, I came to fetch you." Seeing this, Nagato jested, "Though I am confined to this cell, I have heard of your recent exploits. 2 meteors obliterated an entire hidden rock village. I presumed you might overlook the strength of a cripple like me. Not at all. Now, this isn't the place for idle chatter. Let us depart, Nagato remarked, glancing at Konan behind him before addressing Naruto. Does Konan wish to remain here? Naruto considered Konan for a moment before responding. It would be better for a lady not to tread the battlefield. I can find you a comfortable inn in the village where you can rest for a few days. What do you think? Upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Konan's expression soured as she asserted, Don't underestimate me. I want to go with you. Naruto turned to Nagato, seeking his opinion. Nagato, shaking his head in resignation, remained silent. Instantly understanding Nagato's sentiment, Naruto chuckled. However, my flying thunder god technique cannot accommodate so many at once. We must travel to the land of lightning and return promptly, but time is of the essence. Only 2 days remain. Perhaps you could wait for us in the village. Sister Konan? Chapter 141. Surrounded upon arrival in the land of lightning. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Konan pondered for a moment before conceding. Fine. But you must return before sunset today. With Konan's agreement, Naruto and Nagato joyfully replied, Great. Subsequently, Naruto escorted Konan to the location where they would perform surgery on the others, instructing her to wait for their return. As Konan looked at Nagato, her worry evident. She admonished, Naruto, although Nagato's leg has healed, he is still quite frail, especially since he is missing an eye. Nagato, noticing Konan's concern for him, reassured her. Do not worry. Look at these individuals. None of them are incapable of defeating us. With them around, there will be no danger. Naruto added, That's right, rest assured. With me here, he will certainly return safely. Thereafter, Naruto led the others in search of Itachi. Upon reaching Itachi's location, an unsettling feeling enveloped the group. Nagato declared, It seems we are surrounded. There are many powerful individuals nearby. Naruto concurred, Indeed, but I heard that Itachi was making good progress. Why would? Before Naruto could finish, a figure suddenly leapt in front of them. The group tensed, and Naruto exclaimed in surprise, Guy-sensei? Ah, Naruto. Long time no see. Kakashi, what brings you here? Guy inquired. Let us set that aside for now, Guy. What has happened? Why are there so many people around here? Kakashi questioned. With a smile, Guy explained. Itachi and I intended to infiltrate the hidden cloud village for reconnaissance, but we were discovered and barely managed to escape. As they spoke, Itachi arrived before them, directly asking, Naruto, what brings you here? We have urgent matters, but it seems the current situation is more pressing. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, dozens of shadows swiftly emerged. Encircling them, Naruto surveyed the figures around him, and, with a smile, inquired of Sasuke, Sasuke, in this situation, do you think they have surrounded us? Or have we surrounded them? Sasuke, also smiling, replied, By strength alone, any one of us could claim we have surrounded them. Noticing their jesting, Kakashi interjected, You too. Remember, this is someone else's territory. Save the jokes for when we return. Naruto waved dismissively, saying, What do you mean someone else's territory? Soon enough, we will all share a single homeland. Amid their banter, one of the cloud shinobi recognized Naruto and exclaimed, It's you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto turned toward the voice, his eyes lighting up. Is that you, Samui? It's been a while. Shall we grab breakfast together? Hearing this, Karui, standing beside Samui, retorted angrily, Hey, you were called by me. What's with that attitude? At that moment, Omoi stepped in with a sharp comment. Perhaps it's because your physique doesn't attract attention like Samui's, that Naruto didn't notice you right away. Enraged by Omoi's remark, Karui was ready to retaliate. But Samui interjected sternly, You too. Be serious. This is a battlefield. With their leader's command, they quickly fell silent. Samui, are we going to fight? Naruto asked playfully. On a battlefield, is such a question not a tad superfluous? Samui replied coolly. Naruto, still smiling, countered, Do you believe the people you brought are worthy opponents for us? Evaluating her comrades, Samui coldly responded, You don't strike me as one who babbles. After all, you are the fearsome figure who obliterated an entire village with 2 meteors. We have just received word that you led a team to annihilate all the ninjas at the dock in the land of water last night. Why facing us? Do you suddenly choose to converse instead of striking us down? To Samui's inquiry, Naruto chuckled, I feel there has been too much bloodshed lately. So I thought I might do a good deed and let you go. As she absorbed Naruto's subtly insulting words, Samui struggled to compose herself. Though she yearned to confront Naruto directly, as the captain, she had to consider her team's safety, given the intelligence they had gathered. Naruto's power was undeniably beyond their capability to confront, and even with the Raikage present, they lacked confidence in victory. Noticing the silence from their adversaries, Kakashi leaned closer to Naruto and quietly asked, "Naruto, what are you doing? If you don't intend to fight, we should leave before they summon more reinforcements." Naruto remained silent, merely gesturing for Kakashi to hush with a playful smile. Sasuke immediately surmised that Naruto was up to something, while Obito and a few others looked on in confusion, their expressions reflecting curiosity towards Naruto's antics. Naruto continued, "So, Captain Samui, have you made up your mind? Will you choose to stay and meet your demise? Or will you make an early escape?" Unable to endure Naruto's relentless provocations and insults any longer, Karui drew her long blade from her back, ready to confront him. Samui quickly intervened, urging her to calm down. "Captain, please, we are not his match." With a teasing glint in his eyes, Naruto was about to speak when he suddenly froze, a smirk forming on his lips. It seemed that the one capable of making decisions had arrived. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Samui seemed to realize something and swiftly turned to the sensing ninja beside her, asking, "Have you detected anything?" Before the sensing ninja could respond, Naruto interjected, "Your Raikage has arrived." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a figure crackling with lightning emerged. Naruto gazed at the newcomer with a smile, exclaiming, "At last. I've been waiting for you." A visibly enraged glared at Sasuke, declaring, "Sasuke, it was you who killed B. I demand your life in return." With that, a charge towards Sasuke, but just as he was about to reach him, Naruto appeared behind A and delivered a powerful side kick to his abdomen. A, startled by Naruto's sudden appearance, quickly turned to block the blow with his fist. The collision of Naruto's foot against A's fist generated a fierce gust of wind, prompting the onlookers to instinctively leap to nearby trees, clearing the battlefield for the two combatants. "Not bad," the Raikage remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. "Decent, but it still feels lacking," Naruto replied. "It seems you wish to compete with me in speed." Naruto nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. If one were to seek a competitor in speed within the current ninja world, you would be the first to come to mind." Chapter 142, I am not a savior. Fuming at Naruto's words, A retorted, "Arrogant brat. No one among ninjas is faster than I, save for the deceased fourth Hokage. Then today you shall witness the second." Upon hearing this, A's chakra surged with even greater intensity. Omoi, witnessing this, exclaimed, "That is Lord Raikage's ultimate form." Karui, filled with excitement, shouted, "No one can defeat the Raikage in this state. Naruto, prepare to meet your end." Listening to their remarks, Naruto smiled at the Raikage, and then his own body erupted with immense chakra and pressure. Golden chakra flowed forth, accompanied by a striking cloak, as he activated the Nine-Tails mode. "Don't underestimate me, Raikage." The two individuals then vanished from their original positions. In the arena, they appeared to flicker with astonishing speed, leaving only traces of golden chakra and electric currents in their wake. Nearly a minute later, their figures re-emerged before the astonished onlookers. Naruto Uzumaki, truly worthy of being his son, had recently become the subject of whispers throughout the ninja world regarding the return of the Yellow Flash. Listening to Raikage's praise, Naruto grinned and remarked, "So this is the Raikage, renowned for his speed in the ninja world. I must admit, I'm a tad disappointed." As he spoke, Naruto launched a flurry of flying thunder god kunai towards Raikage and the surrounding area. Observing the kunai, Raikage felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Just as Raikage uttered a word, Naruto vanished once more. Not one to be outdone, AI quickly pinpointed Naruto's location and disappeared as well. However, after a few exchanges, AI's movements gradually came to a halt, leaving him standing in the center of the battlefield, anxiously scanning the surroundings. The spectators from Kumogakure could hardly believe their eyes. What is happening? Has Raikage lost in speed? Can he no longer track his opponent's movements? Impossible. No one can surpass Raikage in speed. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Raikage stood in the center of the arena, turning his head in every direction, desperately trying to locate Naruto's movements. Utilizing the extreme speed granted by the Nine-Tails mode along with the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto continuously flickered, rendering him impossible to track. Even Sasuke and others, possessing the Sharingan, were unable to perceive Naruto's actions, expressing their astonishment at his speed. While AI contemplated his next strategy, Naruto suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a powerful kick, sending AI flying. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. It seems I have triumphed, Uncle Raikage. Raikage slowly rose from the broken tree that had been crushed beneath him, the armor of lightning dissipating. Naruto, do you know your father was once hailed as the savior? Even I believed no one could defeat him, yet he sacrificed himself during the Nine Tails incident. It appears he entrusted everything to you as his son. You have inherited his immense power, yet you seem intent on destroying this ninja world. Have you never considered the shame you bring upon your father? Listening to Raikage's words, Naruto chuckled and replied, Uncle Raikage, if my actions are deemed destructive to the ninja world, then what do you call the ongoing conflicts among the great nations that have persisted for over a century? The wars you've instigated, were they not acts of destruction against this world? We do not slaughter innocent villagers as you have. How many ordinary lives have you harmed in pursuit of your so-called ninja world peace? Have you ever counted? I suspect you've only calculated the profits gained by your own nation in the end. Of course, I am not a paragon of virtue myself. I do not consider myself a savior. I am simply pursuing what I wish to do. Upon hearing Naruto's retort, AI found himself momentarily at a loss for words. So you waited here deliberately to kill me? AI inquired. Naruto shook his head and said, You have misunderstood. I have merely come in search of Itachi from our village. And I happened to encounter you all. On a whim, I thought to engage in a friendly competition. With that, Naruto dispelled the Nine Tails mode and turned to leave. Seeing Naruto's back, they presumed he had let down his guard and immediately activated his lightning armor, charging toward Naruto in his most formidable state. Naruto did not look back. Just as the Raikage was about to make contact, Naruto vanished. I swiftly scanned the surrounding area for the positions of all the flying Thunder God Kunai, yet found no trace of Naruto. My apologies, Raikage, but our time is limited. Perhaps we shall duel another time. I turned toward the voice and saw Naruto standing beside Sasuke, conversing with him with a smile. The group then promptly departed, retreating towards their base. Upon returning to the base, Itachi inquired, What brings you here so suddenly? We have come to bring you back to Konoha. Back to Konoha? Why? At this, Sasuke stepped forward to explain, It's about the Sharingan. Brother, you must be aware of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Of course, we often experience some side effects from using the Mangekyou, but if one can successfully transplant it into an eternal Mangekyou, those side effects would vanish. As he spoke, Itachi's voice grew quieter. Noticing this, Sasuke interjected, Naruto and I have discovered a medical ninjutsu that can address the rejection problems during the transplantation of the Sharingan. Is it truly possible to resolve the rejection issue? Seeing Itachi's skepticism, Naruto and Sasuke presented Obito. Look, Obito's body is a product of our healing, perfectly merging with the cells of Hashirama. Listening to Sasuke's explanation, Itachi scrutinized Obito's face. Orochimaru had long been researching the rejection reactions of Hashirama cells and had yet to resolve this issue. It was unexpected that you two had managed to do so. That is impressive. Now let us hurry. Tsunade has granted us 3 days, and half a day has already passed. However, Itachi remained hesitant, saying, But the battlefield requires a commander. If I leave. Before Itachi could finish, Naruto interrupted, Itachi, I understand your concerns. I will leave a shadow clone to temporarily command the troops in your stead. You need not worry. But, although our team's progress is somewhat faster than the other squads, the situation is quite complex, and I fear. Observing Itachi's lingering doubts, Naruto stepped closer, continuing, If you are still worried, then you should also leave a shadow clone to explain the current situation to my clone. Moreover, we are pressed for time. The operation and adjustment to the eyes will require a period of adaptation. We must depart swiftly. Very well. After summoning a shadow clone, Itachi returned to Konoha alongside Naruto. Chapter 143. The eye transplant surgery commences. Upon their return to Konoha, Konan immediately approached. Nagato, are you all right? Rest assured, I am fine, Nagato replied with a smile. Now, we have little time. Let us begin promptly. Hearing Naruto's words, Obito activated his ocular technique, opening a space-time portal with numerous Sharingan appearing before the group. Who will go first? Naruto inquired. Wait a moment, Naruto, Obito interjected. Intrigued by Obito's claim of having something to address, Naruto promptly inquired, What is it? I wish to return this Rinnegan to Nagato, Obito replied, as he slowly moved his hand toward his eye. Observing this, Nagato, fearing that Obito intended to extract his eye, hurriedly grasped Obito's hand and asserted, Naruto has already revealed the truth to me. This eye does not belong to me, and there is no need for such actions. Kakashi. Witnessing this exchange, unconsciously placed his hand over his own eye. Amidst their reluctance, Kakashi stepped forward and declared, "There is no need for contention, Obito. Your eye is with me, and I shall return it to you now." With that, Kakashi produced the Sharingan and presented it to the group. Naruto and Sasuke widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight. As Obito gazed at Kakashi's outstretched hand, believing it to be stained with blood, he trembled slightly and said, "Kakashi, you." At that moment, Naruto interjected, "All right, everyone, there is no need for dispute. In my view, we can all utilize our respective eyes." With that, Naruto placed his hand over Kakashi's eye, and Sasuke followed suit, laying his hand atop Naruto's. In the blink of an eye, the blood seeping from Kakashi's eye ceased. "All right, Kakashi-sensei, take a moment to feel your eye," Naruto encouraged. As Naruto and Sasuke withdrew their hands, Kakashi gradually opened his eyes, and the group was astonished to find that the scar on Kakashi's eye had vanished, and the eye that should have been extracted was now safe and sound, albeit no longer a Sharingan. Conan, taken aback, exclaimed, "What exactly is this?" Naruto did not provide an explanation, but instead smiled and reassured everyone, "As you can see, the risks associated with this transplant are minimal. You need not worry." Itachi was the first to respond, stating, "Indeed, however, I believe the primary concern now lies with Obito and Nagato. Although this Sharingan originally belonged to Obito, it has been detached for quite some time and requires some adjustment before it can be reimplanted as an eternal Manjiki." Naruto nodded in agreement and said, "That makes sense. So, Obito and Nagato, let us begin with you two." With that, Obito and Nagato approached the prepared operating table. Once they lay on the adjacent tables, Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, facing Obito. Sharing a knowing smile, they commenced the procedure. With Sasuke's impeccable medical ninjutsu combined with Naruto's six-path sage power. Within a minute, Naruto turned to face Nagato, holding the Rinnegan he had extracted from Obito, while Sasuke continued to operate on Obito with the Sharingan he had just obtained from Kakashi. Though Naruto's medical ninjutsu did not match Sasuke's prowess, he was more than capable of performing a simple eye transplant. Approximately a minute later, Sasuke completed his procedure, gently covering Obito's eye with a white cloth. Just as Sasuke placed the cloth, Naruto also finished the operation. However, instead of covering Nagato's eye, he assisted him in sitting up. Conan immediately inquired, "Nagato, how do you feel?" Nagato blinked a few times to adjust, and then walked over to Conan, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I am fine." Subsequently, Naruto directly addressed Itachi. "All right, it's your turn." Without hesitation, Itachi lay down in the position previously occupied by Nagato. Sasuke, observing this, selected the most appealing Sharingan from the numerous eyes that Obito had produced, preparing for the transplant. "Are you ready?" he inquired. "Yes, let us proceed." Thus, Naruto and Sasuke commenced the eye transplant for Itachi. After approximately half an hour, they gradually withdrew their chakra and covered Itachi's eyes with a cloth. "All right, brother. Take some time to adjust to your new eyes. You can remove the cloth later." Itachi nodded and slowly sat up on the platform. Noticing this, Naruto and Sasuke turned to Obito and asked, "How does it feel?" Obito carefully removed the cloth and replied, "It feels excellent. The chakra flows naturally without any discomfort." As he spoke, his eyes transformed into the Manjiki, surveying everyone around. "All right, let us begin the transplant of the eternal Manjiki." Obito nodded and reclined once more. Thus, the group remained in the small room until nightfall. Just as they were gathered, examining each other's eyes, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Conan, ever vigilant, approached the door and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Naruto." Upon hearing this voice, Naruto hastened to the door, flinging it open to reveal Jiraiya, who immediately seized Naruto's arm and vanished before the others. The occupants of the room were left bewildered. As Obito, who had just removed his cloth, opened his eyes, he witnessed this scene and questioned, "Did the surgery fail? Why did I just see two men holding hands?" At this moment, Itachi was slowly rising. Obito turned to him and asked, "How are you feeling?" Itachi surveyed the room and replied, "I'm fine. But I believe I also saw two men leave hand in hand, one of whom appeared to have white hair." Listening to the discourse between Itachi and Obito, Sasuke and the others nearly burst into laughter. Obito, puzzled, glanced at Sasuke and inquired, "What are you laughing at? Did you see those two?" Sasuke nodded and said, "I know them quite well, and so do you." "Who?" Obito asked. Sasuke, still chuckling, replied, "It's Naruto." "Naruto. Then who is the other man with white hair? Itachi analyzed. The only person I know who fits that description and is currently in Konoha must be Jiraiya. Recognizing Itachi's intellect, Sasuke expressed his relief. Indeed. You guessed correctly. It seems the surgery was quite successful. At least it didn't injure his brain. Hearing this, Itachi stood and pointed his finger at Sasuke's forehead, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Sasuke laughed as he rubbed his forehead. I was merely trying to lighten the mood, especially after Obito's earlier remarks, which were indeed quite worrisome. Before Obito could respond, Kakashi chimed in. I think it's quite good. Obito's words and tone were reminiscent of our days in the team as children. Upon hearing Kakashi's comment, Obito glanced at him, and the two exchanged a brief, awkward gaze before once again averting their eyes. Chapter 144. The battle situation changes. Has the tide turned? Upon witnessing the situation, Sasuke promptly shifted the topic, saying, should we not pay attention to what just transpired with Naruto? The fact that Jiraiya himself came to seek him out in such a pressing manner suggests that something significant has occurred. Perhaps we ought to investigate. The others nodded in agreement, though Nagato and Konan hesitated and inquired, should we both accompany them? Of course, let us hasten. Sasuke replied as he took hold of Nagato's shoulder and led the way outside. The location where the others were undergoing surgery was not far from the meeting room, and soon they arrived at their destination. Upon entering, they found a group of individuals seated around a circular conference table, each face etched with seriousness. Even Naruto wore an unusually grave expression. What has happened? Sasuke inquired. Hearing his voice, the group turned quickly, and upon seeing Kakashi and the others, Dejiku was the first to speak. Kakashi, please take a seat. After they settled down, Dejiku began to explain the situation. Just a moment ago, we received reports from 4 separate teams, all requesting assistance. Requesting assistance? How is that possible? Were we not making steady progress? Kakashi questioned. We are not entirely certain of the specifics, but according to the intelligence, several teams have suffered significant losses. Not only was White Zetsu entirely annihilated, but our Konoha ninjas have also faced grave casualties. Asuma's team has been forced back to the border of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. Itachi's team has retreated to the Land of Iron, and Kakashi's team has fallen back to the Land of Bears. Even the team we sent to the Land of Earth, which had already surrendered, has issued a distress signal. The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted to disbelief. How could this be? It has been less than a day. Even if they were to mobilize all their forces for a counterattack, achieving such devastation in such a brief period seems implausible. Moreover, how could White Zetsu's transformation techniques possibly be discerned? Sasuke queried. By the way, did Naruto not dispatch shadow clones to various battlefields? Is there any intelligence from them? Itachi asked. Naruto, maintaining a serious demeanor, slowly responded, Edo Tensei. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Naruto. It seemed Naruto anticipated Sasuke's question, for before he could speak, Naruto silently nodded in affirmation. Even if they possess Edo Tensei to aid them, how could such a defeat occur with you present? Sasuke pressed. I can certainly defeat them, but my expertise in sealing techniques is limited, and they are numerous, each possessing formidable strength, leaving me no time to seal them effectively. Naruto explained. Listening to Naruto's reasoning, Sasuke asked once more, even so, why did you only learn of this now? I had been aware, but I was in the midst of surgery and could not interrupt, Naruto replied. Observing the intensity in Naruto's gaze, Sasuke gradually composed himself and asked, what shall we do now? We must first ascertain who is utilizing Edo Tensei. Otherwise, even if we mobilize all the ninjas skilled in sealing techniques, it may not suffice. Itachi stated. Indeed, we must ascertain the methods employed by our adversary to unveil the transformation technique of White Absolute. Furthermore, despite suffering significant losses, the Earth country's audacity to slay our ninjas indicates their unwavering confidence in their own capabilities. It is imperative that we dispatch individuals to the Earth country to gather intelligence, added Luca. Listening to the analyses of the group, Tsunade rubbed her temples and remarked, we are essentially starting anew, and we lack vital intelligence on our opponents, which places us at a distinct disadvantage. Instantly, a somber atmosphere enveloped the conference room. By the way, Sasuke, how are your experiments progressing? Jiraiya inquired. Extremely successful. Our strength has significantly increased, and Kakashi-sensei has also found a pair of eyes that suit him well, Sasuke replied. At this, the gazes of the assembly turned toward Kakashi, who, not wishing to conceal any longer, allowed his dark eyes to transform into the three-tomo Sharingan. Witnessing this, several attendees exclaimed in delight, "Kakashi, how did both your eyes become Sharingan? And what happened to the scar on your face?" Kakashi smiled and explained, "Naruto and the others helped heal me. Now, let us continue discussing our next course of action. Naruto, what are your thoughts?" Naruto slowly rose and proposed, "I suggest we form a specialized team to venture into the Earth Country and locate the user of the impure world reincarnation." "And the personnel configuration?" Tsunade asked. "It will comprise myself, Sasuke, Nagato, and Konan. The rest of you should promptly return to your posts and strive to stabilize the situation, preventing further losses." Upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Jiraiya was the first to voice his skepticism. "But how will you identify the user of the impure world reincarnation? The Earth Country? You suspect that individual is hiding in the Earth Country?" Jiraiya queried. Naruto nodded and continued, "As you have pointed out, the Earth Country has been gravely weakened and, logically, would not dare confront us directly. Even with the aid of impure world reincarnation, they should lack the audacity to oppose us. Moreover, among the major nations, the Earth Country has suffered the most. Thus, if they were to seek external assistance, they would be the most likely candidates. Therefore, I suspect that the user of impure world reincarnation is concealed within the Earth Country." Listening to Naruto's reasoning, the group fell into contemplation, while only Sasuke glared at Naruto with a hint of anger. After extensive discussion, they ultimately concurred with Naruto's proposal. Itachi and Kakashi returned to their respective teams to lead the resistance against the enemy, while Obito dispatched a new team of White Absolute to infiltrate the enemy's rear. And Naruto, Sasuke, Nagato, and Konan set out for the Earth Country. Once the plan was solidified, the group promptly departed. Shortly after leaving the village, Sasuke halted and addressed Naruto. "Why didn't you speak up earlier?" Hearing Sasuke's tone, Nagato, fearing an impending argument, quickly intervened. "Calm down and express your thoughts clearly. What is it that you wish to say?" Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and retorted with irritation. "We are aware of who utilized the Edo Tensei technique. We encountered him previously in the Land of Earth. However, Naruto insisted that the allied shinobi forces would not collaborate with him, believing he would not pose a significant threat. Hence we allowed him to go free." Upon hearing Sasuke's explanation, Nagato immediately inquired, "You have met him? Who is it?" "It is one of Orochimaru's subordinates, Kabuto Yakushi." Naruto replied, "I recall him. He was initially a spy embedded by Sasori among Orochimaru's ranks, but was subsequently turned by Orochimaru. Why did you let him go then? And why did you not mention this earlier in the meeting?" Nagato pressed, "Because I suspect there is a spy within the upper echelon of Konoha." Chapter 145, A Spy? Upon hearing the word spy, the group turned to Naruto in shock, particularly Sasuke, who now appeared incredulous rather than angry. "What did you just say?" Sasuke asked, his expression revealing disbelief. Naruto, observing Sasuke's reaction, smiled and said, "You heard me correctly. I suspect there are moles within Konoha who are leaking our troop movements and other information to the allied shinobi forces." "Why do you think that?" Sasuke queried. "Do you recall the chaos that erupted outside the conference room when we announced our collaboration with the Akatsuki?" Naruto asked. "Of course, but what was wrong with that? Are you suggesting that the mole was among those rioters?" Sasuke inquired. "No, the issue lies with the location of that uproar." "Location? What do you mean?" Seeing that Sasuke was puzzled, Naruto feigned mystery and asked, "What? Do you not understand?" Frustrated, Sasuke retorted, "Stop wasting time. Just tell me." "All right, consider this. During that period, the affairs of the Land of Fire rested entirely upon the Hokage's shoulders, compounded by the imminent outbreak of war. Her workload had multiplied exponentially, requiring her to change positions every hour, sometimes even within less than an hour. How could those individuals possibly know our whereabouts and recall their slogans? They claimed they sought to protest to the Hokage, yet why did they come to the conference room? Let us not forget that it had just been constructed, with very few aware of its existence. Why not go directly to the Hokage's office instead?" Listening to Naruto's reasoning, Sasuke nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "If that is the case, then someone must have deliberately disclosed our movements to those people." "Exactly. However, even if that is true, it is possible that someone within the village opposed our collaboration with the Akatsuki and orchestrated this deliberately. It may not necessarily indicate a spy," Sasuke suggested. "Indeed, that was my initial thought as well. But when I learned that our 3 squads were simultaneously being overwhelmed by the enemy, and with intelligence relayed back through my shadow clones, I became certain that the enemy must be aware of our troop movements. Intrigued by Naruto's assertion, Sasuke inquired, "How so?" "Although our troop numbers may not match the formidable coalition of their ninja forces, we possess the advantage of white Zetsu, and our operations are not confined to a singular coordinated effort. Even if Orochimaru's Edo Tensei is exceptionally powerful, the likelihood of simultaneously repelling our 3 divisions back to the border within a single day is questionable at best." While Naruto's logic is sound, Sasuke remained somewhat skeptical, stating, "Do not forget that Edo Tensei essentially comprises a legion of fearless, reckless warriors. If a cadre of formidable ninjas were to forcefully break through, it could indeed be feasible. Furthermore, if we were tasked with such an endeavor, how challenging would it truly be?" Listening to Sasuke's perspective, Naruto found merit in his argument. "You raise a valid point," he conceded. "Thus, for the sake of caution, I propose we conduct a test." "What sort of test?" Sasuke inquired. Their enemies had successfully driven their forces back to the border through the utilization of Edo Tensei, thus gaining a significant advantage. Logically, they would pursue their victory, compelling us to dispatch our strongest ninjas to counter their advance. Indeed, Naruto affirmed, "My shadow clone sensed Orochimaru's chakra while engaging with the Edo Tensei ninjas and has successfully locked onto it, despite his deploying several decoys. I am certain that Orochimaru is currently concealed within the Land of Earth." I intentionally mentioned his potential location during the meeting and suggested we venture to the Land of Earth, originally hoping to see who would question my assertion. To my surprise, no one did, but that is inconsequential. We shall now proceed to the Land of Earth, with the capabilities of myself and Nagato. Concealing our chakra from detection should pose no challenge. En route to Orochimaru's location, I will closely monitor his movements. If he attempts to flee the Land of Earth, it would indicate that there is likely a traitor within the village. But what if Orochimaru, being inherently suspicious, intends to switch locations? Sasuke queried. Indeed, he may consider relocating. Naruto acknowledged. However, given that the Land of Earth has already perpetrated the assassination of our ninjas, we have dispatched individuals to investigate. At this juncture, a significant movement would clearly be imprudent. It not only risks exposure, but could also reveal the identity of the mastermind orchestrating the Edo Tensei. Thus, even if he were to change his position, it is improbable that he would leave the Land of Earth. Should he do so, it would confirm that a traitor has been providing him with information. Upon hearing Naruto's analysis, Sasuke expressed his admiration, saying, "Sharp as a blade. If it is indeed confirmed that the village harbors a spy, do you have any suspects in mind?" Naruto fixed a serious gaze upon Sasuke and replied, "Tsunade." At the mention of Tsunade's name, Sasuke became visibly agitated. "Tsunade? She is one of the most trusted subordinates of Lady Tsunade, having been by her side for years. How could you suspect her?" "I am aware," Naruto replied. "However, during the recent upheaval, I sensed several presences among the crowd. Aside from the instigators, only her chakra exhibited unusual fluctuations. I suspect it may have been due to her guilt or some other reason, yet subsequently, she displayed no signs of abnormality, leaving me hesitant to draw conclusions solely based on suspicion." Listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "How is that possible?" As the original text was mentioned, Sasuke quickly realized he had misspoken and promptly fell silent. However, Nagato had already caught wind of Sasuke's reference to the original text and inquired, "What do you mean by original text?" At this juncture, Naruto swiftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Nagato, you are also part of the Uzumaki clan. Did you sense anything unusual in the conference room earlier?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Nagato briefly reflected before responding, "Nothing particularly strange. And I wasn't actively sensing anything. There were no significant discoveries." Seeing this, Naruto rose to his feet and declared, "Then we can only proceed step by step. Time is of the essence. Let us conceal our chakra and enter the Land of Earth." Subsequently, Naruto and Nagato concealed their chakra and swiftly made their way into the Land of Earth. Upon entering, Naruto sensed the presence of thousands of ninjas in the vicinity of the Land of Earth. "What is happening?" Upon hearing Naruto's astonishment, Sasuke immediately halted and inquired, "What is it?" Before Naruto could elaborate, Nagato interjected, "There are thousands of ninjas near a Wagakure. How is that possible? The Wagakure cannot possibly house so many. Are other villages coming to their aid?" Sasuke questioned. "It's unclear, but if the other villages haven't been resurrected through Edo Tensei, they would be struggling to protect themselves. let alone provide support to the land of Earth. These individuals might very well be the resurrected souls of those who perished in the land of Earth, summoned by Orochimaru. Chapter 146, Surrender or Resist. That is highly plausible, but if that is the case, what should we do? Should we proceed as we did before? Sasuke asked. These relentless foes can only be dealt with through sealing techniques, and among the four of us, you are the only one proficient in such arts. Engaging them directly would be unwise and would reveal our whereabouts to Orochimaru. What do you propose then? Naruto, sensing the situation in the land of Earth and Orochimaru's location, pondered for a moment before gazing skyward and stating, Orochimaru's position remains unchanged. Let us fly directly overhead. Fly over? Naruto smiled and nodded. Indeed, we shall fly over. However, apart from Konin, the rest of us lack the ability to maintain prolonged high-altitude flight, Nagato remarked. Without responding directly to Nagato, Naruto turned to Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke shrugged and replied, I have a method to enable us to fly at high altitudes, but didn't you mention concealing our chakra? Using that would certainly be sensed. That's true. We will have to resort to this, Naruto said, as he conjured a large ice platform before the group. Sasuke jumped onto the platform and tested its sturdiness with a firm stomp, saying, will this hold? Let us hope it doesn't melt if we ascend too high. Naruto promptly joined him on the platform, retorting, come on, even if it melts, you wouldn't. Observing this, Nagato and Konin also leaped onto the platform. All right, chakra is secured. Just be careful not to slip and fall, Naruto instructed as he maneuvered the platform swiftly into the sky. Once they reached above the clouds, Naruto gradually slowed their ascent. Is it necessary to fly this high? Nagato queried. One must not underestimate the perceptive abilities of Kabuto. If there are no spies in the village, then he has relied solely on his senses to locate our team. It is prudent to remain cautious. In response, Nagato subtly nodded. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Naruto spoke up. Kabuto's location is just ahead. We should arrive in about a minute. However, a puzzling question arose. Why were there no individuals in the vicinity? Nagato pondered aloud. It is likely that he has deliberately refrained from deploying any ninjas nearby to conceal his presence. That makes sense, Nagato continued. Konin, you should refrain from descending. Provide us with aerial support and scout the surroundings. Upon hearing Nagato's directive, Konin immediately expressed her discontent, stating, no, I must go down. Observing her resistance, Nagato felt a twinge of frustration and cast a pleading glance at Naruto. Understanding the unspoken request, Naruto quickly retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique from his pack, saying, Konin, we currently lack insight into Kabuto's situation. We do not know what formidable ninjas he may possess, nor the potential traps that lie in wait. Hold on to this kunai and remain here. Should we encounter defeat or any unusual occurrences nearby, use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Naruto's words evidently sowed seeds of doubt in Konin's mind. Seizing the moment, Nagato added, indeed, Konin, we find ourselves in a foreign land, and the circumstances are beyond our control. We must leave someone outside to assist us. Faced with the insistence in their gazes, Konin reluctantly acquiesced. Observing this, Naruto promptly pushed Sasuke and Nagato off the floating platform. Naruto, what are you doing? Konin gasped in surprise. With a grin, Naruto replied, nothing much. We have arrived, and this is the quicker way down. Following this, he leaped from the platform himself. In midair, Naruto directed his focus towards Sasuke and Nagato, tossing two kunai in their direction while forcefully throwing a third towards the ground. Instantly comprehending Naruto's intent, Sasuke and Nagato grasped the kunai he had thrown. After a brief moment of flight, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the three of them vanished from the air, reappearing safely on the ground. Konin, witnessing their secure landing, finally felt a sense of relief. However, overwhelmed by the surprise, Nagato exclaimed, you fool, why didn't you inform me beforehand? Were you trying to scare me to death? Naruto consoled him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, I feared that Konin might change her mind, so I devised this plan spontaneously. Despite the circumstances, Nagato was about to voice his thoughts when Sasuke placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right. This guy often acts on impulse. You'll get used to it. In response, Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. No need to be upset. Besides, even without me, you should have been able to land safely, right? We must now direct our focus towards Kabuto. Where is Kabuto? I can't sense him, Sasuke inquired. He must have employed some method to conceal his chakra. I am unable to detect it either, Nagato concurred. Indeed, there is also a barrier in place, but I have pinpointed his location. Follow me. As Naruto dashed towards a hill, Sasuke and Nagato swiftly followed suit. Naruto quickly discovered the entrance to a cave, and the moment he stepped inside, countless weapons flew from the surrounding walls. Observing this, Nagato immediately positioned himself in front of the two, declaring, Shinra Tensei. As the weapons approached, a transparent barrier appeared before Nagato, deflecting them all. It seems we haven't come to the wrong place. Kabuto is indeed here, Nagato announced. Naruto brushed past Nagato, stating, Of course, my senses are never mistaken. The trio continued to the end of the cavern, but still saw no sign of Kabuto. Why is there still no trace of him? Has he fled? Sasuke inquired. Naruto, feeling the wall at the end, replied, He is just behind this. There is a barrier. Without hesitation, Sasuke summoned the arm of Susanoo and struck the wall, which crumbled away to reveal a new space. As the dust settled, a cloaked figure emerged before them. The figure, still crouched and unperturbed by their entrance, had a white snake slithering from the cloak, fixated on the trio. I never expected you to find this place. Kabuto chuckled. With a dismissive wave, Naruto cleared the surrounding dust and asked, So, what do you intend to do next? Surrender, or put up a fight? To Naruto's mention of surrender, Kabuto merely laughed. Surrender? I have no reason to believe I will lose. Sasuke, sensing the tension, drew his Kusanagi sword, stating, It seems it's time to stretch my limbs. At this moment, Kabuto slowly rose to face them, proclaiming, Naruto, you see, my Edo Tensei army possesses extraordinary power. If you were to join forces with me, unifying the 5 great nations would be much simpler than it is now. Chapter 147, The Plan of the Ninja Alliance? Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejected Kabuto's proposition. No, thank you. While your Edo Tensei army is troublesome, I see no necessity for it. The moment Naruto declined, the smile vanished from Kabuto's face. With his hands clasped together, a coffin materialized before him. As the lid slowly creaked open, the expressions of the three grew grave. Even Naruto, who was typically nonchalant, now wore a serious countenance, eyeing Kabuto warily. Uchihamadara, you managed to locate his remains. Noting Nagato's apprehensive tone, Kabuto chuckled once more. Naruto, the uniqueness of the Edo Tensei technique lies not only in the fact that those resurrected are immortal, but also that even if you kill the caster, the technique does not cease. Therefore, only I can halt this ninjutsu. I know that if the caster dies, the Edo Tensei will remain unbreakable. Ha ha ha. Now that you understand, can we have a proper discussion? Kabuto asked with a grin. Naruto scrutinized the body of Madara within the coffin before turning his gaze back to Kabuto. All right, what do you wish to discuss? With Naruto's concession, Kabuto's smirk widened. You must already know that your Leaf Village's forces have been driven back to the borders. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeking me out. Indeed, I never anticipated that they would be willing to join forces with you. However, in their pursuit of safeguarding their nation and interests, it is hardly surprising whom they choose to ally with or the actions they undertake, remarked D. So, do you aim to garner recognition through this means? To carve out a place for yourself within this world of shinobi? Naruto's words seemed to pierce D's heart, causing the smile on his face to gradually fade as he fixed a solemn gaze upon Naruto. Observing this, Naruto chuckled. What is the matter? Did I hit the nail on the head? D slowly lowered his head until the brim of his hat completely obscured his face, stating, Alas. You are a step too late. At the very moment you sought me out, the plan of the Ninja Alliance had already commenced. Naruto looked at D in confusion and asked, What do you mean by that? But it seemed D did not hear Naruto, remaining motionless in place. This is bad. Sasuke quickly stepped forward and lifted D's hat. The instant the hat was removed, 3 white serpents swiftly darted out, making their way toward the cave's entrance to obstruct him. With Naruto's shout, Nagato was the first to spring into action, rushing towards the cave's opening. Shinra Tensei. 2 of the white serpents were drawn into Nagato's grasp, yet one managed to escape outside. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke immediately sprang into action, but just as they approached the entrance, 3 coffins emerged from the ground, blocking their path. While they were curious about the identities of the occupants, an unusual noise suddenly emanated from behind them. The group swiftly turned around to find that Madara's coffin had vanished, while the 3 coffins before them began to slowly open. However, they did not reveal formidable ninjas within. Naruto and Sasuke stared blankly at the 3 figures inside. Who are these people? Do you recognize them? Nagato inquired. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously shook their heads, replying, "We do not know them." As a white mist gradually enveloped the three figures, their eyes simultaneously opened. Upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke's faces, they were immediately gripped by terror, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why are we here? Why are those two here?" Listening to their words, Naruto and Sasuke stepped forward to inquire, "Hey, who are you three? Do we know you?" After exchanging glances, the three responded, "We are Jonin from Awagakure, previously engaged in battle with you two at the border. But I recall that we were defeated by them. Why are we?" Listening to the trio's discussion, Naruto and Sasuke quickly realized that this was merely a diversion thrown out by D to buy time. Just as Naruto prepared to sense D's location, the three simultaneously brandished kunai and charged at Naruto. Sasuke, seeing this, swiftly unsheathed his blade, cleaving the three in half. But as the trio gazed in horror at Naruto and Sasuke, they soon discovered that their bodies were gradually healing. "What is this? It seems we have become immortal." While the three were filled with excitement, a flurry of paper pieces flew into the cave. As the number of paper pieces increased, they gradually coalesced into humanoid shapes. "Conan, why have you come down?" Nagato inquired. "A multitude of ninjas have gathered." Upon hearing Shounan's words, Naruto and Nagato immediately sensed their surroundings. Indeed, there were approximately 3,000 individuals. Naruto exclaimed, "Where did such a multitude come from in the land of Earth? And how did they ascertain our location?" Sasuke inquired. "It must be Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, but why would he mobilize such a large force?" "Exactly, if they intend to encircle us. Wouldn't it be swifter to emerge directly from the ground?" Naruto found himself perplexed by Orochimaru's subsequent plans, deciding to remain for the time being to ascertain whether these individuals were indeed reanimated corpses. "Shounan, these three are entrusted to you. Seal them," he instructed. With that, Naruto, Sasuke, and Nagato charged forth from the cave, taking a vantage point to observe the approaching figures. All were Edo Tensei. "I have the same here." "So do I." As Naruto beheld the throngs of reanimated corpses rushing towards them, his confusion deepened. He was truly baffled by Orochimaru's maneuvers. What exactly was his intention? Moreover, what was the plan he mentioned regarding the ninja coalition? Could it be a surprise attack on Konoha? Sasuke queried. "I cannot say for certain. Though we cannot dismiss that possibility," Naruto replied. "Should we return to Konoha now?" He surveyed the approaching Edo Tensei ninjas and declared, for safety's sake, "We shall return to Konoha." Subsequently, Sasuke and Nagato joined Naruto's side. "Shounan, hurry out. We must depart." As soon as Nagato's words were uttered, Shounan dashed from the cave to join the trio. "Hold on tight. We are returning to Konoha." Before they left, Naruto deliberately inscribed a flying thunder god mark on the ground. In the Konoha conference room, everyone was deliberating strategies in light of the army's defeat, when the force suddenly materialized before them. "Naruto, how did you return so swiftly?" Tsunade inquired. "Did you locate the one utilizing Edo Tensei?" Jiraiya asked. "It was Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto. However, he managed to escape." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya approached and said, "You let him slip through your fingers?" Naruto nodded. "Indeed. What about your situation and that of the various teams?" "After Itachi and Kakashi departed, we dispatched ninjas skilled in sealing techniques from the village for support. The teams did not continue to falter like before, and we have managed to stabilize the situation for the time being. However, Obito's white Zetsu was inexplicably identified and eliminated upon entry." Chapter 148, The Unified Final Battle? All three nations have seen through it. Jiraiya nodded. "Indeed. And it was shortly after crossing the border that they were dealt with." "How about the area surrounding Konoha? Were there any who infiltrated stealthily?" "Not at all. Currently, white Zetsu is ineffective, and our combat strength pales in comparison to the ninja coalition. I fear we cannot sustain this for long." Listening to Jiraiya's words, Naruto remained silent, lost in thought, quietly murmuring, "What exactly is Orochimaru's plan, and what is the meaning behind all of his actions?" Naruto. Jiraiya's voice interrupted Naruto's contemplation. "What are you saying?" Naruto waved his hand dismissively and stated, "It's of no consequence. Our foremost priority now is to discover the most expedient and effective method to counter the reanimation jutsu. Otherwise, if we continue down this path, the losses will be catastrophic." Although it was a technique devised by the second Hokage, it has long been classified as forbidden within the village, and thus, no one has thoroughly researched this ninjutsu. Tsunade explained, "If I were to name anyone knowledgeable about this technique, it would only be Orochimaru, but alas, he is no longer among us. As the group pondered their predicament, a figure hurriedly burst into the conference room, presenting a document to Tsunade with urgency. This is from the Land of Lightning. Tsunade swiftly opened the document, and after perusing its contents, her expression darkened as she passed the file to Jiraiya. Upon reading it, Jiraiya's face mirrored her concern. Noticing their distress, Naruto inquired, "What is the matter?" Jiraiya explained while handing the document to Naruto. "They intend to engage us in a final confrontation on the plains between the Land of Iron and the Land of Rice." The revelation left everyone in stunned disbelief. They currently held a slight advantage. Why would they choose to proceed without taking the time to regroup? Sasuke questioned, perplexed. "I don't know, but regardless of the perspective, acquiescing to this request seems to offer us greater leverage. Why would they act in such a manner?" Naruto pondered aloud. "I believe this request may also represent their most advantageous option," he continued. "Though they suffered tremendous losses recently, the coalition of ninjas they formed possesses combat prowess several times greater than ours, especially now that they have discerned the intricacies of White Zetsu's transformation techniques, thus gaining a significant upper hand. Why then would they choose to battle on the plains?" Sasuke replied, "Perhaps you are overthinking this. These questions may have simpler answers than you presume. And what are your thoughts on the matter?" Naruto queried. "I believe they seek to avoid harming innocent villagers, which is why they have opted for a decisive battle on the plains. This way, ordinary villagers remain unharmed, and we can resolve our current disputes." Listening to Sasuke's reasoning, Naruto still found it somewhat implausible and asked, setting aside whether they would think in such a way, "How do you explain Kabuto's actions?" "Enough. We cannot conceive of a more effective strategy to combat this overwhelming number of reanimated corpses. Continuing as we are will only result in an ever-increasing supply of bodies at their disposal. It may be wiser to temporarily cease hostilities and accept their proposal," Naruto reflected. Acknowledging that Sasuke's argument held some merit, he then turned to Tsunade and stated, "Let us acquiesce to their demand for a decisive battle. However, the disparity in our combat power. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, concentrating the battlefield will undoubtedly work to our advantage. Numbers do not signify everything, and we can fully compensate for this numerical deficit with our formidable strength." Upon hearing Naruto's confident tone, Tsunade nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall respond to them immediately." Once Tsunade concluded her statement, Naruto resumed his contemplative stance. Sensing his turmoil, Sasuke approached and placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, saying, "Do not dwell on it. Even if they harbor some nefarious scheme, in the face of our extraordinary capabilities, all of it will be in vain. How is it that you've acquired the Six Paths power?" Sasuke placed his left hand on Naruto's shoulder and shook his head, saying, "Look." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Sasuke pulled him closer, revealing his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Naruto, astonished, asked, "Both eyes are? Moreover, is this simply the ordinary Rinnegan?" Sasuke retracted the Rinnegan and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's due to not having encountered the Sage of Six Paths, which makes it differ from the original story. What about the abilities?" Sasuke blinked and assured him, "Rest assured, it's all there. And there are even some extras." "Extras? What extras?" Sasuke released Naruto, speaking mysteriously. "You'll find out in due time. All right, since your Six Paths power has indeed manifested, battling Uchiha Obito should pose no issue, thus alleviating one concern." Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke returned to rest. The following day, the four great nations sent documents proposing a temporary ceasefire, agreeing to a decisive battle in 10 days. After deliberation, Tsunade and the others acquiesced to their request and communicated to all squads to arrive at the final battlefield within 5 days, preparing a temporary operational base. Once the village matters were settled, Naruto and Sasuke set off for the battlefield. Although they had now united the Six Paths powers of both Yang and Yin, Naruto continued to ponder Kabuto's intentions along the way. Sasuke, noticing this, remarked, "Naruto, why don't you take a break from thinking? Overthinking is tiresome." With a sigh, Naruto replied, "Sigh, the sudden call for a unified battle by the Ninja Alliance. I suspect Kabuto is orchestrating something behind the scenes. So what? Our current strength could easily contend with Kaguya. Even if it's just the two of us against the entire ninja world, what is there to worry about? Let us just respond to whatever comes our way. That's true. Overthinking is futile. Let us deal with challenges as they arise." Sasuke smiled and said, "That's the spirit. We have our trump cards, So let us not waste our mental energy on unnecessary thoughts. By the way, I'm rather curious. If I hadn't been here, how would you have navigated this ninja world alone? After pondering for a moment, Sasuke replied, actually, before you showed up, I had considered that I would eliminate Orochimaru and then join the Akatsuki, ultimately becoming its leader and the strongest in the ninja world. Naruto looked at Sasuke, speechless, and asked, and after becoming the strongest? Well, I hadn't thought that far. I just envisioned that, and then you appeared. Your ideas were evidently more intriguing. So I abandoned my own plans to follow you. That sounds pretty good. Chapter 149. Sasuke's Invention, New Sealing Talismans. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Naruto and Sasuke immediately spotted many familiar faces among the crowd. Those who had already arrived greeted them warmly, exclaiming, Naruto, Sasuke, you've made it. We've been hearing about your heroic deeds during this time, having defeated tens of thousands of ninjas from the Earth Country. Indeed, Naruto, I have heard that you recently triumphed over the Raikage with remarkable speed. Truly commendable. You are undoubtedly the foremost embodiment of swiftness in the current ninja world. Furthermore, not long ago, you froze an entire ocean, aiding us in our battles against the Land of Water. Moreover, both you and Sasuke have vanquished the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage, leaving only the Mizukage yet to be defeated by you two. As the accolades from the crowd enveloped them, a sense of pride illuminated their faces. At that moment, a few individuals gradually made their way through the throng to stand before them. Welcome, Kakashi-sensei, Itachi, Asuma-sensei. Asuma approached with a smile, patting Naruto on the shoulder, and remarked, I have been hearing your name everywhere lately. You have become quite renowned throughout the ninja realm. Well, I still have much to learn, Captain Asuma. Have you found the time to visit Teacher Kurenai? Asuma, slightly blushing, scratched his head and replied, the war hasn't concluded yet, and besides, Kurenai has. His voice trailed off, feeling somewhat embarrassed, before he quickly changed the subject. We have a week until the scheduled time, but our temporary war conference room has been completed. Let us go have a look. All right, let us proceed. Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke entered the conference room. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya had yet to arrive, discussions regarding the ongoing war were already intensifying within. Naruto, here is the list of personnel who will be participating in this battle, Asuma said, handing Naruto a document. As Naruto perused the contents, a frown creased his brow as he inquired, why are there barely half of the expected numbers? With a sigh, Asuma explained, there is little we can do. We suffered significant losses due to the enemy's use of Edo Tensei, resulting in successive defeats. Very well. It seems this battle will be one that determines our fate. Indeed. By the way, have you identified the user of Edo Tensei? Itachi inquired. It is Orochimaru's former subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi. Upon hearing Kabuto's name, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically. Kabuto Yakushi? Indeed, he possesses a multitude of formidable ninja. It appears that the allied ninja forces have been manipulated by him for some time. Unwilling to remain at a disadvantage, he is allied with Kabuto to confront us. What shall we do next? Even with unified efforts, the immortal Edo Tensei ninjas at his command pose a significant threat to us, Asuma questioned. Edo Tensei can only be rendered inactive through sealing techniques. On our way here, Sasuke devised a powerful sealing talisman. Affixing it to the opponent will immediately seal them. Moreover, its application is relatively simple. One merely needs to infuse it with chakra. I hope to mass-produce it before the onset of battle. As Naruto handed a black talisman to Asuma, the latter examined it and asked, can this truly work? Seeing Asuma's disbelief, Naruto once again produced a talisman, infusing it with chakra before affixing it directly onto Asuma's body. The instant the talisman made contact, Asuma froze in place as a multitude of black runes erupted from the talisman, swiftly enveloping his entire being within mere seconds. How do we remove this? Surely tearing it off won't suffice. Kakashi inquired. Observing the scene, Naruto stepped back and gestured invitingly, saying, why don't you give it a try? Kakashi, albeit hesitantly, approached, extending his hand towards the talisman. The moment his hand brushed against it, a fresh cascade of black runes surged forth, rapidly covering Kakashi as well. Naruto chuckled, explaining, this is the power of the talisman. It not only seals opponents with remarkable speed and strength, but also incorporates protective measures. Anyone attempting to touch it will themselves be sealed, and it can only be undone in a specific manner. Subsequently, Naruto formed a hand seal, causing the talisman to gradually disintegrate, allowing both individuals to emerge from their bindings. Indeed, this talisman is quite impressive. I shall immediately dispatch someone to have more produced. Asuma declared before departing the conference room with the talisman in hand. With a mischievous grin, Naruto turned to Kakashi and asked, "Are you all right, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi shot him a disdainful glance before exiting the room. At that moment, Itachi approached Naruto, stating, "Naruto, I would like to take on the mission to capture Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Naruto exchanged glances with Sasuke before responding, "That's fine, but Orochimaru's current strength is shrouded in mystery. Perhaps we should send Sasuke along with you?" "No," Itachi replied firmly. "Our village is already at a disadvantage in terms of combat power. It is imperative that the strongest among us remain here. If you both leave, our ninja will become anxious, and the disparity in strength would require your presence on the main battlefield." Upon hearing Itachi's reasoning, Sasuke expressed his concern, saying, "But going alone seems rather risky." Before he could continue, Itachi interjected, "Trust in my abilities. With these new eyes, my strength has significantly increased." At this juncture, Naruto chimed in, "Sasuke, don't worry too much. We can always send a shadow clone to accompany Itachi." "All right. By the way, Itachi, take this flying thunder god kunai with you, just in case." Itachi accepted the kunai without hesitation, responding, "Very well, I will prepare now." With that, he exited the conference room. Sasuke turned to Naruto and lamented, "What a hassle. If only we had eliminated Orochimaru at the outset. We wouldn't be facing these complications now. Enough of the complaints. Itachi has awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and his ailments have been cured. He should be fine." Naruto reassured. Sasuke slumped in his chair, muttering, "What a bother. Let us wrap this up quickly. I just want to lie down." Naruto moved a chair beside him and said, "It won't be long now. This should be the final battle." As they conversed, a transparent electronic panel materialized before Naruto, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. You have earned the title of the fastest ninja. The reward, an increase of 10 in all physical skill proficiencies." This transparent panel and the words upon it were clearly visible to Sasuke, who remarked, "Goodness, I was wondering why you were acting so strangely the other day. Wasting time waiting for the Raikage and challenging him to a contest of speed. I thought you were merely seeking amusement with that old man. But it seems you have a new mission." Chapter 150, the final battle begins. "And what of you? Have you received any new tasks since your Six Paths power was granted?" Naruto inquired. "Certainly, but it is rather challenging. Would you assist me, given their current strengths?" Sasuke's admission of difficulty suggested that the task was no trivial matter. Realizing this, Naruto sat up seriously and said, "Go on, tell me." Sasuke awkwardly cleared his throat, glancing around before leaning closer to Naruto's ear to whisper, "To earn the title of 7 times a night." Upon hearing this, Naruto nearly choked on his own saliva. Coughing as he exclaimed, "What did you just say?" "You heard me correctly. It's rather embarrassing. I don't even understand what it means, let alone how to accomplish it. What kind of bizarre mission is this? Were your previous tasks like this as well?" Naruto asked. "No, this is my first encounter with something like this. I asked Discharge, but it merely told me to try my best." In response, Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, "Then you should heed Discharge's advice and put in the effort." With that, Naruto prepared to leave. But Sasuke immediately grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Wait, could you help me think of a solution?" Naruto pushed Sasuke's hand away, replying, "I truly have no understanding of this. Why not wait for Jiraiya to arrive and ask him? He is more knowledgeable in this area." Subsequently, Naruto walked straight out of the conference room, while Sasuke called after him in a hushed voice. Yet, Naruto did not turn back, simply waving his hand as a gesture for Sasuke to take care of himself. Once Naruto had completely exited the meeting room, Sasuke let out a resigned sigh and muttered, "I can't believe I might actually have to wait for Jiraiya." He then glanced at the Kusanagi sword at his waist and questioned, "Is this really the task you want me to undertake? What is the master saying?" Key does not understand. With that, Sasuke stood up and walked out of the meeting room, grumbling, "Wasn't this task assigned by you? And yet you feigned innocence." In the ensuing days, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others gradually arrived, culminating in the complete assembly of their forces. After deliberating their strategies for confrontation, the group stood in formation on the plains, awaiting the onset of battle alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Before them, on the expansive terrain, Naruto and Sasuke took their positions at the forefront, followed by a formidable array of ninjas. Obito had positioned the remaining white Zetsu along the flanks of the battlefield, thus mustering an impressive contingent of 20,000. However, according to intelligence reports and calculations, the opposing ninja coalition was estimated to number around 50,000, not accounting for the reanimated shinobi. In the face of such staggering numerical disparity, the denizens of Konoha were not daunted. Instead, they rallied with unwavering confidence, chanting slogans that echoed their resolve. Their faith stemmed from Naruto and Sasuke, whose illustrious track records imbued the crowd with high expectations. Despite the 30,000-strong gap in numbers, the duo had previously vanquished tens of thousands of ninjas from the land of Earth. Thus, in light of this disparity, the assembled forces firmly believed that with Naruto and Sasuke in their ranks, victory was assured. For this climactic confrontation, upon the suggestion of Naruto and Sasuke, Konoha had divided their forces into 3 smaller teams. Naruto and Sasuke led the main offensive unit on the primary battlefield, comprising approximately 15,000 individuals, including 5,000 white Zetsu. Asuma commanded the flanking and support teams, along with a reconnaissance unit of about 3,000. Lastly, a reserve support team, roughly 500 strong, was led by Shizune. The remaining personnel were guided by Kakashi, Obito, and Itachi, who had no specific assignments and would act autonomously based on their judgment once on the battlefield. Just as Naruto and Sasuke stood at the very forefront, surveying the distance, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Naruto immediately activated his sensory abilities. They are coming. Upon hearing Naruto's declaration, the crowd braced themselves, eyes fixed on the horizon with palpable tension. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed, and countless figures emerged into view. Concurrently, the earth before the two armies erupted with a multitude of coffins. Everyone, be cautious. They intend to use these reanimated corpses as their vanguard. Prepare the sealing scrolls. Upon hearing Naruto's reminder, the crowd swiftly reached for their weapon pouches. With Naruto's commanding shout, they charged forward, kunai in their right hands and talismans in their left, towards the coffins. Though the Edo Tensei technique rendered them immortal, the summoned beings this time were not particularly formidable. Naruto and Sasuke coordinated seamlessly, one wielding the Kusanagi sword while the other held the flying thunder god kunai, navigating the battlefield with remarkable speed. Their immense power and perfect synergy allowed them to carve through the throngs of Edo Tensei without a scratch, not even a speck of dust upon them. Soon, they broke through the ranks of the undead, standing before the true ninja alliance. Meanwhile, the Leaf Ninja struggled to match their ease. Despite Sasuke's powerful talismans, they found themselves hindered by the advancing army of Edo Tensei. Although Naruto and Sasuke were somewhat detached from the main forces, this did not impede their impressive maneuvers. Relying solely on taijutsu, they maneuvered effortlessly across the battlefield, with no one daring to approach them. The Ninja Alliance, initially unfazed, began to panic as they witnessed the prowess displayed by Naruto and Sasuke. It was not until one member initiated a water jutsu that a colossal wave surged forth, momentarily pushing the duo aside. Yet, despite the wave's magnitude, it inflicted no harm upon them. Emerging from the water, Naruto and Sasuke surveyed the crowd, then simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Black Rope, Great Tornado. A tornado, reaching towards the heavens, manifested upon the battlefield, its terrifying power and fierce winds causing those present to avert their gazes. As anxiety gripped the crowd over how to counter or evade the whirlwind, Sasuke's fireball surged forth, merging with the tornado, transforming it into a brilliant crimson vortex. The ferocious winds, now imbued with searing flames, wreaked havoc across the battlefield. The Ninja Alliance retreated in haste to avoid the onslaught, yet the sheer number of combatants left many immobilized, some unable to escape and getting caught within the tempest. When the tornado finally released its grip, only scattered remnants and charred fragments remained. Fall back. As the shouts echoed, Naruto directed the tornado swiftly towards the throng. Amidst its chaotic fury, a wave of golden sand, resembling the sea, surged upwards. The tornado greedily absorbed the sand, transforming into a sandstorm. As confusion spread among the crowd, the tornado suddenly dissipated, showering them with golden grains. One ninja, holding the sand in his palm, examined it closely before exclaiming, "This is the magnetic gold of our fourth Kazekage." Chapter 151. The fourth Kazekage. As the words hung in the air, a figure emerged slowly from the crowd, prompting those around to part. "You must be Naruto." The figure, Raza spoke with a measured tone. A mere fourth Kazekage has no standing to speak. As Sasuke spoke, he swiftly brandished the Kusanagi sword and appeared behind Raza. Raza glanced over his shoulder at Sasuke, slowly articulating, "Have the younger generations become so discourteous? One should show a modicum of respect towards their elders." In the midst of Raza's words, a wall of sand surged up behind him, encasing Sasuke's Kusanagi sword, halting his hand midair. Observing this, Sasuke chuckled, "Indeed, you are a senior. However, I tend to confront those I find displeasing directly, eschewing the convoluted formalities." Raza's expression darkened, as the sand wall erupted with sharp spikes aimed straight at Sasuke. In response, Sasuke tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword. In an instant, both he and the sword were enveloped in a surge of electricity. The sand wall, seemingly devoid of life, crumbled to the ground. Sasuke, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, he gradually lifted the Kusanagi sword, brushing off the sand while remarking, "Senior, your toys of sand seem rather mundane." "What have you done?" Rogan inquired. "Surely, you are aware that high temperatures can demagnetize. Your sand has already been scorched by my fire release, and coupled with my earlier lightning release, it has been reheated, making it simple to disintegrate with lightning." As Sasuke's explanation sank in, Rogan's demeanor grew notably somber. "Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. It is my first encounter with someone of your age wielding such power." Receiving Rogan's praise, Sasuke smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, senior. However, your intentions are perilous. I shall never relinquish Tsunade to become your vassal state." With that, Rogan crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground. Instantly, the terrain transformed into shimmering sands of gold. "Senior, is this the kind of large-scale ninjutsu employed by your ninja alliance?" Sasuke inquired with a smile. "Do not concern yourselves," Rogan declared, raising his hands as the sand began to levitate. In response, Sasuke summoned Susanoo to break free from the sand, wielding a bow and arrow aimed at Rogan. Fire release, Susanoo in the form of the earth. The black arrow shot forth, soaring towards Rogan with incredible speed. Rogan, noticing this, quickly commanded the sand to shield him. Clearly underestimating Sasuke's jutsu, the black arrow pierced through the sand, continuing its trajectory towards Rogan. In a swift reaction, Rogan manipulated the sand beneath him to raise a platform. Elevating himself, the black arrow drilled through the platform he had constructed, embedding itself in the ground. Just as Rogan turned to Sasuke, preparing for his next assault, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. Before Rogan could turn to discern the identity of the newcomer, he was thrust away. In midair, Rogan struggled to pivot towards the platform, only to find Naruto standing there, grinning and waving at him. "Senior, this is a battlefield. Your focus should not rest solely on him. How could you overlook such a simple truth?" Listening to Naruto's taunts, Logan immediately manipulated the sand on the platform to envelop him. Just then, a blade unexpectedly pierced Logan's chest. Surprised, he turned to see Sasuke standing behind him, gripping a sword with one hand. "Senpai, didn't Naruto just remind you? Why are you only focusing on one person? Is this truly the level of the fourth Kazekage?" Hearing Sasuke's mockery, Logan felt an urge to retaliate. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon his chakra, and his body was utterly immobilized. Before he could question the situation, Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, taunting him. "Indeed, this guy's abilities are rather mediocre. Compared to our fourth Hokage from Konoha, he pales in comparison. What have you done to me?" Logan managed to ask with great difficulty. "What tone is that? As if you're about to die? You were already a spirit. We merely wish for you to remain compliant for a while." Sasuke replied. "Indeed, I have placed a sealing technique on the Kusanagi sword, so you might as well take a break." With that, Sasuke withdrew the Kusanagi sword from Logan's chest, and the two of them continued forward without a backward glance. The battlefield, due to Logan's influence, had transformed into a sandy terrain, and his extensive use of sand had inadvertently assisted Naruto and Sasuke in clearing some enemies. Just as Naruto and Sasuke intended to continue their battle against the Ninja Alliance, a coffin suddenly arose before them. As the lid slowly opened, Sasuke murmured unconsciously, "That little mustache and the exaggerated high collar, the second Mizukage?" Naruto nodded in agreement. "Indeed, such distinctive features and this flamboyant attire are quite rare. This reminded me of those two from our village." Upon this realization, Naruto immediately understood. "You mean Gai-sensei and Lee?" "Exactly. By the way, why haven't those two shown up?" "They followed Kakashi. They're not participating in the main battlefield here." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke immediately inquired. They should be the type to prove themselves in battle. Why would they follow Kakashi? What else? It's because of Guy's formidable strength. It's safer with Kakashi. After all, we are here. If they encounter foes of this caliber, having Guy around would make things easier, Naruto explained. I see. Furthermore, I wonder what Tsunade is thinking. Among the Konoha 12, aside from us, the others aren't part of the main battlefield team. Perhaps they're feeling insecure seeing our overwhelming strength. Sasuke chuckled. Perhaps. While the two were conversing, the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Zuki, had awakened. Hello, you finally woke up, little mustache. Jinjetsu gazed curiously at Naruto and Sasuke. Have I been reanimated again? Who are you two? Konoha. Naruto, Uzumaki. Likewise, Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing their introduction, Jinjetsu regarded them with keen interest. I know you both, after I was reanimated. I kept hearing the ninjas from the land of water speaking of you two. Listening to Huanyue's words, Sasuke proudly inquired, what did you say about us? TCH. These young ones possess not only remarkable strength, but also immense ambition. All right, senior, since you are aware of our aspirations, let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence without delay. Naruto declared. Chapter 152. The little bearded senior now. Now, there is no need to rush. I find both of you quite intriguing. Let us converse a bit more. Huanyue replied with a smile. Sasuke slowly raised his grass-cutting sword and said, I apologize. Little bearded senior, but I genuinely wish to engage in conversation with you. However, we are presently on a battlefield and pressed for time. Furthermore, you are not the first obstacle we have encountered. We have already dealt with one of your predecessors, the fourth Kazekage. Upon hearing Sasuke refer to him as little bearded, Huanyue's expression soured. Who are you calling little bearded? Noticing Huanyue's rising ire, Sasuke pointed his sword at him with a smug grin. Of course, it's you. Seeing the veins bulging on Huanyue's forehead, he raised his right hand, mimicking a pistol aimed at Sasuke. Just as Huanyue's index finger was about to unleash a water bullet, his anger suddenly dissipated, replaced by a smirk. Naruto had appeared behind Huanyue, also mimicking a gun with his right hand aimed at Huanyue's head. So, you two can use the secret techniques of the Kirigakure clan? Huanyue asked with a smile. Indeed, Naruto replied, grinning. Huanyue cast a glance back at Naruto, swiftly crouched down, and shot a water bullet towards Sasuke. Observing this, Naruto immediately aimed at Huanyue and fired a water bullet in return. I never expected you to actually be capable, Huanyue remarked, as he shot another water bullet at Naruto's projectile. The two water bullets collided in front of Huanyue, mutually annihilating each other. Impressive. Your power is quite comparable to mine. Huanyue mused. You as well? At such a short distance, you managed to accurately aim and shoot at such swift water bullets. Naruto complimented. Huanyue gradually stood up, saying, after all, this is a technique of the Kirigakure clan, and I am certainly more adept at it than you. Sasuke, holding his sword, approached the two and stated, Little bearded senior, let us forego these preliminary tests and dive straight into the main topic. Huanyue looked at Sasuke and laughed heartily. Very well. It has been quite some time since I have fought with my full strength after my encounter with that one-off fellow. Let us begin. Summoning technique. He summoned his spirit beast, the Great Clam. Illusions, are they? Unfortunately for you, such tricks are ineffective against us. Upon hearing Sasuke claim that illusions would not work on them, Huanyue, intrigued, asked, so confident, are we? I am a master of stealth. Before Huanyue could elaborate further, Sasuke instantaneously appeared before him and swung his blade. Huanyue promptly produced a kunai to parry. I am of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan. Illusions hold no sway over me. Just then, the tentacles of Huanyue's summoned beast, the Great Clam, began to spew forth thick fog, quickly enveloping the area where the three stood. Is a mirage also considered an illusion? Sasuke taunted. TCH. Let us see if you can find my true self and that of the Great Clam. As soon as Huanyue's words fell, an explosion echoed in the distance. With the blast, the dense fog enveloping several individuals began to dissipate. Seeing this, Sasuke smirked and said, Forgive me, little beard, what was it you just mentioned? Huanyue, astonished, gazed at the location from which the smoke emanated, only to witness Naruto slowly emerging from the haze. I never expected you to stand so far from your summoned beast. Naruto remarked with a smile. How did you know? Before Huanyue could finish his inquiry, Sasuke interjected. This guy is named Uzumaki Naruto, from the Uzumaki clan, possessing an extraordinary sense of perception. Finding your summoned beast is child's play for him. That seems to be a line I should be saying. Sasuke chuckled at Naruto. It appears we need not distinguish between you and me, right? Who says otherwise? Even so, how could you possibly shatter it so swiftly? Its shell is exceptionally tough. I didn't sense you employing any ninjutsu, Huanyue exclaimed. Well, it's somewhat complicated to explain. How about I seal you first, and then elaborate? Listening to their words and tone, veins began to surface on Huanyue's forehead. You two brats, do you truly not take our battle seriously? Seeing this, Sasuke hastily waved his hands. Of course not. Little Beard Sr., we have been earnest in our engagement with you. Huanyue lowered his head, and bubbles began to rise from the ground, floating around him. Stop deceiving me. Your attitudes clearly suggest you're merely toying around. And do not call me Little Beard. As he spoke, the bubbles surged towards Sasuke and Naruto. Noticing this, Naruto immediately leaped into the air. Huanyue, observing this, chuckled. You've jumped into the air where you cannot evade. It seems your combat experience is rather limited. Subsequently, he unleashed a multitude of bubbles targeting the airborne Naruto. In response, Naruto swiftly raised his hands in a pistol-like gesture. Water iron cannon technique, Gatling. With rapid movements, Naruto fired a barrage of water bullets at the bubbles, causing a tremendous mist as the water and bubbles collided. Huanyue, astonished, laughed. I didn't expect you to flaunt our clan's secret technique before me. But what if I were to increase the number? With a grand sweep of his hand, a denser formation of bubbles emerged. Upon witnessing this, Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones of Naruto appeared beside him. Huanyue chuckled. Planning to use shadow clones to maneuver in the air to evade the bubbles, are you? However, neither Naruto nor his clones moved. Instead, they simultaneously raised their hands toward Huanyue. Water iron cannon technique, Gatling. The three unleashed a concentrated barrage of water bullets towards Huanyue, clearly showcasing a density and power surpassing that of Huanyue's bubbles. As the mist drew closer, Huanyue prepared to evade temporarily. Yet, just as he was about to move, a knife plunged into his chest. Surprised, are you? I didn't expect you and that 4th Kazekage to fall for the same trick, he said, astonished as he turned around. Have you not realized, Little Beard? Naruto deliberately jumped into the air to draw your attention, providing me with the opportunity for this strike. Huanyue cast a glance at Naruto, only to discover that beneath Naruto's feet, an ice platform had mysteriously manifested. Oh, so it was a deliberate ploy to leap into the air and expose a weakness, drawing my attention behind him. Subsequently, he intentionally engaged in a ninjutsu confrontation with me, all to provide you with an opportunity for a sneak attack. Listening to Huanyue's words, Sasuke chuckled, responding, indeed, but realizing it now is somewhat late. Just as Sasuke prepared to draw the Kusanagi sword to declare the battle concluded, Huanyue suddenly began to expand rapidly before his eyes. Seeing this, Naruto shouted urgently, quick! Dodge! Chapter 153, The Formidable Black Sphere. Sasuke immediately abandoned the Kusanagi sword and leapt backward, yet the speed of expansion was alarmingly swift. Although Sasuke's retreat was not slow, he remained perilously close to danger. In a moment of desperation, Naruto instantaneously appeared beside Sasuke, declaring, Ice Release, Absolute Domain. With that, Naruto extended his hand toward the grotesquely enlarged Huanyue. In less than a second, a colossal iceberg materialized on the battlefield, halting Huanyue's expansion, which ceased to grow any larger. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape but unable to utter a word. Upon witnessing Huanyue's stillness, Naruto approached the concealed body of Huanyue, seizing the collar of his garment and bringing him beside Sasuke. With one hand gripping Huanyue and the other resting on Sasuke's shoulder, Naruto swiftly transported the three of them to the edge of the battlefield, leaving the iceberg behind. Once freed from the ice, Huanyue began to gasp for breath, his face reflecting profound exhaustion. What have you done? Huanyue demanded. Your technique is quite impressive. Even I found myself momentarily immobilized. Sasuke praised. Not bad, though it comes with some side effects. Within the iceberg's domain, my chakra is restricted, rendering certain ninjutsu unusable. Moreover, the extensive range poses a risk of collateral damage to allies, necessitating their extraction, which is rather troublesome. Observing the two disregard his presence as they conversed, Huanyue bellowed in frustration. Hey, you two, listen to me. In response, Naruto slowly approached Huanyue, asking, What is it? What have you done? Why hasn't my steam explosion detonated? Naruto glanced towards the distant iceberg, replying, "Nothing much, just sealed all movement and chakra flow within the area." "Enough, old man with the mustache. You have already squandered a great deal of our time, and you've compelled Naruto to unleash a powerful technique, far surpassing that of the fourth Kazekage. It is time to depart." With that, Sasuke stepped closer to Huan Yu, forming hand seals. Suddenly, a black circular ring appeared beneath Huan Yu's feet. Seal. With Sasuke's command, the ground transformed into a black mire, from which numerous black chains emerged to bind Huan Yu. "Now, can you explain how you managed to break through my great clan?" Huan Yu inquired. Without hesitation, Naruto advanced to stand before Huan Yu. Shortly thereafter, a small black sphere began to hover near Naruto's hand. This is the truth-seeking ball, possessing formidable power, rivaling even high-level ninjutsu. As Naruto wielded the truth-seeking orb, he directed it forcefully towards Kaguya, instantly creating a gaping hole in her form. Before Kaguya could utter another word, chains ensnared her and dragged her into the mire, vanishing from sight. With Kaguya sealed away, the perilous steam emanating from the iceberg dissipated, prompting Naruto to dissolve the icy barrier. Observing this spectacle, Sasuke approached Naruto with a grin, inquiring, "Your ninjutsu is quite impressive. Did you devise it yourself, or was it provided by the system? What are your intentions? If it's your own creation, would you be willing to teach me? I am eager to learn." "You've missed your chance," Naruto replied, turning to walk away. With a sigh, Sasuke followed, calling out, "Wait for me. I need to retrieve my sword first. Isn't it a Kusanagi? Doesn't it possess any special abilities? Like returning to your hand with a mere gesture or shout?" Naruto's description elicited a scoff from Sasuke. "Do you think this is a fairy tale? It's not that convenient." Just as Naruto accompanied Sasuke in search of his Kusanagi, a series of anguished cries erupted from the distance. Instantly, Naruto sensed the turmoil behind him. A powerful chakra signature emerged among the reanimated foes, a presence he recognized. Third Raikage. Upon hearing Naruto's exclamation, Sasuke hastened his search for the Kusanagi. "Are you not supposed to have a connection with your sword? Why haven't you found it yet?" Naruto asked. "I do have some awareness, but it's not very strong. I can only ascertain a general direction," Sasuke replied while searching. "Hurry and assist me." In response, Naruto summoned hundreds of shadow clones to aid Sasuke in his quest. As they searched, Sasuke grumbled, "This is all the fourth Kazekage's fault. His cursed sand is everywhere." Just then, one of Naruto's shadow clones shouted triumphantly, "Found it." Upon hearing this, Sasuke dashed over, grasping the Kusanagi. "All right, now that you have it, let us make haste. With the Raikage strength, our allies from Konoha won't last long," Naruto urged. Sasuke wiped the sand from his sword and sheathed it, affirming, "Let us go." The duo sprinted towards the third Raikage's location. Along the way, Sasuke pondered aloud, "What is Disu thinking? Why release the reanimations one by one instead of all at once?" In that moment, Naruto realized something and halted abruptly, activating the Nine Tails mode. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Sasuke questioned. Silently, Naruto closed his eyes. "This is bad," he exclaimed. Startled, Sasuke asked, "What's wrong? Do you recall our earlier speculations about the potential strength of the Ninja Alliance?" Naruto queried. I think so. It should be around 50,000, right? However, I just intently sensed the battlefield's situation. Including our forces from Konoha, we total just over 40,000, even accounting for the casualties. The maximum we can muster is still only 50,000. So, are you suggesting that there are still over 10,000 enemy combatants yet to arrive on this battlefield? Sasuke inquired. Naruto shook his head and said, "Not just us. On the battlefield, there are not only our forces, but also Obito's White Zetsu and Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Even if the enemy intends to keep some troops guarding their village, there are still over 10,000, perhaps even 20,000, who have yet to appear. But what could require so many of them at this moment?" After pondering for a moment, Naruto immediately accelerated towards the Edo Tensei battlefield. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly followed and asked, "What are you thinking?" As Naruto ran, he explained, "You are correct. For them, the most crucial matter at hand is this war with us. However, they are still concealing their true strength. Either they believe that defeating us can be accomplished without these nearly 20,000 troops, or they have dispatched them to undertake a more significant task. But what could that task possibly be?" Sasuke questioned, perplexed. In Chapter 154, The Mightiest Shield, Naruto inquired, "How many from Konoha are participating in this war, and how many remain in the village?" After a brief contemplation, Sasuke replied, Due to the overwhelming disparity in numbers with the Ninja Alliance, we have concentrated nearly all our combat power in this war. The only ones left in the village should be the lower-ranked ninjas. Could their objective be? Naruto, with a serious expression, gazed into Sasuke's eyes and affirmed, indeed. An attack on Konoha. Then why propose this battle at all? Sasuke questioned. It is likely Orochimaru's scheme to lure all our forces here under the pretense of a unified, decisive battle, and then deploy troops to directly assault our village. This would leave us isolated and defenseless. Even if we discovered their plan, our combat strength is already inferior, and if we attempt to return to the village for support, it would spell doom not just for this front, but also for those heading back. Listening to Naruto's speculation, Sasuke clenched his fists and angrily declared, "TCH. If they push me to the brink, I'll obliterate their village with a single jutsu." Naruto shook his head and replied, "No, our objective is to unify the ninja world. If we resort to such actions, not to mention the immense loss of manpower and resources, how many would truly be convinced by unity achieved through fear? Orochimaru must be certain that we would not resort to such measures, which is why he dares to employ this tactic. What shall we do now?" Sasuke inquired. "We must swiftly eliminate the third Raikage and inform Tsunade of our suspicions, urging her to dispatch several teams back to the village." "But didn't you say that even if we send teams back, they would be annihilated?" "That is what they believe. They think only we two possess the strength to alter the situation. However, Obito and Kakashi have both acquired new Sharingan, and their power has vastly increased. Moreover, Obito has awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, capable of summoning a complete Susanoo. With him, one individual can stand against thousands, and combined with their intellect, they are our best options." "Very well, I am proficient in sealing techniques. I will seal the third Raikage." "You should go directly to report to Tsunade," Sasuke stated. "It appears that at this moment, D is intent on using the successive Hokage to hinder our progress. Following the Raikage, there is still the second Tsuchikage to contend with. While facing them individually may be manageable, encountering them both simultaneously would certainly pose a challenge. To ensure our safety, it would be prudent to confront them together." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke expressed his displeasure, questioning, "What do you believe your chances are of defeating all four Hokage at once with your current strength?" After pondering for a moment, Naruto replied, "I'd say about 99%. Are you suggesting that I am weaker than you? Understand this. When it comes to Edo Tensei, I possess a distinct advantage, giving me a greater likelihood of success." Listening to Sasuke's assertion, Naruto chuckled, "I acknowledge your strength, yet your sensory abilities do not surpass mine. The second Tsuchikage possesses exceptional sensory prowess and the ability to split apart. Without formidable sensory perception, it would be quite challenging to detect him. Thus, we should proceed together for a swift resolution, avoiding any unnecessary delays." Seeing this, Sasuke ceased his objections. "We have arrived." With that, Naruto halted in his tracks. Observing a group of ninjas surrounding a robust man, the third Raikage. Upon spotting Naruto and Sasuke, the Leaf Ninjas parted like the sea, as if they had encountered a savior. The Raikage regarded the duo, then glanced at the nearby crowd, remarking, "It seems your strength is formidable. They have great faith in you." Sasuke, seizing the opportunity, retorted with an air of arrogance, "Well, I suppose I am only slightly stronger than you, my predecessor." Amused by Sasuke's bravado, the Raikage responded, "You little rascal. I hope your abilities are superior to your rhetoric." With that, the Raikage unleashed his chakra and charged at Sasuke. Swiftly, Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword, positioning it defensively. The impact of the Raikage's fist against Sasuke's blade generated a powerful gust that swept through the crowd. The Raikage, astonished, remarked, "An impressive blade. It did not shatter. If you can withstand my punch head-on. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed predecessor. I am truly honored." Witnessing Sasuke's flamboyant demeanor and dialogue, Naruto felt a sense of discomfort about lingering in the vicinity. "Naruto, leave this to me. If you wish to remain, feel free to observe." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto did not contest but complied, stepping into the crowd to watch the clash between Sasuke and the Raikage. A nearby Leaf Ninja cautioned, "This man is incredibly strong. Captain Naruto, are you truly not going to assist?" "Indeed, he is formidable. Can Sasuke handle this alone? Perhaps you should lend him a hand, Naruto." Echoed voices from the crowd. Listening to their concerns, Naruto smiled and reassured them, "Fear not, Sasuke can manage." His words reached Sasuke's ears, who exchanged a knowing glance with Naruto before his eyes shifted, activating his Susanoo. Noticing this, the Raikage stepped back to create distance, remarking, "Is this the Susanoo of the Manjiki Sharingan?" Standing within the Susanoo, Sasuke replied with a grin, "Indeed. I had no intention of employing this. But a word from my friend ignited my passion, prompting me to showcase it. Then let me see whether your Susanoo's defense is stronger or if my Hellstab's power prevails." The Raikage extended his palm, unleashing a formidable chakra, and with remarkable swiftness, he positioned himself before Sasuke's colossal Susanoo, merely executing a three-fingered thrust. "It appears I have underestimated you." As the Raikage's assault drew ever closer, Sasuke remained motionless, seemingly awaiting the impact. Upon the Raikage's fingers making contact with the Susanoo, he did not advance further, but halted in place. Observing the unmoving Raikage, Sasuke smirked and jested, "How awkward this must be for you." The Raikage, retreating to a safer distance, remarked, "It seems I have misjudged you. Allow me to demonstrate my most potent spear." With that, he extended a finger towards Sasuke's Susanoo. In the blink of an eye, the Raikage appeared before the Susanoo, his finger piercing directly into its form. Yet it was merely a single finger. Sasuke looked down at the Raikage and said, "You've tested your strongest spear. Now it is my turn." With that, the Susanoo drew back an ethereal bow, conjuring a blue-white arrow crackling with electricity. "Rest assured, I shall not employ Amaterasu. Instead, I will utilize your most adept technique, lightning release, to penetrate your mightiest shield." Upon uttering this, the arrow was loosed, hurtling towards the Raikage. Just as the arrow was about to strike, the Raikage transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight. Chapter 155, 99, 100. Sasuke, observing the evading Raikage, taunted, "Why run? Are you not confident in your armor?" Meanwhile, Naruto, spectating the duel, interjected, "Enough games, Sasuke. We are pressed for time." After signaling Naruto with a gesture, Sasuke addressed the Raikage, "Forgive my impudence, esteemed elder." Then, focusing his chakra into his eyes, Sasuke declared Amaterasu. Instantaneously, pitch-black flames surged forth, targeting the Raikage. The Raikage, realizing the impending danger, swiftly attempted to evade. However, his strongest spear proved ineffective against Sasuke. Thus, he circled around Sasuke, opting for evasion rather than attack. Anticipating the Raikage's movements, Sasuke countered with Kagetsuchi. The black flames morphed into a swirling ring, encircling him rapidly. This transformation aligned perfectly with the Raikage trajectory, ensnaring him in the Obsidian Inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke dispelled his Susanoo and appeared before the Raikage, invoking Black Swamp Sealing. Instantly, a mass of black mire emerged beneath the Raikage, relentlessly drawing him in. In mere moments, both the Raikage and the flames enveloping him were consumed by the swamp. Witnessing Sasuke's triumph, the onlookers erupted in exuberant cheers. Naruto approached Sasuke leisurely, who smiled and remarked, 99? In response, Naruto grinned, "When we join forces, it is a perfect 100. Sasuke gave Naruto's shoulder a light pat, saying, "Enough of this. Let us depart." Following this, Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the conference room, where they stood beside Jiraiya. Upon their arrival, the individuals in the meeting rose from their seats and inquired, "Naruto, Sasuke, what brings you back? Is there an urgent matter at hand?" "Indeed, an urgent situation has arisen. I have discovered a discrepancy in the number of ninja dispatched by the allied forces to the battlefield, leading me to suspect an impending attack on our village." Upon hearing this news, the atmosphere grew tense. Tsunade swiftly inquired, "Are you certain, Naruto? Although it is merely a conjecture, I believe it to be accurate. Thus I propose that Kakashi-sensei lead a team, alongside Obito, to investigate further." After pondering for a moment, Tsunade replied, "Very well, for the sake of caution. Let us proceed accordingly." "Agreed. I shall leave the next steps to you. We will return to the main battlefield." With that, Naruto vanished alongside Sasuke before the onlookers. Once Naruto had departed, Tsunade promptly commanded, "Contact the communications unit immediately. Connect with Kakashi and Obito." Having relayed the news to Tsunade, Naruto and Sasuke returned to the main battlefield. Utilizing Sasuke's formidable sealing tags, the ninjas of Konoha had successfully sealed all the resurrected ninjas of the Earth Country. Just as the group pressed forward with renewed vigor, several coffins appeared before them once again. Observing this, they halted in their tracks, noting the presence of only 7 coffins. "What happened to the others? Be cautious. A smaller number often signifies greater strength. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke also returned to the battlefield. Captain Naruto has returned. What is the situation? Sasuke inquired. It remains unclear. There are only 7 coffins this time. As Naruto and Sasuke scrutinized the distant coffins, the lids began to creak open, revealing the faces within to the crowd. Who are these individuals? Someone inquired, puzzled. However, Naruto and Sasuke recognized them immediately as the Jinchuriki who had perished after the Akatsuki extracted their tailed beasts. Upon witnessing this, someone in the crowd questioned, Jinchuriki? Haven't they already been stripped of their tailed beasts? What purpose does their resurrection serve? Naruto and Sasuke promptly replied with seriousness, do not underestimate them. Although the tailed beasts have been extracted, they should still possess the chakra and techniques of the beasts in their reanimated state. Heeding Naruto's warning, the crowd grew solemn, preparing for the confrontation with the 7 figures. The 7 Jinchuriki slowly opened their eyes, and the first to speak was Killer Bee. What is the situation, Uchiha Sasuke? We meet again. Sasuke greeted him with a smile. Hello? Killer Bee seemed poised to say more when suddenly his eyes darkened, and he stood silent and motionless. Has his consciousness been seized? Naruto remarked just as the 7 figures charged towards them. The ninjas of Konoha immediately hurled shurikens at the 7, yet despite the multitude thrown, none found their mark. Sasuke raised a hand to his comrades, saying, fall back, do not engage in this battle. But they are Jinchuriki, and there are 7 of them. Indeed, we can assist. Hearing their protests, Sasuke could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. What I mean is, I intend to unleash a jutsu of vast range. Remaining here will only entangle you in the fray. It was only then that the crowd began to slowly retreat. What jutsu do you plan to perform? Naruto asked curiously. It is a technique granted by the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Watch closely. As Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he swiftly charged towards several individuals, engaging in a fierce battle, using his physical prowess against the 7. Observing the scene, Naruto quipped, are you merely flaunting your taijutsu skills for my amusement? Is this the extent of the power granted by the 6 Paths? I am aware of your mastery over the 8 gates, but do remain silent and watch. With that, Sasuke's speed surged once more, as he single-handedly restrained one of the 7 through sheer physical skill. Impressed, Naruto praised, very well, your taijutsu is indeed formidable. It could rival the 5th or even 6th gate. Now let us see this new technique you mentioned. Sasuke smiled and responded, prepare to be astonished. As he spoke, his eyes began to transform, revealing swirling black and white patterns. Universal pull. Standing amidst the 7, with arms outstretched, they were irresistibly drawn towards him. Just as they were about to make contact, a black rod erupted from Sasuke's palm, and one by one, the rod shot out, pinning each of the 7 to the ground, rendering them immobile. What do you think? Sasuke asked with pride. I currently lack the In attribute, so I cannot produce such black rods, but with your Rinnegan, creating them should pose no challenge. Is this what you referred to as your new technique? Inquired Naruto. Sasuke shook his head, replying, no, I was asking for your opinion on my strength. It should take me no more than 5 minutes to deal with them. Hearing this, Naruto appeared exasperated and retorted, did you not say you wanted to showcase your new technique? So, after all this, you are merely boasting about your prowess? Is it truly so challenging to defeat them? Sasuke, chuckling, replied, all right, enough of the banter. This is my newfound ability. He then formed hand seals and declared, Sage Art, Heavenly Divine Gate. Multiple red Heavenly Divine Gates descended from above, crashing down upon the 7. Naruto's face instantly lit up with astonishment as he asked, is this your new technique, a form of Sage Art? Before he could finish, he quickly countered, no, that can't be right. Although you rarely utilize Sage techniques, your initial strike against Orochimaru bore Sage energy. So is your new ability the Heavenly Divine Gate? Sasuke approached Naruto with a smile, affirming, precisely. Quite impressive, isn't it? Naruto nodded and examined the summoned divine gates. Indeed, they are powerful, but they appear to be made of wood. Have you perhaps mastered wood release? Not at all. I merely acquired this ninjutsu, Sasuke clarified. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Naruto's face, though it was brief enough to be unnoticed. Hey Naruto, what was that look just now? Sasuke inquired. Naruto quickly waved his hands, stating, nothing. By the way, why have you never used Sage techniques until now? My own strength suffices. Why rely on such abilities when they are not strictly necessary? Listening to Sasuke's explanation, Naruto pressed further. But when you activated the Heavenly Divine Gate just now, how did you do it instantaneously? And why did your face lack the Sage Mode markings? Sasuke nonchalantly replied. My Sage techniques are rather unique. They do not alter my appearance, though their power does not compare to yours. This is why I seldom employ them. Ah, I see. Sasuke grasped Naruto and said, let us not dwell on that for now. The gifts of the Sage of Six Paths are not limited to this alone. There is also the ability of perception. Perception ability? Naruto inquired curiously. What is your current level of perception and range? After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Sasuke replied, the range is approximately 10 kilometers, though I cannot discern whether others are lying by observing their chakra as you do. 10 kilometers? That is quite impressive. Naruto acknowledged. While the two engaged in conversation, a few individuals from Konoha approached, asking, Naruto, Sasuke, has the battle concluded? May we proceed to seal them? Sasuke waved his hand dismissively and said, yes, go ahead. The group then hurried towards Sasuke's divine gate with sealing paper in hand. Observing the 7 individuals bound by seals on the ground, Sasuke inquired, Naruto, who do you think Orochimaru will summon next? After a moment of thought, Naruto replied, there aren't many formidable foes left. The only ones worthy of our attention are the second Tsuchikage and Uchiha Madara. However, before we confront them, we must address a few lesser opponents. Suddenly, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, with a throng of people rushing toward Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke raised his Kusanagi sword towards the approaching crowd and shouted, the strong adversaries have mostly been dealt with, leaving only a horde of weaklings. Let us charge forward. Sasuke's words ignited the spirits of the Konoha fighters, who surged forward with fervor. At that moment, a vortex materialized before Naruto and Sasuke, revealing the figures of Obito and Kakashi. Naruto, I just received a message from Lady Tsunade. We are to return to Konoha to assess the situation, Obito stated. Naruto nodded in agreement, understood. Do you require my assistance? No. Obito has matters to discuss with you, he replied. Obito then spoke slowly, Naruto, I wish to withdraw the White Zetsu army. Sasuke, perplexed, asked why? Because of Orochimaru. It appears he has discovered some flaw in my White Zetsu. Within a day, I have already suffered significant losses, and the large number of White Zetsu have become vessels for his Edo Tensei. Continuing this way serves no purpose and merely aids Orochimaru. So I propose we withdraw all the White Zetsu forces. After hearing Obito's explanation, Naruto found it reasonable and nodded, very well. Let us proceed as you suggest and withdraw the White Zetsu entirely. Then we shall take our leave, Obito affirmed. With that, the two vanished into the vortex before them. Sasuke suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, where have Nagato and Konin gone? Naruto, with a mysterious expression, replied, I have dispatched them on a special mission. A special mission? Indeed, you will know soon enough. The two then joined the fray, swiftly clearing the battlefield of enemies. Although Naruto and Sasuke were formidable, the adversaries, aiming to counter them, did not consolidate their strength, but rather adopted a dispersed formation to exhaust them. As night fell, the group, unconcerned about revealing their position, lit a bonfire. Sitting around the flames, Naruto and Sasuke remarked, it seems the enemy is deliberately intent on a war of attrition, seeking to wear down our spirits over time. Indeed, the distances between each small team are considerable, presumably to restrain our use of wide-ranging ninjutsu. As such techniques are exceedingly taxing on chakra. Given their current formation, annihilating them all would likely deplete half of my chakra. Furthermore, the presence of reanimated corpses interspersed among the teams serves to instill trepidation within us, for we cannot ascertain whether the next reanimated foe might be a formidable adversary. To confront the unknown peril, we must conserve our chakra. These individuals are quite audacious. Even though we surmise their intentions, we have no choice but to comply with their demands. Upon hearing Naruto mention their audacity, Sasuke involuntarily chuckled, remarking, TSK, 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 since our acquaintance. This is the first time I have heard you speak of another's audacity. By the way, we can't both afford to sleep tonight. Their intention to prolong time is likely a strategy to wear down our spirits, and they will not allow us a moment of genuine rest. An ambush is likely to occur tonight. Observing this, Sasuke immediately rose and declared, very well. I shall take the first watch. Without hesitation, Naruto reclined and replied, I appreciate it. I shall take my rest now. You could at least express a little gratitude. Sasuke then departed from the campfire, heading towards the outskirts. The vigilant sentinels, noticing Sasuke's approach, greeted him with smiles. "Captain Sasuke." Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he stood beside one of them. "Captain Sasuke, you and Captain Naruto should rest. We will handle the night watch." Sasuke gently patted the man's shoulder and replied, "It's all right. I will stay with you." "Captain Sasuke, you and Captain Naruto are immensely powerful. It is primarily due to your strength that we have survived thus far on the battlefield. Our contributions are minimal, so please allow us to take on the night watch." Gazing into the eyes of the man before him, Sasuke smiled and reassured him, "Tonight, there may be particularly formidable foes attempting an ambush, and you would be ill-equipped to handle them. I shall join you." Upon hearing Sasuke's mention of formidable adversaries, the man's expression shifted to one of fear as he responded, "For you, such formidable foes." Chapter 157, 7 Times in One Night. Observing the concern etched on the man's face, Sasuke smiled and comforted him. "You misunderstand. When I speak of formidable strength, it pertains to you, not to me." Listening to Sasuke's rather self-aggrandizing statement, the man's countenance transformed into one of disbelief as he replied, "Captain Sasuke, you are quite humorous." Amidst their conversation, a figure suddenly darted through the distant woods. Sasuke immediately alerted, "Someone approaches. Prepare for combat." At his words, the group roused, seizing their kunai and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Naruto, still groggy, inquired, "Do you need my assistance, Sasuke?" Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, who had yet to fully awaken, and replied, "No, you may continue to sleep." With this, Naruto settled back down, but not before reminding, "Keep the noise down, all right?" The alert members of Konoha, witnessing Naruto's continued slumber, marveled, "Captain Sasuke, is it truly all right for Captain Naruto to sleep at such a time?" Sasuke waved his hand dismissively and assured them, "It is fine, do not worry. By the way, he did mention for you to keep the noise down." Subsequently, Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword and charged towards the shadowy figure. Before long, the sounds of their fierce battle echoed through the air. Observing the distant explosions and the movement of the two combatants, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Sasuke. Yet, within mere minutes, the cacophony ceased. Sasuke appeared, dragging a woman with bizarre hair and numerous black rods protruding from her body before the crowd. "Captain Sasuke, is this the enemy from earlier?" He carelessly tossed the woman at their feet and replied, "Indeed, it seems to be one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, name of Yagura, if I'm not mistaken." The Leaf villagers produced talisman papers and approached, stating, "Ringo Yuri, the only female among the 7 ninja swordsmen." Sasuke nodded. "That appears to be her name. Now, hurry up and seal her, I need a break." After Sasuke departed, the crowd gazed at the immobilized Ringo Yuri, exclaiming, "I had heard she was a genius ninja known for her lightning techniques. I never imagined she would be defeated by Captain Sasuke in less than 3 minutes. What genius ninja? Compared to our Captain Naruto and Captain Sasuke, no one dares claim such a title. Indeed, despite being younger than us, their strength is utterly terrifying, having bested the leaders of every village one by one." Hearing this discourse, a nearby ninja cautioned, "You all should lower your voices. Don't disturb the captain's rest." In response, the crowd hushed. Just as Sasuke rested by the campfire for less than 20 minutes, an unusual chakra surged from the distance once more. What is the meaning of this? One after another, is it never-ending? Complaining, Sasuke grasped the Kusanagi sword and dashed towards the source. The explosions erupted again, this time with a far greater intensity and volume. In less than 3 minutes, Sasuke dragged another individual, wearing an eye patch over his left eye, before the crowd. With impatience, Sasuke tossed the person to the ground, stating, "Another from the 7 ninja swordsmen, seal him as well." Without allowing Sasuke a full hour of respite, yet another assailant emerged. Why not send all the 7 ninja swordsmen at once? Why this tedious one-by-one approach, like fighting monsters in a show? A night swiftly passed, and at dawn, Naruto stretched and slowly awakened. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of the Leaf villagers, each with dark circles under their eyes, staring at him. What on earth happened last night? One ninja with particularly prominent dark circles approached, saying, "Good morning, Captain Naruto. We were continuously ambushed last night. Just as we managed to doze off, we were jolted awake and couldn't sleep at all." Continuous ambushes? Were the enemies formidable? Or were there many? The ninja pointed to the ground not far away, saying, "There weren't many, just 7. They were indeed strong, but we didn't engage. It was all handled by Captain Sasuke. Naruto slowly rose and walked to the area indicated by the ninja. These weapons belong to the 7 ninja swordsmen, don't they? The ninja nodded affirmatively. And what about Sasuke? How is he? Captain Sasuke is over there. Initially, he was quite irritable, but after eliminating the 4th member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he suddenly became exhilarated, repeatedly expressing his eagerness for the next opponent to arrive. Observing the weakened state of the individual, Naruto refrained from further inquiries and promptly urged him to take a rest, while he himself sought out Sasuke. Sasuke. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Sasuke immediately turned around, excitedly rushing towards him. Noticing this, Naruto swiftly employed the body flicker technique to evade. What is wrong with you this early in the morning? Did you lose your mind during last night's battle? Sasuke, with a beaming smile, responded, Naruto, I adore you. Your luck seems to have shone upon you. Do you realize that? Naruto gazed at Sasuke in bewilderment. What is the matter with you? You can't be serious. Sasuke grasped Naruto's hand, leading him to an open area. Let me show you something remarkable. A bit apprehensive, Naruto extricated his hand. All right, let us see it. But no more pulling. Sasuke formed hand seals, and suddenly, a tree emerged from the ground before them. Upon witnessing this, Naruto quickly regained his composure and then scrutinized Sasuke's hand seals. Wood would release. Sasuke released the hand seals and approached Naruto. Indeed, it's my bloodline limit, would release. Naruto, astonished, inquired, what did you do? With excitement, Sasuke exclaimed, do you remember my mission, 7 times in one night? Naruto nodded, of course. How could I forget such a bizarre task? Then, his expression shifted as he asked, did you? Sasuke eagerly nodded, yes. I completed it last night and won a prize, and that is how I obtained it. Observing Sasuke's exuberance, Naruto's expression turned peculiar. You didn't on the battlefield. How disgusting. Who was it with? It couldn't be one of the female ninjas interested in you from the team, could it? No wonder you didn't sleep all night and are so exhilarated. Perhaps you've overindulged. Where did your thoughts wander? 7 times in one night refers to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Upon hearing Sasuke's clarification, Naruto appeared both astonished and repulsed. But there's only one woman among the 7 ninja swordsmen. You're even more revolting if it was with a man. Seeing Naruto's thoughts spiraling, Sasuke quelled his excitement and said, hey, what are you thinking? I meant eliminating the 7 ninja swordsmen. As Naruto's expression gradually returned to normal, he urged, come on, elaborate. Chapter 158, Encirclement. Initially, I found it quite bothersome. Their constant arrivals were truly irritating. However, when I defeated the 4th one, the system suddenly notified me that the completion rate for the 7 times in one night mission was at 47. At that moment, I realized that if I could eliminate all the 7 ninja swordsmen in one night, my mission would be complete. Additionally, I won would release in the lottery, which is why I am so elated now. Naruto then displayed a look of enlightenment. I see. Just how powerful is your wood release? Sasuke scratched his head. Since it was obtained through the lottery and is only the most basic form, I can merely create trees or houses. To engage in battle, I'll need to train further. No matter, at least it has been established, and with your chakra and innate talent, it will not take long. Indeed, observing Sasuke's excitement, Naruto cautioned, enough. Overexcitement could lead to a fatal collapse. Go rest for a bit. We do not yet know how long we will have to fight today, but it's already daylight. Should we not continue? Sasuke inquired. There is no rush, and surely the enemy has also endured the night. They will be drowsy now. We need not attack. Let us rest. Upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately formed hand seals, invoking the wood release, building technique. A modest wooden house rose from the ground. Though it may not serve in battle, your wood release is indeed quite convenient. Ignoring Naruto, Sasuke strode directly into the house. Observing this, Naruto called out to the few who had kept vigil alongside Sasuke the previous night, inviting them to rest in Sasuke's abode. The group, upon seeing the structure, curiously inquired, Captain Naruto, where did this house come from? It was constructed by your Captain Sasuke. Time is of the essence. Hurry inside and rest. Subsequently, Naruto took his position atop the roof to keep watch. Time swiftly passed until noon, when Naruto sensed an approaching presence from the distance. He swiftly unleashed a Rasengan, breaking through the roof to awaken everyone. Enemies are near. Prepare for battle. Sasuke and the other ninjas awakened, leaping from the house. Just as Naruto finished speaking, the ground erupted with numerous white spikes, catching the group off guard. Many were pierced by the protrusions, while only Sasuke and a handful of others, quick to react, managed to leap onto the roof in time to avoid disaster. Observing the white spikes below, Sasuke remarked, "These appear to be bones." Naruto nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. It is Kimimaro." Hearing Kimimaro-'s name piqued Sasuke's interest. As the two focused on his direction, a figure suddenly darted before them. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi sword, and, in an instant, the figure was severed in two. The Leaf villagers gazed curiously at the bisected corpse, asking, "What is this white substance?" Naruto glanced towards the forest on the right, warning, "It is Deidara's clay bombs. Do not touch them. It seems there is more. There are powerful chakras to the left and rear," Sasuke cautioned. At this, the group quickly turned to survey their surroundings, while the Leaf ninjas anxiously scanned the area. Naruto and Sasuke remained composed, noting, "He has dispatched 4 at once. It appears he does not intend to prolong this battle." Sasuke chuckled. "It is also possible that he has few remaining ninjas." Sasuke agreed. "Indeed, he cannot send all his reanimated strong ones against us. He must reserve some to deal with other teams." As they conversed, the small house beneath them began to tremble violently. Sasuke looked down to see numerous white spiders crawling up the walls. The previously erupted white spikes retreated into the ground, but the house was left riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Naruto shouted, "Everyone besides Sasuke and me, retreat immediately, and the farther, the better." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the crowd hesitated not a moment, scattering in all directions. Just as they leapt away, the building suddenly began to collapse. The small spiders clinging to it erupted in a series of explosions, enveloping the entire clearing in a thick cloud of smoke. When the haze finally dissipated, a blue and white ice block emerged from the ruins. At its center stood Naruto and Sasuke. Noticing that the 4 adversaries had ceased their assault, Naruto released the ice, inquiring, "Shall we divide our tasks or confront them together?" Sasuke, surveying their surroundings with a smile, replied, "Let us divide the roles. You take on those 4, and I shall enhance your abilities. I will activate the aura." "Aura?" Naruto asked with curiosity. "What do you mean?" With a chuckle, Sasuke sheathed the Kusanagi sword, saying, "I will bestow upon you the encouragement aura." Naruto, now more perplexed, questioned, "What are you talking about?" Simply put, I'm here to cheer you on. Haven't you ever played games?" Naruto rolled his eyes, responding, "TCH. And what about that figure above us?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke immediately looked up, spotting a figure wrapped in bandages floating above them. The second Tsuchikage. I can't believe he has even summoned him. That's quite a grand gesture. Indeed, when considering the situation, it seemed that apart from Madara, he had summoned nearly every capable ninja at his disposal. Sasuke smiled at the gathered individuals. "You've got this." In response, Naruto grinned lightly. "All right, I have something I wish to showcase as well." He then summoned 4 shadow clones, each facing one of the 5 encircling foes. Naruto and the clones began to weave hand signs in unison. Wind release, Azure Dragon. Fire release, Vermilion Bird. Earth release, Black Tortoise. Water release, White Tiger. Lightning release, Chilin. In an instant, the sky became a tumultuous tapestry of elements. A colossal phoenix of flames targeted Hanzo. A gigantic azure dragon of wind aimed at Kinshiki. A mound of earth formed into the black tortoise directed at Scorpion. The water coalesced into a white tiger poised against Deidara, and the Chilin, forged from lightning, stood central, aimed at the figure above. Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, was awash with astonishment as the 4 divine beasts surrounded him, with the Chilin reigning at the zenith. The scene before them felt like an entry into a realm of immortals, utterly magnificent. Just as Naruto prepared to engage their foes, the atmosphere darkened unexpectedly, as if night were about to descend. Naruto and Sasuke looked up in alarm, spotting a massive meteor looming overhead. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the 5 adversaries seized their opportunity to launch an assault. Kinshiki instantly transformed into his cursed form, unleashing his technique, Dance of the Early Fern. Deidara sent forth a gigantic bird hurtling towards them, while Scorpion unleashed a torrent of flames from his palms. Hanzo summoned his summoning beast to envelop them in a cloud of toxic mist, and the figure above conjured Dust Release, aiming directly at the 2. Chapter 159. Uchiha Madara emerges. Naruto gazed at the relentless barrage of attacks descending from all directions. With remarkable swiftness, he unleashed 5 distinct ninjutsu simultaneously. Concurrently, Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo, soaring into the air alongside Naruto towards the falling meteorite. At the very moment of impending contact with the meteorite, Naruto swiftly extended his palm, invoking the ice release, ice sealing. The meteorite was encased in a visible layer of ice, while Sasuke had already drawn his bow to its fullest. A colossal blue-white arrow aimed at the meteorite. As the ice fully enveloped the meteorite, Sasuke released his arrow, which pierced through the meteorite, shattering it into countless fragments. As the meteorite disintegrated, Sasuke's arrow continued its ascent, and soon, a second meteorite appeared before them. Sasuke's arrow struck the second meteorite, but instead of penetrating it like the first, it lodged itself within. However, the meteorite remained intact. Observing this, Sasuke could not help but exclaim, "How resilient!" After all, it is Madara's ninjutsu. Such power is to be expected, but my lightning release is not to be underestimated. With that, Sasuke directed his Susanoo to accelerate towards the meteorite. This time, instead of employing ninjutsu, he opted to strike it directly with the fist of his Susanoo. Upon impact, the meteorite exploded like popcorn, scattering innumerable small particles in all directions. Having dealt with the meteorite, Sasuke commanded his Susanoo to turn and face the ground. Those 5 are reincarnated through impure world rebirth. Your ninjutsu was impressive, but it lacks sealing power. We must eliminate them quickly, or their alliance with Madara will present a significant challenge for us. Sasuke was well aware of this, yet returning to the ground to seal them one by one would consume time, enough for Madara to ambush them multiple times. You distract Madara, I will handle those 5. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto simply replied with an affirmative before leaping away from Sasuke's Susanoo. Witnessing this, Sasuke rapidly descended towards the ground. In the meantime, Deidara, having restored himself, immediately launched a dust release attack at Sasuke. Sasuke performed a roll in midair to evade, but due to his enormous size, he was still grazed by the dust release on the arm of his Susanoo. Realizing this, Sasuke dispelled his Susanoo and jumped down alone. "Sasuke, at last, I can seek my vengeance upon you," Deidara suddenly shouted. Sasuke, taken aback, inquired, "Vengeance upon me? Did we have a feud? I recall it was Naruto who ended your life." "Of course, I am aware. I refer to the grudge of you stealing my prey. Once I deal with you, I shall pursue Naruto," Deidara retorted angrily. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword and hurled it in Deidara's direction. Deidara easily dodged it by slightly shifting his body. "What is the matter, Sasuke? Is this feeble attempt your best?" Unfazed by Deidara's taunts, Sasuke merely smiled faintly and replied, "Feeble? It seems sufficient to deal with you." As Deidara listened to Sasuke's words, he mistakenly believed that he was being looked down upon. Instantly, he reached for the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. However, just as his hand moved towards the pouch, he suddenly froze, standing motionless in place. "What is this?" Sasuke turned in midair, forcefully swinging his right hand back, sending the grass-cutting sword that Deidara had evaded flying towards him again. Just as it was about to strike Deidara, a figure suddenly flashed beside him, blocking Sasuke's sword with his arm. "Your bones are remarkably tough." Upon hearing Sasuke's taunt, Kimimaro remained silent, extending both hands towards Sasuke. His pale bones slowly emerged from his fingertips, and in the next instant, 10 bony fingers shot forth simultaneously. Sasuke gradually extended an iron rod from his palm, effortlessly deflecting all of Kimimaro's bone projectiles. "Sasuke, you truly are well suited to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel." In response to Kimimaro's remark, Sasuke slowly descended to the ground, disdain evident on his face as he retorted, "Foolish child, how long have you been dead? Orochimaru has already been slain by me." Stunned by the news of Orochimaru's demise, Kimimaro froze momentarily, exclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru, it cannot be." Just then, from a distance, Hanzo the Salamander hurled his scythe at Sasuke in an attempt to ambush him. Sasuke paid him no mind, effortlessly blocking the attack with Susanu's skeletal form, his focus solely on Deidara. In an instant, he appeared before Deidara, raising the skeletal fist of Susanoo to strike. Deidara was sent flying several meters before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, both Scorpion and Kakuzu launched their assaults against Sasuke. Scorpion unleashed a flurry of poison blades that spiraled rapidly towards him. Sasuke glanced at the approaching Scorpion and then at Kakuzu in the sky. With a swift motion, he spread his hands wide, invoking the universal pull. In an instant, everyone present was drawn towards Sasuke's jutsu. As they were pulled in, Kakuzu adjusted his body, unleashing dust release towards Sasuke. However, when the dust release struck Sasuke, The anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, the technique was absorbed directly into Sasuke's outstretched right hand. Consequently, the universal pull was disrupted, and everyone stood frozen, staring at Sasuke. "You possess the Rinnegan," Hanzo exclaimed, exhilarated. Sasuke glanced at Hanzo, their eyes meeting briefly, rendering Hanzo as motionless as Deidara had been a minute prior. Observing Hanzo's reaction, Deidara questioned, "Sasuke, what have you done?" With a slight smirk, Sasuke turned his head and replied, "Why not feel it for yourself and let your body tell you?" Deidara, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly averted his gaze, fully aware that it was undoubtedly an illusion cast by the Sharingan. Just as Deidara shifted his gaze to voice his complaints, a dark rod abruptly pierced through his body, pinning him against the tree behind him. As the rod embedded itself, Deidara realized with horror that his body was not regenerating. Rather, his strength was steadily dissipating. "Beware of that rod. It can impede my resurrection and suppress my power." Upon hearing Deidara's warning, the others heightened their vigilance, cautiously fixating on Sasuke. "It's fine. After all, there is one that remains immobile." With that, Sasuke charged directly towards the frozen Hans, extending his hand as the dark rod aimed for Hans's face. In that critical moment, a shadow appeared before Sasuke. Crack! With a sound of shattering, Sasuke's rod penetrated the figure's body. A puppet? Following the threads attached to the puppet, a small compartment on Scorpion's chest opened, releasing a flurry of threads, overwhelming puppets materializing before Sasuke. Chapter 160. Because of belief seeing this, Sasuke smiled and remarked, "What is this? Planning to win by sheer numbers?" At that moment, Hans began to move, no longer standing still. The others inquired, "Hans, what is wrong?" Stammering, Hans replied, "Jinjutsu and sealing techniques." Sasuke replied with a casual smile, "It's nothing, merely a combination of Jinjutsu and sealing techniques within my ocular technique. It seems to have a rather average effect, only managing to restrain you for this brief moment." At that moment, Mu spoke up from above, "How can you still find time to explain this to us? Do you realize who your teammate is facing? Soon enough, you may be collecting his remains." Sasuke gazed at Mu in the sky and slowly replied, "You mean Uchiha Madara?" "Indeed. Are you aware of Madara's formidable power?" Sasuke nodded affirmatively, saying, "As a Konoha shinobi, I may not grasp the full extent of his prowess as you do, but I am well aware of my teammate's strength. Even if he may not have absolute confidence in opposing Madara, I know he won't be defeated so swiftly. No wonder you have remained unperturbed since earlier. It stems from your faith. However, I hope this faith is not blind. After all, your opponent is." Before Mu could finish his sentence, Sasuke impatiently interrupted, "You talk too much. Don't you know that villains perish from excessive dialogue? Let us get to it." Sasuke immediately hurled the Kusanagi sword towards Mu. Mu, moving swiftly through the air, easily evaded the sword. In that instant, blood began to seep from Sasuke's Rinnegan. Mistaking this for an impending use of Amaterasu, Mu swiftly prepared to unleash dust release against Sasuke. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke vanished from sight, replaced by the Kusanagi sword he had thrown earlier. Mu quickly turned around, only to find Sasuke appearing behind him, crackling with electricity as he lunged forward. Mu attempted to pivot, but it was evident that Sasuke's speed surpassed his own, and the electric current surged directly into Mu's heart. Lightning release, Chidori. A powerful surge of electricity instantaneously obliterated the body of Mu, causing the dust particles in his grasp to vanish into thin air. With a vigorous sweep of his right hand, Sasuke propelled Mu's body towards the ground at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this spectacle, Deidara exclaimed, "Sasuke, what have you done?" Sasuke remained silent. After sending Mu flying, he extended his palm towards Sasori, invoking the technique, Universal Pull. In an instant, Sasori's body was uncontrollably drawn into the air. "Be careful, Sasori," Deidara shouted. Realizing the danger, Sasori summoned all the blades from his body, but Sasuke merely smiled at him, oblivious to the peril. Deidara continued to praise Sasori. "Well done, my friend." Just as Sasori's blades were about to strike Sasuke, he vanished from Sasori's view. From a distance, Deidara yelled, "Sasori, behind you." Upon hearing Deidara's warning, Sasori swiftly turned around, only to find Sasuke positioned beneath him. Sasori immediately commanded thousands of puppets to defend him. However, Sasuke did not launch an attack. Instead, he descended slowly towards the ground. As Sasori observed Sasuke's gradual descent, he grew perplexed about his intentions. Consequently, he directed several puppets towards the airborne Sasuke. As the puppets approached, Sasuke waved his hand, summoning a net woven with lightning that appeared before him. With a tug, the net expanded, and as the puppets drew near, they seemed to lose control, plummeting to the ground. While Sasori pondered the reason behind this anomaly, Sasuke flung the net skyward, causing it to swell immensely, enveloping both Sasori and all his puppets. The moment Sasori made contact with the lightning net, all his strength was siphoned away, rendering the chakra threads controlling his puppets ineffective. Another sealing technique? Sasuke chuckled. Unfortunately, to deal with you reanimated nuisances, one must incorporate sealing jutsu into ninjutsu. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to defeat you. As soon as Sasuke finished explaining, 2 black rods materialized in his hands. He then pivoted in midair and hurled them towards the ground, targeting Hans and Kinshiki. Hans, having fully awakened from Sasuke's genjutsu, swiftly wielded his scythe to block one of the black rods. However, Kinshiki was not so fortunate. Accustomed to using his body as a shield, he instinctively raised his arm. Though his bones were formidable, upon colliding with Sasuke's black rod, his body was pierced through, and he fell to the ground. Sasuke descended gracefully, sauntering towards Hans. It's just you now. I've heard you were once regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world, but it seems the rumors are somewhat misleading, Sasuke taunted. Why don't you? Before Hans could complete his sentence, Sasuke appeared behind him in an instant. If you are the pinnacle of the ninja world, then this world is rather pathetic. Let us redefine it together. The moment Sasuke's words echoed, Hans collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Naruto had finally encountered Uchiha. I can sense the chakra of the 9 tails within you. Naruto walked towards Uchiha Madara at a leisurely pace. His clenched fists beginning to tremble slightly, whether from fear or excitement was uncertain. With a smile, he declared, Uchiha Madara, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Indeed. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. What is the current situation? A war, perhaps? Madara inquired. Naruto nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. My friends and I seek to alter the fabric of this shinobi world, aiming to unify it under a single nation's rule. Intrigued by Naruto's bold proclamation, Madara responded with interest, oh, that sounds intriguing. Naruto halted, slowly articulating, I too find it rather compelling, hence my efforts. Madara challenged. Then let me witness the strength of your conviction. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Naruto tightened his fists and replied, I share that sentiment. Allow me to see just how formidable one of the strongest shinobi of the past truly is. Come. The two rushed towards each other, Madara activating his Sharingan to scrutinize Naruto's movements. Swiftly, Naruto retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch and tossed a standard kunai towards Madara. As Madara caught it, he remarked, Interesting, I did not expect you to provide a weapon to your adversary. Naruto chuckled, Truth be told, I would prefer to battle you at your peak. But circumstances dictate otherwise. Let us make do. Hearing Naruto's words, Madara's excitement grew as he replied, How amusing. Let us proceed. Engaging in a rapid exchange of taijutsu. While Naruto's skills were commendable, Madara held a slight edge due to his Sharingan, though it was not overtly apparent. During their skirmish, Madara commented, Not bad. Both combatants maintained fierce eye contact, awaiting the other to unleash a ninjutsu. After several hundred exchanges, Naruto began to feel the strain. Noticing subtle changes in his speed and strength, Madara perceived these shifts as well and remarked, Is this what you speak of when you mention unifying the shinobi world? However, in the next moment, Madara's brow furrowed as he observed Naruto's eyes shift unexpectedly, shadows appearing around them, and his pupils transforming. Realizing the change, Madara swiftly leaped back to create distance, questioning, Senjutsu? Seeing Madara retreat, Naruto smiled and teased, I never imagined you would retreat. Indeed, this is the Senjutsu of Mount Myaboku. With that, Naruto charged at Madara once more, but this time, his movements not only regained their earlier vigor but became even swifter. As Naruto extended his fist towards Madara, an invisible force seemed to manifest before contact, causing Madara to stagger back a few steps. Air pressure? Madara deduced instantly, prompting Naruto to commend, Impressive, as expected of you. Madara, to discern it in an instant. In response to Naruto's praise, Madara smirked and declared, Very well, your taijutsu is worthy of a worthy opponent. Let us commence. With that, Madara formed hand seals and unleashed, fire style, great fire annihilation. A colossal wave of flames instantaneously engulfed the surrounding forest. Naruto, observing the overwhelming inferno, did not hasten to unleash his ninjutsu. Instead, he spread his arms wide and invoked the sage art, ice release. In an instant, the immense flames were enveloped in ice, creating a breathtaking tableau of fire and ice interwoven across the battlefield. Madara, intrigued by the spectacle before him, remarked with a smile, "A bloodline limit, is it? Fascinating." Suddenly, Madara's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope, and the skeletal form of the blue Susanoo emerged. As his chakra intensified, muscular lines gradually manifested upon the skeletal frame, which encased Madara's body. This skeletal figure, possessing 4 arms, each brandishing a long sword forged from chakra, slowly raised its arms and brought them down upon the ice, striking it with a mighty blow. However, rather than cleaving through the ice, the sword became lodged within it, neither ascending nor descending. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Madara maneuvered another arm to strike again at the previously created fissure, yet this second attempt also failed to sever the ice, leaving a small section unbroken. Madara had intended to split the ice in 2, thereby creating a passage, but to his dismay, not only did he fail to achieve this with 1 strike, but 2 attempts yielded no success. Just as he prepared for a third assault with the Susanoo, a bright laughter echoed from the sky nearby. "Ha! I never expected to witness such a scene. Alas, if only I had a phone to share this with Sasuke." Though Naruto's words were incomprehensible to Madara, the mocking tone ignited a spark of irritation within him. The blue Susanoo conjured several tomo, launching them toward Naruto's direction. Upon seeing this, Naruto immediately halted, waving his hands in front of him, invoking ice release, magic mirror. A crystal-clear ice shard materialized before him, and as Madara's tomo struck the ice mirror, they were swiftly absorbed within. As Naruto prepared to conjure a second ice mirror, both of the existing mirrors shattered simultaneously, and Madara's tomo re-emerged. Startled, Naruto quickly maneuvered his ice platform backward, surprised by the overwhelming power. The magic mirror shattered under the strain. While the tomo reappeared, their speed had significantly diminished, allowing Naruto to evade them effortlessly. Gazing at Naruto suspended in the air, Madara formed hand seals and unleashed fire release, dragon flame song technique. For fire dragons surged forth toward Naruto. In response, Naruto raised his hands in a gun-like gesture, invoking water release, water iron cannon. He unleashed a barrage of water bullets, shattering the fire dragons. Yet, several water bullets continued their trajectory toward Madara below. Unperturbed, Madara chose to rely on his Susanoo to absorb the incoming water bullets. Sasuke, observing Madara's stillness, chuckled. Is Madara truly that confident in his defenses? Madara, eyeing Naruto, smiled and said, "Just mere droplets. But I am more intrigued by your ability to wield the secret techniques of the Hozuki clan." In response, Naruto feigned humility, stating, "As you said, just small droplets. Anyone can learn them with a bit of practice, right? What is all this talk about secret techniques?" Amused by Naruto's bravado, Madara inquired, "What is your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." Spot nodded and said, "All right. I hope you can bring me a bit more joy." With that, Spot increased his chakra, and Susanoo manifested with colossal legs, adorned in the formidable armor of the Tengu. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled and remarked, "Spot, your Susanoo must possess greater depths, does it not?" Spot raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you mean?" Noticing Spot's reluctance to elaborate, Naruto refrained from pressing further, instead gathering a substantial amount of chakra in his right hand, exclaiming, "Sage art, wind release, spiraling shuriken." With a piercing hum, the spiraling shuriken was hurled forth. Spot, observing the formidable chakra, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Interesting. It appears that the younger generation of Konoha is not entirely devoid of talent." Subsequently, Spot commanded Susanoo to raise its arm, wielding a long sword to strike at the spiraling shuriken. As the 2 formidable chakras clashed and held each other in a stalemate for a moment, Spot's chakra-infused sword was severed by Naruto's spiraling shuriken. Watching the shuriken approach, Spot smiled and opened his hand. In the next instant, the spiraling shuriken vanished before him, and his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Observing this, Naruto grinned and said, "Now that's more like it. Things are becoming quite interesting." Spot looked at Naruto in surprise and asked, "You don't seem astonished. Do you know the secret behind these eyes? Are you aware that the Sharingan can ultimately evolve into the Rinnegan?" Indeed, it was not surprising, for the Uchiha named Sasuke, who had been with me earlier, also awakened the Rinnegan without utilizing Hashirama's cells. Upon hearing Naruto's response, Spot expressed disbelief, exclaiming, "How can that be? At his age? Merely awakening the Manjiki Sharingan is already a testament to his genius. How could he possibly awaken the Rinnegan without using Hashirama's cells?" To this, Naruto casually replied, "Why is that impossible?" As he spoke, the ice platform beneath Naruto gradually receded, replaced by a dark floating platform, and orbs of truth-seeking balls began to appear behind him. Naruto's chakra underwent a transformation, and his eyes shifted from sage mode to the cross. At that moment, a figure leaped onto Naruto's platform, standing beside him, saying, "I seem to have heard my name. Have I arrived too late?" Chapter 162, Complete Body Susanoo wielding the Susanoo. "No, the test has just concluded. Now we are truly getting serious," Naruto said with a smile. Spot, gazing at Sasuke's Rinnegan with astonishment, questioned, "How do you possess that eye? What have you done?" Sasuke simply smiled and replied, "I have done nothing, merely attained the power of the 6 paths." Spot stared in shock at the two, muttering, "Both have acquired the power of the 6 paths." Naruto nodded in affirmation, smiling, "Indeed." Seeing this, Madara no longer acted carelessly and directly activated his complete body Susanoo. The towering Susanoo exhibited an extraordinary divine warrior posture, casting a condescending gaze upon Naruto and Sasuke. After exchanging a glance, the two immediately brought their hands together to gather chakra. It was Naruto who transformed first, as golden chakra surged forth from his body, gradually coalescing into the form of the 9 tails. At the moment Naruto successfully entered his tailed beast transformation, Sasuke's purple chakra began to emanate, slowly taking the shape of purple armor that enveloped the 9 tails. Moreover, purple chakra gathered into a long sword in the hands of the 9 tails. "Madara, you must be quite familiar with this," Sasuke remarked with a smile. Madara remained silent, commanding Susanoo to swing its massive sword toward Naruto and Sasuke. In response, they promptly controlled the 9 tails to wield their own colossal sword, meeting Madara's strike head-on. The two titanic weapons clashed, generating immense pressure that scattered the surrounding stones and vegetation. In the blink of an eye, the trees within a 10,000-meter radius were uprooted, transforming the forest into a vast expanse. The battle among the three appeared as if it had descended into a purgatorial arena. Observers from a distance perceived merely a fox and a crow tengu in combat. Yet as one drew nearer, the overwhelming pressure seemed to grip their throats. Was this still the power of mere mortals? This was none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara. Such strength had surely transcended the limits of humanity. While a few stood atop a distant mountain discussing the spectacle, the sword energy generated by Madara's Susanoo surged toward their peak. The onlookers widened their eyes, beads of sweat forming upon their brows. One individual turned to flee, but his legs felt as if they were not his own. As he took a single step, he collapsed directly to the ground. The sword energy swiftly reached the mountain peak, and in an instant, with a tremendous explosion, the entire mountain was reduced to rubble. The battle between the 9 tails and Madara's complete body Susanoo raged on for 2 full days and nights, ceasing only when darkness fell on the 2nd day. Naruto and Sasuke stood in place, gasping for breath, while the Susanoo armor entwined around the 9 tails began to slowly disintegrate. Without warning, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, prompting Naruto to support him and inquire, "What is wrong?" Sasuke, drenched in sweat and with his Rinnegan closed, replied breathlessly, "I have exhausted all my chakra." Naruto glanced at Madara and stated, "I still have chakra left, but Madara is reanimated. His chakra is limitless. If we continue, we will surely be defeated. Then what shall we do now? On this battlefield, who besides us can contend with Madara?" Just as Naruto contemplated their next course of action, Madara's booming laughter echoed. "What a thrill! What an absolute thrill! This is the first time I've felt such excitement since Hashirama. You two are quite impressive." Upon hearing Madara's praise, Sasuke forced a smile and replied, "It is indeed an honor to receive your commendation. No need to force it, you have reached your limits. However, had I not been reanimated, I would likely be nearly out of chakra as well. You have both performed admirably. Now, allow me to bring this to a conclusion." As he spoke, Madara raised his long blade and aimed it at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto urged Sasuke to lie down, then stood up on his own and declared, "Don't get too confident. I'm still standing. Uzumaki Naruto, I acknowledge your strength. At least in terms of chakra, you surpass both me and Hashirama. However, I am currently in a state of Edo Tensei. Although this battle may not be particularly exhilarating, my chakra is boundless. If this continues, you will inevitably lose. With that, Madara's Susanoo swung its large blade downward. Sensing the impending strike, Naruto swiftly commanded Kurama to raise his hands, executing a bare-handed technique to intercept Madara's blade. Still struggling? Don't forget, I have another. Madara's second blade came crashing down. In response, Naruto directed Kurama to open its massive jaws and gather a tailed beast bomb. Impressive. You can even gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb. Madara praised. Hearing this, Naruto responded with a grin. That's not all. With a fierce determination, the colossal tailed beast bomb was launched directly at the head of Susanoo. Madara raised his blade, cleaving the bomb in two. As the halves of the tailed beast bomb flew towards Susanoo's back, Naruto forcefully released his grip on Susanoo's sword and sprinted toward the split bomb. Madara, observing this, asked in confusion, what? Planning to run away? As Naruto maneuvered Kurama swiftly, he called to Sasuke at his feet, get ready. Sasuke struggled to sit up. And just as Naruto reached the tailed beast bomb, he accelerated, dodging to stand before one of the halves, and then hurled Sasuke from Kurama's back. Madara, witnessing this, inquired perplexedly, are you abandoning your comrade? After emerging from Kurama, Sasuke soared toward the half of the tailed beast bomb, his eyes transforming back into the Rinnegan. At the crucial moment, a transparent barrier appeared before Sasuke, and upon contact, the tailed beast bomb was absorbed into his body. Realizing what was happening, Madara understood that Naruto intended to utilize the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu chakra to replenish Sasuke's depleted chakra. In a short time, the entirety of the tailed beast bomb was consumed by Sasuke, who visibly regained his vigor and leaped back into Kurama. Just as the two prepared to rush toward the other half of the tailed beast bomb, Madara maneuvered Susanoo to block their path. There's no need to struggle. Supplementing his chakra like this is like a drop in the bucket, and you are essentially feeding him your own chakra. Your combined chakra will not increase. As Madara finished speaking, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. With a smug expression, he remarked, well, you need not hurry now. That half of the tailed beast bomb has already detonated. In response, Sasuke slowly rose and said, is that so? Why don't you take a look behind you? Madara, puzzled, asked what? Planning to distract me with such trivial tactics and then launch a sneak attack? Sasuke quickly shook his head. We are in a high-stakes battle. Such antics are hardly suitable. Skeptical, Madara turned around, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression shifted dramatically. This is chapter 163, at a loss? In the distance behind, Kurama sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a smug expression as he gazed at himself. Upon witnessing this, Madara swiftly turned to Naruto and Sasuke, incredulous. How could this be? If the tailed beast within the Jinchuriki were to detach, the Jinchuriki would perish instantly. Is it possible you have created a shadow clone? Nevertheless, with the plan already successful, he continued, I am unafraid to reveal that from the very beginning, we never intended to use the tailed beast bomb's chakra to replenish ourselves. Our true objective was always Kurama. However, Madara, still perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? What significance does it hold to send a shadow clone of Kurama there? At that moment, an immense surge of chakra suddenly flooded into Naruto's body. Madara stared in astonishment at the distant Kurama, noting that Kurama had vanished from his original position, while the chakra within Naruto was rapidly amplifying. Sasuke placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and Naruto's chakra began to flow swiftly into Sasuke. Natural energy? Seeing that Madara finally grasped the situation, Sasuke promptly stated, indeed. Our initial plan was to lead you on a chase, granting Kurama time to absorb natural energy. And so what? Even with the enhancement of natural energy, your chakra will eventually deplete, Madara retorted. True, although we have resolved Sasuke's chakra issue, Madara's limitless chakra remains unaddressed. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged grave glances at Madara, whispering, what shall we do now, Naruto? Naruto remained silent, merely fixing his gaze on Madara, and replied, I cannot think of anything. Upon hearing Naruto's admission of helplessness, Sasuke erupted. What do you mean? I thought you had already devised strategies to counter Madara, yet now you tell me you do not know? Feeling awkward, Naruto responded. I always believed that with our chakra reserves and strength, even if we couldn't defeat Madara immediately, we could gradually wear him down and seal him. Who could have foreseen? So what now? Are we to await our demise? Sasuke murmured. I regret that he is not like ordinary reanimated ninjas. Even if we delay until Itachi finds Orochimaru, and unseals the reanimation jutsu, he could still free himself. I am unsure what to do, Naruto lamented. Beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his brow. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Sasuke suddenly exclaimed, Hashirama. What do you mean? Naruto asked, perplexed. To defeat magic with magic. Since his chakra is limitless, we should seek someone of equal strength who also possesses infinite chakra. However, the only one capable of unsealing the Shiki F gene to release Hashirama is Orochimaru, and currently, only Kabuto and Anko can revive him. But we cannot locate them at this moment, and I may not be able to endure until you resurrect Hashirama. Moreover, I doubt he would be able to withstand Madara. Have you forgotten how Madara single-handedly overwhelmed them in the original narrative? As Naruto's series of denials continued, sweat began to bead on Sasuke's forehead. By the way, don't you have mastery over numerous sealing techniques? Is there nothing that can? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Sasuke interrupted. No, to seal Madara. We first need to break through his Susanoo, and additionally, we must immobilize him for over 3 seconds. Otherwise, sealing him is utterly impossible. Feeling utterly helpless? Listening to Naruto's voice tinged with despair, Sasuke placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, What are you talking about? We still possess chakra. This is not the time for true despair. As they conversed, Madara grew increasingly impatient, launching an assault on the two. Wood release, advent of the trees. Numerous trees erupted from the ground, as if uprooted, swiftly creating a dense forest that surged toward Naruto and Sasuke. Observing this, Naruto immediately formed hand seals. Invoking fire release, great fire destruction. A torrent of flames clashed with the trees, resulting in a stalemate. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Before the forest could dissipate, a wooden dragon spiraled toward Naruto. Sasuke restrained Naruto, who was about to change the direction of his fire, and leaped toward the wood dragon, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke was enveloped in crackling lightning. Noticing this, Naruto cautioned, Be careful, that wood dragon can absorb chakra. Isn't this something Hashirama invented to combat tailed beasts? I am not a Jinchuriki, and besides, I can use wood release. I should be fine. As he spoke, Sasuke raised the Kusanagi sword, charged with electricity, aiming it at the wood dragon. The instant the electricity made contact, Sasuke sensed something amiss and swiftly retracted his blade, evading the attack. Simultaneously, blood streamed from both of Sasuke's eyes. Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, black flames erupted instantaneously, transforming into a long blade upon their emergence. Grasping the sword forged from the Amaterasu flames, Sasuke struck down toward the wood dragon. With a decisive swing, the dragon's head and body were severed. To ensure absolute certainty, Sasuke hurled the black blade at the wood dragon, which was immediately engulfed in black flames, plummeting to the ground. After executing this maneuver, Sasuke returned to the Ninetales chakra. At this moment, Naruto's and Madara's fire and wood techniques clashed, concluding their confrontation. Naruto, contemplative, gazed into Sasuke's eyes and quietly inquired, Can your endless black hole confine Madara? Sasuke, looking at Madara, quietly replied, Not necessarily. He possesses the Rasengan, which grants him a degree of immunity to Jinjutsu, and my chakra is now depleted. I think it's worth a try. I'll give you all my chakra. Just leave me enough to perform a technique to create an opportunity for you. This is currently our most viable strategy, albeit the most perilous. Observing Naruto's expression, Sasuke chuckled and said, Are you getting carried away? You needn't be. Can't you use Flying Thunder God? If things become dire, we can always retreat. At this, Naruto realized that the recent battles with Madara had indeed clouded his judgment. Previously, relying on his formidable strength, he had approached the fights with a sense of playfulness, not taking them as seriously, and the prolonged, intense confrontation had inadvertently overwhelmed him. I apologize, but if we were to escape, with Madara's strength, it wouldn't take long for him to annihilate Konoha. Surely not, and besides, doesn't Team Madara know how to release the impure world reincarnation? Sasuke inquired. I am uncertain whether he has the ability to liberate himself from the impure world reincarnation at will. Even if he were to gain his freedom, it is likely he would seek out Obito and Nagato to initiate his Moon Eye plan. Sasuke let out a deep sigh and remarked, Well, it seems emotions lead us into a dead end. Chapter 164. A desperate struggle. Continuing our battle could lead to our demise. If we perish, everyone else will as well. However, if we flee, does Konoha possess anyone capable of contending with Madara? In that case, we all face death. In short, we cannot escape. Not only must we remain, But we must also defeat Uchiha Madara, correct? Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, as it stands, that is indeed the case. What more is there to discuss? Let us proceed. We have no other options but to gamble everything. Naruto cast a deep glance at Sasuke, grinning as he added, be careful, don't die on me. Sasuke flexed his wrist in response, retorting, you should be the one to worry. I've given you my chakra, so take care not to perish. Naruto brandished a kunai, shaking it as he declared, I possess the Flying Thunder God technique. If I cannot win, I'll simply retreat. Sasuke, maintaining his serious demeanor, did not look at Naruto but addressed Madara in a hushed tone. Naruto, you must survive. With your current strength, aside from Madara, no one else is your match. You are immune to Jinjutsu. Even if Madara completes the infinite Tsukuyomi, you will remain unaffected. Before Sasuke could finish his thought, Naruto abruptly slapped him on the back, interrupting. Are you putting on a drama for me? Sasuke ignored Naruto, continuing earnestly, listen carefully, we are not the same. Since my arrival in this world, I have treated it as a dream, a game, never taking it seriously. I have often fantasized that one day, I might awaken in my bedroom once more. But you are different. I can see you have your own aspirations and are seriously contemplating your path forward. Therefore, you must survive. If the infinite void cannot contain him, I will do everything in my power to ensure your escape. Simultaneously, their chakra transfer was completed. Due to insufficient chakra, Naruto's tailed beast transformation waned, leaving him to maintain only the six paths mode. It's time to charge, Sasuke exclaimed, brandishing the Kusanagi sword as he surged forward. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. Madara, witnessing their approach, mocked, you dare to charge in after releasing your tailed beast transformation? Are you seeking death? Sasuke smiled faintly, activating his Susanu's skeletal form for protection as he continued toward Madara. Naruto swiftly launched several kunai from atop the Susanu, to which Madara retorted while swinging his massive sword. Using kunai? It seems you are out of chakra and have come to meet your end. As Madara swung his sword to deflect the kunai, Sasuke utilized his heavenly hand power to close the distance to Madara's Susanu. Just as he was about to make contact, a formidable pressure descended upon him. Madara's Susanu unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky. I am aware of your intentions. I will not permit you, Madara began, but before he could finish, a kunai suddenly appeared before him. When was this kunai thrown? Why did I not notice it? As surprise washed over Madara, Naruto instantly appeared before him, hurling the truth-seeking orbs. Aware that the size of his Susanu rendered it a large target, Madara understood that even if the orbs did not strike his body, the colossal Susanu would inevitably be hit. Thus, he promptly dispelled the Susanu and extended his hand toward the orbs, invoking the technique, Shinra Tensei. Upon activation, the gravitational force of Madara's technique evidently slowed the orbs significantly, yet they continued their approach. However, this momentary deceleration was sufficient for Madara to evade the orbs. As he descended, Naruto continued to launch shuriken at him. Utilizing his agile physique and Sharingan, Madara deftly dodged each shuriken. When Madara glanced back at Naruto and Sasuke, he found Sasuke standing motionless on the ground while Naruto conjured numerous shuriken aimed at him once more. At the moment of release, Madara furrowed his brow through his Sharingan. He discerned that none of Naruto's newly launched shuriken posed a threat. Aware of the subtleties of battle, Madara promptly surveyed his surroundings. In an instant as he turned, his eyes widened in shock. The shuriken that he had previously dodged did not fall to the ground, but instead floated slowly beneath him. Before Madara could voice his inquiry, Naruto explained, I have coated the shuriken with a nearly imperceptible layer of transparent water film, allowing them to float in the air and slow their descent. Such a trivial ninjutsu, what purpose does it serve? Do you truly believe those shuriken can harm me? Madara retorted. As he spoke, the shuriken encircled him, colliding and ultimately converging toward him. Unfazed, Madara activated his Susanu, encasing himself in a protective skeletal frame. Just as the shuriken were about to collide with the Susanu, Naruto swiftly performed hand seals, and Sasuke appeared in front of the shuriken aimed at Madara. Madara, seemingly unperturbed, extended a fist forged from the bones of his Susanu to strike. Sasuke, observing the approaching punch, smiled faintly and vanished from Madara's sight, replaced by a shuriken in his stead. Madara quickly turned to locate Sasuke, only to find him positioned behind, grasping the Kusanagi sword aimed at Madara. Gazing upon the Kusanagi, enveloped in lightning and black flames, Madara extended his palm toward the oncoming thrust. Sasuke, noticing this, remarked, "You are quite perceptive, understanding that your Susanoo cannot withstand my strike." Madara remained silent, merely emitting a dismissive snort. As anticipated, the sword pierced through Madara's Susanoo, embedding itself into his palm. Just as the Kusanagi penetrated Madara's hand, he swiftly adjusted his posture, extending his other hand toward Sasuke's neck. Just as it was about to make contact, Madara's movement abruptly halted. Endless black hole. Sasuke unleashed his most formidable genjutsu, and instantly, his eyes emitted a faint purple glow. Madara stood frozen in place, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. Sasuke, drenched in cold sweat, gazed intently at Madara, who was plummeting alongside him. Concurrently, Naruto in the sky fixated on the movements of both Sasuke and Madara. As they landed, neither made a move, standing face to face in stillness, until Naruto touched down. Sasuke then spoke slowly. "It should have succeeded, but I cannot ascertain how long it will hold him. Then let us seal him swiftly." Just as Sasuke raised his hands to form the necessary seals, a vortex suddenly appeared between them, and the figures of Obito and Kakashi swiftly manifested before them. "Obito, Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here?" Naruto inquired curiously. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Obito immediately noticed Madara standing before Sasuke, momentarily taken aback. "Naruto, you were correct. They indeed dispatched individuals to ambush Konoha, but their numbers were not substantial and have already been dealt with. We returned post-haste to assist you," Kakashi elucidated. As Kakashi concluded his explanation and turned to look at Sasuke, he was instantly struck with shock at the scene before him. Chapter 165, The Failure of Verbal Deception. What is this? Uchiha Madara. Hearing Kakashi's astonishment, Obito remained composed as he replied, "Indeed, it is Uchiha Madara. Has this fellow also been reincarnated through impure resurrection?" Cold sweat began to bead on Obito's forehead as he spoke with a complex expression. "It appears so." Kakashi, noticing Obito's change in demeanor, inquired, "What troubles you, Obito? How could he have located Madara's remains?" "This is impossible," Obito muttered, causing Naruto to adopt a serious demeanor as he regarded Uchiha Madara. Just then, Madara, standing before Sasuke, suddenly spoke. "Obito, why did you not execute my plan?" At this, everyone instinctively recoiled, while Naruto stepped forward to stand beside Sasuke. "Previously, I was blinded by hatred, but thanks to Naruto, I recalled the once cheerful and lively Uchiha Obito, who aspired to become Hokage. Therefore, I shall no longer allow you to manipulate me," Obito declared vehemently. "Manipulate? It seems you have grasped some of the truth?" Obito's expression shifted to one of mockery as he regarded Madara, stating, "Not merely some, but the entirety, along with many truths that even you are unaware of. Truths that I am also oblivious to. Indeed, you too have been used, merely a tool for others." Obito's words evidently caught Madara off guard, prompting him to ask, "What do you mean?" "We captured Black Zetsu and retrieved his memories. He is, in fact, a manifestation of Kagaya's will from ancient times, wandering the ninja world for years with the intent of resurrecting Kagaya. The stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths is not as you believe. It has been altered." Listening to Obito's explanation, Madara's expression grew complex as he remarked, "A well-spun tale. And Black Zetsu?" Obito and the others exchanged glances, somewhat awkwardly responding. "He has already been sealed by us. Do you expect me to believe your empty words?" Madara inquired, his skepticism palpable. While the notion was indeed astonishing, the truth was that Infinite Tsukuyami was not an accomplishment of its own. Rather, it was Black Zetsu's manipulation aimed at resurrecting Kagaya, using Madara's own means. Aside from Kakashi, who looked utterly bewildered, the others present fervently attempted to elucidate the situation to Madara. However, their verbal efforts seemed to have little effect on him, as he obstinately believed that Obito and the others were deceiving him. Naruto, fully aware that the absence of Black Zetsu as a key player would make it arduous to convince Madara, suddenly had an epiphany. He leaned closer to Obito and whispered, "What did you mean by that remark earlier? Did you hide Madara's body?" Obito, acknowledging Naruto's question with a subtle nod, replied, "Indeed. Since Madara's demise, I have concealed his body in a very secretive location, secured with a barrier. Is anyone else aware of this place aside from you?" Naruto continued to inquire. "Aside from myself, only Black Zetsu and White Zetsu know. However, we dealt with both of them together, and they should have been sealed within Itachi's Tensigen, making it improbable for anyone to find them," Obito explained. Sasuke, who had been listening intently, joined the conversation, asserting, "Indeed, the ninja world is vast. It would be impossible to locate it without precise knowledge of its whereabouts." Naruto, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "This indicates that there is still someone alive who knows the secret of Uchiha Madara." "Impossible. Aside from myself, no one knows the location of Uchiha Madara's remains," Sasuke retorted, placing a hand on Obito's shoulder. "Could it be that you, Obito, still harbor thieving intentions?" "How could that be?" Obito protested. "Enough with the jesting, Sasuke. The fact that Orochimaru has located Uchiha Madara's body is evident before us. We should contemplate the reasons behind it," Naruto stated. At this juncture, Kakashi, having gleaned some insights, interjected into the discussion. "I believe you should consider this from two perspectives. First, is it truly impossible to escape Itachi's seal? Second, are the individuals privy to this information limited to those you assume?" Obito, taking a moment to reflect, remarked, "I know it to be just the three of us. But it cannot be ruled out that Zetsu might have disclosed this matter to other white Zetsu." Sasuke added, "Once sealed by Itachi's Tenseigan, there should be no chance of escape. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the sealing might not have been genuine from the outset." After a brief contemplation, Naruto suggested, "I believe Obito's hypothesis is unlikely. The only one who would know of Kaguya and wish to resurrect her through Madara is Black Zetsu. Given Black Zetsu's extensive infiltration within the ninja world, such confidential matters would not be common knowledge. Therefore, it must be the second possibility?" Sasuke queried. Naruto nodded, affirming, "That is the only likelihood. At that time, I was preoccupied with controlling Black Zetsu using my lightning release, so I did not focus too much on him. What about you all?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, the group exchanged glances, helplessly shaking their heads. Observing their whispered deliberations, Madara, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "Have you all been discussing for far too long?" Upon hearing Madara's reminder, Naruto and Sasuke finally realized that their recent skirmish had not significantly impacted Madara. "Kakashi-sensei, Obito, how are your chakra levels?" "I'm alright, not much consumed, still at about 70 to 80%, Obito replied, having just activated his Susanoo, which had taken a greater toll. Nodding, he added, "Indeed, I am left with only about half." Observing this, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged grim expressions. "What is it?" Kakashi inquired. "What you may not know is that Naruto and I have been battling Madara for 2 days, and our chakra is nearly depleted," Sasuke explained. Kakashi, taken aback, turned to Madara, asking, "Is Madara truly that formidable? With your combined strength and chakra, you have exhausted yourselves, yet still have not defeated him. Indeed, his power is terrifying, compounded by the infinite chakra of the Edo Tensei. Otherwise, we might still have some fighting chance," Naruto asserted. At this, Obito stepped forward, stating, "I will hold him off. You two should find a place to quickly replenish your chakra." "Exactly, and then seek Itachi to assist in locating the user of Edo Tensei." To see if that could resolve Madara, Kakashi concurred, standing beside Obito. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, Naruto raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Let us heed their advice. This is the most strategic course of action." Subsequently, the two utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the battlefield. Once at a distance, Sasuke finally asked, "Why did you stop me earlier? You wanted to argue that even if we found the caster, defeating Madara would still be impossible, correct?" "Exactly. Continuing as they are is futile. Aside from sealing him, there are no alternatives." Chapter 166, A Gamble? Just as Naruto prepared to elucidate his thoughts to Sasuke, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra. "Put that aside. Someone has infused chakra into my kunai, likely indicating urgency for me to follow." With that, Naruto guided Sasuke to the location of the kunai. "Naruto, you have finally arrived." As Naruto and Sasuke surveyed their surroundings, they spotted Konin and Nagato. "What is the matter?" Nagato pointed into the distance, saying, "I have gathered the daimyo from the other 4 great nations as you instructed. They are all concentrated in this grove, including the daimyo of the land of Earth who had previously surrendered. So the secret mission you mentioned was this." Naruto smiled lightly. "If they can think to ambush us, why can't we do the same to them? What shall we do next?" Nagato inquired. Naruto gazed at Nagato's Rasengan, contemplating briefly before responding, "Nagato, the situation is quite dire. Sasuke and I are confronting a formidable opponent. However, you must not appear within their sight. After you capture these daimyo, return immediately to Konoha." At that moment, Sasuke leaned closer to Naruto, asking in confusion, why must we conceal Nagato? Our greatest challenge is Madara's infinite chakra. If we allow Nagato to revive Madara, wouldn't our chances improve? Naruto immediately dismissed Sasuke's concerns, stating that their chakra was currently insufficient. If they allowed Madara to resurrect, their chakra would barely suffice for a single battle. However, once revived, Madara would undoubtedly exploit the Outer Path's golem to absorb chakra and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. At that point, defeating him in his Six Paths form would be an arduous challenge. Furthermore, the Outer Path's golem contained only the 2 tails to the 8 tails. It lacked the 1 tail and 9 tails. Gaara was sealed within the space-time scroll, and it was impossible for him to seize Kurama, thus rendering the completion of the 10 tails unfeasible. Sasuke's words evidently stirred a hint of uncertainty within Naruto. At that moment, Nagato slowly inquired, Naruto, what has transpired? How could your chakra be depleted to such an extent? Why are we hiding in Konoha? Naruto remained silent, his expression stern as he regarded the others. Naruto, do not hesitate. Involving Nagato is our greatest chance of success, urged Sasuke. But we have yet to comprehend how Orochimaru located Madara's remains. Is it wise to recklessly introduce another Rinnegan into the fray? I possess a Rinnegan as well. Yet they have taken no action nor utilized me. Reviving Madara using the Rinnegan should pose no problem, Naruto remarked thoughtfully, casting a serious glance at Nagato. Nagato, do you trust me? Nagato, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless affirmed, of course. Are you willing to take a gamble with us? Just as Konan was about to interject, Nagato interrupted. I am willing. Very well. Sasuke and I will recuperate here while you and Konan keep watch. Subsequently, Sasuke and Naruto found a clear area, sitting cross-legged to restore their chakra. As soon as Sasuke settled, Naruto retrieved a soldier pill from his storage, saying, Here, this will accelerate our recovery of stamina and chakra. Sasuke, slightly surprised, accepted the pill, remarking, I didn't expect you to use this. Naruto swallowed the pill in one gulp, replying, I usually don't, but I brought some just in case, and it seems I truly need it. Approximately an hour later, Sasuke completed his recovery first and stood up. 10 minutes later, Naruto also rose, stating, That should suffice. Let us proceed. Is your chakra sufficient after such a brief recovery? Sasuke inquired. Naruto chuckled, patting his stomach. I am recovering for 2 people simultaneously. My speed exceeds yours. Sasuke smiled and nodded. All right then. Nearby, Nagato and Konan observed as the two approached, asking, Are you ready? Indeed. What shall we do next? Nagato questioned. The 3 of us will go to assist Obito and Kakashi, while Konan, you are to bring those daimyo back to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Konan immediately expressed her discontent, stepping forward to protest. Why must I be the only one left behind? Given what you just said to Nagato, this mission seems perilous. I want to accompany you. That is not an option. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Nagato realized that this time the danger was indeed extraordinary. He was the first to voice his opposition. In response, Naruto stepped forward and stated, Konan, this is a total war. And thus the daimyo are of great importance to us. We have finally located them, and someone must complete this task. However, before Konan could articulate her thoughts, Naruto placed his hand on Sasuke and Nagato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Upon their return to the battlefield, they were greeted by the sight of 2 colossal Susanoo clashing before them. Although Obito's blue Susanoo had reached its complete form, it was still slightly smaller than Madara's. The battle between the 2 towering figures was decidedly one-sided. Obito was swiftly brought down shortly after taking his stance. As he lay on the ground, he spotted Naruto and Sasuke, leading him to release his Susanoo and approach them. Why did you bring Nagato here? Did I not warn you of Madara's intentions? Bringing him along will lead to his demise. Obito shouted at Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto extended his hand, smiling to soothe him. Obito, remain calm. Indeed, our goal is to resurrect Madara, freeing him from the impure world reincarnation. This also addresses a significant issue regarding the infinite chakra. Sasuke elaborated. However, they were unaware if removing Madara from the impure world reincarnation would make him even stronger, and using the samsara of heavenly life would result in Nagato's death, along with the threat of the outer path golem. Listening to Obito's fervent discourse, Kakashi interjected, Obito, do not be overly agitated. Let us take a moment to hear out Naruto and the others. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Obito calmed down slightly. First, We have a way to ensure that Nagato will not die after using the samsara of heavenly life. Furthermore, the outer path golem does not possess all nine-tailed beasts, as the one-tail and nine-tails are absent, so there is less to worry about regarding that issue. Additionally, Sasuke and I have restored our chakra, and together, we should be capable of putting up a fight. As Naruto's analysis sank in, Obito's expression gradually returned to normal. Have you made any progress in locating the person who found Madara's body? He inquired. Not yet, but given that we have come this far, we can no longer afford to dawdle, Naruto replied. Chapter 167. Return. The second round begins. After a brief discussion, they decided to follow Naruto and Sasuke's lead and take a gamble. Naruto, Sasuke, I never expected you to return. I thought you had fled. Madara mocked from a distance as he released his Susanoo. Not at all. Our goal is to unify the ninja world, and any obstacles in our path shall be cleared by our own hands, Sasuke retorted. Hearing Sasuke's declaration, Madara laughed heartily. Splendid. Had you been born in my era alongside Hashirama, I would have joined forces with you to achieve the same. It's not too late now, Naruto replied. Not necessary anymore. I have devised a better method to transform this ninja world. Upon hearing that Madara was steadfastly pursuing the Eye of the Moon plan, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged resigned glances, with Naruto stating, very well, if that is the case, let us engage in battle. It was rather audacious for him to speak such words after having fled in disgrace previously. Sasuke, with a smirk, retorted, what do you know? That was a strategic retreat. No matter, let us proceed. I shall once again make you aware of your inevitable failure, shouted Obito Uchiha. Observing the exchange of barbs among the three Uchiha, Naruto could not help but exclaim, when it comes to putting on airs and confronting others, it is undoubtedly you Uchiha. Once the banter concluded, Naruto inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on the four individuals, officially commencing the skirmish. Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke took the lead, while Kakashi and Obito flanked from either side. Pain positioned himself behind Naruto and Sasuke to provide support. Madara stood in place, a look of excitement etched upon his face as he observed the unfolding confrontation. Naruto made the first move, hurling several kunai towards Madara, who nimbly evaded them before charging directly at the most vulnerable combatant, Kakashi. With kunai in hand, Kakashi engaged Madara in a fierce melee. Noticing this, Naruto and Sasuke swiftly followed suit. Madara, wielding the kunai that Naruto had initially given him, engaged in battle, all the while inquiring, Naruto, I am rather curious. Why did you not provide me with your Flying Thunder God kunai from the outset? With a smile, Naruto replied. That would hardly be fair, would it? One must show a modicum of respect when facing the likes of you, Madara. Hearing Naruto's words, Madara laughed even more heartily, remarking, I am increasingly fond of you too. Since Hashirama, this is the first time I have felt such exhilaration. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and said, if this excites you, just wait, there is more to come. With that, Sasuke clasped his hands together and invoked planetary devastation. A dark sphere was launched into the sky. Upon witnessing this, Naruto immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to pull everyone to a safe distance. The gravitational pull of the sphere was immense, causing Madara's body to sway precariously, and the ground beneath him began to crumble, with debris being drawn upwards. Observing Madara being gradually lifted into the sky, Naruto, with a serious expression, instructed the others. The planetary devastation will likely be uncontrollable. Everyone, prepare for a coordinated long-range assault upon his escape. The group nodded and began to gather their chakra. As the sky filled with earth and stone coalescing into spheres, a tremendous explosion erupted at the moment of completion, revealing a colossal blue sword forged from chakra. Seeing this, Naruto promptly threw several kunai into the air. As the kunai approached the giant sword, he commanded, now? The team braced themselves, unleashing their ninjutsu in unison. Wind release, Rasen shuriken. Fire release, Susanoo, additionally equipped with the power of the earth. Kakashi merely imbued his kunai with lightning release, while a black rod manifested in Nagato's palm. In the next instant, all four of them materialized at the location where Naruto had thrown several kunai, simultaneously unleashing their jutsu, aimed at Obito. Just as Naruto and Sasuke executed their techniques, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing everyone to turn towards the source of the sound. They beheld Nagato's form enveloped by a dark mass. Haha, I've succeeded. The entity exclaimed mockingly, addressing Obito, Lord Obito, I shall now use the Rinne rebirth to revive you. Subsequently, Black Zetsu seized control of Nagato's body to begin forming seals. Obito, astonished, shouted, "How are you still alive? How did you escape from Itachi's seal? I could never be casually bound by your lightning release," Black Zetsu retorted. "From the very beginning, I was never constrained by you. The moment you cast me into the ice, I created a clone to act in my stead. Impossible. I clearly accessed your memories. How could a clone possess those memories?" Sasuke exclaimed. "I am aware of your heightened perception abilities. Thus, despite being a clone, it is still a part of my body. One might say it is a division. Therefore, it retains my memories and can easily deceive you." Observing the incredulous expressions of the group, Black Zetsu grew increasingly smug, commanding Nagato to form the seals for Rinne rebirth. As the jutsu was successfully executed, strands of white smoke began to emanate from Obito's body, and the fissures of the Edo Tensei began to fade. Seeing his scheme bear fruit, Black Zetsu promptly detached from Nagato's body and approached Obito. The latter carefully attuned himself to his own body and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, the sensation of a real body is far more gratifying. You have done well." "Thank you for the praise, Lord Obito. It is my duty," Black Zetsu replied with a sycophantic grin. After Nagato completed the Rinne rebirth, his consciousness began to wane, and he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Naruto swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Nagato's side, placing his hand over Nagato's heart. In the next moment, Nagato's heart began to beat vigorously once more. Nearby, Obito and Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, "Naruto, what have you done?" Upon seeing Nagato slowly awaken, Naruto smiled at the two and said, "Did I not mention earlier that I have a way to ensure Nagato could complete the Rinne rebirth without dying?" With Naruto's assistance, Nagato gradually regained his consciousness and inquired, "Am I truly not dead?" "Of course, you can feel for yourself." As the group engaged in their light-hearted banter, Obito interjected, "This body is undoubtedly the best for combat. Come forth." Just as Obito's words fell, his form began to deteriorate, his eyes shattering into fragments before ultimately collapsing into a black void. Sasuke, witnessing this, immediately mocked. "What are you saying about combat? A blind man like you doesn't require our combined efforts." As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, Obito retorted, "Are there not plenty of eyes here? Besides, I can fight without them. TCH, do you think you can boast without accountability?" Without uttering a word, Madara lunged towards Kakashi, intent on seizing his eyes. Observing this, Naruto promptly released Nagato and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving beside Kakashi and delivering a powerful kick to Madara's body. Chapter 168. Another reanimation? In an instant, Naruto's strength sent Madara hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, Sasuke activated his Susanoo and readied his bow, aiming once more at Madara. Infernal Susanoo, add the power of Geikid. The black arrow shot forth. Although Madara was blinded, he sensed Sasuke's assault and leaped aside, utilizing the rocks from the earth release technique as leverage. Despite his swift evasion, the arrow grazed Madara, and in an instant, dark flames engulfed his entire being. Realizing the peril, Madara hastily stripped off his armor. As he descended, he called out to Black Zetsu, "Retrieve my Sharingan." Upon hearing the command, Black Zetsu immediately darted towards Nagato. Naruto, witnessing this, mocked, still attempting a sneak attack. With that, he teleported to Nagato's side and hurled a truth-seeking orb at Black Zetsu. The latter transformed into a liquid-like form in midair, narrowly evading the orb. Yet he did not continue towards Nagato. Once they landed, Obito fixed his gaze on Black Zetsu. Naruto, approaching Obito with a grin, remarked, "Do not be so irate. Has a turning point not just emerged?" Obito, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Turning point? What do you mean?" Naruto gestured towards Black Zetsu in the distance, stating, "Is that not it?" At this moment, Sasuke joined them, adding, "Did not Madara express disbelief in our words? With Black Zetsu's appearance, if we can capture him and extract his memories, the truth will be revealed." Consequently, the three exchanged wicked grins as they fixated on Black Zetsu, who felt increasingly uneasy under their scrutiny. "Madara, now that Black Zetsu has appeared, if you hand him over to us, I shall extract his memories, and you will discern whether we have been deceiving you," Naruto proclaimed. Madara, closing his eyes tightly, replied, "At present, I lack eyes. How can I ascertain whether your claims stem from Black Zetsu's memories? Perhaps you should find me a pair of eyes first?" "TCH, you sly fox." Sasuke scoffed, then drew his sword and charged at Madara. "Do you believe we would trust you?" Rather than confront Sasuke head-on, Madara evaded continuously. What's the matter? Can't throw a punch without your eyes? Sasuke taunted while he attacked. Ignoring Sasuke's jibes, Madara deftly continued to evade, demonstrating his formidable prowess. Even without sight, he relied solely on his agility, managing to avoid Sasuke's strikes throughout dozens of exchanges. Frustrated by Madara's evasion, Sasuke inadvertently quickened his pace. From a distance, Naruto perceived the growing problem and voiced, "This cannot persist. Sasuke's eagerness to increase his speed will undoubtedly expose a flaw, and Madara will seek to capitalize on it." No sooner had Naruto spoken than Sasuke's movements began to shift slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Madara grasped Sasuke's Kusanagi sword with one hand and reached for his throat with the other. Observing this, Naruto immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting beside Sasuke to seize Madara's hand. Flying Thunder God, this technique is indeed troublesome. With a smile, Naruto remarked to Madara, "It's manageable. The real trouble lies elsewhere." Subsequently, Naruto exchanged a meaningful glance with Sasuke, who immediately understood and promptly abandoned the Kusanagi sword to charge at Madara. Although Madara was perplexed by their intentions, his years of combat experience warned him that remaining in place would surely lead to trouble. Thus, he seized the Kusanagi sword and hurled it toward Naruto. Standing firm, Naruto remained motionless, his chakra radiating brilliantly as he activated the Nine-Tails mode. At that moment, Black Zetsu, not far away, grasped Naruto's intent and urgently called out, "Lord Madara, it's the Six Paths, Heavenly Star Seal. Quickly evade." Upon hearing Black Zetsu's warning, Madara began to struggle violently. Despite being struck by several of Madara's blows, Naruto steadfastly retained his grip. As Sasuke drew nearer, Madara, in a moment of desperation, severed the hand that Naruto had grasped and fled. Although the Kusanagi sword had injured Naruto, the enhancement of the Nine-Tails mode allowed the wound to heal almost instantaneously. "You've lost your sight and an arm. That should suffice." Madara. Just as Naruto was about to close in on Madara, Black Zetsu sensed impending danger and dashed toward him. However, after just a few steps, a vortex suddenly manifested before them, revealing the figures of Obito and Nagato. "Where do you think you're going?" Black Zetsu halted abruptly, his expression one of sheer terror. Nagato, wielding the black rod, aimed it at Black Zetsu, stating, "This should temporarily restrict your movements." Upon seeing the black rod in Nagato's hand, Black Zetsu instinctively swallowed hard. Worrying for Madara, he cast a glance in his direction, only to find Madara cornered by Naruto and Sasuke, standing his ground. Just when Black Zetsu felt trapped, numerous coffins suddenly emerged around him and Madara. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances at the coffins. "What's happening? Are there still more of them?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We've dealt with most of the strong ones. These should merely be minor distractions, so there's no need for concern." As the coffin lids creaked open, the onlookers displayed expressions of confusion. Who are these people? They seem to belong to various villages, judging by their forehead protectors, Kakashi observed. Bewildered, Naruto scrutinized the crowd intently, and suddenly, his gaze locked onto two figures behind Madara. Those are. Sasuke followed Naruto's line of sight and saw two individuals, one with golden hair and the other with silver. The Gold and Silver Brothers. Naruto confirmed with a nod. Indeed, they possessed the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths and wield his ninja tools. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Sasuke scratched his head and asked, "Are they troublesome?" "Not really. Just providing some introductions," Naruto replied with a grin. At that moment, Kakashi approached Naruto and Sasuke, asking, "What's the plan now?" "Leave Madara and those two golden and silver-haired individuals to us. The rest is up to you, Kakashi-sensei." Having spoken, Naruto and Sasuke swiftly navigated through the crowd towards Madara. Upon opening their eyes, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, filled with excitement, eagerly approached with the Sage of Six Paths tools in hand. Kakashi observed the fierce engagement of Naruto and Sasuke while glancing at Obito and Nagato in the distance. Sighing, they truly know how to orchestrate things. Unbeknownst to Naruto and Sasuke, the power of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, amplified by the Sage's tools, was underestimated. As Naruto and Sasuke found themselves momentarily ensnared, Madara seized the opportunity to dash toward Black Zetsu. Noticing this, Naruto urgently called out, "Nagato, Obito, be careful." Responding to Naruto's warning, the two swiftly turned, only to find Madara closing in. With a smile, Madara extended his hand towards Nagato, prompting Obito to activate his jutsu, intending to temporarily pull Nagato into a space-time dimension for safety. However, Obito evidently underestimated Madara's speed, just as he succeeded in drawing Nagato into the dimension. Madara had already accomplished his goal. Chapter 169. The opening of the 8 gates. As Madara prepared to place his eye into its socket, Naruto hurled a kunai, which Madara did not evade. Instead, he stood still, allowing the weapon to pierce his skin. As Madara slowly opened his eyes, a Rinnegan manifested in his right eye. Sasuke, observing from a distance, taunted, one eye and one arm, quite impressive. Madara disregarded Sasuke and turned his attention to Obito, who quickly realized the impending danger and hastily pulled himself into the space-time dimension for refuge. Witnessing Obito's retreat, Madara methodically withdrew the kunai embedded in his flesh. While engaged in battle, Naruto kept a vigilant eye on Madara and shouted to Sasuke, "This cannot continue. Though Madara's power has diminished, allowing him to roam free is unwise. I entrust these two to you. I will confront Madara. Find a way to gather all these foes together." Sasuke, somewhat perplexed, began to voice his concerns. But before he could finish, Naruto had already teleported to stand before Madara. The latter, now wielding the kunai he had just extracted, engaged Naruto in combat. Although puzzled, Sasuke obeyed Naruto's command, drawing the enemies on the battlefield closer to Naruto. While Naruto battled Madara in physical confrontation, he remained acutely aware of the battlefield dynamics. However, his distraction incited Madara's ire. "Child, do not underestimate me," Madara exclaimed, kicking Naruto aside and leaping back, discarding Naruto's kunai. Just as Naruto pondered whether Madara was preparing to unleash a jutsu, a figure emerged from the ground. "Lord Madara, I've kept you waiting." Upon closer inspection, Naruto realized it was White Zetsu. "What is happening? Did we not already resolve White Zetsu?" Naruto inquired. Madara severed White Zetsu's arm and affixed it to himself, stating, "Did you think I would only leave one White Zetsu behind?" As he flexed his arm, he continued, "It seems we are only missing the final tailed beast." Hearing Madara's words, Naruto felt a sense of confusion. "Naruto." At Kakashi's urgent call, Naruto swiftly turned to see that Kinkaku and Ginkaku had transformed into their tailed beast forms, sprouting 6 tails. "I never anticipated these two possessed the chakra of the 9 tails. How intriguing." Upon uttering these words, Madara formed hand seals and summoned the Outer Path deity. Standing atop the head of this colossal figure, he directed it towards the golden and silver horns. In the next moment, chains emerged from the deity's mouth, one flying towards the golden and silver horns, the other aimed at Naruto. Observing this, Naruto swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, while Sasuke also took note of the chains and promptly leapt aside. The chains struck the golden and silver horns directly, instantaneously absorbing them. After the absorption was complete, Obito slowly made his appearance. Curiously, Madara inquired, "Isn't the Outer Path deity supposed to absorb tailed beasts starting from the one tail? How did you manage to absorb other tailed beasts first?" Upon hearing Madara's confusion, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a brief glance before bursting into laughter, astonished that the illustrious Uchiha Madara was unaware of such a detail. Obito, too, felt perplexed. The plan to capture the one tail had failed, and they had taken a gamble by starting with the two tail, never expecting it to succeed, thus neglecting to ponder the matter further. Noticing Naruto and Sasuke's demeanor, Madara quickly deduced that they had orchestrated something, prompting him to ask, "What have you done?" Obito, intrigued, turned to Naruto and Sasuke, who simply smiled as Naruto explained, "It's quite simple. From the very beginning, we were aware of your plan. Therefore, after reclaiming the one tail, we made some adjustments." "What adjustments?" Obito inquired, his curiosity piqued. Naruto grinned and elaborated. "We utilized a sealing technique to extract some of Shikaka's chakra and preserved it. Before you captured the two-tail, we had already sealed Shikaka's chakra within the two-tail's Jinchuriki." Although he understood the mechanics, Obito was still puzzled about their motives. "Naruto, there's still one thing I don't comprehend. Why go through all this trouble?" Obito asked. "Of course, it's for the ultimate goal of the one tail. Once you absorb the chakra into the Outer Path deity, you will certainly employ it for something. At that time, you will likely distribute the powers of the tailed beasts evenly, but due to the insufficiency of Shikaka's chakra, it will be depleted almost immediately, rendering your efforts futile." Realization dawned upon Obito as he grasped Naruto's explanation. So, when we notice the absence of the one-tail's chakra, we will have no choice but to release all the tailed beasts from the outer path deity and start reabsorbing from the one-tail. Kaguya, where's the one-tail now? Madara asked, his voice tinged with anger. It is currently in Naruto's possession. He must have hidden it away, Kaguya replied. Hearing this, Naruto retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and declared, indeed, the one-tail is contained within this space-time scroll. Madara slowly opened his palm, his anger palpable as he demanded, hand over that beast. Ignoring Madara's command, Naruto provocatively tucked the scroll back into his pouch and retorted, what's the matter? Don't you want the nine tails within me? I seem to recall that the esteemed Uchiha Madara is not one to settle for mere substitutes. Madara disregarded Naruto's taunts and immediately unleashed a jutsu, would release. Birth of the world of trees. The ground swiftly burgeoned with a multitude of trees, enveloping nearly all present. Observing this, Sasuke promptly leapt forward, positioning himself before the crowd. Fire style, fire net, he declared, as black flames wove into a colossal net, shielding everyone in front of him. The moment the trees made contact with the fiery web, they were incinerated entirely. Naruto, once the chains of the outer path golem touch you, it's all over. You'd best remain behind me, Sasuke warned. Naruto, gazing at Sasuke, smiled lightly and replied, that's no longer necessary. He is no longer in the Edo Tensei state. Our concerns regarding his chakra have been resolved. Do you believe that in comparison to us, Madara possesses more or less chakra now? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke recalled and quickly utilized his sensory abilities to probe Madara's chakra. A slight smile crept upon Sasuke's face. There's no need for us to intervene. Madara's chakra is now comparable to mine. Upon hearing Sasuke's assertion, Naruto approached him, stating, all right, this time we won't need to seal him. We just have to defeat him. I'll create the opportunity for you. You just need to deliver a decisive blow. Sasuke regarded Naruto with a hint of skepticism, but upon seeing Naruto's posture, his eyes widened in realization. What are you doing? He exclaimed as Naruto began to enter the Nine Tails mode, crossing his arms before his face. Indeed, the Eight Gates. Chapter 170. In the morning, a peacock. In the evening, a tiger. Kakashi, witnessing this, quickly interjected, Naruto, don't push yourself too hard. The Eight Gates inflict severe damage on the body. Sasuke added, exactly. You're not yet capable of opening the eighth gate without facing dire consequences, are you? Naruto nodded, yet disregarded both Sasuke and Kakashi's cautions, continuing to gather chakra. True, even opening the eighth gate is quite a struggle for me now, but Madara has yet to acquire the power of the Sage of Six Paths, so it should suffice without the Death Gate. Even so, opening the eight gates temporarily cripple your ability to move? You are still the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Losing your mobility before Madara is tantamount to courting death, Sasuke cautioned. Naruto shot Sasuke an exasperated glance. What, if I lose my ability to move? Will you just stand by and watch me perish? Besides, with Sage Mode and Nine Tails Mode enhancing me, the side effects shouldn't be too severe. Seeing this, Sasuke ceased his objections and remarked towards Madara, however, to be honest, I am quite curious to see what you can do in the Night Guy form. Naruto smiled and replied, all right, I'll do my best to show you in the future. But since Guy calls it Night Guy, does that mean yours should be called Night Naruto? Or perhaps Nightman? As Sasuke spoke, Naruto exuded an astonishing aura. His skin began to redden, and chakra swirled around him in a vibrant green. Eighth gate, the sixth gate, the gate of joy, open. Madara, observing this, inquired curiously, the eight gates? I did not expect you to possess this technique. With great force, Naruto propelled himself towards Madara, causing fissures to appear in the ground around him. Madara, watching Naruto charge at him, expressed his dissatisfaction. So it's green steam. It seems I have underestimated you. Subsequently, leaping directly onto the head of the external path's golem, he intended to confront Naruto head-on. At that moment, from a distance, Kurizetsu suddenly spoke, Madara-sama, your weapon. He tossed the fan, once wielded by Uchiha Madara, towards him. With a smile, Madara caught the fan and engaged in battle with Naruto. Enhanced by the eighth gate, Naruto's speed evidently surpassed that of the others present. Although Sasuke had initially followed Naruto, he still found himself somewhat outpaced. After several exchanges with Madara, Naruto finally arrived at their side, and Madara, exhilarated after the skirmish, declared, excellent. Your taijutsu ranks among the finest I've encountered. Give me even more excitement. Observing Madara's frenzied expression, Sasuke chuckled, remarking, with just one eye, "If Naruto truly activates the 8th gate, you may not withstand it." Instead of becoming angered by Sasuke's taunt, Madara laughed heartily, responding, "No need to rush. My second eye will soon be ready." Madara's demeanor unsettled both Naruto and Sasuke. As Naruto engaged Madara, Sasuke leaped back, casting a glance towards Kakashi and Obito. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke shouted, "Be careful." Realizing the danger, Kakashi and Obito swiftly turned around. Just as Obito was halfway through his turn, Kurizetsu had already ascended onto Kakashi, seizing control of him. "I have succeeded, Madara-sama." Upon witnessing this, Madara grinned with pride. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto delivered a powerful kick that sent Madara flying. In midair, Madara raised his fan defensively, but Naruto swiftly maneuvered behind him, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck Madara's body with such speed that flames erupted from the impacts. The flames, cascading from his fists, painted the sky crimson, reminiscent of a brilliant sunrise. Towards the peacock. With the final punch, Madara was enveloped in flames and sent crashing heavily towards the ground. Breathing heavily, Naruto descended and approached Sasuke, who gazed at the thick dust settling on the ground, murmuring, "Not yet." Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. I will create an opportunity for you with the 7th gate. You must be ready." No sooner had he spoken than Naruto charged forward. Suddenly, from within the dust, a figure emerged. Madara was slowly descending, an excited expression upon his face as he watched Naruto approach rapidly. "Impressive taijutsu. Do you have more?" Naruto, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Do you have a tendency for masochism?" Ignoring Naruto's quip, Madara continued to swing the fan towards him with unabated enthusiasm. As Naruto dodged and closed in on Madara, the color of the steam emanating from his body began to shift from green to blue. 7th gate, the gate of shock, opened. Blue steam, the final gate before death. Let it come. As the conversation unfolded, Naruto swiftly approached Madara. Noticing this, Madara instinctively brandished his fan. However, before he could execute his move, Naruto was already before him. Surprised, Madara quickly threw a punch, to which Naruto retaliated with a strike of his own. Their fists aimed to collide, yet with the activation of the 7th gate, Naruto's speed and strength evidently surpassed Madara's. Even before Madara's fist could gather momentum, Naruto's punch had already connected, sending Madara flying due to the inadequacy of his attack. As Madara attempted to ascertain Naruto's whereabouts, Naruto instantly reappeared in front of him. In response, Madara raised his fan defensively, but Naruto, undeterred, delivered a powerful punch. Despite the fan being crafted from the God Tree, Naruto's strike caused a slight crack to form upon it. Quickly adjusting his stance, Madara readied himself for a counterattack. At that moment, Naruto assumed an unusual posture with his hands, proclaiming, "Day Tiger." A high-pressure blast in the form of a tiger materialized before him, causing Madara to smirk at the overwhelming force he sensed. Rather than endure the assault physically, Madara activated his Susanoo. Nevertheless, the might of the Day Tiger propelled both him and his Susanoo backward. As the Day Tiger detonated, the vast range of its attack and the ensuing turbulence left the onlookers momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke activated his Susanoo and charged forward, while the figures of Madara and Sasuke became obscured by the smoke, leaving the spectators unable to discern their movements. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the smoke, prompting Obito to anxiously inquire, "What is that?" Naruto, having released the 8 gates, slowly articulated, "It should be a lightning-based ninjutsu." Although Black Zetsu had managed to seize control of Kakashi, he remained apprehensive, fixated on the smoke without daring to make a move. A fleeting glance from Naruto towards the ensnared Kakashi sent a chill of sweat down Black Zetsu's spine. In that moment, Naruto himself felt uncertain about how to confront Black Zetsu, fearing that a direct attack might harm Kakashi. As the standoff continued, a silhouette gradually emerged from the smoke. Black Zetsu was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Lord Madara." Chapter 171, The Defeat of Uchiha Madara. As the figure stepped out of the haze, the onlookers finally recognized it was indeed Uchiha Madara. Naruto immediately tightened his grip on his kunai, confronting Madara with a pressing question, "What happened to Sasuke?" Madara, silent at first, gazed at the crowd with a grave expression. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "With both of you in Konoha, it's promising. I look forward to the day your aspirations are fulfilled." Upon finishing his words, fissures began to appear all over Madara's body, his veins swelling violently before ultimately erupting in a cascade of blood. Witnessing this spectacle, Black Zetsu was left in stunned silence. After a lengthy moment, he finally managed to stammer, "What is happening? Lord Madara possesses Hashirama's cells. How could this occur?" Before Black Zetsu could finish his sentence, Naruto had already teleported before him, demanding, "So, do you still intend to resist?" Naruto's words were icy, devoid of any emotion. Kagaya gazed at him with fervor, exclaiming, "Damn it! I have meticulously planned for decades, only to be thwarted by you." At that moment, another shadow emerged from the smoke. "It's us." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Sasuke, who was cradling his injured right arm, staggering forward, battered and bruised. Upon seeing him, Naruto rushed to support Sasuke, asking, "What happened to you?" "Nothing much," Sasuke replied. "I merely used a jutsu and was caught in the crossfire due to my proximity." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait, I have an idea." Breathing heavily, he explained, and Naruto, curious, inquired, "What did you think of? If you were to open the 8 gates and unleash your most powerful attack, what would it be called?" Although it was not the right moment for such a discussion, Naruto's curiosity got the better of him. "What is it called?" "Night Vortex." Upon hearing this name, the crowd fell silent, lacking even the energy to critique it. "By the way, Sasuke, you mentioned you used a jutsu earlier. Was it that beam of light?" Obito asked, intrigued. Sasuke nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that was my strongest technique. Named Divine Punishment." Noticing that the others were captivated by Sasuke, Kagaya hastily emerged from Kakashi's shadow and sprinted away. Seeing this, Obito quickly tried to stop her. But Kagaya transformed into a shadow and burrowed into the ruins. Naruto, observing this, gently set Sasuke down and, relying on his sensory abilities, tracked Kagaya underground. Upon sensing her presence, Naruto conjured a massive sphere and smashed it into the ground. Instantly, the earth erupted violently, a fierce gale sweeping through the area. As the ground collapsed, Kagaya's figure materialized before Naruto. "Let me go." But Naruto paid no heed to Kagaya's words. Upon seeing her, he charged forward, seizing her by the neck and pulling her from the debris. At that moment, Obito released Nagato from the space-time dimension. Nagato, clutching his bleeding eyes, knelt on the ground. Sasuke, dragging his weary body, slowly rose, wielding a black rod as he approached Naruto. Kagaya attempted to resist, but without hesitation, Sasuke plunged the black rod into her body, pinning her to the ground. Seeing that Kagaya could no longer move, Naruto released her and moved to Nagato's side. Nagato, witnessing this, lowered his hand from his injured eyes. Naruto gently placed his palm upon Nagato's eyes, and after a brief moment, as he withdrew his hand, Nagato's bleeding eyes returned to normal, though devoid of the Rinnegan. Nagato blinked and then expressed his gratitude to Naruto, saying, "Thank you, Naruto." "No need for thanks," Naruto replied, slowly rising and looking at the weakened Sasuke with curiosity. "What jutsu did you use to defeat Madara? How did you end up in such a state?" Sasuke straightened himself, gazing up at the sky as he replied, "It was lightning release." "I know it's lightning release. Get to the point." Sasuke sighed and remarked, "My Chidori, or God's wrath, involves compressing the power of lightning to its utmost limit, forming a column of light that descends upon the opponent's body with incredible speed. This technique inflicts damage on 2 levels. Upon impact, it can shred the enemy's defenses regardless of their fortitude, tearing through with abandon. Once it pierces the target, it unleashes a torrent of concentrated lightning within, detonating all at once and devastating the foe's internal organs and blood vessels in an instant. Is that so? Quite terrifying. But why, then, are you so gravely injured? Naruto inquired further. The sheer magnitude of the lightning power is overwhelming, Sasuke replied. Even after striking the enemy, a considerable amount of lightning energy disperses. I stood too close and got caught in the backlash. Knowing the danger, why remain so near? Naruto pressed. Do you think controlling such vast and rapid lightning is simple? If I were to stand too far away, I wouldn't be able to aim accurately. Besides, my opponent is Uchiha Madara. I expended all my remaining chakra on this technique. The immense power must be delivered within 10 meters to strike precisely. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto recalled Madara's earlier display and commented, "Even so, the lightning that entered his body did not detonate immediately. He suppressed it for a moment, correct?" Sasuke nodded and lay flat on the ground, stating, "Indeed, it startled me. I thought he could suppress it all." Seeing this, Naruto settled beside Sasuke and said, "At least now we have resolved this predicament. The rest should be much simpler, even without our involvement." As the two relaxed, gazing at the sky, Kakashi approached and inquired, "What about the remaining reanimated corpses?" Naruto surveyed the battlefield, observing the reanimated figures, and replied, "They haven't received any commands. It seems Orochimaru has either given up or has been confronted by Itachi. Furthermore, their strength is lacking. We needn't concern ourselves with them. Let's rest for now." While the three sat in silence, Naruto suddenly rose and gazed into the distance. Kakashi, noticing, stepped forward and asked, "What is it, Naruto?" Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the distant forest, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he said, "It appears the final battle is about to commence." Kakashi was about to inquire further when Naruto turned and commanded, "Kakashi-sensei, find a way to relay a message to everyone on the battlefield, instructing them to gather here. The final confrontation will take place at this location." Kakashi nodded, then was pulled into the space-time dimension by Obito, departing the battlefield together. Nagato, observing Naruto's direction, asked in confusion, "Naruto, why do you say the decisive battle will be here? I can only sense 6 individuals, and among them, merely 2 possess considerable strength." Chapter 172, A Bloodied Solo Kill. Naruto smiled and replied, "Indeed, there are only 6 individuals. However, among them are the Raikage and the Mizukage, along with their guards. Moreover, the enemies on the battlefield are converging from all directions toward this spot." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Nagato chuckled and remarked, "It appears that I have lost an eye, significantly diminishing my range of perception." Naruto gently patted Nagato's shoulder in a comforting manner, saying, "It's all right, even at your peak. Your range of perception was never as extensive as mine." Nagato, taken aback by Naruto's statement, looked at him with a blank expression. Noticing this, Naruto laughed and added, "Just kidding. How are you feeling now? Do you need to rest a bit longer?" "No, my chakra was never heavily depleted. A brief rest earlier has nearly restored me. However, what about you? You and Sasuke have been battling Madara for several days now. Surely, you must need some rest?" Naruto smiled as he gazed into the distance, replying, "No need. There are no opponents on this battlefield that require my utmost effort anymore. This amount of chakra is sufficient. Besides, we are not fighting alone. We have our comrades." Just as Naruto finished speaking, sounds emerged from the woods behind them, gradually growing louder. Several ninjas swiftly emerged from the trees into the clearing. "Quite quick, aren't you?" Naruto remarked with a smile. Neji and Lee approached Naruto's side, stating, "We were nearby and came as soon as we received the notification." Kiba arrived shortly after, grinning as he added, "We have been monitoring your battlefield in real time, but due to orders, we couldn't get closer. We could only observe from a distance." "Indeed, Naruto, we have been keeping an eye on you. Are you all right?" Hinata inquired. Naruto turned slowly, smiling as he reassured her, "Of course, we are fine. The troublesome foes have already been defeated. Now we are preparing for the final showdown." No sooner had Naruto finished speaking than a surge of blue electricity appeared in the distance. The group immediately tensed, their expressions serious as they peered ahead. Neji, possessing the Byakugan, was the first to recognize the newcomer. "It's the Raikage." Naruto did not turn around, but continued to face his companions from Konoha. Kiba remarked, "I heard that the Raikage was outpaced by you, Naruto." Naruto nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Lee, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Truly impressive, Naruto. You are remarkable." In response to Lee's praise, Naruto humbly replied, "It's merely basic technique, nothing extraordinary." Observing Naruto's boastful demeanor, Neji and Kiba exchanged glances of disdain. "By the way, why are only the few of you here? Where are the others?" At this moment, Hinata shyly interjected, "Our respective squads were nearby. And out of concern for your safety, we positioned ourselves close to you, enabling us to provide immediate support." Hearing Hinata's explanation, Naruto approached her with a smile, saying, "I see. Thank you. By the way, are you all right?" Hinata was taken aback by Naruto's sudden concern and quickly lowered her head, replying, "I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto." As Naruto was about to continue speaking to the bashful Hinata, an arm unexpectedly wrapped around his neck. "All right, enough flirting. The Raikage has arrived. And it's time to focus on the task at hand." Sasuke pulled Naruto in the direction of the Raikage. All right, I understand," Naruto conceded. As the two engaged in playful banter, a shadow suddenly darted from the woods, prompting everyone to turn around. Upon recognizing the newcomer, their expressions morphed into one of peculiar surprise. "Sakura," called out Lee. Hearing his voice, Sasuke did not look back. Instead, he continued to pull Naruto forward. Sakura, noticing the playful scuffle between Naruto and Sasuke, spoke with a relaxed demeanor. "Sasuke, Naruto, are you both alright?" It appeared that her words fell on deaf ears, as Naruto and Sasuke marched on, oblivious to her presence. Observing this scene, Neji and the others exchanged awkward glances before Neji remarked, "Sakura, why are you here so soon? Aren't you part of the medical reserve team?" "Indeed, but most battlefields are nearing their conclusion. Elder Shizen mentioned I could come here first, so I did," Sakura explained. Upon hearing her reasoning, the others turned their attention to Sasuke, as it was evident that Sakura had hurried here for him. Yet, it seemed Sasuke had not acknowledged her at all. He neither greeted her nor cast her a glance. Noticing Sakura's crestfallen expression, Naruto, with a mischievous grin, teased Sasuke. "Should I stoke the flames a bit more?" Curiosity piqued, Sasuke released Naruto and inquired, "What do you mean?" Naruto did not respond directly but instead extended his hand towards Hinata, calling out, "Hinata, would you like to join us?" Sasuke is planning to perform a solo takedown of the Raikage. Sakura, initially thinking Naruto was waving at her, was taken aback by his words as she turned to Hinata in shock. After a moment of shyness, Hinata acquiesced and made her way towards Naruto and Sasuke. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Kiba leaned closer to Neji and whispered, "Isn't Sakura part of their team? Why is Naruto calling for Hinata?" Neji glanced at Hinata and then at Sakura, saying, "Did you not see how Naruto just treated Hinata? It seems he may have feelings for her as well." Sakura watched Hinata walk side by side with Naruto and Sasuke, a surge of jealousy welling up within her. Meanwhile, Naruto, with a cheeky grin, encouraged Sasuke, "Go for it." Confused, Hinata asked, "Naruto, what do you mean by solo takedown?" "Oh, that. You know that Sasuke and I have been battling against Uchiha Madara, right?" Naruto explained. Hinata nodded. "Yes, that's the legendary Uchiha Madara. It's amazing that you can fight him." With pride swelling within him, Naruto replied, "Well, it's been tough. However, Madara is exceptionally powerful, and both Sasuke and I have expended a considerable amount of chakra, especially Sasuke, who sustained significant injuries during the fight. So, if he can defeat the Raikage in a one-on-one match, that would be an impressive feat." Hinata, somewhat bewildered, nodded in understanding. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was earnestly trying to impress Hinata, and couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking, "Why must you involve me in your romantic pursuits? Why don't you just go for it yourself?" As Naruto saw this, he gently placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and whispered, "Good brother, for a lifetime. Why should we differentiate between each other? Furthermore, isn't helping a brother woo a girl part of what you, as my good friend, ought to do? Besides, isn't this all to provoke Sakura?" Chapter 173, The 10-Man Battlefield. Sasuke cast an impatient glance at Sakura in the distance and retorted, "Why bother with her? Such a nuisance. All right, consider it a favor for a brother, will you?" With a hint of disdain, Sasuke pushed Naruto's arm away and slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, saying, "You owe me one. Remember to repay it in the future." Upon hearing Sasuke's agreement, Naruto smiled and flashed a gesture, assuring, "Rest assured, I will definitely repay you." While they were still hesitating, the Raikage, who had been waiting impatiently, interjected, "I never expected you two to defeat the legendary Uchiha Madara. Come now, this is the final showdown." Sasuke, gripping the Kusanagi sword, began to stride towards the Raikage, questioning, "Why can't you all just come at me together? Is it more enjoyable to line up one by one? And why is a defeated opponent like you left for last?" The Raikage, already known for his short temper, became even more agitated by Sasuke's words. "You little Uchiha brat. My brother hasn't avenged his grudge yet. What about Naruto? Is he not fighting?" Sasuke glanced back at Naruto, who was chatting with Hinata, and disdainfully remarked, "That fool is out of the picture. I can handle this myself." Hearing this, the Raikage looked at Naruto in confusion, feeling belittled, and erupted in anger, "You little brat. How dare you underestimate me? I will show you the might of the Raikage." With that, the Raikage unleashed his full force and charged at Sasuke, who calmly activated his Susanoo. The Raikage's powerful strike landed heavily on Sasuke's Susanoo, yet it merely caused a slight shift, leaving it unscathed. Meanwhile, Naruto began to commentate. Now we see that the Raikage's formidable blow has struck Sasuke, but it appears to have little effect. The Raikage looked at Sasuke in disbelief. while Sasuke raised his colossal sword, swinging it towards the Raikage. True to his reputation, the Raikage quickly reacted, evading and positioning himself above Sasuke, preparing to deliver a more powerful axe kick. Let us observe Sasuke, who remains unfazed, standing his ground and awaiting the impact. Hinata, watching Naruto enthusiastically commentate, quietly inquired, "Are we truly alright not helping Sasuke? After all, he is facing the Raikage." Naruto casually waved his hand, responding, "It's fine. We have already defeated Uchiha Madara. Why should we fear a mere Raikage? Besides, he is my defeated foe, so there is no need for concern." "But didn't you just say his chakra is heavily depleted and he has sustained considerable injuries?" As Hinata's voice faded, the Raikage's leg crashed heavily onto Sasuke's Susanoo, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Sasuke and his Susanoo stood unscathed in their position. Sasuke skillfully drew his bow, aiming it at the Raikage, who swiftly evaded the attack. After two relentless strikes failed to inflict any damage on his opponent, the Raikage refrained from further assault, opting instead to create distance and contemplate his strategy. Just as the Raikage leaped away, a figure appeared beside him. Hinata gasped, exclaiming, "That is, the Mizukage." Naruto, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Indeed, but it seems there is more than just her." No sooner had Naruto spoken than a multitude of ninjas emerged from the surrounding forest. It was not solely the opposing ninja alliance. Leaf Village's ninjas had also arrived. Asuma, Kakashi, Guy, and Jiraiya approached Naruto. "Naruto, how are things on your end?" Jiraiya inquired. With a smile, Naruto replied, "Madara has already been dealt with. Now it's just them and Orochimaru left. It appears this is the final battle," Asuma asserted, just as tensions escalated and the group prepared for combat. Naruto stepped forward between the two factions and declared, "To be honest, with the war having progressed this far, I trust you are now aware of the disparity between us." His words left the opposing side perplexed. "What are you implying?" The Mizukage questioned. "What I propose is that continuing this battle will only lead to unnecessary casualties. Instead, let us settle this conflict through a duel," Naruto suggested. Infuriated, the Raikage retorted, "What trickery are you attempting?" Naruto waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Calm down, my dear uncle. Surely, you recognize the gap between our strengths. I propose that both sides send forth their finest ninjas to compete in a duel. What do you think?" The Raikage was about to express his anger when the Mizukage intervened, saying, "Elaborate on your proposed duel." "It is quite simple," Naruto began. "The 5 great nations have long histories and profound legacies. We should each select our 10 strongest ninjas, then create a small battlefield for our duel. The last one standing will be declared the victor. If any faction of your ninja alliance prevails, we in the Leaf Village will lay down our arms and accept any terms you propose. Conversely, should we emerge victorious, your 4 great nations must unconditionally surrender, becoming vassals of our land of fire, wholly obedient to us. Henceforth, the entire ninja world will consist of but one nation, our land of fire." Though Naruto's proposal may have seemed somewhat frivolous, having witnessed the might of Naruto and Sasuke, the Raikage and Mizukage were noticeably swayed. To prevent further losses to their villages, they contemplated accepting Naruto's terms. Noticing their hesitation, Naruto added, "To accommodate you, we in the Leaf will select 10 individuals, while your ninja alliance may send 10 from each nation. If any nation cannot muster 10, borrowing from another is also acceptable." Upon hearing this, the ninja alliance erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Meanwhile, Naruto paid them no mind and retrieved a scroll from his tool pouch, unfurling it on the ground. With a puff of white smoke, Gaara and Inoki materialized before the gathered crowd. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to return the Kage of the Iwagakure and Tsunade to you. You four may deliberate amongst yourselves." Subsequently, the Raikage stepped forward to escort the 2 individuals away, while Naruto and Sasuke returned to the gathering of their comrades in Konohamaru. As they approached, Jiraiya spoke up, "Naruto, why would you propose such a plan? Surely this is detrimental to our village. Do you doubt our strength, you lecherous sage?" With a sigh, Jiraiya turned to the ninjas beside him and urged, "Quickly, summon Tsunade and Itachi to the battlefield." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto nodded in agreement. Indeed, they should come. After all, it would be a shame for them to miss such a thrilling battle. In response to Naruto's comment, Jiraiya promptly delivered a punch, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? I meant for them to join us in the fight, not merely to observe." "What? Are you joining us too, lecherous sage?" Naruto inquired. To which the others expressed their confusion. Then who do you think we are sending from our side? Naruto exchanged a knowing glance with Sasuke, who instantly understood. Chapter 174. The final battle. Both Naruto and Sasuke began to weave hand signs simultaneously, performing the shadow clone technique. As a mist enveloped the arena, they each summoned 4 shadow clones, which amounted to 10 individuals. Kakashi, upon hearing Naruto's declaration, was not surprised but rather chuckled. I should have guessed. However, he added, you two have just emerged from a fierce battle, and we have no knowledge of how many opponents they will send. Before Jiraiya could finish his thought, Naruto interjected. Since this idea originated with me, it is only fitting that I resolve it. Naruto and Sasuke then boldly stepped into the space between the two armies. We have selected our fighters. You should do the same. Naruto shouted towards the opposing side. Raikage, noticing Naruto and Sasuke along with their shadow clones standing nearby, erupted in anger. What nonsense is this? Are you two mocking us? Seeing Raikage's reaction, Naruto quickly waved his hands. Do not misunderstand. I have stated from the outset that the purpose of this competition is to minimize casualties. We do not wish to increase our own losses. Just as Raikage was about to respond, the awakened Inoki intervened. All right, let us first consider whom we will send. Raikage pushed Inoki aside in frustration, shouting, what is there to consider? They have sent 2 fighters. We must respond with our 4 Kage. Indeed, if we continue to select 10 from each village as we did before, even if we win, the prestige of our village will likely suffer, the Mizukage began, but was interrupted by Inoki's stern voice. This is a battlefield, not a game. The stakes of this match involve the fate of our entire village and even the entire shinobi world. Gaara, with a serious expression, looked at Naruto and then gradually stood, declaring, do as you wish. The Tsunade has decided to send the 5th Kazekage into battle. Following suit, Raikage stepped forward, announcing, Kumogakure has chosen to dispatch the 4th Raikage. And I as well. And I, as Raikage stood, 5 figures appeared beside him. Raikage looked around in astonishment to see Samui, Omoi, and others standing by his side, exclaiming, hey, what are you all doing here? The Raikage exclaimed, I still have an account to settle with that Naruto fellow. Karui added, indeed. The humiliation we suffered at his hands has yet to be avenged. Omoi, lollipop in mouth, remarked, just as the Mizukage was about to step forward to speak. Several figures appeared beside her. Observing this, Terumi Mei was not surprised. Rather, she smiled faintly and said, I anticipated your arrival. After all, the opponent had vanquished Uchiha Madara. And I must accompany Lord Mizukage. So do I, Ten chimed in. Naruto, noticing the sluggishness of his comrades, impatiently called out, could you hurry up? The Raikage, instantly infuriated, retorted, you brat, I will deal with you right away. Calm down, Raikage. Apart from the Hidden Stone Village, the personnel from the remaining villages have been confirmed. Inoki sighed, glancing at the unruly group. Yet, the cunning Inoki still managed to gather 10 individuals to step forward. We can commence, Gaara declared. Seeing this, Naruto leaped into the air, casting a multitude of shuriken around the battlefield, strategically laying out numerous flying thunder god kunai. You brat. The Raikage's words had yet to finish when Sasuke interjected, you misunderstand. Naruto is establishing a barrier for our battlefield to prevent any outsiders from intruding, as well as to avoid collateral damage. The Raikage, continually countered by Naruto and Sasuke, was now fully agitated, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at them. Just as the golden barrier began to descend, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed their full power, entering the Nine-Tails chakra mode and revealing the Rinnegan Susanoo before everyone. In that instant, the pressure they radiated made those on the battlefield swallow hard. Come. The Raikage was the first to charge forward, instantly appearing before Naruto. The Mizukage, not one to back down, formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful torrent of water toward Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Gaara gathered a massive amount of sand. Observing this, Naruto and Sasuke remained unflustered, with Naruto saying, so, shall you activate your Susanoo first, or shall I transform into my tailed beast? You can go ahead. Upon witnessing this, Naruto's body radiated a magnificent golden chakra, swiftly transforming into the form of the Nine-Tails. The colossal beast appeared before the gathered crowd, and with a powerful flick of its tails, it intercepted all incoming assaults. The towering Inoki, observing this, immediately unleashed a dust release technique aimed at Naruto, who was embodying the Nine-Tails alongside Sasuke. In response, Naruto commanded the Nine Tails to open its mouth, gradually condensing a tailed beast ball directed at Inoki. At the very moment Inoki released his dust technique, Naruto's tailed beast ball was simultaneously launched. However, this time the tailed beast ball was significantly diminished in size, both to conserve chakra and to avoid shattering the barrier he had established. Though smaller, its destructive force swiftly obliterated Inoki's dust technique, resulting in a violent explosion in the sky. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure slowly descended, and the members of Awagakure quickly leapt into the air, prepared to catch Inoki. Unfazed by their presence, Naruto's gaze shifted towards Gaara and Temari in the distance. Observing the situation, Temari rushed towards Naruto, continuously emitting thick mist. As the fog thickened, even Sasuke's Rinnegan struggled to discern the battlefield. While the two remained stationary, awaiting an attack, a swift red object approached them, the lava release of Temari. Naruto nodded, remarking, "Indeed. I've heard this technique can melt even Susanoo. Do you intend to take it head-on?" Sasuke inquired. "Am I foolish? Why would I endure such a thing? A gust should suffice. And how do you propose to create a gust?" Sasuke asked, intrigued. Just as Naruto was about to form seals, he abruptly halted, wearing a mischievous grin directed at Sasuke. Sasuke, realizing Naruto was up to his usual tricks, responded, "Enough with that expression, I'll handle it." With that, Sasuke detached from the Nine Tails and charged toward the glowing substance. Just as he was about to make contact with Temari's lava release, he slowly opened his palm and exclaimed, "Shinra Tensei." The force of his technique repelled all of the lava release, scattering it in all directions. Naruto, witnessing this, praised, "As expected of you, Sasuke, truly impressive." Sasuke leaped back onto the head of the Nine Tails, surveying Naruto and the beast. In the next moment, a peculiar smile crept across Sasuke's face. "Naruto, do you remember the favor you owe me?" Naruto turned, slightly bewildered, and asked, "What do you mean? What's with that expression?" Chapter 175, Susanoo riding the Nine Tails? Sasuke leaned in and whispered a few words into Naruto's ear, prompting Naruto to push Sasuke away firmly. "No way, absolutely not." "Hey." Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes, contemplating for a moment before gritting his teeth and conceding, "Fine, but only this once." Sasuke nodded excitedly and declared, "Rest assured." Subsequently, Sasuke leapt from the Nine Tails, ascending into the air above it. As a tremendous violet chakra surged forth from his being, Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo. Just as he was about to descend, Naruto surprisingly commanded the Nine Tails to charge directly towards him. Sasuke's Susanoo landed upon the back of the Nine Tails, and in that moment, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The Susanoo rode the Nine Tails, drawing a bow and racing across the battlefield like a valiant general. The allied ninja forces and the denizens of Konoha gazed in awe at this sight, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was the Susanoo truly riding the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails seemed to serve as the mount for Sasuke's Susanoo as it galloped across the battlefield, while the Susanoo, perched atop, drew its bow, searching for foes amidst the thick fog enveloping the combat zone. At that moment, Tsunade and Itachi arrived, having been delayed, and chanced upon this astonishing scene. Tsunade, with a grave expression, approached Jiraiya and inquired, "What is happening? What is the current situation?" Jiraiya, still in shock from the image of the Susanoo riding the Nine Tails, pointed towards Naruto and Sasuke, saying, "It has already begun. See for yourself." Tsunade and Itachi followed Jiraiya's gaze, observing that the dense fog had nearly shrouded the entire barrier. Yet they still witnessed the earlier spectacle of the Susanoo riding the Nine Tails. Jiraiya was about to respond when Itachi interjected, asking, "What is this barrier?" "It was established by Naruto for this confrontation," Jiraiya answered, but he was once again rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's expression and turned to Itachi, saying, "Itachi, your eyes." Itachi appeared weary, his right eye inexplicably transformed into a shade of white, with traces of blood running down his cheek. He remained silent, gazing expressionlessly at the battlefield. Suddenly, an explosion resonated throughout the battlefield, prompting everyone to turn their heads. However, due to the dense fog, they could not ascertain what had transpired. A purple figure flickered in and out of visibility within the mist, moving at remarkable speed. Tsunade scrutinized the fog, deducing, "Such speed must belong to the Raikage. Where is the Byakugan unit? Summon them." As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Itachi interjected, "It must be Sasuke." Tsunade cast a glance at Itachi, and then turned her gaze towards Jiraiya with anger, saying, Why did you not stop them? They have endured relentless battles these past few days, and now they face Uchiha Madara. They should be allowed to rest, and even if not, you should have waited for us to arrive to assist them. In such a critical battle, Tsunade seemed to transform into a lamenting figure, her words spilling forth incessantly. Just as the two were embroiled in their heated exchange, a voice from the crowd suddenly called out, "Look, what is that?" Tsunade turned her head in confusion, only to behold a colossal whirlwind suddenly materializing on the battlefield. Just as the onlookers were engulfed in uncertainty, the whirlwind shifted once more, revealing dark flames that quietly emerged, merging seamlessly with the vortex. In an instant, the dense fog enveloping the battlefield was entirely swept away. As the mist dissipated, the gathered crowd scrutinized the scene, spotting Susanoo still perched upon the back of the Nine Tails. Tsunade found herself caught between laughter and tears, uncertain of what expression to wear. Itachi's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "It seems the battle will soon come to an end." Kakashi stepped forward, stating, "Indeed, that appears to be the case." Naruto is not one to underestimate his opponents during combat. The demeanor he shares with Sasuke suggests they have little regard for their adversaries. Tsunade, still somewhat anxious, expressed, "Even though their strength is formidable, they have endured relentless battles these past few days." Before she could finish her thought, Jiraiya approached, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "Have faith in them." On the battlefield, a division was drawn by the whirlwind, with Naruto and Sasuke positioned on one side, while the four shadows stood on the opposite. The remaining allies accompanying the four shadows were momentarily detained by Naruto and Sasuke's shadow clones. At the periphery of the battlefield, Sasuke commanded Susanoo, drawing back a bowstring aimed at the whirlwind, yet the bow remained devoid of arrows. Just as the bow was about to release, Naruto swiftly extended his arms, conjuring a colossal arrow upon Sasuke's bowstring. In the next heartbeat, the arrow was launched, soaring directly towards the whirlwind. Witnessing this from the outskirts, the spectators questioned, "What are Naruto and Sasuke up to? Is that whirlwind not of their making?" No. In this arena, only Naruto could wield such formidable wind techniques. Indeed, the flames upon the whirlwind are Amaterasu. They must be responsible, Itachi added. However, it was well known that anything touching Amaterasu would be incinerated. Even if they intended for the arrow to carry the flames of Amaterasu, they should have initially manifested the arrow directly using it. As the crowd pondered Naruto and Sasuke's actions, the duo exchanged a serene smile, quietly observing the arrow plunge into the whirlwind. Just when everyone anticipated the arrow would be consumed by the flames of Amaterasu, it surprisingly pierced through the whirlwind. The whirlwind disintegrated, yet the arrow was incinerated the moment it traversed the vortex. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, exchanged bewildered glances at Naruto and Sasuke. Even Itachi displayed a hint of confusion, shared by the four shadows on the battlefield. The Raikage, filled with both anger and bewilderment, glared at Naruto and Sasuke, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you two playing at?" Naruto and Sasuke remained silent, gradually withdrawing their Susanoo and Kurama modes, calmly observing the others. Due to their series of perplexing actions, the crowd halted their movements. The late arrivals, Tsunade and Itachi, seized the opportunity to assess the battlefield situation. The primary combatants, the four Kages, were engaged in battle with Naruto and Sasuke, while the remaining individuals were being restrained by Naruto and Sasuke's shadow clones, clearly at a disadvantage. A decisive outcome seemed imminent. Jiraiya, upon discerning the situation, spoke slowly. "There should be no problem. Just look at Naruto and Sasuke's expressions." The demeanor of Naruto and Sasuke remained unfazed, with Naruto even smiling and conversing with Sasuke, their state entirely unreflective of a battlefield. Gaara, puzzled, stepped forward and queried, "Naruto, are you underestimating us?" Chapter 176. Be serious. Naruto and Sasuke continued to stand idly, engaged in their playful banter. Frustrated by their disregard, the Raikage stepped forward, exclaiming, "Hey, you two brats." Before he could finish, a tremendous explosion erupted beside the four Kages. Gaara and the others were caught off guard, instantly engulfed by the blast. The sudden detonation astonished everyone present. Even Itachi, with his Sharingan, and Neji, with his Byakugan, could not discern what had transpired and stood frozen in shock. On the other hand, Noki, suspended in midair, narrowly evaded danger. Pondering the situation, he shouted towards Naruto, "Naruto, what have you done?" Naruto slowly lowered his head, a slight smile curving his lips. Observing this, Sasuke swung the hilt of his sword towards Naruto, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Reluctantly lifting his gaze, Naruto addressed the crowd. It was wind release. Wind release? The explanation left everyone still baffled. What did that mean? Even if it was wind release, Itachi and Neji, with their ocular powers, should have been able to perceive it. Noticing their confusion, Naruto refrained from elaborating further and directed his attention to Noki. "Old man Noki, your injuries should still be unhealed. Do you truly wish to continue fighting?" Noki gazed towards the explosion site, where Gaara and the others were buried beneath the rubble. He contemplated rushing to their aid but hesitated, fearing an ambush from Naruto and Sasuke. Sensing Naka's dilemma, Naruto stepped closer. "It's fine. If you want to assist them, go ahead. My last attack was not powerful enough to defeat them directly. They are likely just temporarily buried. What do you intend to do?" Noki questioned. With a smile, Naruto shrugged. "I've stated from the very beginning that too many lives have been lost in this battle. I hope to conclude it swiftly." No sooner had Naruto finished speaking than the three Kages burst forth from the rubble. "No need for further words. I understand we cannot match your strength. But protecting our village is our mission, and we shall not concede easily." The Raikage bellowed. "Indeed, Naruto, I hope you take this seriously. Though I have lost to you before, this battle concerns the survival of Tsunade, and I will fight to the bitter end," Gaara remarked, while Mei-Terumi remained silent, merely casting a faint smile towards Naruto. Witnessing the unanimous agreement of the four Kage, the accompanying fighters felt an immediate surge of motivation, as if invigorated by an unseen force. Breaking free from Naruto's shadow clone, they gravitated towards the four Kage. Observing their fervor, Naruto could only shake his head in resignation. Sensing his demeanor, Sasuke approached and gently patted Naruto's shoulder, whispering, "Enough. They will not surrender. Such matters will only be comprehended by generations yet to come. Let us maintain our seriousness. It is a mark of respect towards them." In response to Sasuke's words, Naruto helplessly gestured, "Let us go." The four Kage and their subordinates readied themselves, and in the next instant, they surged forward, charging towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto turned his back to them, remaining motionless alongside Sasuke. At the moment their attacks were about to collide with Naruto and Sasuke, they transformed into a swirl of white mist, vanishing from sight. Shadow clone substitution. The group halted, scanning their surroundings for the whereabouts of Naruto and Sasuke. Suddenly, a black, luminous sphere appeared in the sky, and the ground began to fracture inch by inch, ascending towards the dark orb in the heavens. Gaara struggled to maintain his footing with his sand manipulation, glancing towards one side of the battlefield, where he saw Sasuke forming hand seals at the edge. But where was Naruto? Just as Gaara searched for Naruto, a flash of yellow appeared on the battlefield at an astonishing speed. The moment Gaara recognized the figure, he instantly understood it was Naruto. However, due to the overwhelming gravitational pull of the planetary devastation, even though Gaara could discern Naruto's form, he could not stabilize himself fully, let alone launch an attack. The other three Kage found themselves in a similar predicament, teetering on unstable ground as they were drawn skyward. Water release, water bullet technique. Gaara surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself engulfed by an overwhelming barrage of water bullets, as if caught in the midst of a torrential downpour, with himself at the center of the storm. Each water bullet aimed directly at him. Although Gaara yearned to resist, he found himself unable to maintain stability. Despite his inability to initiate an offensive, Gaara possessed the strongest defense, albeit passively. Although his defenses would be somewhat weakened against water techniques, he believed he could withstand the assault, thus he remained composed. Upon this realization, Gaara glanced at the other three Kage. Indeed, they were ensnared in a similar situation, surrounded by a dense cluster of water bullets. The Raikage, clad in lightning armor, had exceptional defensive capabilities, but the remaining two were at a disadvantage. However, Gaara had clearly underestimated the potency of Naruto's water bullet technique. The moment the first water bullet struck Gaara, his ultimate defense activated. Just as the bullet was about to collide with the sand barrier, the grains halted abruptly, suspended in midair around Gaara. As he witnessed this spectacle, Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this?" As Gaara's words echoed in the air, the remaining shadows expressed similar sentiments. Gaara glanced towards them, and indeed, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament akin to his own. The Raikage, observing the water projectiles hovering tantalizingly close yet refusing to advance, bellowed in indignation. Naruto, are you toying with us? In a flash of yellow light, Naruto materialized before the group. Although Inoki floated in the air, he was swayed by the gravitational pull of the celestial event, gradually ascending. These water projectiles are deliberately maintained around our bodies. Though they appear stationary, our bodies are in constant motion. The fact that these projectiles can persistently hover around us is undoubtedly a result of his intentional manipulation. Inoki elucidated. Naruto. Why? Gaara's words were interrupted as Naruto transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before their eyes. The Raikage, witnessing Naruto's disappearance, erupted in fury, striking the water projectile with his fist. Yet, upon contact, the projectile detonated explosively, the force rebounding violently against the Raikage's hand. What is this? It seems to be no ordinary water projectile. Just as the Raikage's words fell, a chilling scream pierced the air nearby. He swiftly turned to see his subordinate, Omoi, electrified and writhing in agony upon a stone. Hey, what is? The Raikage's inquiry was cut short by another horrific scream emanating from behind him. Chapter 177. The battle concludes. In alarm, the Raikage pivoted to behold another subordinate, Darui, similarly afflicted by surges of electricity, writhing in torment. Why? The Raikage gazed at the two, perplexed as to why they were subjected to such electric torment, having seen no signs of Naruto unleashing lightning techniques throughout the encounter. While Sasuke remained distantly engaged in the celestial event. It is likely due to you, Raikage. Inoki's voice disrupted the Raikage's contemplation. What do you mean, old man Inoki? Look around you, fourth Raikage. At Inoki's urging, the Raikage surveyed his surroundings and was struck by the sight of numerous currents of electricity entwined among the water projectiles, seemingly emerging from nowhere. What are these currents? Fourth Raikage. You may not have realized that the lightning power of your Raikage armor is being continuously absorbed by these water projectiles and transmitted throughout them. Upon hearing Inoki's revelation, the Raikage scrutinized the nearest water projectile, and indeed, it was siphoning off the lightning from his armor, relaying it to the others. I advise you to retract your Raikage armor soon, or others will undoubtedly suffer the consequences, Inoki urged. Just as his warning concluded, another anguished cry resounded, prompting the Raikage to grit his teeth in frustration and concede. I understand. The actions of Raikage were evidently a step behind. The water bombs surrounding several individuals had already become enveloped in lightning, forming a colossal network of electricity. The four shadows, relying on their formidable strength and prowess, managed to barely withstand the damage inflicted by the lightning net. However, the remaining few were far less fortunate, as the might of the lightning rendered them unconscious. Utilizing my ninjutsu to attack ourselves, Naruto. Our current concern should not lie with that, but rather with what hovers above us. Although its nature remains unclear, it is prudent to impede it. Given that it is a ninjutsu executed with utmost concentration by Sasuke, its potential power is likely tremendous. Should we be drawn into it, defeat would be imminent. Gaara analyzed. It seems likely, but considering our current predicament, we may be unable to disrupt Sasuke's ninjutsu, Terumi May remarked. Very well. Terumi May and Inoki exchanged puzzled glances at Gaara. What are you planning to do? Gaara slowly opened his palm, and lightning ravaged his entire being. Despite the protective sand, the expression on Gaara's face revealed the excruciating pain inflicted by the electricity. The sand in Gaara's hand gradually coalesced, soon forming a gigantic spear. With great fortitude against the pain, he hurled it towards Sasuke's direction. Well done, young Wind Shadow. The spear pierced through countless water bombs, soaring directly towards Sasuke. Just as it was about to collide with him, a flash of yellow intercepted it, shattering the spear into countless fragments. Naruto. It appears that the crux of the ninjutsu lies with Sasuke. How could we allow the youth to claim all the glory? With that, Inoki, bearing the brunt of the lightning net's damage, began to gather dust release techniques. Terumi May also commenced the assembly of long-range ninjutsu. While they neither attempted to activate the lightning armor to assault Sasuke, but hesitated, realizing that the lightning net would absorb his lightning release. He opted instead to cheer for the others from the sidelines. Caught off guard, observing the others' attacks, Naruto revealed a barely perceptible smile. At the instant their assaults were unleashed, Naruto sprang into action, vanishing directly from in front of Sasuke. What is happening? How did Naruto? The attacks from the others were swift. Despite the gravitational influence of the Earth explosion stars, their broad attack range still allowed them to target Sasuke. just as their attacks were about to make contact with him. Sasuke's figure also vanished from their sight. What? Upon witnessing Sasuke's disappearance, Inoki immediately turned his gaze toward the black sphere in the sky. The gravity has indeed dissipated. Could it be that the previous maneuver was intentional? Indeed, the previous attack was deliberately left unavoided, designed to draw you into the lightning net's range while you sought to strike Sasuke. Naruto's voice echoed in their ears. Due to their earlier assault, the group found themselves rendered immobile by the lightning net. Very well, let me stoke the flames. Lightning release, Chidori stream. Sasuke materialized at the center of the lightning net, emanating a powerful surge of lightning release. The others, now numbed by Sasuke's enhancement, found even the slightest movement of their fingers arduous. After executing all of this, Naruto and Sasuke descended to the ground, gazing at the individuals suspended in the air, and slowly declared, "It is now over." Outside the battlefield, the gathered villagers from several ninja clans witnessed the Raikage and his companions being effortlessly drawn into the sky, prompting many to kneel weakly on the ground. A number of them, filled with indignation, pounded on the barrier, yearning to rush in and assist their leaders, yet all such efforts proved to be in vain. After nearly a minute, the remaining 4 Kages were also absorbed into the sky, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a colossal sphere of rock. As the battle concluded, the barrier set by Naruto dissipated, and the inhabitants of Konoha swiftly gathered around Naruto and Sasuke. "Is it over, Naruto, Sasuke?" Kakashi inquired. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Hinata asked with concern. Naruto nodded and smiled, reassuring everyone. "Yes, it is over." At this, the crowd erupted in cheers, contrasting sharply with the reaction of the allied shinobi forces, who were in disbelief. Did Lord Raikage really lose? I can't believe that even 4 Kages united could be defeated. Shikamaru observed the reactions of the allied forces, his brow furrowing. Is this truly acceptable? Even if Naruto and Sasuke triumphed with absolute strength, their aim should be to unify this ninja world. Can they genuinely earn their trust through such means? While Shikamaru pondered these thoughts, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Turning in confusion, he saw his father. "Dad, I know what you're thinking," Shikaka said quietly. "Unifying the ninja world is not a simple task. But Naruto and Sasuke have chosen the swiftest method. However, this does not equate to true unity, for deep down, they still cling to the thoughts of their own villages. Achieving genuine unification requires time and effort, and that is our responsibility." Despite Shikaku's soft voice, Kakashi, who was not far off, overheard and sighed inwardly, recognizing that it was merely the beginning. Sasuke approached Naruto, whispering, "What shall we do next? Are we truly going to eliminate the 4 Kages?" Naruto cast a glance at the allied forces behind him, where some radicals were still shouting, "I will avenge the wind shadow. Indeed, I shall avenge the water shadow." Chapter 178. The secret. Naruto stepped forward slowly, his expression grave as he addressed the crowd. "Do you wish to avenge the 4 Kages?" "Yes," they affirmed. "But do you understand why the 4 Kages fought against us? They fought for your villages, to protect the countless lives within them. If you strike against me now, your villages will cease to exist. Calm yourselves and reflect deeply. Are you truly willing to sacrifice the lives of the countless individuals the 4 Kages endeavored to protect?" Naruto's words evidently brought a sense of calm to the allied shinobi forces. Seeing this, he turned to Sasuke and nodded. Sasuke instantly understood, extending his hand towards the sky where the celestial bodies had fallen. Moments later, 4 figures appeared, plummeting towards the ground. Someone from the allied forces recognized them as the 4 Kages previously defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. Upon witnessing this, the crowd leapt into the air to catch the 4. "According to our agreement, we have emerged victorious, and thus you must unconditionally submit to the land of fire." Observing the battered state of the 4 shadows, the members of the Ninja Alliance, though filled with indignation, suppressed their anger and retreated alongside them. Witnessing the withdrawal of the Ninja Alliance, the inhabitants of Konoha began to tidy up and prepare for their return to the village. Along the way, Hinata curiously inquired, "Naruto, what was it that penetrated the whirlwind and inflicted damage upon the 4 shadows?" In response, Naruto smiled with pride and said, "It's quite simple, as I mentioned. It is wind release." However, Neji interjected, "Although you claim it is wind release, I could not perceive any flow of chakra." The arrows were incinerated by Amaterasu shortly after traversing the whirlwind. Indeed, he continued, "Only during the explosion did I detect traces of splattered chakra. Yet those traces seemed to materialize from thin air." Kakashi chimed in, echoing Neji's sentiments. Naruto, deliberately teasing his companions, replied nonchalantly, "It's straightforward." Akin to the principle behind the wind release, Rasen shuriken. Seeing Naruto's ostentatious demeanor, Kakashi remarked with exasperation, "All right, just get to the point." "Very well," Naruto continued. "I compressed the wind release into particles imperceptible to the naked eye and concealed them within the initial ice release arrows. The moment the arrows passed through Amaterasu, they were incinerated, yet the ice release used for compression was specially crafted and did not burn away instantly. When the arrows approached the four shadows, the ice release was consumed, allowing the wind release to erupt in an instant." Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, Neji raised another question. Even so, it would be impossible to completely conceal chakra. Recognizing the significance of Neji's inquiry, Naruto donned a proud expression. However, just as he was about to speak, Sasuke interjected. "This is quite elementary. The initial creation of such a massive arrow served this very purpose." Sasuke's statement left everyone perplexed, pondering its meaning. The immense Susanoo, the colossal nine tails, the grand wind release whirlwind, and the substantial arrows. All of these are intended to condition the observer's perception, leading their eyes to unconsciously seek out larger objects while concealing the actual attack within drastically smaller entities. Even if someone were to notice, they would instinctively overlook it. Hearing Sasuke's explanation, Neji furrowed his brow and questioned, "Even so, this is a battlefield. Any attack, no matter how small, would still draw attention." At this moment, Kakashi slowly spoke. "That is where you are mistaken, Neji. Imagine you are parched and see a large vessel of water alongside a minuscule drop that has accidentally spilled. Which would you focus on? Furthermore, if you encountered this scene daily, over time, would you still notice that single drop? Perhaps not," Neji conceded. "This is the principle at play," Kakashi elaborated. "Naruto must have deliberately employed broad-range ninjutsu during the previous battles, interspersed with subtle, harmless wind release techniques, leading people to naturally disregard those minor elements. Moreover, the four shadows lack individuals with extraordinary ocular techniques, making it even more challenging to detect." Upon hearing Kakashi's elucidation, the group finally comprehended the situation. "In truth, I was uncertain of my success," Naruto admitted, "but I approached it with a mindset of experimentation, never anticipating that it would actually succeed." Naruto spoke with a smile, and amidst the light-hearted banter, Tsunade approached, interrupting the conversation among the group. "Let us set aside this topic for now. What are your plans moving forward? Although we have triumphed over the Ninja Alliance, the internal stability of Konoha remains precarious." Her words instantly transformed Naruto's expression into one of seriousness. Indeed, to repel external threats, internal peace must first be achieved. To genuinely unify the ninja world, stability within the land of fire is essential. "Correct," he acknowledged. "You have abolished the daimyo. Now the true leader of the land of fire is the Hokage. Yet, the affairs of this nation are numerous and complex. It may prove challenging for a single Hokage to bear the entirety of this burden, especially when considering the unification of the entire ninja world thereafter." Upon hearing this, Naruto turned his gaze towards Shikamaru, who stood behind him. "Shikamaru, regarding our previous discussion, what are your thoughts on dividing the affairs of the Land of Fire into several major modules?" Sighing at Naruto's inquiry, Shikamaru replied, "The matters to be addressed in the Land of Fire are too numerous and intricate to categorize effectively in a short period. I believe our focus should be directed towards categorizing these issues as swiftly as possible and establishing relevant departments." Not far off, Shikamaru's father, listened to Naruto's words and couldn't help but reflect. Naruto's proposals not only promised to manage the affairs of the Land of Fire efficiently, but also facilitated the establishment of a new framework within the village, one that could be seamlessly applied to govern the remaining nations of the ninja world in the future. As Naruto elaborated on his vision for the village's future, Sakura trailed behind the group, her spirits low, occasionally glancing at Sasuke ahead. After Naruto concluded his plans, he approached Sasuke and quietly remarked, "Hey, Sakura has been stealing glances at you throughout the journey." Sasuke rolled his eyes, expressing disdain. "Are you that idle? Why concern yourself with her?" Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder, saying, "It's precisely because everything has concluded that when one has too much time on their hands, who knows what mischief they might contemplate. Aren't you worried that once we return to the village, she might seek you out?" With Naruto's reminder, Sasuke realized the implications. Now that everything was over, Tsunade, as Hokage, would undoubtedly be preoccupied upon our return, leaving her little time to tend to Sakura. True, but why should I care? We have our own matters to attend to. Naruto looked at Sasuke with some confusion. What do you mean? You haven't forgotten, have you? We still need to assist Obito in reviving Rin. After all, she has been gone for so long. I wonder if we can accomplish it as we envision. Chapter 179. Conclusion upon returning to the village. Everyone immersed themselves in the ambitious plans for the new settlement, with Sasuke being the notable exception. Since his return, he had scarcely made an appearance before the others. His companions speculated that he was avoiding Sakura. However, the truth was far more complex. Sasuke was tirelessly seeking a way to resurrect Rin. Although he could use the rebirth technique to summon her soul back to the realm of the living, he had yet to locate her physical remains. During this period, Naruto was diligently working towards the village's future, tirelessly refining a system suited to their world. A week later, with the developmental framework for the village nearly established, Naruto sought out Sasuke. So, has everything regarding the village been resolved? He inquired. The general direction is set. We can leave the rest to Shikamaru and the others. How about you? Sasuke shook his head in resignation. No progress. I've searched nearly every corner of the village, yet still, nothing. That poses a dilemma. Without the body, even the impure world reincarnation technique remains unattainable. Perhaps we could consult Obito about finding a different vessel? Sasuke suggested. Naruto, shaking his head earnestly, replied, that seems improbable. Obito's love for Rin would likely prevent him from agreeing to such a proposal. At that moment, a swirling vortex materialized before them. The sight of it sent both Naruto and Sasuke into a state of alarm, cold sweat trickling down their faces. Observing their panicked demeanor, Obito inquired, what is the matter with you two? Why do you look so startled at my presence? Naruto glanced at Obito, hesitating before replying, it's nothing. What brings you here today? It's about Rin. At the mention of her name, both Naruto and Sasuke tensed up. Regarding that matter, Naruto began, but Obito interrupted. I noticed you've been quite busy these past few days and didn't want to disturb you. Now that it seems things have settled down, I'm here to discuss the resurrection plan. Is there anything else you require? Actually, we are still missing one crucial element. What is it? I can go fetch it right away. Obito asked eagerly. Rin's body, Naruto confessed, a hint of guilt in his voice. To Naruto's surprise, Obito did not react with anger. Instead, he stood calmly in place. Naruto looked up, puzzled. Rin's body has been kept safe in another location. Follow me. With that, Obito transported Naruto and Sasuke into his dimensional space. Soon, they arrived at a cave. The moment they entered, Sasuke sensed a powerful seal nearby. This must be the place. Shall we begin immediately? Naruto asked, ready to proceed. Obito, slightly taken aback, questioned, is it truly that simple? You haven't yet disclosed how you intend to resurrect Rin. It's straightforward, using the rebirth technique. However, employing that jutsu will cost the user's life, Obito cautioned. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan and approached Obito with a calm demeanor. Do not worry. Naruto and I have a plan. Even so, Rin had previously been pierced through the heart by Kakashi's Raikiri. Even if she were to be resurrected using the rebirth of the Samsara technique, would her heart still function? Obito wished to continue, but Naruto interjected, gently plucking a strand of Rin's hair, stating, to be honest, we have contemplated this issue before, yet we found ourselves unable to validate it. Thus, we devised a method to address this dilemma. As Naruto, holding Rin's hair, slowly crouched down, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. What is this? With a puff of white mist, a white zetsu materialized before them. Completing this action, Naruto rose and stepped aside. Sasuke approached, taking the place previously occupied by Naruto. Observing their movements, Obito understood their intentions. Edo Tensei, as a piece of paper enveloped the white zetsu, Rin's figure gradually materialized before them. Let this serve as a vessel for Rin's soul. With that, Sasuke formed hand seals, preparing to execute the rebirth of the Samsara technique. While Naruto placed his right hand over Sasuke's heart, ready to unleash the power of light at any moment. Obito appeared tense, his eyes trembling as he fixated on Rin. As a flash of white light enveloped the scene, Rin's skin began to transform. Approximately a minute later, Rin's eyes slowly opened, gazing in bewilderment at Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito. Who are you? Upon hearing her voice, Rin turned her head toward its source. Who are you? Obito, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Rin. Understanding the situation, Naruto and Sasuke discreetly exited the cave. What do we plan to do next? Sasuke inquired. Go home and sleep, came the response.